In this world, everyone has become a parasite on the bodies of giant beasts, all because an alien warship crashed on Earth, releasing strange containment objects that swept across the entire world. To avoid the containment objects, people built cities on the wandering giant beasts. Even powerful supernaturals had to rely on the giant beasts to survive. Although I have not awakened any supernatural abilities, I unexpectedly gained the ability to upgrade machinery. Give me a flashlight, and I can turn it into a star-destroying cannon. Give me a set of iron armor, and I can upgrade it to steel battle armor. At this moment, a gun is pointed at my head, and I am given only 1 minute, either die by my gun, or run out to attract the wolf pack. A few days ago, due to Captain Xiaolong's wrong command, the entire team fell into the trap of the decayed wolves, trapped in a cave with no food or ammunition. Now, in order to survive, everyone is preparing to use me as cannon fodder to lure away the wolves, while others are trying to persuade me. Shenbei, why don't you understand? Personal sacrifice for the collective good. The overall situation is important. You must be enlightened. I will not be swayed by others' words, except for the gun in Xiaolong's hand, which I am particularly wary of. After a moment of contemplation, I gave a bitter smile. But you also have to give me a chance, Xiaolong asked. What do you mean? A gun? I need a gun. You just need to run with your head down. Giving you a gun is useless, Xiaolong said in a deep tone. I didn't say anything, just looked determined and reached out for the gun. Seeing this, Xiaolong fell silent for a moment and looked discreetly at a man behind him. The man nodded and pulled out a broken-looking handgun from his waist, with only one yellow bullet pressed in the magazine. At that moment, a text suddenly appeared in the corner of my eye. Handgun LV1, 1/5, a severely damaged P226 semi-automatic handgun, 100% prone to misfire, not usable. I blinked, wondering about the cheat code. Although the text was concise, I couldn't quite understand the purpose of the cheat code. Just now, gaining experience from loading and unloading the magazine, the more important information was that these people actually gave me a gun that was prone to misfire. I suppressed my anger temporarily, refraining from scolding or accusing them. Wanting to see the effect of upgrading the handgun, loading and unloading the magazine again did not increase any experience points, so I disassembled the handgun completely, cleaned the sand inside the components, and reassembled it. At that moment, the text in the corner of my eye flickered again. Handgun LV1, 5/5, can be upgraded. Indeed, disassembling and assembling items would increase experience points. With a thought, I upgraded to handgun LV2, 0/10. An old P226 semi-automatic handgun with a range of 50 meters. 1 bullet. Usable. Isn't it mysterious? I plan to upgrade again, disassembling and assembling the handgun once more. But unfortunately, this time there was no increase in experience points. At that moment, Xiaolong, somewhat impatient, urged repeatedly, 1 minute is up. Hurry up and go. I was thinking about how to break the deadlock in my heart. I suddenly thought that before Xiaolong led everyone into the cave, a lookout should be arranged at the top of the cave. From the current situation, the lookout should have been taken out by the decayed wolves long ago, but he had a barret in his hand. I looked different, carefully thinking about the lookout's position at the beginning. Okay, you all want me dead, and you want to survive, right? I sneered in my heart, made a plan, then walked slowly to the entrance of the cave in front of everyone's eyes, took a deep breath, turned back and glanced at Xiaolong and others. Xiaolong, somewhat impatiently, lowered his voice, sounding a bit hoarse, and said, "Take action. What are you waiting for?" I smiled, wanting to bid farewell to you all. No need, just complete your mission. Alright, bang. A blood hole suddenly appeared on Xiaolong's forehead, leaving everyone stunned. I put away the smoking pistol, a smile of satisfaction and revenge on my face. Damn it, give me a new pistol. Still want me to go die? The last bullet. I'll let you die first. A gentleman does not hold grudges overnight. I directly avenged it on the spot. At the same time, there was an unexpected surprise. Firing a shot. Surprisingly, it increased the experience points. Pistol LV2, 1/10. At this moment, no one else in the cave could have imagined that the situation would completely exceed expectations. Damn it, the pistol was clearly broken. How could it fire bullets? When the others in the cave angrily picked up their firearms to shoot, my figure had already disappeared, leaving them frustrated and furious, cursing endlessly. And at this time, Shenbei, running wildly with his feet, did not impact the wolves in a straight line. Instead, he desperately pressed his stamina, and his figure turned and ran to the left. Not only is this direction out of sight of the cave, it is safe from retaliation by others shooting. More importantly, it is possible to reach the top of the mountain quickly and obtain a sniper rifle. Trying to break through a pack of over 300 rotting wolves, in the absence of a psychic, was absolutely delusional. striking a stone with an egg, and taking one's own life, the only way to crack it. There is only one dot, that's the sniper rifle at the top of the hill. At this very moment, after the head wolf saw Shinbei's figure scurrying out, it did not press all the rotten wolves together. It also seemed to understand that Shinbei was the fish bait that the humans had pushed out. The head wolf stood upright and let out a wolf howl syllable, coordinating and directing the actions of the pack, sending a few of the rotting wolves in pursuit and keeping the others in line when necessary. It still walks humanely, but never stays in one place for more than a few moments, and more often than not, it is completely hidden from the wolves' eye in every way, except for the wolf's appearance. It looked more like a calm, cruel and cunning human commander. Ouch ouch. Shinbei looked back out of the corner of his eye, and several carrion wolves came running, so fast that the stones on the ground bounced out good as a sports car with increased acceleration. Grass. Shinbei had underestimated the beasts of this world. The carrion wolves were mind-numbingly fast. Shinbei sank into a low drink, once again squeezing physical strength. Heart blood supply pulled to the limit, and even the nostrils could not suffer from the violent movement, violently ejecting blood. Shinbei did not care. Between life and death, he could not wait to grow 8 legs to escape. In the work of a few breaths, the distance between the two sides grew closer and closer. One of the fastest running carrion wolves was already less than 20 meters away from behind Shinbei in the blink of an eye. Even Shinbei could feel the illusion of a powerful oppressive force from the corrupted wolf, as if it was dragging Shinbei backward. Finally, in Shinbei's field of vision, a small mountain break of less than 3 meters appeared like a wall across the front. Shinbei flexed and bounced, arms up, fingers clasped around the edges, and with the inertia of the impact, a tumble up, throwing his head back. He looked to his left. A body that has been chewed and fragmented, and a Barrett M95. Shinbei did not have any hesitation at that moment. A few steps and a roll. Grabbing the sniper rifle on the ground, pull the bolt. Text prompts out of the corner of your eye popped up instantly. Frowny face. Sniper rifle LV1, 0/5, modified Barrett M95, range 900 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, magnifier missing, more lethal. No time for text alerts. Although the lack of a kickstand causes a large recoil, this firearm has an efficient retractor that reduces the recoil by 70. Do it without a kickstand. Turn around and turn back. The nearest carrion wolf not only jumped up to the top of the hill, but had opened its bloody mouth and lunged. Both sides were less than a meter apart. Even Shinbei could smell the foul odor emanating from the mouth of the rotting wolf. Shinbei took a deep breath, calmed the violently beating heart, not aiming at all. At such close range, it's a straight-up blind sniper. Bang! 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 Shinbei's shoulders were sore and numb from the recoil impact. As if they were about to fall apart, the huge recoil hit Shinbei heavily, pushing him back 10 centimeters. Sniper rifle LV1, 1/5, for Shinbei. After observing through the words of the Lord Dragon and the cave entrance, handguns really aren't much of a threat to carrion wolves, but automatic rifles and above, there is definitely a lethal effect on them. Why else would these carrion wolves suddenly become so smart? They know to set traps, and they also know to avoid the most lethal range of an automatic rifle, and despite their hunger, none of them will cross that invisible line. Such is the behavior of the army. Only fear would make a rotting wolf behave in such a manner. SOA sniper rifle, which is more powerful than an automatic rifle, is bound to be a deadly fellow. Sure enough, after Shinbei blind sniped, a large flower of blood bloomed on a carrion wolf. The fiery bullet then lifted its entire belly completely off the ground. It was a strong male wolf weighing 30 kilograms, and it was carried several meters away by the impact of the bullet. After hitting the ground and rolling a few times, it was surprising that it struggled to stand up after almost all of its internal organs had been dislodged. Although it had suffered great injuries and lost its combat power, it still shook and issued a low growl of intimidation to Shinbei, that is, until another male wolf jumps to the top of the hill and takes a bite out of his collarbone. It's the law of survival. A badly wounded carrion wolf, unable to hunt, ends up dying quickly, and Shinbei, after briefly misjudging the life force of the rotting wolf, don't dare hesitate for a moment, throwing off another shot. Sniper rifle LV1, 2/5, the bullets clipped with power and snapped the other rotting wolf right in the middle, crumbling into two. Nonetheless, the rotting wolf was still tearing at the air and crawling towards Shinbei. Shinbei didn't even look at it. This rotting wolf couldn't last more than a few seconds and would naturally die. Shinbei's muzzle turned and blasted a shot into the head of the last carrion wolf that was about to jump up. Sniper rifle LV1, 3/5, the bullet shot straight in along its oral cavity, and the rotting wolf, like a rag doll being thrown, fell straight down, convulsed a few times, and died of extinction. After taking care of the carrion wolves that came after the attack, Shinbei rolled over onto his back on the top of the hill. The old-fashioned sight above the muzzle of the gun slowly snapped around the head of the head wolf below. For now, if Shinbei wanted to escape from the encirclement of the rotting wolves, he had to shoot the man first and capture the thief first. The ammo base is simply not enough to kill all of the rotting wolves. Only by killing the head wolf will the other rotting wolves be disorganized or even scatter. The reason why Shinbei had this conjecture was because when he was observing the wolves at the entrance of the cave, There were also a few male wolves that disobeyed the head wolf's management and provoked resistance. This is nothing to suggest that this is a pack where several wolves have cobbled together. Once the head wolf dies violently, the pack is sure to collapse and return to disorder, with a small half of Shinbei sticking out. You could tell it was an old enhanced improved Barrett with some hand-me-down modifications. The gun has been cleanly cured and modified to fire more powerful rounds, and a section of steel tube has been added to the barrel to give it a longer range, but the gun didn't have any new age advanced sights on it, not even an old-fashioned gauge, just a primitive collimator. From the muzzle of the gun to the head wolf, the straight line distance was over 1,000 meters normally. This firearm is capable of a 2,000-meter range in perfect condition and under veteran shooting, but because the maintenance and remodeling is a mess, the more you look at it, the more it looks like an old antique. Even if the gun had enough range, whether it could hit or not would only depend on luck, and it would have to be extraordinary luck. The muzzle of the sniper rifle swung slightly as the head wolf moved. With this kind of movement, Shinbei was almost accurate to the micron. Bang! Sniper rifle LV1, 4 out of 5, loud and brutal gunfire rang out across the valley. The hot bullet traced a white line through the air. A moment, the head wolf's thick chest exploded almost in its entirety, and it lowered its head, planting itself on the ground just as it saw its horrific wound. The head wolf fell, and the rotting wolf pack was immediately thrown into chaos. Most of the carrion wolves were enraged and ran back and forth throughout the valley, searching for the murderer who had dared to provoke the entire pack. However, the wind echoing in the valley was completely devoid of unusual odors except for the smell of gunpowder that was diffused from nowhere, and a few of the carrion wolves with the keenest sense of smell had already rushed up to the top of the hill. But the place had long since been empty. Dozens of raging carrion wolves then charged at the long-existing target, the humans in the cave. Such a charge is tantamount to suicide. The furthest of the 40 or so strong carrion wolves only came close enough to charge 10 meters away from the cave entrance before they were shot down one by the dense rain of bullets. The only thing that was productive was consuming a third of the entire squad's ammunition. After another half hour, the carrion wolves began to fall into greater agitation and restlessness, and a strong male began to growl and growl frequently in an attempt to take the place of the alpha wolf. Seeing this scene, the humans in the cave became tense. Although this alpha wolf was just much stronger compared to a normal carrion wolf, and didn't have the intelligence that the original alpha wolf had that clearly exceeded its kind, yet who knew what would happen after the pack respawned? The alpha wolf, bang! Another shocking shot rang out, and the new alpha wolf fell in response. This time the people in the cave finally saw a wisp of smoke rising from the back of the mountain on the opposite side. Some people took out their binoculars and looked across the street. The only thing they saw on the lens was a piece of rock. There was no half a human figure at all. Is it Shinbei? Him? Yuck. I told him to go out and attract the wolves. But what happened? I don't know where he ran off to. It shouldn't be, right? The distance just now was almost 200 meters, and he's not trained to shoot that accurately? I think it should be someone else who saved us. Maybe Shinbei is also following this person. Whoever it is, we seem to be saved. The wolves have lost their leader again and don't think they'll make another charge. Phew, it's a shame the Lord Dragon is dead. When we can get out, we must settle the score with Shinbei. The crowd inside the cave breathed a sigh of relief and began to condemn Shinbei again, and ignoring their persecution of Shinbei, tranquility returned to the valley, and the afternoon sun blazed even brighter. Without the discipline and leadership of the alpha wolf, the carrion wolf pack went from being a disciplined army to a beast that acted only on instinct again. Just an hour before dusk, they had lost the last of their patience and began to leave the valley in twos and threes, until finally, after all the rotting wolves in the valley dispersed, the people in the cave poked their heads out, and across the ridge amidst the rocks, Shinbei was wearing a lookout's tawny hooded cape, which made him almost blend in with his surroundings. Watch the people coming out of the cave dancing and celebrating the aftermath. Shinbei hooked the corner of his mouth in a sneer and set the quasar into their heads. You are rejoicing too soon. Pay in blood for what you have done. Shinbei is unemotional. This is my kind of hunting moment. At this very moment, the crowd in the cave saw the rotting wolves completely disappear. They ran out with a look of excitement and encouragement. Neither the dead Lord Dragon nor the disappeared Shinbei could hook them into any thoughts. Their gazes flicked to the dozens of corrupted wolf corpses that were already dead. Ha! Brothers, this time we didn't come out for nothing. There are crystal source cores all over the place. The harvest is full. This thing is currency. Dig into the brain of a rotting wolf. Save me 5. I'm going to get a new age rifle and this antique in my hand should be replaced. Ha ha! I'm going to purchase 2 pairs of wheels so I don't have to rent a room at the shelter and suffer the glare and oppression of the landlord. All of them looked greedy, drew their daggers and started to harvest the crystal source core in the brain of the rotten wolf. This item is not only a currency, but also an item for the ability of the alien to recharge his powers, gradually become tradable currencies, but unbeknownst to them, on the opposite side of the valley among the rocks, Shinbei's sniper's aim was already hanging over their heads, becoming the scythe of death. In Shinbei's opinion, at the moment they drove themselves out of the cave and used it as bait to attract the wolves. As long as Shinbei was still alive, the two sides were already immortal enemies. Only by hunting can you take revenge. A slightly twisted smile hung on Shinbei's handsome face. May there be no escape from hell. The phrase is a common saying in this world. It usually only appears above funerals. The sniper rifle in Shinbei's hand was like a sleeping lion being awakened and ready to fire, holding his breath. Shinbei's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he gripped the cold body of the gun tightly, his heart beating along with the barrett in his hand. In a split second, his finger gently squeezed the trigger, and it was as if time had frozen in that moment. Bang! A loud popping sound instantly cut through the valley. A blazing flame erupted from the muzzle of the gun, like a meteor cutting through the sky. It was a bullet carrying the mark of death. The bullet discharged, piercing the air with a frenzy that exceeded the speed of sound, leaving an invisible yet distinct trajectory, stirring a sizzling ripple in the air. A man who was pouting and digging for the crystal source core in the valley had his foot explode directly. The lower half of the body crumbles, and the deadly bullet rampaged through his body, shredding his flesh and blood together, leaving a horrifying hole. Blood was like a blooming red lotus, gushing out along with fragments of broken internal organs, coloring half of the sky red. This scene occurred, causing the others to instantly and inexplicably panic in horror. Some people's cheeks were shaking with extreme shock. It was as if someone's throat had been strangled by a large invisible hand, and their breath caught in their throat, so they could no longer speak. Some people's eyes were suddenly bloodshot, and their shocked and furious emotions were like shocking waves that swept through their hearts. Enemy attack! Someone sniping us! Shit! Who is it? Could it be Shinbei? Don't care who it is, take cover! Don't just stand there! The crowd in the valley was like fried roosters, scurrying around, trying to find cover to avoid sniping. Then, before the cave, was an open area. There are very few rocks that can hide the figure. Shinbei replaces a magazine, pulled a bolt. One death bullet after another was fired, despite the crowds within the valley on the run. But Shinbei was a top-notch special forces soldier in his last life. Not to mention the moving target. Even the S-shaped living target has been shot numerous times. The accuracy of the shot is quite high. A bang, bang, bang. 5 straight shots later. Once again, 3 bodies fell in the valley. Shinbei backed up and began to meander around in circles, changing magazines. There are 3 enemies left hiding behind boulders. Shinbei narrowed his eyes, like an agile cheetah, and ran with a cat's back. During the detour, Shinbei began to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper rifle LV1, 10 out of 5, modified Barrett M95, range 900 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, magnifier missing, more lethal, upgrade. Sniper rifle LV2, 5 out of 10, modified Barrett M95, range 1,000 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, magnifier missing, more lethal, increase firing range by 100 meters. Shinbei's heart stirred as he wondered if continuing the upgrade would produce any other effects besides improving the shooting distance. After all, this was an energy world where even aliens existed, and it was plausible to go beyond the rules of physics. A moment's work, Shinbei has gone halfway around the world. Go back to the hilltop location where you sniped the Wolf King in the first place. Set up the sniper rifle. A lookout, Shinbei grunted. Those 3 enemies were still shrinking in their original positions, alternating, probing towards the opposite side of the mountain among the rocks, trying to find Shinbei's position to counterattack. Bang! Without any hesitation, Shinbei directly pulled the trigger after snapping the enemy's head into alignment. A slightly dull gunshot echoed through the valley. Sniper rifle LV2, 6 out of 10. The first shot was still echoing lazily over the valley when another shot followed. Sniper rifle LV2, 7 out of 10. Before the sound of gunfire reached the ears of the 3 men, an enemy on the left fell in response. The strangely powerful bullet blasted right through the stone, entrapping mud and ash and blowing half his chest to pieces. A bloody arm flew out of the other end and fell to the ground, and the second shot blew the head of the enemy directly in the center position. The man on the far left, his sinews constantly throbbing. Every shot that came his way felt like it was pounding on his heart. He snapped his head back, only to realize that at the top of the cave, there was a man lying on his back. The dark barrel of the gun was being slowly turned around and aimed at himself. He was extremely shocked and appalled still in his pupils, the faces of the sniping crowd that he had already seen. Shinbei. The man was a million times more dismayed and confused. He was breaking his head and did not expect that Shinbei, the worst of the team, was not only still alive, but had even picked up his gun and started hunting with a vengeance. How? Indescribable remorse, fear, and resentment tore at his heart like millions of ants. If he could do it all over again, he would have stopped the lords from letting this demon out. Bang! He suddenly heard a strange shrill in his ears, a high-frequency vibration emitted by bullets as they flew, traveling faster than sound waves. Intense remorse and coldness stirred violently in his heart, and he hissed a low, "No!" Pust! The bullet hit him precisely in the center of the brow, like a watermelon smashed into the ground. It exploded into a sky full of blood spray. At this moment, Shinbei's finger was still hooked on the trigger. With venting, empty the magazine of bullets. Sniper rifle LV2, 10 out of 10. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled gently. Upgrade. Sniper Rifle LV3, 0/30, Modified Barrett M95, range 1100 meters. 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, magnifier missing, more lethal, sport shooting, accuracy +20. Shinbei read the message. The pupil shrunk slightly. With this upgrade comes a brand new phrase, that is, in the midst of a sports battle, accuracy gets a substantial boost. You know, when a person is running and trying to shoot a target, it's n times more difficult than blind sniping. The body swings violently while running, not to mention the sniper rifle. Even the pistol can't grasp the accuracy. The only practical thing is an automatic rifle that sweeps as it goes. Even Shinbei, a special forces soldier, can't hit 100 shots in a sports battle, or 3 out of 10. It's all about luck. It seems I have a very high degree of utility with this plugin. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle, crossed it behind his back, put on his hood, and hid his face in the shadows as he walked towards the valley. Soon, Shinbei's field of vision was then filled with the broken limbs of rotting wolves and humans, the bloody odors of 2 different creatures mixed together, causing Shinbei's nostrils to suffer great torture. After a few moments of acclimatization, Shinbei began to clean up the battlefield. As the original owner remembers, the beasts in the wilderness all produce crystal cores. It's an important currency in this world, and something that is always available to Ultrans. One thought to this, Shinbei picked up the dagger on the ground and began to collect the crystal source cores. Some of the crystalline cores have been dug up by the enemy and can be picked up directly. Shinbei pinched one of them and held it up for observation. This time, night had already fallen, and the night sky was lone with a bright moon, its silver splendor spilling down, providing quite a lot of vision. The crystal source core was roughly the size of a finger cap and had a diamond-shaped appearance, glowing blue. There were also creamy, milk-like lines running slowly inside. Unfortunately, according to the original owner's memories, this body does not have the conditions to awaken any supernormal abilities and can only be used as currency. Shinbei sighed languidly. However, Shinbei didn't think that he couldn't survive in this strange world without his supernormal abilities. These ordinary people killed by themselves alone can hang around, and one still has infinite possibilities of extras. The future looks bright. It took about an hour. Shinbei finished collecting all the crystal source cores, 37 pieces in all. The specific value of the geometry, because the original owner's memory is partially missing, Shinbei can only find the shelter to measure it. Then, Shinbei rummaged through the enemy's corpses. Besides the rifle bullets, there was only a bottle of water and dry biscuits, and half a cigarette. Looks like it's really on fire and there's no breaking out. Shinbei smiled and sat in place, chewing in small bites. After replenishing energy, after Shinbei lit the cigarette, he inhaled deeply, and it took a full 3 or 4 minutes before he exhaled a faint smoke. One look and you can tell that he knows how to enjoy tobacco. Taking a few final sips of his cigarette, Shinbei pressed his but dead center into the dirt, cut up 30 pounds of wolf meat. Rising and looking to the east, cloaked in the silver glow of the moonlight, he traveled through the night. According to the original owner's memory, Shelter 36 was just to the east. Even though the shelter is on the move, but they usually don't travel too far and can be encountered as long as they don't make drastic turns, whether it's night or day. When moving in the middle of the wilderness, you only need to watch out for ferocious beasts and evil species, and, of course, people. The ferocious beasts could still maneuver around, but the evil species only had a moment to get off the field, and if you didn't run, you were dead. Shinbei's pace remained consistent as he walked slowly towards the east. After dawn, in Shinbei's field of vision, the barren land in the distance. A giant creature 5 kilometers long, about 300 meters wide, and more than 10 meters tall appeared like a constantly wriggling slug. This is Shelter 36. This giant creature is called Titan by humans. Obviously, this was completely irrelevant to the Titan in Shinbei's cognizance, both in appearance and essence. Maybe the world has some kind of misconception about the word Titan. It is, however, a harmless, slow-crawling natural shelter in the middle of the wilderness. What makes this creature a sanctuary stems from the most important characteristic of it, viz. No evil species can approach within a 500-meter radius of it. Humans have no idea as to why it possesses this trait, but it doesn't matter. As long as the evil seed couldn't get close to this point, it was humanity's hope for a lingering respite. There are 56 known shelters like this one. Scattered throughout the wilderness. Instead, humans fled behind the Titans and kept migrating. Where the Titans go, the humans follow, and within the shelter, there are classes. Powerful humans naturally reside on the backs of Titans. A large number of dwellings and various facilities were built on it, and bottom feeders like Shinbei were not qualified to ascend to the shelter, could only follow behind the Titan. Shinbei quickened his pace and began to catch up with the shelter. Soon, the outline of Shinbei's field of vision had been obscured by the Titan's massive body. Within a few kilometers, a very peculiar scene appeared. Dense, unmeasured cords connected at one end to the Titan's shell. One end connects countless houses with wheels. The houses stretched out for nearly 5 kilometers in a continuous line behind the Titan. It's conceivable, when the evil seed comes, the 5-kilometer range is absolutely unsafe, and these houses will inevitably have to undergo some adjustments. Crowding and compressing towards the 500-meter range, this inevitably leads to a certain amount of friction and strife. The only truly safe place is the shelter on the Titan's back, and shelters. Not just anyone can enter and be stationed there. After Shinbei entered the range of the house, his pace was slow, exploring the marvelous world a little bit. The sound of massive ruts and the sound of the Titan's massive body crushing the stones of the ground mixed together to create an indescribable soundscape. The houses vary in size. There are shelters, bars, and various stores selling items. Typically, the more wheels, the bigger the house. That's why the enemy's lifelong quest in the valley was to buy 2 pairs of wheels, which would be the true meaning of home. Shinbei circled around and came to a store. The sign on it is simple, with only a teardrop design painted on it. A store that sells water. Shinbei ascended the ladder and pushed open the store door. Welcome. A bald owner sat behind the counter. Behind him was a huge tank of water. The water tank is made of super strong alloy steel. Bullets can't even penetrate it. There is also quite a bit of rebar welded in as protection. Shinbei touched the crystal source core and sent the water bottle over. Hit a bottle of water. The boss took the bottle with a smile. Okay, right. The owner turned around and said, the price of water has gone up, and now you need 5 crystal source cores. Shinbei, this prices are a bit outrageous. The water bottle in Shinbei's hand was not large. It was a standard 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. A single bottle of water requires 5 crystal source cores. With prices like this, how do humans survive in this world? Shinbei naturally knew that water was not easy to come by. In this world, both groundwater and surface water are almost always contaminated, and if mankind wants water, it's going to have to rely on the Titans. The giant creatures would often stop writhing forward and open their huge mouths, extending hollow, fleshy tubes that would rotate and bore into the ground. The groundwater is pumped out, and after being filtered clean of contaminated water through a special internal filtering organ, it is stored in the gastric band to provide the water security needed for one's life. Humans, on the other hand, would punch a channel through the Titan, right down to the stomach, to extract a clean source of water to drink. It was quite a bit of work, but at least there was still enough water to consume. Up and down shelter 36. The shopkeeper at this point explained, Titan hasn't stopped to take water for nearly 2 months now. Things are scarce, and the price of water naturally rises. The owner placed a bottle of clean water on the counter. Thank you for your patronage. Shinbei shrugged his shoulders and handed over 5 crystal source cores. Leave the water store. Shinbei carefully put the water bottle away, walking through the middle of a mobile home as the original owner remembered. Come to an apartment. The apartment building is not very high. 3 stories. A small room in the corner of the 3rd floor is your own residence. Back, the landlord was a greasy middle-aged man with a fat and bloated body, gnawing on the root bone of some unknown ferocious beast. Yellowed teeth tore into the half-raw flesh and blood. How was the harvest this time? Shinbei's face was calm. All planted. So much for this fucked up world. The landlord wiped his hands and continued. Yesterday he was drinking and talking about fun, and today he's dead. Shinbei nodded and turned to walk upstairs. The landlord's massive head poked out. Why are you pretending to be confused? Shinbei stopped in his tracks and slowly turned back, asking in confusion, what? It's time to pay the rent. It was only then that Shinbei remembered that the original owner had gone out on this adventure to hunt ferocious beasts in order to obtain the crystal source core to pay the rent, counted 20 crystal source cores and handed them to the landlord. The landlord had a chrysanthemum smile on his face and waved his hand. Not a bad haul. I thought you'd have to go out a few more times to get the rent together. Go on up. Shinbei gently hooked the corner of his mouth and smiled, continuing to go upstairs. From the original owner's memories, the landlord used to be an alien. It's been a real scene stealer for a while. Later, during a fight with a ferocious beast, he was infected with the divine punishment miasma, resulting in the closure of psychic abilities and a crash landing into normal human beings. The good thing is that after earning a lot of crystal source cores, purchasing 4 pairs of wheels, constructing a 3-story apartment, and working as a rent collector, the small life is not bad. The so-called divine punishment miasma is a kind of gas that appears at any time and any place without any pattern. Once a psychic is tainted with this gas, no matter how many powerful psychics, their psychic abilities are directly sealed and cannot be cracked, and they will inevitably be reduced to ordinary people. The humans of this world see this as a punishment from God for the prying of the energies of heaven and earth by the Ultrans. It's called the divine punishment miasma. Shinbei pushed open the door of his residence. The interior is not very spacious. A bed that takes up almost 80 of the space. The room was fairly clean, just some wrapping on the futon. Shiny black. The world's water resources are hard to come by, especially drinking water. Even the lavish upper class seldom spared pure water for bathing. It is usually a secondary source of water that is filtered using purification equipment. This water source contains a certain amount of radiation and produces a tingly, alien feeling in the body after washing, though it's fine if you hold on to it, but it's not at all as comfortable as taking a shower. More like taking a bath under an energized stream of water. Most humans, therefore, rarely bathe, and their bodies are naturally dirty. Shinbei was in the room, pulling out all the few drawers. It's all items of little value, but tucked inside one of the bags was a photograph. On the front of the photo was a picture of a little boy and a little girl, not very old. About 5 years old. On the back is written a paragraph in a showy script that looks like it should come from a lady's handwriting. In the 67th year of the new calendar, my sister, Shin Nan, followed me to Asylum 7, the Scarlet Empress. In her own handwriting, sister, the Scarlet Empress? Shinbei froze. This part of the memory was not inherited at all. If I hadn't been looking through the drawers, I wouldn't have known there was such a thing. This Crimson Queen name seems to be very powerful. Shinbei pursed his lips. Let's put that past aside for now. With Shinbei's current ability, he also did not have the ability to find out where Shelter 7 was. Then grabbing the alarm clock on the table, Shinbei tilted his head and his eyes lit up. Alarm clock LV1, 0 out of 5. Internal parts are damaged. Time is not allowed. Alarm is damaged. Can't tell time. Shinbei flipped his hands and quickly disassembled the alarm clock into hundreds of fragmented parts, then assembled it back in. Alarm clock LV1, 100 out of 5, upgrade. Alarm clock LV2, 95/10, upgrade. Alarm clock LV5, 0/100, intact alarm clock. Accurate chimes. Crisp ringing, excellent quality. Virtually undamaged by external forces. If loaded with 10 crystal source cores, it can be used as a detonator. A time bomb? Shinbei staggered a bit. Never would I have guessed that a small alarm clock would turn into a detonator after some upgrades. It was important to realize that the crystal source core was essentially an energy, only to be absorbed by the alien, and now, through the action of the alarm clock, this energy can be detonated. What a surprise. Shinbei held the alarm clock and bared his teeth. I thought that only guns could be upgraded, but looking at it like this, it seems that everyone's mechanical objects can be upgraded. If it comes with a Gundam or battle armor or something, don't dare to think about it. Don't dare to think about it. Shinbei's mind moved up at that moment. The lower premises where Shinbei is currently located are not equipped to produce machinery. Instead, the upper level, which is above the Titan's back, also has sites for the production of weapons and the machining of machinery. Take a break. Shinbei just couldn't help himself. Wanted to take a chance and see if I could try to craft a mech for added combat power. That's a lot to do with your own hang-ups. Out the door, walk along the movable plank in the center of the house. Halfway through, Shinbei also purchases a sheet of earth powder. It's a food of fine earth and flour mixed together. True. The flavor of nature. It has a gritty texture, kinda like chewing on aged bark, but it's the main food for unusual humans. Shinbei slowly adapted to the food that didn't taste good. Soon, Shinbei then came to the stairs. This is the only way to the back of the Titan. There are 2 logins. One is to walk up, the other is an elevator ride, and the elevator, which is generally used to transport supplies, gets its power from an electrical psychic, but he was seen holding the wires with both hands. Electric sparks thundering from his palms. His face held red as he controlled the current output. The motor slowly winches and lifts the elevator upward. Shinbei was only released after the guards had done some inspections and handed over 10 pounds of rotting wolf meat strips. It was a bit meaty, mainly because Shinbei didn't get the details right and should have split the rotting wolf meat into smaller pieces. Maybe turning in a pound would be enough. Of course, the upper shelters are allowed to be accessed by residents of this shelter. Just get out before sundown. The guards were merely taking advantage of their duties and mooching off of them. Climb to the top. Shinbei's eyes lit up. If you ignore the current environment of universal escape and evil seeds, the site on the back of this giant creature was completely indistinguishable from a small city. The contiguous factories produce a range of products from cans, cement and steel to weaponry. At the other end is a small power plant that provides power. The scale of production here is certainly not comparable to that of the olden days, and there is no economy of scale to speak of. But in turbulent times, it was a necessity. There are even fancier stores on the street. Leveled road, a forest of houses. Even the roads are lined with vegetation and flowers. So farther away, there are vast tracts of farmland and steaming power generating turbines. Even in the end times, people with power and influence still live well and are not affected by anything. Shinbei couldn't help but sigh. Walked along the street for a while, discover a small factory full of modernization. This is where mankind uses technology to purify polluted water, which incidentally doubles as a bathhouse. Shinbei lowered his head and sniffed the foul odor that covered his body. Wanna find a job? Also have to stand upright? Without much hesitation, Shinbei decided to take a shower first, even if it's pasty. It's better than being able to smoke someone to death. Enter the courtyard, then you can hear the sound of rumbling machinery and the sound of water clattering. At the same time, there were quite a few aliens coming in and out, apparently bathing as well. These people obviously care more about appearance and image and are so much better than the lower class who are still struggling to survive. Enter the house. You can see the unit spout separated by 3 tubes. One leads outside and feeds other dwellings for mopping floors, dusting streets, and watering trees and crops. The other leads to a steam power plant not far away. The other leads to a single room, the bathing single room. How much does a shower cost? Shinbei plopped down on the counter and inquired, without lifting his head or opening his eyes. A staff member flipped through the novel. Is it a shifter? Please show your license. The license plate is the identity of the alien. I am the middle of the wasteland. There are quite a few shelters spread out. Each asylum licenses its own shifters, although the style and pattern of the license plate varies. Shelters recognize each other and give certain accommodations. The alien bathes in 3 crystalline cores for that price, regardless of the asylum. 5 crystal source cores if not an alien. Shenbei was startled. A drinkable bottle of pure water was only worth 3 coins before the price increase. I can't believe it takes 5 pieces to take a shower? The staff raised his head and looked at Shenbei's stunned expression, and knew that he was a bumpkin. You think it's expensive? The staff quickly explained. Where do you think we get our water from? As long as Titan doesn't stop, the water purification plant can't draw on surface water. Shenbei let out an subtle sound, hoping it's still water. Stress water is really a big issue until Titan stops creeping. Shenbei clenched his teeth and handed over 5 crystal source cores. Single room 7. You only have 2 minutes. After a reminder from the staff, Shenbei almost fell to the ground. Anima. It's only a 2-minute shower? It's fucking pitiful. Shenbei hurriedly ran to the number 7 bathroom single room. Quickly take off your clothes, twist off the nozzle, open rubbing. The power-filled water flow rushed through the body, and Shenbei's skin was tingling as if it had been electrified. Shenbei moved extremely quickly, rubbing his entire body all over. A great deal of black water was washed away. Shower time should not be too long, and the water used for showering, although treated, the radiation level has been greatly reduced. But it is still far from the point of drinking water. It is more likely to cause irreparable damage to the body over time. Despite all the restrictions and the high cost, being able to take a shower is still the proudest perk for shelter residents. The flow of water from the nozzle quickly turns down and eventually stops. The last droplets fell somewhat reluctantly, bouncing off the bare, jade-like skin of his shoulder in a tiny splash before running down the silky curves of his skin. So when the shower was over, he briefly wiped his body, feeling much more relaxed. He let out a long breath. Someone kind of did. Shenbei combed her hair in the tattered mirror to get dressed and walk out, but when Shenbeilu crossed the counter, the staff member looked at Shenbei's refreshed face, the long, rigid, slightly arched eyebrows, the sparkling pupils of the eyes, and the lines outlining the contours of the eyes together formed a near-perfect picture. He suddenly felt a slight dryness in his throat, even though from the size of the man it looked like he was supposed to be a male, but in this age of just surviving, desire has long since lost its shackles, and sex and violence have long been instinctive for most people, men and women, adults and children, human and non-human. All the lines are rapidly blurring in the eyes of those who crave excitement and orgasm. Hey! The staff shouted. Shenbei stopped and turned around to ask, is there anything else? I just wanted to warn you. The staff member bared his teeth and grinned. Sometimes filth can be a protective color. I hope you understand. Shenbei did not understand what the staff was trying to convey at all at first, but watching his fingers draw circles on his face, Shenbei understood. Thanks. Shenbei rejoined the street and put his hood up. Just then, Shenbei's feet produced a violent vibration. Like a small earthquake, the rattling quickly faded, then a number of people cheered in the street. The Titan stopped. Heaven forbid that the price of drinking water could be lowered. Quickly, go down and see if there are no mines around, either coal or iron ore. You can sell them for money. Shit. Surface water is a kilometer away. Go down and hire someone to get it. Let's go cut down some trees, split wood or process planks, and save them for the winter. The Titan that had been writhing, after crawling for 2 long months, finally stopped. This is also the busiest time for the entire shelter up and down the line. There's a lot of work to be done. Getting all kinds of supplies on the spot is even the rarest opportunity to fix the wheels of your house as well. The first thing the people on the lower floors, especially the landlords, had to do was to untie the dragging ropes, push your house to within 500 meters of the Titan's perimeter, avoid being attacked by a sudden evil species. The chaotic scene is naturally characterized by various house owners grabbing positions and hurling insults at each other. Even fights happen all the time. Normally, the great general in control of the asylum would send out the Judgment Court's law enforcement team to maintain order. Shenbei could choose to walk off the Titan at this point and get paid for his work by any employer, but Shenbei's goal is not to do odd jobs. Instead, it's a custom mecha. Soon Shenbei came to a private workshop. Guns can be machined here. A glance over to guns of all types were thrown about like garbage. Even the owner used a 98K as a burning stick, skewered large chunks of meat and chucked them on the fire to grill. Buy any guns? Look around. Take your pick. Scrap metal prices. The boss introduced Shenbei as a guest when he saw him. Shenbei looked around. Do you have a revolver? I knew you liked antiques. The owner slapped his thigh. You've come to the right place. You can't always find revolvers in other shelters. I just happen to have them here. Shenbei was considered to have once again raised his knowledge of firearms in this world to a higher level. It's no stretch to say that any gun inside this private workshop taken to Earth could pull up an armed mob in small African countries, but within this world, all of these guns are old-fashioned. Guns used only by poor commoners. Shenbei now had a pistol and sniper rifle. The sniper rifle is working just fine and is slowly leveling up. It can continue to be used, but the pistol is really poor. The revolver was much more powerful, And it was exactly what Shinbei wanted to replace. The boss rummaged halfway inside the pile of weapons, pulled out an M500 revolver. Here. The boss casually tossed it to Shinbei. Shinbei took a look, rusty and not maintained at all. The trigger was raw and seemed like it was going to jam. M500 revolver LV1, 0 out of 5. Bullets are absent. Trigger activity is abnormal. Rotor shaft is slightly jammed. Detent is not sensitive. Rifling is intact and kills. More malfunctions. Not recommended. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. This revolver was placed on Earth. It was an existence that was twice as lethal as the Desert Eagle. One shot could fuck up a big rhino. Now look at it. It's really scrap metal, but Shinbei didn't care. He had his own hang-ups. Beyond the rules of physics. And upgrades would fix it. Where are the bullets? Shinbei asked. The owner staggered for a moment. Don't you collect? For combat. This. The boss scratched his head. This pistol has a special bullet model. What is it called? Let me think about it. Shinbei said directly. 500 SW Magnum bullets. Yeah, that's the thing. It's a fucking tongue twister. The owner spat. I don't have any of these bullets off the shelf. I can work on them for you on the spot if you need them. The boss pointed to the lathe and production line in the inner room and said smugly, without any hesitation, all the bullets in Shelter 36 are produced by me. Of course, I can't play with the new guys used by the aliens. New guy? Shinbei questioned. The boss laughed. It's the kind of gun that can use a crystalline core as kinetic energy to energize. Oh, Shinbei's face was calm, but inwardly, horror churned. So, the alter ego also comes standard with firearms? And, still, it's a gun beyond one's knowledge. Have a chance to really see it. How much? Shinbei asked as he fiddled with his revolver. The boss was honest. This old antique can be given to you for nothing. But you have to customize no less than 300 rounds of ammunition at a cost of 50 crystal source cores. Shinbei rummaged through his coat pocket and only had 6 crystal source cores left. Another 20 pounds of carrion wolf meat was put down on his person. Not so much at the moment. Can these count as part of the deposit? The owner rubbed his chin. Let me see your resident card. Shinbei pulled out the original owner's residence permit. The owner looked closely for a moment and noted the information. Older resident. He pondered for a while longer and said, for 20 pounds of rotting wolf meat, I can only count you 4 crystal source cores. I can process 300 rounds for you, but you have to pay me back 80 crystal source cores. Don't think I'm black-hearted. I'm charitable enough. To put it mildly, if you die tomorrow in the middle of the wasteland, will I still be able to chase you to hell to ask for the crystal source core? Interest. That's actually a pretty high interest rate, but the owner's concerns are not without merit. When a person dies, all debts are gone normally. 50 crystal source cores, 300 rounds, unit price of 6 rounds for 1 crystal source core. On top of the wasteland. When dealing with ferocious beasts, if you're lucky, you can get 1 crystal source core for killing a ferocious beast within 3 shots. The overall gain is still good. Shinbei nodded. Yes. The parties agreed and wrote a note. The boss rummaged through the drawings of the lower bullets and headed for the workroom. Come pick them up in an hour. And Shinbei sat on the ground, disassembling the revolver and then reassembling it. Revolver LV1, 5 out of 5. Shinbei seemed to have felt the pattern. As soon as the new guy arrives, it's almost always a step up depending on how many removable parts there are. Alarm clocks accepted. Upgrade. Revolver LV2, 0/10, bullets are absent. The rotor shaft is slightly stuck. And the pawl is not sensitive. Rifling is intact. Killing power can be used. Watch out for jams. Observe pawl operation when firing continuously. It's a done deal. Abnormal trigger activity disappeared from unavailable to available. That's what upgrades bring. Cool. Shinbei held the heavy revolver and rummaged to find the sandpaper. Start sanding, polishing, and pouring oil constantly. Soon, almost 80% new revolver presented. The pistol shape is also very characteristic, showing gray and black, with a kind of sci-fi movie inside. The aliens holding a small pistol instantly. At this time, Shinbei also found a bullet with a pattern engraved on the table. Shinbei curiously asked the boss what this meant. The teacher was quick to say, the mysterious side alien has drummed up something that says it can increase the power of bullets. But I don't believe it anyway. What's the difference between that and opening a pistol? Shinbei did not think much, put the bullet into the pocket. Later slowly study, taking advantage of the free time for processing bullets. Shinbei continued to walk towards the interior of the shelter. It didn't take long to get to a field with a gear sign. There are quite a few aliens working inside. When Shinbei came in, he only saw the people inside keep turning a piece of iron or directly into metal. This was followed by someone else turning the metal into various shapes. There are gun parts. There are all sorts of unreadable things too. Shinbei's eyes glowed as he watched. This is the role of a psychic. This is the most reasonable exploitation of productivity. Who are you looking for? An old man in the courtyard looked at Shinbei vigilantly through the fence. Shinbei said bluntly, I want to customize a piece of equipment. Clients? The old man smiled. My name is Chen Anji. I'm the supervisor here. Come in and talk. Shinbei shook hands with the other party and followed Chen Anji into the office. Tell me, What do you want to customize? What are the requirements? Shenanji's character is to speak quickly and never be polite. Shinbei thought about what to say and how to express it appropriately after a moment of contemplation. He said, I'd like to customize a portable mech. I wonder if I can make one. Portable? And mech? Shenanji tranced for a moment. How there is a kind of how to raise elephants to the size of a teddy sense of immediacy that you're not making fun of me. Are you? Shenanji thought about it with his hand on his chin and did not immediately get angry, but patiently asked, how do you want to be portable? Shinbei stated the next request. If possible, I hope it's a kind of mech that's a case that can be put away, can be carried to catch up, and can be propped up and turned into a close-fitting mech with the push of a button when it needs to be used. Shenanji froze and looked at Shinbei in surprise. May I ask how much a portable mech like this costs? Can you sell one to me? Shenanji continued. Young man, what kind of era is this? With the aberrations coming out, what's the use of that huge mech? The power problem alone can't afford to consume it. We're not a black tech factory here. You're looking in the wrong place. An alien who was transforming metal from where skimmed his lips and couldn't help but laugh. Shinbei was not embarrassed. He was just testing the ability of these people, wanting to see if there was a special psychic ability to make this kind of magic prop yet, seeing that the other party couldn't make what he wanted. He lowered his demands. Then I'll put it another way. How about a personalized battle armor? You're more demanding than a mech. Shenanji almost jumped out of his skin. Shinbei pursed his lips. Then what kind can you produce? My requirement is the more streamlined the better, with portability being the main focus. Shinbei's question is clearly tinged with ambivalence. How can a personal battle armor be streamlined? A large number of components and modules are involved. This includes exoskeletons as well as battle armor skins, power modules, and more of the construction since it is extremely sophisticated and complex. Shenanji instead stroked his chin and thought for a moment, saying, in fact, this institute of ours has really tried to design battle armor. Although there are psychics, there are quite a few ordinary people as well. And if they can be equipped, they're also a combat force that can't be ignored. Moreover, through the special shaping materials of the Exalted, coupled with the crystal source core, it is theoretically entirely possible to design a form of close-fitting battle armor. Shenbei heard the word theory appear here, and knew that bad food, they may have tried, but they definitely gave up halfway through. Shinbei asked tentatively, then how many % share of the ideal battle armor you envisioned can be achieved? Team leader Chen pondered for a moment, his fingers gently rubbing his chin as he said, leaving aside the question of what the research has gone into. The question is whether you want it or not. Shenbei naturally nodded. If he didn't want it, why waste time? Give me 1,000,000 crystal source cores, and I can provide you with a cost-ignoring, labor-ignoring battle armor. Shenbei, seriously, this joke is not funny. Shinbei coughed. Team leader Chen is really humorous. Shenanji shrugged and smiled sarcastically. If I had that much money, I'd just buy a fighter jet. Yeah, that's a lot of money for 10 fighter jets. Team leader Chen let out a bitter smile and continued. Power armor is a subject that we have been working on for a long time. And since the world has changed and there are all sorts of new materials and new energy sources, the progress of our research has greatly increased. But we are still a bit short of power armor. Which step is missing? Shenbei was curious. Poorly. Aha. A nearby technician coughed sharply. Humph your head humph. I know what to say and what not to say. Do your job. Team leader Chen glared at the technician, then said to Shinbei, poorly in terms of power. It is difficult for our power armor to support the high-speed movement of the armor. That is, it is difficult to make the heavy armor run like a human being, unless at all costs. We use the crystalline core as an energy source, but the consumption is also very great, and it is not worth the loss. Shinbei's heart stirred. I wonder how heavy the armor you have researched is? By the way, how big is the body size? A ton, 2.5 meters tall, in human form, Team leader Chen said. In order to ensure impact resistance, we've used the lightest material possible, and this is already the lightest. When Shinbei heard this, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Then if we use ordinary materials, can we continue to reduce the weight? Team leader Chen said with an odd look in his eyes. If you don't need defense, you can delete a lot of modules, and even the materials can be used cheaply, but honestly, it would be a waste for you to buy it. This quality of armor is just a look-alike because the quality of the materials is so poor that it wears out easily, and it doesn't even need to be attacked by the enemy, and a few times it might be broken. Shinbei thought about it and asked, this kind of power armor, to what extent can it be made? How much is the price? You guessed right. Team leader Chen, I just want to experience the feeling of wearing power armor, to satisfy my wish when I was a teenager, and it doesn't matter if there is combat power or not. Being rich isn't such a waste. Team leader Chen was speechless, but still said, it allows you to run, and this power armor only weighs about 100 kilograms, but it's only limited to running, and the speed may not even be as fast as if you were running on your own. If the price is, He calculated in his mind. If you don't want a weapon, just a shell, I can make it for you with 1,000 elf cores, and it can be assembled right now, 1,000 of them. Shenbei thought for a moment and said, are the materials you are going to use bulletproof? What if I don't use bulletproof materials? Even if it's a pistol bullet. I want to make it like Iron Man. I just need look-alike goods, as long as it can move, but it should be fully functional, such as the propulsion engine for the hands and feet. The look-alike goods will do. The performance is not important. By the way, the color has to be camouflage color too. You boys aren't trying to steal technology, are you? Do you have a way to enhance the performance? Team Leader Chen looked at Shenbei skeptically. These days, there are simply not too many strange and unusual powers. This assembly room of his was all filled with similar aliens, without the slightest bit of combat power, but capable of creating amazing value. Ha ha, you saw that. Shenbei was full of it. My usual hobbies are disassembling remote controls, alarm clocks and whatnot. I just want to try to see if I can modify power armor and challenge my limits. Come with me to the lab, and I'll assemble this kind you want on the spot. Team Leader Chen shook his head breathlessly, thinking that he could make a big fortune when all is said and done. It's a shell. That's a lot easier. However, Shenbei did not follow Chen Anji's footsteps to leave. Chen Anji tilted his head. What's wrong? Shenbei was a little embarrassed, and wanted to truthfully say that he didn't have the ability to pay for the battle armor for the time being, but when the words came to his lips, Shenbei shut up again, almost spoiled it. Shenbei thought that if he really said he didn't have any money, then Chen Anji would definitely blow himself out. Next time rich people won't take care of themselves or raise their prices, might as well let Chen Anji manufacture the stuff first. In that case, Chen Anji had no choice but to sell it to himself. Count on it. Shenbei didn't say much and said with a smile, it's fine. Let's go. Stand up there. I'm going to scan your body data. Height and size are important. Otherwise what's made may not be comfortable to wear. Arriving at the recently constructed lab, Team Leader Chen operated on a computer and then pointed to the station next to him. Shenbei hesitated slightly before walking onto the platform. He saw the 8 infrared cameras overhead land and scan up and down along his body. It's okay. Team Leader Chen operated on the computer for a few more minutes, and then saw the 3D printer next to him working quickly, automatically screening materials. Then under Shenbei's astonished gaze, one by one, the part modules were quickly printed out, and apart from the necessary parts, many of the modules were even made of plastic. There are also parts that cannot be done by a 3D printer. It takes a shaping alien to ball up pieces of iron and stretch them into the appropriate parts. This combination of technology and mystical forces of production was an eye-opening experience for Shenbei. Team Leader Chen seems to want to pick up the parts to keep checking the data. It also gave Shenbei a look, as if trying to tell him that you want crunchy, then I'll make you a real crunchy battle armor out of it. However, Shenbei did not dislike it, and he could upgrade anyway. Under his astonished gaze, a dozen mechanical arms moved quickly and began to assemble themselves automatically. The technology of this world, is it already that advanced? At least in terms of artificial intelligence, it was much more advanced than the Earth he had traveled to before. Can I assemble it myself? He asked hastily. Although it was the most rudimentary version, it was also a sophisticated high-tech product, and he didn't have the confidence to disassemble and reassemble it all over again by himself. A Team Leader Chen, who was operating the computer, lashed out his fingers. You want to assemble it yourself? This kind of armor, even if many modules are deleted, there are still thousands of parts. The robotic arm can be assembled in a few minutes, but manual labor will take at least several hours. Are you sure you want to assemble it yourself? Yes, I wish I could assemble it myself, but I was hoping you could get me an assembly sequence, Shenbei said. If you don't know about power armor, even if you are given a video of the assembly sequence, you may not be able to assemble it properly. In case a screw is missing, it may not be able to move. Team Leader Chen said, then you can guide me? That's fine, but my time is valuable. Team Leader Chen paused, thinking for a moment and said, I can only give you an assembly video. If you don't understand anything, ask me again. Shenbei nodded. No problem. Chen Anji shrugged his shoulders. He himself was relaxed, but muttered in his heart, I really can't understand. If you can steal and learn the technology, I will eat this computer. Even if you learn to assemble it, it's useless if you don't know how it works and can't make the various parts. Team Leader Chen shook his head breathlessly, then let the robotic arm remove the module that had just been assembled, followed by maneuvering the robotic arm to move the newly printed parts onto the assembly table. Come here and get started. After finishing his speech, Chen Anji left the assembly table and ran to the other side of the lab to study his own stuff. Shenbei rubbed his hands together and opened the assembly video on his computer. Follow along decently and learn to assemble. Less automated robotic arm assembly. Manual assembly is really slow, but Shenbei didn't mind. That's all experience value. Experience value +1. Experience value +1. Shenbei would harvest an experience value for every module assembled into components. A little goes a long way, and sand is gathered into a heap. Time passes. It took a full 3 hours of back and forth. and a camouflage-colored, Iron Man-shaped power armor was assembled. The power armor, perhaps due to the deletion of many modules, was only 2 meters tall when the last part is installed. A white light that only Shinbei himself could see flashed by the power armor in front of him also appeared with its own data frowny face. Pseudo, power armor LV.1, 1000/1000, a battle armor with no practical value. Unable to fight, unable to provide defense, and with no offensive power. Maybe wear it out when celebrating a festival to add to the festive atmosphere. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. That word pseudo in front of it is very spiritual. This thing is a plastic toy. However, Shinbei was still excited after just assembling it by hand. The experience value is already upgradable. There's upgrade data. And that's fine. Of course, Shinbei wouldn't upgrade now. After all, there was still team leader Chin in the lab. And being looked out for anything would invite unnecessary trouble. This stuff. Team leader Chen was too embarrassed to say that this was power armor and directly referred to it with this thing: all the functions you want. It has, but all are super castrated version. The weight is about 20 pounds. It is a brittle skin. Not to mention bulletproof. Ordinary people holding a sword or knife may be able to cut through. The most valuable thing on its body is the energy converter in the chest. You'd better not wear it to the fight. Otherwise don't blame me for your death. Don't worry. Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled. Team leader Chen took one of the crystal source cores and manually opened the energy slot in the chest of the armor and put the crystal source core in. The next moment, the eyes of the power armor were seen to light up. Okay, you can go in now. He pressed again on the outside of the armor's chest energy slots and saw the front half of the armor shrink all the way down the helmet. Chest and stomach, arms and legs, were all contracted in half to allow a person to stand right into them. Shinbei stood in. The armor automatically closes when the hands, feet and head are returned to their places. Immediately after that, he realized that he seemed to be able to control the armor through his mind. And there seemed to be a weak AI in there? Nope, nothing to do with AI. It seems to be a technology that links neurons and allows him to manipulate the various functions of the armor with his mind. He was a bit surprised that the technology to link neurons was available. The technology of this world really wasn't weak, because the various functions are all super castrated versions. The breathability system is also very poor. You'd better open your mask or you'll be prone to oxygen deprivation, Team Leader Chen said. Okay, Shinbei moved with a thought. The mask automatically shrinks to the sides to expose your face. It just shrinks a little too slowly and with too little power. He tried to walk around and found that it was like having a heavy shell over his body. And while he wasn't moving too slowly due to the light weight of the armor, there didn't seem to be much extra power. Immediately after that, he tried the engine functions of his limbs and found that his palms and feet did indeed spew out light particles, but he could barely feel the thrust. In addition, there is also a hidden firing port on each shoulder, both of which can hold 10 pistol-type bullets. But the power, don't try it. The power is almost equal to nothing. It has all the features you want, but as you wish, it's just a look-alike. You can only drive it to move by your own strength, but the joints are flexible enough to theoretically move as fast as you can if you're strong enough, but it's prone to wear out parts. Team Leader Chen shook his head helplessly. Crystal source cores, one can last for 3 minutes. When you run out you replace it yourself. This set of energy converters is also a castrated version. There will be a huge waste of energy. Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. It's only to last 3 minutes? He's a grandpa. It's too short a time, isn't it? I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. It's easy for people to get the wrong idea. However, Shinbei soon realized the surprise point just now. Shinbei put on his battle armor, and a minute had just passed. The text in the corner of his eye skipped a bit. Pseudo battle armor, +1 experience value. Does this add a little bit of experience a minute? You get experience in for wearing it? He was happy in his heart. In that case, the speed of gaining experience from this power armor was easier than even a pistol. Shinbei summarized the experience: anything that can only be assembled once to gain a wave of experience points. You must use the item if you want to gain experience points, like the firing of a gun. But not only do you need bullets to shoot, you also need to hit a person or a ferocious beast. This is also the reason why when Shinbei sniped his teammate, he emptied the magazine. Only when you hit it does the experience value increase, and this battle armor, gaining experience value, can be surprisingly convenient. As long as you keep wearing it, you will always gain experience. It's so good, isn't it? At this time, Chen Anji said, alright, according to your request, the battle armor is done. 1000 crystal source cores, make the payment. Shinbei withdrew from the battle armor and gave a strange smile. I don't have that many crystal source cores right now. What? Inability to pay? The corner of Chen Anji's mouth twitched. He could tell that Shinbei should be a resident of the lower class. If it wasn't for the fact that Shinbei didn't have an odor on his body, he wouldn't have received Shinbei himself. But what's the point of talking to me when you damn well don't have any money? Nice guy. Now that this toy is out, you tell there's no money. Who the fuck am I going to sell it to? Can I get a temporary credit? Shinbei asked tentatively. I'm an old resident of Shelter 36. Chen Anji's gaze squinted at Shinbei and his face turned green with anger. Shinbei left the institute amidst Chen Anji's curses. Although Chen Anji was upset, he still gave Shinbei a 10-day deadline. And if he didn't come up with 1,000 crystal source cores after 10 days, he would directly destroy the toy. But Shinbei's heart is bottom. Chen Anji will never destroy. After all, it is also money. No one else looks at it except to sell it to himself, selling rags and not being happy about it. Chen Anji had no choice. Back at the weapon store, the owner had 300 rounds ready. Shinbei thanked him profusely and took it away. At the end of the day, Shinbei was in debt, but Shinbei was not stressed at all. The plug-in is the biggest thing to survive on. Finally, Shinbei also used the remaining strips of meat to replenish some sniper bullets. After the sky had sunken, Shinbei returned to the rental house. There's not much entertainment at night in this world, that is, gambling in bars and brothels. Shinbei are not like, can only look at the sunset days. At this point in the wilderness, a number of other residents were making their way to the shelter. Some of them had to carry coal mines in the middle of the mines, and some of them were ores. There are also wild fruits picked in the dense forests of the wilderness and so on. Just then, the extreme distance of Shinbei's vision, between a line and the sky, suddenly several shocking black gases, like wolf smoke, rose up into the sky, forming 7 pillars of smoke, as if they were going to poke through the sky. Within this one thick, dark column of smoke, countless hideous faces coalesced from the dark smoke. Shinbei gazed at it, his heart beating heavily. That's, Shinbei exclaimed out in shock, evil seed. At this point, a sudden piercing warning sounded throughout the shelter. Residents were craning their necks and looking to the west. The cacophony was unrelenting. Outside, run! The evil seed is coming! Crap! This is the wolf poisonous smoke evil seed. This evil species is still active? According to the records, the last time it showed up, it destroyed a city with a population of 1 million. No one survived. All dead. For fuck's sake. What the hell are you guys thinking? If you're not in the safe zone yet, drop everything and run for your lives. Grass. What an idiot. Running with something on his back. At this very moment, those humans who were still 500 meters away from the Titan shelter heard the warning. There was a lot of looking back. Once they saw it was a horrible evil species, their legs went weak with fear, and they ran wildly toward the shelter with ghostly cries. Ore or wild fruits from a hard day's work are all discarded on the ground. The entire wasteland was in chaos because of the sudden appearance of the evil seed. The people at the shelter were constantly cheering and yelling for the residents who were not yet in the shelter. At this moment, among those 7 pillars of wolf smoke, suddenly a stream of black smoke flew out, coalescing into a horrible human face the size of a soccer field, flying over, opening its bloody mouth with gruesome teeth, even faintly emitting a devilish sardonic laugh in the wind. The wind in the sky, with its strong currents, blows even people apart, let alone smoke. However, this mass of smoke was always in shape, as if it was really a devil, and it had to make Fong Han shocked. Wherever the wolf smoke passes, the sky is dark, the sun and the moon are lost. Those humans who ran slowly inhaled a mouthful of poisonous smoke, and immediately bled from their 7 orifices, and the whole person seemed to be instantly drained of their bones and turned into a ground of mush. In the blink of an eye, the mush seemed like bubbles of boiling water tumbling, bang, exploded into blood spray fireworks. At that moment, one of the residents, his face horrified and livid, ran, pulling out his rifle and turning back to fire. The bullet struck into the black smoke and burst into a cloud of sparks, but there was no way to resist the advancing speed of the evil seed. Ah! Don't! Help! Pull me! Black smoke engulfed the humans one after another. A cloud of blood and smoke fireworks that exploded in the darkness, poignant and beautiful. And among these outlaws, there was another alien, constantly traveling through them. However, his entire body's airflow was seen rotating, and 3 meters away from his circumference, purple electric light crackled and scattered. Thumbs up, a blade shadowy thunder, sweeping across the sky, gulping heaven and earth, stirring up the sun and the moon, a powerful electric current running through the void, slashing directly towards the evil seed. There was a flash of stormy thunder between the skies. Shinbei shook his head. Although this alien's offense was fierce, that black smoke was an evil species. Even though the thunder blade slashed in, it still couldn't do any damage. However, psychics were naturally too physically stronger than ordinary people, running at breakneck speeds, not forgetting to grab a few lagging residents and take them flying. Eventually, after the residents had all run into the confines of the Titan shelter, they all collapsed on the ground, panting and even coughing up blood. The black smoke of the evil species was like a wall of air when it approached the Titan's 500-meter range. Couldn't get a step forward. Once again, the residents of the shelter resounded with murmurs of confusion. How many people died this time? My rough count is almost 30 or so. Damn. This motherfucking world. It can't be helped. Once the Titan stops, it's a good chance for us to replenish our supplies. And if we don't go out and get them, no one will have anything to eat or drink. The point is that this time the shelter was parked in a bad location, too far from the mine. Alas, it didn't take long. The black smoky evil seed drifted over Shelter 36 and disappeared all the way to the east. Evil seeds come and go quickly. All that was left was the wasteland. A blood-red circular pit. The residents have long been accustomed to life and death. It was almost a matter of moments before it was time to play cards and drink. Shinbei couldn't help but drift off for a moment as he sat in the hut and witnessed how fragile life was. Strong? I need to be stronger. Not to mention getting the evil seed killed, but also running faster than the evil seed. The scene that had just occurred had deeply irritated Shinbei without any hesitation. If he were to be the one to encounter the evil seed in the wasteland, he genuinely wouldn't be able to run away. Therefore, upgrading the battle armor was imminent. I have to go out hunting tomorrow, so I can gather all 1000 crystal source cores early and get the battle armor into my hands. As long as the battle armor was worn on the body, Shinbei believed that it wouldn't be long before it would be upgraded to Iron Man's button battle armor. The sun was setting completely, darkness falls, the stars are shining. The stars in this world are extraordinarily fascinating, like countless diamonds set in stone. Shinbei blinked his eyelids as sleepiness set in before going to bed. Shinbei bundled a metal wire at the door for alarm purposes, then the head tilted. Go to sleep. It was the first time he had slept in this world. Shinbei had an odd dream. In the dream he turns into a huge spaceship. He is constantly processing massive amounts of data and repairing the ship. But how could I not repair my own successive damaged parts? A red alert was then in the hyperbrain data. Halfway to bed. A signal was immediately sent from the depths of Shinbei's consciousness, like a computer, running at high speed. Dozens of data were instantly transmitted to all parts of his body. So his body suddenly and strangely shifted 30 centimeters sideways, then suddenly he sat up, and at the same time grasped the revolver in his left hand, and set it forward with lightning speed against the chin of the unwelcome visitor. The series of movements was so fast that Shinbei's eyes didn't really open until the pistol was right on target. In the darkness, his pupils flickered with an eerie light. Shinbei froze. When did you raise your gun and sit up? Uncontrolled reflexes? In a short instant, he realized that there were uninvited guests. Who are you? Shinbei drank in a low voice. The deliberate lowering of his soft voice added a vague magnetism to it. Yet the rough revolver ran completely counter to this gentle, watery voice. Shinbei woke up in his sleep. It's almost conditioned to be general, and even the brain doesn't pick up on the limb signals. His pistol was then raised, the revolver giant cannon in Shinbei's hand. Its huge size, extra long barrel, and shocking black hole muzzle left no doubt that at any range, this gun had enough power to blast the brain of one of the most swashbuckling armored bears into pieces. It is not a weapon that can be mastered by mere mortals. Its fierce recoil rivaled the firepower output of ancient war machines. Even if the wrist is lucky not to be broken or cracked after the first shot, the recoil that follows is enough to shift the grip significantly, greatly increasing the time and accuracy required for subsequent aiming. But at the moment, the savage revolver was in the jaws of the intruder, and the question of aim ceased to exist. Even if it did fracture Shinbei's wrist after firing, it would only happen after the intruder's head had been reduced to fragments in the sky. The head under the muzzle looked fragile and thin, and either this overbearing revolver or the least powerful ordinary pistol could easily penetrate her skull. However, few could easily pull the trigger, especially after taking in the appearance of this intruder, and almost all of the men would not make the decision to shoot at the first opportunity, for she was an exceedingly beautiful young woman. At first sight, not yet 20 years of age. In the context of a time of universal flight, women were often much younger in actual age than they appeared. Perhaps she was only 18 or even younger. She had short dark chestnut hair and a healthy wheat complexion. Her sexy lips were coated with a weird purple-gray color, and her large bright eyes were staring intently at Shinbei. Those eyes flashed with panic, but were intertwined with a bit of excitement and anticipation. The young woman wore a short leather jacket with an extremely low neckline and a hemline just short enough to outline her ample breasts and tight, flawless waist. As if there was nothing else to hide underneath the leather, the bottom half of her body was paired with a pair of skinny jeans that wrapped tightly around her plump, firm buttocks and long, strong legs, like a second skin to her. The young woman was not only a woman of outstanding beauty and figure, but also of exuberant vitality and excess energy, as evidenced by the strong odor of alcohol that lingered on her body. Apparently, the alcohol she had consumed had overexcited her nervous system, focusing on thrill-seeking and excitement, while being numb to the immediate fear of life and death. Despite the fact that a pistol that could send her to heaven at any time dangled directly under her chin, her eyes, which were slightly blurred by the alcohol anesthesia, only gazed at Shinbei's captivating eyes as well as the hand holding the gun. Shinbei's washed hands, both the smooth lines and delicate skin, eclipsed the hands that the young girl thought she was proud of. A hint of killing intent swept through Shinbei's eyes. He had already noticed the metal wire that had fallen to the ground. This woman had actually cracked his alarm trap in her drunken state. His long, slender index finger on the trigger contracted slightly, needing only a little more force to trigger the gun's thunderous strike. The young girl finally noticed the fatal change, her eyes instantly sobering and fear spreading. Shinbei maintained his stance with the pistol pointed at her and stood up. As long as his fingers twitched a little, the young girl's beautiful face would be reduced to a bloody mess. The pistol stayed pressed against her, forcing her to stand on tiptoe in an extreme position that only a ballet dancer could achieve, and any small movement could cause the pistol to go off accidentally. However, just in the nick of time, Shinbei made an unexpected move. Shinbei searched her roughly, make sure she's not a threat to herself, but she didn't dare to make any movement, and could only let the fear and tension spread throughout her body as sweat began to slip silently down her cheeks and neck. The young girl frowned tightly in pain. And only then did Shinbei's searching process come to an end for the time being. He stepped back and put away his pistol, after confirming that she was not armed and that her drunkenness was not a disguise, and that she did not seem to have any obvious malicious intent. Shinbei asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A passionate fire burned in the young girl's eyes as she replied, "My name is Bai Luo. I thought you were cool when you came out of the shower. I've been here many times before. How did I not notice? He. By the way, I'm an expert lockpicker." Shinbei is no stranger to such situations. In this age of violence, women are in a low position due to their physical and strength disadvantages, and many women can only exchange their bodies for basic survival materials, such as food and water. With Bai Luo's youth and beauty, she could indeed survive this way, but if she wanted a better life, she would have to acquire excellent skills and provide real value to the shelter. She was a mercenary in his previous life and a wilderness hunter in his current life. Shinbei had long been familiar with the nature of money, violence, women, and trade. However, the situation at hand did not seem to be in line with his principles of behavior, as it touched certain bottom lines that he was not willing to compromise easily. "I'm broke." Shinbei didn't have a single crystal source core on him now, and it had long since turned into bullets and rent costs. Only 1 pound of meat strips left. This young girl is obviously far more than that. The flame in the young girl's eyes burned even more fiercely, and she suddenly pounced over like a mother panther. With an impulse so great that she directly pressed Shinbei onto the bed, she gasped roughly while tearing hard at the clothes on Shinbei's body, and the sound that came out of her mouth was a mixture of desire and low growls. "No money this time. You just searched so hatefully. Hurry up and give it to me. Now." But once again, Shinbei's revolver rested against her chin, toppling her. "I've got a lot to do tomorrow. Gotta conserve my energy." The young girl was almost maddened by the transition from blazing heat to frigid cold, but had to be forced away by the pistol. Almost completely naked, she clutched her clothes and watched as the door to her room banged shut and locked in front of her. Shinbei sat upright on the edge of the bed, his pistol resting across his lap. The gnashing of teeth and hysterical threats were heard coming from outside the door. "Shinbei, sooner or later I'm going to rape you one day. Shinbei." After dawn, Shinbei took out the strips of meat, tore them off piece by piece, and ate them accompanied by small sips of water, then a Barrett sniper rifle on his back and a revolver in his belt. "The bullets are in the satchel, with a small bag on your back." Out the door, the landlord looked meaningfully at Shinbei and bared his big yellow teeth. "Going out?" Shinbei nodded. "Don't be discouraged, young man. What's wrong with a 3-second warhorse? The main fight calls for a quick fix," the landlord said inexplicably. Initially, Shinbei was completely unintelligible, and it was only after half a second that he reacted, and he asked with some consternation, "You know?" "Hi," the landlord smiled. "There are girls out there actively looking for work, but I don't think this one is dedicated." So, you pay the bill so quickly and she's still full of it." Shinbei, "Of course not," Shinbei explained. "It's not like I'm whoring." The landlord nodded knowingly. No wonder he left cursing. Shinbei waved his hand and left directly. Shinbei did not directly leave the shelter to enter and exit the wilderness. Instead, he turned toward the mission hall. A blackboard hangs here. There are supplies up there that the shelter needs, or other employers are hiring on a temporary basis. Generally speaking, there are more tasks that require a shifter. After all, the single personal combat power of a psychic was incomparable to that of an ordinary person wielding a firearm. Don't look at the shelter in name only, but the truth is very big. To say it's a small town would be an understatement, and that's not even counting following the Titan behind the wheelhouse. Shelter 36 is medium-sized. The population is about 90,000 inhabitants. Some of the larger shelters can reach 200,000 to 300,000 people. So, once the Titan stopped, there were a lot of various missions for hire. Shinbei squeezed through the crowd and looked toward the blackboard. There are quite a few tasks up there. A lot of it is mining, cutting down trees and that kind of work. This kind of work doesn't have to fight with ferocious beasts, which is better than being safe. There are also long-term missions issued by the Grand Admiral of the Asylum. That's scouting for intel on where the Titans are headed. This task is rarely done. After all, get ahead of the Titans, and the Titan's path of travel is not controlled by any human at all, and it can go any way it wants. The prediction is straight. The next day it may turn a corner. When the scouts come back, you'll be looking for shelter. One without a squeak, but the task is still of some importance. Above the wilderness, many huge urban ruins exist. It was being used as a place for all kinds of cunning and cruel mutant creatures. Mutants, living corpses, ferocious beasts, and so on. That's not to be feared. And the asylum's aliens are not for sale. The only problem is, the Titan creates a huge tipping angle and lurching sensation once it enters the ruined city. The shelter needs to be fortified in advance of the house building, and the wheelhouse, which follows, has to be all untied and go around the circle. This is a huge project, naturally, Advance warning is needed every time you pass by the ruins. There are few who go bankrupt as a result. Shinbei glanced at it and stared at a task. That's exploring an abandoned coal mine. Probing to see if ferocious beasts are entrenched. And giving 30 crystal source cores. If a ferocious beast is entrenched and removed, give 200. In fact, the underground world is not suitable for snipers. Buildings, the vast territory of the ground city, the mountains and forests is the sniper's activities in paradise, but the payoff is just too tempting, generally speaking. The mines above the wasteland have been mined over and over again. Shelter 36 is here today, and tomorrow Shelter 30 could be passing through for the nearby mines. It was natural to scavenge. It was highly unlikely that there were ferocious beasts inside. Shinbei secretly memorized the location of this mission. Turn around and walk out of the mission hall. Suddenly, a person crossed in front of Shinbei and blocked the way. Shinbei, right? At those words, Shinbei slowly raised his head to look over. The man in front of him, he was wearing a leather combat uniform that didn't resemble regular military garb, and his chest was half unbuttoned from the top down, revealing chest hair covered, kinky, well-developed pecs. The hawk-like nose coupled with the deep gray eyes gave him another charm full of power and heroism. This look-alike bears some resemblance to the Kingpin. Shinbei recalled this person's name in the original owner's memory. Lord's Hawk, one of the Asylum 36 combat exalted. How come you're back alone? Where's my brother? Lord Dragon? The Lord Hawk asked with a grave tone and an impish gaze. Shinbei shook his head. I'm not sure. They dropped me halfway so I came back. Lord Hawk looked skeptical, a little less than convinced. Dropped you off? Yeah, what's the problem? Meh. The Lord Eagle's gaze was stoic and grim. His face shifted in a cloudy expression, and his eyes flashed with a hint of violence. The direction of your original mission. There should only be ferocious beasts like the carrion wolves. There is absolutely no danger at all. So how could you be dumped as a procrastinator? Shinbei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Then go ask your brother. I ask your honor. The Lord Eagle's direct hot temper came up. What the hell is going on? You give me a fucking clear explanation. Where is my brother? Shinbei reiterated again. I don't know. After saying that, Shinbei directly brushed past a first-order alien. As long as he wasn't attacked by a sneak attack, in a head-on battle, Shinbei really wasn't a wimpy. Guns still have a threatening power and advantage, especially the gun in Shinbei's hand, the kind that could be upgraded. The Lord Eagle's eyes were dead set on Shinbei's back. He seemed to have a bad feeling in his heart. He wouldn't believe a single punctuation mark of what Shinbei said. After thinking about it, Lord Eagle's eyes flashed as he walked out of the shelter and headed in the direction where Lord Dragon had done the quest in the first place. Damn it, if my brother is still alive, you Shinbei will be fine. If something happens to my brother, you will be buried with him. The Lord Hawk had a ruthless face, and Shinbei hid in a hidden place, looking at the direction in which the figure of the Lord Eagle was far away. Squinting his eyes. As soon as he saw the body of the Lord Dragon, he knew with his toes that he was a key target of suspicion. After all the people were killed by bullets, and ferocious beasts don't use guns. In the future, it would be the lords and eagles in the dark and themselves in the light. Maybe revenge will unfold at some point. Shinbei gritted his teeth and ignored any mission for the time being. Follow it straight up. Shinbei had to find a good location to ambush a wave and get Lord Eagle killed as well forever and ever. In this world, not to mention overnight grudges. Even if you kill someone a second too slowly, you have to regret it for the rest of your life. An hour later, Shinbei departed. The sun with its strong ultraviolet rays scorched the earth mercilessly. However, the heavy cloak on Shinbei's body blocked out all the sunlight. He wasn't walking fast, but at a constant pace, and it wasn't until 3 hours that he stopped in front of the ruins of a lone house, after carefully checking inside the villa that had lost half of its roof and confirming that there were no deadly creatures hiding, and that it was not the nest of some kind of large-sized predator similar to an iron-armored tyrannical bear or something like that. Shinbei only relaxed. This is it. Shinbei ambushed this Lord Eagle on the path he must take to return. This is the cemetery that Shinbei chose for him. What about the alien? It's either you or me. Shinbei waited quietly alone. He had just closed his eyes and was about to take a small break when he suddenly remembered something. Remove a bullet from inside your pocket. The bullet came from the desk of the owner of the asylum's gun vending store. Intricate patterns were carved on it. You can feel the unreality of these lines when you stroke the belly of your finger. It's not at all like it's engraved, but rather the metal is naturally rippled with its own grain. But when you touch it carefully, you can still feel the grooves carved into it, only the grooves are very shallow. Too shallow to be recognized by the naked eye. It can be seen that the technique is as skillful as a high-precision machine tool. Mystery side alien. There are two broad categories of aliens in this world: combat and support faculties. The combat department is powerful and indestructible, except for the evil seed, which cannot be killed. Theoretically, any ferocious beasts, walking corpses, etc. can be killed. At the same time, there are many branches of the combat department: common natural elements, genetic extensions, etc. The auxiliary line, on the other hand, is the lack of a strong fighting force, and its main role is how to improve the life and equipment needed in the shelter, but the mystery side is a little spooky. Some of the mystic side's exalted combatants are comparable to the combat side, like manipulating space, time, etc. However, there are mystic side exalts that can only help the combat faculty improve their combat effectiveness. And now, this bullet with engraved patterns in Shinbei's hand was from the mysterious side alien.at this time. The information of this bullet was also presented in the corner of Shinbei's eye. Rifle bullet LV5, fully leveled, disposable item. This bullet is inscribed with mystical energies that increase range by 500 meters, drastically increase lethality, drastically increase accuracy, and have strong armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. Shinbei's entire body went numb after reading the message. An ordinary bullet that had been engraved with patterns had produced such an appalling change. The point of increasing the range distance alone is definitely a deadly trick to confuse the enemy. The enemy doesn't have enough distance to prejudge the gunshot, but the bullets cheat. That's nothing. The sickest part is that the trajectory of movement can be changed. Shinbei couldn't imagine how on earth it would change. Is it a gun shaking technique? Even in such a weird world, when the bullet is fired, it's not the shooter's business anymore. Can't figure it out. Just then a bright light flashed in Shinbei's divine sense. It was as if a divine force connected the bullets in his hands. Shinbei suddenly realized that the bullet in the palm of his hand was slightly shifted to the left. Turn right. The bullet had slowly reversed direction and pointed to the right. Heaven! Shinbei exclaimed in shock. So it turned out that changing the trajectory of the bullet's movement was from the level of consciousness. That is to say, after this bullet is shot out, it can be turned at its own will in its flight trajectory. Shinbei was openly surprised. Worthy of being a mysterious side alien, carving out bullets that can be used by anyone. Shinbei smashed his mouth, feeling that the owner of the gun store had eyes but no eyes and missed out on a great deal of business. At that moment, Shinbei took out his own bullets and rummaged around in his backpack. Touch a less than 10 centimeter alloy file, start carving against the grain bullets. Although Shinbei was not an alien, but it was felt that those who could surely reap the benefits of their experience by imitating it would inevitably be able to build such bullets as well. Eraser. Soon, Shinbei realized that he had been a little too hasty. The lines of these oddly patterned bullets are still quite complex. There are some interlocking lines, and it's not at all clear that that line was penciled in first. At the same time, the precision of the maneuvers is not enough because of the lack of experience. The corner of the eye text gives a hint when the first attempt at carving is complete. Frowny face. Rifle bullets LV, 0 out of 5. There are scratches on the surface, which do not affect the use. Shinbei, use your energy for nothing, and be careful. Shinbei raised his head and glanced at the wilderness, which was devoid of human figures, and continued to bury his head in carving. Sasha. Shinbei started copying and engraving from the simplest patterns. Experience +1, not bad. It's improving. Continue. The second tattoo slashed down without reaping any experience value, without any disappointment. Shinbei continued to carve. Experience value +1, experience value +1. Until after Shinbei harvested 5 experience points, there is no longer anything that can be engraved on the entire bullet. But there are still a lot of lines that have not been engraved into it, in contrast to a class 5 bullet, mainly because the lines carved by Shinbei are too thick. The spacing between the two lines doesn't even compare to a grade 5 bullet. There's something wrong with the tools and something wrong with my technique. Shinbei summarized. Then just upgrade the bullets. Rifle bullets LV2, 0 out of 10, surface scratches slightly increase shooting distance and slightly increase lethality. Nope. The results are there, but they don't even compare to a grade 5 bullet. However, this was a huge gain for Shinbei. No less than discovering a new world, especially for someone like Shinbei, who had no psychic abilities and could only rely on firearms for a living. It was undoubtedly a huge help. With finer tools, I could definitely carve a grade 5 bullet. Then Shinbei didn't stay idle and tried to carve a revolver bullet. A moment's work. Engraving complete. Revolver bullets LV1, 5/5, upgrade. Revolver bullets LV2, 0/5, disposable item with scratches on the surface of the bullet. This bullet will produce an explosive effect when it is fired into the target. At the same time, there will be a loss of accuracy and shooting distance. Shinbei frowned. The M500 revolver has a kill radius of 250 meters and an effective range of 50 meters. It's amazing how this bullet loses some of its accuracy and range when it gains the bonus effect. However, Shinbei didn't care at all. As for the loss of accuracy, it was no longer within his consideration. According to Shinbei's conception, when he was ready to use his revolver, he was never more than 20 meters away from his target. Shinbei handled the bullets serenely, one after another, never seeming to get bored or tired. In the blink of an eye a box of bullets had been processed, and the pattern engraved on each cartridge was exactly the same. And even if a precision machine tool had been used to do the engraving, it would seem to be no more than that. During this period, the bullets that Shinbei could carve out were all level 2, and level 3 had not been carved out. Shinbei was not in a hurry. After dealing with this side of the matter, looking for this mysterious side of the alien, more advice as Shinbei carefully put away the bullets, and took out the second box of bullets and opened it. As if the work of 2 whole hours of repetitive labor did not make him bored, his experience as a special forces soldier in his last life had taught him that enough patience was necessary to survive. Shinbei once again raised his head to look over to the outside. Suddenly above the wilderness in the distance, a figure appeared, carrying a corpse, and was maintaining an average speed of about 30 miles per hour, darting in his direction. The Lord Hawk is back. Shinbei collected the bullets and tools with incredible speed, and copied the barrette in his hand. And with a flash of his right hand, he had pushed a modified bullet into the chamber. Then in a few steps he flashed to the wall and peered out through a gap in the wall. While doing all of this, Shinbei did not make any sound at all, except for the metallic clang of the rifle being loaded. At this time, Shinbei had no sights on his rifle at all, but that didn't stop Shinbei from sniping. Shinbei squinted slightly to shield his eyes from the reflection and carefully peered outside. Being skilled in long-range shooting himself, he certainly knew what would give away his whereabouts. It's getting closer. Shinbei's gun slowly probed. Across the way, the Lord Hawk carried the body of his brother, the Lord Dragon, as he ran through the wilderness. At this point, he was already furious. He had had a premonition that his brother had perished, but never expected to find the place of the incident. Not only the whole team was killed in action, and all of them were killed by sniping. Upon examining each body, he found that all the members had been killed by sniper rifles, except for the Lord's, whose forehead had been pierced by a pistol bullet. From this, the Lord Eagle instantly associated it with the sniper rifle on Shinbei's body. It's him, he must have killed everyone. The Lord Hawk's face twisted in a grimace. If I had known, I should have beaten him to death in the morning, Lord Eagle thought. It's not too late now, as long as Shinbei appears in Shelter 36. Without saying anything, just kill him in seconds and it's over. An ordinary person, dead or not, the asylum doesn't care. At the thought, the lordly eagle ran at a knuckle-dragging pace, jumping back and forth through the grass and trees of the wilderness. He was in a hurry to get back to the shelter. At this very moment, Shinbei's eyes watched the sound of the Lord's eagle in the distance, and his T-shaped alignment followed the slowly twisting barrel of the gun, quickly capturing the 2 small legs that were darting rapidly through the grass and trees, intended to shoot the opponent in the head or chest. The target's upper body was obscured by the lush foliage hanging from the tree. The view of the densely wooded understory within the line of sight was very limited, with only the staggered flashes of 2 legs running fast and backwards, and the upper half of the Lord's eagle is kind of angled in a way that's completely impossible to guess. Shooting blindly at the head not only fails to hit the person, but also risks shooting short and startling the Lord Eagle. That first shot is crucial. Slow down again. Gaze back at your evil seed. Shinbei's mouth silently lips, a few soft grass, constantly rubbing and writhing his cheeks. Whoosh whoosh, seizing the opportunity, just as the running calves of the lordly eagle came to a sudden halt. Waiting for his brain to convey the command to change direction, Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger, and a sharp-sounding bullet violently sprang out of the chamber, smashed the blades of grass that blocked the way, and flew straight at the target. The bullets traveled with great speed, sticking to the ground under the grass and trees in a whistling line of fire. Lord Hawk just to raise his feet to start running, the bullet into the convex ball bone of his left ankle, making the guy's whole person fell heavily, like a running steed suddenly tripped to the tripwire. Unreservedly forward fall on the ground. Broken nose, broken incisors, broken lips. Naturally too late to avoid. A squat tumble among the grass. It was soon quiet. As you can see, the Lord's eagle has a great sense of combat awareness, and even when he was shot, he didn't panic and yell. Instead, he was extremely calm, not making any unnecessary movements. As if he had disappeared in the grass, Shinbei pushed and pulled out the cartridge case in the chamber with a swift momentum. His finger gouged the trigger again, and his eyes, which were always affixed to the scope, did not dare to slacken for a moment to stare at the target. After taking a closer look, still found a crack. There was a hand sticking out beyond the grass and trees, and it stood out harshly against the overgrown grass. Whoosh buzz, Shinbei's Bartlett sniper rifle in his hand, like a ferocious viper, made up in time to bite the prey for a second bite. The bullet shot out in a fraction of a second, following the still warm airborne trajectory break that exposed palm right into pieces. The expected howl Shinbei did not hear. Moreover, there was no reflex action after that palm burst into pieces like the palm of a dead man's hand. Shinbei's heart thumped. Bad. That's the corpse of the Lord Dragon. Shinbei's horrified look was still lingering on his face as he immediately picked up his sniper rifle and retreated behind the wall. He looked around, listening with his sideways ear to the loud noises around him. Shinbei was incomparably certain that the first shot had definitely hit the Lord Eagle's ankle. The second shot was set up by the Lord's Hawk to decoy and hit the dead man. Then, the Lord Hawk in the shadows had already felt his bearings and should come in a roundabout way. Left, or right, Shinbei had to move his position, and at close range, he definitely couldn't beat the Lord Eagle. Bet. Shinbei's footsteps were light, and he catapulted to the left. Away to lie down and move forward. Shinbei went straight to the Lord's location. He would shift his position to catch Lord Hawk off guard or even just blow his head off when he showed his head in the rubble. Soon Shinbei touched the back of the Lord Dragon's corpse and set up his sniper rifle. Almost at the same time, a black shadow appeared at the position where Shinbei had originally sniped. It was no other than the Lord's Hawk. Shinbei's finger that hooked the trigger gradually gained strength and decisively fired a shot. Bang! A bullet sprang out of the chamber and flew towards the haystack at the location of the ruins, this whizzing white line. It passes only briefly through the dense grass. The sunlight and the shadows on the warhead alternated with extreme speed. And at last, with only a few stems of grass on the piece of heavy greenery, shaken slightly, they burrowed deeper and deeper into the ruins. Pust! A mist of blood erupted in the ruins. Shinbei had thought that he should kill the target this time. Although the Lord Eagle was an alien, it was only of the first rank. Plus his own sniper rifle was rank 3 and his bullets were rank 2. Definitely enough to make him suffer, but the next second, amidst the rubble, however, the muzzles of rifles poked out. A volley of shots were fired in Shinbei's direction. The shot was full of impotent rage and shooting at random. Shinbei moved with agility, pulling up the body of the Lord Dragon to fend off the bullets, and then quickly rolled under a large tree. At that moment, the gunfire stopped, and the shouts of Lord Eagle came from among the ruins. Damn it, Shinbei, it's you, isn't it, Shinbei? Shinbei was also staggered for a while, once again having a brand new perception of the altered, shot twice and still able to talk. Shinbei simply responded with a big smile. That's right, strike first, you don't mind, do you? Fuck you, I'm sure you killed my brother, do you still want to kill me? Lord Eagle's vicious voice came again. What? Do you still want to use firearms to kill me? I'm an alien. I'd better advise you to surrender obediently. I'll leave you a dog's life. Don't mouth off at this time. Shinbei was light-hearted and continued. Although the alien is powerful, it's not like he's invulnerable to knives and guns. If you have the guts to come forward, I'll fire a shot at your forehead. And as long as you don't die, I'll take the initiative to let you kill. How about it? The Lordly Eagle was silent. One thing that must be recognized is the power of the sniper rifle, which is a very great threat to the existence of the alien, especially the First Order. Second Order aliens were actually just a bit more powerful than ordinary people, unless one advances to a Third Order or higher alien. The defense will be able to ignore bullets, and now he was chipped at the ankle. A serious impact on operations. I've just been shot again in the shoulder, and the bullet is still lodged inside the bone. Almost fainted from the pain. It wasn't a direct shot, but it was a life-threatening situation, and it was just too passive, because his special ability is power enhancement. In other words, you can't stick and pester. You can only be passive. Lord Hawk looked around at the terrain and was a little hard to stop. His own ankle was injured and his speed of movement plummeted. If Shinbei went around in circles with himself, sooner or later he would be played to death. What to do? Lord Hawk squints at his injured ankle. Shinbei on the other side also thought about what to do. He didn't dare to get too close to the Lord Eagle. Once he was entangled by the Lord Eagle, he would definitely be able to blast himself to pieces in less than 2 moves, but the Lord's Hawk hides behind the wall and doesn't show his head. If he went on dryly, once the wound on the Lord Eagle's foot recovered as before, the only one who would die would be himself. Think about it. Shinbei slowly pulled out a grade 5 bullet. One last look at the stripe, keeping it in mind, albeit with some reluctance, but he pushed it into the bolt anyway. Can't afford it, Shinbei can't afford it. If the sniper was an ordinary person, this would be Shinbei daring to charge with a revolver, but the other side, the Lord Hawk, was a shifter. The ability to recover is so much more powerful than an ordinary person, no matter what it takes. Seize this opportunity to take advantage of his illness. So, Shinbei pushed the grade 5 bullet within the bolt. No hesitation, shoot decisively. Bang! The slug, like a finger, shot into the ruins at breakneck speed, poking through the thin, soft vegetation at the front of the gravel pit. In a flash, the Lordly Eagle hiding within the ruins cut out, shooting randomly. Behind you is a wall that bullets can't penetrate, useless. At this point, the Lord's Eagle's mind had stabilized, and it just wore out. Whether Shinbei retreats, launches a charge, or does nothing, the only one who wins in the end is yourself. Time is on your side. Whoosh! The Lord's Hawk could see a bullet streak past his head, leaving a white line, but the next breath, the Lord Eagle's eyeballs exploded and his expression was incomparably twisted as emotions of terror, depression, and even despair played out one by one. Because he saw the bullet trailing a white line that had originally traveled in a straight line. Suddenly, it unexpectedly shifted its angle, and as if drifting in the air, it turned a corner and turned around and shot towards itself. What the hell? The Lord Eagle turned completely reddish-purple, and there was even unparalleled fear in his eyes, looking terrifyingly abnormal. Where had he seen such an appalling scene? It's unbelievable, unimaginable, unbelievable. Even if I break my head, I can't imagine why the bullet shot by Shinbei would fucking bend. Is it hard to believe that Shinbei is a psychic? The ability to manipulate bullets? No way. Absolutely not. But an absurd scene is taking place right in front of us. Lord Hawk's entire body was dumbfounded, and at this time, Shinbei after his consciousness connected to the level 5 bullet and shot it out, and a magical scene happens. Point 1 can share vision with this bullet. After the bullet grazed the top of the Lord Hawk's head, Shinbei immediately maneuvered the bullet to turn, and the slug shot towards the stunned Lord Eagle. Bang! 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 The bullet was fired with precision into the right eye of the Lord's Hawk and exploded in his brain. The explosive force from the munitions was destroying the Lord Hawk brain tissue from within. The brain is lifted. Red and white things were like hot porridge in an open pot, jetting up. In Shinbei's field of vision, it was like a fountain of brain matter. Shinbei let out a light breath, consuming a valuable grade 5 bullet. The trouble is finally all taken care of. This isn't going to kill the little one and then the old one, is it? Shinbei put away the Barrett and hung it behind him, and between a few bounces, he returned to the top of the ruins, squatting on the broken wall. Shinbei looked at the body of the Lord Eagle, the corner of his mouth hooked in a smile. Alien. Ha, roll over and jump off. Shinbei began to fumble with Lord Eagle's coat pocket and satchel. A shifter ID card. Shinbei was still a little envious. With this card, you get at least a 30% discount on all shelter purchases. Individual places with 50% discounts are not a problem, and the average person would be lucky not to get a price increase. Apart from the miscellaneous stuff, the most valuable thing was the crystal source core. Shinbei counted. There were as many as 330 whole. The gold belt for murder and fire. It's a universal truth in any world. Killing people to get rid of them is the most lucrative no-brainer. Shinbei turned the crystal source core into an existing one. Remove a carton of cigarettes, everything else is simply discarded. Simply eat some strips of meat and drink a few sips of water. Shinbei began his return trip. His figure was like a ghost, traveling fast and slow among the ruins. This world, which is like a post-apocalyptic world, is nothing more than human beings as described. Humans like a fixed place to live. And now, chased by the evil species whose whereabouts are uncertain, humans had to rely on the Titans to live a life of universal escape. But for other ferocious beasts, this world is heaven. The wilderness is not barren, all kinds of terrain, ecology, all of it. The return trip takes about 2 hours. Shinbei tried his best to avoid the ferocious beasts and not to provoke them. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to provoke, but Shinbei had to rush back to get the quest of exploring the mines done. This payoff is much more cost-effective, but it was not to be. An hour later, Shinbei still ran headlong into a strange lifeform. Stone man. It was a 3-meter-tall stone man that looked heavy, but the weird thing was that it moved with almost no sound. On weekdays, he likes to lie on the ground, almost as one with the earth, sunbathing and sleeping, hardly moving at all. But once awakened, they will hunt down and kill the creature that woke them from their sleep without mercy. The most difficult thing is that this kind of stone man's body is very strong. It is difficult to be injured by swords and knives, and ordinary firearms can't be hit at all. Generally speaking, when encountering this kind of stone monster, it would be best to have an ice-type aberration in the team to freeze it, and just strut away afterward once the fight starts. It's really a waste of time and not cost-effective. It belongs to the stone inside the hut, and it stinks and is hard. There is a quicker method of killing besides the alien. That's 5 bullets, in a very short time, hitting the same spot and piercing his heart. It's also not something that's easy to do. Tests extremely accurate marksmanship, but where the shot was slow, the stone monster's wounds compounded directly, especially in this world of frequent alien powers. The pistols in the hands of the alien powers gradually became ornamental, and the average person doesn't have that much money to buy bullets to train their marksmanship. So, usually when you encounter a stone monster, turn around and run until the stone monster can't catch up. Shinbei had wanted to run as well, but the stone monster was like a mad dog in hot pursuit, running out 2,000 meters. Shinbei was all tired and panting with a dry mouth. Angry, Shinbei pulled out his revolver, rolled over, sidestepped, and raised his gun to shoot. Aim for the stone monster's chest, but this thing moves slow too. Shinbei instantly reversed the direction of the gun. Rough, thick, and simple, aiming directly at its thick leg joints. Thump, 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 thump. Straight 5-strike. The powerful bullet directly broke half of that stone monster's left leg joint, causing the other's heavy body to suddenly fall to the left. Rumble. Amidst the dust and smoke, Shinbei saw that the leg joints of the stone monster were actually growing out quickly. Not bad for a tough guy. Revolver LV2, 5 out of 10. Shinbei ignored the text prompt with a flick of the finger. The pistol drum had opened. 5 blazing shells dropped, and 5 more rounds were filled into the drum via deft fingers. Then with a click, the drum returned to its place, and almost without aiming, the muzzle lifted slightly upward. And while the stone monster was just about to get up, unable to move, the muzzle once again spewed out another long tongue of fire. Thump, thump, thump. 6 consecutive shots were fired at the stone monster's chest. Bang 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 bang. The bullets shot by the revolver were very powerful, and the huge recoil shook Shinbei's tiger's mouth. The 5 shots almost all hit in one place, directly making a deep crater in the stone monster's chest. Immediately after that, The stone monster trembled and lost its movement. Revolvers, 17 out of 10, Shinbei put away his pistol and lit a cigarette. Somewhat despondent. It took 10 rounds to kill the stone monster. Only one crystal source core can be harvested, and a crystalline core can only buy 6 rounds lost. Shinbei continued to rush after digging up the crystal source core. At the same time, Shinbei pulled out his revolver. Upgrade. Revolver LV3, 7 out of 30, 5 rounds of bullets. The rotor shaft is slightly jammed. The rifling is intact. The kill is slightly increased. The capacity of the bullet +1. Recoil reduction of 20. Shinbei was a bit impressed. This upgrade worked well. Not only is the item of ratcheting insensitivity completely gone, the ammunition capacity has been increased to 6 rounds, which is a bit like the My Mind ability. Yes. Shinbei looked at the pistol and muttered, I have a feeling that one day, this pistol can turn into a small steel gun. Shinbei quickly returned to the vicinity of shelter 36. Visible, the giant titan's mouth burrowed into the ground and was constantly drawing water. Shinbei kept walking northward, crossing the shelter and glancing ahead to see a large mountain straddling the wilderness. Beneath the mountain, every few kilometers, there is a dark mining cave. Some of the mines were in a state of mining, with humans running steam machines, hanging ropes, and pulling out the ore cars below. The ore or coal inside is then dumped on the ground and transported back to the shelter. The steam equipment that is still working was built by multiple shelters. Whichever asylum stays nearby can be used. A busy scene. Everyone is grasping at straws. After all, there is absolutely no pattern to when the titans go. There are times when you don't move places for a year. Sometimes they start moving the next day. The time difference between the two is that big. Shinbei came near one of the mines numbered as 013. There were a few staff members from the shelter's logistics department here who were probing their heads and peering into the interior of the mine. In the wilderness, while the resources are unowned, the power to exploit them is vested in the sanctuary. After all, a defense force organized by a psychic could not be messed with by ordinary people. Shinbei mingled among them and chatted for a while with a few logistical staff, then straight to the point. I want to do scouting missions. A staff member called Mingyi looked Shinbei up and down with a meaningful smile. You? Right. Shifter's license. I'll take a look. Ordinary people, Shinbei said truthfully. Ming smashed his mouth. Buddy, not that I speak harshly. The task can be done by anyone, but also have to have the life to do, in case there are really ferocious beasts entrenched underneath. Do you still want to have a small life? Shinbei said in a calm tone. Life and death is up to me. You don't have to worry about these. I think you'd better work as a laborer and earn some living expenses a day. The other one, Ming continued. 2 shifters have already taken over the scouting mission, and I guess they should be back in a while. Shinbei smashed his mouth at the words. It's late. A sigh of relief. It's impossible to do work. Not in this lifetime, since the task on this side had been preempted. Shinbei did not hesitate and directly turned around to leave. He's going to run into the mountains, look for ferocious beasts that can be hunted, dig up some more crystal source cores, and buy the battle armor back early. And just then the other workers at the mouth of the mine screamed in alarm. Something's wrong. Someone come. Shinbei followed the sound. See only at the mouth of the mine. A shifter stumbled and crawled out. His body was mangled, his face like a pinched persimmon, and one of his eyeballs was missing, as if it had been hardened and gouged out. It was covered in blood from rodent bites. Even the sinews of the arms gnawed at a single flesh and white bone. After this alien fell to the ground, his face still wore a look of extreme shock, and he only spat out 4 words, save people, danger, without being able to say one more word. He stiffened up and died of extinction. Mingya's expression changed drastically and his pupils shrunk violently. Hey, is Thunder Tiger still alive? What's down there? Say something. Hey, dead. A staff member on the side probed the nostrils, and there was no life. Shit. Ming's face instantly became irritated. I guess Lei Tiger is in a bad way too. What should we do? Another person asked. Thunder Tiger is still down there. Maybe he's still alive. Should we go back and ask a higher-ranked alien to come over? The ore from this mine is something we have to mine. Mingyi suddenly turned his head to look at Shinbei. Do you still have the guts to probe? Shinbei's gaze sank. What rank are these 2 aberrations? 2 first order. I'll take this mission, Shinbei said without a hint of hesitation. Originally, Shinbei was here to take on this mission. It doesn't shy away from the fact that a shifter is alive or dead, and a shifter is dead. In other words, if one received this mission ahead of time, the dangers that one should face, one still had to face. People die for money and birds die for food. Just because 2 first-order aliens folded, it didn't mean they would fold themselves. Good. Mingyi was straightforward. If you can clear out the threats inside, I'll add another 100 crystal source cores to you, for a total of 300. If Thunder Tiger can bring it back alive, I'll add 100 more to you. Shinbei nodded and first rolled around in the nearby mud puddle, making his whole body dirty and hanging with mud. Mingyi and the other staff members looked at Shinbei's preparations and sucked in a sharp breath, unable to make a sound. What a fucking professional. It's shielding your breath, right? It seems like this guy really has a mindset. Shifters never do details like that. Chicks don't pee. Each to their own. Shinbei cleaned down the mud on his eyelids and drew out a three-pronged military spike as a weapon from the dead alien, without saying a word. Enter the mine. He walked carefully through the deep cave. His footsteps light and soft, like a nimble cat. Moving noiselessly, the thick hooded cloak and earthy scent kept his breath and body heat from escaping, making it difficult for the dangerous creatures underground that hunted by smell or infrared vision to detect his presence. After all, ferocious beasts that could live underground were bound to have extraordinarily developed senses of smell and infrared vision. At the same time, Shinbei's three-pronged bayonet with sharp edges in his hand was held tightly in his hand, and the front end was sharpened so that it could be swung and stabbed, which was a very scary weapon. Although the original owner was not good at fighting, Shinbei was a special forces soldier in his last life, and his unarmed killing fighting skills had long been engraved in his genes as he crossed over. Or maybe wrestling skills are more like data and traversal is just copy and paste in general, and Shinbei's modified rifle and pistol were carried on his back and hidden under his cloak respectively. His pistol was powerful but poorly accurate, but in a terrain like the cave passage, the power of this pistol could be multiplied. The problem is that being in this deep, quiet passageway, the sound of gunfire can travel very far, which is like telling the monsters within a few kilometers that I'm coming. Comparatively speaking, it's the bayonet that's better suited to the circumstances of the moment. It wasn't exactly dark inside the mine. At intervals, a kerosene lamp with a shade was lit on the wall. It was an oil lamp lit by the first two aliens as they explored. As per normal, when the oil lamp stopped coming on, that's where they went wrong. At a corner, Shinbei suddenly stopped in his tracks, and his entire person retracted back inside his cloak. Slowly hiding into the darkness, there was a very low rustling sound coming from the alleyway, and a mutant rat that was a meter long burrowed out. The disproportionately large nose on its head couldn't stop opening and closing with its two holes facing the sky, and its tiny eyes were dim and lightless, so it seemed to have degraded almost as much as it could have. The rats that lived on the surface decades ago are the same species as this mutant rat, and now, after the world has changed drastically and an abundance of bizarre energy has enveloped it, these animals have completed a sharp change as well. Even though the mutant rats were getting bigger and their strength was increasing, but Shinbei's state of mind didn't fluctuate much. From the original owner's memory, 2 or 3 ordinary people could get this thing killed if they were careful, and it wouldn't be much danger. At the same time, Shinbei was also puzzled. If it was just a mutated rat, could 2 Xenos still not be able to defeat it? It's too good, isn't it? Shinbei had a premonition that underneath the mines, there should be even more dangerous existences than mutant rats. No time to think about anything else. Shinbei hid in the corner, and the bayonet in his hand began to build up its strength, waiting for. Gradually the mutated rats approached Shinbei's corner. Shinbei, who was quietly hibernating in the darkness, suddenly moved. As the mutant rat almost stayed parallel to Shinbei, Shinbei jumped the gun. The three-pronged bayonet stabbed out like lightning, sticking against the upper end of the mutant rat's nose, penetrating the upper and lower jaws, and pinning it firmly to the ground. The nose was the mutant rat's biggest vital point, and it screamed frantically as its 4 short, thick and sharp claws desperately clawed at the ground, splattering debris and gouging a crater in the hard rock in the blink of an eye. And Shinbei's left hand held the upper end of the bayonet tightly. His seemingly frail arm was as immovable as a rock. At the same time, Shinbei's body swayed to avoid being caught by the mutant rat's claws. It's not a big deal to have the skin split open with this claw. It's mostly about carrying germs. In this world, there's not much in the way of health insurance, and going to the doctor to heal can be absolutely heartbreaking. At this very moment, the mutant rat that had suffered a severe blow to its vitals was unable to hold on for even a minute, and with a violent twitch of its body, it fell to the ground and did not move. Shinbei slowly pulled out his bayonet and turned the mutant rat over. Seeing that it was a female rat, Shinbei frowned, and his expression changed slightly at that moment. Mutant rat males are accustomed to being alone, while females are never followed by a male if they show up. Shinbei hardly delayed for a second, quickly moving a few steps sideways. He stood in the center of the passageway where the mutant rats had appeared, half crouching on his front legs and perched on his hind feet, holding his bayonet flat and aiming it at the deep, dark passageway. Almost at the moment when he raised his bayonet flat, a fishy wind suddenly surged out of the passageway, and an even thicker mutant male rat violently scurried out of the darkness, biting at Shinbei in the air. The bayonet rippled, and with the momentum of the mutant rat's charge, the sharp tip of the bayonet pierced deep into the gopher's throat, traveling through the guts and almost breaking out through the anus. Shinbei let go of his hand and quickly took a few steps back. His posture was light and swift, as if he was gliding on water. With a click, the mutant rat closed its huge mouth with almost all its strength and bit down hard on the bayonet's grip. Its incisors could gnaw through almost any rock, but they weren't hard enough for this thickened steel after all. With a click, the steel was immediately concave and bent, while the male rat's teeth shattered in droves. The male rat rushed too hard and slid several meters on the rugged ground after falling from the air before rushing to Shinbei. Shinbei raised his right leg and stepped on the male rat's head. The male rat squealed and wailed and struggled, But the rat's head could not be lifted from the ground at all it had to do was push. And the body penetrated by the bayonet would send an unbearable, sharp pain even with this severe injury. It still struggled for a full minute or so before it stopped breathing. Shinbei drew his bayonet, the heart flooded with nausea. Killing this thing is more sickening than killing someone. Shinbei continued to go deeper inward to eye in the dark and rugged cavern. Shinbei's eyes continuously scanned the ground, looked for mutant rat paw prints. The paw prints were increasing in number and very messily distributed throughout the mine. It didn't take long, the light from the kerosene lamp disappears. Shinbei's vision was flooded with darkness. Luckily, the occasional glowing moss visible in the alleyway, as well as the sewage that emitted a faint glow, could still give Shinbei a few moments of clarity in his vision. Shinbei deflated. The need for battle armor was felt more and more. If one could also gain infrared vision through the battle armor, it would inevitably be like daylight in this darkness. Shinbei's vigilance had reached its peak at this time. The two aliens were presumably attacked here. Shinbei squatted down and took a closer look at the ground. Sure enough, there were messy human footprints and a lot of blood mixed into the mud. Looking into the interior of the alleyway, traces of being dragged can be seen. Shinbei was almost half crouching, wrapped tightly in his cloak, like a ghost, silently following the traces towards the depths of the passage. Surprisingly, there were places inside the rugged alleyway where empty cans seemed to have been intentionally placed. The cans were still wearing ropes and were dangling across the top of the alleyway. Is this an alarm device? Shinbei was a bit surprised. It's obviously something only intelligent creatures know how to make. Mutant rats have evolved to this level of intelligence? This reminds Shinbei just embalmed wolf leader. Shinbei rubbed his temples. These rudimentary traps could not help him at all, but they slowed down his movements. Cross over carefully. After a long time Shinbei saw an iron door. Meanwhile, the drag marks disappeared into the door. This iron door is supposed to be the refuge chamber of the mine. Shinbei pulled out his revolver. Take a deep breath. There was a creak. He jerked open the heavy iron door and rushed out. It was a hall of hundreds of square meters. There were more than 30 mutant rats of all sizes in the hall. The larger ones almost adult, while the smaller ones had not yet opened their eyes. And it could be seen that these gophers belonged to different triplets, judging from the 3-month adulthood of the mutant mouse. It is basically possible to have 1 litter a month. That's kinda normal. Most of all, Shinbei's eyeballs exploded. But in the center of the hall there was a conspicuously large bed, indicates contrast. She looked at the physical signs as a female, only the sharp beak and fangs were still exposed, along with the long tail wagging behind them. At the same time, she was surprisingly wearing a full suit and pencil skirt that professional women were used to wearing in the olden days. And her skin was not distributed with lush fur like other mutant rats usually had. Her skin could already be described as somewhat smooth, and her features were more like those of a human career woman from the olden days. She's slightly petite and yet judging by the other mutant rats carefully not daring to approach the bed at all, as well as the brighter than usual red aura in her eyes, it was clear that she was the queen of this lair. At the same time, Shinbei's gaze went to the human on the bed. Recognizing him at first glance, he would be the Thunder Tiger that Mingyi had spoken of. Lei Tiger clothes have long been stripped clean, a face of deathly despair, begging for life, begging for death, only to suffer the bullying of the Mouse Queen. Shinbei was in a momentary trance for a moment, and his entire body went numb. This scene is so fucking exciting. One look over and it felt like a rush of cold air from the heels down the spine to the back of the head. The Thunder Tiger was forcibly exed by a mouse. As much as that queen resembles a human, it's ultimately a resemblance in form, but it's still a rat in essence. Shinbei almost vomited. Help me! Help me! After Lei Tiger saw Shinbei, his voice was hoarse and his face shook and hissed violently. It was unrecognizable, but there was no doubt that it must be the rescuers sent down from above. At that moment, Shinbei did not hesitate to raise his revolver. The blackened muzzle of the gun was in a straight line, fixed on the Mouse Queen's brow. At this time, the Rat Queen's mouth suddenly opened wide. Her eyes fiercely lit up with eye-catching red light, lit up 2-inch-long prairie teeth, and pounced up at a speed faster than that of an ordinary mutant rat. The mouth that was open to the hilt twisted her entire face out of shape. Bang bang bang. The revolver has been upgraded to have significantly less recoil. Shinbei held his gun in one hand without the slightest hesitation. 6 bullets were fired almost at the same time. The first one penetrated her neck, while the remaining 5 bullets drew an arc along her collarbone, thus cutting her head away from her body in one piece. This scene gave the impression that the bullets inside Shinbei's pistol looked like chainsaws. Tiger Lei looked dumbfounded. The Thunder Tiger's eyes widened, watching the Mouse Queen's head was easily shot through by Shinbei and fell to the ground with a grunt. His eyes floated in disbelief and his face stuttered. This, that killed the Mouse Queen? Didn't you even use your powers? Wait, Lei Tiger frowned. This person seems to be not an alien, is simply relying on the pistol, powerful and bold. Thinking of this, Tiger Lei couldn't help but emerge with a hint of contempt. Even though he was humiliated enough by being forcibly exed by a creature like a rat, he still despised ordinary people in his bones for flaunting their guns as long as their lives weren't threatened. At this moment, Shinbei Su withdrew his pistol. The other adult mutant rats in the hall reacted, and one by one, they roared hysterically and rushed towards Shinbei like mad. Shinbei once again backed up like a water glide. just dodging out of the mutant rat's pouncing circle, then with swift and delicate steps he leaped out of the great door and disappeared into the deep passage. Squeak. The mutant rats stirred violently, each instinctively scrambling out of the hall and chasing down the passage toward the depths where Shinbei had disappeared, and Shinbei ran to pull away while running, while shooting wildly. Hot shell casings clanked to the ground. A thump. 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 The dull, thick sound of gunfire rang out from time to time, traveling in waves down the twisting passages and into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shinbei slowly returned the same way and walked into the hall. At this time, Thunder Tiger had already broken free, not even wearing clothes, naked and full of rage. His face twisted as he waved his fist covered in the element of steel, smashing the remaining mutant rat pups in the hall, punch by punch, into the ground. The extreme shame and rage made his eyes almost crack. Smashing it over and over again, he also yanked the Rat Queen's body over, swung it around to explode and smash it, and stomped on her head. Shinbei leaned on the doorway and watched with a smile. After venting his grievances, Lei Tiger slowly raised his head. His face was covered in fishy blood splattered by the mutant rats. What's the name? Shanbei. Shanbei? Lei Tiger's face was filled with a twisted and neurotic smile. You've got some guts. An ordinary person dares to come down. Where are my fellows? Dead. Lei Tiger wrinkled his neck. What a pity. You'll follow as a junior in the future. Go, bring the clothes. Shinbei raised his eyebrows, his heart unhappy. Who put you up to this condescension? You want me to be your little brother? Shinbei smiled coldly and didn't even move. Didn't you hear me when I spoke? Lei Tiger's gaze was filled with tyrannical, cruel, and merciless colors. You're an ordinary person. It's your great honor to follow me. Shinbei's gaze was cold and deep as he slowly spoke. Follow you to be forced to X by rats? Say that again. Lei Tiger's eyes were filled with panic, resentment and disbelief. Looking for death? I'm warning you, if you dare to say a word about this, I'll kill you. Shinbei narrowed his eyes. Is this asshole purely out of his mind? Saving people also saved a trouble. This 100 crystal source cores are so worthless. This guy, Lei Tiger, is absolutely traumatized. If he went out, he might have to suspect every day that he was saying behind his back that he had been forcibly X'd by ARAT. It bothers me to think about it. Shinbei's tone was cold. A waste alien who can't even beat a mutated rat. Talking big in front of your life-saving benefactor? Forgetting the pain after a good scar, right? Fuck you. You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Did I ask you to save me? Wasn't it the people above who offered the bounty? Lei Tiger continued with a ferocious face. You took the money to do what needed to be done. But I am still in a higher position than you. Don't try to make me thankful. Don't forget that you ordinary people are the ones who serve the exalted. And dash bang. Shinbei was not in the mood to listen to Thunder Tiger's blind pussyfooting around. Directly raising his revolver and decisively pulling the trigger. A bullet that blew Thunder Tiger's head right off. It's no secret that the upgraded pistol and bullets are more powerful than a Barrett at such close range. A first-order alien couldn't carry it at all. The world is clean. Shinbei was in a free and soothing mood. For an ungrateful piece of trash like Thunder Tiger, burying him would be the best way to cut off karma. However, Shinbei also had some losses. 100 crystal source cores are gone. At first, Ming Yi had set a mission, and if he could bring this one back alive, there would be a reward, but this guy made his own death. Then you can't blame yourself for being ruthless. This time, Shinbei had already completed the task of exploring the mine. The proceeds were at 300 crystal source cores, and with the Lord Eagle's killings and the output of the mutant rats, the assets totaled over 700, which was not far from 1,000 crystal source cores. Then, Shinbei dragged Lei Tiger's body away, entered an abandoned mine tunnel, found an underground shaft, and threw it straight down, then returned to the hall and dig out the crystal and core from the already rotting head of the Mouse Queen. Just as he was about to raise his steps to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned around to walk back into the hall of the refuge room. This guy, Lei Tiger, should have some goods, right? Shinbei rummaged around and found Lei Tiger's traveling bag in the corner. Turn it over. A piece of azure light was emitted, and Shinbei's eyes widened openly. There were almost 300 crystal source cores inside. Hiss, a day's work to pay off your debts? It's so lucrative to kill people and get away with it. Shinbei put it away beautifully. Shinbei then left the refuge chamber and continued deeper into the mine. Generally speaking, mutant rats have a strong sense of territory, and there shouldn't be any other mutant rats entrenched within this hole. However, out of caution, Shinbei continued to probe until the way was stopped by a barbed wire gate. He moved the debris blocking the door out of the way, then broke the long rusted lock on the door with a single shot, which pushed open the barbed wire door. After walking upwards for another 100 meters or so, Shinbei's eyes immediately narrowed slightly as a bright sunlight shone on his face. The rays of sunlight made his eyes a little uncomfortable after moving around in the dark for so long. After a little bit of adaptation, Shinbei walked onto the ground. Steps on the mouth of the pedestrians do not go car. Go car not people warning sign is still very clear. Not with the years and completely blurred. This is another exit from the mine. The scenery outside is nothing special from the entrance. The same. vibrant in the middle of the barrenness. When he raised his eyes and looked around, he saw a vast wilderness in the west and countless skyscrapers hidden in the mist in the east, which were the former homes of human beings. Nowadays it has been entrenched by all sorts of strange and ferocious beasts. Shinbei retreated back the same way, cautiously checking back and forth along the mine tunnel 2 more times. After confirming that there were no problems or mutated rats left behind, that's how you get back to the entrance. The handover was smooth. Shinbei briefly described the mutated rats and did not mention the trace of the Thunder Tiger. Ming asked and didn't know a thing. Shinbei didn't want to be like the Lord Dragon and the Lord Eagle, beating the young and coming to the old. The mission rewards were settled on the spot, and 3 crystal source cores arrived. That's right. 3 of them. It's just bigger, and it's called an intermediate source core. 1 intermediate crystal source core could be exchanged for 100 crystal source cores. The harvest from this mission was quite generous, and after deducting consumption and paying off debts, there were still 100 crystal source cores left. Shinbei didn't linger much. Direct return trip to Shelter 36. He's going to buy the custom-made one-of-a-kind battle armor. Grabbing an upgrade is the way to go. Shelter 36. Shinbei ascends the Titan's back. Go ahead and come to the weapon vending store. Settled all previous outstanding payments, along with a customized batch of sniper rifle and revolver cartridges. Looks like you got a good haul. Shinbei smiled and nodded, killing and setting fire to the gold belt. That harvest must be very exciting. By the way, there's something I'd like to inquire about. After Shinbei put away the bullet, he continued, I once saw a bullet with engraved stripes in your place. Do you still remember this maker? Shinbei thought that instead of groping around blindly, it would be better to just find the right person to ask. Even if it cost money, it would be worth it, but not to be outdone. The boss sighed. I just got the news too. Dead. Dead? The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. His own luck was too bad, right? Although he felt pity, Shinbei didn't fluctuate much. In this world, not to mention ordinary people, even psychics die every day. Ultrans have to eat and drink too, and they have to go out and hunt to earn crystal source cores. What's more, the crystal source core was also related to their promotion rank. Took a trip out to the wilderness with someone and got hammered to death by an exploding ape. The boss said it in a light and breezy manner. Getting used to it, Shinbei shrugged his shoulders and chatted for a while longer before leaving. A moment's work, Shinbei once again stepped into the courtyard of the Institute field. Inside the lab, Shinbei looked at it. Chen Anji is working, and the customized battle armor was tossed aside to eat dust. It's good that it's still there. Chen Anji was busy with his work. After seeing Shinbei, he was a little impatient and continued to drum up the things in his hand, saying, your things are still there. They are not lost. You don't need to come to see them every day. When have you saved enough to get 1,000 crystal source cores? Come back when you want. I don't have any credit here. The words were not yet finished. Chen Anji then heard a few clatters on the table. Looking up, 3 intermediate crystal source cores along with a number of others were spinning and rolling around the table, and at this moment, Shinbei had already walked towards the other side of the lab and dragged the battle armor out of the pile of items. Yesterday you didn't have any money, and today you've earned it so quickly? Chen Anji looked at Shinbei with some shock and weirdness. One must know that even for an exalt, it would be quite a difficult thing to earn 1,000 crystal source cores in a day. How come Shinbei, an ordinary person, makes money so fast? This guy didn't stab the beast's nest, did he? And Shinbei smiled without answering. Originally Shinbei wanted to wear back to the rental house, but this thing is just too clunky so far. You can walk back in it. Just ignore the jeering stares of others and expend your energy. Shinbei thought about it and decided to hug it back with a happy face. He picked up his battle armor. It's like hugging your girlfriend. Not to mention, it's pretty heavy. However, this is not a drawback. Sooner or later, as long as it can be upgraded, it will turn into button-down battle armor. Thanks. Shinbei beautifully carried the battle armor away. Chen Anji blanked a glance and secretly said that the loser thing, it was hard to earn the money, but even by a large-size toy back. As for why Chen Anji did not say that Shinbei was a loser, there was still a reason. That if you have money, it's called a loser. If you don't have money, it's called a loser. Shinbei hugged the battle armor and returned to the lower level. Back to the rental house, IT could startle the landlord circling around the battle armor several times. He'd scared the big guy at 2 meters tall. It's mostly made of plastic and looks like a toy, but the styling is still quite that flavorful. I'm thinking about whether to charge you rent for both. The landlord stubbed his chin and yawned as he spoke. Shinbei said, this is not a human being. Ha ha. The landlord teased. So, are you going to sleep with it in your arms? No. Sleep in, Shinbei said half-jokingly. In fact, Shinbei is serious. If you want to upgrade quickly, you definitely need to wear it to sleep. At most, it is just uncomfortable, the landlord said. I sincerely suggest you don't get into all this fancy stuff. Make money, find a wife and have a baby. Shinbei was bewildered for a moment. This fucked up world, isn't it giving the child a hard time? That said, the landlord choked down a sob. But what do people live for? Shinbei froze. And the answer he gave was straightforward. Of course it's just living. Superficial. The landlord, suddenly chattering like a philosopher, said, what is the meaning of life? to leave behind something that will be remembered by future generations, and in most cases, to leave behind one's children and grandchildren, to create replicas of oneself, to produce seeds, and to pull them up by the scruff of their necks. Shinbei smashed his mouth, rolled his eyes, directly ignored, and went upstairs. In a world of peace this rhetoric would be old mom and pop. Don't pull that kind of dangerous world. Back to the room, when Shinbei placed the battle armor on the bed. There was no longer a place for himself to lie down and sleep. However, Shinbei was still excited and happy. The energy is a bit like you've just purchased an inflatable doll and can't wait to get in, but Shinbei was still patient. To open the battle armor, you need a crystal source cord. It only lasts 3 minutes. It's just now getting dark and it's not time to take a break yet. Otherwise a potty break and it comes off once. At a great loss, Shinbei decided to upgrade the battle armor first. A thought information about the battle armor popped up. Frowny face, pseudo, power armor LV.1, 1001/1000, a battle armor with no practical value. Unable to fight, unable to provide defense, and with no offensive power. Maybe wear it out when celebrating a festival to add to the festive atmosphere. When it was first assembled, this battle armor had already gained experience in upgrading. However, due to the presence of Chen Anji at that time, he was afraid that he would notice that there was a strange change in the battle armor, and then he would be unable to tell the truth. Now, finally, you can upgrade. Upgrade. Pseudo power armor LV2, 1 out of 2000, battle armor that is almost useless and it would be irrational to use it in combat. But its defense is slightly improved. Its walking speed is slightly improved. Its mind connection reaction speed is slightly improved. And it is retrofitted with an infrared vision system. At the time of the night festival parade, it can keep up with other people's footsteps and see the road more clearly. Shinbei smashed his mouth after reading the message of the changes there. But it's not even close to combat. Although this was a small step, it was a big step in the improvement of Shinbei's overall combat power. Put down the battle armor for now and leave it alone. Wait for the time of rest and make sure to sleep hard on this little slutty battle armor. Out the door, Shinbei came to a bar. In a good mood today. A little drink and dinner. The dark blue glass walls of the bar were immaculately cleaned, and a huge billboard with the markings of leaping flames was erected on the roof in a highly visible manner. The Blaze Bar. It's one of the favorite places to go in lower wheel society. Among the commoners, the bar is dimly lit and reeks of alcohol and hormones as scantily clad women come and go, trying to find the man who will pay for their services tonight. Two dancers wearing almost nothing on the modest stage were gyrating wildly, and under the combined effects of LSD and alcohol, they could dance for 2 hours in near epilepsy, and then be carried off when they were exhausted. There were very few men who liked to vent their desires on their already fatigued bodies, and of course, all of these dancers were pretty good looking, with a price tag that naturally went along with their faces and bodies. While they were at it, Shinbei found a seat and just sat down. An uninvited guest settled into a chair right across the room with a big grin. Today is on you. The speaker was quite arrogant looking. A steel ring beard that looked as if it hadn't been taken care of in over a decade. There was even a scar on his face that ran from the corner of his left eye to the right corner of his mouth. The it was like a twisted earthworm. Shinbei's brain violently surged with a memory of the original owner. His name was Rourke, and he was a staff member of Shelter 36, working for the hire mission post. That is to say, whenever there is any kind of hiring task, it is always posted by him. It can be said that he has many opportunities for others to work and earn money, but any job that gets thrown out is not a good one. The really lucrative tasks were digested by his friends within his circle. The original owner and Lord Law had a pretty good relationship, but in the way of the original owner is not a psychic. There are many tasks cannot be carried out, but there is no money relationship. Pure cannot be more pure friends. Man, how about a bottle of whiskey? Once Roque smiled. He twisted the scars on his face, as hideous as coiled snakes, and asked Shinbei. Shinbei smiled. The previous original owner could not use Roque, and the current Shinbei was different. Then he nodded and paid the money for 12 crystal source cores. Prices are pretty normal. I love this place. Rourke poured a mouthful of spirits, hissed, bared his teeth and exhaled, and continued, a little sip of the decadence, lust and lust that pervades this place, and that's life. If Shinbei wasn't in a good mood today, he didn't like to come to this kind of place. The smell here is so strong that it's almost inescapable and could almost be equated to LSD and oxycodone for most people. It will cause loss of reason and degenerate into nothing but beastly instinctive desire. Shinbei by thinking that a bottle of whiskey was worth 20 rounds of ammunition, and in the wilderness, this ammunition could often save Shinbei's life, while whiskey would not. But Shinbei also took a sip of this whiskey. It doesn't taste good. It's not a high-class product left over from the olden days, but simply a wine produced by Asylum 36 itself. This one doesn't have the rich, fruity woody aroma of the many old-time whiskeys, but it's at least strong enough. Roque can't really hold his liquor very well, but it's one of those rookies who are vegetable and love to drink. After a glass of wine, he began to chatter dizzily about past events. According to the original owner's memory, Rourke was a repeater, and he had almost memorized all those things. It was even possible to anticipate what Rourke's next paragraph would be. what kind of expression and tone he would use. Shinbei ate his dinner while being a quiet listener. He could not intervene. Or rather, even if he did, Roque did not answer, and he continued to tell the story of his courage in the past. When he was not contaminated with that miasma of divine punishment, Shinbei has only one thing to say about Roque: poor and lucky. Having lost his powers, he was still able to get a decent job, enough to live on his own, and was among a lucky handful in this world. At this point Rourke poured himself a full glass of wine and exhaled contentedly. I saw you going in and out of the upper levels of the asylum today. Getting a large-sized toy? Shinbei nodded. Just playing around. I say, are you out of your mind? Or have you been swindled by that institute? How? Rourke tilted his head and poured a mouthful of wine. His eyes said slyly, the guy you're messing with is the wrong gender. Isn't he supposed to be female in appearance? Shinbei, that's not a doll for fun. Shinbei explained. Rourke hemmed and hawed. I told you, there's plenty of women to play with. Just in time, a young woman who was already half drunk sat down next to Shinbei and almost pressed against his ear and said, you're already handsome to my heart, little brother. What do you say? Rourke let out a big grin. Look at that. Peach fuzz right there. With that, he pulled out some crystal source cores and threw them on the table with a you-know-what expression. I'll treat you. The girl gave a playful laugh and gathered up her fee, tucking it into her gullet, an invisible show-off to express that her chest was big enough and deep enough. Shinbei, truth be told, this woman has a nice body and looks. It made Shinbei inexplicably think of Bai Luo, the girl who had raided to force herself last night. But Shinbei, where there will be time for children to sleep, is also hugging the battle armor to sleep, not in the mood to linger with women. However, trouble always seems to come with women. Shinbei hadn't figured out how to politely refuse without losing his manners, and he could also take Roque's crystal source core out of the girl's chest and return it. A large, dark hand then pressed on the glass in Shinbei's hand, crushing it heavily on the bar. Then the big hand flung itself in midair in a showy manner, and the glass ballast pattered off all over the place without a single scratch on the palm. Shinbei slowly raised his head. It was a giant man who could be almost 2 meters tall. The muscles of his body glistened ruddy bronze in the light, as if they were coated in grease. The big man leaned down, his eyes grim and morose, his tone like steel rubbing against each other. Kid, you're robbing the woman I'm looking at? This is clearly provocation and picking a fight. It was clearly this woman who took the initiative to stick it to Shinbei, and at that moment, the entire bar went silent, and almost everyone was looking this way. There are ordinary people here, shifters, women who need to earn tomorrow's bread, and many of the staff of Shelter 36. The owner, on the other hand, stood inside the counter with his arms wrapped around him, looking like he was waiting for a good show. Shinbei smashed his mouth. You can't even stop for dinner. Shinbei's expression didn't move a bit. Instead, he said lightly, you're disturbing my meal. Eat? The corner of that big man's mouth split to the root of his ear, and his face exuded a fury that was cool to the core. Do you want to eat and eat my fists? Little white boy-like thing. After saying that, the big man raised his fist to. However, he saw that every pore of his entire arm began to become enlarged, constantly stretching and closing to swallow air, and the big man's fist was originally huge. At this time it was even more like a big inflated balloon expanding to eye in the blink of an eye. A fist bigger than a faceplate appeared in front of Shinbei. The big man flaunted and complacent, his eyes not only cold and tyrannical, but also disdainful of Shinbei. The scene unfolded in such a way that the rest of the bar chanted, looking as if they were watching to add fuel to the fire. A fight. Fight. We're short on downers. Mighty Mountain. You can let a woman see these fingers. You will love them to death. Ha ha. I'm sorry. Pull back. He's got this psychic power I know. It lasts 3 minutes at most. Ha. This is Kelvin. Why don't you take some of the blue getaway pills? The big man Mongshan didn't care about other people's flirting and only wanted to give Shinbei a little tiny lesson. It's not like you can play with women just because you have money. Mighty Mountain coughed a few times, a thick mouthful of phlegm having reached the back of his throat. He was ready to spit a thick mouthful of spit in the skinny little white boy's face before he punched him in the neck and broke it. Yet the phlegm reaches the throat and there is no longer any possibility of spitting it out. The demeanor that seemed to be impatient to vent changed abruptly. However, seeing that, Shinbei was merely silent for a moment. His arm shook. A large revolver nearly 30 centimeters long disliked his forehead. Mammoth Mountain's mouth dropped open and his eyes rounded, having no idea how the gun had appeared. However, the huge gun body of nearly 30 centimeters was a constant reminder that the pistol could easily blow his head off with no more difficulty than breaking a cup. At such a close range, even a psychic couldn't carry the power of a bullet. Brother, have a word. Mongshan wimped out, and his tone softened, and he wasn't aggressive anymore. However, Shinbei was smiling flatly. Pulled the trigger straight away. Click. Mongshan's large, ferocious face was dumbfounded, alternating between green and white. He was never expecting to shoot so decisively before him, but expected the trigger to go off, and the louder shots didn't come. The burly man, who had already fainted from fear, planted himself violently on the ground. knocking over 2 tables and bringing down several bottles of wine and countless glasses. The bar was filled with the screams of women. Not knowing whether they were being mocked by Mongshan's cowardice, or whether they were cheering for Shinbei, Shinbei picked up the bottle of fully expensive brandy on the table and poured some on the muzzle, then lit a cigarette to it. Wasn't until the pale blue flame burned out that he opened the drum and resettled the 6 bullets in his right hand palm. Rourke laughed out loud. So true. Shinbei tugged at the corner of his mouth. Next time there's a good job, save it for me. You want to use firearms to prove that you're not weaker than a shifter? Shinbei, sober up. You're really drunk, Shinbei said. Whoever said it was good. After a little drama, Rourke and Shinbei leave the bar. Just then, the outskirts of Shelter 36. Above the otherwise blackened wasteland lighting up with extreme blinding lights, Shinbei squinted his eyes and looked over. It was a row of headlights of vehicles. It's not one of ours, Rourke muttered. Either it's some shelter rushing in to trade and share things, either that or they are salivating for the power to control our shelter. In this world, gasoline is long gone, because of the pattern of universal flight. Even if some refineries were preserved intact, they could not muster the skilled personnel to produce. The price/performance ratio is just too low. The ferocious beasts are fine. The point is that wherever the Fae pass, it's like purgatory. And the only way humans can survive is by relying on the Titans, being stationed in place or engaged in productive work for long periods of time. Death is only a matter of time and never a matter of chance. Therefore, the engines of the vehicles of this world are modified and replaced with those powered by the crystal source core. Even so, it's not a price the average person can afford to pay often. 1 kilometer of consumption would require an advanced crystal source core. Only a big shot or an asylum could be so wasteful. At this time, Shelter 36 also directed its searchlights toward the convoy. Not for a moment. That convoy stopped 500 meters outside of Asylum 36. There could be about a dozen modified vehicles with buckets lined up. At the same time, many others in black military uniforms jumped down. Several of them set up machine guns on the trunk and aimed them at Shelter 36. It looks extremely arrogant. It seems to be attacking the occupation in general inside the shelter. Many people came out to watch. Many people revealed looks of extreme panic. Some were even scared and squealed. In this world, shelters are safe for Fae, but for humans, there are also wars of contention. Each Titan is the most scarce resource. Who can control? Who is the boss of a side of the world? The Droolers can be overwhelming, and controlling the dominant Titan is a high-risk occupation. Maybe something will be taken out and someone else will ascend to rule. This is not without some cleansing of the remnants of the former dynasty. Often, every time they fight each other, it's a huge bloodbath. At that moment, General Yu Wu Chang, the controller of Shelter 36, was also standing on the fence. Stopping to watch, Yu Wu Chang's figure was erect and slender, and with the help of the moonlight, he could vaguely see that the visitor was a middle-aged man with a pale face and a gloomy appearance. He stepped on the military boots, wearing a scarlet military coat, which was embellished by the bones, and a pair of eyes releasing a ghostly red light in the dimness. He was gazing at the crowd below, as if he was looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. General Luo could tilted his head upward, and after seeing General Yu Wu Chang through the moonlight, he hurriedly shouted, "It looks like the visitors are not good." Yu Wu Chang's uniform hunted and vibrated in the night wind, and just smiled blandly. "With me, they wouldn't dare to let off a single shot." Boom! The unidentified men below set up a mortar and blasted around directly at Shelter 36. Shinbei. This, is it a slap in the face? However, instead of hitting the shelter, the shell crossed over it and exploded on the other side. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wu Chang stood with his arms folded, and immediately let out a snort filled with sarcasm. "By Luo from Asylum 7. Can you stop it?" Next moment, I am the vehicle below. A pair of straight thighs stuck out of the door and rustled on the ground. At this time, Bai Luo was dressed in a straight senior officer's uniform, with a dazzling gold star on the shoulder badge. His short hair was all bundled up under a beret. His face was like a layer of frost, and his eyes were flashing with a charming smile. The residents of Shelter 36 took one look and let out a sigh. Dispersing instantly, some residents went home and took out supplies and ran out to trade with the convoy. Some continued back to the bar to get drunk. Rourke cut and rolled his eyes. This tiger bitch. As usual, trading is trading. It's always a blast for a few shots to get over it. As if anyone doesn't know she's coming. And Shinbei's eyes widened and his expression gave way a whitlow. Shinbei tranced for a moment. At this time, Bai Luo was completely a scolding battlefield iron blood soldier, which still have half of that night-drunk and love-lost atrophied breath. How did she? What is this? Shinbei couldn't help but blurt out. Rourke let out a puzzled "You still know her?" Shinbei frowned. "There was a meeting. I can warn you," Rourke said in a serious tone. Bai Luo is a subordinate of the judgment court set up by the Spider Queen. Her status is not low. Don't mess with her. Her nickname is Widowmaker. Shinbei gave an odd "who's messing with her?" She's the one who's coming after her. Hell knows why this woman was a whore last night and today she's transformed into the leader of the caravan. What a setup this is playing out. Shinbei was a bit confused. Wait, that's not the point. The point is the Spider Queen. But Shinbei remembered that he still had a sister in the hands of the Spider Queen. There's no telling what's going on right now. Just then, Bai Luo looked around Shelter 36. And in the blink of an eye, his gaze met Shinbei's. Shinbei stiffened for a moment and Bai Luo slowly raised his hand, pointing at Shinbei, lightly pursing his lips. His mouth sketched out an absolutely beautiful arc. A hint of ambiguous smile at the corner of his eyes. Shiro had this look on his face. She believed and could understand the meaning, and Shinbei did read it, but the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyes were unmoving. Shiro narrowed his eyes, his eyeballs spitting fire. Her let out a silent lip sync. I'll force X you sooner or later. Shinbei smashed his mouth, originally thinking that he could still talk to Bai Luo and inquire about his sister Shinnan's recent situation, but looking at the situation, it seems that if we want to talk about it, we can only talk about it in bed. For the sake of his modesty, Shinbei thought about it. I'll pry for information about my sister at a later opportunity. Guess the sister won't be in any trouble. After all, it was the Spider Queen who took her. That's an even more awesome existence than General Yu Wu Chang. Shinbei turned to Roque and said, I'm going back to rest. Rourke waved his hand. Go your way. I'm watching the action for a while, because the Titan is now at a standstill. The various wheelhouses are spread out. The connecting planks between the house and the house were also removed. Shinbei walked on the ground, afraid that Bai Luo would rush out and pin himself down. Even if they were forcibly X'd in public, everyone else would just watch and applaud. For people in this world, public pornography is the norm, and shame is fed to the dogs. Walking back to the rented house with trepidation, Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. Go back to your room, sit on the edge of the bed and carefully carve bullets for a while. Revolver bullets LV2, 0 out of 10, disposable item with scratches on the surface of the bullet. This bullet will produce an explosive effect when it is fired into the target. At the same time, there will be a loss of accuracy and shooting distance. For others, the grade 2 bullets have been quite a surprise, but for Shinbei, it could only be described as a failure. If he wanted to survive longer in this world, Shinbei could only rely on guns and bullets. Shinbei would prefer to get a level 5 bullet. Keep practicing. A bullet is etched with lines. Shinbei kept recalling the details of that level 5 bullet. Engraving techniques have improved, and with upgrades, secondary bullets appear very efficiently. Finally, after consuming hundreds of bullets, Shinbei only had one sniper rifle bullet left in his hand. Sniper rifle bullet LV1, 0/5, sniper bullets. Well made, consistent powder performance. Sasha. Shinbei buried his head in the carving and refined the carving, trying to constantly compress the distance between the lines of the carving as much as possible. Experience value +1, experience value +1. 5 experience points credited. After Shinbei directly chose to upgrade. Sniper rifle bullets LV2, 0 out of 10, sniper bullet with engraved surface. Range +50 meters. Slightly increased lethality. Slightly increased straight line parallel distance. There's room for carving this time. Shinbei pinched the bullet and surveyed it through the moonlight. This shelter. Electricity is a valuable resource. Expensive, and has to be supplied to the institute on a limited basis. The amount of power that others can allocate down, that's very little. Not to mention the lower class residents. It is also only commercial places that turn on the electric lights. In an ordinary home, lighting candles is a luxury. More like spending the night in the dark. Of course, Shinbei's room also had an electric light, but there was no electricity. Need electricity, have to get the landlord extra charge. Shinbei didn't think it was necessary. The moonlight alone was bright enough, at least a few levels brighter than the Earth's moon. This time, the more Shinbei looked at his masterpiece, the more he was elated. It is important to realize that after hundreds of bullets have been engraved earlier, there is no more space on the surface of the bullets to be engraved, and this time, the technique was much more skillful. The control and understanding of the lines is much clearer. Let's hope a class 3 bullet comes out this time. Shinbei picked up the carving knife again. The look was focused and serious. The tip of the knife traced lines on the copper-cased bullet bit by bit. Experience value +1. Experience value +1. Phew! Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief, shook off his hand, and continued carving, upgrading bullets. Not only do you need to have room to carve, but the lines have to be consistent in their direction and inflection. Shinbei was not an alien and could not figure out what these lines represented, much less a machine tool capable of precision machining. Shinbei is handmade throughout, and even a single breath can affect the depth and misalignment of the lines. Experience value +1, experience value +1. The last stroke of the carving knife went down just right and the bullet was carved full. Not as well thought out as the grade 5 bullet lines though, but also gained 10 experience points. Upgrade. Shinbei excitedly held the bullet, and with a movement of his divine sense, he directly upgraded. Sniper rifle bullets LV3, 0/20, range +100. Increased lethality. Increased penetration. Increased straight line flight distance. Shinbei had read the message and was a bit despondent. Looks like I overthought myself. That mind control should be an attribute unique only to level 5 bullets. Don't even think about it below level 4. Shinbei rubbed his temples, stowed the bullets away, went to the bathroom. The so-called restroom is really just any place you can find. How it is, after all. The whole population fled the country without having to care about hygiene. One shot. One place. What's the point of having a toilet? Just pour out nature. After packing up the housekeeping, Shinbei took out a crystal source core and placed it on the chest of the battle armor, which automatically opened after receiving energy. Shinbei hurriedly turned in. If you are slow, you have to add a crystal source core into it. It is really not worth it. Once you're inside, adjust a comfortable position, straight to bed. For every minute that passes, an experience value is harvested. It's called laying down to win. Shinbei, ZZZ. Experience value +1, experience value +1. The next day when Shinbei woke up, his spine was a little hard. After all, sleeping inside a battle armor wasn't a very good option, but for the sake of experience value, Shinbei had no choice. Push back the battle armor. Shinbei jumped out and moved his muscles. Next time, I'll have to pad some bedding before I do that. Look out the window. Shelter 7s by Luo had already left, and Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. It took a while to rub his neck, which soothed him. Turning his head, he glanced at the battle armor information. Pseudo-power armor LV2, 601/2000, battle armor that is almost useless and it would be irrational to use it in combat. But its defense is slightly improved. Its walking speed is slightly improved. Its mind connection reaction speed is slightly improved. And it is retrofitted with an infrared vision system. At the time of the night festival parade, it can keep up with other people's footsteps and see the road more clearly. Shinbei was quite satisfied with the increased experience value of the battle armor. It feels much easier to upgrade than guns and bullets, but there is a downside in that it requires too much experience. Shinbei thought about it and planned not to go out in the near future, so he would stay inside the battle armor. At the very least, it has to be able to work with your activities, have no defense quite a bit, and just be able to conserve your energy and provide acceleration as you run. All other features can be upgraded slowly. After all, in this world, it doesn't require you to be much of a bully to stay alive. There's also the law of true scent, which is, you just run faster than anyone else. Shinbei currently still had some crystal source cores, and if he saved his money, it was enough for a few days without going out for expenses. Within this period of time, Shinbei had only one goal, and that was to lie within the battle armor, gain experience value, and continuously upgrade. Must arm myself a bit before I go out and do anything. Simply made a breakfast. Shinbei chewed and swallowed slowly, one bite at a time, sending the food into his stomach and transforming it into his energy. Just finished breakfast. The landlord was heard yelling from below. Beast tide. The beast tide is coming. Take the plunge. The entire rental building was instantly agitated. Many people came running out, guns, weapons, or bare hands, and hurried down the stairs. In this world, the evil seed couldn't harm the close and mountain and sea titans, but the various ferocious beasts were able to bite the titans alive. Therefore, in the event of a wave of beasts attacking the shelter, humans must coexist with the titans. A relationship of mutual survival and cold lips. It can be said that the titans sheltered mankind and mankind must protect the titans. The landlord at that moment waved his hand from the foyer. Hack it in defense. Quick! The so-called 8-stage defense is a marker node. All the people living in the shelter had a unified defense mission, and when the beast tide came, everyone was standing in the position they had to defend. Whether it's a shifter or an ordinary person, this is a mandatory requirement of the shelter. And if there is any disobedience, settling scores in the fall will be light. The heavier ones were obliterated on the spot by General Yu Wu Chang. For the humans surviving in the shelter, a beast wave impact is an impact on their homes and assets. Without much ado, residents spontaneously held their defensive positions whenever there was an alarm. The only thing that could make the entire population unite and cooperate was an incoming tide of beasts. Even when the others attacked Shelter 36, there were plenty of people watching the show. It's easy to change. Power struggles are only at the top, and the more people at the bottom, the less they are implicated. Whoever rules is the dangly. Shinbei's plan to lie flat was interrupted, and he also grabbed the sniper rifle and ran after the landlord to the 8-section defense area. This very moment, Shinbei gazed into the distance, but see the sand and dust rolling between the skies. The earth rumbled and trembled. Endless hissing sounds penetrated the sky. The wave of black pressurized beasts ran wildly across the wasteland with impunity. All sorts of strange beasts were like thousands of horses and armies with ferocious flames. Even the tail was more than 20 meters long, shaped like an earth dragon, with hard scales and armor, comparable to the alloy of the ferocious beast earth dragon. Ape-type species with white fur and flared fangs head the vanguard. Its arms hung to the ground. A bloody mouth took up nearly half of its face, and there was also a hideous sarcoma growing on the top of its head, which, together with its blood-red eyes that were bigger than copper bells and its suffocatingly huge size, was simply described as a ferocious flame. This is the exploding ape. There is also the sky above. The black shadows swooping down from the sky is clearly dozens of body-type capsized strange birds. These strange birds have 4 claws on their bellies, and each claw is still grasping a rock that is bigger than a basketball. The sound of the shrill chirping was also so clear and creepy, the numbers are mind-numbing.at this moment. General Yu Wu Chang was still standing on the fence, his scarlet eyes slightly narrowed, and his voice was not loud, but it was unusually loud. All of them. Defend your homes. Resist the beast tide. Artillery ready. Fire in unison. Boom. Shelter 36 is under the command of General Yo-Yo Wu. The large caliber guns have revealed their hideous and blackened barrels. As if a million guns were firing. A large number of cannonballs shot into the sky, falling into a parabola into the middle of the beast tide. One time. A huge explosion rose up into the air, turning into a mushroom cloud entrapped with a powerful shockwave that blew the ferocious beasts within a range of more than 10 meters into flying limbs and broken bones in the sky. The smell of explosives mixed with the stench of fishy blood and the smell of burnt flesh continued to irritate the shelter crowd, although this wave of flurry of fire caused no small amount of lethality, killing countless fey beasts. However, there were too many ferocious beasts. And there were also ferocious beasts that could harden themselves against the bombardment of artillery shells, completely unable to withstand the frantic run and onslaught of the beast tide. The beasts roared to the heavens and the earth shook as if 1,000 armies were galloping. However, a large number of ferocious beasts were blown away by the artillery fire, forcing the tide of beasts to divert. Only some of the panicked beasts continued to charge forward in a desperate manner, and the lucky ones drilled into the openings to get close to the safety zone before being shot into a hornet's nest by the dense machine gun bullets. Boom boom boom. Shelter 36's artillery was still tilted. More and more ferocious beasts charged the Titan safe zone. At this moment, the alien combat team topped the front, forming an impenetrable defense position when these aliens struck. They were extraordinary. Or blow apart a 5-meter-tall ferocious exploding ape with a single punch. Where the lightning danced in the sky, jumping back and forth among the ferocious beasts, and every time a bright light flashed, a ferocious beast stiffened and was electrocuted alive. There was also an alien with one hand on the ground, a large ice cover extended out, but any ferocious beasts that mistakenly entered it were instantly frozen and became living targets. With the full collaboration of the Ultrans, it became an impenetrable barrier to the beast tide. Shinbei watched in wonder. If you take out an alien alone, it might not be so useful, but with many Ultrans cooperating with each other, it wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. Instead, it's 1 by 1. However, as time passed, there were individual ferocious beasts that broke through the alien defense line, launch an onslaught towards the shelter. This is the time when ordinary people need to show courage to fight. Ordinary people don't have strong physical strength compared to psychics. It was only possible to shoot at the ferocious beasts that slipped in with the guns in their hands. The many inhabitants gathered fire and one ferocious beast fell. The overall defense is still solid, but just then, above the sky, there was a croaking, garbled cry. A sheet of black shadows swooped down from high in the sky. These strange birds, are they going to attack the Titans back? Shenbei's expression was awe-inspiring. According to reason, even if there was sky power, he had to prioritize assisting other ferocious beasts to attack the alien, straight over the shelter. What's this about? Shenbei also had absolutely no intention of showing off his head, and the whole person immediately shrunk into a house beside him. After all, the airspace over the shelter was not a node one had to defend. It was also just as Shenbei had retreated into the room. Bang! 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 A series of sharp gunshots rang out as the upper defense populace broke into a frenzy of cursing and shooting in unison with the guns in their hands at the monstrous birds hundreds of meters in the air, as if trying to attract their attention. Fresh. However, in the next moment, an extraordinarily loud and clear chirp resounded through the sky, as if they had received some kind of instruction. Dozens of strange birds in the air paid no attention to the people who were shooting at them. Instead, he accelerated steeply into a dive, loosening his claws as he was about to approach over the center of the shelter and hurling hundreds of rocks down. In the dull whistling of the wind, this one rock was thrown down like a cannonball accelerating. It was like a ferocious shellacking for the upper echelons of the asylum. Only a series of loud booms could be heard as these dense rock shells collapsed the roofs of short buildings or factories, and there were quite a few unlucky people who were unfortunately hit by the rock shells, splattered with blood and turned into mush. Shit, they're targeting the factory. It's so high, we can't even hit it. What's going on? How did these beasts become so smart? Grass, backstabbing. There were roars, screams, and booms everywhere, and it was no longer discernible who was giving the orders. The upper-class people blanched furiously and fired in vain into the sky, yet the guns in their hands were handguns with a range of less than 50 meters, barely threatening the wing-clawed stone vultures that circled and chirped in the air. These wing-clawed stone vultures seemed to have a decent amount of intelligence, and they focused their care not on the populace guarding the upper floors, but on the plants with the biggest individual targets. The effect was obvious. When the roofs of the factories were blown through, there was an immediate outpouring of panic-stricken children, scrambling to be the first to flee, densely packed with children pouring out of the room. The winged and clawed stone vultures circling overhead let out an excited chirp, before swooping down in a lightning-fast swoop towards the stream of people fleeing on the ground. Get to the factory for backup. Get to the upper levels and save the kids. Seeing this scene, Yu Wu Chang immediately drew in his defense forces, and a portion of the Xenos, as well as ordinary people, immediately surged towards the location where the upper floors were located. In the midst of such chaos, Shen Bei was also drawn and followed closely. When he reached the upper level, Shen Bei touched the ground. Help me, bang, 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 bang. Winged and clawed stone vultures circled and swooped through the air, and miserable howls rang out everywhere from both commoners and children. In the streets and alleys, one by one, the people and shifters who could still fight were shooting wildly with grim faces, and fire, roars, screams, and creepy, strange bird calls filled the skies above the asylum. Shen Bei saw that one of the aliens raised a super large rifle that could be 2 meters long. The styling is unusually brutal, with lines that are filled with rage and death. The muzzle can be as big as a fist. However, he saw this alien lift the back cover of his rifle and grabbed a handful of intermediate crystal source cores and shoved them in. Point 1 tapped the lid tightly. He raised the gun. On his face was a hideous fury, hissing, "Bastard! Die!" Instantly, the alien's arm glowed with clear and ghostly streaks, as if the alien energy in his body was activating the gun. After that, gun erupted in a flash burst of light. Clumps of blue light emerged from the muzzle. Boom! 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 The muzzle of the gun shoots out blue light bullets. A gas explosion like a small blue sun exploded in the sky. Take out 3 strange birds in an instant, Shen Bei hissed. This was the first time he had seen a gun used by an alien. It's too sci-fi, isn't it? Not only did it require the use of the ultimate crystal source core, but it also required the alien to activate his or her own alien energy to activate it. Might as good, but Shen Bei wasn't envious. Kryptonite guns were just that, not available for yourself. At this time, Shen Bei had no time to look around. Quickly, he ascended to a small rock-smashed gun emplacement to raise his eyes. With the advantage of height, Shen Bei immediately saw a strange bird in the air circling, waiting for an opportunity to move. And after the figure swooped and fluttered towards the ground from time to time, there was one more frightened and struggling child or resident on the claws of his feet. And as if he had captured his own food, he excitedly beat his wings and went straight up to the high altitude. And these strange birds in mid-air began to tear hungrily, nibbling at the children in the claws. Sharp mouthparts directly to the desperate struggling children, like rag dolls generally torn apart. A time when the blood mixed with the guts of the air sprinkled down. Fishy and bloody, miserable to see. The strong smell of blood drifted with the wind, and in Shen Bei's line of sight, the strange birds in the air kept circling and swooping over the entire territory, avoiding the populace who were shooting indiscriminately one by one, and targeting all of their attacks on the children who were running around like headless flies. In a short blink of an eye, a dozen children were captured as if they were eagles catching chickens. These monstrous birds were divided more widely and moved violently and viciously, coming and going like the wind, which, combined with the air-to-ground advantage, made most of the time a futile endeavor for anyone other than the alien's oversized rifle. Not much was lost in numbers, except for a handful of odd birds that were unlucky enough to be shot down by a concentrated fire. Shen Bei immediately set up his sniper rifle and pulled the bolt. Just when planning to shoot the moving target monster bird, in the midst of the chaos, Shen Bei spotted several distinctive figures suddenly scurrying out and launching sharp counterattacks towards the strange birds that kept swooping down. In Shen Bei's field of vision, an alien called In Hu, with a figure as swift as a cheetah, thundered through the crowd. The moment he just had a strange bird in front of him swoop down and grabbed a populace. However, the strange bird excitedly chirped before he had time to flap his wings and rise up in the air. The Een tiger's figure has already swooped down, his arm flung out, and the whip in his hand in an instant wrapped around the claws of the strange bird, which at once will be pulled in the middle of the air. Fresh, new bee, suddenly entangled in its claws, the strange bird's wings flapped violently, and the air currents whistled and swept up flying sand. However, the originator of the Een tiger feet seemed to be firmly nailed to the ground, not moving and not shaking. Only the face of the vicious color. Bastard, get down here. Boom. Een tiger holding a long whip, footsteps back, ringing waist bowing, all the muscles and bones of the body snapping, arms burst out of a huge force, calf general flapping wings desperately struggling with the strange bird with the violent flinging of the long whip. Een tiger, no resistance to, ruthlessly slammed into the side of a wall of earth above, and directly collapsed it. With a fling of both arms, the calf-sized wing-clawed stone vulture could not resist in the slightest, and collapsed the earth wall as if it were a cannonball, which showed the amazing strength of In Hu. An alien and the strange bird just fell still struggling. In Hu around the people have shot set fire, close-range bullet spray and the strange bird directly into a sieve. Crazy convulsions a few times will no longer move In Hu. On the other hand, continued to walk through the crowd. The long whip in his hand was like a viper waiting for an opportunity to strike. His shots almost never fell short, and in just a few minutes, he looked for an opportunity to take out 2 strange birds again. Ferocious and unusual. Seeing this scene, dozens of meters away from the turret high, Shen Bei's eyes flickered. silently estimating something in his mind before turning his gaze to another place. Then he saw Mighty Mountain, who had clashed with him. This alien is holding a 1-meter-long exaggerated saw, like an ape jumping rapidly on top of the roofs of various short buildings. Whenever there is a strange bird swooping down nearby, he will step down violently and leap out, and the big saw in his hand accurately and ferociously chop directly on top of the wings of the strange bird, like slicing tofu and cutting off its wings. With a ferocious flames, Shinbei's eyes narrowed as his gaze constantly shifted over the bodies of the several exalts. Undoubtedly, all of these aberrants displayed strength, speed, stamina, reaction, and combat skills far beyond those of ordinary people. And each one of them was ferocious and unusual, judging by the display of their powers. They were little superheroes. Angry curses, booms, and screams were endless, and the scene was chaotic. And just as Shinbei was planning to shoot, Luoku ascended the half-collapsed gun tower and sweated profusely. What are you hiding here for? These beasts are as strong as oxen and as fast as they are, so it would be a problem if you were targeted by them for prey, Shinbei said without looking back. Of course it is intended for combat. Rourke shrank to a dead stop and looked down at the chaos on the ground. Hating it, these flat-furred beasts, the winged and clawed stone vultures, are completely treating us like bread-up food, and they seem to be getting smarter and smarter. In the past they only knew how to swoop and grab people. A while ago they actually learned how to throw stones. For fuck's sake, if I wasn't tainted with the divine punishment miasma, I'd be the first to go up and tear them apart with my hands. Shinbei's heart was clear. These monstrous birds have the advantage of flight, and unusual firearms are naturally difficult to deal with. These strange birds' ferocious nature, body size as large as a calf plus come and go like the wind, is an extremely difficult to deal with. The beasts, but Inhu and others are able to calmly deal with. Obviously has been a long time ago experience. If Inhu, Mongshan and other exalts hadn't stepped in, the asylum would only have suffered more casualties in the two-sided attack on the back of this beast tide. Just at this moment the place where the chaos was concentrated in front of them, but a burst of excited and frenzied shouts violently erupted. That's the Lord General. The General is coming. The General is coming. Ha ha ha, damn beasts, you're in for a treat. Hearing the word General, Shinbei exclaimed and looked around. At this moment, the road was in a mess, while Yu Wu Chang appeared with his hands behind his back, as if he were walking slowly with an idle step, and the populace dispersed in various locations were firing into the air while letting out howls of excitement, as if they were greeting their king. Frantic, a loud chirp rang through the sky, seemingly signaling urgency. By this time, the pterodactyl stone vultures in the air had been attenuated by a small half, which apart from the pterodactyl stone vultures that were tearing their prey in their claws in mid-air, there were also a few more that seemed to have never caught their prey, still chirping and circling in mid-air impatiently and unwillingly, searching for an opportunity. And at this moment, Yu Wu Chang, who was wearing a conspicuous blood-colored military uniform and walking idly onto the main road, instantly became the target of several winged clawed stone vultures. Fresh, in the sharp chirping sound, there were 4 winged clawed stone vultures who could no longer hold back under the stimulation of the taste of blood in the air, and suddenly hissed in excitement. A pair of wings as wide as 4 meters unfolded, poking out their claws like iron hooks, and swooped down towards Yu Wu Chang in the open area. You beasts, you all deserve to die. The vicious wind gusted, facing the winged clawed stone vultures coming from different directions. On the ground, Yu Wu Chang slowly raised his head, a cruel smile on his gloomy face. For it is my property that you are destroying and plundering. Bang! Yu Wu Chang's feet stepped hard. The earth and stone ground under his feet exploded under the huge forceful outburst, and his figure had already disappeared in the earth and stone splash. Distance from the near people only to see Yu Wu Chang is disappeared in place, while the distant Shinbei but clearly see Yu Wu Chang himself is like a cannonball general rushed up, a leap of more than 10 meters high, in the blink of an eye to the first swoop down under the strange bird. Immediately after Shinbei saw, at the time of no time to lose, jumped on more than 10 meters high in the air. Yu Wu Chang's hands lightning-like probe, instantly buckled the claws of the strange bird probing grabbed out. At the same time, a wild laugh, Armateer, there was a snort, as if what he was tearing in his hands was not a body of flesh and blood, but a thin piece of paper. The winged clawed stone vulture's calf-sized body was directly torn from it, with blood and internal organs bursting and splashing in the air, fluttering down with the wind. Boom! In the next instant, amidst the vibrations, Yu Wu Chang landed steadily on the roof of a short building with 2 pieces of corpses in his hands, while the other 3 wing-clawed stone vultures that swooped down from different directions did not even have time to react to the change of direction. When they saw Yu Wu Chang bowing, striding, and taking the 2 pieces of corpses in his hands out of his hands, flinging them out ferociously like a concealed weapon. Bang bang! In the next instant, I don't know how much power is contained in this dumping by Yu Wu Chang. The 2 pieces of remains of the body with a sharp whistling sound of the wind, accurately and precisely blasted on the other two winged clawed stone vulture body, which was still more than 10 meters away from the ground, and instantly let its wings break and fall to the ground. Just like being hit by a speeding car, the two winged clawed stone vultures let out a mournful hiss, struggling frantically on the ground. However, Yu Wu Chang didn't even look at them. Raising his head and sweeping the last winged clawed stone vulture that was hastily flapping its wings in midair 10 meters away and trying to rise, he hooked and kicked under his feet, and more than a dozen fist-sized debris suddenly shot out like a concealed weapon, letting out a shrill whistling that broke through the air. Put! A piece of debris exploded on the last winged clawed stone vulture, and its wings were instantly hit hard by the flying debris, and the winged clawed stone vulture let out a miserable cry and staggered to the ground, fluttering and struggling just as desperately. At this point, all four of the four winged clawed stone vultures that had launched an attack on Yu Wu Chang had been shot down, taking no more than 10 seconds in a few seconds' time, downing four winged clawed stone vultures with ease. Yu Wu Chang's inhuman strength and ferocious fighting skills were displayed to the fullest. Shin Bei's eyes did not blink, staring dead on Yu Wu Chang's figure in the distance, his mind rapidly digesting the sight he had just seen. The Lord General is mighty. It's still the Lord General who's great. I told you, once the General comes, these beasts won't be able to get their way. Mountains of cheers and compliments erupted as the populace surged out in all directions, gathering fire in unison and sifting the three wing-clawed stone vultures on the ground that weren't dead through, seemingly very satisfied with the force and prestige he had displayed. Yu Wu Chang smiled slightly and looked up at the sky. By this point, this predatory activity seemed to have come to an end, and the number of deaths of the winged clawed stone vulture was already close to half. And with such a large amount of damage, along with a particularly loud and clear hissing sound, the only 20 or so winged clawed stone vultures left in the air had also eaten their fill and drank their fill, and turned around in unison without any lingering interest and flew away in the direction from which they came. When the figure and hissing of the winged clawed stone vulture completely disappeared into the sky. Doesn't mean the beast tide is over. There were still tons of ferocious beasts to deal with on the lower levels, and Shinbei is equivalent to running along for the entire ride. Nothing was done to drive the strange bird back with the clean and decisive handling of the alien. This time, Yu Wu Chang commanded a few people to go to the institute, finding Chenanji. He lifted out one of the frisbee-like weapons. Shinbei was also holding one in his arms. Look at the name of the label on it, Cluster Fire Frisbee. This is the latest air suppression weapon developed by our institute. Chenanji gave a quick explanation while teaching the method of use. Simply put, the frisbee tilts its internal ammo after it flies through the air, covering the area of course with full firepower. When the ammo is dumped, it will automatically return to the takeoff position and you can just refill it. All you have to do is press this button, adjust the distance and altitude, and just release the fire frisbee. You don't have to worry about anything else. Remember, the flight distance is only 5 kilometers. Chenanji wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. This thing is still in research and development. There is no official production, and if there wasn't a wave of beasts that appeared today, this wouldn't have been utilized. There's no need to panic if this weapon doesn't respond, or if anything happens. It's in the research and development stage after all. Just report directly to me. Shinbei surveyed the weapon in his hand, and his curiosity couldn't help but rise continuously. According to Chenanji, the ammunition inside this thing, it should be small special artillery shells or shot out through the barrel of a railgun-like cannon. In addition to the huge penetrating power, in addition to the cannon bombing damage. At this moment, Yu Wu Chang nodded. Tough job, Director Chen. Let's go. We have to keep fighting. With that said, Yu Wu Chang only left a few people on the upper floor to clean up the mess. Everyone else returned to the next level and continued to kill the ferocious beasts. Shinbei held the cluster fire frisbee and returned to the 8th defense mark. The landlord looked at the object in Shinbei's arms somewhat bizarrely. What is this? A newly developed weapon. This bunch of shit that wastes research dollars. The landlord let off a shot at the ferocious beast and continued. Research that improves the quality of life of the population is not done, such as research on stronger wheels than anything else. And all day long, you just research useless ones. Shinbei pulled his mouth. This seems to have nothing to do with the institute. It's still not whatever Yu Wu Chang says to study. Just then, various defense nodes, rising densely packed black discs rose, quickly dispersed in all directions, and then shot out densely packed shells. Boom boom boom. Rumble. Rumble. The area of stone forest in the distance was leveled by the intense shelling, and many unseen ferocious beasts were blown to pieces. I have to say, this thing is much better than artillery. True. Point and shoot. Moreover, don't look at the frisbee is not big, but the listed are high explosive bombs. The power is comparable to artillery. After a series of explosions, the entire tide of beasts was hardened and torn out of a death zone. However, there were also some monsters that were very powerful, leaping up high to blast those black discs. Dang dash boom. Thud. Some ferocious beasts with very strong bouncing power were able to jump dozens of meters high, blasting one black disc out or directly bursting it in the air, and those with intact fire discs began to return automatically to their takeoff positions to continue filling with high explosives after adjusting the bombing site. Takeoff and bomb. The morale of the people of Shelter 36 was boosted by this scene. Despite their fatigue, the Xenos fought again. Colorful Xenos flying all over the sky, the corpses of the ferocious beasts were also piled higher and higher. Hey, what are you looking at? Let your fire frisbee fly. The landlord prodded from side to side. Shenbei gave an subtle sound and operated a bit. Pressed the start button. Fire frisbees that could be a meter in diameter rose into the air, though Shenbei couldn't see what powered the fire frisbee. There was no flame injection port or gas propulsion port, but he was greatly shocked. Only after Shenbei, the fire pot, wobbled and flew out. It didn't stop at the ferocious beasts in the sky above, but flew straight to the irrelevant area, in the direction of the high mountains. Finally, it turned into a small black dot in the sky and disappeared. The landlord, confused, pointed to the faraway fire frisbee and asked, "Why is yours different from everyone else's?" Shenbei opened his mouth in dismay, and gave a forehead. The institute said that this is a product that is still in development, and there are certain unknown, uncontrollable failures, perhaps encountered by me? With that, Shenbei sighed, set up his sniper rifle, and said, "Shoot the ferocious beasts." The landlord didn't care, nodding and firing shot after shot. In truth, Shenbei had deliberately set the wrong parameters to make the fire frisbee disappear into thin air. In his mind, if he upgraded this thing, it would be a great weapon. It's the equivalent of having air support to augment your own strength. This kind of good opportunity cannot be wasted. Man for himself, heaven and earth. After doing this quietly, Shenbei was fully focused and began to shoot the ferocious beasts. This is not only for your own safety, but also to provide experience with firearms. Besides, with the alien carrying the front, one needed to just shoot mindlessly. A bang. Barrett spewed tongues of fire, pushed the bullet tip out of the chamber. Whoosh. An ironclad exploding bear that slipped into the safe zone had its eyes pierced by a powerful two-stage bullet that lifted its skull right off the ground, accompanied by heart-rending wails. The iron-armored exploding bear fell to the ground, convulsed a few times, and died on the spot. Sniper rifle experience +1. Crap. Lying on one side, holding an AK-47, the landlord's gaze was shocked, looking at Shenbei with a surprised look. Incredibly said, "You this shot directly dry a iron armor explosive bear?" Shenbei's gun was turned around and he continued to aim, saying, "Is there anything surprising?" Bang! Shenbei pulled the trigger. Another round was fired into the eye of the rotting wolf, lifting it to the ground on the spot. Sniper rifle experience +1 hiss. Another shot. When did you become so accurate with your shots? The landlord's eyes twisted as his insides were shaken without any hesitation. If one were to hunt the iron-armored exploding bear or the carrion wolf alone, that's absolutely the only way to run away. He didn't have the ability or courage to face such a ferocious beast alone, even with a gun in your hand. You can't shoot. It's no longer a shot to the head. It's a shot to the eyeball. Even an adept shooter is just like that, isn't it? The more the landlord looked at Shenbei, the stranger he felt. What kind of pervert is this? Especially the rudimentary, crude, backward converted rifle with a Barrett that didn't even have a scope, but in his eyes, it becomes rugged, simple, and represents a work of art with a violent aesthetic. Shenbei wasn't in the mood for small talk with the landlord. A beast wave isn't a treat that's going to set the table a thump. Thump, thump. Shenbei didn't care about bullets anyway. There are shelters to compensate afterwards. At most, you'll lose some two-stage bullets. Shot after shot, keep shooting. Sniper rifle experience +1. Sniper rifle experience +1. Shenbei found that with a level 3 sniper rifle, coupled with 2 levels of bullets, sometimes the technique was wrong. And even when hitting a gold-armored dragon beast with quite a high defense, the bullets were able to break through the defense and drill into the flesh and blood, though not able to form a fatal wound. But the guns in the hands of the others are impervious to bullets. One sparks and one doesn't squeak. The only way to deal with this kind of ferocious beast was to ask for an alien to come and help and fight violence with violence, and the alien in charge of support just happens to be Mighty Mountain. After a struggle in defense node number 8, all the ferocious beasts that slipped in were cleared out. Shenbei gets a momentary breather to rest. He glanced at his firearm. Sniper rifle LV3, 50/30, modified Barrett M95, range 1,100 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, magnifier missing, more lethal, sport shooting, accuracy +20. It's ready to be upgraded, but there's no rush. Empty all the bullets before you say anything. Just then, Shenbei takes a stomp to the side of the head. Shenbei was resting. I don't know what that unenlightened dog thing. When he crossed the body position, he stepped on Shenbei's head. Shenbei's face changed. There is the appearance of annoyance. Direct abuse. Long eyes to eat dry rice? Blind awe? Ha! What's wrong with stepping on you? The speaker's tone was rather sloppy. Shenbei looked up and saw that it was no one else. Being Mongshan. His tall figure completely enveloped Shenbei. A look of condescension, full of indignation, while an extremely ferocious smile hung at the corners of his mouth. It's fine. It's fine. At this time the landlord stood up and said smilingly, none of it was intentional. Now is the period of defense against the beast tide. The state of affairs is urgent. Bumps and bruises are unavoidable. Don't you think, right, Shinbei? Shinbei's expression was cold and indifferent as he touched his revolver with one hand. At this moment, Mongshan exuded a strong and extremely spiteful malice. I just stepped on it on purpose. Are you not convinced? Mighty Mountain was simply furious as he remembered the humiliation he had received at the bar yesterday. Even though that revolver could have killed himself, but being teased is the real shame. He himself was being ridiculed by the rest of the bar and had no place to go. That fall was humiliating. Now see, Shinbei is resting, but he is everywhere to put out the fire and wipe his ass. This is the treatment of the alien? Damn! You Shinbei are more dashing than me. Mighty Mountain was even more enraged in his heart and stomped his foot with a vengeance. Hanging him out to dry, Shinbei wouldn't dare to do anything to himself. Let's go! Let's go! The landlord saw that things were a bit off and hurriedly pushed Mongshan away, and Mammoth Mountain cursed 3 times a step, spitting at Shinbei. He even put down the cruel words, I'll fucking kill you sooner or later. Shinbei stood up, his face expressionless, and his eyes were filled with extreme indifference. I let you live yesterday, but you're still dead today, aren't you? Shinbei shouted. Mongshan. Mighty Mountain stopped, pushed the landlord out of the way, and strutted back, furious, his face looking extremely grim and terrifying. His expression suddenly turned cold as he gritted his teeth and drank lowly. What? Do you still want to compete with me? In Mongshan's opinion, giving Shinbei 100 guts wouldn't dare to shoot and kill an alien, and it's still under the public eye, but if he killed Shinbei himself, no one would care. In this world, the status of a psychic was just naturally a step above that of an ordinary person. Mongshan came close and grabbed Shinbei's collar. A vicious light flashed in his eyes, and his vigorous fury came out through his body. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me, otherwise, I will throw you into the beast tide. And Shinbei's handsome but gloomy face was all flat. 2 words. Shinbei raised his revolver and placed it directly against Mongshan's chin. Ha! Mongshan didn't have any fear at all and appeared to have a ferocious face. The corners of his mouth suddenly flared up with a hideous smile. Do you dare to shoot? Do you know what the consequences of killing an alien are? Shinbei's eyes had an indescribable deep and cold meaning. I will naturally bear the consequences. And you. Shinbei rattled the battering ram and exhaled again. And you? How ugly the death will be. You won't see it. Mongshan's eyes flashed, and he sneered with an expression of what can you do to me? Shoot me. Let me see how many balls you have. Boom. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger. The huge recoil of the revolver caused Shinbei's arm to hang down violently. At the same time, there was a flash of gunpowder at the muzzle. In a puff of green smoke, not to mention a 2-stage bullet. Even an ordinary bullet, at such a close range, the head of a level 1 aberration would have to be bombed into popcorn. And in that moment when Mangy Mountain heard the gunshot, all his wild horror and resentment froze on his face. The eyes are even more full of eyes bared, as if seeing a severe ghost like twisted. How dare he? How dare you shoot? Moment, the bullet, propelled by the violent gunpowder, went straight through Mangy Mountain's jaw and rolled into his brain. Lift off the skull. All sorts of red, white brain matter and shredded flesh mixed with blood and water exploded with a boom. It splattered in the air and flew everywhere. Shinbei wiped his face as he pushed Mongshan's body away. As if nothing had happened, he sat down and carefully cleaned the meaty crumbs from the revolvers, and the landlord and others were dumbfounded. None of them had expected that Shinbei would shoot when he said he would, without any hesitation or procrastination. One shot blasted Manjiyama. Mighty Mountain is a combat shifter, though only of the first order, but also alter ego. The faces of all the people were filled with unspeakable. As if shocked and dismayed, the landlord rolled his throat even more. Shinbei and Mongshan had just had a quarrel, and in the blink of an eye, they had caused a death. Though in this world human life is not worth much, but it also depends on who the other person is. That's the alien. With his head blown off, the landlord's eyes were shocked and doubtful. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it, and he gritted his teeth and said, Shinbei, you're crazy. You killed Shifter Mongshan. General Yu Wu Chang won't let you go. And Shenbei Yu Ji Yuan, his gaze deep, like an old monk in meditation. Ancient wells, his voice was quiet and cold. Doesn't matter. Grass. The landlord's impression of Shinbei as a person is still good, but having made such a mess, there was only one way left for Shinbei. He immediately pulled out a piece of advanced crystal source core and stuffed it into Shinbei. A high-level crystal source core can be exchanged for 1,000 crystal source cores. This is not a small fortune. The landlord's voice was a little raspy and lowered. Go! Get the hell out of shelter 36. Go find another shelter in the wilderness, and never come back. Although the landlord spoke harshly, Shinbei knew he meant well. There are still loving people in this fucked up world. It's so rare. However, Shinbei did not pick up the crystal source core, but threw it back and stood up, a cold smile appearing on his face. Thanks. Don't be flooded with sympathy in the future, or else you'll have to bear the other party's suffering. Saying that, Shinbei put the revolver away and left the 8th defense node with the Barrett on his back. Where are you going? The landlord pursued? Shinbei waved his hand. Find someone to even things out, or else I will only end up dead. How could Shinbei not know that in this kind of occasion, killing an alien was purely looking for death. In the middle of the wilderness, kill it quietly but inside the shelter, and during a time of beasts. That would be an eye-opener for General Yu Wuchang. Thunderbolts are bound to be rare. Shinbei didn't want to leave Shelter 36 just yet. It's really a crisis beyond the wilderness. One is simply not physically strong enough to handle continuous combat. At the very least, one would have to have battle armor upgrades to qualify for a long trek through the wilderness. Shinbei walked through the various defense nodes. In the midst of all the chaos, return to the upper level, find Rourke and tell him what he's been up to. Rourke frowned slightly at the news. You boys really know how to get into trouble. Rourke smashed his mouth. Shinbei said, I'm really good at finding people. Come on, Les. Roque stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said, you continue to defend your nodes, and I'll take care of you Wuchang's side. Thanks. Just remember, you owe me a favor. Shinbei shrugged and left the upper level. Returning to his defense node, Shinbei knew that Luoku was absolutely certain that he could help even things out for himself, before he was tainted with the divine punishment miasma. He wasn't bragging about his bravery. He was truly fierce. With one hand of thunder control, heaven and earth exploded. More than that, he had saved Yu Wuchang. It could even be said that without Roque, there would be no Yu Wuchang today. That was why Shinbei dared to shoot in public with impunity. We've got people up there. The onslaught of beasts continues. The cluster energizer frisbee has become a staple that cannot be ignored. Every time they went out, they were able to clear out large swaths of ferocious beasts. This allowed the alien at the top to save a lot of energy. After all, no matter how much of a fighter a psychic is, he's not a perpetual motion machine. There's always fatigue, and it wasn't once or twice that Shelter 36 encountered a wave of beasts. Both aliens and ordinary people have experience in dealing with it. The only surprise is that the strange birds will throw stones this time, causing considerable damage to the upper dwellers. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang led a timely repulse. There were deaths and injuries, but it was bearable. This time, Shinbei was once again engaged in battle after dealing with his own troubles. Shot for shot, bulletless, guns hit the landlords around you with skepticism. The time Shinbei killed the alien Mongshan, he had thought about letting Shinbei rush you to escape from Asylum 36. The sky is so vast that you can go anywhere, and there's more than Shelter 36 in this world to escape to. Go to any shelter and survive. But Shinbei only left for a while before returning as if nothing had happened, and without a hint of worry about the future. The shooting was as accurate as ever. If he were himself, he would have been so disorganized that he wouldn't have had any heart in resisting the ferocious beasts. The landlord deflated and wondered what Shinbei's mindset was now. Mulling it over, the fighting continued into the afternoon. The corpses of the ferocious beasts in front of the shelter had all been piled up to more than 10 meters high, and the shelter had a fair number of will houses collapsed by the killer's impact. Also a lot of people died. Disaster can strike at any time, and the people of the shelter have no time to grieve. After the tide of beasts receded, each went into a busy state. The fixer-upper fixes the house. The alien began to deconstruct the ferocious beast's brain and take out the crystal source core. By the way, the valuable things on the ferocious beasts were cut off and stored for backup. To the average person, the beast wave was a disaster, and in the eyes of the alien, describes a treasure trove delivered to the door. It's just a matter of needing to be careful about how you respond. And a few deaths. What day is there on the moors when people don't die? At this time, Shinbei had already emptied all his bullets, because the landlord's house was still in a complete and undamaged state and did not need to be repaired. Shinbei went straight back to rest. Of course, Shinbei could also choose to go logging and sell planks to make some money for those suffering landlords, but it's still relatively more cost-effective to lie within the battle armor. The landlord followed Shinbei with a suspicious and alarmed face. I am afraid that Yu Wuchang will drill out at this time, capture Shinbei, and then involve himself. But until it was dark, he didn't realize that someone had come to Shinbei in an aggressive manner. According to reason, this would be news that must have been known by Yu Wuchang. The landlord patted his head. Could it be that Shinbei is related to Yu Wuchang? Can't figure it out, so I don't think about it. That moment, there was shouting outside the door. The landlord rushed out. The people outside are from the logistics department of Shelter 36. They were hauling 2 large bags and distributing them door to door. One bag was a crystal source core, and 1 bag was a variety of beast meat. How many? The staff member asked the landlord. The landlord gestured and said, 9 tenants, plus 10 of me. Bullshit. The staff member pointed to the list and said, 1 is clearly dead. The landlord looked bitter, but the one who died had a family. Wife and children have to eat. Life and death have their destiny. The staff member's tone was hard. I'm also following the rules, and when you break them, someone else stomps on them. The landlord bemoaned the situation and reached for his share of the rewards for defending against the beast tide. Back to the house, the landlord yelled as he pulled his neck out. Various residents have come downstairs. Take all your fair share. Shinbei was the last to collect. There were a total of 50 crystal source cores and 100 pounds of beast meat. No one knows how this is distributed anyway. You take as much as General Yu Wu Chang gives you. Finally, the landlord also suggested that the congregation take care of the family that died and give them more or less of their share. The others give more or less meat instead. Shinbei gave the little boy a pistol. This pistol was the same one that Shinbei had shot the kingpin with, but it had been upgraded. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. If you can't be an alien, then a handgun is a guarantee of survival. The landlord froze, and his teeth ached. Is it not beastly food that they need for the two mothers? Yes. Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled. All I give is food. Nobody eats iron, but ferocious beasts eat bullets. After saying that, Shinbei turned around and went upstairs. Grasping the time to lie down flat, the landlord looked at Shinbei's back. Pondering out, he went back to the house and fetched a box of bullets and gave them to the little boy, and rubbed his head. Little K, your father is dead and it's time for you to grow up. The little boy named Little K wasn't very old. He was about 10 years old, but his eyes were clear and he nodded his head with incomparable determination. At this time, Shinbei sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes fixed on the Barrett sniper rifle in his hand. A message popped up. Sniper rifle LV3, 80/30ths, modified Barrett M95. Range 1,100 meters. 5 rounds. Detachable bipod missing. Rear adjustable monopod missing. Magnifier missing. More lethal. Sport shooting. Accuracy +20. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV4, 50/100, modified Barrett M95. Range 1,300 meters. Bullets 5 rounds. Killing power. Sports shooting. Accuracy +20. Blind sniper accuracy increased by 20. Silencer effect increased by 20. Recoil reduced by 20. Shinbei's eyes flickered. This upgrade is a very big change. Range increase notwithstanding, even blind sniping increases accuracy. It's simply anticlimactic. There is also a silencing effect. Although the effect of reducing 20 is not very big, the appearance of this new attribute undoubtedly does not mark. After upgrading to the limit, will be 100% silencing. The effect is nothing short of explosive, you know. Even a pistol with a top-of-the-line silencer can't be 100% silenced. The last item is the recoil. It's also a pretty awesome presence. This Barrett has a lot more recoil than a revolver. For the most part, the revolver shot with one hand. Shinbei's arm was shocked and numb, and a wrong posture was easy to dislocate, but this Barrett is bound to dislocate if it is not held in both hands, or if it is fired lying down and firing bullets one-handed, no matter what the stance. With the tremendous recoil, guns are man-made. Man, however, does not always have full control over it. Another M500 revolver was fired only once today, killing Mammoth Mountain. There's nothing to see. Next, Shinbei took out his alarm clock. After this object had been disassembled and assembled by Shinbei, it had turned into a time bomb. Simply add 10 crystal source cores. Shinbei tried to put the crystal source core in. What was weird and amazing was that the alarm clock clearly had no opening or place to put the crystal source cores, but every crystal source core placed on the shell was absorbed into it. Great! Newton can't keep his coffin boards down. After putting in 10 crystal source cores, look at the alarm clock again. Alarm clock LV5, full level, filling progress, 10 out of 10, in addition to being absolutely on time. On time for the alarm. It's also a ticking time bomb. Shinbei scared twice. I just don't know how powerful the explosion will be. Maybe I can purchase some more alarm clocks to experiment. If it works well, you can use it to kill the enemy. Put down the alarm clock. Shinbei continued to conquer his most important equipment, battle armor. Lay out the bedding. Lay in comfortably. Battle armor experience +1, battle armor experience +1. Shinbei yawned and made a rough calculation. I laid down for 6 hours in the afternoon and 12 hours in the evening. A total of 18 hours, 60 experience points an hour. You can get 840 experience points tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow you'll be able to move up a level. Let's hope it's a surprise. Blaze Bar. Shinbei entered early in the morning, and the interior of the bar was a mess. Various bottles of wine were thrown all over the place, as well as remnants of food everywhere. The drunken people fell to the ground and slept soundly, grunting like a symphony of voices. The pungent odor of alcohol mixed with vomit spread throughout the bar. Yesterday's tense beast tide and harvest had allowed each to acquire quite a few crystal source cores. Indulgence and alcoholism are constant themes for fugitive humans who have today and no tomorrow. It's natural to drink until you're drunk and don't know what's going on. Shinbei found a clean seat and sat down. Not for a moment. Rourke arrived in a hurry. Shinbei was self-conscious and waved. Waiter. Whiskey. No one answered. The waiters are asleep. Shinbei got up and went behind the counter alone, took a bottle of wine, dropped the crystal source core, and returned to his seat. Rourke took a swig of wine, hissed, smashed his mouth, rubbed his stubble-covered face, and said, "The matter about you killing the alien Monshan has been taken care of." Shinbei raised his glass in respect. Thanks. It's not that simple though, Rourke added. Shinbei let out an "oh" and asked, "What conditions are attached?" Roke's voice was extremely low as he said, "It's not that you Wu Chang had to add conditions. My face the general still has to give. Without me, there would be no him today, you know, but Yin Tiger is a good brother of Mighty Mountain and had to jump out and make a scene. So in the end, as a compromise, you owe Yu Wu Chang an unpaid mission." Shinbei did hear it and said bluntly, "It's a mission owed to Yin Hu, isn't it? You can understand it that way too." Rourke shrugged. "No matter what the mission is, as long as it's in the name of the asylum, it has to go through me, and I'll refute anything that doesn't make sense." Shinbei didn't care. As long as he gave himself time to upgrade his battle armor, even if Yin Hu wanted to use the name of the mission to get in and out of the wasteland to get himself killed. It wasn't that easy. The two chatted a bit more. Shinbei leaves the bar. For 2 days, Shinbei didn't have anything to do, and his main task was to lie flat when you are really tired. Walk around the shelter. The wilderness isn't a place to just go in and out of. Either encountering a ferocious beast is nothing, there is no safer place than a shelter when you run headlong into an evil species. The piles of meat piled up from that beastly tide the other day have become places of entertainment. The odor emanating from the large amount of blood and flesh attracted many ferocious beasts to come and forage for food, and the common man carries a gun and starts hunting. Although the effect is minimal and purely a waste of bullets, but the entertainment is quite good and nothing else. There is a bet on one side, bet the shot will hit the ferocious beast. Shinbei had nothing to do and went to have some fun. It just so happened that the landlord was there. After seeing Shinbei come, his eyes lit up, and he knew how to place a bet. Squeezing his eyebrows and letting Shinbei cooperate and be a killing plate for cutting leaks, Shinbei nodded gently. "The sniper rifles used here are no good. A 98K. Before Shinbei crossed over, the 98K name can be said to be unknown in the gaming world, but it's still a bit inadequate in this escapist world. It comes with its own scope though, but the guns have been haphazardly modified and the indicators have long since been messed up. Come on, here's Shinbei on stage." The host raised his bottle and cheered. Not a shifter, let alone a shooting specialist, but a regular guy with a good bet. The surrounding idlers talked for a while and placed their bets on Shinbei not being hit by a single shot, and the landlord smiled and bet on it. The landlord had seen Shinbei's marksmanship before. An absolute one-topper. It's no surprise that it wouldn't be a disadvantage against a shifter who specializes in shooting. Shinbei climbed on the shooting platform. The crosshairs of the high magnification scope snapped into the head of the ferocious beast that was foraging and gnawing on the meat. It was a carrion lizard. Its appearance was both grotesque and horrifying, covered in uneven, mottled colored armor, which shimmered with an eerie, ghostly light in the sunlight. As if it had been pieced together from countless rotting bones, its eyes were two deep-set black holes that shot out ghostly blue flames from time to time, making it look eerie and ghastly even in the daytime. Shinbei estimated the distance. It's about 500 meters away. This distance was completely irrelevant to a mercenary like Shinbei, when Shinbei was over at the Cave of Corrupted Wolves, sniping his teammates. The distance between the two sides could be as much as 800 meters. Shinbei adjusted his stance. After decisively pulling the trigger, bang, 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 the barrel of the gun glowed with a puff of greenish-white smoke. Everyone looked at the carrion lizard and next breath, propelled by the kinetic energy of the bullet. The bullet burst right through its eye. Black blood mixed with silver-gray shattered eyeballs crashing onto the rock. It didn't run away. The bullet probably damaged its brain tissue directly, and wailed shrilly as it tumbled through the hole and kept hitting the rocks. Within a few breaths, the bone-corroding lizard died of extinction. "Oh yeah." The landlord threw back his head and laughed, pocketing all the bets as soon as he could. The other gamblers all sucked in a breath of cold air and staggered. It was important to realize that the rules of this tournament only called for hitting the ferocious beasts. There was no requirement to kill them, and with one shot, Shinbei directly took the life of the ferocious beast. This kind of shooting technique is truly amazing. Again, I'm betting on Shinbei to hit the fierce beast. Nice shot. I'm in. I don't know if the play will be consistent. I'm betting on a hand that won't hit. Are you stupid? Look at Shinbei's shooting stance and calm aura. 100% hit is possible. Bet on hitting. Shinbei turned his head and stole a glance at the landlord. The landlord staked the core of the crystalline source on a hit or miss. Shinbei understood. A next shot, straight off the mark. A burst of dirt and dust exploded on the ground. Gamblers can be screaming and cursing in outright bad luck for the next few bets. The landlord bet on whatever Shinbei played. After a few screw-ups, the landlord had cut nearly 300 crystal source cores. The landlord's eyes signaled Shinbei to retreat. Moderate. The two were halfway back and it was starting to get pretty dirty. Shinbei obtained more than 200 crystal source cores. "You take the extra portion and I'll just follow you with the soup." The landlord had more than a smile on his face. It was quite a cheat to pick up a crystal source core for nothing. And he wasn't greedy. Shinbei wouldn't back down and directly pocketed it. These fools, they're all pissed off. Ha ha. The landlord thought back to the scene just now and beat his heart with joy. Shinbei recalled the maxim, 9 out of 10 gamblers lose. Sometimes you lose without even knowing how. Just then. A girl in a black cape suddenly sprang out of the side and reached out to stop the two. The girl slowly raised her head. Her features were extremely delicate. She was born with a good face, and the whole person looked like a porcelain white doll, only. Her pupils glowed with an eerie blue light. Shinbei couldn't tell if she had blue pupils or if she was just using her powers to decorate in order to look pretty. Banshee, you're the alien blue goblin. The landlord named names off the top of his head. The girl, most of her face hidden under a hood, pointed a single finger at the landlord and spat out only one word, "Get out." The landlord was so obedient. He got out right away and never looked back, but he didn't run far, either, but hid in the distance and watched. Shinbei was a bit confused and asked, "What do you want to see me about?" The blue demonist's tone was cool. "Your marksmanship is good. Comparable to a shooting specialized alien. There were a lot of misses. You just saw that, right? Deliberate setup to win. I guess. I saw it coming." Shinbei, the blue demonist spoke again. "It just so happens that my squad is short of a sniper. And even though you're not a shifter, you're qualified to join." Shinbei was expressionless and said in a salty manner, "I'm used to being alone. There's always a time when you need a teammate." The blue demonist crossed over to Shinbei's side and turned back to say once again, "I'll call you if I need you." An implication that cannot be denied. "That little bitch is wild." The landlord, on his way back, chattered. "Last time, there was a drunk dude who stood outside the wheelhouse to take a leak. And that's not a normal thing to do. And guess what?" The landlord asked himself. "Nice guy." Popped an eye shot and gave it a straight GA. Said it polluted her eyeballs. "It's simply unreasonable. It's brutal." The landlord told the story of the blue demon girl while turning back to cover his crotch in fear that the blue demon girl would come back to kill him. Shinbei smacked his lips at that. Where are the shifters to be reasonable? In exchange for being a bully. He or she is not reasonable. Whoever has the hardest fists talks hard. Shinbei killed the alien Mongshan. And he still had to find a relationship to even things out. Shinbei, who had prepared for this kind of thought, was not surprised at the things that happened in this escaped world. Back at the residence, Shinbei continued to lie flat. Grab a battle armor upgrade. In terms of physical strength, physique, Shinbei couldn't compete with the exalted, naturally. It's going to be in technology. The poor rely on mutation. The rich on technology. 2 days later, Shinbei climbed out of his battle armor. Eyes glittered with excitement. Took a look at the battle armor information. Pseudo power armor LV2. 2320/2000, battle armor that is almost useless and it would be irrational to use it in combat. But its defense is slightly improved. Its walking speed is slightly improved. Its mind connection reaction speed is slightly improved. And it is retrofitted with an infrared vision system. At the time of the night festival parade, it can keep up with other people's footsteps and see the road more clearly. Here we go. The experience value is ready. Shinbei's divine sense moved. Upgrade. Power armor LV3, 320/3000, slightly useful battle armor that can assist in running, with improved defense, some weight capacity, and a slightly increased reaction speed for the idea connection. Each crystal source core can maintain the battle armor at high speed for 5 minutes. Shinbei couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from hooking up after reading the message. Level 3 battle armor, ready for use, though not yet satisfactory in every way. No super defense, no massive power, no fire system, and no button portability, but at least it will assist in improving your running speed. This alone was enough for Shinbei to be ecstatic. Moreover, the efficiency of utilizing the crystal source core was greatly increased. From originally only lasting 1 minute, it can now last 5 minutes. This is certainly a huge step forward. What made Shinbei feel even more surprised was that the original battle armor of about 2 meters, has now shrunk to about 5 feet 8 inches of himself, just about his own height. The surface of the battle armor was also no longer roughly textured, but changed to a matte black general color. The more you look at it, the more you like it and the more delighted you are. Shinbei couldn't wait to re-enter the battle armor, carrying his own sniper rifle on his back and jamming his pistol. Step out of the room. The expected creaking sound of joints rubbing together did not occur. The battle armor itself didn't make much extra noise as it moved and walked. Also, the parts are exceptionally silky smooth, with no blockage or sluggishness. Also, the battle armor was unusually snug, as comfortable as wearing a jacket. It can be seen that with this upgrade, this battle armor has evolved in all aspects. Shinbei kept moving his limbs, crouching and jumping up, adapting to the sense of rhythm brought by the battle armor. Down the stairs, the landlord eked out with a puzzled look on his face. How come this toy has changed drastically after not seeing it for a few days? Shinbei opened his mask and said with some braggadocio, "Naturally, it's a boring modification." The landlord said, "You should be working at an institute if you have this skill. That's not the life I want. People, after all, want to be at peace. That's for you." Shinbei waved his hand and left the rental house. He intended to head north into the Great Mountains to pick up the cluster fire frisbee that he had deliberately abducted during the beast wave. Let's see what the upgrade can do. The whole of Asylum 36 was still busy up and down at this time, mining for mining and gathering wood for gathering wood. Shinbei swaggered all the way to the upper level of the shelter. The passing residents were not much surprised to see Shinbei's dress. After all, there are those among the Ultrans who are fully armed to the teeth, for example, those who specialize in shooting, or those who are close combat aliens. Only, The protective suits of these aliens were targeted to protect a certain part of the body instead of full coverage. The crowd's evaluation of Shinbei was only one word: cool. Coming to the weapon store, Shinbei replenished some of the ammunition. In the middle of the last beast wave. Already bullets were almost all empty. Without bullets, guns or flaming sticks? Shinbei asked the boss as he stowed away the bullets. How come I haven't seen any large-sized guns used by Ultrans here in your place? Last time I saw an Ultran shooting strange birds, it was fierce. The owner smiled with his cigarette in his mouth. Why? You want to buy one? Shinbei blinked. But there was this thought. I can use it too. Overthink it. The boss teased. In general, the kind of gun that uses a crystalline core for kinetic energy isn't as simple as just stuffing in a crystalline core and firing it. It also requires the user to catalyze the source energy to shoot the light projectile out. Otherwise, it will just explode in place, whereas the speed at which light bullets fly is related to the alien's own rank. A shooting specialist would have better control of the gun. It was then that Shinbei came to a realization. No wonder there was something strange about the flight pattern of the light bullets when I watched that alien use a large source energy firearm to blast that strange bird the other day. It always feels so slow and throws too early. Hopefully, it was caused by that alien's lack of strength, completely dispelling the idea of owning a source energy firearm. Shinbei excused himself and left. Leave shelter 36. Shinbei started north on foot. The low-hanging clouds in the sky showed a gap just enough to reveal the low-hanging sun, and a large, golden-colored sunlight poured down. Not long after hiking the wilderness, Shinbei discovered the weaknesses and shortcomings of the battle armor. That is, under the scorching heat, the inside is shaped like an oven. It made Shinbei's entire body drenched as if it was fished out of water. In fact, this battle armor has an internal thermoregulation system that can even allow the temperature to drop to 0. However, it requires the consumption of a crystalline core. Shinbei was a little distressed, so he didn't turn on the thermostat system. Had to open my mask to let myself get some air. Shinbei's pace was still gentle, not too tight or slow. Each step was the same distance, never half a point of error. About 3 hours later, just as Shinbei approached the edge of the mountain, behind Shinbei, an engine roar sounded violently. Shinbei twisted his head to look back. There seemed to be a Tyrannosaurus rearing up to the sky suddenly in the smoke, and the roar immediately drowned out the roar of the two Mercedes-Benz SUVs. Then a locomotive painted in deep black suddenly rushed out from the dust cloud, crossing over the two SUVs at an incredible speed and rushing straight to the north direction of Shen. The locomotive is extremely wildly modified, and the roar of the engine perfectly matches its incredible speed. Shinbei was somewhat familiar with this look. Brain thought briefly and snapped to attention. This is Bela's ride. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Shady soul. With almost no hesitation, Shinbei pulled out the crystal source core and directly stuffed it into the kinetic energy device. Instantly, the battle armor power system was activated. Shinbei pulled out his legs and ran. This bitch can't be messed with. She's a more unreasonable being than a blue banshee. The most the blue banshee can do is force you to invite you to join the team, and Shiro is craving his own body. It's a fucked up world. When a woman goes crazy, 10 cows can't pull her back. You're telling me this is ordinary? A big man sitting in the driver's seat with a cigar in his mouth looked at the speedometer and then at the man running in front of him. This fucking speed is going 40 kilometers per hour. Shiro sat in the passenger side, holding a thin steel pin in his mouth, coiled his hair, and inserted the pin into his pilled head. His eyes looked at Shinbei, who was running in front of him, with interest. See, an ordinary man can run 40 miles an hour, and I'm definitely looking at the right guy. The big man on one side gave a hefty laugh. If you're sure it's an ordinary person, then the problem is the protective armor he's wearing. The big man pulled out the core of the medium pole crystal source, stuffed it into the engine feeding port, and stepped on the gas pedal, the vehicle speeding up violently, even more lifting up the dust that rushed skyward. After nearly 100 meters of painful and warlike braking, the car body is lightly righted with the last bit of kinetic energy, fully demonstrating the near-perfect handling skills of the Dahan, and the vehicle had just stopped squarely in front of Shinbei less than 3 meters away. Shiro kicked open the car door, put his hands on the edge of the car, did a flip, and leapt onto the roof. She sat with her legs crossed on the roof of the car, smiling lightly as she stretched, stretching her subtle, playful curves. Bai Luo looked at Shinbei and said word by word, "I've got my eye on you. From or not, give me a quick word." Shinbei faced Bai Luo's declaration, "Touch your cheeks." He then realized that what the staff member had said when he first showered at Shelter 36 was true. A good skin is indeed the beginning of trouble. It's a woman sticking it to herself. So annoying. Shinbei was not polite. Backhandedly took out his revolver and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Continuous booming gunshots exploded in Bai Luo's ears at such close range. For a moment, she thought the bullets spraying out of the muzzle were coming at her, especially the cold, hostile, palpitatingly brutal muzzle of the gun. Like a demon roaring, she had never felt that a pistol could make her experience death so close, even chills down the spine and hairs on the back of the head. Shiro slid off the roof of the car with a flip. Once again, he poked his head out, but saw that Shinbei had already rushed out of the dense forest in the high mountains and disappeared. Bai Luo was furious and climbed into the car, her pure and moving little face instantly becoming extremely twisted. "Give me chase." However, the big man on the side with a cigar in his mouth couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Chasing my ass." The tires were shot out. It was only then that Bai Luo reacted to the fact that Shinbei's 2 shots turned out to be on the tires of the car. Shiro kicked the car door, the ground exploded as her feet stepped, and her body directly exploded out. "I'd like to see how far you can run." Bai Luo's pace was light and swift. The curved lines of his body looked quite pleasing to the eye with each leap and landing. Yet his stride and pace far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Behind him was even a pillar of dust rising into the sky. Shinbei kept traveling through the high mountains and dense forests, and he also heard Bai Luo behind him running wildly with his feet. Couldn't help but blush. Bai Luo, this speed is comparable to a cheetah, if not for the fact that he was wearing battle armor that provided super fast movement speed. "I'm afraid I'll be tackled by Bai Luo in a minute." Shinbei goes over a hill. A ruined town appeared not far ahead. It should be some small abandoned town. By the time Bai Luo went over the hill, Shinbei had already disappeared into the ruined town. The long run made her blood rush up, her face red and her breath panting. What the hell is he wearing? It's comparable to an alien. Bai Luo couldn't help but marvel. Then she fished a thin, small dagger out of her boots and held it in her hand, with a wolf-like glow in his eyes and a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked straight into the ruined town. Bai Luo eyes a deserted town. A small river through the city, glittering green light flow, but also called green waves, thanks to the abundance of water. Surprisingly resilient shrubs thrive everywhere, abandoned for decades. There are even some trees that have grown to tens of meters high, despite the fact that it was still morning and the sun was blazing. The ruins were still filled with an eerie feeling, without a hint of warmth, and Shinbei was hiding in a small building. Eyes looked out through the long-ago clouded glass window, vaguely visible as an agile leopard cat. Bai Luo landed as gently as a feather with each leap between the ruins, and the dagger that shone brightly in her hand would have been able to cut through some meals if it had been in the hands of an ordinary person. However, Shinbei believed that when placed in Bai Luo's hands, it would undoubtedly explode with great lethality and give the enemy the most deadly blow. Shinbei didn't know for the time being how many orders of alien energy Bai Luo was, but shifters aren't all powerful. For example, if an Alamancer's defense reaches the 3rd order, his other means of attack will be called a 3rd order Alamancer even if they are 1st order. Looking at Bai Luo's compact leather suit, which showed off his body to the fullest, Shinbei could gauge that Bai Luo's supernatural ability should be an attack, the close combat kind. Thinking about it that way, the defense should be equal, grade should not be high. There is an inference in the moment. Shinbei decides to finish Bai Luo off here. This fellow was very difficult to deal with. One couldn't just be deadlocked by her every time one went in and out of the wilderness. Nothing would get done that way. All it took was patience. And patience was the last thing Shinbei needed. Taking one last look at Bai Luo's figure, Shinbei's figure silently shrunk back within the wall. Turning on the thermostat system inside the battle armor plummeted the temperature to 0 degrees, avoiding Shiro from having any heat-sensitive like psychic ability to scout himself, and the clothes on Shinbei were enough to keep up the cold, because this town is not small. Like Shinbei squatting this kind of house there are very many. It would take a while for Bai Luo to search them one by one. Shinbei prepared all the bullets and placed them in front of him. At the same time start engraving patterns on the bullets to increase the bullet rating. A shot of Shinbei dare not think, but how it must be enough to have a threatening force. The sun is sinking in the west. It was getting dark. Shiro, who was blindly searching within the ruined town, drifted off for a moment to suspect that Shinbei has already left here unnoticed, just left to dumb down and play the game. Mind you, she has a lot of experience surviving in the wild aside from the evil seed. He has yet to meet a prey he could not find, and Shinbei like this. Odor, traces, the slightest trace of clues traces are not left for her people, or the first time deceived. The current Bai Luo had already consumed a large portion of his physical strength, and his entire spirit and alertness had long been inferior to that of the daytime. She had to admit that Shinbei was an extremely cunning commoner. Bai Luo was sure that Shinbei hadn't left, but was watching himself somewhere, waiting for him to get tired. She looked down at her surroundings again. It's dark. Suddenly a mosquito bite-like touch came to her neck. Reaching out, a dark red fleshy needle appeared in his hand. Bai Luo's heart thumped. Poison spider bee. This kind of ferocious beast was small, the size of the palm of a hand, but a combination of bees and spiders. The poisonous spider wasp has an unusually bulging abdomen that resembles both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg sac. Not only can they spray poisonous needles with anesthetic effects, but they can also bind their prey using spider silk. Spider silk was not much of a threat to an alien. The jet was extremely slow and could be easily dodged, but once the anesthesia needle, too late to break free, the spider silk entangled in the body will be solidified with time, more and more hard. Even if the alien woke up again, using all their strength, but also cannot break free. It's a pretty big hassle. Next moment, anesthesia begins to take effect inside Whitelaw. Boundless fear began to grip her. Her vision began to blur. Her feet weakened. She stumbled twice and fell to the ground with a thud. Then, before she could will herself to sleep fully, she heard rustling. A venomous spider wasp flew in and circled her head twice. favoring a jet of spider silk to capture its prey. Just then, out of the corner of Bai Luo's eye, 100 meters away, inside a small building amidst the ruins, the glass windows suddenly burst open. A sniper rifle poked out. What followed was a flash of muzzle fire. Bang! A blazing line of fire came straight at him, and Bai Luo has only one thought in mind: fall into the well and turn the boat in the ditch. No longer able to support the intrusion of anesthesia, Bai Luo fainted. Cold, stinging, and as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh and blood, Bai Luo's consciousness drifted alone in a sea of pain. A vague low laugh seemed to come from the middle of a chaotic realization. TSK, Boss Wu, what do you think we'll say if Captain Bai wakes up? How so? It's not wish fulfillment, but Captain White is passive. Who cares? Whoever's on isn't on. It's just not a good time. Various vague, muffled voices seemed like whispers in the darkness, causing waves to ripple through Bai Luo's scattered will of extreme pain. I am still alive. In Bai Luo's spiritual world, it was as if the world's first light had cut through the darkness, and a round of milky white light clusters gradually dispersed the darkness as if it were a warm sun on a winter's day. Cold, tingling, itching, numbness, all sorts of maddening sensations spread all over her body from the spirit world of nothingness, causing her to let out sharp as if it were a bellows of breath. Eyelids fluttering slightly, gradually regaining a faint sense of his body, Bai Luo opened his eyes. Little by little found myself in a relatively intact abandoned house, surrounded by a campfire. It was warm. Members of his own squad gathered around the campfire to chat and fart. Yo, you're awake? The big man, Boss Wu, asked with a playful smile as he held a cigar in his mouth. Bai Luo supported his body and found a sudden tearing pain coming from the lower half of his body. Bai Luo's eyes slowly widened, reached out and touched his lower body, took it out, and there was blood, violently sucked in a breath of cool air. Boss Wu snickered. Shen Bei had just gotten off of you when we approached him. Grass! Bai Luo let out a furious cry. Where is he? Gone. Gone? Why don't you guys stop it? Men are like that. Boss Wu laughed out loud. Just lift your pants and go. The rest of the team was rolling on the floor laughing. Boss Wu said in a serious tone. Isn't the price you pay for losing in this game exactly what you were expecting? It's not a loss. The corners of Shiro's mouth twitched. But I haven't gotten high yet. It's not even cool the first time. Boss Wu bared his teeth and smiled. Bai Luo closed his eyes and gasped for a long time before he could slightly calm the anger and humiliation in his chest. How fucking disgraceful. The next time I meet him, I'll be on top. Aspirational. The players let out a high unison cry of laughter for a long time. The jungle at night is undoubtedly dangerous. Any creature that dares to come out at night to feed is potentially threatening to the commoner or the alien. But Shin Bei's pace was not slow, and the battle armor on his body was far from being able to fight against the alien in a physical combat. But the poisonous needles sprayed out by the small creatures that tried to sneak up on them couldn't penetrate the battle armor at all. Plus the battle armor is also retrofitted with an infrared vision system that makes walking in the dark completely effortless. He kept heading north, walking towards where the cluster fire frisbee had fallen. As the saying goes, look to the hills. Don't look at the straight line distance. But there are just too many hills to get over. Shin Bei's journey seemed to have been stretched out indefinitely. Recalling the scene that had just happened with Bai Luo, Shin Bei couldn't help but laugh. If people are unlucky, they can't even drink cold water. Peekaboo for an entire day. Shiro surprisingly lets his guard down in the dark. Even the poisonous spider wasps behind him had not been detected. So it was not right. Ended up getting hit with a poison needle strong enough to anesthetize the exploding APE. In the blink of an eye, he fell to the ground. Shin Bei was intent on killing Bai Luo at that moment, but the gun was still aimed at the poisonous spider wasps. In the end, in order to vent his anger and end Bai Luo's stalking, Shin Bei took advantage of Bai Luo's unconscious stage and directly fucked her. The whole time Bai Luo was like a dead pig, but it's also cool. I have to say, it was really tight, and it took a while to waste time poking it in. The volume is also very high. This reminds Shin Bei of a joke in a novel. A woman who has achieved success in cultivating immortality gets married, and that night, the groom can't even stab. In short, Shiro's game was lost and the result she wanted was reached. The process doesn't matter. Long distance, Shin Bei was standing inside a ravine at this moment. According to the budget, one's current position would be the orientation of the cluster fire frisbee crash. Search along the valley grass by grass. Exceptionally careful. At the dawn of day, Shin Bei found the cluster fire frisbee on a large rock. Found it. Shin Bei's excitement was beyond compare. Instant hug. Tested a bit. Bumps and dents on the exterior, not a big problem. The internal parts should still be undamaged and remain intact and undamaged. Shin Bei thought about it. There are now two issues that need to be addressed. First, disassembling and assembling a fire frisbee requires a clean environment, stable environment. The current occasion is certainly inappropriate. A random screw dropped into the grass can't be found. Secondly, this cluster fire frisbee is too big, with a diameter of 1 meter long. If it was brought back to the shelter, it would be too conspicuous and would surely have to be recovered by the institute and investigated. Back when you were reporting that the cluster fire frisbee went off course and hit a mountain and crashed. To go back now, holding an almost complete fire frisbee would be purely and simply giving yourself nothing to worry about. Therefore, Shinbei needed to find a hidden place to hide it. Take your time upgrading and see what changes are made down the road. Thinking of this, Shinbei walked along the valley towards the depths. It didn't take long to get out of the valley. The front of the house is wide open. The ruins of a not-so-small city appear on the edge of the horizon. Shinbei consumed the crystal source core and turned on the battle armor's accelerated movement mode. About half an hour. Arrived at the edge of the city, enter and find a relatively secluded spot. After circling around inside and confirming that there were no ferocious beasts entrenched, Shinbei put the cluster fire frisbee down. Rub your hands together. Eyes fixed on the cluster fire frisbee for a few seconds and the message popped up. Frowny face. Cluster fire frisbee LV1, 0 out of 100. An air-to-ground strike-capable vehicle with high firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. The power of this cluster fire frisbee naturally went without saying. As Shinbei witnessed with his own eyes, all that follows is disassembly and assembly. Remove the toolbox. Shinbei drank a few mouthfuls of water and ate some jerky to revitalize himself a bit. After resting for a while, Shinbei grabbed his tools and began to try to disassemble it. First is the shell. This is a bit easier to get. A couple of number 12 high-strength screws to unscrew. I have to say that the manufacturing process in this world is still commendable. The screws on it, no matter how much force you use with your wrench, just hear a click. You can then drop the wrench and easily unscrew it using finger strength. Remove the shell and inside is an immensely complex library of structures and wiring. Shinbei knows that without the guidance of the institute, he can't rush into disassembly at this time. To be documented. Taking out a pen and paper, Shinbei began to draw a diagram of the internal structure. When Shinbei was a special forces soldier in his previous life, he had also studied a basic course on mechanical principles and construction for a while. Let's put it this way. Nothing too complicated. Still more than enough to fix a car. Of course, this world's cars were constructed in a mysterious way, using a crystal source core as power. And although Shinbei couldn't figure out the principle, he could get a glimpse of it by viewing it as gasoline, drive gear, frisbee output shaft, linked large gear, gyroscope, fire output module, crystalline core kinetic output module, small artillery, high explosives. Originally, Shinbei did not recognize the names of the various parts in it. However, this batch of technofire frisbees was experimental, and the parts and modules on it were labeled, presumably also for easy assembly by the researchers. With normal production, these labels would certainly not be put on, nor would they have the time to do so. That was a cheap shot for Shinbei. And next, while disassembling, Shinbei resketched the schematic diagram of the connection of each component on the paper. Following normal assembly, there should be part assembly drawings here, what with main, top and left views, sections, half sections, etc. But this fire frisbee of Shinbei's was picked up. No. Stolen. Shinbei couldn't and wouldn't dare to ask the Institute for drawings. It can only be recorded using rudimentary techniques. The good thing is, the installation between the individual harnesses is still relatively simple. The modular wires of the harness are all bundled together to make a plug-and-plug, so there's no chance of trying to plug it in the wrong way. It won't fit. Shinbei was like an ant gnawing on an elephant, dismantling the cluster fire frisbee cleanly bit by bit. At the same time, Shinbei unwrapped a shell, dump out the gunpowder inside. There were unexpected discoveries. Gunpowder consists of 2 colors, the black being naturally high explosive. There's also a kind of broken crystal that glows blue. Shinbei reached out and touched it. This is the crystal source core? Shinbei's expression was a bit different. This stuff can still be condensed into a solid inside to preserve energy? Shinbei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. No wonder the cluster fire frisbee is so fierce. The crystalline core acts as a special manifestation of energy, essentially. The interior is in what looks like a semi-solidified liquid, but how did the Institute manage to make it solidify and still preserve the energy and participate in the gunpowder reaction? It's hard to believe that this kind of fire frisbee was researched a long time ago, and this gadget that shatters into crystals is the Institute's latest research, right? Shinbei thought about the details of carrying the cluster fire frisbee in the first place. When Shinbei got his hands on it, it looked like someone was rubbing dust on the surface. Are bullets added to this stuff? Shinbei rubbed his chin and thought this was not critical. The key was how to smash the crystal source core and still not destroy the energy it contained. Shinbei couldn't figure it out. After all, he wasn't a professional researcher. I'll have to set Chen Anji's words sometime. Let's put aside this unexpected discovery about gunpowder for a moment. Shinbei glanced at the parts all over the floor. Rub your hands together. Begin assembly. Only the process of assembling can earn experience points. Moreover, according to the past rule, as long as the assembly is successful, you can go up 1 level. As for how to upgrade later, just figure it out. Click. Shinbei looked at his pickup drawings and began to restore them step by step in reverse. Experience value +1. Experience value +1. 3 hours later, after Shinbei covered the shell and screwed the last screw, take another look at your masterpiece. Cluster Fire Frisbee LV1, 100/100, an air-to-ground strike-capable vehicle with high firepower and a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Touché! Just enough experience value to upgrade. Shinbei didn't have any hesitation. Upgrade. Cluster Fire Frisbee LV2, 0/200, a ground-to-ground strike vehicle with high firepower, a 10-kilometer cruising range, increased wireless connectivity, a slight increase in bombing lethality, a slight increase in bombing speed, a doubling of ammo capacity in the magazine, and the ability to auto-reload. Shinbei blinked, ignore the message that popped up for now. Instead, he stared at the shape of the Cluster Fire Frisbee. Why, it's even getting bigger. Shinbei's entire being was dumbfounded. What he wanted was a Cluster Fire Frisbee that he could carry with him, the smaller the better. Preferably one that can be slipped into a coat pocket. It would be nice to get bigger when you throw it out, but the fact was that instead of getting smaller, this Cluster Fire Frisbee came to 2 meters in diameter. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Could it be that it can only get bigger with upgrades? Shinbei rubbed his chin. It's kind of hard to get to the more you upgrade, the bigger it gets. How do you hide this thing at the end of the day? Brain pain, however. Shinbei didn't have too much to worry about. Bigger is bigger. And the wilderness is bigger. Not everywhere humans set foot. There are too many random locations to drop in and pass by for a year and a half without taking a breath. After all, with all the people fleeing, the range of human activity can't be too far from the Titans. Or the danger is unpredictable. Just then, on Shinbei's battle armor light screen, a message also popped up. Wireless connection detected. Is it connected? That's pretty smart. Connect. This battle armor was designed with a computer module in mind, though with minimal RAM and an underpowered CPU. It's probably like a castrated version of a car system, but the intelligence is fair. Soon, battle armor light screen pop-up message. Connected. Data reset in progress. Reset? Shinbei probably understood that this was restoring the factory settings and deleting the shelter center control authority. Waiting half a day for the reset to finish is a weakness of the CPU not being powerful. Shinbei looked to the Cluster Fire Frisbee for an update. Originally, it could cruise 5 kilometers. But after the upgrade, it became 10 kilometers. That's certainly quite an improvement. And it's still doubled. At the same time, it's not just the distance that extends. To put it another way, it's also a much more efficient utilization of the crystalline source core. This Cluster Fire Frisbee requires an intermediate crystal source core to activate. It can be described as flying farther with the same energy source, with a main focus on saving money and doing good work. Originally, this Fire Frisbee had a fire system of only 12 lines of fire, presenting a clock arrangement. That is, there are firing ports at all 360-degree angles, both in a circle around, and above and below point one of the surrounding rings. The side of the Frisbee had a total of 9 32mm caliber gun ports, and there are 3 gun ports above and 3 below. That is to say, this Fire Frisbee, in total, has 12 32mm caliber gun ports. As for any damage boosts, shooting speed boosts, don't even need to look at them. They're inevitable attributes that come with every upgrade. At this point, the reset, which had been silent for half a day, was finally complete. Battle armor light screen's information updated. Reset complete. This Cluster Fire Frisbee is exclusive to you alone. Wireless connection range is 1 kilometer. Within 1 kilometer, you can transmit a signal through your battle armor to activate the Cluster Fire Frisbee for cruise and support. Shinbei tried to control it. Because of the bound neurons, there was no need to select the buttons. He just moved his mind, and the wireless signal was transmitted to the Fire Frisbee, which levitated noiselessly. Control the Fire Frisbee movement. The Frisbee was seen to rise noiselessly and then fly around the empty plant. The Frisbee was slow at first, but gradually accelerated to 40 kilometers per hour. That's a good speed. It's already comparable to the Battle Armor Institute, letting the Frisbee fall to the ground. Shinbei thought for a moment, then tried to sit on it before maneuvering the Frisbee into the air. The 2-meter diameter, 30-centimeter thick Frisbee was seen slowly rising. Slowly but surely. This stability is good. Nice. Suddenly he let out a gasp of surprise as the Fire Frisbee suddenly tilted and threw him straight down. At the same time, the words, overweight, appeared in the middle of the virtual light screen of the power battle armor. Luckily, after he fell, the Fire Frisbee was once again back to normal and undamaged. That's overweight? Shinbei patted the dust on his body. I wonder what this thing will become as it continues to upgrade. In a trance, Shinbei felt more and more that the Cluster Fire Frisbee in front of him looked like a dream he had that day. Into an immensely large spaceship. It's a bit of a rip. Shinbei shrugged it off. Then Shinbei circled around the Cluster Fire Frisbee. Find out other ways to gain experience and upgrade. Whether it was hovering or flying, Shinbei experimented with it all. To no avail. Eliminating all the incorrect options leaves the only remaining answer. That's what needs to be fired. Toothache. It's actually quicker to firebomb upgrades with 12 shells, plus 12 in the ammo bin. You get 24 experience points for a single firing. There are 5 of them to get to level 3. But the problem is, the munitions fired are high explosives, and, still, high explosives laced with crystalline source core fragments. This stuff is a little more difficult to get at. Shinbei was despondent for a moment, had to go back and figure it out. It's 50 kilometers away from Asylum 36. so it should be safe. Shinbei hid the cluster fire frisbee in the corner of the plant and covered it with weeds. Go back and get the high explosive gunpowder bombs and come back for more upgrades. After doing this, Shinbei packed up his things and started to return to the shelter. Neither any area of the wilderness no longer belongs to humans. Humans may set foot, but not for long. The other thing besides the danger is the water source. Only a titan can purify water that humans can drink. Both surface water and groundwater are polluted beyond human capacity, and mankind is as far from the water source as an escaped world is from a titan. Shinbei walked carefully within the dilapidated city. The city is also home to ferocious beasts. Shinbei didn't want to mess with it for the time being. After all, the terrain was too complicated, and a shot fired would easily startle other ferocious beasts, far less than the openness of the wilderness, where there was room for tactics. However, just then, Shinbei fiercely heard the dull and deeply impactful sound of gunshots suddenly ringing out on the path he must take. Some of the bullets were swept into the direction of Shinbei's position, stirring up a puff of smoke. Shinbei was startled immediately. He lay down on his stomach and crawled on his hands and knees toward a half-collapsed house on the side of the street. Bullets don't have eyes, and so do the people who shoot them? Shinbei hid behind a corner, wiped the dust off your battle armor visor, drawing the sniper rifle on his back. He popped out the magazine, which was full of secondary bullets. Of course, Shinbei's technique of engraving patterns is more and more exquisite, and there is a full magazine of level 3 sniper bullets, but it is not used, and it is enough to keep it as a spare. Pull the bolt with your backhand. Shinbei climbed to the other window and poked his head out, observing the situation outside. But see, 100 meters away, there are two groups shooting at each other. A group of humans, dressed in black, were fleeing for their lives, quickly burrowing in towards the houses on either side of the street, trying to use the terrain and fight back in place. Another group of men dressed in khaki-colored clothing set up machine guns and fired. For a while, bullets flew across the battlefield. Shinbei shrunk his head. In this situation, the bullets are not open to the eyes and do not guarantee safety. Luck is the real guarantee. Shinbei didn't want to get involved in the dispute between them, just want to stay away. Shinbei catapulted out of the ruins, and with the help of the buildings between them, he meandered away from the place of wrongdoing. But the other party didn't seem to want to let go of Shinbei, and a shot was fired at Shinbei's advance, almost shot Shinbei to death. Shinbei rolled over, hid behind the wall, and shouted, "I'm a passerby. Don't hit me. Cut the fucking crap. Today, except for our purging team, everyone else, one or the other, will die." A man across the room growled in response. Shinbei burst out, backhanding his blind sniper and firing a shot. Winning or not winning is secondary, attitudes must be demonstrated. Facing an unmitigated disaster, Shinbei hadn't thought about continuing to reason. In this fucked up world, reasoning is most useless. All that can be done is for the other guy to shut up and regret it. And the so-called purge team, Shelter 36 has teams of the same nature, but Shelter 36 is called the Corrections Brigade, Shelter number 7 is called the Judgment House. IT is a repressive force that deals with traitors and strife internally. Which shelter this group of people came from, Shinbei didn't want to know. All he knew was that he seemed to have bad luck as a passerby to beat the bushes. So, when the other side screamed to clear themselves out as well, Shinbei backhanded a blind sniper shot. Originally, Shinbei just wanted to suppress the opponent's firepower and take the time to shift his position himself. After all, the process of shouting also gave away his position, but not to be thought of. This shot of blind sniping, unexpectedly crooked, directly that will reply to the man head burst killed. Experience value +1. Shinbei was full of surprises. Just a random shot can kill someone. The other party's luck is really bad, to the point where the king of hell himself knocks on the door. Shinbei searched for a hidden location. The muzzle of his sniper rifle burst into blazing flames once again. The assault rifle that roared most ferociously across the room subsided instantly. The sound of the rifle firing in Shinbei's hands was shocking. Each roar was enough to drown out the other gun booms. And after each gunshot, there must be an enemy who would forever lose the right to live. The sound of that gunshot was like a mechanical death, coherent and intensive, as if this sniper could accurately harvest lives without aiming. The sight greatly boosted the morale of the armed men, who had just been hunted down. Several of the seemingly experienced personnel seemed to be inspired to help their side wipe out the enemy, although they did not know where the personnel helping their side were coming from. But at the moment, they were undoubtedly helping their side wipe out the enemy. They leapt up from the ground and took advantage of the gap in enemy fire to decisively outflank them from the left and right sides, intending to swat away the purging teams hiding in the houses. One enemy after another appeared in Shinbei's scope and then disappeared, their dying faces varying, while Shinbei's eyes hidden behind the mask were calm and deep, silently watching the abrupt end of a life. The dull and heart-stopping sound of heavy machine guns echoed again, and the two black-clothed armed men who rushed in the forefront were instantly nailed in mid-air. With several fountains of blood bursting out of their front and back chests, the others were once again immobilized by the intense rain of bullets and had to huddle on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Almost at the moment when the sound of the heavy machine gun sounded, Shinbei quickly adjusted the muzzle of his gun to bring the shooter operating the heavy machine gun into sight. This time, that heavy machine gunner also took the time to each turn the muzzle of the gun to the position of Shinbei for fire suppression. However, Shinbei's finger on the trigger was not eager to press it. The one who controlled the heavy machine gun was actually a little girl who looked to be only 11 or 12 years old. To be able to operate a machine gun at that age. That's also a newly awakened psychic, that in a crowd of purging team rare clean face, inlaid with a pair of big eyes filled with tears. She bit her lower lip. Her lip has been bitten. Bright red blood slides down the corner of the mouth. Heavy machine gun spray tongue of fire will be her face full of hatred reflected bright and dark. Shinbei didn't know where her hatred came from and what she had gone through, but one is caught up in an unprovoked tussle, and everything is out of one's hands through this little girl. Shinbei seemed to catch a glimpse of another figure. A little girl he had thought forgotten in the depths of his memory. In the short seconds of Shinbei's hesitation, the battlefield once again resounded with a mournful scream. A prostrate black-clothed armed man was mercilessly baptized by a heavy machine gun bullet chain, and several blood fountains instantly gushed out. Shinbei sympathizes with no one. It's as if the world, by nature, doesn't sympathize with any human being. It's an either you or situation. Anyone who stands and gasps for breath is guilty of a crime. Shinbei's pupils contracted into pinpricks. The muzzle of the gun subtly deviated, and he decisively pulled the trigger. The special bullets carried a thunderous force and drilled right into the ravaging muzzles of the heavy machine guns. The hissing of the heavy machine gun came to an abrupt end, followed by an explosion of sparks and fiery parts flying everywhere. The little girl stood in place for a few seconds, then collapsed in a heap. A piece of the heavy machine gun embedded deep in her forehead. A gap in the dense cloud cover was blown open by a strong wind, and the hot sun poured down. The gunfire didn't stop with anyone dying in the middle of this ruined city. The purge is still under heavy fire. After all, there were more than 10 times as many people as over here. Even under the encirclement, the already small number of armed men in black were killed by various cross-cutting and roundabout tactics. This time, a black-clothed armed man climbed to Shinbei's position and requested Shinbei's shelter with a panicked face. Shinbei looked around. The whole battlefield seemed to be left to himself and this stranger. Despite killing quite a few enemies himself, there were still almost 100 people left on the opposite side. Shinbei questioned, "Which shelter are you from? What's the offense?" "Asylum 20, the man said in an extremely fast tone. "I was one of the Institute personnel. Because of some kind of philosophical disagreement, I suffered from being ostracized by others. I killed the leader of the group, and then escaped. Those armed men who covered me are all people sent out by Asylum 22. As long as you consent to Asylum 22, I will give you honor and wealth." Shinbei remembered the little girl who had just been filled with hatred. "You killed the little girl's father? It was him who wanted to monopolize my research results." The man's eyes were bloodshot as he continued. "I had promised to give it to him, but he wanted to silence me." When he spoke in his excitement, he even forgot to hide his figure, exposing his head to the wall. He seemed to be trying to make excuses for his reputation and reluctance as a mutineer, but the next moment, the dense network of firepower from the purge across the street was tilted directly at him. It was an instant sieve. "Shinbei, it's just a case of getting yourself killed." Strong cheers erupted from the opposite side of the purge at this point. Apparently, the target of their mission was this mutineer. Shinbei didn't want to analyze who was right and who was wrong between them. Perhaps the leader of the group was trying to silence him for trying to escape with the results of his research. Maybe the leader of the group wants to hog the results and wants to silence them, whatever the cause. None of this means anything about whether or not one survives. This time the clouds in the sky reclosed. The wilderness is again gray and gloomy. Just now the heat brought by the sunlight burning still lingering. Stepping on the land. Under the feet is still a hot wave of steam rustling. Within 100-meter radius of Shinbei's location, the sound of misplaced footsteps constantly resounded. The purge is starting to surround the encirclement of hundreds of people. Even if Shinbei had heavenly skills, he would have to be beaten into a sieve under a barrage of shots. After all, at this point, the battle armor had not yet reached a level where it could resist the power of bullets. Forcing me to zoom in, Shinbei lay on his back within the ruins without a roof. Squinting his eyes flickered, and his pupils became bottomless. Instantly shooting out a tyrannical demeanor, Shinbei's divine sense moved, and the consciousness connection reached the wireless connection extremely far away. Inside that empty factory building, the cluster fire frisbee, originally covered in weeds, whooshed into the air, constantly changing angles. It traversed through the urban ruins and came straight to Shinbei's position. At this moment, the personnel of the purging team kept compressing the encirclement. At the same time, it seemed like victory was in sight as they opened up mockery and ridicule, wanting to suppress Shinbei's mind. "Kid, you're the only one left. Surrender now. Don't ever move our target person. I will give you a very honorable death. Fuck you. Come out here. Wait, look. What's that thing in the sky?" With a reminder, the purge looked up into the sky. A frisbee hovered over the center of the crowd's encirclement of Shinbei, and Shinbei, who was hiding in the ruins, hooked the corner of his mouth. Next moment, Shinbei's divine sense moved. Cluster fire frisbee artillery system activated. Click. 12 barrels sticking out. At this very moment, Shinbei faces the encirclement of the purging team. Naturally, he cannot use firearms, and under the premise of ensuring safety, he rushes out of the encirclement, or kills all the enemies. Shinbei could only offer a fire frisbee. If you don't use it now, wait for when. And after receiving Shinbei's wireless command, the fire disc had already hovered in the air above Shinbei's head. Those 12 cannons were like the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, blazing and coldly gazing at those enemies on the ground that surrounded Shinbei. The purge had looked up and watched, their faces puzzled and confused. What the hell was that? Looks like a fire frisbee. I went to Shelter 36 and saw this thing. Is it great? Bullshit, no. They experimented with insufficient bombing fire. Let's put it this way. It's about the same as setting off firecrackers. The key warheads are too small to put much gunpowder in them, and they kill very few people. But we still have to be careful in case we get skinned. Ha ha. From what you're saying, I don't think even the roof can be blown up, can it? I'm just skeptical. Shelter 36 should still be a long way off. How did this thing fly over here? Don't be some smoke bomb or something. All hands on deck. Don't let that guy pull a stunt and get away. Press in. The people from the purging team below were still heckling and watching the jokes in general, not caring about the fire frisbee above their heads to eye in their eyes. How much power could be shot from a barrel that small? No need to worry, just flush it straight through and be done with it. Slaughter the dog scumbag who killed so many of the purge. The purge has once again compressed the encirclement, and Shinbei's eyes sneered and cold as his divine sense moved. The fire frisbee receives bombing command to eye in an instant. The 12 cannons on the firepower frisbee roared at the same time, and a blazing tongue of fire instantly tore through the air, transforming into 12 meteoric fireballs that shot out, dragging long flaming tails, and swooping down straight at the enemies on the ground. The bombing process was like a heavenly collapse, with hot projectiles pouring down from the air, turning the entire battlefield into a purgatory like a Shura. The moment the warhead, a mixture of high explosives coupled with the explosives from the crystal source core fragments, hit the ground, the explosions were continuous, creating an infernal scene woven with flames, smoke, and debris. Shockwaves swept through like wild waves, and wherever they passed, all buildings were mercilessly destroyed. Boom boom boom. Cluster fire frisbee 360-degree bombardment without death. Looking down from above, it looked like fireworks of death, raging across the ground, and in the middle of this intense smell of smoke and death, was Shinbei lying on his back on the ground, looking calm and collected and cool as this cannon fire. It's his stage, his death riff. At the same time, the purging teams that had just been laughing at the lack of firepower of the fire frisbee were instantly dumbfounded. They found that whether they were hiding in houses, or among the broken walls of rocks, they were lifted off by the shockwaves of the burst. Some people were even blown apart on the spot, and their flesh and blood bodies even exploded into blood foam and meat slag, which was flushed away to nowhere. The members of the purging team suffered a head-on blow, each of them dumbfounded, their pupils suddenly dilated, and in their eyes was extreme shock and disbelief, letting out a horrified and remorseful roar. Ah, help me. Shit, is that what you call nothing? You can only blow up the skin? I've blown my legs off. Hiss. Help. Help. Run. Run. Terrified in this sudden firestorm, the people of the purging team have not yet reacted to the fire has been killed in the flames, limbs and broken arms scattered and splashed, blood mixed with dirt. In the firelight reflection appears particularly blinding. The bombardment lasted a short time, but every second felt like an eternity, and every explosion announced the end of a dozen lives. After the artillery fire died down, the entire ruined metropolis fell silent with it. It's as if the player suddenly cut the tape. Amidst the obscurity, one could only hear the miserable wailing and agonizing groans of the enemy. Shinbei stood up and looked up at the cluster fire frisbee. His eyes, as merciless as those of a ferocious beast, were full of suppressed joy. A fierce, too fierce. This bombardment nearly wiped out the enemy. Those who are still alive have long since lost their fighting ability, either missing arms and legs or dying. Shinbei waved his hand. The cluster fire frisbee returned on the route it had flown and went into standby, and Shinbei leapt out of the ruins and picked up a random rifle. It's still an M4A1 assault rifle. This firearm would be a proper excellent rifle if it were on Earth, but this world can only be reduced to a toy for ordinary people. A burning stick in the eyes of the alien. Shinbei pulled the bolt and pushed the bullet into the chamber, walking leisurely in faith through the bombed-out ruins. A few paces away, one of the purge's enemies was buried in the rubble, struggling with pain. The muzzle of Shinbei's gun was pressed against his forehead. The person was abruptly startled, his head snapping up, his face covered in blood like a thin snake. You can't kill me. I'm a member of Shelter 20. And Shinbei's tone was ancient, but the content was chilling. May there be no escape from hell. Bang! A bullet was fired into his forehead. Experience value +1. Shinbei ignored the message that popped up and continued to look along the ruins for other purge teams that were still alive. For Shinbei, although using a revolver to kill an enemy could increase the experience value, but not worth it. Shinbei's revolver bullets, those were all secondary, tertiary bullets. It's not cost-effective for killing purge teams. Bang bang. The crisp gunfire of the M4A1 assault rifle continued. Each gunshot was accompanied by either curses or howls of pain and pleas for mercy, but Shinbei was indifferent. Whether cursing or bending his head and kowtowing like garlic, all of them were shot to death. A few minutes later, Shinbei dropped his rifle and returned to the ruins where he had taken refuge in the first place. Shake a small bag. Inside was Shinbei's harvest from the express delivery sent by the purging team, more than 100 crystal source cores. Poor. Shinbei had only one word to say about it. With so many people and only this many crystal source cores turned up, it was no wonder that there wasn't a single alien within the purging team. Nope. Shinbei stroked his chin. It's not that there are no adepts, but the adepts from Sanctuary 20 have encountered the adepts from Sanctuary 22. Both sides were split up in the battlefield. Shinbei had just wondered why there were all ordinary people among the purging team. There were no shifters inside the escort either. Hopefully. It's not no. But it's tangled up and hasn't made it over yet. Think about it. Shinbei didn't have a hint of hesitation, and immediately put the Barrett sniper rifle on his back. And without the slightest lingering thought, he directly left. Shinbei has some strength to fight against an alien, but it also depends on the number of people on the other side. More than 2 is hard to get. This place should not be stayed for a long time. In case the Ultrans catch up, there will be trouble that can't be shaken off. Just lifted his step and was about to leave. Shinbei stepped on a backpack. This backpack is still on the defector from Shelter 20. After being shot in the head, the backpack rolled off to the side. Shinbei picked it up and wanted to see if there was a crystal source core inside. Open it. Shinbei was a little confused. The large backpack was full of paper. Shinbei took a cursory glance at it and completely couldn't understand what it was describing. All sorts of odd drawings. Cross-eyed. Not understandable as equipment, however. Shinbei still saw a keyword on the drawing. Crystal source reorganization refining process. Shinbei was half suspicious. It can't be the crystal source core fragments inside the explosives of the fire frisbee shells, right? 1,000,000 times more unbelievable. Shinbei never doubted the luck, but this was too heaven-defying. He was still worried about how to crystal source core fragments, and in the twinkling of an eye, he dozed off and sent a pillow. The time is now, and the destiny is. Shinbei sighed. However, Shinbei was still skeptical. After all, the terms reorganization and fragmentation are completely irrelevant. Maybe it's your own associations that are acting up and preconceived notions. Shinbei immediately closed his backpack and stuffed a crystal source core into the power module of his battle armor, straight out of the ruins and running out of the city. Stay away from this place of wrongdoing. As for the drawings, go back and study them slowly. But there is no time to waste. Consumption again, then began traveling at an even pace across the vast wasteland. Night fell quickly, and a chilly wind dispelled the heat of the day. At this very moment. 2 Xenos, dressed in black robes, appeared at the edge of a wrecked ruin. The man named Gon Mo lifted his hood, revealing a pair of eyes with no pupils, both porcelain white, and he sniffed the air, his tone a bit icy. Death, smoke. The other shifter held out his hands hidden in his sleeves. His hands didn't have the slightest bit of blood, flesh, sinew, or skin, and only white bones remained. Gee, this is suffering from formed artillery plowing? Chasing horse? We're too late. Gon Mo squatted on the ground, grabbed a handful of bloody soil, stuck out his tongue and licked it. Our people from Shelter 22 are also dead. Chasing Horse moved his dead bone palms down and looked back out into the wilderness. Apart from the sound of the whistling wind, there were hardly any other sounds on the moors, and no signs of activity could be seen. Yes, Chasing Horse laughed softly. Both our people and the people of Shelter 20 are dead. At this moment, Gon Mo sniffed the air and made an unimpeded leap, falling into the ruins where Shinbei had once hidden. He took a deep breath as various odors lingering in the air entered his brain. That can only mean one thing. Ganmo hooked the corner of his mouth. One person is still alive. Chasing Horse laughed. Nonsense. Things are lost. Naturally someone is alive. Instead, you tell me where the people have gone? Gon Mo squatted on the roof and hung his head. He didn't leave a drop of blood. I can't smell his odor. Chasing Horse scratched his head. The closest shelter I can remember is 36. If the Titan didn't turn the corner, Gammer tilted his head and faced south. That's a visit. Shelter 36. The Titans have begun to move the wheeled houses. In the midst of the chaos, hooked up to the wire and stretched out several kilometers away, dragged by the Titans to continue their escape. As long as the evil seed doesn't die, mankind can't stop, and can only watch as large swaths of land can't be utilized. An endless flight. When Shinbei returned to the rental house, it took a while to find it. The sorting position of the rental house is not fixed every time. If you want to lean forward, then you have to grab a spot. Apparently Shinbei's landlords are not very good at this, and this time they lag behind the back end of the vast and varied brigade of wheeled houses. Shinbei locked himself inside the house. Take off your battle armor. It's like 1,000 pounds of stone has been lifted off your body. Go out and buy some drinking water and food. The price of drinking water has dropped from 6 crystal source cores to 3 crystal source cores for shelters. As long as the Titans are sucking up enough water to have plenty of drinking water, The price will go down. Ensure that all residents do not die of thirst. After a brief meal, Shinbei placed his eyes on the battle armor. After the past few days of wandering outside of the wasteland, the battle armor gained an experience value every minute. Power armor LV3, 3160/3000, slightly useful battle armor that can assist in running, with improved defense, some weight capacity, and a slightly increased reaction speed for the idea connection. Each crystal source core can maintain the battle armor at high speed for 5 minutes. It's ready to be upgraded. Shinbei had a few intentions in his heart. For Shinbei, firearms and weapons were for fighting, and battle armor is for life preservation. Only by constantly upgrading the battle armor could one have the backbone to fight against the aberrant when they encountered them, instead of being like an ordinary person, who could only retreat when they saw an aberrant. Upgrade. Shinbei didn't hesitate for a second. Power armor LV4, 160/5000, a more useful battle armor, with a defensive capability of a second-order defensive type alien. The power module is upgraded, and for every crystal source core consumed, it can perform a full-strength strike of a second-order power-type aberration. Battle armor joint connection parts upgraded, can make more complex movements without a sense of obstruction. This upgrade could be said to have caused Shinbei to almost cry out in shock. After the 4th level, the battle armor surprisingly clearly indicated that it was possible to fight against second-ranked aberrants. Major upgrades. Explosive escalation. That means I can now physically fight with an alien below the 2nd rank. Shinbei was trembling with excitement. One should know that the upgraded firearms and bullets in Shinbei's hands now could also kill aberrants, but that won't solve the problem entirely once they were approached by an alien. Firearms were instead a liability, and physical combat was the only option and access to AI in the past. Shinbei was afraid at the thought of being approached by an alien, and now, not wimpy at all. The tech tree. That's where I'm going. However, even though Shinbei was pleasantly surprised, he had not drifted excessively into oblivion. The aliens of this world have rare abilities, not aliens that ultra-high defenses can solve. Deal with. In this regard, Shinbei had a clear mirror in his heart, and there was still a long time to go on the road of war armor upgrading. At the very least, it has to be Iron Man level. At the moment, it seems to be too close to call a deal with the battle armor. Shinbei took out the backpack he had obtained in the ruined city, spread out the drawings inside one by one. The table won't fit, so stick it on the wall. Soon the not-so-large room, as if it were wallpapered, was densely plastered with paper. Shinbei looked over one by one according to the page number sequence, but any theoretical data part, take it all down and just burn it. Shinbei didn't need a theory, much less a research principle. It's not like you're inventing yourself, plus, it's impossible to read, then burn all the other craft paper as well. Not for a moment. The paper on the walls was reduced by a large margin. All that was left now were drawings about the crystal source restructuring refining equipment. These drawings are almost all hand-drawn, but every stroke is comparable to a computer printout. It is also evident that it is specialized. Regarding the drawing of the parts, take it off and put it aside. This is one of those types of things that can be used or not used, and can be watched or not watched. Still above the wall, there are a dozen or so drawings left. 2 of these are full compositions of the overall device, the other few are totaled parts. Shinbei stroked his chin and studied for half a day, realizing that if this thing was made, it would probably require more than 300 square feet to fit. Of course, this specification is also designed to cope with high-volume production. The footprint would be much smaller if Shinbei alone used it. The individual assembly components, meanwhile, numbered in the dozens. That's not counting the other parts inside the assembly parts, which are simply too numerous to count. Shinbei's brain hurt a little. I don't know what to start with. If the Institute is approached to manufacture these devices, and regardless of the issue of the size of the device, the Institute will be wary of the request alone. After all, the Institute has similar research with practical applications. Individuals who engage in this stuff have bad intentions. A backhanded report and Rourke might not even be able to save himself. What if I just need a shell? Shinbei surveyed the overall equipment conceptualization. It's not like you need to mass produce it yourself. Just enough for a cluster fire frisbee. Shinbei predicted that it was probably just 1 square meter, totally fixable to the fire frisbee. The only question is, with the shell, will you be upgrading your own plugin? Practice makes perfect. No use speculating, just try it.so. Shinbei began to reconstruct the shell on top of the device. The aim is that even the Institute will not be able to tell what the equipment is from the casing. Add a circle here and a circle here. Shinbei wrote and drew, changing the original conceptual diagram of the device. It's completely unrecognizable from what it could have been, but only Shinbei knows that after removing the excess part, it is the crystal source reorganization refining equipment shell. Say it and do it. Shinbei put away all the other drawings and hid them. Go out with a crystal source core, come on the Titan's back, the 2nd level of the asylum, and head straight for the Institute. When Chen Anji saw Shinbei, the loser, reappear, he was filled with a puzzled and flirtatious look. How's the battle armor playing? Shinbei complimented. It's still your handiwork. Very good. Chen Anji grunted. Just keep your mouth shut. That thing's a pain in the ass to walk on. It's not fun. My ass. It takes up too much space to be a decoration. It is important to realize that even on a Titan's back, there is a limited amount of space that can be moved around and utilized, not to mention the lower-level houses on wheels. Shinbei coughed and spread out his ghostly drawings, explaining his intentions. I want to ask you to help me manufacture something today. Chenanji smiled and asked, let me see what kind of shit you're going to toss. This glance over Chenanji's entire body was confused. It's a mess. Like an iron hedgehog shape. What the hell is this? A toy. A toy I designed. Can kill a ferocious beast? Can't. Chenanji held his forehead and sat on the sofa. It's just purely for fun. And it doesn't add any power modules. Fire systems? Shinbei nodded. Chenanji licked his lips. Well. With money we will play. Anyway, lying on a woman's belly is also a shaky thing, right? This toy can at least leave one thing for myself. Shinbei laughed. Funny. Really funny. To be honest, the drawings you made are too scribbled. There are too many strange things on them. 300 crystal source cores are needed. Come and pick them up tomorrow. The price is honestly a little steep, but expensive doesn't help. It's easy to expose the real device if you don't add more to mask other parts. Once exposed, it wasn't a problem that could be solved by 300 crystal source cores. Shinbei paid on the spot. Leave the institute. Shinbei returned to the lower level and went to the blazing fire bar. There were quite a few people in the bar, despite the afternoon at this time, all drinking and eating the herb bacon. In particular, is overflowing with grease and fragrant. The price of meat is now going down as well. It was only because the beast meat left behind from the last beast wave was simply too much to eat. More of it gets smoked into hard strips of meat. Strips of meat are not as good as fresh meat. Shinbei just sat down. Roke then led two strangers to sit opposite Shinbei with a cheeky grin. Introductions. Roke pointed at the two and said, this is Chasing Horse. And this is Gone Mo. From Asylum 22. Just happened to be passing through our area. And as per tradition, it's not a bad idea to have friends from afar. Shinbei snapped. There was no fluctuation in his expression, but his eyes surreptitiously surveyed the two. His right hand subconsciously felt for the revolver at his waist. At this moment, Shinbei was incomparably nervous. In particular, Rourke introduces the two as coming from Shelter 22. The heart jumped into his throat. Roke might not know it, but Shinbei himself knew it in his heart. Shelter 20 is still fighting with Shelter 22 over the traitor incident. The only person who benefits in the end from all the fighting is yourself. Shinbei didn't believe that they just happened to be passing by. I'm afraid I'm running towards myself. But Shinbei couldn't figure it out. Had he left any clues? A short look back doesn't leave much of a tale. This is Shinbei. Don't look like an ordinary person. Very brave. Rourke introduced. Ordinary people worthy of Young are also extraordinary characters. Horse-chasing Withered Bone crossed his arms together, rubbing out a piercing sound as he looked at Shinbei with a smile. Gammer stuck his nose out and sniffed. Herb roast. Bland and delicious. Shinbei suddenly felt as if the other party was not running towards him, without the slightest bit of hostility. Maybe they came to Shelter 36 with a purpose, but definitely not realizing that the real target was sitting right in front of them. Otherwise there is no need to be polite and just do it. Shinbei let go of his revolver and beckoned. Waiter, add 3 herb roasts and whiskey. Soon the roast was served. A few people ate and drank and chatted about the world. Rourke found a chance to speak up and asked, you guys are here this time? What's the mission? Right? Chasing Ma's brain hurt at the mention of this, and he glanced at Shinbei. Rourke waved his hand. It's okay, it's one of our own. I won't keep it from you then. Chasing Horse took a sip of his drink and straightened his language. We lost one thing. A dirt-colored backpack. Rourke laughed. A broken bag. I'll give you one. Gammer chewed on his roast and made a not-so-clear sound. It's not a backpack thing. Rourke blinked. Despite the simplicity of the other person's statement, it was realized that there might be something important inside the backpack. Important? Rourke asked. Testing again. Chasing Horse nodded. It's optional for you because you already have it, but not yet for us at Shelter 22. Well, you could just buy it from us. Rourke suggested. In this world, not every shelter is self-sufficient. There is also a need for trading between shelters to make up for the need for supplies. Shelter 18, for example, produces cigarettes in abundance, and almost everyone smokes cigarettes that they produce, and Shelter 36 is better at booze and has always been part of the foreign trade. Chasing Horse smiled upon hearing Roke's suggestion. We would like to buy it, and we just met with General Yu Wu Chang, but it's not for sale. What can't be sold? This was the first time Rourke had heard that there were things that weren't for sale in Asylum 36. Anything can be traded, including people. That one's off the table. Chasing Horse held up his glass and shook it. The two of us might be here for a while, looking for our stuff. Please. Rourke bristled. You can stay as long as you want as long as you have the money, but the way I hear you, it's our people who took your stuff. Doubt is everyone's freedom. Gammer interjected. Rourke continued with a hint of warning. It's not a good idea to make a scene, and guests can't break the rules of Asylum 36. Chasing Horse laughed. I wish Shiro would listen. Don't mention her. Roke cut in. She relies on the Spider Queen, no matter which shelter she goes to. When she opens the door, She always fires 2 shots first. The other day was even more excessive. Yu Wu Chang just finished saying that she didn't dare to discharge her gun, and backhanded us with a few shots. Chasing Horse and Ganmo laughed at that. After the meal, Chase Horse and Gammer leave. Luoko and Shinbei leaned on a corner of the wheelhouse. Looking out over the vast wilderness, there were also a number of residents returning from work and chasing Titan up the hill. I heard the Blue Goblin was looking for you? Rourke asked. Shinbei nodded his head. Maybe he fell in love with this skin of mine. If you think that way, you're not far from death, Roke said in a serious tone. The Blue Siren's missions are crisis-ridden every time, and those who don't have the skills to be on her team are cannon fodder. Shinbei rubbed his nose. What's the excuse to refuse? Become a corpse. Rourke gave a fatal answer. What a breathtaking suggestion. Shinbei let out a bright laugh. Shinbei shifted his bodyguard to Chasing Horse and Gon Mo and asked, these two won't make trouble, right? Just stay away from them. Roke exhaled a mouthful of wine breath. They're all second-order aberrants, and they wouldn't dare to make too much of a mess. And there's still not enough to look at in front of our Asylum 36. Shinbei let out an oh-so-subtle sound. Second-order alien. Later that night, Shinbei took advantage of the late night to leave the shelter with his earth-colored backpack. A breathless 50 kilometers towards the south, find a broken crack in the ground and drop it. Then it was back to the shelter. The remaining drawings that were still useful were copied and changed into drawings that only you could see. The original manuscript was burned. Find it, and count yourselves good if you can check on me. Shinbei clapped his hands and all the evidence was eliminated. Chasing Horse and Gammer can only check a loneliness inside a hotel, which is specialized in providing accommodation for people from other shelters. It wasn't cheap. It cost 30 crystal source cores a night. This time the Chasing Horse relied on the window. Looked out the window. Smashed his mouth. Gone Mo. How do you say we check? We can't just go door to door, right? General Yu Wu Chang wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Don Mo's white porcelain-like eyes rolled, and he touched a bullet casing in his hand as he said firmly, I have a hunch that the item is here, and we'll find him soon. How? Don Mo raised the bullet casing in his hand and touched the lines on it. What a peculiar bullet. Why did you carve lines on it? It's just a pain in the ass to be idle. Chase pulled the curtains closed, laid down on the bed, and said, it's as if someone couldn't resist kicking a stone, but the pattern is so regular that it's obviously intentional. Ganmo put the bullet to his nose and sniffed. I have a feeling that this pattern might be more important than what we're looking for. I haven't studied or cared about firearms. That's the kind of stuff normal people drum up. Chasing Horse yawned. Ganmo hung his head. If a normal person could kill a shifter with a bullet, who the hell was normal? Or was the pattern on the bullet meant to kill advanced aliens? But the point of contradiction arises again. This was clearly a skill that only an alien should be able to do, but it's not like the aliens can look at gunpowder firearms. Allomancers who specialize in shooting use crystalline weapons. What the hell is the point of carving this thing if it's the work of an ordinary person? Ganmo was puzzled. The next day, Shinbei came to the institute. Remove your own stuff. The original size of the item, as designed, was just 1 square foot, but a lot of eye-covering decorations have been added to it. The whole thing is an iron hedgehog with no way out. In the end, it was Chen Anji who hid a wooden box, which Shinbei carried up and sent back to the rental house. After unboxing, Shinbei spent a lot of time dismantling all the extra side branches. It's mostly institute laziness. Some things are not removable, but molded in one piece. It was convenient for the shaping aliens. One stretch and pull, like Play-Doh, and it was done. But when Shinbei disassembled it, it was a pain in the ass. The saw blades are dry, shattered several times. It's a long time to be busy. Finally, the small crystal source reorganization device was restored to its original form. At this point, the device simply has a shell. There's nothing inside. Shinbei fixed his gaze on the device. Soon, the message jumped out. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV1, 0 out of 5. A simple version of the Crystal Source Restructuring Equipment toy with an empty appearance, without any production function. If you want to produce Crystal Source core fragments, it lacks the 5 necessary internal parts numbered 001 Crushing Module, 008 Engine Module, 016 Encapsulation Module, 089 Pressurization Module, 170 Cooling Module. Shinbei read the message and was instantly surprised and shocked. Though this empty shell can't produce crystalline core fragments, but the missing parts are given directly. You know, there are hundreds of parts drawings alone. Some have several parts drawn in one sheet at the same time, and now it's just a matter of following the prompts and making all 5 of these parts so they can be produced and used. There's really too much of a difference between mass production and individuals dealing with being able to use it. Shinbei licked his lips and immediately found the corresponding numbered equipment drawings, then burned all the other drawings directly. Some of these parts are commonly used parts, and it seems like the intent is pretty obvious if all of them are given to the Institute for production. Shinbei rubbed his chin. Just to be on the safe side, he decided to try his luck at a used equipment recycling store first. In this world, materials and supplies are more precious because of the lack of resources. So when it comes to passing on and developing science and technology, One principle is followed: substitutability. Because of the utilization of the core of the crystal source, many parts in different equipment can be converted and utilized. Like the engine, there are just a few sizes, and there is definitely enough power. It's just a matter of the length of the output shaft. Therefore, Shinbei, in order to avoid purchasing too often or too much at the institute, Shinbei was going to try his luck at the thrift store. The store is not far. Shinbei spent a few minutes to arrive at the door. Any used civilian items other than guns can be seen here. There are even mineral water bottles. It's a must-have for everyone. If a titan passes through the metropolis, there are quite a few others who specialize in digging for the stuff within the metropolis ruins. After entering, Shinbei turned around inside. Sure enough, I found quite a few parts that were requested on the crystal source reorganization equipment, the 008 engine module, which is a small engine. Boss, how much for this? I don't want to screw you, the owner yawned behind the counter. That thing's scrapped. If you're confident in your repair skills, take it for $100. Shinbei didn't hesitate. Sensei, good or bad? This thing is an engine module anyway. Even bad ones can be upgraded to good ones. Otherwise, when he first crossed over, the Lord gave himself a bad pistol. How did he upgrade it to a good one? Wanted. Shinbei threw over 100 crystal source cores. That boss obviously froze. Thought this single business can't be done. A pat on the thigh, you repair it. I can add $10 to recycle. What a crooked businessman. Engine modules that work, even used, go for at least $200. Subsequently, Shinbei rummaged through a pile of rags and found 016 encapsulation module, 089 pressurization module, 170 cooling module and other parts. Packed together, the total cost was over $1. 000. It almost emptied Shinbei's wallet. Shinbei looked at the pitiful less than 20 crystal source cores in his bag and was heartbroken for a while. All this hard-earned money was consumed in the blink of an eye. However, Shinbei didn't have a hard time for long, and it was much better to think about the alien. If playing with technology is spending is a bottomless pit, then the alien to spend the crystal source core in order to upgrade is a black hole. Shinbei left the store carrying the parts. Back at the residence, placed the engine module in the source reconfiguration device. Experience +1, experienced. This goes to show that even bad engine modules are recognized by the plugin. The package modules and other components were then put in. Experience value +1, experience value +1. Look again toward the device information. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV1, 5/5, a simple version of the Crystal Source Restructuring Equipment toy with an empty appearance, without any production function. If you want to produce Crystal Source core fragments, it lacks the 5 necessary internal parts numbered 001 Crushing Module, 008 Engine Module, 016 Encapsulation Module, 089 Pressurization Module, 170 Cooling Module. Upgrade. The device shakes slightly a few times. Like a magic pot, the information is refreshed along with it. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV2, 0/20, a rudimentary, low-profile version of the Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment with low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and higher energy consumption. Although the textual cues are everywhere indicating that this thing belongs in a junk device, but as long as it's productive, the follow-up can be slowly upgraded to allow efficiency. Pass rate up.as for how the parts thrown in were connected together and how they worked. Shinbei didn't care. All he wanted was the crystal source core fragments, the contained energy fragments that would increase lethality. Shinbei does some research first. A piece of crystalline core was put into the power port on the engine module side as the raw material for power. Shinbei was curious to take a look. This engine module had a mechanical claw. After grabbing the crystal source core, a slim hollow alloy tube would extend out from the inside, drilling into the inside of the crystal source core and extracting the liquid therein as a power source, kind of like a gas tank. Shinbei smashed his mouth, then dropping a crystalline core into the input port on the broken module side. Unexpectedly, the device prompts for insufficient number of inputs. Shinbei threw in another one. It's still not enough. No? Still need inputs? How much can you output? Shinbei's face was a bit ugly as he muttered, continued input. It was not until 10 of them were put in one after another that the device lit up with a green light, signaling that the input was complete. Next, there is the autonomous operation of the device. Shinbei can just wait at ease. Just in time, Shinbei heard the landlord below yelling, "Welcome Blue Demoness, condescend to my apartment. Blue Banshee." Shinbei immediately dashed out of the room and unlocked the door. This guy is definitely out to get himself for the things in the house Shinbei does not intend to show people. It is better to go out in advance. Down the stairs, just saw the landlord was guiding the blue goblin up the stairs. Down. Then no need to go up. The landlord greeted Shinbei with a smile. "Looking for you." The blue goblin is still the same, rejecting, cold and unchanging look. Cool as a big walking ice sculpture, she slowly raised her head. A pair of azure-colored eyes looking directly at Shinbei. Her tone without the slightest bit of temperature. "Tomorrow, gather and do the mission." After 7 words, the blue demon turned around and walked away. Just as she came softly, Taking no clouds with her, the landlord nodded and sent her away, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was so afraid that one of this bitch's temper tantrums would lift my apartment off the ground for me. Your worry is superfluous, Shinbei said. Why? Would you step on an ant? The landlord gave an sensible sigh of realization. But he added, but when you really step on it, it's unopposed. So Shinbei said with narrowed eyes. Weakness is the original sin. For landlords, it does. The same is true for Shinbei. Shinbei dared to say the word no to the blue demoness order. Blood spattering on the spot is light, fear is fear. Begging for life and death. So it seems that every time Shinbei kills someone, he gives the other party a pain in the ass. Strictly speaking, Shinbei is still a big good guy. Back to the room. The Crystal Source Reorganization Facility has completed production. Also gain an experience value. 1 experience point for each production? Shinbei nodded calmly. And the upgrade method was moderate, opening the outlet. Shinbei was instantly confused. Inside, there were only fragments of the crystal source core that were less than the size of a fingernail cap. This output ratio is frighteningly low. The corners of Shinbei's eyes, mouth, and eyebrows twitched in unison. 10 crystal source cores to produce this point of fragmentation according to the ratio of high explosive powder to fragments in cluster fire frisbee bombs. It's just barely enough to survive a bomb. Huge upfront investment. Low pass rate, too much money. Shinbei almost vomited blood. The hope of upgrading the fire frisbee quickly was instantly dashed. At this rate of progress it will be an untold amount of money invested. Shinbei held his forehead somewhat helplessly. Even if it's a pain in the ass, it's still a commitment. You have to commit even if you bite the bullet. We can only hope that after upgrading the reorganization equipment of Ding Yuan, the qualification rate will rise and the consumption ratio will become lower and lower. Shinbei carefully put away the crystal source core fragments, then pulled the clip out of the barrette. A one-handed snap of a bullet. Orange bullets crackled and fell on the table. Use a tool to pry open the ring groove. Remove the priming charge under the primer and start the fire. Felt from the pilot hole. Pour out the firing charge. Mix in a certain percentage of crystalline source core fragments. Then fill the firing charge back in and the shell encapsulated. Shinbei gazed straight at the bullet. The message jumped out. Frowny face. Rifle bullets LV3, 0/20, range plus 100. With the addition of crystal source core fragments, the killing power is greatly increased. The penetrating power to break armor is increased. And the straight line flight distance is greatly increased. If the bullet stays in the alien's body, it will mutually repel with the crystal source energy in the alien's body. With a concussion effect attached, the message changed. A few more descriptions. In addition to dramatically increasing various effects, it also comes with a shock effect. While it must be stuck inside the alien is either shot or has a strong constitution and has to take a second hit from the bullet. That's a bit of a mystery. The concussive effect is equivalent to the feeling of being hammered head-on. With a brief stun and disorientation effect, this was undoubtedly a great help to Shinbei on the ever-changing battlefield. Even if a shot didn't kill the alien, it could disorient him for a few seconds, either run away or keep sniping. Both are fantastic options. Shinbei thought about it. And the cannonballs of the cluster fire frisbee didn't have this effect. Could it be a level 3 bullet that activates this effect? Shinbei couldn't carve cannonball patterns. The grain of the bullets hasn't played out yet. After so many days of practicing, it was just barely enough to ensure that 6 out of 10 bullets were grade 3. I don't know how long I'll have to wait for the level 5 bullet to be reached. However, this time around, the bullets had an immediate effect when filled with crystalline source core fragments. Shinbei did not delay a minute and began to modify the bullet gunpowder. A whole hour after Shinbei used up all of the crystal source core fragments, he obtained 10 bullets with a concussion effect. Nice. Shinbei pressed the bullets into the magazine separately and used them when necessary. After all, the crystal source core fragments were hard to come by at this stage. It's all money fed. The next day, Shinbei collected his satchel, put on his battle armor, and locked the door to his room. Leave the rental house and meet at the Blue Siren's designated location. Time to go out and make some money. I just don't know how dangerous the trip is and how much it will pay. Soon, other people kept showing up at the rendezvous. Every single person who looked at Shinbei was stunned. A regular guy with an old sniper rifle on his back is our teammate? What a joke. When Shinbei appeared at the meeting place, this is a truly quirky look, wearing a medium-looking battle armor. This kind of battle armor was just look-alike goods in the eyes of others. And the real battle armor was not battle armor, but protective armor. Only special locations need to be protected. In other words, specialize and refine, take the limited materials and build on the key parts. Obviously, Shinbei's battle armor would be an unimaginably huge investment if it was all high-grade materials. With that kind of money, who's out on a mission and heavily armed? That's something only ordinary people do, and at this time, Shinbei frankly faced the gazes of the crowd. And his mood did not fluctuate. These people probably also vaguely guessed that Shinbei should be a sniper. There was only some skepticism about his ability to do so. And no words of mockery were uttered. In this world, that's not rational behavior, especially for snipers. He is the one who was bad, and he is the one who was good. Gradual. On the meeting place, more than 100 people came one after another. Among them, there could be more than a dozen alter egos. And the others were ordinary people. Ordinary people carry rifles. Shinbei was a little surprised at the size of this team, not so many people. What kind of mission is this? Soon the blue banshee appeared in full view. The crowd that had been chattering began to quiet down. She lifted her own hood and her black hair slipped out. The blue demoness looked around and seemed to be counting the number of people, then nodded and spoke. This mission is to travel 300 kilometers to dock supplies with the personnel at Shelter 10. Our job is to protect the supplies to the designated location and pull them back. Now go to defense marker number 1 and get all the vehicles out. We're going straight. Shinbei followed the crowd as they moved. The mind was a little taken aback. Is it as simple as an escort mission? What's the point of gathering so many aliens? It feels like the average person equipped with heavy firepower can go back and forth to get the job done. Shinbei didn't think much about it. Come to Mark 1. This position is located at the very front of the Titan. The so-called garage is an iron house suspended over the body of the Titan. Lower the deck and stay close to the ground. Not touching it yet, otherwise the Titan moves at a speed that would make the deck like plastic and just crumble. And getting the vehicle out of the garage, which still requires some skill. After all, the Titan was moving. And the vehicle couldn't slow down too much and practically catapult out of the way once the speed is slow. It's easy to deck top fly. After spending roughly half an hour, 10 vehicles left the shelter and sped through the wilderness. The eye in the convoy. One off-road vehicle with an antenna on the roof. Presumably a radio transceiver for walkie-talkie use. The buggy was naturally a Blue Goblin ride, followed by 7 pickup trucks. Each pickup carries artillery on top. 3 of them were loaded with supplies, covered by rain tarps, and it was not known what they contained. However, in Shinbei's observation, it should all be light cargo. After all, none of the tires have changed much. The other 2 cars were people carriers, and Shinbei and the others were crammed inside the buckets. Bumping along the way, the caravan rolled amidst the dust and smoke like small snakes crawling. The dense clouds were blown open by the strong wind, and the hot sunlight poured down, and the colorful creatures that were still moving on the ground immediately scattered and fled, each looking for a shady place to hide. The temperature of the ground in direct sunlight rose rapidly, and in no time the rising hot air distorted the landscape on the ground. Shinbei is in the people carrier, but it is good that there is a carport overhead, so it is not exposed to the sun. The only sound around was the whistling wind and the dull sound of wheels crushing the earth. It was mid-afternoon, and even though the sun was hidden by clouds, this barren land was still hot as a furnace, mercilessly scorching the earth. On top of this slightly flat wilderness, the convoy struggled to move forward, the vehicles hissing as if they were in a tenacious struggle against invisible resistance. The carriage carrying the crowd was packed, even with 2 men sitting on top of the driver's cab, their AK rifles, still prevalent after 100 years, gripped tightly in their hands as they glanced warily around the seemingly endless wilderness. The people in the car were of different shapes, fat or thin, dressed in a variety of clothes, and the weapons in their hands were even more disorganized. And there were even people holding old gunpowder cannons that could only deal with small birds. Their faces were tired, their eyes were hollow, they were drowsy under the hot sun, and their heads seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Shinbei was holding the eye-catching modified rifle in his arms, leaning against the wall panel of the carriage, his body swaying as the vehicle lurched and undulated. He occupied a relatively spacious position at the rear of the last man-carrying truck car. Inside this carriage, there were several other ferocious characters who also dominated a corner. All of them were first-order psychics, and no one dared to easily mess with them even in this improvised team. Compared to those tough people, the reason why the more thinly built Shinbei can also enjoy the same treatment, entirely thanks to his hands of the carefully modified sniper rifle. These ordinary people who have survived countless life-and-death battles know that in the heat of battle, a good sniper can often turn the tide and save their lives. Therefore, they didn't want the sniper's precious stamina to be wasted on the march. So Shinbei didn't have to bother with anything and was able to sit in the truck and rest with his eyes closed. The caravan had been traveling for a full 5 hours when the terrain began to become rugged, with a dumped highway not far away and abandoned country houses visible at times. After marching for so long and not yet having reached the intended location, even the shifters on the trucks had become listless. Just then, the vehicle came to a sudden stop. The blue demoness came to the truck where Shinbei was and waved. Everyone jumps out of the truck. Shinbei looks out over the neighborhood. No one was seen except those in their own shelter. 36. Blue demoness called Shinbei aside alone. Being a sniper, the infiltration mission shouldn't be much of a problem. The blue goblin spoke without any questioning phrases, but simply stated flatly, as if droning on about dogma as if it were raw. Shinbei nodded without moving. The sneak as a sniper must learn. Even the importance of the sniper is comparable to the marksmanship. A sniper who can't lurk, that's a moving target. 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers, there's an urban ruin. You go in early, look for the central garden and lurk around. The blue demon looked at her watch. We will be driving into the city in 2 hours, at night. After saying that, the blue demoness pulled out a headset. You will be able to hear my command when we are within 5 kilometers of each other. Go on. Shinbei smashed his mouth, carrying a sniper rifle, just about to go on a mission, stopping in his tracks with a question. If I find out that someone is unfavorable to me, The blue demoness azure-colored gaze stared at Shinbei with deep meaning. Shinbei shrugged and understood. No one's life is as important as your own, this is true even for those in Shelter 10. Shinbei did not turn on the battle armor power module, instead, he walked without slowing down. 2 hours is plenty of time, all the way around the ferocious beasts that were scurrying around. Gradual, under the sun sinking in the west in the midst of an orange afterglow within Shinbei's field of vision, he could already see the outline of the ruined city ahead. A dark shadow, like a large beast that has fallen to the ground, through the information on the sign on the broken highway. It is learned that the metropolis is called River City. Shinbei was not very clear about the geographical location of this world. There is no way to compare it to Earth, however. As a sniper, the most important basic skill is to adapt to various complex environments, even in unfamiliar places. You can escape or kill your way out. Shinbei quietly touched the edge of the River City, weaving in and out of the ruins. It was quiet all the way. Shinbei found the bus stop sign and checked it against the map by the almost faded text. Find the location of Central Park, roughly 3 kilometers from Shinbei. Shinbei began circling around, bypassing the sun's rays, and at 1 kilometer, climbed to the roof of a tall building. The rusty iron door was taken care of with little effort. Shinbei bent his head and lowered his stance, and crawled under the daughter's wall. Shinbei probed and looked. There was no one in Central Park in the distance and no signs of activity. Shinbei shrank down and began to rest with his eyes closed. Waiting in place. It didn't take long. Shinbei's headset resounded with the sound of nuisance current. Hurriedly opening his eyes and rubbing his face to bring back his sanity, within only a few seconds, Shinbei fully awakened from his near hibernation and entered his pre-combat state. Shinbei, have you seen anyone? In the middle of the headset came the mulled-over electric tone of the Blue Goblin. Shinbei poked his head out again. There's still not much movement in Central Park in the distance. No one has been found, Shinbei replied briefly. No way. The Blue Demon was silent for a moment. Our agreement was to make the deal in Central Park. Under observation, Shinbei deflated. It's somewhat clear that the Blue Banshee may be going dark. If it is a normal transaction, it is just a matter of entering the room openly. So there is no need to make such preparations. Shinbei took a sip of water, raising his head again. He looked down. This look was a shock to Shinbei. Across the street, on a short building, a sniper was using binoculars to observe Central Park, but it seems like this guy is a novice or careless. He forgets that his bearing is across the sun. The telescope instantly refracted bright light. This reflection disappeared very quickly, but it did not escape Shinbei's eyes. Shinbei immediately began to move his position along the daughter wall. Re-explore the head. Then he looked down and saw the sniper lying on the roof of the house, smoking leisurely. Shinbei's gaze began to extend around the short building. A figure was spotted shadowed in a patch of greenish tree grass. These are the people from Shelter 10? Shinbei had no way of determining it, but it should be them. At that moment, he reported through his headset. Found them, hiding in the southeast corner of Central Park. Good. Blue Siren is one simple word. Soon, the original silence of the urban ruins was instantly broken by the sharp sound of breaking air, and Shinbei alertly looked up and back, only to see 3 black dots in midair speeding at an astonishing speed, and in an instant they crashed into the core of Jiangcheng Central Park. Immediately afterward, deafening explosions resounded through the sky. 3 blazing fireballs rose up into the sky, and under the ravages of the shockwave, the high-rise buildings around the square shook like fragile sandcastles, collapsing and spreading outward along the square one after another. Confirm where the shells landed, Blue Goblin asked calmly. 10 degrees to the left. Move left 10 degrees. 5 round burst. Execute immediately. Within a few short seconds, the sky once again traced 5 stern trajectories. Another round of shells slammed into Central Park, and there was smoke and wailing. Even though the place where Shinbei was hiding at the moment was more than a kilometer away from the central square, the air was already filled with heat waves and the smell of scorching. I'm afraid that these shells are infused with crystalline source core fragments, aren't they? Shinbei took a deep breath. Unusual cannonballs could not cause such a shocking effect. Only a place like the asylum could manufacture such a weapon on a large scale. My small-scale output is like child's play. Although he was not able to witness the fate of the personnel of Shelter 10 in Central Park, there was little hope of survival from a blow of such power. However, the Blue Banshee's artillery attack did not stop, and based on Shinbei's accurately marked targets, the next attack was even more intensive and accurately covered the entire area. There was a constant whistling sound in the air, as one fireball after another exploded over Central Park. And there were even people who flew into mid-air with the explosions in a miserable manner. Those who managed to escape began to run for their lives, hissing as hard as they could to get people to scatter. Shinbei's black hair flew wildly in the shockwave, and he could feel the earth trembling. Whereas battles in the past were between individuals, the scene before us is a true portrait of war. In a matter of minutes, hundreds of shells rained down on Central Park, blowing everything to smithereens. The artillery continued to roar with unrelenting fury, and everything went up in smoke from the devastating fire. Blue Demon and Shinbei closely cooperate, with the help of Shinbei to provide the precise coordinates. The error of the shell landing point is actually controlled within 10 meters. Those hiding in the building of the target are all blown into a bloody mist and broken bones. Shinbei weaved through the explosions and smoke, Using the chaos as cover and never staying in one position for too long. He knew that the next wave of shells could come whistling overhead at any moment. Constantly changing positions to make it more difficult to lock onto him is an essential survival skill for every sniper. And it applies equally to both enemy and friendly attacks. The blue banshee was perfectly capable of deducing his bearings. Unloading is a common occurrence. After shifting several times in a row, Shinbei realized that there were no shells falling on his previous position, and the nerves that had been taut were slightly relaxed. The rapid shelling had already passed, and only occasionally would one or two heavy artillery shells come flying in, accurately hitting a specific building. The heavy artillery shells fired at this time were even more powerful than earlier, and could easily flatten a small building of less than 3 floors in a direct hit. And naturally, there was only one downfall for the personnel of Asylum Number 10 who were hidden in the small building. Shinbei went up to the top floor of an abandoned building and looked out through the window. The angle was just enough to see the plaza of Pendulum City, which was ablaze with fire, and the buildings around it nearly destroyed. Bodies were sprawled across the square, and the charred remains of living organisms could be seen. Shinbei silently calculated in his mind that at most one half of the enemies of Shelter 36 that had been destroyed or blown up in the square. Some of the aliens escaped too quickly. It took time for the shells to fly, and with their strong senses, they scurried out a few steps long before the shells hit the ground. At most, they would be lifted off the ground by the shockwave and would not be injured much. Even the average person with their nerves on edge and some concentration could spot the shells flying over, but ordinary people can't defend themselves against shockwaves. The most deaths are these ordinary people. Shinbei removed his rifle and pushed the bullet into the chamber, then sent his judgment through the headset. After the initial panic, the personnel at Shelter 10 reorganized. Judging from the setup, Shelter 10 had been prepared, but apparently did not anticipate such a fierce long-range strike, and thus suffered heavy losses instantly. But their reaction time was also superior, with survivors organizing themselves quickly and prospering without chaos. Soon Shinbei gets the command to cover. The Blue Demon began directing the team to split into groups and encircle Central Park. The alley fight was imminent. Gunfire, explosions, screams, yells and accusations were heard, and the battle was fierce. Shinbei lay on his back on the roof of the building, his gun poking out, constantly scanning the entire battlefield. Right at this moment, Shinbei saw one of the Shelter 36 personnel hiding behind a corner with a firearm that was shooting at random. Completely oblivious to the fact that an enemy officer had felt up behind him, Shinbei fired decisively. A bullet with a hot white line instantly penetrated the enemy's skull. Like a burst tomato, it exploded into the air, throwing red and white into the wind. That enemy also went limp in the corner and slid slowly down, leaving crimson blood in his wake. The IT seemed like a plum tree in full bloom, and that enemy's body was the trunk. The man who had been rescued froze for a moment, then realized the enemy behind him. He tilted his head and saw Shinbei on the high floor and was secretly surprised. That's a distance of almost 1,000 meters. It's amazing that a shot hits so far away. He gave Shinbei a thumbs up. Shinbei nodded and continued to patrol the potential enemies. Just then a blue halo flashed before Shinbei's eyes. Crystal Source Giant Lance. Shinbei's heart snapped, and his gaze instantly locked onto the direction of the enemy's firing. The it was an alien bullet blasting out from a 2-meter-long gun held by an alien in a building almost parallel to his own. It was too late for Shinbei to dodge. Short moments, explosive thunderous noise rang in Shinbei's ears. The walls around them seemed as if they were papier-mâché. It exploded directly into flames. Powerful shockwave ripped through the air, surging airwaves instantly threw Shinbei out, and the aftermath of the situation is unceasingly ruthless. Crashed into another wall, directly from the 6th floor above. The fall smashed down, and this scene was watched by the Blue Demon. She shook her head in disappointment. An ordinary person who was bombarded by a firearms specialized alien using a Crystal Source giant gun, and also fell from the 6th floor, could not escape from the calamity, and would surely die. Wow. Dirt, dust, masonry, Shinbei, like garbage. It tilted down from the 6th floor. Boom. Shinbei's entire body howled miserably and flopped to the ground. Massive brick drop, burying it in an instant. Shit. Shinbei felt that the skin, muscles, bones, and these 3 layers of the body's own body defense seemed to be torn apart like paper. And a mountain of pain came. Shinbei's entire body went numb, because of the protection of the battle armor. Falling down from the 6th floor was not a big problem. At most, there's some shock to the internal organs, but that alien shot just now really almost killed Shinbei. If it wasn't for that wall resisting some of the shockwaves, he was afraid that his own battle armor would be torn to shreds. This time, Shinbei had a renewed perception of the firearms specialized alien. It's also killer in general. Shinbei lay on the ground for a full minute before he regained consciousness. Pushed through the rubble, Shinbei took a moment to catch his breath and let his body return to normal, holding up the sniper rifle. He snaps the clip with one hand. The clip came off automatically with a crisp ringing sound. Shinbei used the fastest hand speed to replace the 3-stage plus crystalline core fragmentation bullet magazine. At the same time, he threw in 1 crystal core of the power module of the battle armor. Buzz. Battle armor power systems recharged. Shinbei wiped the dust of his mask and stepped on his feet, and the dust and smoke rolled under the strong kinetic energy output of the battle armor. Shinbei instantly rushed out of the dark alley. Shifter, Ha! Wait for me. Shenbei slowly pulled the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was even more vicious than that of an evil spirit. This kind of high-intensity melee allowed Shenbei to feel the long-lost hot blood. It was the thrill of taking the head of an enemy in a hail of bullets in a previous life. The genes cheering, the cells pulsing. At this moment, Shenbei felt like a huge computer, constantly calculating various routes, from what angle to insert a detour, and how to get rid of that gun specialization alien. At this very moment, the battlefield was in chaos. Shenbei, who was approaching the opposite building, could see it despite a sneak attack by the Blue Banshee, but the personnel across the street at Shelter 10 were of extremely high combat quality, still resisting stubbornly. Bullets from both sides flew like money. Gunfire flashed constantly in every alley. It's a random shot, but bullets don't have eyes. At the same time, the two side psychics were engaged in battle. The fight was dark and heavily. At this moment, Shenbei drilled out a dark alley in the shadows, and head on, he saw the Blue Demoness and the opposite leader's general character confronting each other. The man was very rugged looking, with muscles like iron and copper. Banshee, is this your attitude towards trading? You're so underhanded. You're not afraid of losing your yen life. The Blue Demoness' red hair flew in an indifferent tone. Iron Dome, your side offended us first, so what's wrong with paying a blood debt? Bullshit. The man named Iron Dome was furious. In the last transaction, it was your party's personnel who took the initiative to defect to my shelter number 10 with their goods, so why don't we just take it all? The Blue Demoness slowly raised her hand, and a cold gas erupted in the center of her hand as an ice cone lance emerged from the ice gas. She clenched one hand like a goddess of doom, and her complexion did not fluctuate. Our defectors, if you dare to eat them, you must be prepared to pay the price of bloodshed. Oh, ha ha. Iron Dome's laughter grew louder and louder. The sound waves rolled and shook the void. Opening his arms, well, I'd like to see what you, a fifth-ranked aberrationist, is capable of. Don't be captured by me, otherwise I will ravage you ruthlessly and let you enjoy the pleasure of being a woman. Just then, Shenbei, who had just run out of the dark alley, instantly attracted Iron Dome's attention. Little scum, die first. Shenbei, I'm just passing through to get my hands on some soy sauce. Undeserved disaster. Tai Qiong let out a sardonic laugh and stepped on his feet. The streets trembled under the impetus of the berserk force, while his entire person was like a discharged cannonball, and in the blink of an eye, he swept towards Shenbei, and Shenbei didn't sit back and wait for it to happen. Flinging a blind sniper shot, bang, the muzzle sprayed gunpowder. Bursting the slugs out, the warhead detached from the chamber and spun at high speed, piercing the air and triggering distortions in the surrounding space. The moment the gun went off, the bullet hit Iron Dome directly in the chest. Boom! It was visible to the naked eye that although the bullet had broken Iron Dome's skin, it was merely embedded in his thick muscles and could not inch in any further. Shenbei was secretly surprised. This was a grade 3 bullet. This Iron Dome's defense was too perverse. This feeling for Shenbei was like taking a dagger and stabbing a person wearing a very thick cotton coat, not penetrating at all, merely leaving small red spots on the skin. Oh, still dare to shoot? Really brave. But you'll die a horrible death. Iron Dome originally didn't care at all about the damage Shenbei had done with this bullet, still maintaining the momentum of his charge. He charged straight at Shenbei, but the next second his divine sense lurched as if it were down, and his limbs lost coordination as he fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? Iron Dome's eyes widened and a hint of panic spread across his expression. He felt his energies repelling his use, as if there were energies that didn't belong that were making a mess. Iron Dome struggles a bit and tries to get back to his feet, but the hands and feet just didn't work, as in there was no friction between them. How they couldn't stand up? The Blue Demon's face visibly staggered for a moment, but without the slightest hesitation. While Iron Dome's limbs lost coordination, she raised her ice lance that was bubbling with cold air and stabbed straight out. The sharp tip of that gun pierced through the air, squeezing, blasting, and collapsing layer by layer, creating waves of pure white air that flowed along the sides of the Blue Demoness' arms. A dull and extreme air burst mixed with intense energy fluctuations directly pierced through Iron Dome's head, and that's not all. The Blue Banshee, like a vengeful laxative, kept swinging and stabbing after one fatal blow. The zap Iron Dome's body into a hornet's nest. Iron Vault grabbed the ground with his head, blood flowing all over his face, his body broken, his whole body trembling, his bones and internal organs shattered. I don't know how many times in the successive berserk ice lance swings. At the same time, there was a large amount of blood spreading out from underneath him, and his entire body was as tattered as a rag doll, and he was directly killed by the Blue Demoness' savage and violent extinction gas. And at this time, the Blue Demoness slowly breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to look at Shenbei. For Shenbei's appearance, she could be described as dumbfounded. Her pupils suddenly dilated, and in her eyes was extreme shock and disbelief. Full of surprise and astonishment flickered in his eyes. I can't believe you're still alive? Shenbei shrugged. Surprisingly, the word is used inappropriately. Blue Goblin frowned for her. No one has ever corrected or refuted her claims, however. What currently surprised her was not that Shinbei was still alive or that he had committed the following offense rather. That shot was just too weird. Did you hit the enemy until they went numb? It doesn't kill much, but it does cause the opponent to have a shock condition. How is this possible? Completely beyond her knowledge, the blue demoness just wanted to ask Shinbei how exactly he did it however. He saw Shinbei wave his hand and dive headfirst into the alley on one side. Disappearing in the twinkling of an eye, the blue goblin was once again dumbfounded. Running that fast? At this very moment, Shinbei didn't have time to chat with the blue goblin that he ran with his head buried in his hands once again. He rushed towards the building where the gun-specialized alien was located. Shinbei could already see that the guy was still shooting randomly with his gun. And each blue light bullet was equivalent to a cannonball. It's almost like a human turret. Under fire, the personnel of Shelter 36 could not lift their heads, and there were constant calls for the alterants to step in. Shinbei clutched his sniper rifle and rushed out of the alley once again. As long as he climbed to the opposite building, a distance of 200 meters, Shinbei was confident that he could kill this alien with a single bullet. But Shinbei had just emerged from the alley, just heard the sound of machine guns. Bullets poured out like a torrential rain, shooting a dusty, smoky dirt dragon on the ground. Shinbei reversed and rolled back into the alley, his body clinging to the wall, his heart palpitating, gasping for air. A machine gun? What's with the heavy firepower? Moreover, the sound of the gunfire was very dull, but had an impact that made one's heart beat faster, and it was continuous. So one could imagine that almost any creature would not be able to survive under such a dense rain of metal bullets. Shinbei quietly poked his head out, and with this glance, the whole person was dumbfounded. But one of the enemies of Shelter 10 has most of his body buried in a strange and strong piece of armor that is a 2-meter high armor stands tall. Its back is full of exhaust ports, constantly spewing out hot air. Especially eye-catching is the joints inlaid with gears turntable. Whenever the enemy makes a move, those gears will be followed by a crazy spinning. Like the pulse of life beating, this pair of power armor is equipped with extraordinary power systems and superior handling, as if it were the second skin of the enemy's flexibility. Even more horrifying is that the enemy's hand is holding a rare multi-barrel rapid-fire cannon. This weapon is usually only assembled on top of heavy combat vehicles, not ordinary soldiers can handle. Unless the monster has a firearm specialization ability to control the monster freely, only to see that horrible rapid-fire cannon barrel rotating rapidly, like the scythe of death under the enemy's maneuvering, easily piercing through the walls of the buildings on both sides, mercilessly tearing apart the lives of those who hid therein. The giant ammo box behind the armor was like the mouth of a giant beast, delivering a constant chain of bullets straight into the chamber of the rapid-fire cannon. At this moment, the enemy stepped forward, instantly half-crouched to store up his strength, bowed his body and sank his elbow, and instantly adjusted the angle of the rapid-fire machine gun in his hand, once again letting out a deafening roar. In an instant, the barrel of the cannon danced like a tornado, and the bullet chain shot out like a meteor catching up with the moon. Nearly 100 rounds of artillery shells swept through a 3-story building 100 meters away like a torrential downpour, and before the personnel inside the shelter number 36 could utter a scream, they had already been instantly transformed into fragments of flesh and blood, and it was impossible to even discern how many people were originally hiding in it. However, Shinbei's gaze had accurately captured a fatal break in this power armor. It was not a completely closed structure, and the enemy's head was exposed. Wearing only a helmet with limited protection, this weakness has certainly become a great entry point for his counterattacks. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shinbei had an 80% certainty that he could hit the enemy's head, and even if he just hit the helmet, the impact of the bullet would break the neck bone of the enemy inside. Shinbei took a deep breath and poked the barrel out. The collimator snapped into the enemy's ever-wobbling head. Bang! Shinbei did not even look at a glance, started and scurried out of the alley and went straight to the opposite building. Shinbei's sniper rifle probed. The trigger was pulled, retracted, and started running. As for the guy piloting the power mech, Shinbei didn't even look at him. At a distance of less than 200 meters, if he still couldn't hit it, Shinbei felt that there was no need to survive in this world. In this instant, the enemy defense mask on that power mech directly burst into pieces. A cloud of blood mist blossomed like a firework, and the high-speed multi-barrel machine gun, whose barrel had shifted upward due to the sudden death of the enemy, senselessly expended its bullets and then collapsed. And at this time, Shinbei had already drilled into the building and reached the intended location. His current orientation was 300 meters from the back of the gun specialist alien. Shinbei poked his sniper rifle out the window. The crosshairs lassoed into the enemy's skull. It was only at this time that Shinbei could see that the enemy was wearing a thin body armor. The leather base pads were adorned with armor pieces that were as thin as paper, and it seemed to have more decorative significance than protective effect. On top of that, he wore an antique-style helmet that didn't match the body armor. The guy was still chewing gum with vigor, his temples bulging and shrugging in the crosshairs of Shinbei's quasar. Just as Shinbei was about to pull the trigger, that enemy turned around violently, and his gaze directly met with Shinbei. The gaze on Shinbei's face was extremely dark, flashing with a hostile light that had dropped to the freezing point, giving a little thumbs up at the enemy, and a look of fear showed on the dead, pale face of that enemy. No one's throat rolled and the hairs on their backs stood on end. He was never expecting that he had clearly blasted this person wearing a full set of battle armor and that he had lifted off and fallen from the 6th floor. You're still alive? However, he did not have any panic and shock in his heart in the face of Shinbei's suddenness behind him, because he saw that the firearm in Shinbei's hand was nothing more than a modified Barrett. This kind of old-age firearm would only be able to threaten a first-order defense alien for third-order firearm specialization. Second-order defense plus a defensive helmet on your head. At most, it would be injurious, not fatal. He showed a sneer on his face, and even raised the corner of his mouth, gesturing a middle finger at Shinbei. Provocation. Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger. Tom. A dull gunshot came. A golden bronze-colored cartridge case, glinting brightly, jumped out of the chamber and clanked to the ground. Bullets were traveling at speeds almost invisible to the naked eye. Next, a shower of sparks splashed at that enemy's forehead, and he didn't even shake his body, and the enemy didn't even try to understand in the moment of death why a bullet from an ordinary person would pierce through his second-order defense. Does that make sense? Then his bullet-riddled brain wouldn't let him think about it. Straight-up extinction. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. It's fine to look down on the average person, but don't look down on upgraded guns and bullets. Just then, Shinbei's sixth sense snapped the alarm. He felt like someone was staring at him. Poke your head out and take a look. 100 meters away, a tall figure was looking straight at himself, taller than 2 meters. The giant man revealed a cold, ghostly light, as if it was the gaze of death. An alien from Asylum 10? Shinbei hardly hesitated in the slightest and directly set up his sniper rifle to shoot. Next moment, as if sensing an invisible threat, the giant man's eyes became sharp and icy cold as he licked his lips and shouted, "My name is Malboor. I want to tear you apart with my hands." Shinbei cut out. The quasar had already been set into his forehead. "In your next life." However, next moment, the giant man who looked clumsy, but his movements were the ones that shocked Shinbei's eyeballs. In fact, a big step would span 10 meters. And the rush was so swift and fierce that even Shinbei could feel the earth tremble when he landed. Shinbei's heart thumped. This speed. It's impossible to aim at all. Shinbei immediately pulled out a crystal source core and stuffed it into the power module, with one hand on the window. He leapt, turned and disappeared into the rubble. Malboor let out a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, like a tiger descending from a mountain, instantly leaping tens of meters away. Following closely behind with a speed comparable to Shinbei's, Shinbei sped at full speed through the ruins of the broken walls and dead trees. The unprecedented speed made the surrounding scenery into a blurred shadow. He continued to squeeze the power module's extreme potential, and the red flashing data on his visor warned that the power module had reached 100 overload. However, Shinbei ignored this, still in the abandoned houses and withered wood between the shuttle like an arrow. The speed of the speed has been able to rely on the impulse to run dozens of meters on the wall. The performance of the battle armor to play to the fullest extent. The topography of Jiangchang was rapidly constructed in Shinbei's mind, and a possible path of travel emerged as clearly as a living map. He knew the Central Park neighborhood by heart, and skillfully utilized every nook and cranny to avoid all obstacles and maintain a high-speed, unhindered sprint. Compared to Shinbei's cheetah-like athletic dexterity, Malboor is like a power-packed, unstoppable heavy tank. Every step he took was more than 10 meters away, and where he landed, the ground around him all sank instantly. Malboor's way of advancing is very different from Shinbei. If there is a house or wall in front of the block, slightly thin people will be. He did not slow down, directly crashed through all the obstacles as if the papier-mâché instantly disintegrated. Cannot cause the slightest stagnation on him. From a high altitude, it looked like a dusty and smoky gray dragon furiously traversing through the river city, and those huge obstacles that might slightly slow down his pace had not appeared once in his line of travel. So it was evident that this seemingly rough giant actually possessed amazing instantaneous calculating ability, and was always able to find the best tangent to gradually close in on Shinbei. Every 10 seconds or so, Malboor would find a chance to shorten the distance between him and Shinbei. After a few minutes of high-speed chase, Shinbei was still in control of the initiative, and he skillfully bypassed the dispersed team members of his side on the battlefield and led Malboor to charge straight at the combat unit of Shelter 10. In fact, in a city the size of Jiangchang, a battle of a few hundred people should have been nothing. But since the fierceness of the firepower of both sides far exceeded that of the olden times, the explosions rose and fell as if there were thousands of people engaged in a fierce battle. Many times, Shinbei and Malboor rushed straight through the center of the firefight between the two sides. The difference was that Shinbei was using the buildings and dead ends of the terrain to block the stray bullets, while Malboor was charging straight through the rain of bullets. Malboor is a third-order defense ability alien. Even sniper bullets he was not afraid of. How would he care about these automatic rifle bullets? After going back and forth a few times, the battle formation of Shelter 10 had been completely disorganized. Shinbei's purposefulness was obvious. Directly fighting Malboor, an alien, in a short battle, was likely to be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Shinbei used the method of constantly walking the dog to consume Malbore's physical energy, and Shinbei's running speed came from the battle armor. At least 90 of the power comes from the battle armor, which allows Shinbei to save a lot of physical strength. However, Malbore also seemed to see Shinbei's intentions. For an ordinary person to run so fast made Malbore feel humiliated like never before. Malbore steeply erupted into a shocking roar, his physical ability instantly rising to a higher level, his speed soaring once again. When the distance between the two was widened to the critical moment of nearly 200 meters, Malbore leaped up again. This time the height and span of the air was more than ever before, and one of his giant hands was raised high above the top, and a light blue arc of electric sparks was wrapped around his palm, and Shinbei showed extraordinary calmness and reaction speed at this critical moment. He suddenly stopped, turned swiftly, drew his revolver from his waist, withdrew all of the original bullets from the nest with dazzling hand speed, then precisely inserted a special bullet inlaid with a fragment of a third-grade crystalline source core, and without hesitation pressed it into the chamber, aiming it at Malbore, who was about to launch an attack in mid-air. Each movement was so fast that it was almost hard to catch, yet it was clearly visible in Malbore's eyes. For Shinbei, these tactical maneuvers such as aiming with a gun, stopping sharply to shoot, crouching to shoot, jumping to shoot, shooting on the move, and changing bullets quickly had been practiced to perfection in his previous life. Just as Malbore was preparing to unleash a thunderous strike in the air, as if he was yanked by an invisible force, he suddenly fell down in a straight line and stood firmly on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shinbei was less than 100 meters. He stared at the blackened muzzle and then at Shinbei's eyes, not deciphering any information from it. However, the particular bullet that Shinbei had just loaded caused a chill to well up inside Malbore, like the instinctive alertness of a creature facing a natural enemy. In that very moment, Malbore got a good look at the mysterious pattern on the bullet, and although he couldn't determine its meaning, he guessed that it might greatly increase the bullet's killing power. Malbore clenched his fists, flickering electricity surrounding them as he unabashedly gathered energy. Seeing this, Shinbei frowned slightly and asked coldly, "Do you want to experience the power of this thing?" Malbore then responded with a big, bold laugh, "A mere pistol. What power can it have?" Die. Before the words were out of his mouth, a duel between the two sides ensued. Shinbei's revolver fired instantly. In this world, keep in mind one rule: strike first, eat early. It's never wrong. There was a loud, deafening bang. As if thunder had exploded in his ears, the reverse impact of the revolver caused Shinbei's arm to retract violently from the barrel of the gun. A searing jet of fire shot out, instantly cutting through the gloom. It was blazing and dazzling, like flames gushing from the depths of hell. Propelled by this flame, the tertiary bullets were fired at lightning speed. The speed of the bullet was so fast that one could not catch its trajectory and could only see a blur of silver light. Malbore showed amazing reaction speed under Shinbei's attack, his head tilted back sharply to avoid the throat. However, Shinbei's precise shot did not fall short, directly hitting Malbore's mouth. Even though Malbore possessed the protection of a third-order defensive ability, the close-range shot still almost shattered his jaw. At the same time, Malbore counterattacked swiftly. His palms waved forward, and the electric fire released from his palms instantly intertwined into a wide and towering bright blue electric grid, several meters in diameter and up to 2 meters in height, completely enveloping Shinbei in a lightning-fast manner. This ultra-high voltage current instantly penetrated Shinbei's battle armor, and together with the skin under the battlesuit, it was also burned to a charred blackness. Although Shinbei had anticipated Malbore's counterattack, the power of the electric grid far exceeded his imagination, and the skin and flesh on Shinbei's body surface instantly charred as soon as the grid made contact. When the dazzling blue power grid came into view, it was as if Shinbei had already felt the approach of death. With a heavy crashing sound, Shinbei, whose entire body was charred black like charcoal, fell straight to the ground under the strong electric shock. His charred black shell began to crumble in pieces, and his bright red tender flesh was exposed, constantly oozing slightly red blood. Collapsed on the ground. Shinbei no longer any movement. If it were someone else, such an injury would have been fatal. However, Shinbei's chest was still slightly heaving under the protection of his battle armor, indicating that there was still a trace of life left in him. On the other hand, Malbore's situation was equally tragic. After suffering heavy injuries, he had not completely annihilated Shinbei, but at this moment, he had even lost the ability to go up to confirm Shinbei's life and death. He clasped his hands over his face and let out a roar of excruciating pain as his massive body rolled across the ground, each impact enough to destroy several buildings. And in the midst of all this chaos and pain, Malbore was also suffering from intense pain, the severe pain that was like thousands of cuts torturing every one of his nerve endings. He stumbled to his feet, but quite unexpectedly fell again. Malboji tried to stand up again and fell again. So several times Malbore stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. The energy in my body is restless. After tossing and turning for a few seconds, Malburi finally regained control of his body and staggered to his feet. It had to be said that the physique of a shifter was really strong, but any ordinary person who received this shot would have already died of exhaustion, and Malbuji is still on his feet. Tertiary defense. Scary as hell. However, the thrill in Malbur's heart lingered for a long time. He couldn't imagine that his third level of defense didn't protect him from a revolver. What kind of bullet is that? The power is comparable to that of a firearms specialist. Boy, you're catching my curiosity more and more. At the same time, there was an uneasiness in Malbur.to's knowledge, not to mention the small-sized Shinbei. Even an armored Tyrannosaurus Rex would not be able to resist the overpressure grid he had sent out, but for some reason, there was always a vague apprehension in Malbur's mind that this ordinary human in front of him was extremely dangerous. And this feeling of danger did not subside as he fell. Malbuji finally realized where the uneasiness was coming from. It was the battle armor on Shinbei. Whether it was the running speed or the degree of defense, it was comparable to a second-order alien. Is Asylum 36 so technologically advanced? Malburi's chin was still losing a large amount of blood. The injury was enough to threaten his life. But there was still salvation if he returned to the shelter immediately, but he didn't care. It was just that the ordinary man in front of him was too mysterious. Whether it's the over-the-top bullets or the battle armor. If we take it back to the shelter, it will definitely be a special honor. Malbur finally walked to Shinbei's side, raised his giant foot, and heavily stepped down toward Shinbei's chest. Although he was seriously injured, Malbur's every movement was still filled with irresistible power. The kick he stepped down on, even if there was an elephant under his feet, it would be easily flattened. And then, just then, there was a faint whistling of air that flickered in the night. Malbuji snapped back, but see to eye in the midst of the sky-covering shrill whistling, there was a swift, vicious to the point of being indescribably violent ice lance that burst out in a flash from a shadowy corner around the ruins, tearing through the night sky with an overwhelming sound. Blue Banshee. Malbur was terrified. His heart felt like it was being pinched by a large hand, rising with unprecedented and unparalleled great danger and crisis. How did the Blue Goblin show up here? Is the leader dead? Malbuji has yet to get an answer. The ice lance had penetrated his heart, and his body froze in an instant, as if time had stopped passing at that moment. PSSST. Malbur dropped to both knees, and a vicious, agonizing hiss suddenly drifted out. You fucking sneak attack. The figure of the blue demoness slowly walked from the gloom. A pair of azure-colored eye pupils clearly and unmistakably revealed a kind of contemptuous demeanor. I can kill your leader. For you, the result of sneak attacking or not sneak attacking is the same. The blue goblin's fingers gently pushed Malbuji's forehead. May there be no escape from hell. Boom! Malburi fell to the ground in death. The blue demoness squatted beside Shinbei and knocked on his mask. Still alive? Shinbei responded in an incomparably weak manner. Almost dying. Ha! The blue demoness let out a cold laugh. Fighting against a third-order electrical energy and a third-order defense alien. You really dare. Shinbei didn't want to dwell on this issue and just said, why don't you think of a way that will allow me to survive? Can. The blue goblin returned a simple word. Then he took out a bottle of yellow potion and poured it into Shinbei's mouth. A moment's work under Shinbei's already charred and cracked skin. All the flesh and blood were writhing madly. If one looked closely with enhanced eyesight, one could even see an extremely fine blood vessel in Shinbei's body growing and extending crazily as if it were a tentacle. And they turned into a piece of net, covering the muscular tissues and then generating a new layer of tissue on top of itself. These newly generated tissues are like soil, on which instantly numerous branches and shoots are sent out, which, when they grow a little larger, are found to be new blood vessels. Shinbei gritted his teeth and endured the strange sharp changes occurring in his body. It was as if thousands of ants were tearing at his body, itching and aching, and the blue demoness said in a cold tone, this is a super modified repair potion. One of these is worth 100,000 crystal source cores. Shinbei's gaze, however, kept flickering up. I owe you. No, the blue demoness looked playful and laughed. It's for you, but I have to say, it's extremely rare for even a psychic to get this treatment, let alone an ordinary person. And you're not like ordinary people. The blue demoness leaned down, her cold crystal-like eyes looking straight at Shinbei. It's really different, not in terms of will to fight, but it eludes me. She stood up and continued, in half an hour at the most, you'll be as good as new. I have to go to the front, so just follow me. After saying that, the blue demoness buttoned up her hood and, with light steps, disappeared into the night in the twinkling of an eye. This time, Shinbei didn't have time to ponder over the blue goblin's divine chatter. His will was almost destroyed by the side effects of the potion. Half an hour later, the strange feeling on Shinbei's body completely disappeared. After regaining control of his body, he stumbled to his feet. He strips off his battle armor and removes all of his clothes, gently shaking, lots of black dead skin falling off. This time, the skin on Shinbei's body was restored as before, even whiter and more tender, as if he were a toddler. This potion is really expensive for a reason. Shinbei had a kind of elation of regaining his life. Normally, If you are injured or killed in the line of duty, you are responsible for your own losses, and the blue demoness gave away the ultra-modified repair potion for nothing. That Shinbei frankly accepted. Peace of mind, you can't do that without a thick skin. Putting back on his battle armor, will connects properly and begins system self-test. Everything's fine. Shinbei's hanging heart fell to the ground. There is a real fear that the high voltage current will cause irreversible damage to the battle armor, and from the system self-test, the system decisively cut off all circuits and sensing components at the moment of Malbore's current intrusion. It turns directly into a tin. And any more current that passes through is released to flow backwards into the earth. Reactivate the battle armor. Shinbei ran all the way back to Jiangcheng. The battle was over at this point. Shelter 10 had been bombarded by Shelter 36, and with the long absence of the leader, the army had long since been disorganized. The power armor that could have suppressed the personnel of Shelter 36 was also resolved by Shinbei with a single shot. Shelter 36 almost destroyed the mission, having routed the main enemy resistance. The search for the remnants of the enemy progressed steadily with the overwhelming reconnaissance and battlefield support systems. The sporadic enemy resistance could not pose a threat to the Blue Sirens and the combatants of Shelter 36, and they would be killed by the intense firepower. And the only thing that awaited these enemies was destruction. And after Shinbei resumed his actions, he did not foolishly follow the combatants who were eager to kill and were covered in hot blood to hunt down the enemy. Instead, they circled around the Central Park neighborhood and started picking up bodies. What cigarettes, bullets, crystal source cores, water bottles? As long as they can be sold and used, Shinbei packs them all away. After an hour or so, Shinbei picked up a big bag full of bits and pieces. Later that night, the Blue Demon ordered the exit of River City. Finding a sheltered spot, he set up camp and rested. Only, there were a few more vehicles compared to when they came. Shinbei glanced at the seal on it. It was owned by Shelter 10. Also, the tires were flattened, so I'm sure the car was loaded with supplies. Hello. At this time, an alien came to Shinbei's side and reached out to grab his bulging bag. All the loot has to be handed over and redistributed. Shinbei has some impression of this person. Seems to be the vice captain, known as the third master, but he wasn't very old. Just about 30 odd. If you have a master in your title, you are usually not to be messed with, but at this moment, Shinbei did not let go of his hand. His eyes changed slightly and his eyebrows twisted into a lump. I haven't heard of this rule. Let go. Bullshit. You haven't heard it means you haven't? With an indignant look on his face, third master continued. Don't nitpick. I've seen a lot of young, raw bastards like you. Shinbei as if the abyss as deep as the bottomless eyes of indifference, and then slowly pulled out the revolver, topped his forehead. I clearly saw many people have picked up things, but grabbed my slaughter fat sheep, right? Meh. The third master did not have a trace of fear in the face of Shinbei's GUNI. In his opinion, Shinbei's bullets would not pose any threat to him. Of course, if he had seen what happened to Malbore, he would have put away that idea. Put it down. At that moment the Blue Goblin's clear voice came from inside the tent. Whether it was Shinbei or Master San, one put down his pistol and the other put down his large bag. The Blue Demoness lifted the door curtain, her red lips gently opening. Although temporary rules are also rules, they also have to be divided into people. The third master was stunned at his words. He did not expect that the Blue Demoness would favor Shinbei outside of her words. Captain, he took just too much. Master San defended. That's what he's got. Ability? How many enemies did he kill? Why didn't I see that? Wasn't it just guiding the direction of the shells? The third master cognitively. Shinbei is equal to nothing. Guiding the orientation of the cannonball is a dog would know. At the same time, in the midst of the melee, although he didn't see what bearing Shinbei was in, he didn't see any kills in the pursuit battle. So, Master San thought that the Blue Demon was overly biased. It's not like it's a status hesitant alien. On what grounds? And at this moment, the Blue Demoness slowly turned her head and stared at the third master, her face as frosty as ice, but her eyes revealed rare waves of anger. You talk too much. The third master's gaze trembled with an uncontrollable rise of absurdity, flung up his sleeve, grunted, and turned away. Too unruly. Shinbei smashed his mouth and said, You're the one with no rules. The Blue Goblin's eyes were deep, and she admonished in a deep voice. Shinbei pointed at himself. He's the one who robbed me. Blue looked at Shinbei expressionlessly. I said that temporary rules are also rules. He is the vice captain. You only have to obey. Shinbei gritted his teeth and let out a heckle. Shinbei figured out that if his fists were not hard, he would have to suffer. Today the Blue Siren steps in. Tomorrow who cares? Rest. We have a journey to make tomorrow. The Blue Goblin left a light sentence and turned to burrow inside the tent, and Shinbei didn't have a tent at all. For ordinary people, this was a benefit that belonged to the altered. Shinbei came to the place where ordinary people gathered and found a place to sit down. In the center is a roaring bonfire. The campfire crackled, sparks rising with the hot wind as if blooming briefly in the dark night sky. The aroma of burning firewood filled the air, intertwining with the unique scent of the wasteland to create a unique and reassuring smell. Some were roasting canned goods and strips of meat, laughing and joking. Shinbei? A man leaned over to Shinbei and greeted him. I have to thank you for saving my life today. Shinbei twisted his head to look at it. It was the guy who was nearly shot to death by the enemy circling around and shooting him. Buy you meat sticks. Shinbei chewed a few bites and couldn't taste which kind of beast meat it was for humans in this world. There was no picking and choosing what beast meat to eat. It's good enough to have something to eat, the man sighed. We lost over 30 people this time. 3 shifters. Icy cold numbers. Shinbei sounds senseless. When will this escapade end? The man chattered on. Shinbei thinks this is an insoluble problem, but where there is an evil species alive that cannot be killed, it is impossible to end the escape. The man poked Shinbei and continued. I did hear rumors that the evil seed can be killed. You know? Shinbei froze. There's still this saying? Some people have seen the bodies of evil species. They just don't know how they died. The man looked up at the bright starry sky with a face full of hope, hugging the rifle in his arms tightly. His tone was incomparably excited. I was dreaming that it was an alien who killed it. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Well, you dream on. The next day, the Blue Siren reorganizes the team. The convoy began its return journey. Everyone is elated. As soon as we get back to the shelter, we can settle the payoff this time. All of Shelter 36 will dial back again for the return trip. Those who are still standing and going back at this point are undoubtedly lucky. Those humans who died in yesterday's engagement have since disappeared in time, but no one will bury their bones in the ground for them. And no one will remember the names. The return trip was smooth apart from encountering some ungrateful ferocious beasts halfway through the journey that were easily disposed of by the fire set. The whole group arrived safely at Shelter 36. The Blue Demon directed the crowd to drive the vehicle up to the garage. As for what supplies were inside the vehicles acquired from the enemy, no one but the Blue Goblin knew. Next, the crowd returned to the upper levels of the Titan and assembled at the quest release. The Blue Goblin left after making a mission handover with Rourke, and Shinbei and the others began to line up to receive their mission pay. By the time Shinbei went up, all the other people had already finished collecting and hooked up to go to the bar to spend time. In this world, money without life happens all the time. It's the spent crystal source cores that are your own, otherwise it's the wallet of the strong. Once the reward for a mission arrives, you can't wait to spend it all. I hear you're in trouble again? Rourke took a cigarette roll and exhaled a mouthful of pungent smoke. I don't like the word again. Shinbei spread his hands. Sometimes it's not me looking for trouble, but trouble looking for me. The third master is also a ruthless character. Rourke flicked the ashes of his cigarette. Otherwise it wouldn't be the vice captain of the Blue Goblins. Shinbei meant it. I mean too. Rourke froze and then laughed. Then you do well. Then, Rourke handed Shinbei the payment for the mission. Shinbei opened the paper bag and probed it at point 10. Intermediate crystal source cores were placed inside. Shinbei looked confused. Did you miscalculate? According to the quest rewards, the quest rewards for ordinary people were 3 intermediate crystal source cores. Even if Shinbei was a sniper, it was only 5. And it takes an alien to get 10 of them. Apparently, there was an error in the payout that Rourke handed out. If it was someone else, Shinbei naturally wouldn't have reminded him. But Rourke was different, and Shinbei didn't want to take advantage of him. Rourke nodded at the paper bag and said, yes, that's 10. And the other 5 were added to you by the Blue Goblin. Shinbei let out an subtle sound. Luoka put his arm around Shinbei's shoulder and said again meaningfully, I don't know how you perform in the battlefield, but most likely recognized by the Blue Demoness. Hopefully, it is not she appreciates you as a little white boy. Otherwise you can have your sins. Shinbei's tone was firm. I told you, I'm fierce. Good. Rourke smiled. I hope so. Leave the mission posting office. Rourke followed Shinbei to the weapon sales store. Weapon stores have several more sizes and styles of bullets. It's probably just a difference in the materials used. Shinbei lowered his head and concentrated on comparing the performance, workmanship and price of 3 different brands of bullets. Rourke took another cigarette and struck a match to light it. Smoking in a weapon store was an act that was no different from suicide. But Rourke didn't care at all. And Shinbei didn't put it on his mind either. Only the owner of the weapon store was a little green in the face. Some of the gunpowder in his batch of bullets was no longer the traditional gunpowder of the olden days, but high-energy gunpowder. The special charges used in some specialized munitions are even more dangerous. However, the owner of the weapon store could only keep his mouth tightly shut and not say a word. Of course he knew Rourke, although he was just an ordinary person. He was a rather bullish character. Shinbei carefully selected the bullets. Rourke, who was waiting on the side, was a bit impatient, picking and choosing like a pussy. I don't feel like it makes a difference. Rourke squeezed the bullet and looked at it. Unable to see any difference, Shinbei shook his head. That's because you're not sensitive to bullets. Boss, 300 rounds of this bullet and 100 rounds of this one. That much? Rourke glared slightly. You don't really shoot in battle, do you? That's hitting all your own money. It's hard not to mingle? Kinda got you there. The two walked out of the weapons store and Rourke whispered. Some people just go and mix it up, not firing a shot, hiding in a corner where no one can spot them, and then jumping out and wailing when it's time for the final charge. The corners of Shinbei's mouth moved. Speechless. Mixing is also a skill. Luoka patted Shinbei's shoulder. Learn it well, don't rush to the front when something happens. The fastest to die is this type of person. The two came to the next level. Rourke was going for a drink, and Shinbei had his own things to keep busy. Separating in place, Shinbei bought some food and water. Back to the rental house, the first thing to do was to take off the battle armor that had been worn for 4 days, hanging on the special bracket. He began to inspect the exterior of the battle armor. Though this battle armor has saved its life a few times and the various internal modules still work, but the exterior is pitted, there are even scratches and paint loss in places. It's not even an eyesore. What was most unacceptable to Shinbei was that the entire battle armor was dirty. Very dirty, various bloodstains and foaming flesh emitted a foul odor. Shinbei carried the battle armor out of the house and came outside. Call for some water. Start cleaning the battle armor. These sources are simply filtered. Undrinkable domestic water. It is usually used for flushing toilets and washing clothes. Soon, as the Titan moved, the ground was left in a straight line of crimson blood and water. It was soon vaporized by the sun. Shinbei, busy, chasing horse appeared out of nowhere, crouching on the edge of the caravan's wooden planks. Spitting out his drink and grinning at him, Shinbei had a relationship with him and nodded. His tone was not salty, cleaning down the toys. A toy? Chasing horse looked over curiously and tapped the battle armor. The texture a bit puzzling, like high strength plastic? In Chasing Horse's opinion, the unseen material of this battle armor was not mainstream synthetic gold. In this world, synthetic gold is a generic term. There are many more branches of material below. These material syntheses usually used the hides and furs of ferocious beasts, and the advanced bit used the powder melted out of bones, which was mixed with the new age alloy to get a new alloy material. There was some contempt in his heart. Ordinary people who can't afford synthetics just like to drum up these useless things. Shinbei finished cleaning his battle armor and got up, wanting to go back. Chasing Horse pressed his hand. Don't go. Let's talk for a while. Shinbei tilted his head. You have something? Just more interested in you. Want to come to our shelter 20? I'll give you a good deal. Shinbei gave a forehead defection. In fact, in this world, people can move between shelters. It's just more of a hassle. Both current shelter controllers need to sign off on the transfer in order for it to be accepted peacefully. In fact, what shelter hates crowds? The more the merrier. It is the population that is fundamental and the basis for development. Usually the movement of people is a defection, depending on whether or not the established side dares to call the shots and attack the opposing titan. The prime example is the last war with Asylum 10. Shelter 30's excess resentment towards the defection to Shelter 10 was only to shade the other side and not dare to organize a large force to find the location of Titan 10 to claim their rights. Of course, there was an exception. Shen Nan, who had been taken away by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang didn't dare to give a fart. This was also the power gap between the leaders of the asylum, and Yu Wuchang didn't even have the strength to call out the leaders, and Shinbei was okay at Shelter 36. The connections are also on this side. The landlord can default on the rent, and Rourke is a lapdog. Moreover, the Blue Demon is vaguely going to be its own backer. Wouldn't want to somehow go to Shelter 10. Shinbei rejected it outright. Chasing Horse laughed. It's okay. We're talking about something else. Shinbei didn't have time to chat with him. Maybe one word too many would make him suspect that he had robbed himself of what he had lost. Less talking. Absolutely right, but Chasing Horse just seemed to recognize Shinbei and had to pester for a chat. Shinbei's heart was weird. This person was a psychopath, right? There are so many people at the shelter. They have to talk to themselves about shit. It took more than 10 minutes to shake off the Chasing Horse. When Shinbei returned to the rental house, the landlord was found lying on his back in a chair, huffing and puffing. Hey! Aren't you afraid of twisting your neck? Shinbei pushed the landlord awake. The landlord then woke up with a hiss and shook his head. Damn! It wasn't me who had to sleep. I don't know where the cloudy wind came from. It flashed in front of my eyes and I fell asleep. Shinbei's heart thumped when he heard this. Draw a revolver. Eyes straight on the steps leading upstairs. Gale. In Shinbei's opinion, there was no such thing as an ill wind. It should have been some alien who knocked the landlord out with a single blow at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A landlord's duty is not only to repair the house and collect the rent, but also to guard the gate to avoid strangers from entering and causing the tenants to lose their belongings. In this world, don't expect any pickups and nocturnal. It's not that high quality, and people are considered to be disciplined if they don't kill someone in the shelter. And Shinbei was alerted to the fact that he had just chased after Mara to talk about himself in an east and west manner, and there was no substance in the chat, purely to consume your time. At first, Shinbei thought that Chasing Horse had drunk too much and was idle, and now take a look. Yourself is being watched. But how did he expose himself? There's no reason at all. Shinbei recalled that just when he was being pestered by Chasing Horse for a chat, Chasing Horse's partner Gon Mo hadn't appeared since the beginning. Shinbei had an intuition that Gon Mo was in his room, although all the drawings about the broken and reorganized crystalline sources and the yellow backpacks have been disposed of. I wonder what he's looking for, but it's absolutely fine, especially the simple version of the crystal source crushing and reorganizing equipment left in the room. Even though it was possible that Gon Mo didn't know what the hell it was, he wasn't afraid of anything. Immediately, Shinbei held a revolver. His footsteps were light, and he slowly went up the stairs before Shinbei. Even if he ran head-on into Gon Mo, he still had the power to fight. Upgraded pistols and bullets are no slouches. A third-order defense alien could be blasted half to death with a single shot at close range. 2 bullets will kill him. Shinbei's back was against the wall, sideways. He listened at the door of his room. There was no sound or movement inside. Shinbei took a deep breath and violently pulled open the door of the room. The body crouched down extremely fast and raised the gun for a sweep, because the room was not big to begin with. Just a small single room. You could see through it almost instantly. Out, it's empty. Shinbei put away his revolver. Start looking at where you have placed your belongings in the dust and ashes. Go out on your own for a couple days. The first thing I did when I got back was go out and clean my battle armor. The dust in the room was thin, but still quite a bit. Look at the floor. In addition to his own footprints, there was indeed an additional line of footprints. Moreover, the other party seemed to be unscrupulous and had nothing to hide, and without any disguise, directly opened the door and walked in. The eyes followed the footprints, straight to the wall, and above the corner hung his own Barrett sniper rifle. Shinbei was greatly perplexed, and throughout the room, there were no traces of movement or rummaging in anything. Gammer knocked out his landlord and snuck into his room just to see his sniper rifle? Shouldn't you be rummaging through your locker, looking for a backpack? Can't we at least see the crystal source crushing and reorganizing equipment? But there are no handprints on it. Such perverse behavior. Put Shinbei completely whole will not. Shinbei removed his own sniper rifle. Not tampering with my sniper rifle, are you? Shinbei's gaze coalesced on the sniper rifle. If the sniper rifle had been tampered with, the message should have alerted itself soon. Information about the sniper rifle popped up. Sniper rifle LV4, 120/100, modified Barrett M95, range 1,300 meters. Bullets 5 rounds, killing power, sports shooting, accuracy plus 20, blind sniper accuracy increased by 20, silencer effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Not a single word of information has been changed, except for a change in the experience value. It doesn't seem to have moved. Shinbei became even more confused. So what's Ganmo doing here? Shinbei pulled the bolt and a bullet jumped out. Shinbei frowned. By definition, there is no bullet in the chamber. It's also about making sure you don't wipe the slate clean and pull the bolt and push the bullet into the chamber only in combat. Now a bullet jumped out. Nothing to suggest that someone had pulled the bolt. What's he pulling the bolt for? Shinbei looked at the bullet that fell on the ground suspiciously and bent down to pick it up, intending to reload it into the magazine. Just for a moment. A lightning bolt flashed violently in Shinbei's mind. The pupils flinched, the face stiffened. Bad. Forgetting a fatal detail. Shinbei finally figured out why Ganmo pulled the bolt. He was checking out the bullets. And one's own bullets are very different from those used by other ordinary people. It's with grain. And back in the urban ruins, participating in the 20 shelter mutiny battlefield, he shot a lot of guns himself. There must have been shell casings with striations left at the scene. All it takes is a comparison to realize that the bullet originated from yourself, and on that battlefield, all dead, not a single survivor. The only person alive is yourself. Then, who the backpack is in the hands of is self-evident to Ganmo, but the above hypothetical extrapolation must be based on a precise premise. That's when Chasing Horse and Gamma locked themselves down correctly in order to stone the evidence. Otherwise, there were many people using sniper rifles in Shelter 36, and sneaking in to search for them one by one would cause a stir sooner or later. Strange. How did they locate me? Shinbei paced back and forth across the room, trying to put himself in Chasing Horse and Ganmo's shoes, deducing to mend the chain of evidence. A few moments of work, Shinbei remembered. That was when, after the beast tide ended, himself and his landlord boss made a game of shooting scattered ferocious beasts and won a lot of money. Even the Blue Banshee could see that he was pretending to miss the shot to win. Then Chasing Horse and Gammer can naturally touch their names by inquiring a little about who's a good shot at Shelter 36. Shinbei wrung his neck and muttered to himself, my only oversight was the shell casings left behind on the battlefield. A fatal breach. But why don't they take the opportunity to rummage through the drawings? That's odd. Shinbei vaguely felt as if they were not interested in the crystal source crushing and reorganizing equipment at all. After all, the simple version of the device sits in plain sight in the house. Not even touching it. It seems they were looking for something else. However, Shinbei was not in the mood for them to guess what exactly they were looking for. At this point, he had been targeted by both Chasing Horse and Ganmo. Now the thought is how to get rid of the two tails. The only way to solve the problem is one word: kill. Come and kill one, come on to kill a pair. The only thing that made Shinbei relieved was that within the shelter, not to mention the outsiders Chasing Horse and Ganmo, even the locals don't dare to kill people freely and blatantly. If they dared to come in hard, it would be a slap in the face of General Yu Wu Chang without even having to do it themselves. The two of them would have to be executed by General Yu Wu Chang's ruling. There's still time to prepare. First upgrade all the battle armor, guns, etc. That can be upgraded. Then find a chance to settle the two of them in the middle of the wasteland again. At this time, Shinbei didn't have any panic. Instead, he was stupid and a desire to kill was stirring. At the same time, Shinbei was curious. They do not look for drawings of crystal source crushing and reorganization processes. What exactly are you looking for? Is there something important that you've forgotten? Shinbei's gaze rested on the battle armor that had already been cleaned, potholes and heavy paint loss however. Shinbei believed that once the upgrade was over, it would definitely be restored as good as new. Upgrade the battle armor. Faced with the current situation of being targeted by Horsechase and Ganmo, there was only one method Shinbei could choose, kill. And the bottom line on killing comes from your own equipment. It was true that Shinbei couldn't do the kind of momentum movement of an alien that blasted the sky and hammered the earth, but Shinbei's advantage lies in accurate shooting. Its technology versus psychic powers. Grab all the time you can to upgrade all the equipment that should be upgraded. The first item is battle armor. Power armor LV4, 160/5000, some useful battle armor. Running speed is increased, defense is increased, and the reaction speed of the idea connection is increased. Each crystal source core can maintain the battle armor at high speed for 10 minutes. The battle armor can change color as the environment changes, thus hiding better in the environment. After Shinbei read the message, the text inside has been substantially changed. Originally, a crystal source core could only last for 5 minutes. But now it could last for 10 minutes. It indicates that the power module waited until it was upgraded to utilize the increased efficiency of the crystalline source core. Also, the most important upgrade is the appearance. It could be said that the battle armor was now a complete pair of camouflage suits that could be integrated into various environments. This is extremely protective for fighting in complex wilderness terrain. The last time he fought with Shelter 10 alone, blasted with a single shot by a gun-specialized alien looking for his spot. Mostly it was also caused by the fact that the battle armor didn't blend in with the environment, and the color of its appearance was too harsh, revealing its position. Now that the battle armor has been upgraded, there is no need to worry about this at all. Next, Shinbei began to upgrade the sniper rifle LV5, 20/200, modified Barrett M95, range 1400 meters, bullets 5 rounds, killing power is particularly large, sports shooting, accuracy plus 30, blind sniper accuracy increased by 30, silencer effect increased by 30, recoil reduced by 30, mud and sand clogging the barrel. Can be used normally. The words in front of this sniper rifle didn't change dramatically. Add some data, but there is an extremely important new phrase added to the back. Ignore the mud. You know, in the past, when using this sniper rifle, even in combat, you had to be careful about mud and sand getting into the barrel. The last time I fell from the 6th floor, I was still running and cleaning down the barrel to avoid blowing up, and now, just ignore it. Even if you roll in the mud, you have no problem pulling out your gun and shooting straight away. This upgrade is simply practical. Shinbei couldn't help but feel elated. The revolver was then removed. This revolver Shinbei used less, but in the last battlefield, shoot at close range a few times as well. The experience for upgrading should be enough. Shuimu glanced at the message. Revolver LV3, 37 out of 30, 5 rounds of bullets. The rotor shaft is slightly jammed. The rifling is intact. The kill is slightly increased. The capacity of the bullet +1. Recoil reduction of 20. Upgrade. Only constant upgrades can the alien fight against it. Revolver LV4, 7 out of 50, 5 rounds, rifling intact, increased kills, +1 bullet capacity, 30 less recoil, continuous fire damage increment. Shinbei was stunned. Originally this revolver had another jamming phrase. With this upgrade, it simply disappears. This has been a brand new, no mechanical faults pistol, and the new words added are even more overbearing. If it's in a combo state, there's an incremental increase in damage caused by bullets. This had an absolutely lethal effect on close-range defense-breaking aliens. Fierce. It's just too fierce. After all 3 main war chest items are upgraded instead, Shinbei came down deep in thought. After the last battlefield comparison, Shinbei had originally thought that the level of firearms was corresponding to the alien equivalent order, but in the middle of a battle with Mao Buji, the revolver, which was clearly a level 3, was almost pressed against Mao Boer's jaw, and surprisingly, it didn't shatter the head, but rather the jaw. That's a level 3 revolver plus a level 3 bullet mixed with high explosives and crystalline source core fragments. In that case, it definitely seemed that simply using rank to compare the exalted was unreliable. In order to do so and blast through a third-order defense alien, one would have to do so in terms of firearms and bullets to be qualified by pressing the level or crossing the grade. That's just passing. You have to do more homework and refinement to be good. However, with Shinbei's strength now, being able to fight against a third-order alien as an ordinary person was already an extremely dazzling achievement. That's what shocked Blue Goblin. In the time that followed, Shinbei began to upgrade the crystal source core crushing and reorganization equipment. Now this equipment is still relatively large and inefficiently productive. You also have to invest money to feed it right now. Shinbei had 9 intermediate crystal source cores in his hand and less than 30 or so crystal source cores. Leave a mid-level crystal source core for backup. All other money is consumed, while others get drunk with the reward for their tasks. Shinbei is thrown into a bottomless pit. With the device activated, the experience value keeps popping up. Experience value +1, experience value +1, experience value +1. Shinbei blocked the information and took out the crushed crystal source core produced, mixed it with gunpowder, and then encapsulated it inside the bullet. 1, 2, 3. Work for a while. Shenbei checks down the device information. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV2, 25/20ths, a pickup low-profile version of the Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment with low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate, and higher energy consumption. Suspension of work, upgrade. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV3, 5 out of 100, a low-profile version of the Crystal Source Recombination Equipment with lower production capacity, lower efficiency, lower pass rate and higher energy consumption. There are few changes to the content of the words from low to lower. It's kind of an improvement, but Shenbei was in no hurry. As long as he walked out of shelter 36, chasing horse and gone mo could only be anxious, but didn't dare to mess around, produce slowly and consume all the crystal source cores. Meanwhile the bullets are all converted to ion, storing some of it for use by the cluster fire frisbee. By the way, I still need to purchase some high explosive gunpowder. Thinking of this, Shenbei snapped, and there was another fatal problem. What's going to happen to the casing of the cluster fire frisbee bomb? Customized? 1 or 2 would be fine, and could easily be done on the weapon store owner's side. However, it takes a lot of bombs to upgrade the cluster fire frisbee. It's easy to arouse the Institute's suspicion when there are so many of them. For all kinds of details, Shenbei can be very cautious after having lessons. It's only right to develop in a meticulous manner. Exposed too soon, it would be a child with a child's heart. Brain pain. Shenbei rubbed his temples. We'll talk about it later when we get to the car. Shenbei continued to modify the bullet gunpowder. By the way, start engraving the pattern and upgrade the bullet grade. After nightfall, Shenbei reaped the rewards. It goes without saying that carving a class 3 bullet is now a family affair. After purchasing new materials and specifications of bullets from a weapons store owner, surprisingly, it carved out a class 5 sniper bullet. Shenbei had the heartfelt grade 5 bullet lying in his hand, finally born in your own hands. Moment. Information about the bullet popped out of the corner of my eye. Frowny face. Rifle bullets LV5, 0/300. Disposable item. This bullet is inscribed with mystical energies that increase range by 500 meters, drastically increase lethality, drastically increase accuracy, and have strong armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. Wait. Shenbei cocked his head with a skeptical expression. Seems like, is a little off. Something's not right. Shenbei noticed at the first moment that this freshly baked grade 5 bullet was not normal. The text below describes it as being indistinguishable from the last time I picked up a grade 5 bullet in a weapon store, but the anomaly comes in the bullet rating. Shenbei clearly remembers that the grade 5 bullets from the alien's hands were suffixed with full grade. How come the one in my hand can still be upgraded? Doesn't this mean that there are still class 6 bullets? Class 7 bullets? Shenbei sucked in a breath of cool air. Could it be that my understanding and manipulation of bullet patterns has surpassed that of this mysterious side alien? This is a bit happy. Shenbei thought to himself that apart from his inability to awaken his psychic abilities, he definitely did not lose to others in terms of combat literacy and understanding. If this wasn't the escape world, a place similar to Earth, Shenbei had the guts and scheming to carry a sniper rifle and kill a sea of blood. It's also the mysterious and unpredictable nature of the alien that keeps one's hands tied. Putting aside the alien ability, Shenbei felt that he was not far ahead in other aspects, but he was definitely not a one-track mind with a different way of thinking. So I stand on the shoulders of giants. Shenbei let out a light breath. This bullet still has potential to be dug up. However, Shenbei looked at the bullet, and there was no longer any place on it to carve a pattern. Where are the potential points? This is a troubling issue. Day 2. After the day dawned, Shenbei continued to work. The first thing that happened was that the core reorganization equipment of the crystal source was upgraded. After upgrading once yesterday, because of the appearance of grade 5 bullets, it left Shenbei in and out of the way. Now take a look at the information. Shenbei froze. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV3, 880/100, a low-profile version of the Crystal Source Recombination Equipment with lower production capacity, lower efficiency, lower pass rate and higher energy consumption. All the Crystal Source cores were all consumed to gain 880 experience points. No hesitation. Direct upgrade. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV4, 780/300, a low-matched version of the Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment with low production capacity, low efficiency, low pass rate and high energy consumption. Keep upgrading. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV5, for 80/500, a Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment with fair production capacity, fair efficiency, fair pass rate and fair energy consumption. After 2 consecutive levels, the original word simple simply disappeared. Productivity has also entered the qualification phase. This means that the same 10 crystal source cores from the original can only be fitted with 2 bullets. Enough for 5 bullets can now be produced. A huge improvement. Shenbei sighed, but there is some despondency. Others squandered money, at least ate and drank and played, and all one can do is nibble on strips of meat and upgrade to cold equipment. There is not a single person who does not want to enjoy life and carnal desires, but the situation is so pressing that Shenbei can only call himself the dervish. At this time, Shenbei touched his chin, muttering to himself, still 20 experience points short of being able to rise to level 6. Do it or not? Shenbei's self-inquiry was quickly answered dry. OCD is in the air. It has to be done. Put in 20 crystal source cores and let the device produce for now. Pack the output crystal in source core powder and keep it for reserve. Get out and replenish some water and food. Another trip to the material store to procure a shipment of high explosives to IT was not a controlled item. Or rather, an item aimed at ordinary people. And General Yu Wuchang didn't even bother. The most useless ordinary people are the most useful ordinary people. Spear and shield both. On the way back, I just happened to run into Chasing Horse and Gon Mo leaning on the fence, pretending to be on the lookout for the wilderness, but secretly observing Shenbei's movements. Not gone yet? Instead, Shenbei went forward and took the initiative to greet him. Gon Mo was a bit surprised and responded, "The mission is not yet complete, so I need to stay for a few days." Shenbei gave an oh so subtle sound and turned to leave. At this moment, Chasing Horse laughed lowly a few times and asked, "When is little brother going out?" Shenbei stopped and said calmly, "That depends on what kind of mission there is. Tomorrow I plan to go to the mission house to take a look." "Good luck with everything," Chasing Horse said with a leathery smile. Shenbei nodded and left straight away. This moment, the smiles on Chasing Horse and Gon Mo's faces gradually disappeared. Gon Mo sniffed Shenbei's residual air temperature and hissed, "His blood must be sweet." "Don't bullshit," Chasing Horse said matter-of-factly. "I've drunk human blood, and it's bitter and salty. That's for you." Gon Mo pulled out a bullet with engraved patterns and stroked it. "I've always been curious as to what Shenbei's intention was in engraving the patterns on the bullet." Idle. Chasing Horse leaned over the fence, keeping all his body weight down. "We're almost done. As soon as Shenbei leaves the shelter, everything will return to our control from the beginning." "You said?" asked Chasing Horse, tilting his head. "He left his purse somewhere?" Chasing the Horse smashed his mouth. "In fact, what they are looking for is not any crystal source broken reorganization drawings. That's just a front. The most important thing is the purse. It's the purse that's worth the money. It would allow Shelter 10 to gain a group of combat troops who are valiant, fearless, unaware of fear, extremely obedient to their commands, fight where they are told to fight, and have no fear even when jumping into the fire. It must be lost." I slipped into Shenbei's room without smelling the purse. Gon Mo looked at Shenbei's fading back. The corner of his mouth hooked up as he continued. "But one thing is for sure. The location of the discard is in his brain." "Ha!" Chasing Horse's eyes suddenly flashed with a furtive gleam. "I'll do it this time. I prefer prying people's heads off." Back to the rental house, Shenbei couldn't wait to upgrade the Crystal Source Core equipment. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV50/1000, a Crystal Source Reorganization device with moderate production capacity, moderate efficiency, moderate pass rate, and moderate energy consumption. New, can produce various types of shell casings by mixing crystalline core fragments with steel. Remarks: lacks capacity pool module, lacks shaping module, lacks fusion material, true spirit elemental, Shenbei, and so on. What's this upgrade to? Crystalline cores and steel can be made into shell casings? Shenbei's jaw almost fell to the ground with a surprised look on his face. It's incredible, isn't it? I didn't realize the upgrade had expanded this device. In one fell swoop, the problem of shells for the cluster fire frisbee was solved. At the same time, Shenbei snapped to think of a grade 6 bullet and was secretly shocked. Can it be that grade 6 bullets require this kind of bullet shell to be engraved? Shenbei's thoughts opened up in a trance. The capacity pool module, the stereotype module, is quite understandable. Shenbei pondered. It should be a high-temperature fusion, used for shaping the shell. But what is the key material? The true spirit element? Shenbei had never heard of it at all. Or the original owner's memory knew it, but lost it. However, Shenbei has a vague feeling that true spirit alone is not simple. It seems to be a bad one to mess with, but Shenbei didn't have any discouragement or frustration. Only by collecting true spirit elements could one produce shell casings. And the cluster fire frisbee could be upgraded by leaps and bounds. Shenbei pressed down his excitement. It's not the time to think about that right now. Let's finish off Chasing Horse and Gon Mo first. Shenbei put on his battle armor and loaded the food he bought into his backpack. Water source gauge food was not a concern. There was the least shortage of food in the wilderness. As long as one had the ability to hunt ferocious beasts, and the water source was enough for Shenbei to survive at his limit for 10 days in the middle of the wasteland. Almost enough. Pull on the backpack chain, turn around and check the guns over. The largest number of class 3 bullets are in the backpack, and 5 class 4 bullets are inserted into the left side waistband. This class 4 bullet has increased lethality compared to the class 3 bullet. Another thing is that the bullet doesn't need to be stuck in the alien's body. As long as it hits, it will have a concussive effect. It's more convenient. The only class V bullet, stuck in the left waistband, is always ready for backup. This time, Shenbei had already entered a pre-war state. He plans to leave the shelter tonight. I'm sure Chasing Horse and Ganmo must be able to catch up with themselves. Let's have a rally. Shenbei shook the crystal source core in his bag, glanced at the battle armor, and the corners of his mouth rose, next, quietly waiting for dark. A few hours later, midnight in the morning, Shinbei slowly opened his eyes from rest, packed the crystal source crushing and restructuring equipment and hang it on the battle armor. This device can't be left in a rental house. It's too insecure. So take this opportunity to move it. Shinbei lifted the window and made a jump, easily landing on top of the wasteland, stomping through the moonlight, not slowing down towards the fire frisbee. Tussle. It's about to start. Daybreak. 2 figures leave shelter 36. It's chasing horse and Ganmo for the two men. Shinbei's illusory shot was clearly said to go to the mission today to see the mission. Asa result seems to have run off last night. Chasing horse and Gamma aren't pretending either. Direct showdown. A chase was started. Ganmo sniffed the air and shifted from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Their figures gradually turned into black spots in the wilderness. The hot sun scorched the wilderness mercilessly. The sky was a murky gray-blue color, and the sun hung high as a ball of fire. With a blinding light and an unbearable blaze, the air was sandy and dusty, and when the wind blew, it swirled up gusts of yellowish-brown dust, like the ghosts of the distant past wandering about. Chasing horse and Ganmo were not walking too fast or too slow, keeping their maximum speed forward while conserving their energy. A few hours later, Chasing horse raised his face hidden in his hood. Hidden rolling hills are visible. The mountain wasn't high. At best it could only be considered a rocky hill. There was no snow on the top of the hill, and there were no plants to be seen, only a few dry trees halfway up, stretching their gnarled branches in the cold wind. His solid, heavy military boots stepped onto the top of the mound, and the light brown bare rock, apparently unable to withstand the heavy pressure of the boots, groaned and began to crack. An obviously mutated grass tenaciously poked its body out of the rock crevice, affixing its blades to the military boots with a swiftness that didn't belong to a plant at all, and then couldn't stop cutting the boots with the sharp, tough serrations on the edges of the blades. The very soft-looking blades of grass sawed against the rough rubber exterior of the boots, making a toothsome sound and leaving streaks of white. The horse chaser's boots crushed the ferocious little plant into several pieces with just a light crush. The military boots then took another large step forward and stood on the edge of the peak, taking a look around. Chasing horse shrugged his shoulders and rushed to Ganmo at his side. Are you sure he stopped here last night? There's nothing. Ganmo sniffed the air and reached out. I can still smell the sizzle of the fireworks. Chasing horse looked in the direction of the finger about 500 meters away. There's a pile of burnt wood ash. Looks like it. Chasing horse tugged at the corner of his mouth. The two men came to the long-cooled fire. Ganmo took a deep breath and turned toward the northwest. Chasing horse lands a nice leg kick that sends wood ash flying. The black color of the sky blew with the wind, like some evil species had been frightened and fled. He casually snapped off a branch and held it in his mouth, bared his teeth and followed in stride. 3 hours later, Chasing horse and Gammer stopped in their tracks. In front of them was the corpse of a ferocious beast, a scorpion lion. This ferocious beast is huge, possessing the tail and stinger of a scorpion, the body and sharp claws of a lion, and a head that incorporates the compound eyes and sharp mouthparts of an insect. The skin is a mottled green and purple color, not exactly tame. When they see a human, they will initiate an attack. The body was riddled with bullet wounds, as if it had been sieved by a high-speed machine gun. When Chasing horse saw the scene, he couldn't help but laugh coldly. Shinbei's masterpiece, right? This gun law is really sparse. Ganmo was also a bit surprised. This ferocious beast, although fierce and incomparable, was nothing more than a pretender. Normal people with handheld fire are taken care of with a single shot to the forehead. Instead, Shinbei was fired more than 10 shots to get killed. Ganmo frowned and voiced a doubt. Could it be that Shinbei is playing a trick? The residents of Shelter 36 but said that they lost a lot of money in his hands. Chasing horse spat out the branch that had been chewed up long ago. It's losing money. Sometimes Shinbei can't shoot the ferocious beasts and still lose money. It shows that his shooting skills are floating. Ganmo took a long probing breath. This guy is not an ordinary person, with a fairly high level of tactical literacy, like a tamed wild wolf that doesn't dare to give in. Chasing horse grimaced. Ganmo continued. Let's go. There was a shooting here and we didn't even hear a sound, which means it's still far from Shinbei. Step over the scorpion lion carcass and move on it. Chasing horse kicked the scorpion lion again and spat. What a tough one. Why don't you just be honest and let me pry your brain open? An hour later, Gammer turned a corner. The bend, almost 90 degrees to the right, was toward the north. Strange. Where is he going with this? Ganmo stood still and kept sniffing the air. Chasing horse didn't care. Who cares? If the gun is floating, so is the person. I suspect he's going around in circles. Gammer spoke up. At this moment, Shinbei was traveling at an even speed in the vast wilderness. He had returned to the hidden cluster fire frisbee ruined metropolis last night, and hid the crystal source crushing and reorganizing equipment here as well. Without staying much longer, he then left and entered the wilderness. This time, the battle armor's control of the pace was much more stable, and it could accurately make within 2 steps of each other with no difference. Shinbei was almost walking passively within the battle armor. The energy required to walk and run are not at all on the same level. 1 crystal source core lasts about 2 hours. Therefore, Shinbei barely expended any physical strength. His modified rifle weighed heavily on his back. Giving Shinbei Ping a few empty moments of confidence to it was a contest of patience, and perhaps luck, for him to make good time with the herd of chasing horses and gonmos behind him in this endless, terrain complex territory. After all, back then, a third-ranked Malbiru had almost gotten himself killed and now 2 third-ranked Xenos. Although they didn't know how many ranks the defense was, it was definitely not something to be taken lightly. What Shinbei wanted to do was to consume their haunting and drain their physical strength. Therefore, Shinbei kept a constant speed. If it's faster, it will make them think they've disappeared and stop catching up. Slow down. Haven't accomplished the purpose of consuming stamina up front, and are prone to losing out. The wide world is full of infinite crises and opportunities. Shinbei is a very patient animal. The initiative will return to their own hands, Shinbei was convinced. 5 days rushed by. Shinbei does not stop every day, are walking for 2 hours and resting for half an hour, alternating between day and night. He walks at an even pace, keeping to about 10 kilometers per hour. Of course Shinbei's speed was far more than 10 kilometers, and this was done in order to make the 2 people following behind misjudge when it counts. Perhaps the tiniest mistake could turn the tide of battle. Shinbei knew that the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer. It's almost time to make short work of it. Shinbei is not sure how long this almost is. It all depends on Shinbei's to see the mood, because the initiative is back in your hands. 30 kilometers away, Chasing Horse looked dusty and upset, depressed. He set up the collapsible marching pot and threw the rations into it before filling it with water. There is a switch under the pot that, at the push of a button, allows a hot flame originating from solid fuel to bring the rations to a boil in less than 3 minutes. And gammerate a few random bites. The more you eat, the more angry you get. 5 days. Chasing Horse's original good-natured unconcerned attitude had been consumed by now, and restlessness surged through his body. This fucking guy, slipping us for 5 days. Ganmo ate his food without saying a word. After chewing slowly, take out the water and try to drink it, but only a few drops of water came out. Ganmo took a deep breath. Originally we were the hunters. Now he's the hunter. Ganmo thought back on his route these days, found myself walking in a nice big circle, like a donkey covered with pieces of cloth pulling a mill. If Shinbei is an alien, how terrifying it will be. Ganmo sighed. Chasing Horse stood up with an annoyed voice and kept stomping his feet, the whole thing rumbling underneath him. He threw back his head and hissed, "Fuck you, Shinbei. Have the guts to come out to me." Little by little, time passed, and night soon enveloped the land once again. Chasing Horse and Ganmo were close to the brink of collapse. Although they were not as mobile in the dark night as they were in the daytime, they still refused to give up because they knew that Shinbei would definitely not be able to run far. It's in the neighborhood for such a cunning prey. It wasn't that they gave Shinbei a chance to catch his breath, rather, Shinbei left them little chance to catch their breath. Out of ammunition and almost no water. If the consequences of fighting and the failure to find Shinbei are worrisome. Another day and night passed. The night air was chaotic and mixed. At this point Gammer was touching the water stains on the floor and sniffing. Its urine. Ganmo was ecstatic. Before the urine dried, Shinbei was attached. The words were not yet finished. Chasing Horse looked straight into the distant wilderness and suddenly yelled, "Look out!" Just when Ganmo was elated that he was about to catch Shinbei through the traces of urine, Chasing Horse saw, with a glance, a sudden flash of fire in the inky blackness of the distance. This fire flickered. Chasing Horse instantly judged that it was muzzle spray. "Look out!" As soon as Chasing Horse's words fell, Ganmo's already taut nerves instantly reacted, but he was seen bursting into song. Hands pushed forward violently. An invisible force field barrier was supported in front of the two. A flash. A fire suddenly lit up a meter in front of the two. Chasing Horse dribbled his eyes over to see that this fire coming out of nowhere was none other than a warhead. The warhead is still spinning at high speed. Fire is created by violent friction with Ganmo's barrier. The bullet slowed down abruptly as if it had hit an invisible wall. And then the warhead began to deform intensely. Chasing Horse's face was a little unusual. Even surprised. One should know that Ganmo's force field barrier was a second-order mystic side ability. After many tests, any gun bullet fired at 500 meters and the bullet touched this barrier, it blew up in vain. But what puzzled Chasing Horse was that the muzzle of the gun, which was obviously flashing fire, was almost 300 meters away from the two men. Crossing the domain over such a long distance, I'm surprised this bullet didn't burst. And the bullet had a huge momentum, far beyond the ordinary, and the slug, though it became red and shiny from the high speed and powerful friction, almost melted into a mass of iron. What kind of bullet is this? Chasing Horse hissed incredulously. Ganmo was silent. He too had noticed that the bullet was unusual. He was increasing the output of barrier energy to resist the kinetic energy of the bullets. However, in the end, in the eyes of the two men with their scalps exploding, this one finally pounced and penetrated the invisible wall, transforming into a stream of blazing metal jets that whistled towards Chasing Horse's chest. The metal jet was much slower than before, but the momentum and high heat could still easily penetrate the not-so-thick steel plate. But the bullet was stopped for a moment, and Chasing Horse had had plenty of time to react. In an instant, A bright red color flared up in his eyes, and with a loud shout, a blazing storm of flames suddenly erupted around his body. At this point the bullets are no longer streamlined and are completely turned into chunks of ferro water metal. After the jet stream rushed into this burning hot wind, it was immediately rolled, pulled off course and blown away by the violent whirlwind. A large metal droplet brushed against the chasing horse and fell on the wilderness, the ground scorching up pieces of blue smoke. After rotating rapidly for dozens of weeks, the burning wind suddenly spread out in all directions, igniting everything that could be ignited within 10 meters around chasing horse. Until then, the muffled sound of sniper fire came faintly. A cold sweat slid across chasing horse's forehead. It was obvious that the shot was headed for his heart. If it was an unusual bullet, chasing horse didn't care much about it. Although it would be injured, it definitely wouldn't reach a fatal level. However, the power of this shot was far too much greater than an unusual sniper rifle, comparable to an anti-material gun. And if he was directly hit by this gun, I was afraid that half of his chest would be penetrated. The more chasing horse thought about it, the more he was afraid. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated Shinbei, but he really couldn't figure out what Shinbei's sniper rifle had done to make it so powerful. A fire erupted in his heart, his legs violently erupted in flames, step trampled. A ferocious airwave of flames burst out from his body steeply, and the distance of more than 10 meters around him was like a sudden outbreak of a hurricane that swept up a wave of flying sand and stones, bursting out in vain. Little brat, looking for death. Looking at chasing horse's furious figure, he kept changing his charging route, drawing an S-shape and drifting. Gon Mo also started running wildly. In his opinion, with both sides so close, 1,000 meters away, how could an ordinary person still outrun a psychic? This is in the wilderness. Shinbei pulled away early. If they start running together, enough to throw Shinbei a few streets, victory is in sight. And Shinbei already had a number in his mind after letting off a shot. Ganmo is a mystical sideshifter whose main abilities lie in tracking and assisting, and chasing horse is a combat shifter. Primary psychic ability is flame, feeling each other's cards. At this moment, Shinbei took the cover of the night, like a nimble black cat, traveling at a speed of about 20 kilometers. Shinbei didn't intend to make short work of it now. He's going to keep slipping them and driving them crazy. Shinbei was betting that these alien who knew at a glance that they were accustomed to a privileged life were not as capable as himself of enduring the pain, fatigue, hunger and filth on top of the wilderness. As an ordinary person, trying to tackle two third-ordered aberrants at the same time would require nothing but patience. After all, the psychological shadow that Malbur gave Shinbei was just too great. Without Blue Goblin's rescue, it would have been him who died. The dark night, it always passes. By day, Shinbei began to accelerate, constantly consuming the crystal source core to increase the speed of the battle armor to 40 kilometers per hour. Fuck him in the ass. Chasing horse's mouth went dry and he cursed, his face contorted. I have never been so humiliated. In chasing horse's past combat career, it was never hard. Fist to fist, the maximum duration of the battle will not exceed 1 day's time. That's still fighting the battlefield. Something like this on the scale of a couple of combatants could be solved in an hour or so, but now, his mind is broken. Why is Shinbei running so fast? Chasing horse asked in disbelief. Gon Mo licked his dry lips and sniffed the air. Battle armor. It's definitely the battle armor on him. Impossible. Chasing horse directly denied. I've seen his battle armor. The materials used are of the lowest grade, similar to toys. Have you seen what's going on inside? No need to be skeptical. Gon Mo's face grew excited. This guy probably has something even more important than a purse to dig up. Chasing horse's eyes lit up brightly, and at that moment, his footsteps became even faster. At this time, Shinbei entered the urban ruins, climbing up on top of a tall hotel building that hadn't collapsed yet. Over the past 24 hours, Shinbei had continually approached them, and quickly moved away to re-hide in the shadows. He repeatedly aims and locks onto different enemies with his consciousness and then immediately disappears. In this way, he tested the perceptual acuity of his enemies and applied pressure. Shinbei's stamina was rapidly declining, but he believed that chasing horse and Gon Mo's stamina was depleting faster than his. Their water had been depleted. There was little high-energy food left, and most of all, the enemy was not getting any effective sleep. Shinbei wandered around them like a sheepdog driving a flock. Almost. Shinbei began to calculate the time. About an hour later, chasing horse and Gon Mo would also enter the urban ruins. Close your eyes and rest, with plenty of stamina for the real showdown below. Beyond the urban ruins, chasing horse and Gammer stood at the entrance to the street access. This would be the place he chose to fight. Gon Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Chasing horse wrung his neck. He hadn't had a drink in 3 days. On an ordinary person, this would have already fainted or died, but for an alien, it was unpleasant and dizzying, but not fatal. The most deadly thing was the endless pursuit of Shinbei. Chasing horse strides into the urban wasteland. Gon Mo kept sniffing the air, gradually approaching Shinbei's location. High above the building, Shinbei snapped his eyes open, gently peek out. Then I saw chasing horse and Ganmo below, searching 2 kilometers away. Shinbei took a deep breath, unbuckling his belt. He took a splash of piss on the high floor to increase his odor, and then I pull out my alarm clock. Timed for 10 minutes, place behind the bricks. It's best to blow up Gonmo, or blow up and injure him as well. Otherwise I won't be able to hurt them in the slightest through the defensive force field. Down the stairs and straight to the building across the street. Graveyard. Start. 9 minutes later, Chasing Horse and Ganmo appeared in a high-rise hotel room. Gammer felt the dank urine stains on the floor. Not 10 minutes away. Gammer stood up. Chasing Horse's restless mind had long since pressed on. Now where did he go? Probably watching us from somewhere. Say something useful. Go. After Gonmo finished speaking, he directly turned around and just wanted to leave the room. A bullet suddenly came in through the window on the other side. Gonmo instantly branched out into force field defense. The warhead, like the previous one, suddenly slowed down and began to glow red and deform under the tremendous kinetic energy, but finally broke through his defensive force field and turned into a metal jet. Shooting towards his chest, Gonmo's feet were nailed to the ground, and his entire body suddenly tilted down to the side. Managing to get out of the way of this deadly metal jet, he reached down to the floor and his body eerily popped back up. Still standing straight on the windowsill, his gaze went straight across the room. Saw it. Shinbei was 800 meters away, setting up a sniper rifle. Transient disappeared into the building without a trace. At that moment, the last rays of light disappeared punctually over the horizon, and the huge deserted city was completely hidden in darkness. Gonmo, because of the physical exertion these days, could finally see Shinbei and relax all over. Even wanted to get a good night's sleep. As tired as if he had fought a bad battle, but the problem is that, these days down, even the enemy's hair has not been touched. He sat down to catch his breath and regain his strength. Chasing Horse, it's your turn. Give it to Chasing Horse's words were not yet finished. There was a sudden click in the bricks inside the corner. Chasing Horse and Ganmo looked at each other. 10,000%. What the hell? Next, boom. A deafening roar tore through the otherwise tranquil air, and the flames instantly lit up every corner of the surroundings. The shockwave from the explosion was like an invisible wall, slamming into everything around it and shattering the windows. Gonmo tried to stand up again, but he simply couldn't react, and it was too late to support a defensive force field. Under the tremendous impact, Gonmo bore the brunt of the violent explosion and was directly sent flying out, accompanied by rubble and masonry. It fell from the upper floors and crashed to the ground with a loud crash. Alive or dead, and Chasing Horse ducked behind the wall at the first opportunity, though he was buried by the bursting rocks, but nothing serious. He climbed out and immediately looked for Ganmo, found out he had fallen down the stairs. Chasing the Horse is nothing to worry about. This height cannot be killed in a fall. At most, it is seriously injured. It's all a minor issue as long as I can get back to the shelter. A few days of work and you'll be back to your old self. Chasing Horse didn't hesitate, getting up and jumping down from the tall building. He followed the street in front of him, and directly pursued by Shinbei. Yet he believed that Shinbei would definitely not be able to run far. At this time, he had been tossed by Shinbei and completely lost his mind. Whether it's physical hunger and thirst, or mental restlessness, both were driving him to end the fight early and return to the shelter to continue enjoying a life of privilege. Even he was somewhat resistant to the wilderness. This is all the spiritual oppression and destruction that Shinbei has brought about. At this moment, he ignored any environment and only wanted to grab Shinbei and pry his brain. Under this extreme explosion of agitated anger, his eyes erupted with fire and he gritted his teeth. In particular, Shinbei set up the bomb, which surprisingly just happened to be stuck in the middle of the two men's arrival to explode. No.is originally missed the time of the explosion, but Shinbei blocked with a shot and made up for the missed time. This kind of cunning calculation made Chasing Horse even more frowned upon. Sanity is complete, and only the desire to kill is left, and when he hadn't even run half the distance, just flew over the street trash pile when didn't pay the slightest attention to the unusual movement of this trash heap. If he had retained his senses, he would have realized that there were signs that the trash pile had been moved just as he had just brushed past the trash. Suddenly, wowed out, a fingertip-sized chunk of broken concrete rolled off the waste ground in garbage. Chasing Horse jerked to a halt and turned his head before he saw a figure standing up on the trash heap. The figure raised his revolver with one hand. Chasing Horse's eyeballs exploded. It's no one else. It's none other than Shinbei. How could he not expect that Shinbei not only did not escape, but instead traveled in the opposite direction and hid in an ambush on the road he must pass through? Is this person still an ordinary person? At this instant, Chasing Horse saw Shinbei, who had a cold face and deep eyes, pull the trigger extremely decisively, and the muzzle of that gun lit up with a flickering flame. In this instant, Chasing Horse's spirit went into an extremely tense, and also extremely calm state, and he practically watched as the bullet warhead spun and flew, a iffy flame trail lighting up the body of the bullet in the high-speed friction of the air, before disappearing above his field of vision. It's actually the brow. Chasing Horse actually had time to venture such a thought, but unfortunately, the speed of his consciousness was completely out of reach of his physical body's reflexes. There was absolutely no way to circumvent Chasing Horse's body in such a close-range situation. The bullet pierced into Chasing Horse's forehead and flew out of the back of his head. and blood suddenly cascaded down like a waterfall after the huge kinetic energy lifted his entire skull off the ground. Chasing Horse still seems unwilling to believe that he died at the hands of an ordinary man. A stylized albeit crude revolver should not do anything, right? Though his own defense was second order. Well, this commoner has a lot of nerve. The heart is also full. Ganmo was right. If he was a xenomorph, the Fae would dare to kill him, right? Burnt smell. Should I eat? No. I should go to bed first. Chasing Horse's not quite dead brain cells were thinking randomly off and on. He remained standing, maintaining a straight posture. Except for a chill at the back of his head. He felt like he should be dreaming. Yes, it's just so exhausting these days. Exhausted to the point of skepticism. Tap. Footsteps, chasing the horse's gradually grayed vision. He saw Shinbei walking step by step. Then a pair of gray, mud-stained hands rested on his shoulders. A word containing cold and relief reached Chasing Horse's ears. May there be no escape from hell. No. It's a death wish. Chasing Horse doesn't want to hear it, but his body slowly fell backwards as he pushed. He looked blankly at the night sky, his right hand slowly reaching upwards as if groping for something. Chasing Horse's right hand clenched hard, like a drowning man finding a straw. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet just then, the gleam in his eyes had been lost, and his right hand gradually became weak and loosened. Died of gaslighting. Shinbei stripped the Chasing Horse inside and out, taking what he could, then quickly returned to the hotel high-rise below. Here's another gammer. According to Shinbei's prediction, Ganmo would have been injured by the alarm clock bomb, and with the fall, he would have been at least seriously injured. That's a better way to hold it. Shinbei gleaned out the dying Ganmo in the middle of a pile of waste rocks. Shinbei squatted beside him, smiling skinlessly. Hello, Ganmo. When Ganmo was pulled out of the ruins and rocks by Shinbei, the whole man was bloody and his face was hideously twisted. He had thought for sure that someone would dig himself out, but he never expected it to be Shinbei. This says nothing. Chasing Horses is dead, otherwise Shinbei would have had the guts and time to dig himself out. Ganmo spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost didn't faint. He couldn't believe that an ordinary person, a commoner, could kill a third-order psychic. At this moment, Shinbei fiddled with his revolver and emptied the magazine inside. Then another bullet is inserted into the chamber, spinning the wheel, clattering straight up and clicking, pushing the wheel back into place. The corner of Shinbei's mouth hooked. His face was like 10,000 years of glaciers, without the slightest temperature, and a gun was pressed against Ganmo's thigh. Me? What me? Killing a third-order alien is something impossible in your opinion, right? Ganmo seemed to be trying his best to suppress the boiling incomparable anger. Killing intent. His voice hoarse. I see. You're just a cunning person. Meh. There seemed to be a ghostly light flickering in Shinbei's deep sea-like pupils. On the battlefield, there is only life and death. There is no meanness or nobility. You, as an alien, have forgotten even this most basic common sense. It is deserved that you will not be able to complete the mission. Ganmo had a heartfelt expression on his face. It was only at this moment that he noticed Shinbei's heart and means, slipping the two of them above the wasteland using the kinetic battle armor for so many days. It was a chase in their eyes. But from Shinbei's perspective, it was already the beginning of the fight. The two sides are at completely different stages of substitution. Himself and Chasing Horse felt the real tussle begin only after seeing Shinbei from before the explosion. But that's not the beginning. That's the end. Tell me, what exactly are you looking for? Shinbei asked in an indifferent tone. Ganmo's eyes were extremely gloomy as countless complicated thoughts flashed from his mind. Crystal source shattering drawing. Pa! Shinbei directly pulled the trigger. This scared Ganmo so much that his face turned pale and his eyes closed tightly, but luckily, there was only one bullet in the rotor and it wasn't fired. Ganmo's answer was a muddle in Shinbei's ears. If you were looking for crystal source crushing and reorganization drawings, the room is placed in the equipment without even looking at it? Do you really think I'm a child? Innocence. You're lucky you told a lie and didn't have a bullet through your head. But that won't be the case next time. Shinbei's eyes were like a bottomless abyss. Not the slightest emotion could be heard in his tone. If I don't get the answer I want, I will still pull the trigger. You only have 5 chances. If you take the purse, you naturally know what's in it. So tell me what I should be looking for. Pa! The revolver reverse hammer went off again. You're in luck. Shinbei continued with a playful tone. Continue. I would like to see whether it is your mouth that is hard or the bullet that is hard. Ganmo let out a low roar in extreme annoyance and resignation. What should be said? I've said it all. Pa! 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 Shinbei pulled the trigger again, still no gunpowder spray. TCH, look at that. If I had your luck, I could make a lot of money playing roulette at the bar. Have the balls to give me a hard time. That's what you think. Shinbei trigger pulls the boom. Sparks flew in all directions, and medicinal smoke was sprayed. The bullets finally blasted out. Propelled by gunpowder. A loud clanging sound lingered in the ruined metropolis for a long time. The bullet's power directly blasted Ganmo's right leg to pieces. Broken flesh, broken bones, and blood splattered all over the place. Ah! The nerves in Ganmo's leg sent a huge pain like a sea of pain. Sharp, Sharp pain ripped through his thigh like lightning. It was as if a handful of hot iron had been set deep into his muscles and bones, instantly causing his whole body to spasm. He could feel every nerve twitching in agony, every cell screaming silently. Grrrrrrr. Ganmo was rolling all over the place, clutching his broken leg, and Shenbei scoffed silently. Once again taking out a bullet and stuffing it into the rotating wheel, Shenbei stomped on Ganmo's chest, and the gun was pressed against his left leg. Come on, let's get on with it. I've got plenty of time to play with you. Ganmo's expression looked the most urgent and grim. Fuck you. Pa. Another empty gun. Shenbei laughed, leaning his body forward, his eyes burning, looking straight at him with an aggressive stance. It is possible that this left leg of yours will be blasted to pieces in the next sentence. Then I'll sleep again, and it's fine to continue tomorrow. Ganmo's heart was covered with a thick layer of haze. His gaze was extremely cold and deep, and he didn't say a word. No talk? Shenbei's gaze was indifferent. Then I will also shoot. I say. Gammer's untenable spirit finally broke down. We're looking for purses. Shenbei issued a puzzled Purse? That's right. Ganemo lay on his back on the pile of messy rocks with a look of despair. The crystal source shattering reorganization drawing is nothing more than a blindfold. What we're really looking for is the purse. Purses I've rummaged through and there's nothing but drawings. You can try to cut it and see. Shenbei tilted his head, questioning. A purse edition? Hiding something? A thing you dare not touch. Ganmo's somewhat maniacal laughter came out. Really? Shenbei, we fold it in your hands and admit it, but I have to give you a reminder. The weight of that thing is definitely not something that an ordinary person like you can touch. Shenbei aimed his gun at Ganmo's forehead and eyebrows, his gaze filled with contempt. As an alien, you're still not a defeated general under me? Whether I touch it or not. No need for you to say. You need to tell me what is inside that mezzanine. Why don't you go see for yourself? Ganemo looked as if he was at the mercy of the slaughter and killed himself. Shenbei wrung his neck. May there be no escape from hell. Bang! A bullet blasted Ganmo's head off. His head exploded directly at his neck, turning into a headless corpse that died of gas. Shenbei yawned to search a bit for Ganmo's body. Carrying a sniper rifle, he left the combat site in the night half a dozen times, find a relatively safe house and cower in the corner, spread the loot out in front of you. 50 intermediate crystal source cores. Not bad. Most of the other items have little immediate practical value, however. Shenbei rummaged through a pile of clutter and found a key and a tube of red powder. This key is still the same style as Shelter 3/6. It appears to be the key to the guest house. Didn't check out? Shenbei stroked his chin, collected the key, and mounted it separately. The red powder dumped out a little, and Shenbei put it under his nostrils and sniffed. It smells like rotten eggs pickled in sauerkraut soup. What the hell is this? Shenbei held up the glass tube and looked at it. There was a label affixed to the back. The content was simple: despiritualizing potion. Used to harm spirit creatures. Shenbei slowly widened his eyes. This is good stuff. I was worried about how to handle some true spirit elemental, and then it was delivered to my door in the blink of an eye. If he hadn't picked this up, beating Shenbei to death wouldn't have known that it was needed to deal with spirit-like creatures. Afterward, Shenbei drank some fresh water as his thoughts began to sink in. Shenbei hesitated heavily about the purse variety. Ganmo never said what was hidden inside the leather armor sandwich until he died. Should I get it back to satisfy my curiosity? Shenbei thought for a long time. The place where he had dropped his backpack earlier had the appearance of a crack in the ground, but the actual interior is supposed to be an intercity subway tunnel. Looking is something you can find, but is it necessary? Shenbei frowned. Forget it. It's better to find it back sometime. Otherwise it's all become a heart attack. But there's no rush. Everything else can be put on hold. We'll go ahead and upgrade the clusterfire frisbee tomorrow. Shenbei shrank back, always holding his revolver in his hand, and went to sleep with a 5-minute. Nothing happened overnight. When the day dawned, Shenbei left the ruined city and once again ran through the wasteland. This time Shenbei's journey didn't head directly towards the hidden clusterfire frisbee ruined metropolis, rather, it is a certain direction of deviation. An hour later, the light was a little dimmer than usual on a heavily clouded overcast day. Shenbei slowed down his advance and carefully observed his surroundings. It's a town full of bleak, deserted, and rundown. Half-collapsed, abandoned houses were scattered in stars on the horizon, and a few high-voltage pylons stood alone in the wind, their twisted steel bars clearly outlining the immense power of the nuclear blast. At the end of the line of sight, you can still see a huge shallow crater in the shape of a circle, which is the bursting center of the nuclear explosion that day. Yes, nuclear cratered. It was a masterpiece left over from when humans tried to see if they could kill the FAE. It turns out, the Fae seemed to be creatures of high latitude, incapable of being destroyed or wiped out, and there were no survivors in this town when the nuclear blast first hit. Even if it hadn't been a nuclear explosion, the town would have been slaughtered with the evil seed in pursuit. However, Shenbei heard a statement as if the nuclear explosion was not striking the evil species, but was striking something else. Or it could be a rumor. What was the name of this town? Shenbei didn't know. In this day and age, all place names lose their meaning. Collectively, they are called ruins. After all, Humans can no longer survive on cities. And the only name worth remembering is one to Titan. Shenbei rested in an abandoned house selected at the edge of the town. He turned and poked his head out, looking up into the town sky above the town. Born of a vision. A thick cloud of radiation swirled eerily slow, its swirling center hanging low, almost touching the town's pylons. The it seemed as if the entire sky was shaking, threatening to collapse at any moment and crush the town, which was filled with signs of the weather of the years. Wait for the night. Shenbei sat down at ease. Ever since the two of them chased and killed each other in the wilderness with the horse chasing Ganmo, Shenbei unintentionally passed through this town one night. Several glowing creatures were spotted. The flesh and blood of this creature was completely different from the other wasteland fierce beasts, but instead resembled a sinister spirit. All of them are a kind of spirit-like strange creatures naturally born from special magnetic fields and places where negative energies gather, such as nether graves and cemeteries. They are almost invisible in the daytime. Almost so invisible that ordinary humans cannot observe them with the naked eye. Only at night does it emit a faint light like a glowing firefly. When Shenbei saw this strange creature, the first thing he thought was that this thing should burst out the true spirit elements required in the crystal source crushing and reorganization equipment. However, because there were still chasing horses and Ganmo chasing behind him that day, Shenbei did not attempt to kill. Moreover, Shenbei felt that using gun bullets might not be able to kill this creature. Fearing that a single bullet would penetrate through without doing any harm and instead startle this spirit creature now fixed the tail, Shenbei intended to collect some true spirit elements. The most reliable way was, naturally, to use the despiritualizing potion on chasing horse, taking out the spirit removing potion. Shenbei frowned. How could this thing be used properly? Apply it to your fists and get up close and personal? Even though you can wrestle yourself, is it really reliable? The word reliable was not Shenbei's skepticism about the despiritualizing potion. Rather, they are skeptical of spirit beings. The devil knows what tricks they will use, and it is highly probable that they will be discovered before they even get close. So much for the fight being out of one's control. Think deeply for a moment. Shenbei got up and left the current ruined hut. He had a hunch when he passed through the town himself. He was running close to the edge of the town. While chasing horse and Ganmo must not have circled around, but went straight through the town. They were bound to run into the spirit creatures within the town. There will definitely be fighting. To just find out where they fought and take a look to see how it was resolved. It's called having experience you have to learn from, and having it readily available. The road into town has long since been destroyed, and it is only barely recognizable that there was once a stretch of road here. On the side of the road stood a wooden pole with 5 or 6 road signs nailed to it pointing in different directions. Most of the place names on them were mottled and incomplete. Shenbei looked around the town. Because it's daytime, there's no need to worry about spirit creatures attacking. You can walk through the streets with impunity. Come to the center. The ground was covered in dust because no one had been visiting the place for years. Shenbei did find 2 rows of footprints crossing the town. Without much thought, it was bound to be the footprints of chasing horse and Ganmo. Look along the route of the footprints. Not far away, there was a fresh crack in the wall of a dilapidated house. Shenbei jogged all the way over. The crack in the wall was caused by an old-time dime. The dime had been completely twisted and set into the wall, and below the wall in the cracks of the messy rocks, there was a light blue strange crystallized body. True spirit elemental? Shenbei picked it up with one hand. It was cold in the hand, like a piece of ice that couldn't be melted. Shenbei stared. Prompts popped out of the corner of his eye instantly. Frowny face. True spirit elemental, full level, a material with few uses. Shenbei was elated. Sure enough, it's this thing. This proved that one's suspicions were correct, and that the spirit-like creatures that looked like ghosts inside this town could really explode the items they needed. As for suggesting that there are very few uses, that's for other people. For yourself, that's a big use. You can utilize the equipment and produce your own cartridges. Shenbei could now be sure it was when chasing horse and Ganmo killed the spirit creatures by using the dime's flying shot. The most visual evidence that there are no footprints in the corner is the dime fired from 5 meters away. Shenbei reached out and gripped the coin set in the wall, but did not grip. It doesn't seem like much power. Shenbei touched his chin. It's not a simple throw, and it also requires a certain impact. So, I can only use firearms. Shenbei was a good shot, but parrying was another matter. Though battle armor can provide about the same amount of power, but the accuracy is not good and it's a pure waste of de-etching potion. Think about it. Shenbei re-entered the previously abandoned hut, removed the magazine from the sniper rifle and empty the bullets, apply a deactivating agent to the slugs, just enough to have a slight grain on the top of the slug to allow the potion to attach to it. As for whether it will jam the chamber, what a joke. Sniper rifles have been upgraded to fire properly even with mud in the chamber. About 20 special bullets were made. After Shenbei had made all these preparations, he put the remaining things into his backpack and began to rest with his eyes closed. Nightfall. Shenbei woke up on time. He sucked up a tube of high-powered nutrients with no flavor to speak of, drank the purified water he carried, and got up to leave the house, climb up to the tallest building in town, a small 3-story building. While the night is still young, there should have been a taller building, but it collapsed. The only thing that's holding up is this building. Get down on the roof. Shenbei poked his ruggedly unlikable, Yet extremely simple sniper rifle out of his daughter's wall. The infrared vision within the battle armor is simply turned off and can't be used. That glowing spirit creature was the perfect target. After waiting about 10 minutes or so, it was completely dark. Moonless and windless reach for the sky. Gradual, some light suddenly flickered within the town. It was as if the town was alive in this moment. These lights kept moving. It was human-like in size, but a closer look reveals that these spirit creatures have dark eyes and the lower half of their bodies, without legs, are twisted in the shape of a floating belt. These spirit creatures were moving in and out of various buildings and looked busy. This gave Shinbei an illusion, as if 100 years ago, the peaceful scene was reproduced. They are at work, laboring. Hunt it down. Shinbei aimed at a spirit creature, pulled the trigger. Bang! A sharp and swift breaking sound cut through the quiet air. The bullet, flying at high speed, made a beautiful arc in the air. The speed was so fast that the air around it was agitated and tumbled, forming a whirlpool of air currents. Pa! 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 Whoa! Within Shinbei's field of vision, the target that had been shot by himself, as if it was glass, directly burst into pieces, and after dropping a true spirit elemental, it transformed into a point of light and drifted into the night sky, as if it had become a star under the night sky and disappeared. It's so easy. The spirit remover potion really works. Shinbei bared his teeth and smiled, completely hitting the target. However, just as Shinbei just wanted to shoot at the second target, Shinbei suddenly realized that all the spirit-like creatures within the town were collectively looking at himself. Shinbei's face snapped and his heart thumped. Without saying a word, he grabbed the sniper rifle and jumped straight down from the third floor, pulling out his legs and running. Just when Shinbei thought it was just a game of hitting moving targets, first shot fired. The second shot, Shinbei did not even have the heart to pull the trigger and directly chose to run. So much so that when Shinbei jumped down the stairs, his satchel was scratched and the crystal source core rolled down the corner without even noticing it. Maybe the shots were too loud. It caused all the spirit creatures within the town to turn back collectively, their gazes unanimously looking at Shinbei. At this time, Shinbei's sweaty hair exploded and his scalp was numb. Holding the sniper rifle, he turned on the battle armor power module. Power output pulls full of, fleeing at breakneck speed towards the outskirts of the town. But next, swish! A spirit-like creature almost ignored the distance and appeared directly to the left of Shinbei. Shinbei's entire brain almost went down after he caught the light laying out of the corner of his eye. Displacement? Shinbei's heart almost stopped beating at this moment. However, Shinbei's reaction was not slow. His arm was tilted and raised, and his gun was aimed directly at the spirit creature on the left. Muzzle powder spray. The bullet instantly penetrated the spirit creature's light drive and blew right through it. However, before Shinbei could breathe a sigh of relief, light suddenly appeared again on his right side. Shinbei's heart thumped just as he was about to fling his gun and shoot. It was no longer too late as the spirit-like creature on the right snapped his hand. It was incredibly gentle, almost like a grandmother stroking her grandchildren's hair. It went straight through Shinbei's body, and Shinbei skews and confuses a bit on the run. The battle armor did not carry any damage alarms, not a single wound in his own flesh bled. Am I overthinking this? This thing doesn't hurt? Shinbei was almost scared to death of himself, intend to stop the pace and continue the killing spree, but the next breath, Shinbei's brain was suddenly as if it had been hit by a heavy hammer, instantly going blank. The next thing that happened was that his hands and feet lost consciousness, and he fell to the ground with a plop, and under the strong inertia, he was directly thrown out of the town. At this time, Shinbei's will was like being drained, as if his soul was suddenly expelled from the void. All of it is in a meaningless drift. Perception of the outside world is all but down. For a while it took Shinbei, who was full of muddled thoughts, to come to his senses. Even the movement of opening the eyelids was difficult, as if there was a Tarzan pressed on top of the eyelids, flailing several times. He failed to get to his feet even with the kinetic assistance of his battle armor. Shinbei raised his head with difficulty, and his vision gradually became clearer. From a state like frosted glass, he saw that the spirit creatures were only a meter away, but they seemed to be trapped by an invisible boundary, flailing their teeth and claws, spinning around in extremely violent circles, emitting silent screams, and just couldn't get out. Shinbei let out a sigh of relief and was paralyzed. Careless, spirit creatures are really bad. Shinbei gasped and muttered to himself, they will ignore distance displacement, and once they are hit, the physical body is ignored, but the spirit will be drained. This is a bad state of affairs. Shinbei felt as if he had been drilled hard by a vacuum cleaner. Exhaustion, tired. It's more tiring than skating around the moors chasing horses and gammons. There is a feeling of not having slept since birth. No wonder chasing horses and gammon chose to attack spirit creatures with dimes. The sound is small. Shinbei had an epiphany. If it weren't for the fact that spirit creatures can't step out of their territory, after taking a few attacks, their own spirit would absolutely break down and turn into a vegetable. It's a close call. Fortunately, the instant acceleration provided by the battle armor allowed Shinbei to fall out of the town. But wherever there was a little distance difference, death was so close. After resting for almost 10 minutes, Shinbei stumbled up on his sniper rifle. Well, it's in my best hands now. Shinbei stood outside the town and raised his sniper rifle. A thump, 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 thump. Thumped out a bright and blinding fire erupted. The bullet breaks through the air and shoots out in a high-speed spin. Those fearless spirit-like creatures crumbled in front of Shinbei in an instant. Soon, all of the spirit creatures in front of them were killed. Shinbei stepped back into the town. Shinbei's every step maintained a constant step-spacing step frequency, and did not deliberately conceal the sound of his footsteps as he walked along the path into the town, although his steps were already very light. But in the quiet night, the slight sound of footsteps still spread far away, as if casting a stone on the surface of the lake, which was as flat as a mirror. Suddenly stirred up endless ripples. Shinbei picked up the true spirit elements one by one. It's all gain. With this item, you can produce your own cartridges. Pick up the last true spirit elemental. Shinbei just wanted to turn around and leave. The rest of his eyes, however, spotted light spreading out from within the corner of a building. This building Shinbei was familiar with. It was the roof of the third floor that he had climbed up. The pupils of Shinbei's eyes shrunk. It's obviously all wiped out. Why, there's another one. Shinbei raised his sniper rifle at the first opportunity, intending to shoot directly, otherwise it's just too much of a feeling to be scratched by it. Zip, zip, zip. It seemed like the sound of electricity was coming out. Shinbei cocked his head. Current sound? Not a spirit creature? Due to the wall this trip, Shinbei could only see the light and could not see anything else. He probed his way halfway around the circle to the other side of the building, eyes cast over. It was a false alarm. It wasn't a light from any spirit creature at all. It seems to be a light bulb blinking on a circuit board. How did it get electric? Shinbei jumped off the wall and took a few steps to the electronic board, only to realize that the electronic board was carrying a battery module, and the crystal source core that he had dropped had been absorbed by the battery module, converting electrical energy and activating the board. But it's not just a circuit board. There's a small screen on it, similar to a mini computer. Shinbei flipped around to check it out. There were 3 slots on it, but he couldn't tell what was on the device. However, Shinbei had a way to learn the information. The eyes coalesced for a few moments. Text alerts popped up out of the corner of your Ifrani face. Extinction class Starship Smart Chip, an ultra-high performance chip that lacks the war database, defense templates, and SP models, so it only retains basic functions. It can be installed on the cluster Fire Frisbee to add some new functions. Shinbei? What the hell? A chip for a starship? What's that supposed to mean? Don't tell me that there was once a spaceship flying in the sky that exploded and disintegrated, blowing parts all over the world. It's a bit of a misrepresentation of the picture, but it seems like it's the most logical explanation. Of course, Shinbei had never really heard that there was a starship in this world. Could it be that I'm alone? Shinbei frowned. His current self is still in a hazy stage about the vast and mysterious world. If he didn't have a battle armor to protect him, he wouldn't have gone in and out of the wilderness alone if he hadn't killed himself. It seems like there are still a lot of hidden secrets in this world. Ask Rourke about it sometime. Shinbei put the board away. The sensei was a surprise, and I wonder what functionality it would add when mounted on a cluster Fire Frisbee. The town is done for now. Shinbei packed up his belongings and walked through the town. It was windy in town, and the cold, icy night wind brought up a few street lamps that swayed and creaked and groaned every time it blew through. So the broken buildings all became more excited at this time, beckoning the gesture of overlapping blocks turning back. The town behind them faded into the darkness of the night. The bright moon disperses the clouds and spills its silvery glow onto the earth. The whole world is unreal and real. Shinbei almost jogged the whole way, advancing towards the ruined metropolis that hid the cluster Fire Frisbee. Go around in circles, avoiding the territory of the ferocious beasts. Arrive at your intended location at the crack of dawn. You can upgrade the cluster Fire Frisbee. Shinbei was full of excitement. However, before that, Shinbei came to the battlefield where he picked up the purse in the first place, intent to pick up some iron to use as raw material for the production of cartridge cases. After all, those discarded guns were fine ironed results. Come to the already silent battlefield. Except for the bloodstains all over the ground, both the bodies and the guns have disappeared. Someone cleaned up the battlefield? Shinbei was a bit stunned. Really not leaving anything for yourself at all. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched, and without stopping, he directly turned around and left for iron. There's plenty of ruined metropolis. It's just bad quality, but you can take the quantity to get it together. Didn't pick up any good iron though, but Shinbei searched for a collapsed iron bridge in the ruined city. The channel steel on it was heavily corroded by the air and rusted, but scraping off the rust, you could still see some good iron inside, enough to go around. It took quite a bit of time for Shinbei to get almost 50 pounds of iron from the iron bridge back to the plant. Shinbei arranged the cluster Fire Frisbee, the crystal source crushing and reorganization equipment, the circuit boards, the true spirit elements, and the capacity pool module, the shaping module, and the crystal source core powder on the linen cloth. The capacity pool module and sizing module were purchased back at Shelter 36. Mounted directly on it. The installation is also as simple as just opening the lid and dropping the 2 items in. Close the door. It's okay. It's kind of like putting an elephant in the refrigerator in a total of several immediate steps. Who let their gold fingers be bullish and unreasonable? The main focus is one of incredible inefficiency. Soon after, the information about the crystal source reorganization device changed. Crystal Source Reorganization Equipment LV5, 0/1000, a crystalline source recombination device with moderate production capacity, moderate efficiency, moderate pass rate, and moderate energy consumption, can produce various types of shell casings by mixing crystalline core fragments with steel, missing fusion material, true spirit element. After adding two things, the only thing missing was the true spirit element. Shinbei put the true spirit elements, crystal source core powder, and iron blocks into the feeding port at once. The equipment blends the ingredients a bit. A few moments of work, the scrap port still spits out some substandard iron. Shinbei had expected this. Otherwise it would not have been possible to get so many iron blocks back. Next, the device supports a screen that allows Shinbei to output the cartridge size. For this kind of data, Shinbei was more or less involved, especially after having seen Chen Anji fiddle with the thing on his computer at Asylum 36. It's easy to say that it's just a few parts, including the chamber, the barrel, the body, the connecting cone, the cylindrical part, the tight plug cone, the front cone, and so on. To say it's complicated. It's a matter of size, however. Shinbei wasn't worried in the slightest. Remove the toolbox. It also holds an original shell for the cluster fire frisbee. Just use calipers to measure. After some comparisons and recording data, Shinbei entered the data and also made sniper bullet and revolver bullet casing size data to input into the device. The equipment began to produce on its own without Shinbei having to worry about it. Shinbei set his eyes on the cluster fire frisbee. The message jumped out. Cluster fire frisbee LV2, 0 out of 200, a ground-to-ground strike vehicle with high firepower, a 10-kilometer cruising range, increased wireless connectivity, a slight increase in bombing lethality, a slight increase in bombing speed, a doubling of ammo capacity in the magazine, and the ability to auto-reload. This thing can be a pain in the ass to upgrade. It's brain-numbing to not snog and never increase your experience. Shinbei opened the cluster fire frisbee shell, put the circuit board in. How to mount it? Goldfinger watched. Cover the shell. Shinbei looked over again. Message displayed. Upgrade in progress. Nice guy, simply can't read it. Is this circuit board so difficult to handle? Shinbei smacked his lips a little. It was important to know that Shinbei had added quite a few modules to the crystal source reorganization equipment, and could complete the fusion installation in almost the blink of an eye. But as a more advanced cluster fire frisbee, it's surprising that the digestive circuit board takes time to upgrade. Shinbei was vaguely looking forward to it, taking advantage of this time. Shinbei looked at the sniper rifle and revolver information. None of it is enough experience to upgrade. Put it aside for now, then gaze at the battle armor. Almost 7 days of hanging around in the wilderness. 1 experience value a minute after so many days. Should be able to upgrade, right? Power armor LV4, 10240/5000, some useful battle armor. Running speed is increased, defense is increased, and the reaction speed of the idea connection is increased. Each crystal source core can maintain the battle armor at high speed for 10 minutes. The battle armor can change color as the environment changes, thus hiding better in the environment. Enough. Shinbei has been busy until now. An item has not been upgraded on, but it can be counted to come to a upgrade. Power armor LV5, 524010, 000, extremely useful battle armor. Defensibility has been greatly improved, and can withstand the full force of a third-order strength-type aberration. Adds resistance to magnetic field interference, resistance to high temperatures, and electric current stimulation. Current excitation, requires the power module to consume an intermediate crystal source core. Can generate 1000 V high voltage current, can be used 3 times. Ooh. Shinbei's entire body was shocked after reading the message. Originally, it could only resist a full-strength strike from a second-order alien, but now it could resist the third order. This full power strike is not the ordinary attack of an alien, but the full power strike of a big move. Powerful. It's much more powerful. There is also resistance to magnetic field interference, which is an indispensable added capability. Generally speaking, the more highly sophisticated something is, the greater the threat to it from a strong magnetic field. There was no doubt that the upgraded battle armor would be a high-tech product. The magnetic field is definitely a deadly point, not having faced off against a shifter in this area. But at least that loophole is now plugged. Strength +1. High temperature resistance is also good. If the battle armor had been upgraded earlier, facing chasing horse, a fire exalt, Shinbei had dared to go up and physically fight. Of course, it's just a thought. Shinbei naturally understood that although the battle armor could resist high temperatures, it did not mean that it could completely insulate against heat. Roasting you, and burning you, are both a form of injury. Another major upgrade is current excitation. This was a new means of attack that had been added after the renewal of the battle armor's ability to strike the might of a second-order strength-type alien. This reminded Shinbei of Mao Boer's ultra-high voltage power grid. What a lingering shadow. I can electrocute people too? Shinbei took a deep breath. Whoever is screaming at me, I'll give him a taste of the shadows too. Shinbei smacked his lips. However, to activate this current excitation, an intermediate crystal source core was required. The wallet's a little sore. If you convert the wealth, Mao Bury compared himself. The release of the power grid does not even need to spend money. Proper rich Playing with technology really is a bottomless pit. Shinbei shrugged. Still, something is better than nothing. It's a lot more cost effective than keeping your life. Of course, with the current upgrade progress, Shinbei could only sigh. There's no telling when you'll reach Jarvis battle armor in general. After all, the battle armor is still sweltering if you don't turn on the air conditioning. Turning on the air conditioner costs money in one fell swoop. Oh, the power of money. Hopeless, although there were still 50 crystal source cores in his hands now that he had stripped from chasing horse and gone MO. But glancing at the cluster fire frisbee, which was still in the process of being upgraded, Shinbei's heart was bottomless. Shells need shells. Shells need crystalline core powder. And crystalline core powder needs crystalline cores to break up and reorganize. What a layered money chain. Just then, there was a ding from the cluster fire frisbee. Shinbei froze. The upgrade is complete? Gaze over information about what happens after an upgrade pops up out of the corner of your eye. Cluster Fire Frisbee LV2, 0/200, a ground-to-ground strike craft with strong firepower, a cruising range of 10 kilometers, increased wireless connectivity, a slight increase in bombing lethality, a slight increase in bombing speed, doubling the ammo capacity of the ammo silo, and automatic filling. New Perdition-class Starship Intelligence chip, basic version, has designated strike target commands, can be fitted with a monitoring system, missing, real-time data feedback. Simple editing commands. After Shinbei read the message, there was no change in front of the text description. The latter has several new features due to the addition of the Extinction-class Starship Smart Chip, and all of them are more practical features. Designated target strikes. This was the most incomparable surprise to Shinbei, Both Shelter 36 and your own Cluster Fire Frisbee, the bombing capability is absolutely second to none. But precision strikes, it really makes your brain hurt. In other words, the Cluster Fire Frisbee can only do a 360-degree bombardment with a radius of itself. As for where the bomb lands, that's up to fate. This was also the reason why Shinbei had to hover over his head when he first used the Cluster Fire Frisbee to bombard the enemy, and to refill the gun. But now, the Cluster Fire Frisbee has the ability to designate targets to hit after the chip is added. Air-to-ground strikes are stronger. Shinbei couldn't help but rejoice. Shinbei preferred precision to plow-like indiscriminate bombing, like a sniper rifle. Despite the fact that the high-speed multi-barrel heavy machine gun has a greater killing range, it's still not as much fun as a sniper rifle. Surveillance system. Eye in the sky? Shinbei sees this as an important upgrade. You can give yourself an overlooking view of the battlefield from within your battle armor. Cameras are easy to get, but the problem is, letting a Cluster Fire Frisbee scout images on the battlefield in a dignified manner would surely have to be the target of enemy fire. That's a little hard to get a hold of. Shinbei had a deep understanding of how laborious it was to upgrade a Cluster Fire Frisbee. Damage one of them, and it's going to be heartbreaking. Although it is possible to simply edit the command to make the Cluster Fire Frisbee evade enemy attacks, but the chip is crippled, and the computing power is insufficient to cope with the ever-changing battlefield situation. It's a bit of a cock-up. Shinbei shrugged. However, there is good in the absence. At this point, the crystal source crushing and reorganizing equipment finished its work and spit out 24 shell casings. Shinbei looked over curiously. This cartridge case has a greenish-blue iron-gray appearance. The difference in appearance from the standard Shelter 36 shells is enormous. Then, Shinbei kept busy, removed the high explosives in crystal source core powder and filled them in proportion. Soon a usable cannonball. Completed by Shinbei's processing, modified cluster shells. The shell's outer shell adds true spirit elements, making it easier to mold. And when fired, it will not produce a sound. The interior of the shell is filled with crystal source core fragments, increasing the lethality of the explosion by a huge margin. Hiss! Shinbei sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this message. This is too sick, isn't it? Shinbei was never expecting that after adding the true spirit element, there would not be any sound emitted when firing. It is important to realize that any shell that explodes goes through two stages of shooting out of the chamber with a bang and then landing in a bang. But now, Shinbei's output of artillery shells, surprisingly, is missing a ring. That is, if the enemy is blind and doesn't notice the Cluster Fire Frisbee in the sky, they will only notice a bombardment after the shells hit the ground. Or rather, the enemy sees a thing coming out of a Cluster Fire Frisbee, but doesn't know what the hell it is. Cowhide. Shinbei immediately associated. Then my sniper rifle will not come with a silencer? Once this idea came out, Shinbei was so excited that he almost jumped up. Now that's a quiet ghost hunter. Strength plus 100. Plus 1 doesn't even work. It's not enough. It has to be plus 100. Shinbei rubbed his hands together. The first batch of 20 was produced. Try what works. Load shells into the Cluster Fire Frisbee magazine. A clicking sound followed. The Cluster Fire Frisbee barrels, distributed in 12 directions, are self-loading. Blow it up a bit and mix 20 experience points first. The wireless connection within Shinbei's battle armor had been prepared long ago. Intentional manipulation commands are given. The real-time data of the Cluster Fire Frisbee was transmitted to the screen of Shinbei's battle armor. Not much information. but practical, cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 10, ammunition capacity 12, ammunition chamber remaining 4, terminal wireless connection 1 meter, editorial directives, not available. Shinbei walked out of the abandoned factory with the cluster fire frisbee after the entire metropolis was devoid of human activities. Those skyscrapers were submerged under the cover of plants, and everywhere there were coiled and thick vines. As if they had sprung up from another dimension overnight, some of the trees had branches that glowed white and were covered with glowing flotsam like dandelions. And when Shinbei passed by, he brought them up to flutter in the air. Some other trees had bright red strawberry-like fruits growing from their tops, each as big as a television set. Emitting a brilliant red light, the road had been cut into 1,000 ravines by the unfamiliar vegetation that lay across it. The once tall buildings around were wrapped in thick vines, and there were even plants that stretched out directly from inside the buildings, revealing branches of different colors. And the whole scene was as if it was an ancient city that had been abandoned 1,000 years ago. Just then, Shinbei heard some rustling in his side ear. Ship's eyes looked ahead. Shinbei frowned, but see a kind of bug with an elongated and twisted body that took on a translucent, slightly grayish-green eerie hue, with the surface of its skin covered in fine scales, came rushing in like a tidal wave. It seemed to have caught Shinbei's scent, and the collective charge became faster and faster. Phantom worm? Shinbei thought of a name. One of the most striking features of these bugs is the row of thin, flexible tentacles that grow on their backs. These tentacles cling to the body when at rest, but when the phantom worm moves or feeds, they extend as quickly as a spirit snake. At the same time, when they gather together, their bodies rub against each other, making a low and disturbing sound, as if the earth were whispering. A single one of these bugs alone could be handled by any ordinary person, probably about the same as beating a rat with a stick, but once gathered, that's where quantitative change produces qualitative change. At this moment, Shinbei's front was densely packed with such bugs. The collective's growth gave them an aura that dared to attack even the evil species. Shinbei didn't choose to panic and run away. Instead, with a thought, he gave the cluster fire frisbee the command to bombard right then and there. Require experience value anyway, and blow up whatever is blowing up. It's good to practice with bugs, although this kind of worm will not burst the crystal source core, but the internal crop. The crop has a fragrant liquid, is the ultimate winemaking. As for picking up a few intact crops, that's a matter of luck. The cluster fire frisbee reacted to Shinbei's commands at extreme speed. The moment the barrel of the gun lifted slightly, the bombing has begun. Boom! 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 Cluster fire frisbee shells are fired in unison, one shot after another. The muzzles of the guns spew dazzling fire, but silently, like rocks thrown out flat. A fiery shell cut through the sky, carrying a deathly whine towards the swarm of phantom worms on the ground. Those bugs that had originally intended to tear into Shinbei were completely fearless. Boom dash boom dash boom. And the next instant, like hundreds of thunderbolts exploding together, the sound of a cannonball exploding resounded through heaven and earth. The dense artillery shells instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, and several blazing flames exploded in the midair and on the earth. The calm air was instantly torn apart, and powerful air currents swept wildly, shaking the sky and the earth. The sky trembled, the earth wailed, and the airwaves and shockwaves from the explosion swept nearby sand, rocks, and debris into the air, creating a chaotic storm. In the blink of an eye, fire and smoke overwhelmed these spectral creeps. The air was filled with the smell of smoke and burning, intertwined with the eerie scent unique to the phantom worm, creating a sickening mix. Some of the bugs had their flesh torn right off under the bombardment of artillery fire and were thrown out on the spot. The bugs that still survived seemed to sense the power of the artillery, and their instinctive fear made them begin to scurry around to escape. Fierce, Shinbei stood on the roof of an abandoned car, looking out for the rhythm of the cluster fire frisbee. Have to say, a modified shell has an explosive power several times greater than a standard shell. Huge craters and shockwaves, along with the surrounding buildings, a large portion of them collapsed. It's not a waste of time to gather materials to build a cannonball. This fire support is definitely its own card. Shinbei scared as the other teams faced such hordes of phantom slithers. If there was no fire exalt present, there was only one way out, and that was to run. Even high-speed machine guns have a tendency to miss, and at this moment, with the power of one person, Shinbei had killed most of the phantom worms by bombarding a few shells alone. The other half is still in instinctive flight, only this time the shells were fired. Unlike the previous 360 flurry, the upgraded cluster fire frisbee knows to point its fire at the enemy instead of wasting ammo and bombing otherwise pointless areas. Whenever a chamber fires its ammunition, the cluster fire frisbee then rotates at an angle and the next barrel continues the bombardment. The empty barrels once again automatically filled with shells and waited for the second firing. Experience value +5. Experience value +5. Shinbei stared slightly at what? The experience that can be gained from each shell is surprisingly 5 points? Accident. What a surprise. Is it because shells are hard to come by? Shinbei could only speculate in this way. After all, it's really a lot of work to come up with this kind of shell. There were too many steps laid out beforehand to reach it. One shell topping over 5 seems to make sense. If all 20 rounds are fired, then it's time for an upgrade. Bull. Shinbei's mind kept giving commands and continued to chase and bombard the fleeing bugs. Shoot the light until it is done. Shinbei, on the other hand, followed behind and rummaged around for the crop of phantom worms until the tactical panel showed that the cluster fire frisbee ammo bin was empty. Shinbei hadn't picked up a few intact and undamaged crops. It's not necessarily a good thing if this shell is too strong. Shinbei weighed more than 10 crops in his hand and could not help but laugh a little bitterly. The crop is not strong at all and can even be pierced with a dagger. A normal person would have to be careful when taking the crop if they wanted to earn this money, not to mention powerful bombs. Instead, a mesmerizing aroma wafted from the crater. Shinbei once again looked at the cluster fire frisbee real-time data. Cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 5, ammunition load 0, ammunition chamber remaining 0 pieces. The terminal is connected wirelessly for 300 meters. Editorial directive, tracking target bombing, completed. This time the energy consumption is still more impressive, from 10 to 5. A hover standby. However, doesn't seem to consume as much capacity. Shinbei edits a command, editing instructions, automatic return. The blink of an eye, the cluster fire frisbee then returned to Shinbei. Editing commands is not a bad way to distract yourself from having to give commands in real time. Shinbei gave a nod of approval. Next, Shinbei couldn't wait to start upgrading after so many days of working in the wasteland. Other than dealing with Horse Chaser and Gammer, everything else revolves around the cluster fire frisbee upgrade. Upgrade. Soon, under Shinbei's gaze, the cluster fire frisbee shape grew larger again. This time the diameter was 5 meters long. The thickness has also increased by 1 meter. It's still the frisbee look, but it feels weird. It's getting bigger. Shinbei had the illusion that with further upgrades, the star mothership could even be made starship. Since inadvertently picking up the chip, Shinbei, this mind cannot rest on association. It's not going to be upgrades and upgrades and upgrades that actually end up with starships, is it? Shinbei shook his head and muttered to himself, what's the use of that? Evil seeds don't die. Fleeing the land doesn't stop, and evil seeds will fly to the sky. At this time, new information from the corner of Shinbei's eyes refreshed. He shook off his unwarranted and tedious speculations and looked to the transcript. Cluster fire frisbee LV3, 0/500, a ground-to-ground combat vehicle with strong firepower. A cruising range of 20 kilometers. Wireless connection distance increased by 3 kilometers. The addition of the Extermination-class Starship Intelligence chip, basic version, has a designated target command. Can be fitted with a monitoring system, missing, real-time feedback of the data, and simple editing commands. New storage compartment. Can put some items in it. New stealth system. Can make cluster fire frisbee invisible, but when the fire system is turned on, it will definitely show the shape. Shinbei gulped. Boy. Cruising range increased. The wireless connection distance has also been increased. It's nothing. One of the most awesome things about this upgrade is, cluster fire frisbee can now be invisible. This kind of stealth isn't the kind of stealth that doesn't scan on radar. Instead, it is straightforward and transparent. The black technology just makes sense. Shinbei couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this world, there are aliens who can be invisible. My cluster fire frisbee can be invisible. No problem. Moreover, in this way, Shinbei did not have to run back and forth between the ruins and the shelter. After all, the Titan was moving all the time, further and further away from this ruin. Also, hidden in this place. It would be a big loss if it was really picked up by some ungrateful human. Now, it's completely straightforward to make the cluster fire frisbee invisible, and then follow the Titan as it moves to protect itself at all times. At most, it would just consume some crystal source cores of money is something that ordinary people have to fight and have courage to make. As for Shinbei, the whole body is fully equipped with a stream of violence. It's still easier to make money when you're comparable to an alien. Immediately, Shinbei edited the command, edit command, invisible float 500 meters auto follow. The order was given. The cluster fire frisbee in front of Shinbei's eyes was as if there was transparent paint shocking, gradually disappearing. It blends in perfectly with the air around it. Shinbei looked at the tactics panel. Cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 4, ammunition load 0, ammunition chamber remaining 0 pieces. The terminal is wirelessly connected for 500 meters. Edit command, invisibility float 500 meters auto follow. Well. Shinbei was overjoyed, returned to the abandoned factory in a moment and placed the crystal source crushing device within the cluster fire frisbee. In this way, 2 important things of his own are secure. It's time to go back. Shinbei lookout glanced at the south, otherwise the shelter lost their own. Do not know. Shinbei returned to the abandoned warehouse after continuing to make some shell casings in crystal source powder. Pack things away. After eliminating various traces, step out of the ruined city, once again into the middle of the vast wilderness, with the assistance of the battle armor. Shinbei maintained a constant speed of 30 kilometers per hour and traveled towards the direction where Shelter 36 was located. In general, Titans rarely turn corners, just keep moving forward and you'll see it. Day 2. Shinbei Pingon returned to the shelter, only, to Shinbei's surprise, he couldn't find his home. In other words, the rental house that followed the Titan is gone. Shinbei was a bit confused, repeatedly walking between RVs. Looking for a rental. Can't really find it. That's what made the trip to the bar. Just saw Roque drinking. Shinbei? When Rourke first saw him, his whole demeanor was quite shocked. He looked Shinbei up and down, and even reached out and squeezed Shinbei's body. You're fucking alive? Roque yelled with an incredulous face. Shinbei sat down with a few moments of confusion and directly ordered a cup of fresh water, pouring it into his mouth to moisturize his organs that had long since dried up. How come I can't live? Shinbei asked rhetorically. Roque rolled with laughter and grabbed Shinbei's hand. Your luck is really good. A few days ago, the rental house you were in was sneak attacked by a giant mouth recluse. The whole house was swallowed. Only a little boy survived. The others, TSK, all gone. Shinbei's gaze abruptly moved and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times. No wonder I couldn't find my rental house. It was lost to the giant mouth recluse. This ferocious beast could reach 100 meters in length, and its mouth took up most of its entire head space, which was covered with sharp and twisted fangs. These fangs seemed to be able to tear through everything, and both solid metal and thick stone walls seemed unbeatable in front of them. It is the beast in the wilderness that destroys houses the most times. Except for the beast tide, every shelter has a record of RVs being swallowed by them, and there's no defense, mainly because this ferocious beast is hidden underground. Titan passed by, too big to mess with naturally, and he behaved like a dog, but the RV passed by. The giant mouth recluse hidden in the ground broke out like a dragonfish leaping out of the water. It was a mouthful of crunch. After swallowing it, it directly drilled into the ground and disappeared, not to mention ordinary people. Even the aliens had no luck with this thing, only hate. Shinbei took a deep breath. These days he had been in the wilderness and had dodged a bullet. Shinbei calmed down and asked one more time, who was the one who survived? He hoped it was the same landlord who could default on the rent. After all, the guy still has a few things going for him. In terms of getting an RV, the main thing is, you can get behind on your rent. For Shinbei, who has a bottomless pit of money to burn, it is better to save a little. But Roque answered to Shinbei's surprise, it's a little boy named K. The names in this world were just so random. And Shinbei was not surprised. Let's not even talk about the name K. No one said anything about the name Blue Banshee. Shinbei had an impression of K, the little guy who had given his family beast meat and himself a pistol after the beast died. Lucky. Shinbei nodded. Luoka said with a sigh, that is the ancestral tomb explosion kind of luck. When the giant mouth recluse beast swallowed the house, that little guy was also in the room. The result was dropped from the gap between the teeth of the ferocious beast. Shinbei shrugged, grabbing the roast. He began to eat. His burning stomach finally comforted. Every piece of food that enters the stomach is a furnace burning at high temperatures. Breaking down the food in an instant, Shinbei ate 5 plates of roasted meat in a row before he managed to stop his hunger. Rourke's mouth opened slightly. You awakened? Generally speaking, psychics eat several times more than ordinary people. Eating like Shinbei did was clearly beyond the limits of a normal person. Shinbei sniffed and shook his head. You know what my situation is. Then why are you eating so much? Rourke didn't forget to tease. Like a starving man. Shinbei didn't say much. There's nothing wrong with eating when you're hungry and eating until you're full. Rather than the amount of food, the two made small talk for a while longer. Horse chasing and Gamma are mentioned during this period. Luoka was a bit skeptical though. Why the time Shinbei disappeared and the time chasing Maganmo left were only a few hours apart, but he also didn't think deeply about what kind of beef there was between Shinbei and chasing horse Ganmo, much less would they think much about it, or dare to imagine that the two exalts had already been killed by Shinbei. Shinbei finished eating and took another sip of wine, pulls out the phantom WIRM crop he picked up and hands it to the waiter to offset the bill. This stuff is kind of hardcore at the bar according to the rules of merchants. After offsetting the bill, the excess crystal source cores should be settled and given back to Shinbei, but the owner of the bar was quick to pre-stock several cases of drinks and snacks for Shinbei. Make it sound like he's being generous. Rourke was a little disgruntled and wanted to speak to the barman. Shinbei pressed his hand. I didn't suffer any losses. A few boxes of wine pressed here. You come over to drink at any time. Rourke let out a frown and rubbed his hands together. How embarrassing. There's no point in meeting with me. Shinbei wiped his mouth and said, does the world need a human face? Needed and not needed. Minuteman, Blue Goblin doesn't need to. She's also a solo presence at 36 Asylum, when it comes to shrugging off faces. Even General Yu Wuchang doesn't hang, but Joe Wunderkind is the one who needs the human touch. Especially externally to other shelters, the wilderness was plentiful. But there were even more parties wandering through it. Meeting up every now and then, and shelter to shelter is not all that cordial or even contradictory. There was even a war to kill and abuse and attack each other. Shinbei also needs to be humane. A few bottles of wine is not worth the money. And the effect is still fast. There's something I want to ask. Shinbei lit a cigarette and fiercely inhaled it into his lungs. And his spirit was incomparably pleasant and relaxed at this moment. Rourke took a sip of his wine and said with a grin, is it that you don't know where to sleep tonight? Come to my bed, baby. There's enough for the two of us to roll around in. Shinbei. Exempt. Shinbei exhaled a smoke ring, lowered his voice, and asked in a serious manner, have you ever heard of an extinction class starship? Shinbei was too curious about this question. The chip of an extermination-class starship was picked up by himself. So wouldn't that mean that starships had existed in this world? So where are the starships now? And, starships are technology? And what technology is in this world? It's almost like a weaker version of punk, with some serious cuts. Where did you hear that word? Rourke asked with a serious look on his face. Shinbei casually pulled a panic, unintentionally saw this word on a wall in Ruin City. Why? What's the problem? Rourke tapped on the table and said, not many people know the word, and you need not know it, let alone touch anything about it. It is taboo. Keep that in mind. Ah? Shinbei asked in a daze. You're talking all over the place with no substantive information at all. And you've changed your profession to become a magician? Speak painfully. Rourke smashed his mouth and rolled up his sleeves. Fine. Then I'll make it clear with you that all the rumors and secrets about the extermination class are in the bloody meeting. A bloody meeting? What's this? A conference formed by the asylum chieftains. Rourke whispered. Not all chieftains are eligible to be part of the bloody conference either. Our General Yu Wu Chang is not qualified. By the way, the head of the blood conference is the Spider Queen, Shanbei. As soon as the Spider Queen's name was mentioned, Shinbei knew there was no need to talk about it. The name is too taboo and mysterious. At this moment, Luoka suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, you still remember In Hu, right? Mighty Mountain's so-called best buddy. That's right. He had to go on a mission recently. Shinbei let out an "oh." So that means I'm following without pay? Luoka took a sip of wine, got up and patted Shinbei's shoulder. Take care of yourself. Mix it up if you can. After all, there are 2 missions for In Hu. One for you and one for the real one. After saying that, Rourke yawned, stretched, and continued. Are you sure you don't want to stay at my place tonight? Hotel prices still aren't cheap. Shinbei smiled. In saying, gone. Rourke's figure disappeared into the doorway of the bar. Shinbei leaned back on the seat, his eyes scattered and looking straight at the ceiling. In Tiger. Finally planning to take on yourself and avenge Mighty Mountain? Shinbei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Shinbei wasn't afraid of fighting against an alien, just be afraid that there are other factors interfering with the mission, such as the mission objectives, and other people. Vigilance and caution are needed. Shinbei set himself a goal: get up and leave the noisy bar. Within a few steps, he suddenly realized that he was being followed by someone behind him. Shinbei looked slightly sideways. A small figure was found standing behind him. K, the small K, who was not tall and could only be about 1 meter 3, had a rather heavy look of bewilderment in his eyes. Homeless. Shinbei let out a soft laugh. In this world, the asylum shelters humans from the evil seed, but it does not include food, clothing, and transportation. Children who lose the shelter of their parents are no better than wild dogs. Of course, there will be people who will adopt these children. As for what happens when you accept people's parenting, that's unknown. The perverts of this world don't even pretend for a second that humans with all kinds of fetishes thrive. Shinbei beckoned. Follow me. Shinbei is not flooded with love, but he intends to buy the wheels and build a home himself, and since you have to go in and out of the wilderness from time to time for money, you can't do it unattended. It's easy to steal everything. It just so happened that the little boy knew his roots and wasn't missing his bike. Little K took a few steps to Shinbei and tilted his head. Shinbei touched his hair. K's eyes are not as clear as they were initially, even a little cloudy, and they are red and swollen, apparently hiding in some corner for a long time crying. Shinbei sighed. This is not a good meal for me. I won't raise you for nothing. You have to look after the house for me. K nodded. Can't you talk? K nodded again. Shinbei choked back a sob and let out a laugh. Lead the silent K to the upper level of the shelter. Shinbei went to the institute. After waiting for half a day, he waited for Chen Anji, who had freed up his time. As soon as Chen Anji met, he let out a confused voice. How is the battle armor? On you different again? Team leader Chen is trying to admit that my craftsmanship is also good, right? Shinbei smiled in response. Chen Anji stroked his chin and circled around Shinbei's battle armor. The transformation is indeed good. At least there is absolutely no hindrance in movement. Are you interested in coming to work at the institute? Faced with this invitation, Shinbei waved his hand. I'm not an alien. Fear of being despised? Chen Anji laughed and continued. There is definitely a chain of contempt. It exists even amongst exalted. This world is like this. The weak is the strong is the basic law. You were born in this world. You have to accept it. Shinbei turned his head to look at little K and asked in a serious tone. Did you learn Uncle Chen's words? K nodded. Shinbei turned to look at Chen Anji. The educational effect is good. You are you. Chen Anji boarded his face. I'm talking to you. What's the point of pulling others? The meaning of education is universal. I see you're just not convinced. It's only people treating me like weak meat that I defy. Chen Anji sniffed his expression, but his eyebrows snapped up, saying somewhat nonchalantly, to say that it's your weak meat is lifting you up. Shinbei shrugged and didn't say anything. Fine. Chen Anji pressed his hand. Since you don't want to come to the institute, tell us your current purpose. Shinbei said bluntly. I want an RV. How much would it probably cost? Chen Anji stroked his chin. Actually, houses are not very valuable. The cheapest way is to hire labor and buy wood to build one. What's expensive are the wheels and chains. It requires an advanced crystal source core. Shinbei was a bit confused. The technology in this world is a bit off kilter though, but not so much that even the cost of building the wheels is gold. He assumed it was the high cost of building the house. After all, that's how real estate developers fooled the people in the old days. One advanced crystal source core was equivalent to 100 intermediate crystal source cores now. That's quite a fortune. If placed on the cluster fire frisbee before it was upgraded, Shinbei still had 50 crystal source cores on his body, and with more effort, whether it was hunting ferocious beasts or killing people, he could get the remaining 50. But now, after upgrading, Shinbei only had one intermediate crystal source core left. Shinbei knew that the caravan was not cheap, but he did not expect it to be so expensive. And he was afraid that he could not even do it on credit. It's expensive, isn't it? Seeing Shinbei's tangled expression in mind, Chen Anji knocked on the table and said, if you think it's expensive, I also think it's expensive. Moreover, I can also tell you that neither the wheels nor the chains are expensive. What's expensive is the qualification. Qualification? It was the first time Shinbei had heard this word. Shinbei vaguely felt that this thing was like the real estate license of the old times. Chen Anji continued, you have to understand one thing. A shelter can run on not only the titans, but also the tax revenue. Otherwise where do we, the non-combatants, get our paychecks from? In fact, Chen Anji summed it up in one sentence, you don't know what you're getting into until you're in charge. General Yu Wu Chang is going bald. Without the credentials, your RV is not eligible to be hooked up to a titan, and the penalties are unimaginable if you dare to do so privately. Chen Anji added. Shinbei stood up with a helpless face. It seems that I was the one who thought it was simple. Then why don't you come to our shelter and make money? Thanks for your kindness. Shinbei humbled himself and continued. How about this? Help me build a house that can be assembled. The material doesn't matter. The cheaper the better. Don't care if it's practical or not. Just shelter from the wind and rain. You're asking for far too little. Far less than lumber. Doesn't matter. Shinbei said lightly. How many floors? Chen Anji recorded the requirements. Any other needs? First floor. Chen Anji was surprised for a moment. Just one floor? You're not planning to be a chartered house? Just live by yourself. Shinbei put down an intermediate-grade crystal source core as a deposit and turned around to leave the institute. In Shinbei's eyes, the material of the house really didn't matter. Even if it was a paper shell, it could be upgraded into a residence with an unbelievable defense. As long as it's a template splice it's fine and can grow an experience value. This was all a law summarized by Shinbei. Never miss an opportunity to increase your experience value. By the end of the night, Shinbei brought little K to the Rourke residence. He lives in the upper echelons and enjoys over-the-top rules. Small detached two-story building. Hosting Shinbei for a few nights was not a problem at all. Tough on the lips, but honest in the body. Luoku opened the door of the room and welcomed Shinbei inside with a smile. It's really the reality that hits people too hard. Shinbei smiled hopelessly. Shinbei told him about his desire to build an RV. Luoku looked at Shinbei as if he was looking at a fool. Innocence. Think with your toes and you know. It's cheaper to build a caravan. Who still rents it? Without going into that, there's something I forgot to ask. What time does Ian who set out on his mission? Originally, Rourke had to go through so many missions that he couldn't remember who was on a mission when all on short notice. However, he was more attached to Shinbei and immediately returned. Originally, I thought that if you died, this mission would be out any time. But today Ian who came over and requested that the mission be carried out tomorrow. Tomorrow. The corner of Shinbei's mouth twitched. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to catch some rest. Shinbei patted little K. Go. Find yourself a place to sleep. K was a bit formal, looking around the messy, trashy room. Finally choosing a corner and leaning down slowly. Rourke grabbed K by the neck, carried him to the utility room, threw in a blanket, and closed the door. Is that good enough? In Rourke's eyes, such children were a liability, and having a utility room to sleep in was already a godsend. At least it's better than a dingo. Shinbei took off his battle armor and nestled on the sofa, yawning. At least it's better than me, and I can still stretch my legs. Look at me. The sofa is too small. Go upstairs and sleep in the same bed as me. Shinbei said half-jokingly. I'm afraid I'll make a mistake. Rourke carried the bottle upstairs. I'm going to have to lock my room tonight and not give you a chance to make a mistake. Stay here and if I don't come back, call him Godfather, okay? Shinbei put on his own equipment and took the time to instruct little K. Rourke ate his breakfast and almost choked to death. But a few times, you're putting me in a dead end. I can't even take care of myself. I don't have the energy to take care of this little bastard. Shinbei checked the gun bullets and said with a smile. He's a mute. What are you afraid of? The corners of Rourke's mouth twitched a bit. You just make fun of me. Come here, little thing, and lick up the rest of my food. Waste a little and I'll break your teeth. Although Roque said so fiercely, He pushed Shinbei's breakfast to Xiao Ke. Shinbei's hand, which was extended to take the food, stopped in midair. Shinbei, hunger is what keeps you awake. Rourke bared his teeth and grinned. Shinbei smashed his mouth, snatched down a piece of roasted meat, and stuffed it into his mouth. Your kind of advice isn't something to be thanked for. It's all about my experience. I've had my share of experience. Been hanging out in the wilderness for a few days and don't know any better. Rourke dressed and waved. Let's go. Before leaving the house, Roke warned little K with a fierce look on his face. If you dare to steal from me, I'll beat you to death. K had no fear and ate his food silently. Roke skimmed his head and whispered, this little guy is also a ruthless person if he can be awakened. Shinbei looked back, closed the door of the room, and said, if people are not ruthless, they can't stand firm. Cowardly people have been eliminated by this world. Roke looked at Shinbei with a weird face. Are you going to be a philosopher? Studying medicine doesn't save lives. Philosophers are useless. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you talked like that. Come to the mission. The door was already crowded with numerous figures. Rourke's temperament changed. His mixed-up aura was in full effect, and he kicked away the crowd in his way. Get out of the way. The back of your head doesn't grow eyes. The crowd heckled and made way, laughing. Mr. Luo, you're bedridden again. Are there any assignments today that are less work and more money? Mr. Luo, yesterday's mission settlement wasn't right. You didn't count the crystal source cores needed for driving on the road for me. I'm here on a rationing mission. A whole lot of good work, a little gift, no honor. Rourke squeezed his hands in the face of the chattering crowd, taking a deep breath. He broke right in. I'll day your old-timey mother. You need one intermediate crystal source core to make several round trips by car. And you're quoting me too? You're just trying to give me the eye candy, aren't you? Damn it, get lost. What the hell are you sending? Still want a simple task? Might as well not send it. Bury whoever. Then, to the sound of Rourke cursing, he opened the door to the mission. The crowd swarmed in. There are quite a few people here today on a rationing mission. Such assignments are mandatory in shelters. Every member of the shelter, no matter who they are, must be forced to complete one task issued by the shelter each week. Generally speaking, the Institute's personnel also go in and out of the wilderness to carry out their missions usually. However, the non-combatants are given lower tasks. Some carrying work and cleaning up the battlefield. There's no danger. To put it bluntly, it's the shelter's way of making money for nothing. It's the equivalent of servitude. Of course, if you have taken a quest at a quest house, you don't need to do a quantitative quest. Shinbei just sat on the side and waited. The Een Tiger hadn't arrived yet and couldn't do much to help Rourke. After half a day's work, the mission is getting less and less crowded. There is no rest for the escaped world. Everyone was like ants, moving in and out around the Titan, stocking up on various supplies. No one knows where the Titans are headed. Being in a temperate climate is kinda narrow. Once you walk into the frozen realm, there's no telling when the Titan will walk out. All foodland in the upper levels was scrapped. It also requires a lot of wood for heating. The entire shelter would be at a standstill, had to rely on stockpiled supplies to get through it. Shinbei had once heard that a Titan had led humans into the frozen zone for 5 years. 5 years later, the only ones alive were the Titans, all frozen to death. The tragedy comes not only from the evil species and the ferocious beasts, but also from the climate. After everyone at the mission was gone, Rourke stretched. I'm working so hard for 4 hours a day. Shinbei ignored Roke's bragging and simply couldn't compare to others. What's the price given for this Een Tiger mission? Say it and you'll be heartened. Rourke opened his computer and looked up the list of people. Just one advanced crystal source core. But it's not your concern anymore, as you are in debt for the favor. Heartbeat, heartwarming indeed, and a little bit of rapid heartbeat. Shinbei was just too sensitive to this amount of money. It's hard, isn't it? I'm afraid it's not that simple a task at this price point, to deal with the desolate god. Rourke spoke gently. Shinbei almost fell off his chair. The god of desolation. That was second only to the evil seed. The evil seed is feared by everyone because it possesses the characteristic of not being able to be killed, and although the draconic god could be killed, the creature's attack power was no less than that of the evil seed. It would take a combined siege of high-priced aliens to take care of it. Een Tiger leads the way. What rank is he? A third-order shifter. Ha! What a joke! Shinbei said directly. Is it too late for me to defect? Panic. Roke stared intently at the computer, tapped the keyboard a few times, and cursed. Fuck. This Luo Chang Yuan guy didn't come on a rationing mission again. Where was it said? Rourke turned his head and asked Shinbei. I'm going to defect. Don't panic. Rourke squeezed his hand. It's just a hatchling. The Institute is interested in this stuff. Juvenile body? Shinbei was relieved. Juveniles are much less difficult. The Institute has money to burn, right? What's there to study? Shinbei asked. Roke lowered his voice. I heard that Asylum 1 has researched a potion that allows ordinary people to undergo a second awakening, and the raw material is Desolate God blood. No one dared to mess with the Desolate God before, but now that a juvenile body has been discovered, it's only natural for Yu Wu Chang to give it a try. Normally, An ordinary person who had passed the age of 18 and had not yet awakened their psychic abilities would have almost no hope in this life, and now, technology can enable a second awakening. Sort of. Sci-fi, Shinbei frowned. Isn't there any price for a second awakening? Rourke opened his hands and his mouth boomed. Yes, if it doesn't work, it explodes. Flesh body explodes into flowers kind of explosion. Shinbei had completely lost interest in this thing. It didn't take long. Who walked into the mission with a few men this time. Who and the others were equipped a little differently than usual, all wrapped up tightly and carrying a gas mask and antidote in his hands. Mr. Law. Who did not pay attention to Shinbei. And the first time he looked for Roque to report, Luoka's face was a little unhappy. You're being a little insufficient. You're still short of a set of gas masks for Shinbei. It's a shame that logistics is no more. Who didn't even bother to make up any excuses. Shinbei. Roque turned his head to look at him. The place you're going to is the swampy deadwood forest. Now go to the logistics department and pick up a set of antivirus equipment. With that, Rourke began to write the note, without a strip. There is no way to claim out supplies at the logistics department, and at that moment Who said, "There's no time. Just go." Rourke slowly raised his head. His sharp, knife-like brow suddenly furrowed. Is your time worth much? The Institute's time is worth a lot. Who was not the least bit afraid of Roque's questioning. Rourke's teeth cackled. If he had been placed in the time when he still had supernatural powers, if he dared to talk back to himself like this, a brutal beating would have been inevitable, but a fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. General Yu Wu Chang might even give Roque a few faces, but Yu Wu Chang's subordinate alien more or less despised Roque. At this time, Shinbei stood up and said frankly, "It's not necessary. Just set off directly." Gas masks? Is that thing as good as battle armor? Tiredness. Whose face was filled with a vicious, quick smile. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. With that, Who turned around with his men and left. Luoka glared angrily at Shinbei, confused. Mixing won't even mix. That's a miasma-ridden place. Don't wear a gas mask. Do you want to die? Shinbei waved his hand and put the sniper rifle on his back. I'll give you a chance to be a godfather. I'll be your grandma's leg. Rourke let an unspeakable feeling of mania fill his heart as well. Spraying saliva, you can't fucking come back. I'll throw that bastard little K straight into the wilderness. Shinbei maintains an indifferent attitude, neither looking serious nor pretending to be relaxed, and digresses. I only have one request. If I am the only one who comes back, find a way to do the accounts and get this one advanced crystal source core. I want to build a caravan to use. Rourke? Shinbei followed Who and the others along the hanging board to the garage in front of the Titan. A hangboard is a type of hang on a Titan that looks like an attached swing walking with a wobble. Shinbei secretly surveyed the composition of the team. There were 5 regulars, all carrying rifles, dominated by Tiger third-order psychics. His weapon was a long whip, which was very powerful, and he had killed quite a few wing-clawed stone vultures when the beast tide came. There were also 2 other aliens, one named Flying Mouse and one named Suli. The rank of the 2 is unknown and their abilities are unknown. However, Suli was carrying a dark red recurve bow, so he should be a combat alien. That's the trouble. In the beginning, in order to be able to kill Chasing Horse and Gone Mo, it was a matter of slipping them for days, slipping them until they were distracted before they were killed. And now there are 3 aliens. However, Shinbei was not at all a wimp in his heart. Both the battle armor and the cluster fire plates that followed stealthily overhead were enough to give them a drink. Soon, the crowd came to the garage. The garage is not the only team of Who picking up cars. Shinbei also saw the blue Banshee. Her close-fitting leather military uniform wrapped her perfect body today, and her whole body exuded a thrillingly cold aura. This, coupled with hair as blue as ice, makes for an unforgettable look. The Blue Goblin hooked her finger. Shinbei pointed at himself. Come here. Blue Goblin still has the same frosty face she's had for years. The tone was a moving one. Her voice was very clear and shallow, like the autumn wind brushing the red leaves. The ocean shines on the ice wheel. Something's wrong? Shinbei asked in an unassuming manner. In fact, Shinbei had some panic in his heart, fearing that the blue demoness would have to do the math with herself on the cost of the hyper-modification repair potion. That's worth 1,000,000 crystal source cores. What can save a life can really kill a person. Where to? The Blue Goblin's tone was cold and icy, favoring those lips that were cold and red, glowing with tantalizing vitality. Swamp Deadwood. The Blue Demon was surprised. How did you get stuck with such a task? Shinbei shrugged. Oh, General Yu Wu Chang, don't go. Follow me. The Blue Demoness eyes were calm and refined. The most deadly thing about that mission is not the desolate god, but the miasma. Shinbei's face, however, was a bit hesitant. Naturally, he knew that the Blue Demoness was higher than Inhu. As long as the Blue Demoness opened her mouth, Who didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Shinbei asked, what kind of mission is on your side? How much money can I earn? You can share 5 intermediate crystal source cores in your hands. Forget it. I'll just go to the swampy deadwood forest. Shinbei rejected the Blue Goblin outright. What a joke. It's only 5 intermediate crystal source cores. There's a high-level crystal source core over here that doesn't earn it. going for that little bit of caramels, lose the watermelon and pick up the sesame, although Shinbei also did not know if Roque had the method to make the money for the accounts, but do the task yourself first. Ha, kinda stubborn. The blue goblin looked at him sharply. Be good. Shinbei shrugged and returned to Ian, whose side of the team. The people checked their weapons, carriers, and other tools, and after confirming that everything was ready, Ian who collected the vehicles, and the people boarded the locomotives, rushed out of the garage, and headed in the direction where the dead swamp forest was located. The blazing sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick gray clouds and spilled onto the black and yellow earth. Occasionally a strong wind blew away a small gray cloud, allowing the sun to shine through unimpeded. Shinbei looked out of the car window and saw a tall plant in the wilderness, with a pale white stem covered with spikes half a meter long. Whenever the sun shines, it twists its branches and stems to receive as much of the strong light as possible, then grows wildly at a rate visible to the naked eye. What a world of dismay. There is only the unimaginable. No distortions that don't exist. Ian who lit a cigarette and rested his legs on the windshield, his eyes shone with frightening excitement, and with an unsympathetic smile, he said, when we reach the swamp deadwood forest, we'll have to split into 2 waves of teams to search for the desolate god's juvenile body. There's no need to panic, everyone. It's just a juvenile body. Even if I encounter it alone, I can handle it. Shinbei, Flying Squirrel, Suli, you 3 will form a group, and the others will follow me. After some arrangements, Flying Squirrel and Suli looked back at Shinbei in the backseat and bared their teeth in an unkind smile. An imperceptible look of watching a good show flashed in Shinbei's eyes. It does make a bit of sense to arrange it that way. It was said that they were divided into 2 groups, but Shinbei felt that he was a cannon fodder role as an ordinary person in the alien group. If one is accidentally killed, everybody's happy and not dead. Then people will let themselves die. The corner of the Flying Squirrel's mouth also steeply pulled up a hideous arc, and a direct sentence forced Shinbei into a dead end. As a sniper, scouting the battlefield is a basic skill. It's no problem, right? Shinbei's heart flinched, inexplicably experiencing a chill down his spine. However, Shinbei's face was subdued, and he nodded his head, revealing a smile of some unknown significance. No problem. The other ordinary people in the car felt a strong smell of gunpowder. They glanced at each other, completely unable to see how the Shinbei had offended Ian who, in their minds, does an alien who wants to get an ordinary person killed still need to calculate? You don't need it, do you? Although the sniper rifle behind Shinbei's back was brutally intimidating and seemed to be a threat to the alien as well, but a shifter can naturally fight better than a normal person. Still needs small means. This Ian who is a little too cautious, but one has to be cautious with Ian who. Shinbei once had a conflict with the third master, and afterwards the third master inquired once. That's how he learned that Shinbei had fucked over Iron Dome with a single shot and got Mao Buri killed. Not to mention the Iron Dome, Mao Bor was an even more formidable existence than himself. To treat Shinbei as an ordinary person would be purely irresponsible. Therefore, there was absolutely nothing wrong with Ian who's arrangement. First letting the Flying Squirrel and Suli test what kind of weirdness Shinbei had to the accuracy of the sniper throw alone. As long as he figured out Shinbei's bottom card, coupled with the fact that Shinbei didn't have a gas mask, he wouldn't be able to last long in the miasma. It was entirely possible for Shinbei to explore the path first, draining him of his residual value and paving the way for the mission. After all, Shinbei's detection ability was recognized by the Blue Demoness. Definitely got a couple of tricks up his sleeve in that regard. Then they will whip them into a pulp to avenge Mongshan. At this moment, Ian who, the more he looked at Shinbei's battle armor, the more angry he became, grunting a few times. He turned his head away and pecked hard at his cigarette. An hour later, hot winds rolled, smoke swirled, and the roar of locomotives echoed across the wilderness. After 3 hours of speeding by Ian who and the others, a large fog-covered, gray swamp forest that smelled of death was clearly visible in front of them, driving through a flat, wet meadow once more. Scattered ahead was a swamp covered by patches of gray dead leaves and shrubs, wisps of mist wafting in the wind, and tall, straight, monstrous gray trees growing among them, forming such a large, hard-to-look-at swampy forest. The Flying Squirrel raised his voice. Captain, all ahead is an unrecognizable swamp. We can't go any further. Stopping the vehicle from afar, Shinbei surveyed the swamp forest, which was not a good place at first glance. From a distance, and his expression flickered, the outlying area of the dead swamp forest was a flat, open grassy area with unobstructed views in all directions. Suli also scanned back and forth. Captain, where should we start? With such a large swamp forest, trying to find traces of clues about the juvenile-bodied desolate god can only rely on luck. Ian who narrowed his eyes and his expression was also more serious. Don't rush in first. Let's find if there are any traces around here. The Flying Squirrel nodded. A crystalline core was dropped into the engine, and the vehicle traveled at an even speed as it began to search around the outskirts of the deadly swamp forest, soon only to see that on the grass ahead, piece by piece, the turf was turned up, leaving behind a series of irregular mud pits spaced more than 10 meters apart and stretching all the way into the swamp forest. Here, The flying squirrel immediately stopped the locomotive and checked it out by following one irregular mud pit that was spaced at small intervals. Ian, who jumped out of the car and looked in the direction of the deadly swamp forest. The dirt hasn't completely dried up yet, which means it hasn't been long. This should be the footprints of the desolate god black bat. Group up and enter. In the swamp forest, a light gray miasma floated about, like a mist filling the forest. The ground was filled with gray fallen leaves, and a piece of the swamp was hidden under the thick fallen leaves, which seemed to be lurking with a different kind of killing opportunity to eye in such an eerie and murderous atmosphere. 3 figures came without delay, crashing through the mists, and a piece of the ground stepped on a piece of withered leaves. Emitting a fine ringing sound, Shinbei walked at the front, the flying squirrel and Suli were a few steps behind respectively. Located on the left and right sides of Shinbei, their current mission was to explore towards the interior of the swampy deadwood forest, look for the juvenile form of the black bat of the desolate god. Suli's eyes and ears stopped and turned his head to ask a flying squirrel, "Anything?" The sharp-tongued flying squirrel removed his gas mask. His eyes slightly closed and his nostrils flared as if he were catching something. Cough cough. Flying squirrel's face flashed an uncharacteristic crimson red, and he quickly put on his gas mask as he stifled a violent coughing fit. There is a bloody odor in the 3 directions of 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. But the smell of blood at 1 o'clock and 9 o'clock is very weak, and the smell at 11 o'clock is very strong, and has a corrosive sensation to it. So it should be the one left by the black bat. Great! Suli's eyes lit up and immediately commanded Shinbei, "You, 11 o'clock, go deep." Shinbei glanced sideways at the flying squirrel and felt that his psychic ability was similar to Gonmo's. He is able to capture and distinguish all odors within nearly a kilometer and is able to memorize and track them. Although this ability doesn't play much of a role in combat, it can be considered a top-tier ability of the auxiliary department in terms of auxiliary functions. However, the poison barriers of the dead silent swamp forest are all over the place. That is, with the physique of an alien can't support for too long, and the flying squirrel's sense of smell of hunting, although powerful, can't keep on tracking. Just taking the mask off was a validation point, and I was choking before I even took a few puffs. Of course, the flying squirrel also had the ability to have extraordinary hearing, even able to sense and distinguish infrasound like a bat, though not as powerful as his sense of smell for hunting, but also very good at surveying. As Shinbei walked, he pondered how to get his hands on the quest rewards after completing the quest. This getting is going to take blood. At this moment, Suli and the flying squirrel were also exchanging glances. There was a clear element of dismay in their eyes, since separating from Ian, who they had thought that Shinbei wouldn't be able to last long in the swampy deadwood forest without a gas mask. Unexpectedly, it still underestimated Shinbei's tightly wrapped battle armor. Seems like good stuff too. Suli kept gesturing with his hands, to the effect that the flying squirrel understood. He wanted the battle armor on Shinbei's body, to study and research what functions it had, whether it possessed a role beyond expectation. The flying squirrel nodded in understanding. Right at this moment, the flying squirrel seemed to have heard something and smiled at Suli, pointing to a place less than 3 meters in front of Shinbei and gesturing down. Suli turned his head to look ahead. According to the flying squirrel, Shinbei would definitely be attacked if he went further. It's going to be a good show then, and it was at this moment that Shinbei took a step. The battle armor's PA system picked up the rustling. This rustling sound is almost inaudible to the ordinary ear. Only an alien who was superior in hearing can hear it. The upgraded battle armor also had an additional amplification that could reach the point where it could be used alongside an alien. 3 meters away. There's something under the rotting leaves. Shinbei didn't hesitate in the slightest. The revolver snapped up at an oblique angle, using normal bullets, and the blackened muzzle sprayed green smoke. In the next second, bang! The firelight bounced and shook the air, and at the same time the ground in front of him was only a few meters away suddenly seemed like a bomb exploding. Countless mud, dead leaves, and blood levels bursting and splashing out. Hiss! Hiss! Strange and miserable sound rang out. Shinbei fixed his eyes and saw that a mollusk as thick as a man, like a leech, was blown into 2 sections. One section was writhing frantically in the mire, and the hideous mouthparts occupying a large portion of the head were constantly contracting and struggling, which looked chilling to the human being. It was none other than the infamous killer of the dead swamp forest, the wire kingworm. This creature is hidden amongst the mire covered in dead leaves, isolated from all scent, temperature and movement, and extremely difficult to defend against. But being that technology is the first productive force, Shinbei is obviously not among them. To the extent that he could do so through the war armor's perverted combination of modules, he was able to achieve a detailed perception of the external environment. Simply the slightest movement of the ground in the surrounding 10 meters, even if the iron thread kingworm was hidden in the mire, it could still be vaguely detected. The flying squirrel at the back was also startled to see the speed and decisiveness of Shinbei's gun. He was even a bit incredulous as to how being an ordinary person had discovered the wire kingworm in front of him, unceremoniously. In this team, apart from himself, even Ian who couldn't discover. Odd. Is this a pure stroke of luck? Suli was also full of shock. If not for the fact that the flying squirrel hadn't said anything, He would have thought that the flying squirrel had mutinied and given Shenbei a signal in advance. Damn luck, Su Li muttered to himself. Click, click, click. The sound of withered wood and withered leaves shattering resounded continuously, and amidst the faint poisonous barrier, Shenbei advanced through the marsh forest, and behind him Flying Mouse and Su Li's two bodies were tense, observing and listening to all the traces as if they were enemies. In the middle of the dead silent swamp forest 1 second their feet were on solid ground, but the next moment they could step on the swampy ground under the dead leaves and be attacked by the iron thread kingworms. So the two of them had to be on their toes in case they were attacked by backstabbing. Without realizing it, Shenbei arrived at a small clearing in the off-center of the deadly swamp forest. There are very few trees here. The ground is all covered with dead leaves and bushes, and underneath the seemingly flat terrain seems to be mud and mortar, with hidden killing opportunities. Meanwhile, on one side, Lin Mu could even clearly see the traces of some kind of large reptile passing by, and a large pool of black blood. Shenbei didn't take another step forward, but turned his head to look at the flying squirrel and Su Li. I don't think we can go any further. Shouldn't we call Inhu over? In Shenbei's opinion, it was natural to want to complete the mission without Inhu. Inhu wants to be cannon fodder himself. Why had Shenbei ever wanted him to be his stepping stone? The flying squirrel removed his gas mask and flared his nose again, distinguishing the scent that lingered in the air with a look of excitement. Whether it's the footprint trail or that corrosive blood odor, it's completely cut off by this point, without fail. The crowd seemed to have found the location where the young body of the desolate god Black Bat was hidden. The flying squirrel pondered for a moment, his crooked nose looking a bit comical and hideous as he said, "What makes you think you found the desolate god Black Bat? Wouldn't it be a waste of time if you don't see the real body? Keep exploring until you see the Black Bat." Shenbei's eyes looked like a thin layer of dust, so he had to turn around, flipped his wrist, and the revolver was snapped without hesitation. As expected, underneath the thick layer of dead leaves on the surface of the clearing was actually a swamp that swallowed up all life, and a bullet broke through the cover of dead leaves without any hindrance, deeply disappearing into the various aspects of the swamp. In a few blinks of an eye, Shenbei finished firing his clip, and then boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled sounds abruptly erupted one after another from various directions of the muddy swamp clearing. It was unruffled, like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake. Right at this moment, Shenbei's eyebrows involuntarily jumped, and an uneasiness abruptly surged in his heart. That kind of uneasiness, as if the swamp in front of him seemed to have something extremely evil slowly awakening inside, making him tremble in his soul. He began to reverse a jump and turned in the air, running wildly toward the back. The flying squirrel and Su Li were slightly stunned. Shenbei had already leapt behind them. Crap! What are you running for? Go to the front for me! Su Li hissed loudly. Shenbei shrugged. It might be that the miasma has been inhaled too much and there is some dizziness. The flying squirrel cursed. Don't give me the slip. I'll say it again. If you can't see the true body of the desolate god Black Bat, you'll have to go there even if you have to. In the flying squirrel's opinion, Shenbei was just false alarm and cunning. Just then, just listen to the clatter. The calm marshland suddenly rippled, and then mud, dead leaves, and so on rose up to the sky like a curtain. Right in the middle of the swamp, a tall, menacing shadow swooped out with rushing mud and dead leaves. Shenbei would not expose himself to danger after the bullets had been fired. The decisive start was made to fall back, and as that mud puddle rose up into the sky, a black shadow covered in mud and not much bigger than a normal person shot out explosively, only its speed was simply as fast as lightning. Even Shenbei, who had been staring closely at the quagmire, didn't even see the exact appearance of this thing clearly, and at its first appearance, a raging, fleshly sound wave swept in all directions like a shocking wave afresh. The sound wave swept, piercing gold and cracking stones, exhausting the air and cracking clouds. The air rumbled and shook, like boiling water. Invisible countless withered leaves directly collapsed and shattered, flying all over the sky, and as the first to bear the brunt of the sonic attack, Su Li Fei rat 2 people without a muffled grunt. The brain seems to be dozens of hundreds of gongs in the buzzing. Directly let them stand frozen on the spot, especially the closest flying squirrel. His supernatural ability was originally superhuman hearing. In such a violent sonic attack under the trauma is even more serious. On the spot will be 7 orifices overflowed with blood, as if a puppet general stiff and immobile, and Shenbei had turned off the sound amplification module system early on. Otherwise the damage from the sonic attack would have been even worse than the flying squirrels. And taking advantage of this opening, between the flashes of lightning and fire, the black shadow that swooped out of the mire instantly attacked. A pair of razor-sharp claws fiercely zapped the flying squirrel's entire body. Under the sudden attack and intense pain, the flying squirrel's survival instinct caused him to let out a miserable howl, his arms flailing wildly, but before he could fight back, a bloody mouth descended from the top of his head. Snort. Without even a grunt, the black shadow's bloody mouth instantly snapped the flying rat's head off neck deep, and blood sprayed wildly in the black shadow's mouth, causing it to let out a childish and cruel chirp. Then the black shadow of the sharp claws strung on the flying squirrel's headless body violently scurried, came to the other side of the shore of the mud swamp, as if unable to endure the hunger in the abdomen, is completely ignored the presence of Shinbei and Suli, two people, suddenly buried head to eat and chew up. In the blink of an eye, the flying squirrel, who was an alien, was dead on the spot. Bastard! In the next second, Suli's, who had recovered from the sound wave's impact on his brain, saw the scene and bared his eyes. At this moment, he clearly saw that this black shadow that suddenly attacked and killed was a vicious beast with a black body, shaped like a bat, with tire coat slime hanging on its body in addition to mud, and its fleshy wings were wrinkled and even contracted together, not yet stretched out, together with the mucous membrane of the fetus coat hanging on its body, as if it had just broken out of its shell. This was the target they were looking for, the desolate god black bat juvenile. At this moment, Suli roared in anger, his forehead veins bulging. Shinbei, you fucking sensed the danger without prompting and killed the flying squirrel. In Suli's opinion, if Shinbei had prompted early, the flying squirrels wouldn't have gotten so close to the black bat juvenile. It was entirely possible to back up along with Shinbei, but Shinbei just didn't warn and lied about inhaling too much miasma. That's a few seconds wasted. Shinbei had an innocent look on his face. You're asking too much of ordinary people. Suli gritted his teeth and couldn't care less. The desolate god was present. It was time to call Manhwa over to surround him. As for Shinbei's problem, we'll settle the score later. He began with a crunching, penetrating whistle. And the next instant, the longbow behind his back appeared in his hands like lightning, and at the same time, the tendons on top of his two arms rippled, taking the bow, drawing the arrow, and pulling the string in 3 actions in one go. Avalanche! Boom! 3 burst arrows appeared in his hand, then his arm muscles bulged, and instantly his bow was like a full moon. Whoosh! Air blasts and shrill whistles rang out as 3 meteors instantly tore through the air, almost at the same time that Suli's 3 arrows were fired. The black bat that was buried in hunger and gnawing on the flying squirrel's corpse looked as if it had sensed the danger in advance, immediately abandoning the corpse in front of it and transforming into a black lightning bolt that flashed violently. Boom boom boom. The black bat's movements were swift to the extreme, narrowly escaping Suli's bursting 3 arrows in the nick of time. The spot shook, the earth and rocks burst, and 3 large pits appeared, and the tattered body of the flying squirrel was lifted high into the air currents of the explosion and rolled down into the mire. Sinking slowly, the small black bat that had flashed through Suli's continuous bead arrows had already appeared on top of a deadwood branch, towering above him, staring at Suli with pitch-black eyes the size of a dragon's eye, drool dripping from its mouth, its eyes filled with cruelty and malice as it hissed up to the sky, frantic. Hungry! 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 That feeling was like a hungry beast that hadn't eaten for days, dripping with extreme hunger, bloodlust, and the desire to feed, and the food, naturally, was Suli who attacked it. What are you looking at? Lean toward me. Suli hissed. Not only did Shinbei not lean in, his face pretended to be fearful, but he backed away more and more. If this was placed in the hands of an ordinary person, they would definitely have to move towards the altar. After all, it's good to be under a big tree, but Shinbei didn't think so. Once he leaned over and the big tree collapsed, then he was cannon fodder. Suli saw Shinbei's indifference and sensed his fear, and immediately changed his tone and said, "A desolate god that was just born not long ago, this period is the weakest time in its life. It can't even fly right now, so it's just the right time to catch a turtle in a jar. This beast is just fast and weird sound attack." The flying rats were just caught off guard and happened to be restrained by the sonic attack before the accident. If we plug our ears, we can minimize the sonic impact. You cooperate with me. It won't cost much to take it down. Think about it, a complete, hatchling-bodied desolate god. What a great credit that would be to the asylum. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity that can't be missed. Do you understand? Shinbei grunted in his heart. The flim-flam is so cheap. Wouldn't it be better if I waited for you two to lose? Shinbei pretended to distort his tone and hid behind a tree. I'm scared. Suli crouched and cursed a waste, no longer ignoring Shinbei, and turned his head to focus on dealing with the black bat. He plugged his ears with a shattered step once again. The bow was drawn and aimed at the black bat. Hiss, hiss. The small black bat was still crouching on the deadwood on the opposite bank of the swamp, its flattened ugly face with its bloody mouth stretched out and salivating, its pitch-black eyes staring straight at Suli, filled with a creepy, hungry, and greedy demeanor. And the next instant, the black bat came straight at him across the air. Die for me! Avalanche! 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 9 bowstrings rattled in quick succession. 9 arrows broke through the air and whistled like comets attacking the moon, bursting out from Suli's hands. The air was burned by violent friction, emitting a charred flavor, and the whistling emitted between the 9 large arrows bursting out continuously seemed like the howling of 10 million stern ghosts, the sound piercing as if it was going to rip out the souls of people in general. That was Suli's crushing skill as an alien. The 9-star chain. Boom, 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 boom. In the next instant, the gust of wind swept, airflow blowing, not a large open space and the vibration unceasingly. Time seems to be frozen, as if in midair to maintain a vicious pouncing posture of small black bats have not yet landed. Throat, shoulders, chest, lower abdomen and so on like a bomb close to the body to explode, bursting out of the 6 flashes of fire and blood. Fresh, the flesh and blood hatchling desolate god was naturally unable to resist, and was instantly flung out in the fire of the explosion in blood and flesh, like a rag doll thrown out in a miserable chirp. Click, click, click. The body of the small black bat overpowered a leafy forest and slammed down hard on the ground. One could clearly see 6 ghastly blood pits appearing on the body of this deathly evil beast, and even some of its internal organs had disappeared. It was simply miserable to the extreme. Although Suli's 9-star chain didn't hit all of them, it still directly injured this black bat completely and seriously. At this moment, under the full force of his endeavors, Suli's arms were in excruciating pain, and he was unable to once again draw his bow for a killing blow. Seeing that the black bat was flying in blood and flesh and suffered such a heavy blow, Suli continued to call out to Shunbei in the back. It only has 1 breath left, don't let it escape. Hear that? Get on! Where are the people? In Suli's field of vision, where is the shadow of Shunbei? Long ago ran out of shadow. Grass. Suli was so angry that his head was spinning and he almost vomited blood. Damn you! Don't let me see you again! At this moment, the heavily injured black bat roared and struggled, and in the hissing of pain, it even violently rolled over, as if it had aroused all the ferociousness in general, dragging its heavily injured body once again towards Suli under the heavy injury. The black bat's movements were far less swift and difficult to prevent, and at this moment, Suli saw that the black bat did not think of fleeing under the heavy injury, but instead launched an attack towards himself. Suli was no longer able to pull the bow. He stumbled and began to flee, resenting Shunbei while also complaining that the speed of whose support was too slow. If you keep this up, you can imagine what will happen to you. Just then Suli heard a large number of footsteps coming from the distance. He looked up and over and instantly roared in delight. Tiger, help me! At this moment, the tiger was running wildly. He had been searching for the desolate god black bat in the other direction, and upon hearing the whistling sound, he instantly brought his manpower and extreme support. At this moment, who saw that the heavily injured black bat was running wildly in the opposite direction, and immediately looked surprised. Just leave the following to me. A heavily battered black bat with a handful of pinches. Stupid thing. With a contemptuous smile, who crossed over Suli and charged straight ahead. The moment both sides were about to make contact and collide, who bowed and stepped sideways, sensitively dodging this lunge of the black bat, preparing to consume the opponent's stamina with a lingering fight. The life force of this juvenile body desolate god was powerful. Even if it was already a heavily injured body, it was not impossible to pull him on his back before dying. So he had absolutely no intention of responding to it head-on, but instead wanted to temporarily entangle the black bat, and wait until Suli had finished returning to his strength, and then naturally, under the combination of the 2 phases, he could easily put him to death. Yet as good as the vision was, the next development of the situation was beyond his expectations. Fishy winds fluttered across the face, only to see the black bat after a hit parry completely did not continue to pursue as who expected, but the broken body steeply erupted into a loud, thunder-like sound. And then the black bat body's short black hard hairs exploded in unison, as if the steel needles generally rooted and stood up. A huge warning sign rose violently from the heart of Suli, who was returning his breath. Not good. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, the body of the small black bat was like 10,000 arrows firing at the same time. Countless steel needles and hard hairs shot out like a violent storm, covering tens of meters in a radius, the sky and the ground, the front and back, and all the ranges of 365 degrees. The steel needles and hard hair shot from the sky. There was nowhere to hide in the sky or on the ground, and the speed was even faster than bullets. The tiger who was closest between the horror reacted extremely fast. The whole body suddenly changed. A thick bark-like defense began to condense on top of the original skin, encasing it. Tinkerbell. A large number of steel needles were held against the bark. Suli, who was not far from who, and the ordinary people who rushed to help were not so lucky. Suli saw that it was not right, immediately reached out and grabbed an ordinary person. Can barely block the door face, has not yet been set to cover his body. The next instant, arms, chest, abdomen, legs, the whole body of the main door, more than 50 of the parts were pierced by steel needle hard hair, penetrating, leaving only hundreds of blood holes as thin as pinholes. Only for an instant. Suli's body trembled violently for a moment, and then the whole person looked like a sieve with countless blood beads gushing out, staggering and flopping to the ground. still convulsing. On the other side, the other ordinary people didn't react at all and avoided taking a wider hit. The steel needles were like a rainstorm, and tens of hundreds of fine blood holes appeared on their arms, shoulders, heads, and other parts of their bodies, and they fell directly to the ground screaming in agony, as if they were burned by flames. Help me! Ouch! Captain Inhu! Help me! In a matter of moments, these ordinary people were voiceless. Not a single one of them left. All of them dying of gas under the attack of the black bats. Black bat. This hand-to-body bristles attack means simply like 360 degrees of non-discriminatory and non-dead angle rainstorm pear blossom needles. Faster than a bullet gives its unparalleled penetration. Even if it is the combat leather armor on their body cannot withstand the amazing penetration of steel needle hard hair. What's more, all the steel needles and hard hairs that entered his body were still stained with the black bat's extremely corrosive blood, which was like a strong corrosive toxin invading his body. Though not fatal enough to make his body seem like it was filled with lead and couldn't move, even an awakened person would find it difficult to resist, let alone an ordinary person. And from this, it was also evident that the black bat toxin was intense. At this very moment, only Ian who retained his fighting strength in the entire field. Su Li had already been seriously injured. If not for the strong physique of the alien, he would have already died. Even so, after wasting a few hours and not being able to get treatment from the shelter, he would only end up dying with a grudge. And those ordinary people didn't even use the qualification of cannon fodder. All of them died in a single shot. Roar. At this time, the body bare, black epidermis exposed to the outside of the black bat. A cruel chirp. Show the tenacious to the extreme vitality. Sharp claws probing grasp. Straight to the whole body wrapped in thick bark of the Ian tiger lunged. Ferocious flames. Heavens. Shit. Ian who didn't even have time to take a look at the rear. Foul-smelling fishy wind came to the face. Ian who veins rippled, all the sinews chirping, narrowly avoided the black bat with the fierce and vicious pouncing, but more than a few deep visible bone wounds on the chest. At the same time, half of his body was also grazed by the black bat's steel-like body, and flew out backwards like a cannonball, crashing through a withered wood that was the thickness of a person's embrace, and crashed to the ground. The black bat beast was even more excited, making a sharp stop and once again dragging its tattered body towards the direction where the Ian tiger had landed. This beast, one wrong move and the whole game is lost. At this moment, the Ian tiger who fell to the ground was in severe pain, only feeling as if all the blood in his body had condensed. The black bat's cruel, excited, and ugly big face approached rapidly, and the shadow of death attacked wildly, the half-kneeling Ian whose face twisted into a ball, and his whole body's energy boomed and rioted, violently catapulting backward. With a flip of his wrist, a whip emanated a rich emerald aura as if it were a poisonous snake roaming around, and it appeared in his hand. Next breath, Ian whose footsteps were so fast that he dragged out a series of ghostly green residual shadows behind him, and on the way of the stormy run, the long whip in his hand was violently flung, as if it was like a blade chopping out a narrow and long aura that seemed like a full moon in the air, and it erupted with the momentum of a comet attacking the moon. Bang! 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 Wherever the verdant-colored full moon Cheon passed by, whether it was a millstone-sized mountain rock or a huge tree the thickness of two people's hugs, all of them ruptured like tofu, while the Cheon crushed all the obstacles in front of it with unceasing momentum. Bastard! Die! Next, whoosh! 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 A few dull air explosions in succession. The long whip in Ian whose hand spewed out a morose light, as if it was a living creature possessing life as it hurriedly traveled through the void. Straight away, he smacked the black bat. Poof! The black bat was like a heavy blow, blood sprayed wildly, and at the same time, its strong forward momentum was lightly hooked and wrapped by Ian who single-handedly holding the whip, and then violently thrown in the opposite direction, directly thrown out. In the next moment, Ian who did not give black bat any chance to react at all once again lightning-like raised his hand, a fierce shot through the air. The air was suddenly green light, airflow rolling explosion in a meter-square green palm print formed in the void, with an unimaginable speed of ruthless crushing the air. Towards the black bats crashed. Boom! The next moment, like a thunderstorm, the cannonball exploded in the air. The ground in a circle of more than 10 meters shook fiercely. Was originally the end of the black bats were not capable of avoiding the Ian who this berserk energy bombardment and deafening loud noise and wild wind swept in all directions. But the black bat did not even last half a second. Immediately issued a heart-rending scream, the whole like being hit by a speeding train, and then in a series of firecracker-like bone rupture sound violently flew backwards out. In mid-air, subjected to an unimaginable force shock impact, above its flesh body was originally shot out of the wound by Su Li. Once again a large amount of blood was extruded and ejected, blood spilling into the air with a fluttering sound. The black bat eventually flew out more than 30 meters away, and then ruthlessly fell to the ground. His body was tattered and torn, as if it was sifting chaff that could not be stopped from trembling, struggled for a few moments, was unable to stand up, and ultimately wailed, dying of gas. Bah! Inhu wiped the wounds on his body and cursed, almost turned over in the gutter. Inhu turned his head to look at Suli, and his heart panicked as he hurriedly ran over. However, he saw that Suli was already in an extremely weak state. The body was glowing green, obviously quite poisoned. Inhu's gaze was grim. Damn it! Where's the flying squirrel? Suli's face was miserable. Dead, dead. Shenbei? Run, run. However, just after Suli's words fell, Shenbei proved with practical actions that he did not it was a soundless, but penetrating sniper rifle bullet that shot through Suli's forehead. I'm here. I'm always here. I'm everywhere. Shenbei crouched on a distant tree and muttered to himself. In the next moment, the gun was aimed directly at Inhu. Dead. Suli's forehead exploded, the still warm brain matter accompanied by blood splattered Inhu's face. Inhu slowly widened his eyes, the inner vibrations were unrelenting. He clearly didn't hear any sound, but he saw a bullet shoot into Suli's head. How is this possible? Inhu's brain reacted quickly, and the first time he realized that Suli was shot to death. It was Shenbei's masterpiece. He's also the only one carrying a sniper rifle, but what made his scalp smash down and his body tremble was why there were no shots. Could this bullet have been shot from a slingshot? This kind of silent firing of bullets is something that only a high-level alien who specializes in shooting can do, and Shenbei is nothing but an ordinary person. Guns need gunpowder. If you fire a gun, it makes a sound. He gulped, feeling that Shenbei was going to have more trouble than he expected. Next moment Inhu did not have time to think, nor could he take into account the already dead Suli. And even more so, he did not have the heart to drag the mission target, the black bat juvenile, with him. In a direct flash, his flesh erupted in emerald green light and plunged headfirst into the dirt. The surface of that ground was like the surface of the water, and the Yin tiger was like a fish that entered the water, directly disappearing. For Inhu, because he hadn't heard where the gunshots came from, he couldn't tell where Shenbei was at all. Hiding behind any tree may reveal your position, nowhere near as safe as drilling into the ground. It would also make Shenbei lose his target. As long as Shenbei conducts a search, he will be able to catch him. And when Shenbei, who was squatting on the dead wood in the distance, saw this scene, his expression froze slightly. This alien power is truly unexpected. Shenbei squatted on the tree without moving, but turned on the amplification system, simultaneously withdraw the Class V bullet from the chamber. In Shenbei's preconceived notions, it was the intention to use level 5 bullets to settle Yin Tiger with a single shot. Even if Inhu's reaction is fast enough to hide, he can still use the bullet will turn the character of the above Lord Dragon scene. But the truth exceeded Shenbei's prediction. This guy went into the ground. However, this was not a problem for Shenbei. Immediately, the consciousness connects to the cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 98, ammunition capacity 12, ammunition chamber remaining 24. The terminal is wirelessly connected for 500 meters. Editing instructions, invisible float 500 meters autofollow. Shenbei quickly set the order, forward 1000 meters. Cruise in silence. The air surged with slight fluctuations, and the still invisible cluster fire frisbee hovered over Suli's corpse, and Shenbei jumped off the tree, switched to a revolver which is more practical at close range. At this moment, the entire swampy deadwood forest was quiet without even a trace of wind. A light green mist filled the air. Before taking dozens of steps. A rustling sound was suddenly heard from Shenbei's amplification system. It was the sound of something moving underground. Was drilling in his direction. Shenbei had a calm face, naturally knowing that Inhu wanted to plan another unexpected attack from underground, but he's overthinking it. Next, the cluster fire frisbee in midair suddenly contacted stealth. The barrel of the gun drooped slightly as the fire flickered suddenly and without a sound. It's like a plastic bag dropped on top of a tall building, but the next breath, the shell exploded in the swamp 800 meters in front of Shenbei. A powerful shockwave instantly swept through the entire swamp, instantly lifting the originally calm mud. The mud was mixed with water splashes, forming a pillar of mud that rushed into the sky, like the roar of the swamp, and shot up into the sky. Under this tremendous force, the plants in the swamp were uprooted, accompanied by splashes of mud that made a messy trajectory in the air. The vibrations from the explosion caused the earth around the swamp to tremble, as if the entire wetland was trembling with rage. There was a dull thud as the mud fell, and the splash fell back into the swamp once more, stirring up a ripple. The air was heavy with the smell of earth and gunpowder, but there was no blood that Shenbei wanted to smell. Shenbei frowned. The shells of the cluster fire frisbee are modified. No engraved lines though. In fact, Shenbei had tried, but failed, to use the grain of a bullet to draw on a cannonball. It seems to be watered down, and the plugin doesn't give any hints, but not to mention the modified shells. Even the Institute's standardized high explosives could blow the Yin Tiger out, but Shenbei didn't see any flesh and blood. What there was were just chunks of fried meat from wire king worms and other creatures. Shenbei cocked his head, gazing at the bomb crater in front of him. In a short moment, a humanoid arm was found, but the humanoid arm was not made of flesh and blood, but a stake, similar to prosthetics in general. Seeing this, Shenbei's pupils shrunk violently. Underestimated him. Shinbei instantly thought that the rustling sound just now was not a tiger crawling underground. Instead, he was crawling with prosthetics he had created using his powers. Shinbei didn't hesitate for a second, directly commanded the cluster fire frisbee to bombard the battlefield in all directions without any dead ends. Since we don't know what direction the tiger is in, but I'm sure it won't get far at all in such a short time. Or rather, he didn't care to run, after all. He was a shifter, and he could still be scared off by an ordinary person? Boom boom boom, cluster fire frisbees poured shells once again. Artillery fire tore through the long simmering quiet of this somber and treacherous swampy hinterland. A shell full of destructive power was like a meteor of doom, cutting through the dense miasma and dragging a fiery tail flame straight down into the quagmire. The tumbling mud and water vapor intertwined into a world of chaos. Shinbei's gaze kept sweeping. A picture of hell danced across his face in the light of the explosion. Under such intense artillery bombardment, Shinbei didn't believe that he couldn't blow up the tiger's flesh. Sure enough, shell plowing and bombing. Just one round. A black shadow was 300 meters away from Shinbei and leapt out of the swampy mud. Tiger, mighty mountain, missed you, right? Ha ha. Shinbei's voice sounded eerie and vast, and seemed to make the boundless smoke and vapor boil up, as if leaping and cheering. At this moment, who was like a silent and stubborn stone, bearing the tidal wave of pain coming from every part of his body. A bloody hole was blown open in his abdomen. His internal organs were shattered, and the spine of his back was deformed and bent. The face was more of a mixture of blood and mud. How he didn't expect it, despite Shinbei's trickery and the great power of his guns. However, whose plan for reclining and intending to sneak up on him unexpectedly failed. That's nothing. What staggered him the most was the fire frisbee hovering overhead. Isn't this a shelter weapon? How come it's in Shinbei's hands? Moreover, the shape becomes bigger and the firepower is more intense. It shouldn't be. This bombing weapon, after use, is automatically returned to the Institute. Also, when did Shinbei bring this thing? Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. Shinbei. At this time, the tiger was like a blazing fire in the cold current of the icy ocean, and it was like a dying beast in a desperate situation. Painful and cold, silent and fierce, crazy and tough. Trying to get me killed with hot fire? You're overthinking it. The tiger was still charging at breakneck speed despite its broken body. It was the last of his madness. If he couldn't catch Shinbei again, he couldn't afford to spend it. Especially the fire frisbee in the sky is a huge threat. Shinbei raised his pistol as if he were calm and self-assured. It's you who are overthinking it. You know nothing about technology and have no sense of reverence whatsoever. Ta-da! Dull gunshots rang out like a raging wind and rain, and a flurry of bullets swept toward who at an astonishingly high speed. The speed with which Shinbei fired his gun was smacking. As if ignoring the massive recoil of a revolver, the bullets from the muzzle of the gun were like a multi-barrel machine gun spitting out a meter-long tongue of fire. At the same time, the cluster fire frisbee finished loading its shells and bombarded the tiger with shell after shell. At this time the guns were clattering, and a bullet and shell came and went in a staggering pattern. The tiger was surrounded by a rich life force, and the bark defense spawned by his supernatural ability seemed unbreakable. But that only referred to the Institute's shells. But in front of Shinbei's relentless artillery fire, it ultimately seemed unbearable. The violent shockwaves continued to penetrate the bark shield, throwing him into midair and landing him heavily on the muddy ground again and again, covered in sores and bruises. Eventually, when the last shell exploded near him, the bark shield could no longer withstand the devastating force and collapsed completely. Who was overturned by a huge wave of air and fell to the ground. He struggled feebly and just got up. The forehead burned. That's the searing heat of the barrel. Whose face was covered in blood and his eyes showed infinite resentment and indignation. Who the hell are you? I've never seen anyone in the wilderness who can play with a hot weapon in such a way that it's a threat to an alien. The corners of Shinbei's mouth flared up with a scowl, and the killing intent in his eyes was like substance. Being beaten should be upright, and getting to the bottom of the matter is meaningless. May there be no escape from hell. You bang, bang, bang. Serenity returns to Swamp Deadwood once again. Shinbei squatted beside the body of the tiger whose head had already burst into pieces, stabbed him in the mouth with the muzzle. Ha! Thought you had a hard head, but it's just an iron head. Clean up the battlefield from the various personnel could barely turn over a dozen or so mid-level crystal source cores. Not poor. Who goes out on missions? Shinbei smacked his lips and next dragged the black bat carcass to the vehicle that is the goal of this mission. Without it, Shinbei can't get the money. As for the corpses of Hu and the others, Shinbei did not even look at them. In this world, where one dies, there is his grave. No matter who died, even if General Yu Wu Chang died in battle, no one would collect the body. There will even be orgies. The whole world, a natural graveyard. Shinbei dug into the vehicle. This was the first time he had driven a modified car from this world. Checking down the power compartment, to Shinbei's relief, there were still remnants of crystal source core energy inside, which made it completely possible to pilot back to the shelter. Step on the gas. Boom. You can still feel the power and frenzy of the engines of the oncoming vehicles. In any case, The specialized off-road vehicle features of this world are by no means comparable to those of old-time vehicles, after giving up all sorts of safety features to protect the occupants of the car. And a big fancy color TV and refrigerator, the main focus is a performance. It's not just the four-wheel drive. It's not just the power. It's the suspension system that can be freely adjusted from 10 centimeters to 100 centimeters above the ground. The explosion-proof wheels that can each be freely steered at 180 degrees. And the crawling mode for special terrains that are the essence of the new age vehicles. Shinbei took one last look at the swampy deadwood forest, light a cigarette, took a hard drag with a kick of the gas. The vehicle scurried off with a direct catapult start. It was nearing dusk now, and the sky was beginning to darken, and the clouds above the moors were being blown away by a strong wind, letting in beams of red daylight. But the whole wilderness is still very monotonous in its scenery and colors. After about 10 hours of running, Shinbei saw the constantly writhing titan in the darkness. Back. However, in the next second, Shinbei realized that something was wrong. In the past, electricity was an extremely valuable resource in shelters, even with generators that use crystalline cores for kinetic energy. The output ratio is clearly a loss, usually only the upper echelon can afford it, but now, the extremely power-hungry searchlight headlights throughout the shelter were all turned on. Shining around in the nighttime wilderness, seems to be looking for something. Just then, someone called out a few times. The columns of light from the searchlights all shone on Shinbei's vehicle. Shinbei raised his arm to shield himself from the harsh light. A flicker of displeasure flashed under his eyes. He was just about to jump out of the car when he heard a stray roar coming from the shelter. A run. What are you waiting for? Evil seed. There are evil seeds behind you. Shinbei listened to the intermittent hissing sound that floated in the air, like a million cold winds blowing from the Arctic ice plain. Creepy. The entire body was covered in sweat, and it was as if his soul was about to freeze. Shinbei felt an incomparably oppressive, morose aura coming from behind him, like a substantial tide, coming from all directions. Shinbei's neck was incomparably stiff, and his hands were holding the steering wheel in a weak sweat. Slipping straight, his head trembled as he slowly looked backward. In an instant, Shinbei felt like his throat was being strangled by a large invisible hand. His breath was choked, and he could no longer speak. But see, under the searchlight, a demonic beast shaped as if it had broken out of its shell from the deepest depths of hell appeared in front of him. The back of the car is less than 100 meters away. The evil species is large enough to cover the sky. Its body was like a twisted and deformed black mountain, its surface covered with a lava-like hot and cracked hard shell, which was studded with countless writhing eyeballs and sharp bone spikes, each of which glittered with an ethereal light that made one's bones creepy. Beneath its immense torso, countless tentacles coiled and danced like voracious vipers, each one covered with incomparably sharp barbs and glands that dripped corrosive liquids, and wherever they passed, even hard rocks would be turned into pus, and at the end of those tentacles hidden in the darkness was a bloody mouth, ready to devour any living being that dared to approach. The center part of the evil seed was a never-ending heart, which beat frantically, emitting thunderous sounds and releasing evil energy ripples with every beat, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Despite being bruised and crippled, the evil seed was always able to grow new tissue from its wounds, and this immortality made any attack pale before it. The final chaos body. Shinbei spat out the name with difficulty in his throat. A horrible creature that seems to be cursed with eternal life. For a moment, Shinbei felt as if his life had been stripped away. Shinbei dared to fight with ferocious beasts, and dared to fight with the exalted, but in the face of the evil seed, all his own means pale in comparison. Shinbei, what the fuck were you thinking? Run! Suddenly, Rourke's yell came. Shinbei was jolted to run. Run or die. 300 meters. As soon as you run within 300 meters, you are within Titan shelter. 300 meters of life and death. Shinbei stepped on the gas with the grumpiness of stepping into a powerhouse. The wheels of the SUV spun in place and gravel popped up on him, whooshing. The corner of Shinbei's eyes almost pulled out residual shadows as the SUV shot out. Step on the gas. Don't let go of your foot. Step on it hard. Hold on to the steering wheel. The personnel on the shelter kept waving their arms and shouting. On the driver's seat of the SUV, Shinbei was sweating profusely, breathing heavily, and his hands gripping the steering wheel looked very stiff. He really didn't understand why it was so hard to drive at this moment, having looked like a cowboy western tramp before returning from the swampy deadwood forest and in the mood to shoot at ferocious beasts. But now, the escape is skewed by nervousness and a complete inability to harmonize the movements of the hands and feet. It's as if as soon as he touches the steering wheel, parts of his body start acting on their own, and his judgment of space, speed, and distance is subject to frequent errors. The good thing is, battle armor is an exomechanical skeleton. Shinbei, in order to prevent the steering wheel from going off at a distance of 300 meters, directly cutting off the power module, leaving the battle armor in a state of deadlock, relying on mechanical strength to maintain a tight grip on the steering wheel without letting go. The buggy was getting faster and faster, but the limit is only 50 mph after all. Off-road performance is about dealing with complex wilderness terrain, not speed. What's more, the back was carrying black bat corpses that weighed over 3 tons. 300 meters. 280 meters, 250 meters, 200 meters. Close. It's getting closer. The people inside the shelter were also chanting, the evil seed has not moved. It seems to be uninterested in you. Lucky guy. Shenbei. You can even stop and provoke the lower evil seed. Ha ha. Shenbei finally let out a sigh of relief as he listened to the shouts of the crowd. Thoughts tumbled in his mind. Was this still a polite evil breed? What a rarity, but his relief lasted only a second before a sudden change occurred. The massive body of that evil seed, final chaos body, directly covered and pressed down like a collapsing Tarzan. The tidal wave that tumbles through the air falls lightly straight across the road that Shenbei must take a squeak. Shenbei activated his battle armor at the first opportunity and slammed on the brakes. The vehicle does not lose speed under inertia, after stopping. A mere 10 meters from the evil species. The occurrence of this scene caused the personnel inside the shelter to be instantly startled. Luoku even pounded the fence, ruthlessly stomped out the cigarette. The instantly disappeared starflame. As Shinbei's life dimmed. He cursed. Grass. Call me Godfather. K tilted his head and looked at Rourke, then turned his head to look at the vehicle that had been completely obscured by the evil species. A firm shake of the head. Little bastard. Rourke cursed again and turned away. At this point, the rest of the shelter shook their heads and left. This time, no one can elope with Shinbei's death. In this world, the most worthless thing is sympathy. It's the main theme, but only K was picking at the fence, crossing his legs and looking over his shoulder after facing Shinbei, who could reach the safe zone of the shelter in just less than 200 meters. He was stopped by the evil species across the street. Those who staffed the shelter shook their heads, and no one reported kosher or size. Like the curtain fell on a play, the restaurant closed, and the building was empty. No one would think that Shinbei would survive. With a cry of, may there be no escape from hell, the residents left. It's time to eat, drink and be merry. In this world, anyone who dies is simply dead. Escape is still on the run. It won't change because of who comes along or dies. Everyone's blood is cold. It's really not hot. Even Roke, who had a good relationship with Shinbei, only K was still clinging to the fence, craning his neck to look out, his eyes flashing with tension and depression. At this very moment, Shinbei's road is completely blocked. The countless tentacles of the evil seed final chaos body dissolved into the darkness, instantaneous. The vertical telephones on the tentacles all lit up like a light bulb floating in the air, or a falling star, confusing and fantastical. Grass. Shinbei cursed and didn't give up hope of survival. In this world, the evil seed is an indestructible and immortal being, and I don't know if it's because the exalted don't do enough damage or something else. It's just undefeatable anyway. But that doesn't mean that the evil species will kill all humans in seconds in one shot. It wasn't as if that black smoke-like evil species had chased after them for a while before killing more than 30 people in the first place. Thinking of this, Shinbei felt that he still had hope and could not give up with his hands tied or be scared out of his wits by the evil seed. The SUV roared to life again. Immediate limbs reacted swiftly. Brake pedal slammed to the bottom. Tires and the ground friction violently. Instantly rose a white smoke. As if a volcano eruption out of the lava fog, the tires let out a piercing, shrill hiss. As if the beast was wailing before it died. The car shuddered violently and the engine roared with fury. The rear wheels skidded wildly, gripping, stalling, and gripping again in a hard, high-speed spin that defied physical convention, leaving a deep tire mark on the ground. In that instant, the entire car almost slid sideways against the ground, the body showing an extremely exaggerated sideways tilt, as if it was going to overturn in the next second, but then regained its balance in a millisecond. With Shinbei's precise and incomparable operation, the SUV danced a gorgeous arc in the air like a sharp sword, and completed a 180-degree inside to turn around swiftly and smoothly. A nice drifting maneuver straight out into the night-littered wilderness. The SUV Shinbei was driving hadn't known how many times it had dashed off the road. There are no roads in the wilderness. Or rather, on the run. Any direction is a road. An hour later, Shinbei took the time to look back. That evil species still opened its huge body, like a big net chasing and enveloping. Faster, faster. Shinbei kept stepping on the gas. The speed of the buggy, however, was clearly not up to speed, always hovering moderately at 50 mph. And that evil species that covered the sky with its size, running speed is obviously faster than the SUV. Like a tide of water surging over, beads of sweat slid down Shinbei's forehead. Feeling like a mouse being teased by a cat. It is extremely unwise to circle back to the shelter. The more you go around in circles, the closer you get to the straight line of the evil species. One can only smother and keep a straight line to maximize the distance. However, the moment of truth, the engine of the SUV, which lacked maintenance and was traveling at high speed, suddenly emitted white smoke. The mph meter began to fall off a cliff. Shinbei's teeth ached. It wasn't fast enough, and this time the engine was still failing. Next moment, Shinbei was extremely decisive, pulling out the intermediate crystal source core and dropping it into the power module of the battle armor. There was a humming sound from the battle armor's power system. Power pull full. After Shinbei's divine sense gave the order, the visualization panel flashed with red light. Even Shinbei could feel the heat and nowhere to vent the kinetic energy generated by the power module running at full power. In the next breath, Shinbei kicked the car door and directly chose to jump out of the car. His figure tumbled out violently to the left. In that moment, time seemed to be stretched out. Space twisted and distorted around him, and the bands of energy light on his battle armor flickered fiercely with his movements, as if they were as bright and dazzling as stars exploding. The moment he landed, Shinbei used his strength to roll over and set off a storm of dust on the hard ground, as if it was a huge shockwave stirred up when a meteorite hit the earth. The several consecutive tactical tumbling movements, combined with the close repetition of the battle armor, diffused the tremendous inertial impact. Immediately after that, without waiting for the dust to settle, he instantly stood up, and under the powerful propulsion built into his battle armor, his figure instantly transformed into a blistering shadow as he sprinted forward, running wildly at full speed. Shinbei's feet stepped through the wilderness mixed with broken rocks and withered vegetation, and every step he took stirred up dust and sand. The battle armor power module, which had pushed the speed to its limit, 60 miles per hour. Each leap of Shinbei seemed to challenge the bondage of gravity, leaving a trail of residual shadows looming in the air. The visual panel kept flashing red. Shinbei directly shielded, preferring to burn out the power module of the battle armor rather than stopping the running speed. It's playing for keeps. The only consolation was that the warjacks ran a fraction faster than the buggies. Take a look back. Like a nightmare was the evil seed, flashing a multitude of bloodthirsty eyes, still in hot pursuit, but both sides seemed to be pulling away from the pace. Shinbei's heart was relieved for a moment, but he did not slacken his nerves, continue to run wildly. I don't know how much time has passed. The eastern horizon was tinted a pale rose color, the shy silhouette of the first sun when it had not yet fully broken free of its dark bondage. Soft and full of power, the sunrise gradually unfolded like a huge watercolor canvas, relighting in a fantastic way the wasteland that had once been silent in the darkness of the night. Shinbei looked up ahead. The dilapidated remains of the building were outlined in mottled shapes in the dim light, rusted iron frames and broken concrete glistening with a cold, mysterious silver-gray sheen in the morning light. Shinbei instantly deflected his figure by a few points, bypassing urban ruins. If you dive headfirst into the city, the mass of rubble will be a speed bump. Within a few breaths, the evil seed would catch up with him and land him in a place where his body would perish until the sun is fully up. The whole world brightened up. Shinbei also bypassed the urban ruins and once again ran wildly into the wilderness. On the road of death, Shinbei kept adding intermediate crystal source cores to the battle armor power module, burning money. Absolute burnout. Compared to his life, Shinbei felt that it wasn't enough, and he hated to stuff in a high-level crystal source core to stimulate the battle armor's more powerful kinetic energy. However, Shinbei knew that the advanced crystal source core was useless, and the class of the battle armor limited the maximum hourly speed. About an hour later, Shinbei crossed a hill and sprinted down, and a group of humans suddenly appeared in his vision. It should be a group from some shelter that came out to hunt ferocious beasts for meat. There were 4 vehicles in all in disrepair. The lead green Jeep had iron welded to it in various places, graffiti on the doors and front end, and the man driving the Jeep was a man with a dirty braid all over his head, and on the co-pilot, a bald giant man with wrists the size of duck pears, holding his shoulders, seems to have seen Shinbei's running figure eyeing the tiger. The sound of a car attacked. The shouts, the whistles, the tires of the Jeeps running wild, the ghostly thugs, the magazines strapped to their chests, the frenzied dancing carbines, all of it signaled that there was no such thing as the good guys. Hey, kid, come over here and have some fun. Don't run. You're exhausted and your ass is not protected. Robbery. Hand over the crystal source core on your body. Which shelter? However, only a few seconds after they had discovered Shinbei, their original open-hearted expressions gave a violent lurch. One of them is that Shinbei moves too fast. The second is that behind the hill, a black and strange shadow appears. When the strange shadow completely climbed up the mountain and revealed its true form, everyone was stunned for a moment. Boundless fear crowned the room. There were even people who couldn't stand up well enough to fall off the bus and onto the ground. Shit! That's the evil seed. This guy is slipping evil seeds. Turn the corner. Don't run toward us. The carbine frantically gulped its ton of fire, leaving a row of bullet holes in Shinbei's path of advance. This threat was irrelevant to Shinbei even. Shinbei's running speed did not stop, and with a twist of his feet, the whole person ran straight towards them. Pulling them along for the funeral would also reduce the speed at which the evil seed could catch up. A dead friend of the road. Not a poor man. Asshole. Turn crooked. Grass. Let's run. Let's get back to the shelter. The Jeep, which had been wobbling, instantly accelerated and began to turn corners because of the terrain. 2 Jeeps collided at high speed and completely stalled. The upside-down Jeep drew a parabola in the air and smashed down with a windy sound that made people's eyes widen, making a deafening muffled sound and plowing backward more than 6 meters of tumbled earthskin. Those who were thrown out screamed and wailed. The 2 remaining cars sped off with no regard for their teammates who had been left behind. The dozen or so people were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place. Not knowing what to do, they only reacted when Shinbei brushed past them annoyed. He picked up his rifle and started shooting at Shinbei. Shinbei didn't have any thoughts of entangling with them, and with a few S-shaped walks, he directly disappeared into their field of vision. Just then, a large shadow pressed down in the air. The evil seed descends. Ah! Help me. LOL. The moment the evil seed descended, emotions of panic, fear, and even malevolent unwillingness surged through their hearts as if they were waves of shock. Abruptly, the uncountable tentacles of the evil species instantly pierced through the bodies of these humans who didn't have time to escape. A sharp pain as if their souls were torn apart came steeply from their minds, immediately causing them to let out a hissing scream, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, rolling and struggling madly, and the evil species' tentacles seemed to be hollow, sucking them into dry corpses in the blink of an eye. The tentacles threw the dryad out like garbage and smashed it to the ground. A corpse, like smashed glass, shattered into pieces of flesh. The evil seed's hungry greed seemed to be satisfied and stayed in place for a while, drifting away in general towards the north. At this moment, Shinbei stopped in the south. Look out, evil species completely left. Nerves suddenly loose, fell to the ground. He was lying on the great wilderness floor, gasping for breath uncontrollably. The long run was close to 3 hours, despite the help of the battle armor. He was tired and dizzy. If his life wasn't threatened, this kind of high-intensity running would definitely be untenable. It took a good 10 minutes or so of intense panting. Shinbei finally recovered a bit from the terrible pain that tore through his soul, and lay on the ground in a sorry state before lifting his head with difficulty, filling a mouthful of fresh water, and chewing his food quickly. The tired internal organs begin to be replenished with nutrients. Shinbei gets back to his feet. He knew that the hunt was not over. The evil seed is gone though, but even a group of humans suffered uncrowned disaster. Naturally, he will not take kindly to himself, and surely this location should be very close to the gang's shelter. After all, the fact that it was meeting them just as the sun was rising meant that they hadn't been out for long. It wouldn't be long before the 2 jeeps that had fled would return and exact their revenge. It would be useless to reason with them about their helplessness. That's tantamount to pushing yourself into the fire. In this world, reason cannot feed the stomach, much less bring people back from the dead. Whoever it is knows in his heart that the world that escapes has to have a heart that feeds 3 evils first. What a ridiculous thing to do. The gas first to crush a head before, and then life and death again, or not? Negotiation? No negotiations, just bullets. There is, of course, the possibility of negotiation between shelters and sanctuaries. Anyone else who has caused such a thing would be delusional to reason and ask for forgiveness and pardon from the other side. With a thought, Shinbei gave an order for the battle armor to conduct a self-check. After all, the battle armor was always kept at a high load, and one could even smell a burnt odor. The estimates are not objective. Self-test in progress. Also pulling cluster fire frisbee data. Cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 38, ammunition capacity 12, ammunition chamber remaining 24. The terminal is wirelessly connected for 500 meters. Editing instructions, invisible float 500 meters autofollow. Shinbei looked away. Luckily, there was still kinetic energy left in the cluster fire frisbee, so I was really afraid that it wouldn't have enough kinetic energy and would fall straight down from the high altitude. It's not fun to fall on your ass. Currently supporting it until it returns to shelter 36. No problem. Just then a message popped up on the battle armor visual panel. Self-test complete. Upper body frame, including head support unit, shoulder assembly, chest armor plate, back support structure and spine simulator, shoulder module, elbow actuator, wrist and hand exoskeleton, etc. intact. Lower body frame, damaged. Listed below: hip joint component, 30 damaged, knee module, 50 damaged, ankle driver, damaged 50, foot thruster, damage, 90, power module, damage, 70, control system, including sensors, neural interfaces, etc. intact, life support systems, including oxygen supply, cooling systems, heating units and waste disposal facilities, etc. complete, skeleton structure, minor damage, power transmission cable, infrared vision cable disconnected, otherwise intact. Go through the information carefully. The problem is not very big. The upper body is not affected in any way, and lower body limb movements may be a bit stiffer. After having a number in mind, Shinbei knew how to deal with the following pursuit. Take a look to the west. Sure enough, there were dust dragons rolling across the edge of the sky, the dust raised by the jeep. Heading in this direction, Shinbei activated the battle armor again, and the power module output was once again pulled to its limit. Even if I burn the power module, I have to run inside the ruined metropolis or I'm a target. Shinbei's figure lurched, made a dash, and ran out in the direction from which he came. The Avengers, who had chased after them, were unknown, and there were a few shifters in there. Fighting in the wilderness is definitely not in one's absolute best interest. Only the alleyway warfare of the Steel Forest, one by one, is the right choice. Damn, Captain Blacktooth, we lost a lot of men. The bald giant man sitting in the car had a brutal gleam in his eyes and squealed in extreme exasperation. The one known as Blacktooth was the man with the dirty braids all over his head, and the look on his face was all cold and stern, creating a large, extremely depressing, somber, as if a great tribulation was imminent, haze that enveloped the car. They had just fled back to Shelter 12, and after reporting the situation to their leader, Red Cloud Lie, they saw that the evil species had left immediately. He requested Red Cloud Lie to ask for additional manpower to come out and hunt for revenge. According to Blacktooth's description, Red Cloud Lie took a keen interest in Shinbei's battle armor, hardly hesitated, and asked to bring back the battle armor to send it to the Research Institute for research. At this moment, Blacktooth let out a low roar. Hurry up, Chase! Don't let the guy run away from me! The driver slammed on the gas and the speed climbed. Another naughty Blacktooth turned his head to the bald big man and said, "Sure Xin, there's no need for you to talk nonsense. When I catch him, that guy in the battle armor, I'll make sure to destroy him to pieces." The bald big man, Sure Xin, gritted his teeth. "This is the first time I've ever had someone dare to slip the evil seed. What a bold fellow," Blacktooth grunted, his gaze directed straight ahead. "It's just that this evil seed terminal chaos body isn't fast enough, and it's also been injured. Otherwise, how is it that it's being walked like a dog by a human? Wounded?" Stoneheart snapped. "How can you tell?" There was an undisguised sneer in Blacktooth's eyes. "Could it be that initially you were scared silly and hadn't even looked closely?" Stoneheart's mouth twitched. Unable to speak. He did almost piss himself at first. There are quite a few evil species in the wasteland, but because the wilderness is so small and the shelter is always on the move, the probability of encountering an evil species is not great. It was the first time he'd ever run into an evil species head-on outside of an asylum, naturally a bit flustered. Where there is still the heart to observe what? Blacktooth's gaze was extremely deep, and there was no joy or sorrow above his countenance as he slowly spoke. "The location of this evil seed's heart is scarred to the point of being exposed, and although the wounds are healing, it looks like it has suffered a not-so-light amount of damage." Stoneheart sucked in a breath of cold air as his brain buzzed and exploded. The others in the car were also startled. "Injured? Evil seed injured? Wouldn't that mean that?" Sure Xin asked with some excitement at that moment. "Isn't the evil seed immortal? How could it be injured? And does it mean that the evil seed will also die?" Blacktooth shook his head. "I don't know why this evil seed was injured, but one thing that can be said is that the evil seed didn't die, and this record still hasn't been broken." At this moment, a commoner, clutching his rifle, picked up the conversation and said, "I've heard of people seeing the corpses of evil species. Alas, they must have been killed by humans. It's only you naive mealies who believe that the corpses of the evil species were wiped out by us humans." Blacktooth spoke nonchalantly. The crowd sniffed and buried their heads. What was wrong with believing this? Who wants to run away for the rest of their lives? Blacktooth took a deep breath and exhaled. "It's useless to think about all that bullshit. The current task is to avenge our brothers." A sentence directly ignited the depressed gas in the hearts of the crowd, each wailing, "Damn it, I don't know which shelter this man is from. Pure and simple woe is him. Just fuck him and be done with it. More than 10 of us can't take him? Don't get him dead yet. I'm going to get him." The crowd was agitated and outraged. For them, bullying others? That's normal. When others bully them, it's the reverse of the Big Dipper. This can't be tolerated. They kept urging the driver to increase the gas pedal, not wanting to wait a moment, hating to break that culprit into pieces right now, but Blacktooth still had a few moments of rationality. He pressed his hand and said, "This person is wearing a battle armor and running at an amazing speed. I think it must be an equipment beyond our prediction. We can definitely hold him with more people, but we should be careful not to turn over in the gutter and lose our hand." The crowd nodded with deep appreciation. Ho! Shinbei was almost at the point where the power module was about to burn out. Finally made it back to Ruin City. Shinbei was here and completely wiped out the Avengers that came after him. There is no possibility of reconciliation between the parties, nor does that possibility exist for Shinbei. The blame could only be placed on the bad luck of those who had died tragically at the hands of the evil seed, and the Avengers who went after it were just asking for it. Of course, Shinbei could also continue running all the way back to Shelter 36, but the tail doesn't get rid of it, and it's still an endless source of trouble in the future. Therefore, you can't leave the roots of the grass on the chopping block. Shinbei chose Ruin Metropolis as the battlefield after stepping inside. It was as if Shinbei had awakened his fighting gene. The blood was rushing, the heart beating fast, his palms itched and his nostrils couldn't wait to smell the blood. Moving along the road, the skyscrapers that used to tower above the clouds seemed to have been mercilessly gnawed by the beast of time, leaving only the crumbling skeletons standing crookedly. At the end of the street, abandoned vehicles are cluttered together like clotted blood clots in the veins of a dead city. Shinbei's stepped between the rubble and the broken walls, making a slight friction sound that echoed in the chest of this dead city, meticulously observing every favorable terrain that could be a sniping spot. In his mind, he silently calculated the wind direction, light, and line of sight obstruction, trying to find out the best position that would allow him to conceal himself and launch a fatal strike on the enemy. Shinbei probably walked for more than 10 minutes, climbing over the cracked buildings. The figure was as agile as a cat, sometimes dangling by broken beams, sometimes flashing between broken glass windows, and finally stopping at the top of a half-collapsed high-rise building. It had an open view, and the surrounding ruins masked a natural barrier, providing him with just the perfect ambush point, with only a few dozen houses besides a public building and a small church. It was obviously not a prosperous place. Even in the olden days. He took out the Barrett sniper rifle and skillfully assembled and debugged it, and then ordered the battle armor to change color, blending silently into the background like a ghostly shadow waiting for its prey to appear. A little cooler today with cooler temperatures, Shinbei crouched on the cold broken wall, looking down at the metropolis below that had long since turned into ruins. The wind constantly swept past him, and because there were damaged areas in the battle armor that caused it to be poorly sealed, the silky cold wind forced its way into his battle armor. Shinbei's body temperature had dropped to exactly the same level as the environment, and the wind didn't make him feel any colder, but Shinbei still disliked the cold. It made him uncomfortable. The low temperature would slow down the blood flow, as if his own self and even the world were slowly solidifying. It didn't take long. A dozen people appeared in Shinbei's field of vision. Shinbei saw two familiar faces, a man with a full head of dirty braids and a big bald man. The two men at the front of the group were obviously experienced hunters, their line of sight covered like a finely interwoven net, sweeping for suspicious traces in their field of vision without omission. They were drawn up in ranks, very organized and obviously well trained. Despite their appearance, they looked like a bunch of uncivilized savages. However, the tactical coordination could be much better than the people Shinbei had encountered before. A dozen of them were close to a kilometer apart front to back. In Shinbei's field of vision, even some of the people could not be seen, and there was only a blurry black dot. Shinbei huffed. The battle armor still needs to be upgraded, but hopefully next time it will be upgraded to assist in magnifying the vision. At this point, in the distance, two of them were also constantly looking to the short hills on either side, and they were obviously experts at long-range sniping, their eyes sweeping over possible sniping spots again and again. Shinbei could feel that these two people's gazes had swept past his hiding place several times, but they should have realized nothing most of the time. If it's a firearms specialized alien sniper looking for another sniper, it relies on the infrared aspect of their visual abilities. This is a required awakening ability for gunnery specialization. However, Shinbei had lowered his body temperature to the point where it was exactly the same as his surroundings, and being 1,000 meters away from each other, as well as the appearance of the battle armor completely blending in with the surroundings, far from the red battle armor they had seen earlier with preconceived ideas. It is naturally difficult for them to notice, much less imagine your battle armor changing colors. I'm afraid that in their eyes, only red objects will raise their alarm. Blacktooth and the others quickly entered the ruined metropolis. This guy is not a man at all, Sure Xin said with a big grin. Surprisingly, he ran all the way into the ruins. Blacktooth looked at the personnel in front of him searching various areas and faintly returned. This is a cunning fox. From the moment the evil seed left, he anticipated that we were going to hunt him down and ran into this place to hide in advance. What's in hiding? Sure Xin laughed, full of contempt. It's just delaying his death. I remember this guy carrying a sniper rifle. He should be a sniper. Blacktooth looked around for clues. A good sniper is long on patience. We may have to burn some time before we can catch. Blacktooth's words were not yet finished. A chill swept through his heart, so strong that he couldn't help but shiver, and immediately yelled, "All take cover!" In an instant, he grabbed the heart of the stone, while sprinting like lightning into the opposite house. Bang! A slightly muffled shot echoed over the ruined metropolis, but it was a sniper occupying the bell tower of the chapel that fell in response. The first shot was still echoing over the abandoned town when another shot rang out. Before the sound of the gunshot reached everyone's ears, the second sniper expert, who had set up his sniper position on the second floor of a house, fell down and a strangely powerful bullet blasted right through the wall, entrapping mud and dust and blowing half of his chest to pieces. A bloody arm flew out of the window at the other end and fell to the center square below. This time Shinbei cleared the approaching targets with ordinary bullets. There are silent bullets, but not many. It has to be used in the knuckle of surprise and attack. These small fry, even if exposed to gunfire, are harmless. It's a bullet from 1,300 meters away. Sure Xin listened to the sound of the gunshot and turned a little pale. After avoiding the house, he leaned against the window and peered out as the sniper specialist's arm dropped in a straight line right in front of his eyes. It's 410 meters. Blacktooth corrected the error in Stoneheart's estimation, but his face was very ugly. After all, he was a 4th-ranked fighting exalt in the combat department. The main strength is close rapping. Long-range sniping is not his forte. At this point, it doesn't take too much complex analysis to realize that they fell into a trap. The terrain in the vicinity was not complicated, and with Shinbei occupying the favorable terrain, and the two sniper experts on his side having been taken out in the first place, it could be said that the situation of this battle had already become a losing battle for ordinary people. You can only rely on yourself and Stoneheart to conduct a breakout chase. Just as Blacktooth was calculating how to quickly arrive at Shinbei's location, sniper shots rang out in rapid succession as personnel planted themselves one by one from the tops of houses. Shout after shout rang out in the ruined metropolis as they searched for a safe spot while cluelessly trying to determine the direction of the sniper. However, Shinbei's shooting speed was just a bit too fast, So fast that it was unlike a sniper. Anyone who looks around immediately invites a bullet. Those thin walls of these houses under the ravages of age do not serve as a cover at all. Of the tendons in Blacktooth's face continued to throb as each shot that came his way felt like it was pounding on his heart. Within a short period of time, Shinbei had already fired 13 rounds of bullets, killing at least 8 people. And after seeing what happened to the second sniper expert, he no longer held any hope of survival for those who had been hit. The power of the bullets used by the other party was clearly not to leave any survivors. Every death means his team is weakened. He's an ordinary person. Stoneheart came to a conclusion. Blacktooth glared. What the fuck does that even mean? The firearms used by gun-specialized aliens are all different. Or rather, the gun used, which is a small cannon, and the opposite side of Shinbei is just plain old bullets. Just then, a teammate, very experienced and brave, raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Shots rang out in quick succession, the first opening a large hole in a broken exterior wall in front of Blacktooth, while the second shot went through the hole, punching the floor completely through, blasting a large cloud of dust within the next floor, broken wood and dust even spewing out of the window. In an instant, an extremely agile figure went through the window along with the smoke, and as soon as he hit the ground he immediately sprang up and rushed like a cheetah towards another house where he could hide. Blacktooth watched the figure leap out and exclaimed, "Good job! Forced him out. Go!" Blacktooth was the first one to rush out of the house and quickly rushed towards Shinbei. After Shinbei was forced out, Blacktooth burst into intense sadistic desire and elation immediately. He greeted Stoneheart and rushed out. As long as Shinbei showed up, under the crowd's encirclement, there was only a way to die. Sure, Xian ran even faster, and the already dilapidated streets under his feet crumbled into spiderweb cracks with every step he trampled. Just in time to in Blacktooth's field of vision, a black dot suddenly appeared in the house where Shinbei had disappeared. What's that? Blacktooth was confused. Looking at the shape like a bullet, the flight stirred up air ripples, a high-frequency vibration emitted by the bullet when it flew. Bullets? Blacktooth was almost dazed. How come? How could there be no gunshots for bullets? Stoneheart, watch out! Blacktooth was also in the process of not pondering why Shinbei, an ordinary person, would shoot silent bullets. Extremely quick to speak up and warn. Although Stoneheart's defense also reached the 3rd rank, but a sniper shot won't kill you, but it will still injure you. At this moment, Stoneheart was somewhat disdainful of Blacktooth's reminder. What about a sniper round? It's not like you're going to shoot yourself in maximum injuries. In the wilderness, injuries are as commonplace as they are commonplace, but Xian's hatred for Shinbei had a great tendency to overflow the screen. He also thought of capturing Shinbei alive and inflicting the most horrifying punishment and torture on him. Therefore, in a short instant, Stoneheart still chose to avoid it. He moved very swiftly, suddenly darting out to the side and then rolling over, eyeing the side of a house where he could immediately duck into the dead center of the shooting. Just then, another bullet silently penetrated the air and flew just shot at the landing point of Stoneheart's flying punt. In a blink of an eye, Xian's body suddenly splattered with a large amount of blood, and his entire body flew up off the ground, tumbling several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The body that landed on the ground was completely lifeless, as almost half of his waist was missing from his body. Even Stoneheart's tragic death didn't result in even a single wail. The death was so crisp and clean, without a pause. And all this happened in just 2 or 3 breaths. A 3rd-order psychic, dead. Blacktooth looked at the scene incredulously, instantly chilled to the bone from head to toe. He stood frozen in the clearing, almost forgetting that he was in the midst of a life-and-death situation. He knew very well that Shinbei's cunning far exceeded his own imagination. Shinbei first used 1 bullet to cause Xian to dodge, and then the second bullet was the skill of a real killer. This kind of calculation and mindfulness is comparable to the terror of a computer. How could he break through Stoneheart's defense? The Black Teeth at this moment could not imagine what kind of bullet Shinbei had used. This power is far beyond the limit of normal gunpowder bullets that can cause damage. Puzzling, confusion, creepy panic, all sorts of emotions filled his mind in a jumble. This seems like an ant that you normally see and don't even bother to stomp on, and Shinbei, this ant, had actually bitten the elephant to death in front of his eyes. This could pack more of a punch than a lion biting an elephant. An ordinary person, a sniper rifle, that is, God came. It is impossible to do a shot to kill a 3rd-order alien this kind of point. He sobered up abruptly, his face all icy and stern, and revealed a vague uneasiness. Blacktooth saw the location of the muzzle fire flashes on the opposite side of the ruins, but he still couldn't lock onto Shinbei at all. He yelled, picking up a rifle dropped by a teammate beside him. With the muzzle of his gun, he swept wildly at the places where Shinbei might be hiding. His finger heaved the trigger, and in an instant, the rifle let out a deafening roar. Like thunderbolts tearing through the silence, tongues of fire erupted from the muzzle of the gun, and tracer bullets flew as fast as an angry swarm of beasts towards Shinbei's hiding place. Forming a fiery and deadly trajectory, the dust around them stirred and tumbled from the violent firestorm, and the air was filled with the scent of smoke and burnt steel. Each gunshot was accompanied by a splash of debris. and each impact carved new wounds into the rubble. After the bullet is empty, Blacktooth bowed his body and rushed towards Shinbei's sniper position amidst the ruins of a decaying wall and rubble. Using the cover of various buildings and obstacles, with a distance of 1,500 meters, he needed close to a minute to charge it, but as long as he was allowed to get close enough to get within 500 meters, he was confident that he could suppress Shinbei's firepower. That means he still needs to cross 1,000 meters with death in tow. Blacktooth leapt forward swiftly, closing the distance between him and Shinbei with all sorts of unbelievable tactical maneuvers. Shinbei was still firing continuously. A bullet whistled past Blacktooth, but instead of celebrating the deviation of the trajectory of these bullets, his heart sank more and more. Miserable screams continued to come from behind him, and it was obvious that Shinbei's target was not him, but those of his teammates who were still hidden in the rubble, walls or roofs could not stop Shinbei's bullets at all. And for the targets behind the obstacles, the shooting pattern was very standard, ending the target's life one shot at a time. While the frequency of shooting and the speed of switching broke through any sniping rules, he knew Blacktooth was once again shocked by the unimaginable power of Shinbei's bullets. This penetration is too fantastical. It's like the walls are papier-mâché, maddening and mind-numbing. As Blacktooth kept breaking through and advancing to less than 800 meters away from Shinbei, all of Blacktooth's broad men died under Shinbei's gun except for the two cowards who hid in the basement. This time, Blacktooth saw that Shinbei's battle armor had turned into an earthy yellow tone, like a camouflage combat suit dotted with large pieces. Battle armor that changes color? Blacktooth's eyes fluctuated for a moment. There were also rifles shaped distinctly differently from old-time firearms, and ally magazines hanging from the side of their legs that looked so different from the other snipers. The people of the wilderness have a simple but effective way of perceiving strength. In their eyes, unpatched clothes, polished yet attractive metal objects, and oddly shaped firearms represent strength that cannot be countered. Of course, the most representative of power are the various combat vehicles. Shinbei's car had long been lost in the wilderness, but the equipment on his body was strong enough to show off. His features were still mostly hidden under a mask, and those calm, icy eyes were the most ethereal gleam in Blacktooth's eyes. Shinbei, even half kneeling, end of the rough and simple Barrett sniper rifle simply no longer hide their figure. When the face of the former Blackteeth pulled the trigger, the fire spewing from the shot was extraordinarily blinding. A particularly high-pitched scream suddenly came out from the ruins, and it was the heart-rending voice of a teammate who wanted to cooperate with Blacktooth to outflank Shinbei while running from the basement. Blacktooth turned around in horror to see a large hole blown through the outer wall of that teammate's small building, and the young man sprawled on the ground, howling uncontrollably, his entire buttocks stained red with blood. Shinbei turned his gun around and pointed it at Blacktooth, forcing him to make several evasive maneuvers in a row, and finally ducked behind a landscaped boulder before he felt at ease. "Kid, you're making an enemy of Asylum 12, Blacktooth, who was leaning against the back of the stone, snapped. He hated it so much that he had just lost almost all of his men in that fight, only one person left, or ordinary people, and Shinbei's bullets and marksmanship were so dominant that he couldn't lift his own head. At this moment, he was even suspecting that Shinbei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. "Can you represent Shelter 12? There was some vague disdain in Shinbei's icy voice. At the same time the muzzle swung slightly and his whole body poured into scanning the boulder. The boulders are too thick for the bullets to penetrate. As long as Blacktooth dared to venture out, one shot to the head. Of course, if Blacktooth didn't come out for a long time, Shinbei wouldn't mind using level 5 bullets. Listen to me, our chieftain, Red Cloud Lai, is very interested in you, so we might as well talk." Bang! Shinbei directly fired a shot, and the bullet crumbled on the boulder, provoking stones to tumble. That was Shinbei's answer. Talk? There's no talk. There's only one thing that can happen to a man who's been drained of all his surplus value and is still in enemy territory storming the wilderness, and Blacktooth didn't seem to be about to give up, constantly growling from behind the boulder. It also poked out a branch every now and then to tease Shinbei. This isn't Blacktooth meaninglessly wasting time. Instead, another teammate took this opportunity to already touch Shinbei, just as Blacktooth tried to shout to get Shinbei to give up his resistance and take a trip to Shelter 12. And Shinbei was spurring his opponent to step out of the boulder. Both sides were incredibly jealous. Blacktooth was afraid of Shinbei's weird gun skills and bullets. Shinbei also didn't want Blacktooth to close in on him. So far, Blacktooth hadn't shown any psychic abilities, without being able to feel the opponent's bottom card. The huge sword hanging over his head could not disappear, just as the two were at a standstill, unconsciously, behind Shinbei. An enemy that was almost like a cat touched up. I have to say that the combat literacy of this ordinary person absolutely hangs 90 of ordinary people. He was practically crawling with his chest to the ground. Every movement was slow and light, like a lizard waiting for an opportunity to hunt. One look and you can tell that you have received very professional training. Just as the enemy approached Shinbei with only 10 meters left, suddenly touching a transparent silk thread instantly, there was the sound of cans rattling out of thin air with a piercing clink. That was the early warning improvised device Shinbei had buried. It's simple, but hard to detect. This time, Shinbei violently turned back and drew his hand to blindly shoot a gun over. Bang! That enemy also reacted quickly, rolling on his side and flopping to the ground to avoid bullet fire at the first sign of the rattling cans exploding. As the enemy raised his gun to counterattack, his hand was only halfway up when it had to freeze in the air. For a dull saber was already at his neck. Shinbei's right hand slowly raised up, and that enemy had to tilt his head and stand on his tiptoes with it, from the slight tingling of his skin. This enemy could feel the sharpness of this saber. He did not dare to make any movement at all, and could only tiptoe upwards uncontrollably along with Shinbei's arm. His throat fluttered sharply under the threat of death, and large drops of sweat had broken out despite the cold. Shinbei's right hand suddenly raised, and the blade of the saber swept against the skin of the enemy's throat, and the extremely sharp blade shaved off the stubble, leaving a smooth strip of skin on his neck. Before and after just a short second of work, the enemy was already sweating profusely. He only saw the light of the knife in his eyes, followed by a coldness on his neck, then a red spray of blood was seen. Meanwhile, body temperature is plummeting. Something in the body seemed to be mercilessly stripped away. He was just about to scream out in shock when Shinbei's left fist had already swung like lightning and smashed squarely on his nose. This tall and strong man was as light as a weightless doll and flew backwards, smashing heavily into the wall of a shack, breaking a big hole and falling headlong into it. Takes care of sneak attackers with ease. Shinbei was just about to plan to continue dealing with Black Tooth, then I heard a rumbling sound. A wall was shattered by brute force. Black Tooth's figure, like a high-speed train, directly charged, accompanied by a shocking sardonic laugh. Scumbag! Let's see how you can still run. Black Tooth showed extreme brutality when he came crashing in with his terrifying physical abilities, coupled with the fact that the veins bulged between the arm's energies. It was really like a hideous iron whip smashing down viciously. Boom! Shinbei was caught off guard and was directly jerked off by Black Tooth's arm viciously like a rag doll. Thrown out, rumble. Shinbei crashed into countless pieces of stone rubble and was buried in it. Even the sniper rifle slipped off and went nowhere. Tap tap tap. Black Teeth in the body of the energy incomparably violent speedrunning. Chi and blood shocked the internal organs. Friction muscle fascia. A cold, austere aura that seemed to freeze one's blood quickly spread across the void. The corner of Black Tooth's mouth hooked, revealing a different flavor of bloodlust. After all, they are ordinary people. So unbearable. Black Tooth grunted. We still have to dig you out and bring you back. And with the loss of so many people, we have to give the chief an explanation. Just when he thought that Shinbei had been dead for sure under his own rushing. A piece of debris rolled down from that pile of rocks. Clearly an upward thrust from within the pile of rocks. Soon. 1, 2, countless pieces of debris began to roll down and Black Tooth gazed at the jumble of rocks that looked like an old-time grave and squinted, a vestigial feeling in his mind that a demon was about to break through the ground. Alive? Black Tooth was a bit surprised, this impact of his own. Even if Shinbei was wearing protective armor, he would have to be crashed to death. Not dead but also disabled. Absolutely no resistance. But now, once again, the situation exceeded his expectations. The battle armor defense is very advanced, is it? Black Tooth's eyes shifted, waves rising in his heart, and he couldn't help but venture a suspicion that even he found hard to believe. Next moment, wow! Shinbei's arm fought its way out from under the heavy rubble. That arm was covered in iron-black battle armor, and the paths of light on it were flickering faintly, as if it was flowing with weird and mysterious life force. The joints of the armor made a low, powerful scraping sound, like the roar of an ancient demon as it broke free. Immediately afterward, more debris splashed in all directions. Shinbei's body began to slowly squirm from the pile of rocks, and every piece of armor plate in the shoulders, chest, and waist was tenaciously standing up against the heavy pressure. His body extruded a little bit between the broken stones, as if the gates of hell had opened and a demon had broken out. In the end, when Shinbei completely climbed out of the pile of messy rocks, he stood on top of the ruins, his entire body bathed in the afterglow of the blood-red sunset, as if he was supporting this piece of heaven and earth. But he lifted his head slowly, eyes clear and open. He met Black Tooth's gaze and said lightly, "You're fierce, but you're close." A grim, menacing light flickered in Black Tooth's eyes. He suddenly let loose a wild laugh that was unexpected, surprising and quick. "Very well. You are the most cunning and tenacious commoner I have ever seen. I've been through a million of them, and they're either cowardly, or tough, or resigned, and pretentious, but never has a normal person embarrassed me so much, and to say normal is definitely an understatement. I think you're a few points better than a shifter." Coincidentally, the grimness and coolness in Black Tooth's eyes seemed to condense into substance. "I just love the challenge of novelty." Next moment, Black Tooth raised his backhand, and a wave of energy emanated throughout the room. This was one of his supernatural powers, aura locking. In close-range combat, it is able to form a force field area centered on itself, increasing its own attack speed and defense, lowering the enemy's speed and hit rate, and putting the enemy in a passive situation. For Shinbei, who did not have any firearms in his hands at this time, this one supernatural ability alone was enough to solve the problem. In Black Tooth's opinion, Shinbei's battle armor defense was good, but could it fight? It's just a target after all. Black Tooth licked his lips as he wondered which was better, psychic powers or technology. And Shinbei's ancient wellness eyes then fluctuated violently. Close quarters, this was Shinbei's first time. And he also wanted to know if his combat skills from his last life, with the aid of his battle armor, could get an alien killed. Shinbei directly pulled out the intermediate crystal source core and stuffed it into the power module. Extract the energy for backup. Next breath. Black Tooth didn't have any nonsense. His feet gave a heavy thump, and the soil tumbled, and he took a step, like an arrow off the string, and in the next moment, he rushed to Shinbei's body. He struck out with a punch, and a surprising vacuum was created behind him. The air exploded, and the wild wind stirred and swept toward Shinbei. Haven't been beaten, have you? Then enjoy it. Black Tooth's open-mouthed hiss rolled along with the rumble of the air. Facing Black Tooth came running at him. Shinbei didn't even have time to draw his own revolver. In fact, Shinbei's first thought was not to use a pistol to shoot. At this distance, handguns are not very useful and are far less of a threat than they are from 10 meters away. Shinbei didn't fight hard. Instead, his body was as fast as a whirlwind, twisting and dodging, suddenly dodging out to the side, his feet stepping, his foot thrusters once again erupting with powerful kinetic energy, pushing his body out horizontally. When Black Tooth's blow fell short, Shinbei had already taken a few steps to leap 10 meters away. At the same time had gripped the revolver in his left hand. In the split second between landing and pulling the trigger straight away, only the six-chambered rotating chamber at the muzzle was seen turning rapidly with a low, powerful click. The bullets in the nest were mercilessly pushed into the endless darkness of the barrel. A momentary glow appeared at the muzzle, as if a starburst had ignited the grease and stood ready to fire. The sparks from the friction of metal were as brief and dazzling as stars in the dark night. As Shinbei snapped his finger to the end, the bullet shot out from the narrow muzzle. The muzzle of the gun spewed out blazing flames and rolling smoke. Bang! The bullet left a burning trajectory, splattering the ground with large sparks, and at that moment, Black Tooth was long gone. The speed with which it disappeared made Shinbei smack his lips. It was one of his powers, instant shadow dodge. This is a state of subspace that a character can briefly enter the moment an opponent launches an attack. Through perception and anticipation, makes it seem as if the enemy's attack passes through nothingness, thus enabling near-perfect dodging. At the same time, Black Tooth in this state can also quickly adjust his position and go around to the enemy's side or back to counterattack. Only this kind of ability could only be activated once in a short period of time, and the displacement distance was only 10 meters. Shinbei dodged back a few more meters, and a black shadow crossed in front of him. It was Black Teeth moving at high speed. Its terrifying lethality could be felt in the vaguely sharp whistling and the wisps of cool wind that swept past its face. Even dodging bullets. What kind of shifter are you? It's really a disgrace. A loss of face. Shinbei tried to stimulate Black Tooth's weakness with words, and Black Tooth ran around Shinbei at high speed. He responded with a laugh. That's a cheap trick you'd better put away. Your bullets are out of this world and only a fool wouldn't dodge them. Shinbei deflated, and immediately pulled the power module output to full capacity, and once again began to output kinetic energy at the limit. It also began to move at high speed, changing direction from time to time. But for the Black Teeth that were also undergoing irregular movements, Shinbei was unable to aim. At high speeds, the winds pounding on your face are also becoming both cold and hard. The two men gave chase like lightning, flashing from house to house and even into abandoned houses to keep going through and around. While chasing and dodging, the two were constantly attacking each other. Shinbei was not simply dodging. He had been trying to lock on to his opponent while dodging his opponent's attacks. The revolver in his hand was poised to fire, but it never did. Black Teeth for the revolver in the hands of Shinbei is obviously very scrupulous. Once the muzzle collimation set in, will decisively give up the attack quickly dodged away? Simply do not give Shinbei time to shoot. Shinbei has patience. Black Tooth also has patience. This patience is based on a competition of consumption. Black Tooth's high-speed psychic ability also required energy consumption, and once the energy in his body withered, he was shaped like an ordinary person. But how long Black Tooth could hold on to this chase, Shinbei had no way of predicting. But Shinbei was a bit anxious. His own battle armor was already in a damaged state after the evil seeds chased. If it was a battle armor at its peak, Shinbei would be able to consume as many crystal source cores as he had with Black Tooth for as long as he wanted. No amount of alien energy could be more than a crystalline core, but right now the situation was very unfavorable for Shinbei. He desperately needed to find an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to Black Tooth. The chase has been going on for over half a minute. At this distance and at this speed of fighting, the disadvantage of the pistol is actually very obvious. The short time from aiming to pulling the trigger and then striking out the bullet is enough for Black Tooth to react. Shinbei held his revolver in his left hand, ambled lower, and moved like a ghost between the buildings under the high load support of his battle armor, and Black Tooth crouched lower in stance, more often than not even on his hands and feet, like a swift reptile. At this moment, Shinbei observed the surroundings. His brain was running at a rapid pace, and he violently leapt up from the ground, bounced onto the outer wall of a building, and then went around the back of the corner as fast as he could. This time, the Black Teeth was like a cannonball, from a dozen meters away from the roof of the rapid over. Blah blah light sound. On this tightly affixed to the building's external wall. He was horizontal, and then like a gecko, he crawled along the outer wall at a speed much faster than Shinbei's, and instantly rushed to the corner of the building, and Blacktooth's brain seemed to have a flash of insight and he didn't venture around the corner. Instead, with a flip of his hand, a thin, almost invisible shadow thread shot out, circling in the air and jerking toward the dead center of his line of sight behind the corner. This looks unobtrusive thin line power is actually very large, such as this brick and wood structure of the building. A pump can easily leave more than 10 centimeters deep cut marks. Before the thin line had been drawn solidly, he had dashed around the corner, seemingly very confident in the power of his weapon. However, his confidence was ushered in by the deep, bottomless muzzle of the revolver. Blacktooth let out a strange cry, and the thin thread shook in the air, lightning-like stabbing toward Shinbei's arm, and then his own body used the force to pop backward at the same time. This is the best response to the situation at hand, both offensively and defensively. Obviously Blacktooth knew the power of the revolver and understood that this kind of brick wall could not block the bombardment of bullets. Retreating back behind the corner was never a good choice. As for the thin line that was swung out, he didn't expect to be able to contact Shinbei's body. Out of his expectation, the thin line easily pierced through Shinbei's battle armor arm before nailing it deeply into the wall. However, he could not be happy at all, because Shinbei's arm was motionless and holding the revolver steadily, and the point of aim was not the slightest bit off, always aiming at the black teeth that were bouncing backward, and Shinbei's right hand had already grasped the thin thread that had passed through his left arm. There was a loud bang and the revolver roared again. Blacktooth would have catapulted to the ground at lightning speed and to the side again. The bullet missed again. Blacktooth dodged it for a moment. Thankfully, however, just in the moment when his heart palpitated, a huge force of pulling came violently from his arm. Blacktooth snapped his head up, but he saw Shinbei pulling on his silk thread, yanking it violently in reverse. Next moment, before Blacktooth had a chance to cut off the silk thread, his entire body seemed to be sucked over and flew straight up, and Shinbei also leaped down at that moment, pulling his right fist full, accompanied by a deafening low roar as if it were a flood of bells. It's over. And as Blacktooth flew upwards, an extremely intense luster suddenly erupted from his eyes, making a gesture. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched into a fist. The entire fist was covered with a layer of furious energy, crimson and dazzling. This was none other than his strongest attack, the pulsating shock, a kind of supernatural ability that instantly explodes powerful energy by rapidly vibrating its own energy, forming a high-density energy wave that strikes directly into the enemy's interior, causing irreversible internal injuries and direct death on the spot. At the same time, Blacktooth's entire large spine was also catalyzed by the energy, trembling violently, just like a submerged dragon wanting to charge straight up to the sky, giving an explosive sense of shock even through his clothes. That's you looking for death. How dare you give up your pistol to fight me? It's your bastard death, but you deserve to die. Blacktooth's expression was cool and fierce, and the berserk killing machine in his eyes seemed to have condensed into substance and was about to escape. In his opinion, Shinbei was purely looking for death, no longer leaning on the speed advantage and pistol threat provided by battle armor. How dare you leap down and do a punch from the sky on yourself? Laughing my ass off. Moment Shinbei fell from the sky, the black teeth flew headlong toward Shinbei. The two were in midair, about to go fist to fist. However, just when the two were like comets hitting the earth, Shinbei's right fist fiercely lit up with light like a thunderous explosion. A dazzling electric current burst out from the heart of Shinbei's battle armor hand. It was a wild and fiery torrent of energy. Like a long dormant dragon, Shinbei woke up, breaking free from its bonds in an instant. This current instantly illuminated the surroundings, flickering with blue-white arcs of electric light, which danced like countless agile snakes, weaving a brilliant and dangerous web of light in the air. The electricity crackled and the sound was crisp and exciting. Blacktooth merely looked at it. The scalp exploded. The brain was as if it had been struck hard by a siege hammer, instantly going blank. The current was incomparably violent, as if a ball of spherical lightning had risen in Shinbei's hand. What the hell? The blinding current that Blacktooth clearly saw was a sudden blackness before his eyes. Boom! In the midst of Blacktooth's incomparable dismay, their fists collided in midair. Although Blacktooth was a bit surprised, he was incomparably certain that the electric current in Shinbei's hand was not from a supernatural ability, but that his battle armor could still provide an electric current attack. It was a bit appalling, but Blacktooth didn't care. How strong can the district current be? At best, you'll be electrically numbed and tickled, and one of his own punches. Shinbei couldn't take it at all. Next moment, the moment the two fists connected, electricity raged like a violent lightning storm, and blinding blue light instantly illuminated the mid-air. Each vein of electric current was frantically jumping, expanding, and exploding, splashing and crackling like thousands of sharp arrows piercing through the silent night sky, leaving behind a speeding track of light. At the same time, the red energy on the blade of Blacktooth's fist was declaring its energy. There was a loud, earth-shattering boom, and a blazing fire exploded in mid-air. The calm air was instantly torn apart. Powerful air currents swept furiously. A blazing wave, accompanied by a shocking loud noise, stirring up smoke and dust as if it were a sky-covering sandstorm, soaring into the air, accompanied by scarlet flames blooming demonically. A series of violent explosions came out of the air, which was the sound made by the air forcibly being viciously squeezed and discharged by the ferocious and unrivaled. Pure power and speedy time seemed to stand still, and in Blacktooth's eye sockets, countless currents climbed over his body like small, curving snakes. In this breathtaking moment, the black teeth were like touching the cold and merciless fingertips of death. The electric current instantly penetrated the air and invaded the defenseless body with a thunderous force, and the whole scene was like a symphony of horror intertwined with sight and sound. Strong arcs of electricity erupted in a flash, presenting a bizarre and brilliant blue-white light that twisted, jumped, and spread, like a raging and greedy snake of light tightly wrapping around Blacktooth. It was bright enough to pierce the deepest corners of the darkness. The air around them seemed to be scorched by the blazing energy, making a snorting hiss as a strong smell of scorching and smoke filled the air. Blacktooth's entire body convulsed violently from the shock of the electric current, his muscles spasming and nearly twisting out of shape under the high voltage. The surface of the skin was even scorched and cracked by the electricity, and crimson blood gurgled out. His facial expression was frozen in extreme pain and horror, and his pupils were infinitely dilated from fear, mapping out an unspeakable inner creepiness. It was as if his body was transformed into a makeshift lightning conductor, each pulse pushing the limits of life, each tremor like a wail against the edge of life and death. Blacktooth was never expected. The current released by Shinbei's was surprisingly so violent, shaped like a kilovolt high-voltage grid. How is it possible? How is this possible? Blacktooth's eyes darted wildly and his mouth opened wide as his eyes turned red, breaking his head. He couldn't imagine why a small battle armor could provide such a violent current energy. What's the difference between that and a small power station? It can't be confronted. Down again. You'll be electrocuted yourself, or stunned. Fainting in a ruined city was a joke, and you could easily die from being chewed on by the ferocious beasts that slipped in. Blacktooth couldn't help but be frightened. His heart felt like it was being pinched by a big hand, rising up with an unprecedented and unparalleled great danger and crisis. He forced himself to endure the extreme pain of the electricity crawling through his brain. In this moment, the face was bright red and hideous as if it were a ghost's face, with large teeth flared out and gnarled muscles glistening with a strong sheen of explosive power. He fought and hissed, "Die for me!" Boom! Blacktooth once again squeezed his entire body's energy. His scarlet fist's light blazed out, the thin line of air twisted in a flash, and a scarlet sharp shockwave steeply took shape. Just like a bomb exploding, the scarlet shockwave spread out violently, and everything in its path that was in the way snapped silently. Then the red shadow covered the entire alley, as well as the earthen buildings on both sides of the street instantly crumbled and collapsed like tofu. And Shinbei was also directly shaken out by this strike from Blacktooth. The figure tumbled upwards uncontrollably, drawing a parabola and falling heavily to the ground. Squeaky! Shinbei slowly climbed up from the ground, and a raw friction sound was emitted from the connection of the battle armor, gently caressing the battle armor. Shinbei smiled more than a little. Worthy of being upgraded, it really resists his strongest blow. Alien powers are great, but technology is even better. He took one step toward Blacktooth, who was twitching and foaming at the mouth as he fell to the ground. "Pick up your own revolver casually." Shinbei walked idly, as if strolling through the void, and between his sweeping gaze, his eyes seemed to be reminiscent and emotional. Some people wait for death. Some people run from death. And you chase death. At that moment, Blacktooth opened his bloodshot, bulging eyeballs. A charred face that kept slipping off the already charred and necrotic skin, revealing almost scalded flesh and blood. His veins rippled, and his expression was shocked and unbelievable as he stared at the approaching Shinbei in death. "Who the hell are you? Why would?" Shinbei squeezed his hand and shushed. "That doesn't mean anything to you." Shinbei raised the muzzle of the gun, once again said blandly, "Life and death have a life rich and powerful in heaven, are all destined to be robbed. You see, now make a mess. In the end, we all accompany the burial. Why the pain? Regret? Not regret? Give me a reason not to kill you," Shinbei finally asked. Finally, under Shinbei's forced gaze, Blacktooth laughed helplessly and ruefully. "Had to save a bullet. Is this reason okay?" Shinbei had originally moved to kill this person's sentence, but Shinbei himself froze. He stared at that ugly miserable smile, dumbfounded. "You think you are very humorous, is it? I'm not bad with this one bullet of yours." Blacktooth's eyeballs twitched violently, signaling the intense change in his inner emotions. He said in a somewhat humble tone, "Regret. Really regret. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. Spare my life and let's keep our wells clean." In Blacktooth's opinion, as long as Shinbei's heart was a little softer, he could crawl back to the shelter and still be alive. As for the latter, it's not too late to settle the score in the fall. After all, it was all Shinbei's fault when this matter came down. Shinbei doesn't invoke the evil seed. Where are these things? Therefore, Blacktooth thought that as long as he was soft, Shinbei would definitely not shoot. However, Shinbei was shaking his head, his eyes filled with a meaningful and cruel color. No, you don't know that you are wrong, but you know that you are going to die. In an instant, Blacktooth's resentment, rage, and even shock and creepiness erupted violently. Don't you fucking dare! You're an enemy of Asylum 12. May there be no escape from hell. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire shook and echoed through the ruined metropolis. It didn't take long. Shinbei walked out of the ruined city. There were more than 30 extra intermediate crystal source cores on his body. This was the loot that Shinbei had scavenged. All the way west, Shinbei maintains a speed of 10 km per hour to begin the trek. The battle armor can no longer be overloaded. IT would be completely scrapped. And even walking on borrowed energy might fail. Underfoot is a silent carpet of diffuse yellow sand interwoven with rusted mechanical debris. The remains of a once prosperous civilization are now eroded by the years to the point where only broken skeletons remain. As if telling an elegy of escape from a distant era, the sky was a dull and depressing leaden gray, and the heavy clouds seemed to have trouble carrying the grievances of the world. It started to rain sparingly. This rainwater is drinkable but may cause gastrointestinal infections. The only safe source of water in this world is the one purified in the Titan's massive stomach sac. Shinbei didn't take shelter from the rain, still the only son walking deep and shallow with a gun on his back. About 5 hours later, Shinbei raised his eyes and rested his palm on his forehead as he saw a vehicle crashing into a large tree from afar. Found it. That's the vehicle Shinbei used to escape. On it was the corpse of Shinbei's important mission target, the Black Bat juvenile. It's up to Rourke to get an RV license. Check over the vehicle. The engine is intact, but it can't be launched. Drilling underneath the car to inspect it, a hole appeared in the floor pan, and one of the wires was completely smashed and broken into several sections. With no possibility of reconnecting it at all, Shinbei snapped off a thin branch, soaked it in the puddle for a while, and connected it as an electric wire. Launch of the engine roared to life. Nice little trick. Shinbei hit the steering wheel and carried the Black Bat corpse once again on the road, speeding through the wilderness. A handful of hours later, Shinbei returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36. Suddenly the Titan was found squirming and crawling around corners with his huge body. This direction is north. After Shinbei escaped death twice, he finally returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36 with the trophies, the Black Bat corpses. At this point, the Titan is turning, originally moving east. It is now starting to skew north. If the Titans make a long drive north, they will enter the northern cold zone. This is not good news for Shelter 36. The entire shelter has been a busy mess. Large numbers of people began to leave the shelters, going in and out of the wild and dense forests like ants, cutting wood and branches as a stockpile for warmth. No one knows if the Titans will enter the north and when they will come out. Once they do, therefore, large quantities of heating wood are the most important requirement for shelters. When Shinbei appeared at the garage and returned the SUV, each of the faces of those residents who were busily working displayed an unbelievable, extremely shocked look. They stared at Shinbei with the feeling of seeing a ghost. Couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Shinbei? No way. He's still alive? Am I blind? How is this possible? This is the first time I've heard of an ordinary person escaping from the hands of an evil species." For a while, wherever Shinbei went, a layer of waves vibrated, and Shinbei completely turned a deaf ear. It's true that a shifter can outrun an evil species, but the bogeyman is also a commoner's choice. It doesn't matter if it's a black cat or a white cat. If it survives, it's a good cat. Shinbei first dragged the Black Bat corpse to the logistics department and sent the mission objective over in exchange for an entry slip. Generally speaking, for collection-type missions like this one, the supplies were sent to the logistics department first, and then the rewards were settled at the mission. Corruption can be minimized. After all, the shelter wasn't everyone's. It was private property owned by General Yu Wuchang. Or rather, everyone is affiliated with the asylum until someone defeats General Yu Kai. Any stealing of chickens and dogs is in fact cutting the flesh of Yu Wuchang. Back at the mission, Rourke, who was still dozing off, jolted awake. He pretended to rub his eyes, as if he suspected that he was hallucinating after seeing Shinbei. There was a moment of dismay, and then he burst out laughing, and laughing more and more maniacally. Rourke clapped his hands and snapped, "Good, good, good. I knew Lady Luck would favor you." Shinbei slapped the entry slip on the table. "I'm a goddess of fortune myself." Luoka patted Shinbei's shoulder with a lewd smile. "When did the sex change? We have this relationship. Don't mind if I have some fun?" This joke is really cold. It's not funny at all. Like someone exclaiming that the evil seed will be all but exterminated. Luoka looked Shinbei up and down, grabbed the entry slip again and sked a few times. "It's unbelievable. You used to be nothing more than an ordinary person who followed other people around. And now you've grown to a point that I can't imagine or see at all." Shinbei sniffed and said, "It's always time to grow. Or it takes a little bit of a miracle." "It's not about miracles anymore." Rourke waved off the entry slip. "Rather, it's that you're creating a miracle. Other than that, didn't you have an ounce of fear in your head when you faced the evil species blocking your way? Fear can take away the courage to fight back, or it can drive a man into hysterical madness. And the weaklings who always fall into the former become early done for the vultures and carrion wolves of the wilderness. Shinbei leaned on the seat and spoke faintly. Rourke rubbed his chin and nodded mentally. Roque was not interested in how Shinbei had survived the state of the evil species stopping and chasing him. All he knew was that he could get rid of the Godfather moniker. He glanced out to see the inhabitants in a hurry, all busy stocking up on lumber. Luoka lowered his voice, digressed, and asked, "You honestly tell me, who they?" Rourke's meaning was obvious. Shinbei brought back the corpse of the target of this mission. While Hu and the others did not appear, it seemed to foreshadow that they had been unhappy in the process of rounding up the black bats. Shinbei was greatly generous and frank, also showing a face of confusion. "I don't know Hu asked me to keep watch outside. When I looked inside, Hu and the others disappeared. I tried to look for them, but I didn't find anyone." "Do you think this excuse?" Roque paused and exhaled again. "Can you Wu Chang believe it?" Shinbei came to a realization and hastily added, "My words were flawed. I really didn't find any living people, but there were still corpses, and there were still a large number of bullet craters on the ground." "A bomb crater?" Rourke cocked his head. "Bomb craters?" Shinbei nodded. Rourke was a little confused. The siege of the Black Bats, with the presence of the Ultrans, did not require the assistance of bombs. What's with the craters? Did the other shelters sneak up on you? Rourke asked tentatively. Shinbei still had a few moments of admiration for Roque's brainstorming. As for Shinbei, he was not afraid of Wu Chang investigating afterward. Investigations are useless. In the entire scene, apart from Tiger, almost all the others were killed by Black Bat in one blow. Su Li and Hu were shot in the head by themselves, but Shinbei also didn't forget to give them both a cluster bomb to blow them to pieces on his way out. There is absolutely no visible sign of a bullet being fired. What's more, the shell casings that fell on the ground, Shinbei all cleaned up. But General Wu Chang was still having trouble catching himself. You can't be suspected of killing your teammates just because you're alive and the others are dead, can you? Who would dare to go on a mission from now on? At this moment, Luoka brainstormed the details, checking the whole process to fill in the gaps, or at least report back so that General Wu Chang could not find fault with it. As for why Shinbei was the only one who came back alive, Luoka had a good idea in his mind. Only the victor deserves to breathe and have his heart beat, but he still has strong doubts about Shinbei's means of getting the alien dead. Just with a gun in your hand? It's a bit unbelievable and unimaginable. Do you really think that aliens are targets? Roque also did not think about it, could not understand, could not figure it out. Pure and simple waste of brain cells. However, Roque still advised in a serious tone, "Shinbei, you must always keep in mind that you are an ordinary person. Maybe you can still maneuver around the current stage of the alien. Once you encountered the likes of the Blue Banshee, it is not a shame to remain in awe and lower your head." Shinbei hooked the corner of his mouth. "It's better to find a way to make the mission rewards to do accounts for me. I suggest that this time, if the Institute can make a breakthrough." Roque ignored Shinbei for the time being and continued, "You can try to carry out a second awakening and become a psychic." Shinbei's face moved. Thought Rourke's advice was pretty fair, but Shinbei didn't want to gamble his life. Half chance of awakening, half chance of bursting into flames. There's not even room to maneuver. There's too much risk involved. Here, a high-level crystal source core. Roque threw the quest reward into Shinbei's hands. Shinbei smashed his mouth. "So fast? You don't need to do the accounting?" Rourke shrugged. "But whenever one person came back alive, you didn't get any mission rewards. Now that the whole team is dead, even though you are doing the mission for free, the mission rewards will only fall on you." Shinbei bared his teeth. "The logic is perfect." Rourke waved his hand. "Lead your little K away." "What's wrong?" "Shit." A hint of displeasure crossed Rourke's face. "I can't believe he went behind my back and did dash." Shinbei stared slightly. "Did K steal something?" "I can't believe he cleaned my room." "Grass. I hate being spotless and organized. There's no temperature in a house like this." Rourke almost growled lowly. "Do you understand? There's no temperature." "Shinbei." Shinbei slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and patted Roque on the shoulder. "It seems that you need a woman, and by that I mean, a woman who can give me children." Rourke froze, looking up again. Shinbei had already left the mission. He lit a cigarette, took a hard sip, and pooh-poohed it. "Having children? Ha! This damn escapade. Why make future generations suffer?" Shinbei came out of the mission, made a trip to the clerk's center. The so-called office center is the central department of the asylum. Whether you are a shifter or an ordinary person, you can come here for anything. For example, payment of various fees, immigration matters, policy issuance, and so on. The main body of the office center building is constructed from scrap metal panels, precast concrete, recycled wood and other materials, giving it a rugged industrial style. Meanwhile, the windows are designed as small but strong bulletproof glass or iron grill windows. Shinbei paid a high-level crystal source core here to obtain a caravan license. With this license, it is possible to build caravans, hook them up to the back of a Titan, and follow the shelter on the run. Leave the office center and come to the Institute. At this point in time, Chenanji had already created all of the assembled templates for the wheels and the caravan, and piled them up on the side to eat dust after paying another fee. Shinbei has, in theory, his own caravan. It's just about to be assembled. Looks like you need to hire a few hands. Chenanji appeared behind Shinbei wearing multifunctional overalls and goggles. Meanwhile, his hands' rubber gloves dripped with crimson. Fishy blood, Shinbei? Blood? Shinbei looked at Chenanji's hands with a surprised face. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the blood of a black bat. You? Chenanji shook his hands. Blood? Haven't you seen it before? Shinbei shrugged. I thought you were just studying the manufacturing side. Chenanji was slightly contemptuous. Combatants need to specialize, and we researchers need to be all round. Otherwise how can we afford this wage? Any progress? It's not very easy to say. Chenanji cleaned his gloves and said, the information we got on our side is incomplete, and how Asylum 1 managed to achieve the awakening potion still needs to be researched. But I vaguely feel that it might not be that simple. I think that you can afford the wages. Shinbei said a sentence in a clear voice. These words came into Chenanji's ears, like the implication of Shinbei sneering at them for not being dogshit, but Chenanji wasn't angry either. If you're not as skilled as others, you have to admit it. I'm thinking that if I really can't research anything, is it possible to suggest General Yu Wuchang to dig a hole in the wall? The corners of Shinbei's eyes jumped. That's a bit much. It could easily erupt into a war between the shelters. Chenanji's face, however, sank all of a sudden, and he sneered. War is what makes people progress, the driving force of this world. There is nothing wrong with saying this, and Shinbei touched his nose. It is better to talk about my caravan. Chenanji pointed to the housing building block and said simply and clearly, the so-called caravan is supported by 4 movable wheels, realizing the perfect combination of housing and mobility. If you are willing to spend an extra crystal source core, you can choose a better material to construct the module with good thermal insulation, water and moisture resistance, and lightweight and durable. The interior of the module is filled with high-efficiency thermal insulation material, and the exterior is covered with a composite plastic layer that is UV-resistant and weather-resistant. The modules are spliced into each other through a precision butt-joint structure, ensuring a seamless seal while enabling quick assembly and disassembly. But unfortunately, you only pick the cheapest ones with only one function: shelter from the wind and rain. Shinbei interjected. Enough. Chenanji spread his hands and continued. The housing part has a wall module, a glass window module, a roof module, and a basic living facilities module. A window module that ensures the stability of the window when it is moved or subjected to wind pressure. The roof modules are designed to flow, and the modules are secured to each other with waterproof clips to ensure that there is no leakage in rain or snow. The basic amenities module is simply a bed and seat. Cabinets are not available and are a separate additional cost. Shinbei said it didn't matter, you can slowly add them later then. Chenanji introduced the installation method. It's not that hard. Just remember the general order. If you stack the blocks you can usually get by in a few moments of work. Chenanji still had to carry out the laboratory to do something, and Shinbei carried the materials from the upper floor to the lower floor alone. As for Chenanji's proposal to hire manpower, that was definitely not allowed. The assembly of any module is the value of experience. Doing one less won't allow you to lack in experience value when building the RV is complete. This in turn leads to an inability to upgrade. Even Shinbei hadn't called on Roke and Little K to help. Do-it-yourself abundance. In the past, every time a new RV was born at the shelter, it drew a lot of onlookers. In the lower level of the shelter, there are only 2 things that make the residents happy. One thing is the new RV, which means the shelter is growing and the population it can accommodate is increasing. The other is the birth of a newborn baby, because of the recent turn of the Titan, may enter the northern winter. Are busy stockpiling timber? Shinbei's caravan construction is not much of a crowd. Just look at it from afar. And then busy with their own things. Sunlight poured through the devastated sky into this barren land. Shinbei began the first step of assembling the house. To put the wheels down and then hang on to the public wire. Shinbei's caravan was positioned so far back that it had extended 5 kilometers away. Shinbei jumped off the ground, pulled the chain with one hand and the wheels with the other, and wasted half a day's effort to hang the base of the caravan on the Titan. The moment it hung up, words jumped out of the corner of Shinbei's eye. Frowny face. House construction, experience value +1, the experience value is very stable. Just build the house on the RV lot. Next, you follow the sequence of construction from bottom to top and from outside to inside. Ensure that the joints between each module are tight and free of cracks to prevent the structure from loosening due to severe bumps. Typically, RVs are generally built with wood and can use a variety of attachment methods such as nailing, riveting, and the modular only has slots, so if the slots aren't tight, a future Titan will fall apart in a few bumps when it enters the ruins. This is why shelter personnel don't like modularity. However, this was not a problem at all for Shinbei. Shinbei began to mount the chassis assembly securely on top of the wheels. Every screw and panel is carefully secured to ensure the stability and durability of the overall structure. Soon, the wall modules are embedded panel by panel, seamlessly, Creating a closed and cozy space, large window modules set in transparent plastic introduce valuable natural light to the interior. The interior is also pre-wired and pre-piped, an option that the Institute had included in the design of the house. Despite the high cost of electricity in the shelter for Shinbei, this was all experience value. House construction, experience value +1, house construction, experience value +1. Until 3 hours later, the construction of an RV with a raw and rugged feel is complete. Shinbei carefully checked every link and confirmed that all the modules were not missing before nodding in satisfaction. The interior is not too big, 100 square feet or so, divided into 2 rooms. Living room and kitchen. Toilets are not needed. The wilderness beyond the shelter is a big natural toilet. Shinbei went out and bought 2 quilts. A minimalist home even if the construction is complete. Shinbei sat cross-legged in the caravan and lit a cigarette. It is better to have a family of 4 than a family of 4. Shinbei looked at the caravan and couldn't help but let out a self-scoff then. Shinbei focused his eyes on the caravan. Information about RVs popped up. Unrealized caravan LV1, 200/200. This RV exists only in a literal sense. With 113 square feet, the construction materials are low, the stability is worrisome, and it is similar to a tent, which only protects you from the wind and rain, but the exhaust vents are not well designed, which will lead to rain filling. High temperature is like a steam oven, low temperature is like an ice cave. No defense function, no comfort. Tread lightly or it will fall apart. Shinbei. That's a bit much of a comment. How is it that a caravan that is obviously okay is so bad in the description of the outboard? Is it rated by all-terrain steel chariot standards? Shinbei sniffled. Somewhat exaggerated. Can't imagine how scary it would be to see this RV finally upgraded into an oversized mobile fortress. Don't think about that much for now. Shinbei moved his mind. Upgrade. A halo of light invisible to others spread along the caravan. Vane Caravan LV2, 0/500. This RV exists only in the literal sense of the word with 113 square feet. The design angle of the exhaust vent has been improved so that it will not fill with rainwater. The lock cylinder of the door is upgraded. The security is improved. The connection of the caravan building module is strengthened. The stability is improved. The material of the building module is upgraded. The durability. The defense is improved by a small margin. Read the message. Shinbei took a deep breath. Sure enough, it's still the upgrades that give it away. Despite the fact that one chooses the lowest grade construction materials, with upgrades, one can also reach the level of alloy steel defense. Meanwhile, nothing has changed on the outside, but on the inside there is a huge change. Yes. Shinbei stood up and caressed the RV. It feels like this RV is the most important presence after the possible sequel Beam Fire Frisbee. The big guy is going to be surprised when he gets to the end. Right? Shinbei muttered to himself. Shinbei then began to clean the room, sweep up the dust for a while. Shinbei directly quit. Cleaning the room surprisingly doesn't increase the experience value. So how do you keep upgrading later? Shinbei stroked his chin. Unable to figure it out for the moment, the car will turn out to be the best. No matter what. Just then, the door to the room slammed and Rourke walked in with little K in tow. Rourke looked around and said with some grumbling, "Why don't you let me know? I'll do some work for you." Shinbei grabbed the broom and handed it to him. "It's not too late, Rourke." Rourke tossed the broom to Kay and slapped him on the back of the head. "Go clean up." Naturally, Kay knew that this was their new home and worked with vigor, and Shinbei took off the battle armor and hung it on the wall. Shinbei began to check the parts that the battle armor needed to be replaced and recorded them one by one. Getting ready to do some shopping. Little Kay. When Shinbei Lin went out, he instructed, "If someone breaks in, raise your gun and directly shoot him. Don't talk nonsense, okay?" Rourke glared. "This is a shelter. Who dares to kill? In the end it's just stealing chickens and dogs. A warning will do." Shinbei shrugged. The two headed towards the Titan proper. Rourke coughed and lowered his voice. "I have 2 pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Shinbei? Am I hallucinating? Shouldn't it be 1 good news and 1 bad news?" Upper level of the shelter. A sedan passed rows of dilapidated factories and smoky chimneys, and after a few moments came to a halt before the only neat estate surrounded by walls and containing villas. The villa on the estate was not small, and appeared clean and grand. Undoubtedly luxurious compared to the short buildings and bungalows in the territory, which were full of the style of the old industrial era. In addition to the opulence, the estate was patrolled and guarded by a host of gun-toting minions, and the motorcade had just pulled up at the gate. Can see a servant butler dressed as a person has been waiting respectfully. Wait until the car stops is bowing low to greet "Welcome back, General." At this moment the drowsy minions in the car had long since awakened, all of them surveying the imposing manor with incomparably envious and yearning gazes, compared with the lower class of the people's skinny face, not covered with clothes. Wu Chang General Manor. But even the servants are full of energy, neatly dressed. The two compared to the survival of the situation is simply a heaven and a hell. After General Wu Chang got off the bus, someone took a step forward and took his cloak. A butler-like man came forward, bent over and said, "General, Ian Hu, Suli, Flying Squirrel and the others have folded. Yu Wu Chang's temples twitched vaguely, but with a smile on his face. He couldn't tell at all. Life and death are impermanent. The word impermanence is the creed of Yo-Yo's life. Everything is impermanent. It will all be part of the escaped world, despite the fact that Yu Wu Chang was a little heartbroken. He looked at it quickly. He went on to ask, how's the mission coming along? As long as the mission could be accomplished and the awakening potion could be developed, combat system psychics like Ian who could still be artificially cultivated, the Institute may need to poach the Shelter 1 Institute. There are no finalizations or plans yet. Let me know first. The butler paused and continued. As for the Black Bat's corpse, it was brought back by Shinbei. Moreover, he's the only one who came back alive. Shinbei? Yu Wu Chang was greatly shocked. This guy didn't die when he encountered the evil seed? Lucky indeed. The butler replied. Yu Wu Chang did not care. Seemed to brainstorm. Snipers are dangerous and safe, just a good life. How did Rocco's side report? What Rourke relayed was that Inhu and the others were experiencing shelling. Artillery? Yu Wu Chang froze. They don't carry artillery, do they? The butler shook his head. Yu Wu Chang's face sank. Send someone to survey the scene, focusing on the shell casings to see which shelter didn't know better. The butler nodded in response, then said, General, a radio air contact will be held soon. Radio communication and liaison meetings. It's a way of connecting across space in today's escapist world under ideal conditions, such as the use of extraordinarily powerful transmitters, efficient antennas, and suitable communication frequencies, and in an open and unobstructed environment. Radio waves can theoretically span thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in fugitive worlds, especially surface communications, radio communications generally have coverage ranging from tens to thousands of kilometers. Taking into account a variety of complicating factors, once every certain time, the various shelters contact each other, initially to confirm the news that they all exist. By now, it's almost become a venue for spaced out cursing between shelter chiefs. Yu Wu Chang's eyebrows, which had been tightly furrowed, loosened slightly. Boring. With that, Yu Wu Chang took a step into the manor. Come to a study. Lift a tarp. An old, weathered radio equipment stood quietly on a battered workbench. The shell was no longer the polished, mirror-like black it had been back then, but was covered with layers of heavy dust and rust. As if covered in a mottled camouflage coat, those once smooth edges are now sharpened and rough, covered with signs of bumps and wear. The knobs and buttons are heavily worn, but their original function markings are still clearly visible. The wires were exposed and the connections were a coppery green from oxidation. But the old radio equipment still worked tenaciously, and whenever the knob was turned and the frequency adjusted, it still sent out electromagnetic wave signals that penetrated the silence of the escaped world in an attempt to find a response that might exist in the distance. Soon huge antennas were propped up on the property. The radio was powered on. The crew on one side of the room started operating the radio. The murmur of electricity quickly turned into a human hiss. This is Asylum 25. Cubs, are you still alive? Ha ha, this is Asylum 8, and the Spider Queen is here to shut you up. Okay, this is Shelter 12. Chief Red Cloud Lie wants a human. Male. Name unknown. Height 180. Features, wearing red battle armor. If any shelter shelters this person, it is an enemy of Shelter 12. This is Shelter 36. General Yu Wu Chang solemnly warns all shelters that sneak attacks are shameful and shelling our personnel will cost you blood. This is Asylum 20. Looking for our personnel. Chasing horse. Ganmo. Characteristics, chasing horse's hands are withered. Ganmo's eyes are all white. This is Shelter 22. The chief informed Shelter 20. Greetings to your entire female family. Shelter 20. Our team has encountered your personnel and is dead. Repeat, dead. The entire radio liaison meeting, once again, devolved into a war of spittle spewing. There has always been a lot of friction between shelters and sanctuaries, and the various chiefs are used to it. Only when the Spider Queen of Shelter 8 spoke could everyone be quiet. At this point the Spider Queen's voice traveled out over the radio. Her voice, despite some distortion in the current, was still cool with solitude and mystery, with a kind of posthumous beauty, like a sweet clean spring on a snowy mountain. Anyone who heard that voice could imagine her overwhelming beauty. Yet when you want to have this heavenly music, you find that the unattainable is accompanied by a black death. Shelter 36. Yo Irregular. You irregulars were named and immediately grabbed the intercom and responded. In Shelter 12. Red Cloud Lie. Chi Yon Lai hurriedly replied. I am, the Spider Queen said again. Both of you reported once on the Evil Seed terminal chaos body, and according to the description, the Evil Seed had injuries on its body? When these words came out, Zhao Yunlai instantly knew where the battle-armored man came from, suppressing his anger. He replied, as described by our personnel, it does. You're impermanent. Yes. Yu Wu Chang quickly replied, there is indeed an unhealable wound at the heart location. The Spider Queen was silent for a moment and said, the last direction it disappeared in. Yu Wu Chang did not speak. He simply did not know where Shinbei had led the evil seed, but Red Cloud Lai knew. At the time of the evil seed's appearance, it wasn't very far away from Shelter 12, and as far as the eye could see, the evil seed could still be seen transformed into a black dot. Advancing towards the north, Red Cloud Lai reported this situation after the Spider Queen received the message. She was silent for a moment once again and spoke in a frank tone. Then I will move. A few simple words. To the other chieftain's ears, the 15th ranked Spider Queen was going after the evil seed terminal chaos body. Red Cloud Lai trembled a bit. Spider Empress. You can do the kill? The Spider Queen replied decisively. It is categorically impossible to be uninjured. As long as one is injured, how did that evil seed get hurt? The Spider Queen sighed. That is a power we can only look up to. From deep space, that's all. You guys talk. After Spider Queen went offline, the radio rang with a cacophony of voices. There's been a lot of talk about what the power of deep space is. Understanding the discourse was a bit of a struggle for those who were not members of the bloody conference. Or rather, it's not so much the effort as it is the fear of thinking about it. In this moment, many chiefs looked up to the sky, confused. Just then, I'll fuck you up, Yu Wu Chang. Red Cloud Lai directly pointed out his name and broke his mouth, feeling puzzled. Yu Wu Chang blushed poorly and took to the battlefield himself, spitting into the intercom. Red Cloud Lai, being too reckless is draining your life. Your men killed one of my squads. Who the hell let loose? Skill is not as good as life and death. Though Yo Wunderkind was a little less than thrilled to understand what the hell was going on, but taking stock of the ins and outs, the person in red battle armor that Red Cloud Lai had referred to was most likely Shinbei. Only Shinbei connected to the evil seed final chaos body, but whoever enters the wilderness will have to face death at any time. Dead. Deserved. Straight to reincarnation. Therefore, Yu Wu Chang naturally did not spoil the other party's stink. However, what Red Cloud Lai wanted was not compensation, but the battle armor on Shinbei's body. In Red Cloud Lai's opinion, it was highly likely that Yu Wu Chang did not realize the value of the battle armor. The two men cursed across the room and carried on amidst the discussion of the other chiefs. At the end of the day, Shelter Number 1 said something along the lines of, any digging will be devastating. Yo Irregular cut out and turned off the intercom. He stroked his chin, waved his hand, and said to the butler, go, invite Roque here, for Shinbei's prediction. We've definitely deviated. An hour later Rourke walked out of the manor, come to the lower level and meet Shinbei. Now there's two pieces of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? The first bad thing, Rourke continued with a somewhat heavy face. The Titans may be marching into the northern cold. Shinbei did not feel any surprise at this when he heard this. So far, the Titans are slowly turning and taking a route into the north that anyone can relate to, and now that the entire shelter is busy collecting wood, the experience of coping is still there. Nothing, Shinbei replied faintly. Second thing, Roque gazed at Shinbei and took a deep breath. I just came back from Yu Wu Chang Manor, and the heads of the various shelters convened a radio contact, and Red Cloud Lai of Shelter Number 12 has his eyes on you. This news caused Shinbei's gaze to suddenly gather. How is this possible? When Blacktooth's team had clearly let themselves be killed, he had never revealed which shelter he came from. So how did Red Cloud Lai target him with such precision? 100 thoughts. Shinbei thought of a very absurd possibility, and that was the evil seed final chaos body. As long as Shelter 36 and Shelter 12 informed each other about the movements of the evil seed, Akumo Lai could easily associate himself with being from Shelter 36. Roque continued. According to Yu Wu Chang, you killed an entire team from Asylum 12 by yourself? Rourke said, a look of incredulity covering his own face, not to mention that Shinbei was an ordinary person. Even if he was replaced by an alien, if he wanted to chase down a team and wipe it out, he was afraid that it would be a rather energy-consuming and time-consuming thing. But not only did Shinbei escape from the evil seed and live, he also fucking took out a team in the process. Wicked. Who the hell is the evil seed? When Luoku initially heard the news, he did not believe it in a million ways, and argued with Yu Wu Chang for a while, biting down on the fact that it was bound to be the 12th shelter that threw dirty water. But the butler on one side also affirmed the call on the radio. That's bound to be Stonemer.at this time. Shinbei didn't hesitate for too long, and after weighing the situation, he replied in an extremely certain tone, it doesn't matter, we're far away from Shelter 12, plus the Titans are going to enter the Northern Realm, so in a short period of time, they won't be able to take me. Did you really do this? Shot the shifter to death with one shot? Rourke asked with wide eyes. Shinbei's face was filled with an impish smile as he said slowly, it's really because they don't know how to be afraid. It's nothing unusual for a bullet to kill an alien, right? Roque revealed an expression of relief, relaxation, and a little bit of admiration. It seems to be as Yu Wu Chang said, underestimating your combat power. This is a good thing and a bad thing. How? When you go on another mission in the future, the difficulty is bound to increase. Shinbei instead shrugged. Risk is directly proportional to return. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Roque-ud, a good one. the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Just be cognizant of your own strength. No, of your own firearms. High-ranked alien is not afraid of hot weapons. You should have a bottom line in your heart. Decisively escape. Never hesitate. That advice is worth buying you a drink. Exempt. I'm busy these days. Oh, what is it? Roque looked around and there were only 2 people nearby before he lowered his voice reassuringly and said, 2 things. Yu Chang might want to set up a biological research institute and organize a team to poach people from Asylum 1. Shinbei had heard some rumors about this matter from Chen Anji. Shinbei asked tentatively, then, shall not fight? So yeah, Yu Chang asked me to look into what kind of manpower would be good to organize. Don't worry, I'm sure I won't let you take the risk. Shinbei gave a forehead roar, continued. The other thing is that before we enter the cold of the north, the other shelters will send multiple teams to rally us here. Shinbei was surprised by this. 4 shelters. Other shelters even trade outside of Titan. Within the wilderness, only a small number of people could enter the shelter for a short rest, such as chasing horse and Ganmo. Massive form teams put into shelters are literally hand-delivering the enemy's sharp knives into the heart in case people from other shelters make trouble. That can't be squashed. What is this again? Shanbei was full of questions. Roque's face was cold and horrifying, and he said word by word, the northern winter is not silent. On the contrary, there are a lot of people active in that area, and there is even top-secret information hidden in the ruins. This time several shelters are going to go on a joint mission to prepare for the exploration. Shinbei's inner gossip heart surged. Top-secret information? Detailed. Rourke stretched and waved his hand. Fine words. Your current task now is to collect wood. Just your broken caravan. Not that I demeaned. Unbearable to use. Once into the northern cold winter, it is a refrigerator that will move. Looking at Roque's back as he left, Shinbei bristled from Roque's mouth. Shinbei obtained several important information. Akumo Lai stared at himself. The asylum may convene a digging battle. The last one was still chasing horses and others, and a lot of people died. The other is a joint mission between shelters, and there's no telling what secrets will be explored, and none of this is something that Shinbei can get involved in. The current task of Shinbei is still to upgrade the caravan and prepare for the cold winter into the north. The other, while there was time, ran south to get that purse that Chase Horse and Gammer were looking for out of the subway tunnel. After Rourke left, Shinbei went to the research institute to customize some damaged parts of the battle armor, then another trip to the weapon store. There are some new additions to the weapon store. The first thing that came into Shinbei's eyes was a large caliber sniper rifle with a rugged shape, black in color, with an eyeballed body of 1 meter, and black edges and corners permeated with a somber and violent flavor. The owner of the weapon store saw Shinbei eyeballing the sniper rifle and immediately took it down with a standard salesman smile. The boss's calloused fingers. Brahma gunbody. Introduced to Shinbei, I do the new product, named Reaper Series RS-107, semi-automatic sniper rifle, using 30mm high explosive armor-piercing rounds. The magazine is 5 rounds, double-chambered impact retractor, detachable spiked bipod, standard 3-type accessory rails, equipped with the latest type of optical ranging aiming system produced from the Institute of that. Shinbei scratched his eyebrows. Can you keep it simple? The owner of the weapons store gave Shinbei a somewhat disgusted look. The design concept of this thing is to be used against armored tanks, missile launchers, even low-flying fighter jets. It can easily penetrate 50mm special steel plates at a range of 2,000 meters. Nowadays, many shelters are researching genetic soldiers as a way to impact the so-called fourth-order alien. Wei Shinbei was greatly surprised and said, tanks? Fighters? Genetic soldiers? Shinbei was all confused how familiar and unfamiliar these new words are. The weapons store owner cocked his head. Are you okay? You don't recognize a tank? That's right. They rarely show up. But our shelter has several of them, still eating dust in the garage, and they really don't have as much firepower as a cluster fire frisbee. Fighters are just helicopters, too wasteful of crystal source core energy, and with the ferocious beasts flying all over the place, these things appear less often. Genetic soldiering is just what we call it. Officially it's called secondary awakening. Shinbei Owa Sound also thought that the Institute drummed out what novelty technology, together or the old days of the old set, only to be used by the owner of the weapons store to do the comparison of firearms. The owner of the weapons store bristled. This gun will give those smug little brats a good time. In this day and age, a good gun is more important than your dick. I'm talking hot weapons. I suggest you replace it with a sniper rifle. Your firearm is just awful. Neither formlessness nor power can be compared to the Reaper series. Shinbei cut in. My dick says no. Weapons store owner. Shinbei's gaze coalesced around the gun. Information popped out of the corner of my eye. Reaper RS-107 anti-material sniper rifle LV1, 0 out of 10, the range is 2,000 meters, and it can fire several types of ammunition including grenades and armor-piercing bullets. It is highly lethal. Shinbei didn't find this stuff very exciting, while the starting damage is quite a bit better than the Barrett. The Barrett's rating is no match for this sniper rifle, but Shinbei still asked one more question. How much? Benchmark model. No other accessories. 80 intermediate crystal source cores. Bullets are extra. Shinbei's eyes twinkled. Let me inquire. Can this thing shoot evil seeds? The weapon store owner glanced at Shinbei. It's best not to have this kind of joke a second time. Shinbei laughed at this as he clasped his shoulders. You're the one who first flirted with me with this expensive as hell thing. The RS-107 is a masterpiece among the Reaper series. With a long range, high accuracy, high power, and a wide range of ammunition, and perfect performance in all aspects. If you can make trade-offs on the gun's performance requirements, you can appropriately lower your standards. And I'll recommend something else. Shinbei considered for a while. He actually had nothing to covet about this RS-107 sniper rifle, for the simple reason that there were too many mounts assembled. The more complex the firearm, the more demanding the environment. How else could it be said that the AK series is the king of civilian firearms? Even in the era of escapism. It's all about resisting the build then. Shinbei's eyes explored back and forth on the iron shelf, glancing at another gun with a startled glance. The corner of his eyes had to give information. And finally, Shinbei's eyes fixed for a moment. He took his hand and pointed. This gun, how do I sell it? What Shinbei was talking about was an extremely oddly shaped firearm. It was just over 20 centimeters long, brass and silver intertwined, and the muzzle was over 15 centimeters in diameter, comparable to a large apple. This made the whole gun look head-heavy and unusually odd. With a shape similar to that of a Teutonic hand cannon from the early days of Earth, the gun in particular, with its stains and obvious signs of wear and tear, looked shabby and ugly among the cadre of firearms. This gun, the weapons store owner seemed to want to laugh as he cocked his head, would suit you just fine. Shotgun LV1, 0 out of 10, weapons store owner's work of art. This is the only one of its kind, and it was given a very poor rating of no accuracy at all. Too much recoil, ridiculous range, too much load on the muzzle, and will be scrapped within a few uses. It was dropped from production due to poor reviews. Because of its age, it was damaged. Even when it was intact, it had a fairly high likelihood of blowing up the chamber. The drum holds 3 rounds and fires all the rounds at once after pulling the trigger. Shinbei had long since stopped pursuing the accuracy of firearms and was more after pure and direct destructive power. There are sniper rifles at long range, there are revolvers at close range. The only thing that still has a shooting shortfall is mid-range, and still, a shotgun. What is commonly known as a big spammer. Shotguns have the characteristics of launching bundles of pellets, fierce firepower, high first hit rate, and good rapid reaction ability, etc. They are mainly used in jungles, towns and other complex terrain encounters, ambushes, and other sudden battles to kill and maim close-range targets. Generally speaking, shotguns have thick tubes, large caliber, no rifling, and bullets are mostly composed of dozens of small pellets, which are loud when fired, and will be honeycombed when the target is hit at close range, which can kill the enemy in a large area. This was the mass destruction that Shinbei had been desperately seeking. Of course, the cluster fire frisbee can do this as well, but the cluster bomb wave is too large. A bomb blast could even affect you, and the shotgun presents a fan blast, which makes up for this nicely. Don't blame me for not warning you though. This thing is broken and won't shoot bullets. The weapons store owner kindly reminded. In his opinion, he still wants to recommend the Reaper series of sniper rifles. After all, it can make a lot of money. Shinbei picked up the strange shape of the hand cannon. Without lifting his head, he asked, Then I can only take it as a collection. Make a price. If you want this, 10 intermediate crystal source cores will suffice. Expensive. I'll send you another 100 rounds. Without the slightest hesitation, Shinbei directly threw out 10 crystal source cores. Not to mention, the shotgun is in a damaged state but can be upgraded to fix the problem. The shotgun shells alone are worth the price of admission. Keep in mind that shotgun shells are different than rifles. There are just 3 main types of regular shotgun shells: birdshot, deershot and solo shot. The structure is primer plus cartridge holder plus projectile, and the difference between other bullets is that a cartridge holder in the cartridge case to isolate the bullet and gunpowder dye. In the case of pistol rounds there is no separator between the bullet and the powder. So, shotgun shells are still a bit more complicated to make than other bullets. A broken gun plus bullets for the money. While the owner of the weapon store was rummaging for bullets, Shinbei quickly disassembled the shotgun and took it apart. Smoothbore barrels, automatics, firing mechanisms, magazines, sighting devices, and stocks and grips. Also, this shotgun has a rotary wheel magazine, not a pump-action magazine type. It doesn't even matter, just be able to fire bullets. Begin assembly. Experience value +1. Experience value +1. A few moments later Shinbei put the shotgun back together. Shotgun LV1, 10 out of 10, upgrade. The gun doesn't seem to have changed much from the beginning. Just some aging parts that seem to have been polished and honed with the addition of the plug-in. Shotgun LV2, 0/50, a shotgun with average performance that fires bullets with a magazine capacity of 5 rounds and fires all the bullets at once after pulling the trigger. enough to cause fatal damage to ordinary armor. Upgraded with increased magazine capacity. Moreover, the power is increasing and can be a deadly threat to normal armor. This is a significant upgrade for a cluster weapon Metso. In the future, when facing more than 10 people surrounded, the sniper rifle cannot be used. The revolver's single-point disadvantage is obvious. With this shotgun, you can harvest a field of enemies in a short moment. It's energizing to think about it. Shinbei stroked the gun and became more and more joyful. Strength +1. Collect the bullets the boss sent over. Shinbei buys small quantities of sniper rifle and revolver bullets. Although Shinbei can produce bullets himself, however, the cost was too high, and Shinbei had once calculated that a self-produced bullet would cost almost 1 intermediate crystal source core, and while the price of bullets had fluctuated recently, 5 bullets only required 1 crystalline core. Whether it was true spirit elements or crystal source powder, it had to be used sparingly against the average enemy. It is not a crime to use expensive bullets. Leave the weapon store and return to the lower level. Having just arrived at the lower level, information suddenly popped out of the corner of Shinbei's eye. Frowny face. Caravan experience value +2. Shinbei let out a puzzledom. The experience value of an RV? Shinbei thought about it. He didn't do anything himself, and only little K was cleaning the room, so naturally he wouldn't increase his experience value. After thinking for a while, Shinbei looked at the time and suddenly realized, is it automatically increasing the experience value according to the hour? That's it. Shinbei was ecstatic inwardly. This kind of caravan that was upgraded while lying down was just too wonderful. It's simply easier than a battle armor upgrade. Power armor still has to be worn to upgrade. Extremely uncomfortable sleeping at night, but RV bull. Every hour that passes automatically increases the experience value. Broad. Shinbei's laugh was crisp. Then he went down the boardwalk and made a trip to the thrift store to find a fireplace to use as a warming stove. Moving back to the RV. K is cleaning his room, and I don't know where he got furniture made from scrapped vehicle parts and old maps for wallpaper. The beds are converted from used car seats. The tables and chairs are constructed from iron pipes and wooden planks, and simple storage shelves hang on the walls with tools, cans of food and water sources. There's also the mess that fills the empty room. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched straight up. The aesthetics of human beings in this world paint a surprising picture. After installing the fireplace, Shinbei began to repair the battle armor. Toolboxes were spread out. Various high-strength wrenches and screwdrivers, arc welders and laser torches, solder and more. Will it grow in experience value? Before Shinbei made his move, a question bubbled up. If it could increase the experience value, it would be an exploitable bug for Shinbei, but it turns out, after Shinbei had been busy for half an hour and replaced all the parts, he had not harvested a single experience value. I was the one who overthought it. After Shinbei finished repairing the battle armor, he stretched and activated the self-check. Soon. Self-test complete. All component modules and piping are in good operating condition. Shinbei's gaze condensed the battle armor. The message jumped out. Power armor LV5, 10023/10, 000. There's nothing to say. 5 or 6 days had passed in this period of time, from the return from the wilderness to the swallowing of the rented house, the mission, the escape from the evil species, and the extermination of the black-toothed team. A full day's worth of experience is won. For 40. The last upgrade had saved more than 5,000 experience points, and with these harvested experience points, it was possible to upgrade again. Upgrade. It's hard to go a day without upgrading. Power armor LV6, 23/30, 000, power battle armor that allows the wearer to fight against Alterans. The defense ability has been effectively boosted, and can withstand the full force of a 4th-order power Alteran. New visual field amplification module, can amplify the field of view of items 5 kilometers away. And new adsorption module, can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Shinbei sucked in a breath of cool air. Since entering LV5, the added abilities of this battle armor have become more perverse one at a time. Night vision capability, excitation current, resistance to magnetic fields, resistance to high and low temperatures. Amplification system need not be mentioned. Yesterday, I was distracted by the zoomed-in view, but this time it came straight to me. The heart wants what it wants. The other added ability is also superior. It allows you to climb regardless of gravity, and it's definitely useful in a pinch. Strength +1. By the end of the night, Shinbei lazily lay in his room. K curled his legs and feet and chewed on the grilled strips of meat. Shinbei got up, remembering the purse Gon Mo had mentioned. It was time to pick it up and study what secrets were missing. He lit a cigarette, his face hidden in a haze of smoke. Little K, Shinbei called out. K puts down the strip of meat, straightens his stance, and gazes back. I'm going out tomorrow, so gather some wood back for yourself and prepare for the cold winter into the north. Little K nodded good-naturedly for Shinbei. At Little K's age, on Earth, he should still be in school, but in this escape world work does not discriminate between men and women, and death does not discriminate between ages and years. Reasoning that is not filling. Shinbei was still in a deep sleep. The sound of a number of people stamping on the boardwalk came to his ears. Shinbei looked out. The edge of the sky quietly rose a faint fish belly white. heralding the arrival of another morning. The sun had not yet fully broken free of the horizon, but the pent-up power was already spilling a faint but determined glimmer of dawn through the gaps between the clouds outside. People start another day of work. The main task is still to collect wood. One of them can be used for their own use, and the other can be sold to the upper-class residents. At all times, social classes are present. Some people are too busy to eat, some people are clean and cultivated big fish. Little K woke up relatively early, and when Shinbei walked out of the room, Little K had already walked out of the shelter with the large group. Shinbei was in no hurry. I ate some strips of meat and dried fruits and vegetables with a little energy paste that tasted like a rag that had been wiped with vegetable juice. Wearing power battle armor with a revolver stuck in his right waistband. A dagger is placed on the left side. Put the sniper rifle on his back and walk out the door clutching the shotgun. It doesn't matter if the door to your room is locked or not. It's better to protect yourself from a gentleman than a villain. There are no gentlemen in the escaped world. This rare breed of human died out a long time ago, and there's no education to recreate a gentleman. Everyone can mix it up one day at a time. Shinbei's caravan itself was at the very back of the Titan, and within a few steps, what came into view was the slowly regressing wilderness scenery. Shinbei calculates the distance. The location where the purse was originally discarded was 50 kilometers from Titan. Now the Titans are in constant motion. The distance increases by almost 30 kilometers. The total mileage was probably around 80 kilometers. It will probably be night before we reach the crack in the subway. Shinbei jumped down from the shelter, his feet lapping at the ground, stabilizing himself and going backward with the Titan about 10 kilometers ahead. Residents of Shelter 36 could still be seen out and about, hauling lumber. Both adults and children are carrying dead wood and branches on their backs. After Shinbei traveled 20 kilometers again, he completely lost sight of any signs of human activity. There was only the vast wilderness, and the ferocious beasts that kept appearing. A faint but steady sound of mechanical operation came from within the battle armor, and Shinbei's pace gradually accelerated. Go around the ferocious beasts if you can. Can't really get around it. Shoot from a distance. Finally, before nightfall, Shinbei is only discreetly 2 kilometers from the location of the discarded purse. On this journey, apart from the ferocious beasts, Shinbei had not encountered anyone. After walking 2 kilometers again, Shinbei would be able to complete his mission and reveal the secret of the purse. However, Shinbei stopped and hesitated. This time, he stood at the top of the mountain, and in the night wind that came over his face, Shinbei seemed to smell the smell of blood. Shinbei was actually very clear. He didn't see any signs of dissimilarity at all. The night wind was cold, carrying the cold astringent scent common in the wilderness, but there was no bloody flavor in it. Not a single trace of it. It was a sense of danger, and it was a physical sense that was alerting Shinbei in this way. Shinbei endeavored to look deeper into the night. However, under the thick darkness of the night, even if the battle armor allowed Shinbei to have night vision, magnified field of view and many other enhanced perceptions, the range of what he could see was far smaller than during the day. Looking over like this, Shinbei didn't find anything. He took out and constantly used his battle armor visor to zoom in on his field of vision, scanning the mountains at night once again. But after switching through all the modes, Shinbei still hadn't found where the danger came from. Shinbei deeply doubted if he was overthinking the cup. After all, it wasn't impossible for Shelter 12 to set their sights on themselves and send out men to squat on them. But no matter how you look, you will not find anything unusual. At least, within view, everything was quiet. Just when Shinbei thought that his senses had made a mistake, a red glow suddenly lit up on the distant mountain range. Then came the dying screams of a human before the last came in the form of a dull gunshot. Sniper. Shinbei turned around with a huff, and his pupils contracted sharply. There are 2 groups fighting in this neighborhood? Shinbei frowned even more. It's been a long way, and there's no belligerent situation anywhere else, favoring a location close to the purse? Such a coincidence? Soon. In different locations, red lights came on one after another, followed by intertwined screams and gunshots. More than one sniper. Moreover, bullets flew about, and even one bullet almost hit Shinbei. Shinbei lay on his back at the top of the hill, observing the points of light sprayed by gunfire. Toothsome. The direction in which the 2 groups of people were shooting at each other just happened to be on the path that Shinbei must take, and, presenting his stance of moving towards the subway cracks. The goal is the same as mine? Shinbei's brain was a little messed up. Shinbei didn't remember that this ruined metropolis that was almost buried and broken in all directions didn't have any high-value items worth scavenging. If anything, it's just a purse, but the location of this purse is unknown even to Chasing Horse and Ganmo. How did these 2 groups of unidentified armed men know? Shinbei took a deep breath, removed the rifle on his back, and rushed into the vast night. In the night, all that could be seen was a little flash of ethereal silver glow, and then everything went back to darkness. Shinbei left all the complicated things behind, and did not think about why these 2 groups of people appeared here, concentrating on walking noiselessly in the darkness. However, Shinbei's mood was vaguely strange and joyful, and he liked the present moment. In the dark, on the moors, and in solitary combat. He was a special forces soldier for the first few years and a mercenary for the last few years before crossing over. The shift in identity doesn't affect bullets or tussles, this was the world he knew. Shinbei lunged towards the position of the sniper whose flames flickered first and was also the closest. His entire being was as one with the darkness, and he seemed to be able to feel the pulsations of the earth and even the entire world, until it was less than 1,000 meters away from the well-hidden sniper. And when Shinbei had already vaguely sensed his position, the sniper had not yet discovered Shinbei at the same time. Shinbei heard them shouting at each other through the amplification system, just listening to a few sentences. Shinbei's brows furrowed into wells. These two groups of people turned out to be combatants from Shelter 20 and Shelter 22. It was from Asylum 22 that the original renegade researcher came from, and Chasing Horse and Gammer came from Asylum 20. Shinbei could be sure that these people were definitely running for the purse. But even more confusing is, how did they know the location of the purse? Locating the transmitter. Shinbei thought of this one possibility and now, Shinbei was even more curious about the items inside the purse's compartment. A researcher defected and screwed up, so it can only mean that what Gammer said is true. The contents of the purse's compartment are worth a fortune. The only way to get your stuff back is to kill it. At this moment, Shinbei stopped behind a rock, set up his rifle, and took aim at a mound halfway up a distant hill. The sniper was hiding behind a mound of dirt, still searching for the location of the other enemies. The other snipers were either withdrawing or moving. Only this guy who shot first hadn't shifted his position. A rookie. Shinbei said the contemptuous words of an old soldier boy. Those who have been in and out of battle many times without dying have vulgar, vicious, and oftentimes spot-on sharp words. Accurate marksmanship is only one of the very unimportant things when trying to be a good sniper, and like Shinbei, becoming a dancer in the darkness, it would require something more. Bang! The moment the gunshot sounded, Shinbei had already begun to move. The distant mound of earth completely blew apart, and this kind of earth, even if it was very solid, could not withstand the power of the Barrett rifle in Shinbei's hand at all. Along with the crushed earth flew up large swaths of flesh and blood and half of a calf. Shinbei's shot only hit the sniper's lower body without killing him with a single shot. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he wanted to make this dying sniper a target for the other side's interference and attention. It was like lighting a lamp in the darkness, and no matter how concentrated one's will was, one would always glance at it once in a while without realizing it. The sniper kept rolling and screaming. Shinbei's shot had completely amputated both of his legs flush with the roots. And this kind of great pain was not something a person could bear. This kind of injury, though fatal, could not die in a short time. So this lamp in the darkness of the night was destined to remain lit for a long time. The battlefield of life and death. Shinbei's heart has become cold as a solid stone. Means like swift thunder and shadowy fire. Strong and ruthless, doing nothing. The moment that sniper's screams spread far and wide, two fellow snipers stopped and turned their heads to look. Just the difference between a movement and a static transition had already allowed Shinbei, who was sneaking around in the darkness, to lock onto their whereabouts. In the middle of the wilderness, only a sniper can deal with another sniper. This statement is at least partially true. Shinbei wordlessly touched towards one of the snipers. The distance of over 1,000 meters was only a few minutes. The chaotic fight became more and more intense as Shinbei entered. Shinbei began to clear the enemies in his path of necessity. It was a sniper from Shelter 20. This enemy quickly chose a new sniper position and lurked. The group of snipers from Shelter 20 were well trained and well coordinated, with some advancing and others setting up sniper positions in ambush. After about 10 minutes, move forward again and look for the next position, under the cover of the night and the mountains. This would have been a very good tactic, but it was a pity that Shinbei was also a master in sniping. The sniper quickly spotted a new target and steadily slid his pair into the scopes. That moment, his opponents, the enemies from Shelter 22, still ignorant of this, were crouched on the ground, searching diligently and futilely for an enemy. The sniper's breathing was calm and steady, and he was just about to pull the trigger when a hand suddenly clasped his mouth and nose, pulled his head up hard, and then exerted a twist. The sniper's cervical vertebrae instantly let out a soft click, and his entire body then went limp. Have fun with Chasing Horse, Gammer. Shinbei half-crouched by the sniper's body until after a dozen seconds or so had passed to make sure he was dead. Then he bowed his body and dived towards the other sniper that had been targeted. In the blink of an eye, Shinbei had quietly resolved 4 snipers from Shelter 20, each of whom had their neck bones broken by him from behind. In the darkness, Shinbei rediscovered the feeling he loved. His movements became more and more smooth, fast and light, and it seemed that the wind in the night was also gently supporting his body. It's been a while since we've seen sniper fire from Shelter 20. On the one hand, the personnel of Shelter 22 had already been killed in battle by more than half, and on the other hand, it was due to the fact that quite a number of snipers on the side of Shelter 20 had also died at the hands of Shinbei. At that moment, there was a flash of red light on a distant mountain range, followed by another dying scream in the night. Shinbei looked at the bearing distance, so he raised his sniper rifle and locked the sniper who was shifting his position. According to Shinbei's judgment, the enemy from Shelter 22 had tried to shoot himself, but had shot crookedly. killing the enemy from shelter 20. Genuine bump in the road, Shinbei drew himself up to set up the sniper rifle. The body of the rifle was black and smooth like a mirror, mapping out the brightness of the moonlight and the faintness of the stars. On the precision scope, the crosshair was steadily locked on the distant target. In an instant, a dull and shocking sound of gunfire tore through the stillness of the night, and the bullet was like a meteor that cut through the sky, heading straight for the target with a thunderous momentum. Leaving behind a flashing line of fire and deafening echoes, the sniper's body suddenly shook, and his head suddenly exploded in its entirety, along with most of his shoulders. After firing a shot, Shinbei didn't even look at the results of the battle and started moving sideways at high speed. He had to scramble into the subway tunnel to retrieve the purse. Shinbei put the sniper rifle away and started moving at high speed under the cover of darkness, the rugged terrain becoming his best cover. 2 minutes later, 2 more enemies had their collarbones broken by him. At this moment, when Shinbei was less than 800 meters away from the subway cracked, he looked over at a hill about a kilometer away. It always felt like there was a sniper somewhere. No, or an alien, aiming at him. Boom. Far above the hills, amidst the blackness, a gun muzzle flashed with a deep, regal blue light. A brilliant blue energy bullet instantly burst out from the gun's chamber, like a meteor cutting through the night sky, carrying a terrifying power that was enough to rival that of an artillery shell to pounce directly on Shinbei's position. The blue energy bullet sped away at a speed that surpassed the naked eye's ability to capture it, the air tearing out a subtle but shocking sonic boom trajectory under its violent impact. Shinbei's foot thruster violently erupted. Particle impact recoil made Shinbei's body shape like electricity, and at that moment suddenly leaped out to the side. In an instant, he had deviated from the original aiming orbit of the blue energy bullet, narrowly and dangerously brushing past the destructive energy torrent. Despite successfully dodging the direct hit energy bullet, the powerful shockwave it released quickly spread out like ripples, sweeping everything around it. Although Shinbei was not hit head-on, he was still unable to completely avoid the aftermath of this raging energy. His body shook slightly, the gravel under his feet instantly scattering and splashing in all directions, and his figure staggered slightly, as if he had been slapped by an invisible giant wave. Shinbei rolled forward a few times, then with his hands and feet, he crawled erratically like a spider, but at an unparalleled speed. In just a few turns, Shinbei had moved out tens of meters. Shinbei began to accelerate, like a night wolf, using the wind to scurry through the darkness. Shinbei's speed was getting faster and faster, and just when he was about to get to the point of reaching the extreme speed of the battle armor, he suddenly winced, as if he had been poured a pot of ice water over his head. Shinbei's body bowed and bounced, stopping abruptly. Less than a meter in front of him, a huge cloud of dust exploded violently, and gravel hit his face and shoulders with fiery pain. This was the shooting specialized alien high-power long-distance sniper energy bullet, and if Shinbei was not suddenly alert, it was likely to be hit. Shinbei immediately looked along the trajectory toward where the bullet had come from, just in time to see another bit of blue light flash by. Without thinking, Shinbei immediately leaped out to the right, landed on the ground, rolled over, and then catapulted out like lightning. However, while still in the air, Shinbei's whole body shook as if he had been hit by a high-voltage electric current and fell heavily to the ground. Behind him, another large flurry of dirt bounced up. Nearly 1,000 data on the battle armor's visual panel instantly converged, and Shinbei immediately knew that another bullet had just grazed his body, and had shattered the battle armor on the outside of his left arm and taken away a large piece of flesh. If it wasn't for the defense of the battle armor, this shot might have blown half of his body apart. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers were still able to support the movement of the left arm. Shinbei half-crouched on the ground, aiming at the direction from which the bullet had come, but as far as the eye could see, it was surprisingly empty. How can? Shinbei frowned and quickly moved behind a boulder, then crouched on the ground, constantly adjusting the color of the battle armor, swimming like a lizard, almost blending with the surroundings. At this moment, Shinbei knew that the shooting specialized alien was preventing him from advancing. With this short distance of less than 800 meters, if one were to go in hard, there was a high chance that they would be hit by a shot, bursting their battle armor and shattering their spine. That's a lot of trouble. Shinbei pondered for a moment, just as he was slowly peeking out from the ridge, searching for the whereabouts of the specialized shooting alien. Another bullet swept past Shinbei's head almost immediately. The head battle armor crumbled again, and a few strands of charred hair fluttered down in front of Shinbei's eyes, and he once again saw the sniper's orientation position. But it was already too late to return fire. Shinbei quickly backed up against the slope before moving to the side. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a spring of earth suddenly erupted from the place where he had just crouched, and sniper bullets drilled out of the earth and flew into the vast night sky. The shot was made with the power of a sniper round that penetrated the earth on the ridge spike. If Shinbei was still crouching in place, then the shot would have hit him squarely in the chest. This was the second time he had a brush with death. Shinbei was lying on his back on the back slope of the hill, and the muscles of his whole body were trembling slightly. and his body was beginning to be afraid. Shinbei suppressed his body's fear and tried to think hard. The sniper rifle had long been wrapped with camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his own actions were not regular. So, under the night, it was difficult to find out Shinbei's whereabouts. Whether in shimmering light or infrared mode, how was he or she discovered? And how do you lock on to the other side? He hurriedly turned on the internal cooling of his battle armor, allowing his body temperature to drop to be indistinguishable from his surroundings. If that enemy was constantly locking onto himself, it was presumed to be similar to thermal imaging powers, or called life detection powers. It was the first time that Shinbei had encountered this kind of enemy. In the past, Shinbei had also seen many powerful people. It was the first time he had seen someone who could so thoroughly suppress Shinbei. In terms of wilderness and sniping, traditional sniping as well as counter-sniping techniques seemed to be completely ineffective on this opponent. This is an opponent with exceptional athleticism, great hiding skills, and plenty of patience. The moment he fired, Shinbei could still lock onto him. Even if it was only for a short moment, Shinbei decided to play a dirty game. He had almost just emerged from the ridge when the guns on the opposite side turned and aimed this way. Then there were 3 consecutive shots, one of which forced Shinbei back again, and the remaining 2 swept by from several meters to the left and right. So if Shinbei moved sideways to show his head, he might just be hit. It's a good thing that Shinbei simply stepped backwards then. Shinbei directly wirelessly connected to the cluster fire frisbee that was invisibly standing by in the night sky. Explosions? That's art. Shinbei borrowed someone's well-known line of obstacles are everywhere. Shinbei at this moment had to admit in previous battles, it had always been smooth sailing, and at this point, the shooting specialized alien under the Dark Knight had indeed taught himself a lesson. In front of absolute strength and skill, Shinbei was crushed and couldn't lift his head. Several brushes with death, his battle armor was torn and tattered from enemy fire. The enemy plays hard work. Shinbei can only offer a big killing weapon to play in work. If he didn't solve his predicament, he would be slowly played to death by the enemy himself. Not to mention retrieving his purse. Shinbei wirelessly connects to the always stealthy, escorted cluster fire frisbee. In the darkness of the night, even the quietly appearing cluster fire frisbee was difficult to recognize. The barrel of the cannon turned slightly, aiming at the distant hills. Right at this moment, the shooting specialized alien seemed to sense something and jerked his head up. Looking at the night sky with some confusion, he suddenly pulled the trigger and hastily fired a shot at Shinbei, and his entire body leaped up, rushing toward the back of the mountain with a speed that was barely less than Shinbei's. Bang! Shinbei, who was keeping a close eye on the enemy at all times, finally fired the first shot in return. The sniper stopped his charge abruptly, instead folding to the side and lunging out 20 meters in a fish leap. A shot to the body from Shinbei fell short. However, the enemy was not to avoid Shinbei's shooting. In the direction of his original forward charge, suddenly rose a shocking explosion, and even Shinbei, who was thousands of meters away, felt the vibration of the land underneath him. With just one shot, the explosion covered the entire top of the hill. The shockwave of air lifted the enemies dozens of meters away directly to the ground. As expected, this alien who specialized in shooting definitely had the battlefield sensing ability, even though the shells did not land precisely on the enemy. But what a sight it would be to have the whole top of the mound covered in smoke and ashes by a single shot, and to have it covered by continuous fire from 10 guns? Before this alien could get up from the ground, 2 more silent shells fell almost simultaneously, one of which landed much closer than the first, and he was directly lifted up dozens of meters by the airflow of the explosion, thrown far below the hill, and then landed heavily on the ground like a ragged pocket. The enemy was lying on his back, his eyes looking up at the night sky, and he was panting hard after such a bombardment and fall. It was surprising that he hadn't died. Thinking of his explosive power and speed when he dodged the heavy artillery bombardment, Shinbei had no doubt about the toughness of his bodily functions. The enemy's left arm had disappeared, and parts of his body below both knees had been blown away, and he had begun to lose some of his concentration in his eyes. His eyes looked at Shinbei from across the room, conveying a wordless message in shock, and Shinbei's sniper rifle that had been aimed and ready to fire was slowly lowered. Shinbei's frown creased deeper. This sniper is not normal. The earth still trembled as the heavy artillery kept blasting the tops of the hill mounds, throwing dozens of tons of dirt into the air. In this moment, the power of steel and flame was interpreted to the extreme. In less than a minute, the 10 rounds of heavy artillery fire coverage was complete. But for this short moment, the humans in either shelter 20 or 22 were horrified at the scene of the explosion that had appeared so silently that it felt like an inordinately long time. There was a constant stream of people shouting across the night, "What the hell? Who laid the mines? The sky! The shells are coming down from the sky! How can it be? Why didn't you hear the cannon? Damn it! Watch out for the dodge!" Even Shinbei, seeing the hill that had been cut down by more than a whole meter after the shelling ended, was very speechless. At this moment, Shinbei began to charge in reverse, heading straight for the shooting specialized aberrant who was still not completely dead. In Shinbei's opinion, this guy's sniping skills were not below his own, and he thought that he must be a leader dominant, and by the way, on the battlefield of the engagement. He was the only alien who appeared. This is clearly not common sense. Shinbei wanted to torture some information. To be informed of how many exalts there were on both sides of the warring parties and where they had gone. Being in control is the only way to be in control. The other is that aliens are richer. The crystal source core was the foundation for Shinbei's upgraded equipment. There is also an important point, that the enemy was bombarded by the cluster fire frisbee with 7 through and through. Gray head and grass, but Shinbei didn't see the blood spatter. Strange. At this moment, Shinbei was like a black ghost traveling through the boundless dark night, moonlight sparsely sprinkled on his glistening, chilly battle armor, reflecting a mysterious and cold silhouette. He held his breath, as still as water, and moved like thunder. Each step was silent as it stepped on dead leaves or gravel. The lightweight design of the battle armor makes him more agile, nimble as a cat but powerful as a tiger. Downhill. At this point in time the two belligerents were still exchanging bullets, amidst the rain of gunfire. Shinbei's figure, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, penetrated straight through the night, and assaulted with unpredictable speed and angle. After Shinbei approached the shooting specialized alien, he reached out and dragged him into a crater. Bullets flew back and forth over the crater, but for Shinbei, it was safe for the time being. Shinbei lifted his mask, revealing a pair of cold eyes that looked straight at the alien. Instantly, his pupils dilated slightly, and a few moments of shock surfaced on his face. It was an old man with a hawk's nose, skinny bones and white bone studs. Despite being bombarded all over his body in 5 different ways, he couldn't see his face distorted by pain, because his left arm and both knees were not made of flesh and blood at all, but of machinery. A mechanical reformer? At the same time, blood bubbles began to continuously emerge from the corners of his mouth, and somewhat bizarrely, these blood bubbles were bright red when they first gushed out, and slowly shifted to a bluish-green color, and the new bubbles that emerged were the same color as well. Shinbei certainly wouldn't let go of such a detail. Slightly frowning, the gaze deep in his pupils constantly flickering. What the hell is this again? Shinbei's mind tingled for a while. He really couldn't recall that this world still had this kind of bioprosthetic body technology. You should retire. Shinbei and I held back the curiosity in his heart, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and stuffed it into his mouth. The enemy held a cigarette in his mouth and took a sharp drag, but he was in a relaxed posture. Smoke. That's the best anesthetic. Do you hurt? Will, this joke is not funny at all. Shinbei pointed at his severed limb. His tone was like a joke, but his eyes were serious. It opened my eyes. I've never seen prosthetic body transformation before. I did see and hear about cannonballs that don't make a sound in books. I thought it was a joke. And today I've seen it. But I don't remember the all sect having a character like you. Shinbei came across a new word. Holistic. Shinbei was short and slowly got up. In front of him were the black ripples that gradually calmed down. Tell me about the whole religion. This old man looked up at the night sky, his pupils glowing with fervor. That is the power from deep space. It is the only thing that will end the fugitive world. You fools don't understand it at all, and owe a debt that can never be repaid. That's not what I want to hear. Shinbei pulled out his revolver and pressed it against the old man's head. What the hell is the whole religion? The old man slowly turned his head. His eyes looked like they were covered with a thin layer of dust, his gaze like a black and white television. You must be the escapist. Otherwise you couldn't possibly have his power. The whole church to capture you and mend the wreckage. I'll shoot you in the fucking face with that bullshit. Shinbei felt as if this old man was a psychopath and spoke inexplicably. Shinbei only wanted to know the core information, not the arcane words. Tell me, how many aliens do you have on both sides, and where are they spread out? Shinbei no longer dwelled on the whole religion and turned to ask for the most important information at the moment, but the words just fell. The temperature of that old man's body suddenly rose sharply, and Shinbei was immediately alerted and took a step backward. The sniper let out a violent scream. A greenish-blue flame erupted from his mouth. Then flames came out of his nose and ears, and his body, the ground, but wherever he was stained with blood began to burn fiercely. Surely, you will be caught. The whole church to end all. You deserter, doomed fate, summoned, to rise, the power of deep space. The old man's words broke off, and the fire on him was so fierce that he burned to a crisp almost within a minute or so. His costume, his equipment, were all charred in the fire, and if there was a prosthetic control chip in his body, it must have been damaged as well. Shinbei didn't expect that his blood could be transformed into such a fierce fuel. Was this sniper really human? Shinbei's mind was even more messed up at this time. Obviously, I just want to explore the situation, but in the end, I only get grotesque and strange information. Shinbei shook his head. There were only a few more lunatics in this world. Shinbei took the demented words of a madman for the time being. The task at hand is still to retrieve the purse.as for what the whole religion was. Rourke must have heard of it, and it wasn't too late to turn back and find out more about it. Next, Shinbei picked up the old man's bones and the crystal source core in the mechanical ruins and got up to leave, straight to the subway crack. Under the subway crack in the underground passageway, which was as dense as a spider's web and lurked with countless deadly creatures. Song Yu and Wang Yi leaned against one of the dong chambers and took short breaths to regain their strength. Song right pink shirt open, revealing a corner of the tattoo of the knife fork. Not tall, a harsh short hair, eyes through the fierce. Wang Yi was wearing a crooked uniform, nestled in the collar, with a bandage wrapped around his neck, and the last button of his uniform open, letting the hem stick out in an ugly figure 8. From his demeanor to his attire, Wang Yi's body used a bit of scruffiness. Song right took a deep breath and reached out to turn over a body. It was his teammate. A third-order shifter. A large hole broke open at the heart. I have fled here, and my fate should be dead. Song right was going to rummage around for some cigarettes. His cigarette habit was off, and his eyes revealed an uncanny anxiety and irritation, every nerve ending hissed with thoughts of nicotine. And this teammate doesn't smoke, doesn't dabble in alcohol, and is practically no different than the legendary Puritans of the olden days. Even that Wang Yi, who likes to roast people a little bit with flames and seems to get a strange thrill when he hears a mournful cry, doesn't move his cigarettes or alcohol and doesn't use any stimulant drugs. If it wasn't for Wang Yi's naked and undisguised gaze of desire when he looked at a woman, Song Yu would have thought that he had no interest in women at all. A Song right to give up futile rummaging, but his fingers involuntarily rubbed and fondled each other, as if pulled by an invisible force, all the time simulating the action of clamping the cigarette and lighting the fire. Finally, he clutched a crumpled shirt from a teammate in his hand. Song right glanced at Wang Yi beside him. Throw it, Wang Yi urged, clutching his earth-colored leather bag. How else do we know what distance the enemies of Shelter 22 are behind us? Song right smashed his mouth. You can still hear voices? Listening to voices is something everyone can do. Wang Yi responded with an open face. Song right sighed, annoyed in his heart. How did you get a teammate who can't listen to what he's saying with such an empty subway tunnel? The sound of gunfire can travel far and wide. A large amount of echo was created, and there was no way to judge the distance of the enemy. Instead, they will reveal their position. Song right had a few moments of irritation, but had to do as he was told for now. Who made Wang Yi a fourth-order alien and the commander of this Shelter 20 operation? Song right flung it with force, and the piece of clothing instantly came out of his hand, drawing a smooth and powerful arc in midair, like a phantom that had been given life, and swooped towards the depths of the tunnel. Through the glow of the fluorescent mushrooms emitting a faint halo of light, one could see the dress dancing in the air. The dynamics of each fold as realistic as a person swooping forward in a determined stance. Next moment, there was an ear-splitting sound of metal scraping in the distance. It was the sound of a heavy, high-speed Gatling's multi-round barrel turning. Instantly, gunfire flashed, bullets poured out like a torrential downpour, and the blazing chain of bullets spewing out of the Gatling's muzzle formed a dancing dragon of fire in an instant. The bullets were like meteors cutting through the night sky, each one dragging out a string of bright and colorful trajectories. Each shot was accompanied by an onslaught of rolling waves of air, churning the surrounding air like boiling water. The trajectories wove an impenetrable web of light inside the dimly lit subway tunnel, heading straight for the garment that tumbled and spun in the air. Almost a breath away, the clothes that were thrown out by Song right were beaten to a pulp like dots of starbursts. They fall powerless to the ground. The corners of Song right's mouth twitched as he turned his head and asked Wang Yi, distance? 300 meters. Wang Yi continued with incomparable certainty. I guess the people above are definitely unable to support us. So let's charge forward 100 meters. Then you drag back and attract them to chase towards the left tunnel. I'll break out from the right tunnel with my purse. This order was given, and Song right spread out a map of the intricate tunnel routes. His finger traced to the left side, and all of a sudden, his expression was extremely gloomy, twisted, and even had a hint of vague fear. The left side of the diverging tunnel 100 meters ahead is a dead end. Where is your realization? Wang Yi's face was icy cold as he questioned. You'll be happy if both of us fold here? Song right's cheeks puffed out a few times, and an undetectable hint of sinister hostility flashed in his eyes. He put away the map and nodded. Good. Wang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Both of them were fourth-ranked Xenos, and once they imploded, it would be difficult to separate them, with unpredictable consequences. Luckily, Song right to follow the command. Follow orders only. On the count of 3, 2, 1, let's charge out. Wang Yi leaned against the wall and finally commanded. Song right figure in the dark shadow. No response. The whole person is like a stone sculpture. Above ground, the belligerents continue. Personnel from both shelters are trying to keep the other from entering the subway rift, but under the darkness of the night, there was a faint black shadow that was extremely agile, crawling against the ground as lightly as a wildcat, leaping into the subway crack and disappearing into the dark tunnel. Shenbei didn't land after he tumbled in.at the first time to open the battle armor climbing mode. Using the battle armor equipped with super strong magnetic adsorption device, light and precise upside down on the rough and uneven concrete structure of the roof, the intricate network of pipes at the top of the tunnel is rusted and corroded, with exposed wires dangling like withered tentacles. Occasionally a gust of wind passed through the tunnel, driving up a gust of echoes that were hollow and distant. Shenbei's head spun around. Under infrared vision, the dark channel has a good view. Shenbei scanned the ground. There were no surprises. The purse was indeed gone. Late to the party. but Shenbei knew that he was just late. Not in time. If either side had gained the purse, the battlefield above this would have been over long ago. The officers above ground didn't receive the order to retreat, which means the purse is still inside the subway tunnel. Just find their trail, catch up, and wait for the opportunity to steal the purse back. The word steal is not meant to be demeaning. Shenbei knew how much he weighed, and a fourth-order psychic could still take refuge in the easy way at any time. At higher levels, Shenbei could only outwit them, and recklessness is not allowed. Just then, the echoing sound of high-speed gun barrel fire came from the tunnel to the left of Shenbei. Shenbei's pupil depths flickered with a faint light, as if he were a gecko, crawling at a rapid pace on the top of the tunnel. Each step of his movement filled with the rhythm of power and precise control. His flexible arms and leg joints smoothly expanded and twisted as if they had become one with the precise regulation of the battle armor's internal intelligence system, making him walk on the upside-down roof as if he were on a flat surface and travel with ease. One intersection after another swept by Shenbei, and although he was in an upside-down position, it did not prevent him from running and crawling at a fast pace. The subway tunnel is like a time tomb sleeping deep underground. The tracks covered with thick moss and debris accumulated over the years. The once white as new tile walls have long since faded and become dull, with faded remnants of old-time advertising posters vaguely visible on them, as if they were fossils left over from time. A few moments of work within Shenbei's infrared vision. 3 men appeared. The 3 men were in a cross-cover formation, advancing step by step, cautiously, deeper into the subway tunnel. The head of the group was an alien with a high-speed rotary Gatling machine gun. This person's face grew a circle of steel needle-like beard, appearing the whole head is bigger than others. Whiskers and hair are grayish-white. The face looks but only 30-something years old. Immediately behind the bearded man was a thin teenager with a shoulder bag. He had a bangs that slightly covered his eyes and was unusually handsome. The break in the line of 3 was a girl. She wore ripped jeans, a black t-shirt with a nuclear mushroom head painted on it. Her hair was powerfully short, her bangs picked out in a pale goose yellow color, and silver earrings dangled conspicuously from her pierced ears. Shenbei hid 200 meters behind the trio, gazing on and continuing to look. The tunnel in front of him showed a crooked turn, and the view was a bit obstructed to see what was going on in the depths, but Shenbei knew in his heart that the person who really picked up the purse was not far ahead of the 3. If you want to catch up, you have to cross over the heads of the 3 men. This is certainly a dangerous move. The battle armor was advanced, though, and the individual modules were nearly silent as they moved in concert with each other. However, the subway tunnel roof is not considered solid, and dusty small stones fall from time to time during the process of grabbing and moving. It's easy to alert the trio. 3 fourth order, Shenbei muttered. Being close to them only leads to death. Shenbei's strengths were long-range shooting and the kinetic energy provided by his battle armor. Think about it. Shenbei let go of the roof with both hands, and his body slowly descended, clinging to his legs to grab hold of the fixed vertical body. A Barrett sniper rifle without any industrial modifications, primitive and rough, appeared in Shenbei's hands. A stainless steel tube as thick as a discarded chimney, with a surprisingly long and large caliber muzzle poked out. There are no precision scopes to embellish. Instead, there are bare mechanical sights that are simple but functional. Even the most basic silencers or tactical rails have been ruthlessly discarded, leaving only the most basic construction and functionality. In Shenbei's opinion, the power of a psychic was important, but precision was also the way to survive. Shenbei was hanging upside down, head down, on the roof. The collimator set into the back of the head of the bearded man of the team in front of him. The trigger of pure power aesthetics made a crisp mechanical interlocking sound at the tip of Shenbei's finger. May there be no escape from hell. In the midst of Shenbei's combat thinking, on the bright side, the biggest threat to himself was the bearded man, that Gatling that could shoot more than 1,000 rounds a minute, not to mention battle armor, was difficult for even a fourth-order alien to resist. Either avoid them or prioritize your shots. Obviously, prioritizing shooting is the optimal solution. Even though the bearded man was the farthest away from Shenbei, Shenbei did not hesitate and directly pulled the trigger. In an instant, the originally still air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, and a level 4 silent bullet constructed using true spirit elements and crystal source core fragments sped silently out of the chamber at a speed that was hard to catch. The bullet transformed into an almost invisible black line, weaving in and out of the shadowy tunnel like a viper hidden in the night. Although the bullet was silent, Shenbei swayed violently like a rope because of the upside-down recoil impact. Despite the deformed movements, the sniper rifle in Shenbei's hand adjusted its angle at all times, and the point of aim was always set on the back of the bearded man's head. Next moment, blood, slowly seeping out of the back of the bearded man's head, stained his collar with a shockingly gaudy color, but he did not immediately fall down like an ordinary person. His face twisted for a moment, his tiger's eyes glared round, his heart shook wildly, and his incredibly horrified even made him breathe hard. His expression pained and stunned, his body shook under the force of the impact, as if a giant tree was about to fall, and he stumbled forward a few steps, almost falling, before finally stabilizing himself. Grass. The bearded man was a fourth-order defense and third-order firearms mastery alien, and under Shin Bei's single bullet. Even though he was not killed, his muscle tissues shattered and blood vessels burst, and his pain was like 10,000 arrows piercing through his heart. Sharp and long-lasting, the skin on the back of his head instantly cracked, revealing the rolling and twisting flesh underneath. The pain could simply be described as breaking tendons and bones. Every tendon, every nerve was wailing and screaming. The bearded man's face was twisted and distorted due to the extreme pain. His features were tightly wrinkled, and a low roar of pain spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Shit! Who's sneaking up on me? The scene occurred in such a way that the trio was dismayed and confused, the pupils of the young man following him shrunk violently. His eyes changed wildly, and he spoke out in horror. How did you get hurt? The woman's gaze steepened. A sneak attack? Where did that come from? In a short instant, the two men speculated on a number of possibilities. A fourth-ranked defense exalt being sneak attack would require at least a fifth-ranked power to inflict such a huge trauma. But what about the sneak attacker? Even if you're invisible, you have to show yourself. Could it be a firearm? That's even less likely. It was impossible to break through the defense even with a very powerful sniper rifle. What's more, there were no gunshots. The point is there were no gunshots, and a shooting specialized Alamancer's gunfire glows blue, but nothing in the scene that just happened. That's weird. The bearded man was even more disorganized and incredulous, and until now he was immersed in extreme shock. He was clearly in front, but he was attacked from behind? For a moment, the bearded man thought his teammates behind him had turned against him. He was just about to reach out and grab the foreign object set within the back of his head, intending to see what had sneaked up on him, but the next second his body shook violently, and the energy in his body began to run wildly and chaotically, causing his nerves to give a lurch and present him with an abnormal state of mental shock. Just then, in the darkness, another line of fire shot up precisely, without missing a millimeter. Once again shot into the back of the bearded man's head. Wound. The three buckles that had been broken through the defense could no longer withstand the force of the bullets. The moment the back of the bearded man's head exploded. As if the effect was like a water splash shattering, the tissues and bones inside his skull instantly scattered and burst in all directions under the force of the huge impact, and the mist of blood mixed with the brain plasma to form a blurring red mist that filled the air along with the end of his life. PSSST. Amidst the stunned eyes of a man and a woman, the bearded man fell heavily to the ground. Dying of gas, the two of them were wildly shaken in their hearts, and their heartbeats seemed to have missed a beat little by little. His face twisted and distorted. Wild horror and disbelief were taking shape in his eyes. What the fuck is this ghost? The young man, seemingly inexperienced in combat, just yelled in an unparalleled panic frenzy. How the hell did it die? The woman's horrified gaze gradually became chaotic and dulled down, but her reaction was swift, and she jerked back to look behind her into the subway tunnel. Despite the faint glow from the fluorescent mushrooms, he still had not seen anyone standing behind him. However, in the next moment, the woman's pupils shrunk and she looked up sharply. A few hundred meters away, in her field of vision, a figure hung upside down from the cold, hard, damp stone roof. His body hung, swaying slightly, but the sniper rifle, in his hand, was aiming at himself. The woman instantly turned as pale as paper, and cold sweat slid down the corners of her forehead, leaving a wet trail on her cheeks. Never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined that someone was approaching silently behind me. In her imagination, anyone walking between the tracks would make a sound. The only thing left out is the top, and is a fucking commoner. Enemy attack. The woman made an exuberant sound, and her figure suddenly lunged to the left. He rolled a few times and ducked into one of the chambers. After the woman had hidden and settled down again, she revealed an incredibly bizarre look. Damn it! A sniper rifle can even kill a fourth-order defense adept. The bullet is silent. Really hell. Don't move. We'll ambush right here. Snipers are afraid of being close. Although the other party is an ordinary person, but his bullets are too weird. I think he still has a melee pistol on him that is a deadly threat to the aberrant. Not to be taken lightly. It was the first time she had ever been incredibly wary of an ordinary person's bullets. Her mind was scrambled. Having never even heard of a bullet from any shelter that possessed so much power, even dared to hard steel the alien. Hear that? The woman questioned several times in a row. But no one responded. Her heart thumped and her stiff neck slowly turned to look around her. Empty. Her eyelids fluttered and she poked her head out, but see a few meters away, his own teammate, the young man, stood frozen in the middle of the tunnel. The woman cursed in her heart. Waste. Surprisingly, she was dumbfounded and didn't move in place. She gave an urgent cry. Come here. Come here. The words just fell. A sound of footsteps came, and a cold, emotionless voice drifted through the tunnel. Don't shout. Let him rest. The woman jerked back and whirled around to hear a poof. She took a deep breath and squeezed her eyes shut. A set of silver teeth clenched to thinking about it with his toes. He knew that the fourth-order defense couldn't even carry 2 shots, and the young man whose defense was comparable to the second order was already dead. Waves of horrified shock spread through every inch of her heart. Her mind, she really couldn't figure out why an ordinary firearm would explode a fourth-order defense alien. simply unimaginable and unbelievable. However, the woman licked her lips as she listened to the sound of approaching footsteps. The face showed a hint of cunning. She slowly drew out a dagger, like a female leopard ready to strike, hiding in the darkness, only waiting for Shinbei to come forward, taking the initiative to approach. That would be you seeking death. In her opinion, the enemy behind her was actively searching for herself without utilizing her long-range advantage, and once she was entangled, she was confident that she could slit her opponent's throat within a single move tap. The sound of footsteps in the middle of the tunnel was getting closer. The woman huddled in the shadows, her back pressed against the cold wall, listening for the sound, estimating the distance between the two sides. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The footsteps remained. The woman's face showed as if she had seen her favorite prey, full of joy. The taste of ambition. 5 meters. It's now. A cloud of smoke burst out from underneath her feet, and her entire body leapt out like a ghost, a cold aura in her hand dragging out a series of fleeting ghostly residual shadows, so fast that people's vision could not even capture it. The light movement of the woman's body was as shadowless as a ghost amidst the shrill whistling of the air. A dark, morose apparition that seemed to outpace the sound had appeared in the middle of the tunnel. As a senior combat faculty alien of Asylum 22, the experience of fighting between life and death was incomparably rich. At this distance, from the rush out of the refuge to the assassination, she was convinced that the other party would not have time to pull out a gun and shoot. Steady, owners must win. However, her preconceived notion of imagining rushing out and then daggering her opponent straight in the throat was instantly dashed, because she saw, inside the tunnel, a mechanical battle armor with only the lower half of its body appearing to be programmed to carry out commands, moving forward automatically and making footsteps, not even on the top itself of the battle armor, let alone the people. The woman's mind was momentarily foggy at this moment. Defensive equipment like battle armor. She had seen it before. The weaker the person, the more they relied on these things to save their lives, but it's not practical, mainly because connecting modules and coordinating control centers, battle armor materials, etc. are a technical challenge. Or rather, the battle armor itself can be developed and broken, but the crossroads of psychic powers has thrown the science of this world 3 blocks hard. But she had never seen lower body armor that walked on its own. Shouldn't this thing be manned? Where's the man inside? What's this, more stabbing? Stabbing the air? The woman gulped, her mind racing with thoughts as she realized that she had let herself be deceived by her own short-sightedness. No, or rather, not short-sighted, or rather, it's the enemy's technology that's beyond this era. Hello. Suddenly, the back of the woman's head was cold. A cold muzzle pressed against the back of the head. Shinbei's head slowly poked out from the woman's side, as if it were an evil spirit. Shinbei sighed softly, his voice hoarse. Let me guess. Are you looking for me? At this very moment, the woman was held against the back of her head by Shinbei's revolver. All that stood between her and death was the barrel of a gun. Her face changed abruptly and drastically, a shocked, horrified look filling her pale face. You-ha, Shinbei said with a teasing tone. Surprised? I'm the one who cheated. My lower half of the battle armor is walking on the track while I'm still hanging from the roof. Shinbei's move also came out of nowhere, especially if the woman hides in a chamber of refuge. Shinbei had originally planned to use a level 5 bullet inflection skewed bullet to shoot him, but there's a downside. The field of view the bullet can provide doesn't come with infrared vision. There wasn't even a hint of light in the chamber, and it was easy to shoot off. There weren't many grade 5 bullets to begin with, so it was too much of a waste. Shinbei then removed the lower half of his battle armor, outputting commands on the visual panel and walking along a straight line, giving the enemy the illusion that he was approaching. Of course, the cluster fire frisbee was too large to traverse the rift, otherwise flying over and bombarding the chamber would have solved the problem. However, as a shifter, you were appalled for so long that you didn't even hear me land behind you, Shinbei said with a low laugh mixed in. The woman's brain shook, and only then did she figure out why Shinbei had appeared behind her. This guy played a soundbite. Her eyes were wide open, her orbits collapsed, and her eyes were filled with an extremely twisted and resentful look. So what if you heard it? It's already too late, isn't it? Shinbei's face carried a ghostly smile. But I feel as if you are looking for an opportunity to resist. I can tell you in advance that my pistol bullets are going to be even fiercer than a sniper rifle. The woman looked at Shinbei with a somewhat gentle gaze between her beautiful eyes, and lightly pouted. Don't. Let's talk it over. You're not in shelter number 20, are you? Her instincts were very accurate. There is also a basis for this. During the ground engagement, Shelter 20 did have a sniper that was very tactically savvy and pretty much pressed his side, but sniper rifles don't usually go into tight terrain. What's more, that sniper was a shooting specialized alien, using a different firearm that was much more advanced than Shinbei. One senior sniper in a team was enough. There was no need to have two. Therefore, the woman guessed that Shinbei belonged to the third-party intervention. Shinbei didn't beat around the bush either and answered bluntly. Indeed, I don't belong to any party. And your purpose? Purses. How do you know about the purse? The woman's eyes visibly froze for a moment. The news of this purse is tightly sealed. The locator transmitter inside the purse only transmits a signal every few days. The last time a locator signal was fired. This drew Shelter 22 to come looking, and Shelter 20 only followed in haste after seeing Shelter 22 in action. Because it was me who threw it here. Shinbei replied greatly. The answer once again horrified the woman. She instantly associated it with an unimaginable fact, chasing horse in Ganmo. You killed them. That's right. Shinbei did not deny it at all. The woman took a deep breath. A pair of watery eyes sideways were staring at Shinbei indignantly. A slightly stiff smile appeared on her face. I don't know them well, and I even have beefs and conflicts. You see, the purse is not in my hands, and you have to continue to go deeper into the tunnels to look for Wang Yi and Song right from 20 Shelter. How about we leave it at that? What do you say? I won't reveal anything about you, that I can promise. I believe in your character. Shinbei's eyes lowered, meaningfully saying, but I don't trust your doings. The words just fell. Shinbei directly pulled the trigger. The entire movement was smooth and decisive. As if time was frozen in this moment. The next second, a dull but powerful click sounded, which was the vibrating note of the hammer falling against the firing pin. The bullets in the nest bang a loud sound, like a thunderous explosion, breaking the silence around. With flashes of fire and smoke, a brass .357 caliber bullet instantly ejected from the chamber, leaving a blazing trajectory of trailing flame. Boom! The woman herself was not good at defense, and with such a close-range bullet blast, instantly the body stiffened. The head tilted slightly forward, and then fell heavily forward. The back of the head blurred into a lurid mass of blood and flesh, revealing the deadly metal slug embedded in it. Everything fell silent, except for the popping impact that echoed through the narrow alleyway. Shinbei wrung his neck and didn't stay too long, but put on the lower half of his battle armor and continued to chase deeper into the tunnel. Shinbei did not deliberately lighten his steps. He knew that it was pointless. The gunshots and hisses of the few battles over here had inevitably spread to Wang Yi and Song Right's ears. The only thing Shinbei needed to do now was to keep his distance to avoid being sneak attacked by the two. Especially the corners where the front view is suppressed. Before taking a few steps, Shinbei heard the emergence of unbelievable shouting and cursing from the tunnel. Grass! Song Right! What the fuck are you doing? You go left! Fuck off! The screams in the back are endless. Definitely coming from a big hand. Want me to die? No way! In Song Right's opinion, the screams coming from the trio of Shelter 22 behind him were distinguishable. There's definitely a third party involved, and it's a very capable one. You know, that's 3 4th order psychics. Calm now returned to the entire tunnel, and only the sound of unbridled footsteps echoed. It was all indicative of the latter's chest thumping, skillful and bold, and was most likely a 5th or 6th order alien. Not fighting to escape at this point would definitely not end well. Between life and death, where did Song Right care about the mission and the greater good? Selfish is right. So, Song Right also ran in the direction of the left tunnel to escape. The ferocious aura burst forth from himself, and Wang Yi snapped, not obeying the command. This is you seeking death. In Wang Yi's opinion, if it was the 3 people from Shelter 22 who had chased after him, it was even if Song Right didn't listen to the command. But the latter was definitely a terrifyingly strong person, and he was truly afraid. Who doesn't want to live? This right tunnel can only escape on its own. Song Right must go to the left in order to disrupt the judgment of those who come later and influence the time. Wang Yi also completely lost his patience at this moment, his gaze steeply cold. It seems that if you are not beaten into submission, you will never know what position you are in. In the next moment, the sound of wind and chi soared wildly, and Wang Yi was like a ferocious tiger out of the gate, pouncing violently towards Song Right. Give it to me, get down, buzz. Wang Yi's throat gulped violently as he uttered this word, and the airflow seemed to be condensed as if a bomb had been spewed out from inside his throat. Song Right only saw the other party's throat rolling in the flash of lightning, and the sound only just entered his ears when the air in front of him steeply exploded. A huge wave of air and sound resounding into one. The opponent's exhalation of air and the spewing out of the Earth's airflow actually caused an effect as if an air bomb had exploded. Ability, explosive sound, fiery breath. This breath is violent and strong, simply and condensed into a substance like viscous things. This instant, Song Right felt a little difficult to breathe, not expecting Wang Yi to create such an amazing effect with a low drink. Song Right was shocked inwardly, but together with the shock, the fierce strong wind and loud sound that followed was dispelled back alive. Bang! Amidst the sharp explosion of air, he only saw a thick and astonishing arm smashing down on his head as if it was pushing a mountain of gold and pouring down pillars of jade, occupying all of his sight in an instant. In this instant, Song Right felt the extreme danger, but he was after all a battle-hardened expert. Instantly pushed forward with both hands and grabbed out. The force drummed and reverberated, and at once pushed the violent air away. He pushed straight down, but also ferocious and incomparable, his arm tendons shaking and vibrating, and as fast as lightning, almost synchronized with Wang Yi's voice and movements. He completed his change of stance in an instant, In order to use the power of the hegemony king to carry Wang Yi's punch, boom, 2 fists across, Song right eyeballs violently convex. It feels as if he was the meteorite fell from the sky hit. The whole body's tendons, bones, chi and blood are bombarded with scattered. Even half a second of time did not hold on to the knee soft. The whole person directly and heavily bombarded on the ground. In the soil and stone burst splash. Song right at once like a toad, like 5 body embedded in the ground. Irresistible huge force. His internal organs are like a sponge was ruthlessly squeezed, so that his mouth blood piu fly. But that's not all. Wang Yi almost didn't even look at the result caused by his own one hand. His hand's 5 fingers spread out. His arm spread brought up a fierce astral wind, and between the thundering thunderbolts, he grabbed Song right on the ground at the moment when he couldn't even roar in pain. Song's right palm probed unknowingly ability, instantaneous shadow stealing. You can steal one item from the opponent, either specified or randomized instantly. The earth-colored leather bag appeared in Song's right hand to eye in the next second. Without even looking, Wang Yi directly threw Song right into the dark tunnel on the left. Song right's head was shaken, struggling but unable to stand up in the midst of the heavenly rotation, and until this instant, the remnants of Wang Yi's earlier words "get down on the ground for me" were still echoing in the tunnel, gradually dissipating. Say get down and get down. In a matter of a second or two, even before the aftermath of Wang Yi's low drink dissipated, Song right was defeated. Wang Yi's figure disappeared into the right tunnel in a short moment. Tap. Shenbei heard the sound of Wang Yi and Song right fighting, sprinting across the corner, a glance straight ahead of the Ding Junction. But the fight has ended. Shenbei could hear that it was probably Wang Yi who had won and Song right who had been seriously injured. Song right, this man is seriously injured. The item can't be on him. There's no need to take care of him. Wang Yi is in the right tunnel. After briefly analyzing it, Shenbei did not hesitate to turn on the battle armor power output to pull full. And the foot thrusters exploded with full force. Shenbei sent his feet running wildly, almost catapulting in place and rushing straight out. However, surprises and surprises always come too fast. Just as Shenbei finished sprinting the straight line distance and reached the throughway, he just wanted to run into the right tunnel. Snap. A dirt-colored backpack was thrown out of the left tunnel. There was also an unmistakable weak voice. Big brother, here's the stuff. Spare my life. Shenbei? The change that suddenly rose up made Shenbei stagger. He was never expecting that the earth-colored leather bag was in Song's right hand. What kind of game are they playing? Those who can run don't run with a purse. And those who can't run surprisingly carry quest items. Shenbei looked at the purse at his feet and confirmed beyond doubt that this was the purse he had thrown down some time ago. Shenbei tilted his head and looked at Songright, who had fallen to the ground and was slowly raising his head to look at himself. In the tunnel on the left, it was a startled gaze. In Songright's mind, the third-party interventionist should be a big handful of people, with a grade hitting the bottom of the 5th order, possibly the 6th, but now, Songright's entire face twisted when he saw the third-party person. Shenbei. A personnel wearing battle armor and carrying a firearm. A look of disbelief filled his blood-stained face. Ordinary people? Songright spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, apparently making his heart hold his breath, and his chi fire attacked his heart. Songright's lips were ironic in this moment, all fucking dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the person who fought behind him and killed 3 4th-ranked aberrants would be an ordinary person? Thought it was an alien. The world is completely unreadable. Song couldn't get the words out of his right throat, and Shenbei slowly picked up the purse and tucked it away, saying politely, "Thanks, you put that down." Song right teeth flower straight pain. If you know is an ordinary person, but also fucking internal bar what strength Wang Yi casually shot, can be wiped out. And, it's a surefire obliteration because, Wang Yi also has an extraordinary ability, deflecting force field, specializes in bullets. In Song right's imagination, although he didn't know how Shenbei had taken out 3 4th-order aberrations, if he had relied solely on firearms, then he had kicked the iron plate that was Wang Yi. But Shenbei had an icy snort on his face. "I pick it up and it's me. Stand up and ask me for it if you can." Song right struggled a few times, but really couldn't get up. Wang Yi's hands were too damn hard. On his bloodied face, his expression was incomparably resentful as he stared at Shenbei. He then thought about dropping his leather bag and begging for his life under the big-handed shifter. Results brainstormed too much and gave him the boot. Regret was no longer describable, and Songright wanted to die. He could only watch Shenbei leave quickly. Grass. Songright hammered his hands on the ground in remorse. About a minute or so after Shenbei left, sharp footsteps came from the tunnel on the left side of the throughway. A furious Wang Yi rushed out of the darkness. "Your mom, Songright. You stole the purse. Still alive. Give me a reply." Wang Yi was really going to explode with anger. He ran a long way before realizing that the purse he was carrying was missing. Thinking without thinking, it must have been Songright who used his powers to steal it, trying to stay alive under Oteko. Therefore, Wang Yi turned back at great speed, not minding whether Songright was alive or not. He was bound to whip the corpse to vent his grievances. "I'm still not trying to save my life. Song Right's vain voice came out. Wang Yi spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Not dead? Well, 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 well. It's no use saying which. We've made a big mistake. You're the one who made the mistake. No, the third person isn't a big handful at all, but an ordinary person. What? Wang Yi stepped into the tunnel on the left side and lifted Song Right up. As he lifted Song Right up, emotions such as pain, malice, and disbelief circulated in his eyes in turn. Ordinary people? That's right. Song Right gritted his teeth and growled with a muffled roar. It's just ordinary people, carrying firearms. If it wasn't for your blind command, how could you end up in such a situation? Fart. Wang Yi threw Song Right out with one hand and his figure walked out of the tunnel, but his voice was filled with a shocked anger that was hard to decipher. You're just greedy for life and death. When I snatch the purse back, I'll definitely bring you back to the shelter so that you can be judged and reviled by everyone. Song's right face was indignant, his gaze deep and heartbreaking, his voice hoarse. You and I are both at fault. I'm not afraid of a trial. Wang Yi did not respond. Only his gaze revealed an unspeakably cruel flavor as he stared straight ahead into the tunnel, but see his stance short, the corner of his mouth hooked up, muttering to himself, ordinary people? Guns can still kill the fourth order of the alien, indicating that his combat literacy is extremely high, his gun skills are good, and his battle armor has an extraordinary boost. However, with your true form exposed, as long as you're not a big handful and merely use a firearm, then I have nothing to worry about. Next moment, Wang Yi's feet stepped down. The ground shattered, and the surrounding body rattled like a series of beads, as if a burst of astral wind violently shocked and exploded, almost at the moment when the deafening roar had just sounded. He had already crossed a distance of more than 30 meters and charged straight ahead. Wang Yi let go of his speed and ran at over 50 kilometers in this intricate passage. What he had to do was to catch up with Shinbei with his overwhelming advantage in physical strength and speed, and to finish him off, retrieve the purse, and return to the shelter to complete the mission. The pupils of Wang Yi's eyes smoldered with anger. The world had become colorful to the eye, and among the colors was a very distinct trail marking the route the purse had taken. Ability, directional tracking. Any object that is tainted with his scent traces a path that cannot be seen by others. You can't get away. A few moments later, Wang Yi watched as another intersection appeared ahead. Combat instincts that instantly made him feel as if he were on pins and needles. He suddenly tilted his body backward, his feet plummeting against the rails. The ear-piercing metallic sound suddenly played. Wang Yi in a unique posture gliding on the track. Its embedded soft alloy leather boot sole and rusted steel rail intense friction, splashing a blazing spark trajectory, like a meteor across the dark abyss. At the same time, there seemed to be energy pouring out from his surroundings. The surrounding space seemed to instantly become as if it were liquid metal with twisted fluctuations. Ability, skewed force field. The intersection channel resembles the open maw of a giant beast, connecting to a hidden maintenance tunnel. Shinbei quietly stood in the middle of it, holding his rifle steady and flat in his hand. The muzzle of the rifle gazing into the depths ahead like a cold moon. His eyes glistened in the dark night, like rare emeralds set on a canvas of endless darkness, glittering with a mysterious and deep shimmer. As Wang Yi's figure was reflected in Shinbei's eyes, the entire underground tunnel was instantly lit up by the flames spewing out from the muzzle of the gun. The deafening sound of gunfire was like a thunderous explosion, echoing endlessly between the empty passages. Shinbei shoots in for a takedown, and the force field around Wang Yi acted in a way that defied the laws of physics. On top of the high-speed rotating, hot and fiery warhead, the original straight-line flying bullet in contact with the skewed force field at the moment, the trajectory has undergone an incredible change as if by an unseen force traction and interference. The trajectory is skewed. The bullet originally aimed at the vitals deviated from the intended track. The warhead flew to the wall of the passageway, and under the violent impact, the concrete wall crumbled, and the huge stones scattered and splashed, raining down on Wang Yi's cheeks and palms, bringing about a burst of sharp pain like pins and needles. Shinbei's attack was decisive and precise. The bullet whistled out against the edge of the side wall of the passageway, but he did not expect Wang Yi to slide backward in a way that almost violated the laws of physics, and at the same time, under the support of his supernormal ability, the deadly projectile was able to skim past the edge of his chest, leaving behind a shadow of death. And Wang Yi also in this short moment, not only defended against Shinbei's shooting, but also swung out his left hand the moment he saw Shinbei eye to eye in his hand. A brilliant ice blue light blossomed as if it had broken into a butterfly, transforming into a huge ice cream with a diameter of more than 3 feet, and the edge of the ice cream was as sharp as a blade. With a wave of Wang Yi's wrist, the ice cream instantly flew out of his hand, like a meteor that cut through the sky, heading straight for Shinbei eye to eye in its flight path. The air was frozen into sheets of ice crystals, leaving behind a shocking trajectory of ice trails. Ability, ice through stone. When Wang Yi raised his head again and searched for Shinbei at the intersection of the passages, the cunning Shinbei had already disappeared from view however. The concrete wall of the maintenance passageway was studded with a piece of round ice cream more than 3 feet in diameter, with sharp edges that cut deeply into the hard concrete structure. Nearly a palm's worth of depth. Wang Yi carefully pulled out the ice chip and found that its edge was not stained with blood. The sudden ambush was not a decisive victory for either side, although Shinbei's stone-cold shot had caused Wang Yi's raging anger to temporarily subside. It could not extinguish the fury in his heart. In the face of the trail left by Shinbei, Wang Yi did not hesitate to follow closely, knowing that if he missed this moment, the next time he wanted to meet Shinbei head-on on a narrow path, or it would be unattainable. The short encounter just now had already revealed that, even as an ordinary person, Shinbei was still in existence that lurked a deadly threat that could take Wang Yi's life at any time. However, Wang Yi still pursued on without any hesitation. Thanks to Songwrite, this idiot, the mission target item, cannot be lost. Shinpolar was running at speed, and his intended route of retreat had been disrupted. A tough one. Shinbei at this moment had to admit that Wang Yi's supernormal ability extremely restrained his own play. That invisible force field can change the trajectory of a bullet, completely different from the 3 alienists just now. However, Shinbei came to the conclusion that Wang Yi's force field was absolutely unable to take on multiple bullets at the same time. Otherwise, they were definitely at an advantage against the Gatling sweeps of the bearded hulks of Shelter 22. Not to mention being chased by them. If you can't find the opportunity and angle to surprise, there's only one way to go. That's fleeing. For Shinbei, a calm and decisive escape is a must. There's no shame in that. Just dumping your opponent is a victory. A kind of victory that exasperates the opponent. Wang Yi followed the trajectory of the person pursued, although directional tracking has been draining energy from the body, but he had to turn it on for a long time. The main reason is that Shinbei's combat literacy is beyond normal, and once he closes it, he is afraid that he will lose Shinbei's trail in a minute. The maintenance tunnel soon came to an end. Connecting into a long-abandoned subway station, the trail left by Shinbei grew thicker and thicker as he turned a corner and disappeared into the restroom on the side of the platform. Bam! Wang Yi kicked down the entire unlocked door of the restroom and rushed in. The ceiling overhead had opened up to reveal deep ventilation ducts. Looking at the size of the ventilation shaft, it was barely able to squeeze a person in, and Shinbei fled in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to reset the grill of the ventilation opening. Wang Yi leaped up. His head and upper body had entered the ventilation duct. Then his left elbow struck horizontally, and his elbow unexpectedly broke into the wall of the ventilation duct made of stainless steel. Hanging his body, the initial part of the ventilation tunnel was vertically upward, then horizontally extended out, and at the end it was dark, and Wang Yi could not see clearly. Shall we venture in? Wang Yi hesitated. His psychic ability, skewed force field, was still on cooldown and could not be used for the time being. With such a narrow space, Shinbei almost didn't need to aim and could shoot over with a single shot. There was nowhere to dodge. Wang Yi's figure paused for a second. Blue ice crystals erupted from his right hand with a thump, and circular ice creams formed instantly. Ice through stone. A violent fling toward the channel. All it took was a muffled thud that seemed to shake the entire subway station. The ice cream rushed across the passageway, spinning at high speeds. Driving the tin channel began to twist as if it were a twist everywhere they passed. The stainless steel panels that made up the ventilation channel groaned and struggled, yet under the tearing and twisting of an almost irresistible force, the entire channel quickly twisted and collapsed as if it had been smashed by countless boulders. At the other end of the passageway, the Barrett sniper rifle was thrown out, and then Shinbei practically rushed out from the mouth of the passageway, caught the modified rifle in the air, and lightly landed on the ground. He suddenly looked up and gazed at the mouth of the passage he had just leapt out of. There was only a wave, and countless dust and debris erupted from the mouth of the passageway before it twisted and twisted together as if it had been wrung by giant invisible hands. If Shinbei came out a few seconds later, he might be strangled by the ventilation ducts made of steel. Shinbei only glanced toward the twisted passageway opening before disappearing into the deep underground passageway with his rifle. The fight is far from over. Although Wang Yi destroyed the steel channel, a blow fell through, and at the same time, it also led to the distance from Shinbei being pulled apart again. Although Wang Yi was not clear about the terrain, the trail of the purse was still clearly presented in his field of vision. He walked out of the bathroom, and with a speed that exceeded Shinbei's by nearly double. Even if he had taken a detour, he was able to quickly get back on the right track and continue to close the distance between the two sides, which was still less than 100 meters. What a hell! Shinbei walked through the tunnel, feeling how he couldn't get rid of the tail behind him. This guy has quite a few powers. He must have directional tracking. According to Shinbei's understanding of the alter ego, alien powers are fancy. As long as you can afford to consume the crystal source cores, you can light them up one by one like a game point skill tree. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the appropriate class level, and the more specialized you are in a particular area of psychic ability, the more you can light up super powerful psychic abilities. However, it is also possible to activate basic powers at will and use them in combination, except that this combination of powers has many tricks. But the power of individual powers is low and weak. Although Wang Yi also knew ice elemental abilities, It was obviously not as good as the blue demoness specializing in the ice element. At this very moment, there were all sorts of dangerous creatures living in the underground passage, but none of them ventured out at the moment, all far away from the area, especially Wang Yi, who did not conceal his breath. Both gave them too much of a dangerous intuition. This area was unfamiliar to both Shinbei and Wang Yi, and as long as Shinbei ran through the place, the battle armor visual panel would record it on the map. So there was never a problem of getting lost. Wang Yi also seemed to have an extraordinary memory of the terrain, and despite following Shinbei around in the maze of passages, the distance was gradually shortening. Wherever he has traveled once, there will be no more long detours. Shinbei quickly realized this as well, but he still maintained an even running speed and seemed to be preparing to fight Wang Yi for physical exertion. Wang Yi's speed was constant at more than 1.5 times that of Shinbei's, neither fast nor slow, and there was no sign of massive physical exertion at all. The distance between the two sides had closed to 30 meters when Shinbei suddenly stopped. Wang Yi's hair suddenly flew up, and he snapped. His military boots stepped out large sparks on the steel rails, and he suddenly boosted his speed and charged forward. He had also traveled this passage before and knew that Shinbei's position at the moment was just 2 turns away. With this distance, Wang Yi only needed 2 seconds to rush to Shinbei. Although the skewed force field was still cooling down, he was confident that he would be able to dodge Shinbei's shots, or at least prevent Shinbei from hitting a fatal part of the body. And when he struck, Shinbei would never have a chance. Wang Yi's body carried a whistling wind sound and flew directly across the sky, rushing straight towards the opposite wall. He took 2 heavy steps on the wall, and his whole body rushed through the first corner as strongly and fiercely as if he had been running on the wall, and where he landed, the concrete was cracked in large patches. As he rushed around the corner, Wang Yi's pupils contracted violently. He saw that at some point there was an additional tin oil drum at another corner, and a tracer bullet had just been shot into the drum from the side. The firelight violently illuminated every dark corner of the passage, and the raging flames tumbled and surged furiously along the closed space of the underground passage. Wang Yi's heart was beating strongly and powerfully, and the sudden danger that had befallen him almost made the hairs on his entire body stand up. But he was rushing toward the flames coming at him at a furious speed of over 70 kilometers and was in mid-air, making it difficult to turn around any longer. Wang Yi instantly bowed his body, protecting his head with both arms, his legs bowing forward and straightening back, and assuming a full defense stance in midair. In the moment before the flame attacked his body, an ice shield with a diameter of tens of centimeters but not too thick suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Wang Yi. Ability, Ice-Ling Shield. This was one of Wang Yi's only 2 ice elemental abilities. This time, the detonated oil drum. The fierce oil and gas flames completely engulfed Wang Yi, not only completely cancelled out his impulse and shattered the ice shield, but also pushed him backwards and flew backwards, and then slammed him down hard on the wall of the passageway, wildly squeezing and rushing Wang Yi's torso, and the oil and gas flames that hit the wall had no way forward and had to turn around to the left, toward the side passage. In the blink of an eye, the power of the explosion had subsided, and the passage was littered with burning flames. These gasoline-derived flames were extremely difficult to extinguish, and the temperature inside the underground passageway soared to a point where ordinary creatures could not survive. Wang Yi fell from the wall. He landed in a standard position, yet he still almost fell. Large swaths of clothing still burned with flames, and his hair was burned to a crisp. He coughed violently and burned his skin, backing up extremely fast and rolling all over the ground after landing in an attempt to destroy the flames. Grass. Wang Yi cursed. He was moving dangerously now, but he didn't care. Under such a high-temperature flame, Shinbei naturally could not withstand it. I'm sure that battle armor has long since turned as hot as red-hot iron, not dead or maimed. It's hard to figure out who has it harder. This lunatic is completely digging his own grave. Wang Yi thought as he did. At the other end of the passage, Shinbei wasn't afraid of flames at all. The battle armor's anti-temperature sensor directly activated the power module, and without Shinbei giving an order, it automatically began to cool down, and after the battle armor was upgraded, it did not fear the burning of high-temperature flames. At this moment, Shinbei was holding the sniper rifle flat with one hand, with the muzzle pointing forward. In front of him were flames of oil and gas rushing violently. The flames rushed fiercely and the view was a fiery red. The fiercest phase of the oil and gas flames passed quickly. Wang Yi did not break out of the flames as Shinbei thought, and it seemed that he had suffered a lot in this explosion. Shinbei wouldn't be surprised if he really rushed out from the flames. The somewhat lewd young man had a deep as ice elemental ability in him to do anything that could not be said to be a miracle, and Shinbei had felt it. Shinbei stood in the bright and dark underground passageway, quietly looking at the underground passageway burning everywhere in front of him, constantly searching for Wang Yi. Wang Yi. This young man was indeed powerful, with quite a few various secretive powers, and was definitely a kryptonite fiend. However, this would not shake Shinbei's determination and confidence to kill him. This very unexpected find of an oil drum was the only chance to strike back on his own. In Shinbei's prediction, Wang Yi certainly does not know that he is not afraid of flames. This should relax vigilance busy in their own fire. He himself could have killed him with a single shot before he could react. Just then, the flames finally dissipated. A writhing mass of fiery red appeared in Shinbei's infrared vision. Found you! Shinbei's sniper rifle collimated into Wang Yi, who was still rolling and fighting the flames in the tunnel. Next moment, Wang Yi, whose flame had not been extinguished, looked up sharply. In his last vision. A silent bullet was piercing the darkness and appearing in front of his eyes, less than 30 centimeters from. Instantly, his body suddenly trembled like sifting chaff. There was a look of trepidation and fear of death on his face. Inside, too, it had seemed as if the waves were churning up inside. Unparalleled fear, regret filled his mind, making him almost collapse. Wang Yi's face twisted as he let out a horrifying cry like a beast on the verge of death. No! He really couldn't figure it out. It was clear that they were both hit by flames. So why was Shinbei unharmed and still able to launch his shot in the first place? Is this scientific? Even as a shifter himself, he was scalded by the kerosene from the oil drums, and Shinbei, who was wearing battle armor, was not scalded? However, it was useless for Wang Yi to think of anything. The skewed force field had cooled down, but it was too late to activate it. The bullet went through his forehead and exploded at the back of his head. Blood and flesh splattered. Wang Yi's face was full of struggles. His gaze was gray, and his whole body was like a deflated ball. His body couldn't help but twitch a few times and fell to the ground, dying of extinction. And that yet flame, burning even brighter. Shinbei took a long breath. The sniper rifle slowly lowered, its muzzle pointing diagonally at the ground. Don't even look at it. Shinbei followed a staircase that sloped upward, steadily making his way toward the ground. Take a step up the steps and push open the half-hidden barbed wire door. The morning sun is beating down and the stars are still shining. Shinbei, resurfacing. The morning sun was shining at the break of dawn. The light golden light was like fragments of broken silk ribbon, quietly spilling onto Shinbei's bloodstained battle armor, mapping out a silent cold light. The early morning breeze breezes over the barren earth, bringing with it grit and dust. In the distance, abandoned buildings were submerged in the sand, the wreckage looming. Shinbei glanced back at the subway tunnel exit with a slight sideways glance, tightened the purse on his body, treading on the gravel with a rustling sound. He marched toward shelter 36. This time, Shinbei's harvest only consisted of a leather bag and a small amount of crystal source cores. The 4 fourth-order aberrants who died inside the tunnel were bound to have a lot of crystal source cores on them, but because the pace of the battle was so intense, aside from picking up a few crystal source cores from the almighty cult limb reformers, everyone else was wasted. However, Shinbei's initial target mission was accomplished. The secrets within the purse's compartments are bound to be worth a lot of money, otherwise it wouldn't have caused the killing and fighting between the two shelters. This time, Shinbei had no time to check the purse compartment. Letting go of his speed, he sprinted and ran through the wilderness, flinging a dust-built earth dragon behind him. That was the advantage of battle armor. As long as there was a crystal source core, there was unlimited kinetic energy, much stronger than the little bit of energy stored in an alien's body. This time, there were few shots fired on the distant battlefield. I guess both sides sensed something was wrong and seemed to be retreating. Shinbei circled around, avoiding needless trouble, and pushed forward towards Shelter 36 by other routes. About 5 hours later, Shinbei could already see the slowly writhing Titan in his field of vision. The Titan was like a moving mountain range, slowly unfolding its spectacular and terrifying presence on the horizon. Its skin took on a rusty, dark red intertwined with a sandy, grayish yellow, and with each writhing movement, it refracted an eerie sheen in the sunlight. Even the wind in the wasteland seemed to be holding its breath quietly, not daring to disturb the behemoth, the only hope for a world on the run. If humans in this world still have a sense of home, the word for that would be Titan. No matter who it is, they can only leave Titan for a brief period of time. This time is the limit. After the kettle runs dry. 3 days. That's why there's a saying that goes around the world. Maybe you'll be lucky enough not to come across an evil seed in your life, but you'll never come across a clean water source. Shinbei huffed and quickened his pace, gradually following up. A handful of hours later, Shinbei caught up with the caravan brigade. Leap lightly onto the connecting plank. Go back to the RV where you belong and push open the door. Add lots of wood to the room and place it in the corner. Little K is away, presumably still laboring in the wilderness. Shinbei turned around and locked the door to his room. Take off your battle armor and hang it on a hanger. Even though the battle armor had been upgraded many times to fit the human body, it wasn't skin after all, and it didn't matter in combat. But once you were resting, it was a bit hard to still wear this thing like a whole person wrapped in a balloon. Shinbei needs air too, though you get 1 experience point for every minute you wear battle armor. Shinbei changed into a lightweight linen shirt. This shirt has a unique style. It is handwoven from a wilderness, wind-resistant and breathable wild hemp fiber with a rough, strong texture. Its collar is high enough to effectively prevent the intrusion of wind and sand, while the edge of the collar is secured with metal grommets made from scrap vehicle parts, which is both decorative and can be used as an emergency tool when necessary. The cuffs and hem section are skillfully cut to ensure that the wearer is not restricted during movement. The interior of the shirt also cleverly incorporates a number of practical pocket designs, such as hidden multi-function pockets. For a little more money, some styles of tailoring will also have several extra layers of protective fabric sewn into the back or shoulders, though not much use. After relaxing his body, Shinbei sat on his own bed. This bed is still put together by K using materials. The bed frame is partially constructed from rusted steel bars, used machine parts, and broken concrete blocks stacked together in a seemingly messy but extremely stable manner. The bed, on the other hand, is made of a tattered tarp overlaid with layers of sandbags and covered with a recycled military blanket, with multiple storage compartments underneath the bed, surrounded by scrap metal panels to store essentials and defense weapons. I can't talk about comfort. I can sleep with this fucked up world. To have an RV of one's own is already the greatest achievement for the average person. Then, Shinbei placed the purse on his knees, took the scissors, and began to carefully dismantle the purse sandwich. Shinbei carefully chose the entry point, which was a place where the wear and tear was the most severe. Yet it did not affect the overall structure. Embed the tip of the scissors into the seam of the purse, and with a slight turn of the wrist, the scissors quietly probed like a snake's leather. He then slowly applied force, and the leather skin of the bag cracked open under the scissors with a tiny slit, making a snorting sound, which was the unique sound of friction between leather and metal. Every inch of Shinbei's cuts were extremely precise and methodical, as if he was deconstructing an elaborate mystery. While disassembling, he examined the peeled pieces of leather, carefully identifying any secrets that might be hidden within. Over time, the purse gradually breaks down into pieces of leather in various shapes and sizes. Eventually, only the bottom layer of the purse was left on Shinbei's knees. Nothing. Shinbei never even saw a note. Bottom of the last purse. The bottom layer is thicker. Shinbei's sharp knife plunged in and gently tore the upper and lower layers of leather apart. Snapped out. A chip with an overall gray-black hue fell to the floor. Shinbei was full of surprises, staring at the chip that was still spinning on the floor. Not paperwork. Not information. Surprisingly, it's a chip? Shinbei grabbed the chip and pinched it in his fingers to check it out. The edges of the chip appear to have a bionic design that mimics the shape of a desert plant leaf, with smooth and slightly curved lines. In the center was a translucent crystalline core containing complex and dense wiring. It gave Shinbei a vestigial feeling of nanoscale line construction. In addition, the back of the chip comes with a set of microscopic magnetic ports, kind of like USB ports, but not the same size. Shinbei was completely baffled as to what function this chip had. However, shallow cognition did not mean that Shinbei could not be informed of the answer. His eyes coalesced on the chip for a few seconds before the message popped out of the corner of his eye. Uniform chip, full grade. This chip is produced from an extinction-class starship, and when implanted in the human brain, bioelectricity will allow it to function. And the General Assembly console has the ability to remotely control this chip. Effect, strips humans of their fear, allowing them to become fearless warriors. Shinbei. The message was brief, but the content is extremely explosive. This chip gets its energy from bioelectricity. This is way beyond current world technology. Moreover, implanted in the human brain, it can actually deprive humans of their emotions. Shinbei's scalp went numb just thinking about it. A human who was fearless in battle, who dared to jade in charge no matter what kind of opponent he faced, even if he was an ordinary human, would give the shifter chills. What kind of devastating scenario would it be if a different person was implanted with this kind of chip? For humans, having something to fear is the only way to have reverence and know what to mess with and what not to mess with. In other words, the emotion of fear is also a human umbrella. It will make people make the instinct to run for their lives, and losing the emotion of fear is simply an enhanced version of being a dead soldier. At the same time, Shinbei savored a different kind of thrill from the short introduction. This chip can deprive humans of the emotion of fear. So does it also deprive them of other emotions, and then remotely manipulate human minds? Flesh. Robots. Shinbei rubbed his temples. This chip is just awful. No wonder Gon Mo bluntly said that whoever touches this secret will die. If such chips were mass-produced, they would uniformly control human minds. That's really uniform. Hot potato. Shinbei felt the chip in his palm as if it was hot iron, as if he was looking directly at the electronic ghost. Forget about the features of this chip for a moment. Shinbei looked at another message. This chip is from Starfleet, extinction level. Again, Shinbei's mystery about this starship had yet to be solved. And this would be another piece of information that one would not dare to imagine. What exactly is the role of this extermination-class starship in the escape world? Shinbei muttered. On the one hand, there's the Blood Council, dominated by the Spider Queen, holding the secrets of the extermination-class starships. On the one hand, there are still remnants of extinction-class starships that once existed to be found in the wilderness. Wait, Shinbei suddenly remembered the old man who had nearly gotten himself killed as a shooting specialist righteous body reformer. The power of deep space. Referring to an extermination-class starship? Shinbei's thinking was a bit disorganized. It's useless to think deeply about it. It's too complicated and long in the tooth, and Shinbei's current task was still to survive. Especially since the Titans were going into the northern winter. Throw it in the corner and eat the dust. Shinbei hid this devil chip. He could have destroyed it, but it was always a shame. In other words, it might be possible to buy back one's life if necessary. Just then, the door rang open. Shinbei walked out of the room. A glimpse of Kei's thin body carrying dry wood. carefully stacked in the corner. Shinbei didn't care at first. The world of escapism does not support invalids. K's job is what he needs to survive, but when K turned around and continued to go out to work, Shinbei's gaze turned cold and he exhaled. Stop! K stiffened for a moment. Shinbei's tone was a bit cold. Turn around. I still have to go out to work. K responded with his head down. Shinbei shouted. I told you to turn around. K slowly turned around, still hanging his head. Shinbei took a few steps forward and picked his chin with his fingers. Shinbei tilted his head and looked at little K's face. His teeth cackling. Who did this? Little K's face looked like a canvas that had been repeatedly ground by rough gravel, full of blood and dirt, swollen and purplish around his large, originally clear eyes. His eyes filled with panic and helplessness, tears mixed with blood, leaving 2 dark-colored grooves on his cheeks. The bridge of his nose was bruised, as if an invisible hand had wiped the ink of pain across his face with abandon. Dried blood hung by the corners of his mouth, and his slightly parted lips were twisted and distorted by the pain. Upon closer inspection, his skin was strewn with fresh scars crisscrossing and overlapping, creating a startling map. Hair was messy against his forehead, stained with stars and scarlet, like withered thorns wrapped around an innocent life. I did it myself by accident, K replied stubbornly. Shinbei clasped his palm on little K's head, pressed it heavily, and said in a single word, "You're pretty hard on yourself." K was silent and hung his head. Shinbei turned around and went back to little K's room, and with a mess, he found the P226 semi-automatic pistol. Opening the clip, yellow-orange bullets squeezed silently into it. It's as if they're asleep. Then Shinbei returned to his room and put on his battle armor, throwing the P226 semi-automatic pistol to little K. Take it and go. If you don't shoot your bullies today, I'll shoot you. Little K shuddered in fear at his words, and his pistol nearly fell to the ground. Shinbei didn't care what little K thought. A 10-year-old child, submissive and dominated, was the main theme. Shinbei roughly picked up little K by the collar and walked out of the RV. Jump off the shelter. Shinbei's revolver was pulled out and pressed against little K's head. Lead the way. Little K didn't move a muscle. Bang. As if thunder had appeared, fire instantly erupted from the muzzle, accompanied by deafening gunshots and blazing waves of air. The bullets shot into the hard surface of the ground at an alarming rate, stirring up a cloud of dust that flew like a huge, briefly blooming black flower. The ground exploded into a small crater, sparks flying and dirt flying. Next time it'll be your head. Shinbei stood behind little K and said with an expressionless face. At this moment, K's shoulders twitched uncontrollably in shock. Like a frightened beast, tears welled up in his eyes. His shoulders trembled more and more violently, and a suppressed choking sound came from his throat. Can't afford to mess with it. We can't afford to mess with it. Shinbei sneered. Pony crossing the river. It's you who can't afford to mess with me. Bullshit with me again. I'll let you reunite with your mom. Little K's teeth bit his lips, oozing red blood, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally lifted his feet and led Shinbei towards a dense forest road. One after another, members of the shelter were walking back with dry wood on their backs. After they saw little K's posture and Shinbei's aura, they froze. The footsteps paused. Even as they followed the two toward the dense forest, the heady chatter continued along the way. Look, little K is carrying a gun in his right hand. Wow. Is this about revenge? Ha ha, laugh your ass off. 10-year-old kid. How dare he? People have Shinbei behind them. Shay, running away from the evil seed is good, but the object of revenge he can't afford to mess with. Keep up, eat your melon and watch the show. Shinbei ignored the crowd's murmurings. His face was as usual, and his pace was steady, but K was more flustered. Even though he was only 10 years old, he already knew how to survive in the escape world like the back of his hand and rolled with the punches. That's endure. Can't help but die. Can't help but die. Whether it's an ordinary person or a psychic, the children in particular are beaten to death. And they are beaten to death for resisting. If you can't beat it, it's meteoric after the other person has vented his or her rage. And now, in full view of the public, to have K take revenge was something he would never dare to think about, especially with the finger pointing. The walk was fluttering and limp. Moreover, Shinbei was still kicking his ass behind him. Once he slowed down, he felt his ass crack into 4 pieces. And it was hot and painful. A couple of abrasions. The group made their way through the dense forest to a clearing. There are also a number of residents here who are baling and disposing of wood. Shinbei stopped, looked around and rubbed little K's head. Come on, you tell me. Who hit you? K's left hand trembled as he pointed toward one of the men, but Shinbei was unhappy with little K's actions and slapped his hand over, slapping little K's palm down hard. A blood-red color presented itself. Little K hissed in pain and looked at Shinbei in confusion. Re-finger me. Unsure. K continued to raise his left hand. Snap. Shinbei interrupted again, his tone a little cold. I don't want you to make a third mistake. K's confused eyes wavered for a moment and he raised his right hand, which was carrying a pistol. Shinbei nodded with satisfaction and rubbed his little head with a smile. That's right. Shoot, little K. Seeing that little K's finger didn't seem to be able to pull the trigger, Shinbei's revolver was pressed against his head. I said, shoot. At this very moment, the commotion made by Shinbei's side had already gathered everyone's eyes here. The surrounding crowd once again erupted in cacophony. Ha! You guys think K would dare to shoot? Though young, IQ should still be there. Definitely wouldn't dare, let alone little K. Even Shinbei wouldn't dare. Yes, under the third master. If this falls apart, the sky will really fall. I've heard that third master and Shinbei have a conflict. Is it Shinbei's intention? Hell knows. Then again, he's not much of a man for robbing K's packed lumber and reaching out and hitting people when they don't give it to him. Ha! Where are the good guys in this fucked up world of the weak and the strong? The target that K was referring to was a man who was shapeless and as pale as a dead man. With hair that looked like a bird's nest in disarray, this man naturally understood Shinbei's purpose in bringing little K to seek him out, but he wasn't the least bit abashed. Even though he was an ordinary man, his backer wasn't an ordinary man, but a shifter. He wrapped his arms around himself and let out a loud laugh with a teasing look on his face. He, Shinbei, backing up a little kid, is your face so worthless? Shinbei's fame was more or less the same in Asylum 36. It's a very high level of combat literacy, the ghost of the battlefield, but that's about it. It's still somewhat useful for missions that aren't too difficult, but once the difficulty of the mission goes up, it's not a shifter after all, so it's not very useful facing the man's ridicule. Shinbei turned a deaf ear, but any glance at him was blasphemy. Shinbei just stared stoically at little K. The man's gaze grew more and more reckless, sneering again. Shinbei, how about you raise your gun and shoot me? Afterwards, when the third master looks for you, you can't cry. Ha ha. Shinbei's expression moved slightly. What a coincidence. Third master's man? Shinbei got more energized and squatted beside little K. If you don't shoot and crash him today, he'll have to crash me tomorrow. Think for yourself. K's pupil shrank, gripping the cold metal hilt of the gun with both hands steadily. He took a deep breath and aimed at the man in front of him, with a crisp trigger pull. The pistol instantly exploded with a powerful force. The recoil hit his still young body with the ferocity of a beast out of its cage. In an instant, the pistol vibrated violently in his hand. Like a small beast trying to break free, a little K's shoulder was hit hard by this force, and his entire body involuntarily took a step backwards. His arms trembling like withered leaves in the autumn wind, his cheeks were slightly twisted from gritting his teeth, and his eyes were blurred despite being stained by tears and smoke, and the bullet had pierced the man's forehead, splattering plasma all over the place. A shocked, horrified look filled the man's bloodstained face before he died. It seemed how he couldn't dare to think that after lifting up the third master, little K really dared to shoot. At this point, the sound of gunfire is like the world's mute switch. Of the room instantly fell silent. The only sound was the man falling to the ground. K gasped sharply, his first kill making him sweat like a pig. He was weak and trembling slightly. He raised his right hand and was just about to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. Shinbei reached out again and interrupted. Safety off. K nodded knowingly. It seems that Roke's evaluation of you is a bit distorted. Shinbei gave a disparaging evaluation. Rourke thought at first that little K would be a beast once he awakened, but at this point, it's clear that K is overrated when he's scared of his first kill. One should know that Shinbei had killed for the first time without any feeling, as if he was born to be an ice-cold killing machine. Of course, there doesn't seem to be a comparison. Shinbei's first murder was at age 16. Just then, sharp footsteps came from the dense forest. At the same time, a voice filled with shock and anger pierced through the air and reached the ears of everyone in the clearing. What a big dog's guts. How dare you kill my people? Shinbei's gaze slowly turned over, surfacing in extreme coldness and ruthlessness. He saw Master San appeared from the dense forest. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick layer of foliage, shedding dappled light that reflected on the dusty ground in patches of varying shades. Within this spot of light, a corpse lay on its back, its blood still bubbling and flowing. The air smelled of damp earth mixed with the scent of metal bullet gunpowder. The third master broke through the dense forest grass and appeared in the center of the field. He scanned the dead first. The face was extremely ugly, so black it looked like a mop and could be pinched out. This was the second time Shinbei had provoked himself. The third master was bearded and had a face of vicissitude, although his appearance was ordinary. His eyes were deep as if they could penetrate the heart. His shadowy face revealed an unspeakably cold, ferocious feeling. Shinbei, I think you're fucking looking for death. And Shinbei's eyes sneered in cold. Yes, but you mustn't just think about it. Please give practical actions. As soon as the words fell, Shinbei directly raised his revolver, and the dark muzzle pointed directly at Master San's forehead. There was not the slightest tremor or hesitation in the hand that clutched the revolver. This hand, which had been honed by countless times of life and death, seemed to have been molded into a piece of precision machinery. Every movement full of power and precision. The revolver in his hand was as if it were part of his body, naturally fitting every inch of his hand with that natural tacit understanding. The fundamentals are very solid and unchallenged. The gaze on the third master's hideous face was extremely dark, flashing with a hostile light that had dropped to the freezing point. With his head directly on Shinbei's gun, his tone was extremely domineering and ferocious. Come on, I'll give you a chance to see if your bullets can shoot me to death. That's what you said. Shinbei's expression was indifferent, and his finger directly pulled the trigger. but the next moment, wordlessly, the water vapor in the air condensed into tiny but dense ice crystals. These ice crystals quietly adhered to the surface of Shinbei's pistol trigger, as if whispering a prelude to freezing. Instantly, as the temperature continued to drop, the ice crystals began to multiply and spread wildly. Shinbei stared in dismay. Countless layers of ice crystals wrapped around the revolver. From the initial sporadic embellishment to the final comprehensive coverage, this process is like time was instantly frozen, presenting a quiet beauty, the original cold, hard and unfeeling pistol, under the effect of ice crystals, instantly transformed into a work of art that shone with an ethereal blue light. This scene happened too fast, so fast that Shinbei didn't even have time to pull the trigger. Next, a tone that was cold and clear, with each syllable seeming to be carefully carved from 1,000 years of cold ice, came out. All disperse. What's all the commotion about? Shinbei cocked his head. The voice is familiar. It's a blue siren. Tap. The blue siren arrived on foot, her eyes surprisingly sparkling like blue crystals, making the venue light up for a moment. Combined with her holy, flawless face, it was as if a true angel had descended into the human world. Her hair danced in the wind and her white robe fluttered, revealing her beautiful body underneath her clothing. The blue demoness gently pulled the hair around her ears, her gaze sweeping back and forth over Shinbei and the third master, her face somewhat impatient. Are you too annoying? The third master exuded a fury and anger. This time it was Shinbei who was looking for trouble. He killed my men. It was my kill. Kei shouted stubbornly from the side. Shinbei's pupils clearly and unmistakably revealed a look of contempt as he looked at the third master. Some of the deaths are paying for their own wrongdoings. This is the same reasoning as having to pay for a meal. Since he dared to rob the timber and beat up the people, he was ready for certain death. Of course, Shinbei spread his hands. If the third master does not intend to be reasonable, this is also something I am very happy to meet, and I for one do not want to be reasonable. Reason is indistinguishable, indiscernible, and there are only two outcomes to a duel, life or death. Certain people just don't get involved. Shinbei turned his head to look at the blue goblin. What do you say? And the blue demoness gaze was obscure and deep, as if it had penetrated through the layers of snow and wind, revealing a flavor of astonishment and uncertainty. I'm really giving you face. Shinbei shrugged. I'm only going to give you 3 counts. Get out of my sight now or dash. The blue goblin raised one hand, and there was a sudden gust of air. Only a touch of ghostly blue light shone in her hands, spreading from invisible to tangible, just like the thin ice that first appeared on the surface of a lake on a winter morning. Bit by bit, the air seemed to be frozen for an instant, and time seemed to stand still at that moment to eye in this silence. The focused gaze of the crowd. A crystal-clear ice gun gradually took shape, its tip sharp as an ice-breaking sword with a cold light. The body of the gun, on the other hand, flowed with intricate ice patterns, as if it was a carefully carved work of art by nature, with each texture containing endless frost power. Otherwise blue light surged in the blue demoness' abyssal bottomless pupils. Die! Shinbei pulled little Kei, turned around and left without any hesitation at all. When the blue banshee's mandatory ice lance lights up the hand, I am afraid that my heart has been erupting like a 10,000-year-old volcano, and my killing heart is hot and boiling, and it is difficult to suppress it. Shinbei was more or less swept off his feet. Though I would have expected the blue banshee to be polite. After all, the two should be on pretty good terms, right? Unexpected. It's so stormy when women flip out. It reminded Shinbei of Bai Luo. Women in this world are a pain in the ass. Shinbei muttered, far less well-behaved than a woman in a coma. Above the clearing, the third master could no longer hold back his anger, and his mouth was already not at all merciless towards the blue demoness. Triple obstruction. It's excessive. Are you Shinbei's personal bodyguard? The blue demoness tone was ancient. He's at the same level as you. Do you think he doesn't dare to kill you? When these words came out, third master's face stiffened, his eyeballs exploded, and he growled incredulously. Banshee, although I'm your deputy, I'm not your happy-go-lucky. Is it fun to make fun of me? Yo Irregular has already adjusted his rating. It's just that Rourke is stuck and hasn't sent it down. No way. Master San almost squeezed syllables out of his throat. What makes him qualify to be a vice captain? An ordinary man? The blue demoness raised her ice lance and looked straight at Master San, exhaling cold air. Are you questioning me? The corner of the third master's mouth twitched. I didn't mean that. You should ask Rourke. The blue demoness turned to look at the crowd of onlookers and chided. What are you looking at? Do you guys want to freeze to death in the cold northern winter? Get to work. A word that woke up the shelter members who had been immersed in the fact that Kei had dared to shoot someone. Their minds really can't keep up. Hula, the crowd disappeared without a trace in a few breaths. With the wood on their backs, the blue demoness sauntered back, with a slight sideways glance, and said, according to Roque's arrangement, you have a mission in the near future to go to Shelter 1 to dig in. So calm down a bit. Don't play yourself out and delay the mission. The third master's gaze was gloomy. It didn't matter if it was a mission or not. He only cared about one thing. Since Shinbei can be my equal, is he going or not? The blue goblin paused in her steps. If he goes, You could die. Joke. The third master's gaze, however, kept flickering up. I'll say this in a bad way. Women are naturally timid. The blue goblin raised her eyes with a playful expression. Are you creating an opportunity for me to get a new deputy? That's only if Shinbei has the skill. The third master didn't care in the slightest about the blue demoness malice-filled flirting. What? Did Shinbei rely on your comments to gain his status? What's wrong with pulling it out and slipping it in? Is it that you're afraid he'll lose his life and you'll lose face? What's that saying about Yo Wunderkind? Hammers out heroes, kills real people. The blue banshee of constant stimulation by the third master. In his mind, Shinbei had become the person he must kill. Can't really sleep without eradicating it. As long as the blue demon stays out of the way, everything is fine. Good. I'll create the opportunity for you. The blue demon merely replied with a sentence and turned straight away. Inside the RV. K was left alone to put on bandages and clean his wounds. Shinbei sat lazily on the floor and lit a cigarette. His eyes flickered through the smoke. The three masters have their hearts in the right place, brother. At this point K held up the bandage as if asking for help. Shinbei stretched out his hand and tied a bow at the ends of the bandage. This job should be done by your godfather for you. K froze. Uncle Rock? Shinbei nodded. Remember, call your godfather when you meet. Why aren't you my godfather? I could die at any moment. K was silent for a moment. Shinbei patted little K's shoulder and laughed. A good backer is more important than your efforts. K let out a hiss and grimace as he was slapped with a gaping wound. Shinbei smashed his mouth. I'll send you another message. K stood poised, sitting in front of her side and listening. If you feel pain, it's because your goodness or evil isn't pure enough. K sniffed in utter confusion. The words were too profound for a child of his age. K tentatively asked. So I should do it? Should I be kind? My mom used to explain to me the meaning of the word kind. Shinbei shook his head. You should repeatedly jump horizontally, until the day the evil seed is completely wiped out. I don't really understand. It's not pure and it's more painful, isn't it? Shinbei lay on his back, spread his hands, and said, at least, in the biological definition, repeatedly jumping horizontally can still be called a person. Little K curled up and lay in the middle of Shinbei's arm. Yawning and falling asleep, Shinbei patted little K's back and spoke softly. May your future life have no fatal shortcomings after experiencing what happened today. This drawback is self-evident. A few days later, Shelter 36 receives an unexpected visitor in the dead of night, said to be an uninvited guest. But in fact, it was a secret informant sent out by Yu Wu-chang. He came back with a message. One of the researchers at the Biological Research Institute of Asylum No. 1 couldn't stand the price offered by Yu Wu-chang and planned to defect for Escape World. Except for Asylum 8, which cannot be messed with. The other asylums are all one and the same, and are all minions in relation to the Spider Queen. The strength of the various shelters is half a dozen to 8. It's quite a racket, but in reality, no one can do anything about it. This results in unbridled gouging, depending on who is willing to make the commitment and sacrifice. Thus, Yu Wu-chang's plan was quietly starting. Rourke is screening for the right pickups and drop-offs for this mission. The main difficulty with this dig was how to get the Asylum 1 defectors back safely. It's not worth it to go out and have too high of an equilibrium. Once it's folded. One must know that higher order results cost a massive amount of crystal source cores to cultivate. You can't go out until it's too late even. It must be tucked away and considered as a bottom card, so that other shelters can't feel the strength and become a deterrent, and the alien mobilized is too low in rank to ensure the efficiency of the mission completion. There are flashbacks. The loss is not worth the gain. After calculating and thinking, Rourke thought that if Asylum 1 found out that someone had defected, in the case of not being able to figure out the composition of Asylum 36's personnel, the odds are that no high-level bit shifters will be deployed either. So, with a comprehensive judgment, Rourke searched the computer for a list of 5th-order psychics in Asylum 36, and a list of 4th-order psychics. Start making up the line. Rourke's train of thought is devious, split into 3 teams with varying numbers of members. Team A is the main decoy, Team B flanks the receiver, and Team C is the anchor, and each of the 3 teams advanced in a different direction and withdrew by different routes. You irregulars don't ask much about it. He believed in Roque's ability to do his job, but still made a cryptic mention of having Shinbei act as a sniper and act as a forward scouting sentry. Rourke went in one ear and out the other, completely ignored. But just as the list of taskmasters was being finalized, the Blue Demon paid a late-night visit, and the two spoke for 3 hours in deep conversation. Eventually Shinbei's name appeared in the list of this mission. Time passes. The Titan's line of travel is official. After a big turn, it crawls straight towards the cold northern realm. The people in the shelter had no choice, either lose the wilderness or follow the Titans, but anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't break away from the Titans to wander in the wilderness. That's not wandering. That's dying. Gradual, the temperature around them quietly changed, and even this land, ravaged and devastated by age, felt the subtle changes. There was a distinctive scent in the air that was unique to the transition period between cold and warmth. Members of the shelter were even busier, harvesting timber for the last time while there was still vegetation in the wilderness before we officially saw the blizzard. Night, the ghastly white moon hung in one corner of the sky and was reflecting shimmering light from its semicircular side. while the rest of the ugly part happened to be lurking in the thick clouds, casting only a cloud of branching, broken and messy shadows. In the middle of the wilderness, the various RVs hanging behind shelter 36 creaked and crushed gravel. When these sounds came together, they formed a loud sound that constantly stirred. K buckled his ears and plopped down on the floor, flipping through comic strips left over from the old days. Even though he didn't know a few words, but the cities and stories depicted inside kept him glued. Brother, you could just drink water in the old days? Little K's childish voice asked curiously. Shinbei brought a glass of water and placed it in front of him. Little K held the glass of water, took a shallow lick, and pushed it back in front of Shinbei. Shinbei laughed. No, even drinking water in the old days cost money. K gave an oh so subtle sigh, much more relieved. The fact that it takes money to drink water is not yet beyond his knowledge. Shinbei wasn't bothering with him. Picking at the not-so-exuberant firewood within the shelter, the fireplace crackled, emitting a hypnotic heat that made him look even more lethargic. Experience value +1, tips popped out of the corner of Shinbei's eye, sobering him wearily. Vane Caravan LV2, 500/500. This RV exists only in the literal sense of the word with 113 square feet. The design angle of the exhaust vent has been improved so that it will not fill with rainwater. The lock cylinder of the door is upgraded. The security is improved. The connection of the caravan building module is strengthened. The stability is improved. The material of the building module is upgraded. The durability, the defense is improved by a small margin. Experience is full. Shinbei moved with a thought. Direct RV upgrade. You know, in a few days, the Titans will be entering the northern winter. Although Shinbei has stored enough wood. That's enough is going to be a question mark. No one knows how long the Titan stays in the middle of the cold winter. So if RVs can be effectively upgraded, this could be decisive in whether Shinbei will freeze to death. Almost instantly the upgrades were completed with changes not visible to the RV's naked eye. Shelter that can be called a Caravan LV3, 0/1000. The RV is 113 square feet. Comfort has been upgraded. Shock resistance has been improved, and it will not fall apart when encountering bumpy roads. The building materials have been upgraded. Durability and defense have been improved. The warmth is improved, even without heating equipment. The indoor temperature will not fall below -10 degrees. Shinbei read the message and was half mixed with joy. Seismic resistance, while important, is not currently used. Warmth you say has improved. It does, but not much. 10 degrees below zero at constant temperature. No problem with hard resistance. It's okay for a short period of time, but you'll still freeze to death if you lose your fire for a long period of time. Shinbei yawned. I've heard that the cold winter outdoor temperatures in the north can be as low as -50 degrees. It's also got to be -30 degrees indoors, which is absolutely fatal for the average person. Even if you are a psychic and have a super strong body, it's still hard to endure. I'm afraid the only thing that will be left unscathed is the blue banshee. She is specialized in ice elemental powers and has a natural affinity for low temperatures, but Shinbei is in a good mood, at least, according to this upgrading frame. The next upgrade. The caravan absolutely maintains a constant temperature above 0 degrees. Next, Shinbei placed his eyes on the battle armor again. These days Shinbei had been collecting timber, paying attention to the movements of the third master all the time, fearing that the other party would sneak attack. The battle armor is also worn on the body, accumulating quite a bit of experience value. It's time to finish the upgrade as well. Power armor LV6, 30/000/30/000, power battle armor that allows the wearer to fight against Alterans. The defense ability has been effectively boosted, and can withstand the full force of a 4th order power Alteran. New visual field amplification module, can amplify the field of view of items 5 kilometers away. And new adsorption module, can climb vertically on walls and glass surfaces. Upgrade. Power armor LV7, 0/50/000, power battle armor that allows the wearer to fight against Alterans, with an effective increase in defense that can withstand the full force of a 5th order power Alteran. Added, thermal imaging system. Added, life magnetic field detection. Detectable range, 3 meters. Ignoring walls and other obstructions. This upgrade caused Shinbei's mind to flutter. Defendable powers up to the 5th order. It's more resistant to beatings. Wonderful. Thermal imaging is good too, but it doesn't work very well for aliens. Alterans were usually in control of their body temperature, and once it was in line with their surroundings, thermal imaging was a moot point. Of course, it still had an undeniable role in detecting the location of ordinary people and ferocious beasts at night. The other is life detection. This detection is kinda buggy according to Shinbei's experience in his last life. In the event of a disaster, there are people trapped in the rubble. The life detector is coming up. Such instruments generally use infrared, audio, video, radar, electrostatic field, optical, gas-sensitive, and a range of other life detectors are more common. They each have their own strengths and are suitable for different rescue conditions. In the actual rescue, often several instruments work together. First, infrared detector to determine the approximate location of the survivor, followed by radar detectors to pinpoint the location. And finally, the use of optical detectors to observe the survivor's surroundings in order to determine the rescue plan. The general principle is made of the reflection principle of electromagnetic waves, through the detection of human life activities caused by a variety of micro-movements. From these micro-movements to get breathing, heartbeat-related information, so as to recognize the existence of life, and the detection of the battle armor is the life magnetic field. Anything, living or dead, emits a magnetic field all the time. It's just a difference between some that are weak and some that are strong. For an alien, there may be an alien ability to estringe the life magnetic field, but it definitely doesn't completely block out the magnetic field. Depends on how sensitive the battle armor is. It still needs to be verified in real life. If the effect was good, it meant that Shinbei's combat power was once again upgraded. As long as someone wanted to sneak attack, the battle armor would definitely send out an alert once they came within 3 meters. This was a life-threatening and important alarm for Shinbei. Let's just say powerful +1. Shinbei got up and went to fetch his own firearms. The last time you fought in the subway, you also accumulated quite a bit of experience. And you can also upgrade. Pass by the window. He looked outside. A monstrous bird slowly swept above the narrow window, opening its flattened mouthpiece a few dozen meters and swallowing a damp cirrus cloud. Its foggy left wing met the nightlight and immediately churned into a ball until it circled over the shelter, and was about to swoop down on it. But it seemed to hit something, and its figure lurched, seemingly startled. Then the strange bird spat out fog containing ice crystals and turned to swim toward the moon. Shinbei shrugged his shoulders. The shelter didn't send out an alarm. Then there was no need to worry about the strange birds and ferocious beasts attacking. All of a sudden, a human head snapped out of the narrow window, startled Shinbei like a cat that had its tail stepped on. There are pussies hiding in the house? I've been knocking on the door for half a day and it's open. Rourke slumped against the window and yelled, Shinbei, what the hell? I want to kick the door in. As soon as Rourke entered the room, his mouth chattered. 2 deaf men. 1 big deaf man and 1 little deaf man. Shinbei ignored Rourke's complaints and rushed at little K. Call someone, Godfather. Little K shouted crisply. Shinbei looked at Luoku with a full smile. What a polite child. Rourke blacked out. He was tempted to turn away. Can't really stand the idea of being a happy father somehow, but once he thought about the important things today, he still held back and said with a bad smile on his face, good boy. Oh, in the future, if you call me Godfather again, I'll pull out your teeth, okay? K howled, covered his mouth, and ran back to his room with a bared breath. Shinbei spread his hands. He knew you were looking for me for something and took the initiative to avoid it. Bullshit. Rourke grinned broadly as he sat down in the cobbled-together chair. He's scared of me. He's not afraid of killing people. And he's still intimidated by you? Didn't you just get a kick out of me too? Shinbei smashed his mouth and was speechless. Speaking of killing, Rourke leaned forward and crossed his arms over his thighs. His tone somber. Is that how you raise your children? Shinbei took the iron kettle and put it in the fireplace fire. Adding a powder called Wasteland Soul Burning, stir for a while, pour it into a glass and hand it to Rourke. A unique flavor that mixed subtle bitterness and slight sweetness filled Shinbei's mouth. This drink is similar to old-time coffee, dispels fatigue and refreshes and energizes. There's nothing wrong with my education. Shinbei lit a cigarette, took a drag, and threw it to Luoku. At least, when one lives, one can live without dignity, but not without courage. Let's leave it at that for now, Rourke asked, holding up the burning cigarette. Why did you take the first puff? I helped with K's first kill too. So what's the problem? Rourke took a hard sip and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Your spit is delicious, poisonous and soothing. You managed to disgust me. Shinbei bared his teeth. Rourke picked up the Wasteland Burning Soul and took a drink, baring his lips. Nowhere near as good as vodka. Didn't the bar stock a case? Drink up. So you're looking for an excuse to raise hell. Thanks for giving me a leg up. Shinbei nodded his cigarette butt. Then please play. I'll listen. Rourke spread his arms out behind his back, stretching and eyeing the roof. I once said I'd squash your mission, but failed. Shinbei seemed to understand something. Rourke did try to avoid keeping Shinbei from going on missions that could only be handled by a shifter and were bursting with danger. For the sake of the relationship between the two. After all, Yu Wu Chang's evaluation of Shinbei's ability had been elevated to be equivalent to that of an alien. The power of the common man could care less. But it should not be underestimated. The best of the best in any field, even a carpenter, can create value that no one else can imagine. In this day and age, there are advances in technology, but there is a very serious disconnect in craftsmanship. Every shelter focuses on talent, even the upper floors of the asylum. Apart from some dignitaries, there were also quite a few of the best of the ordinary people living up there. This time, Shinbei looked playful and laughed. This is not worth coming to ventilate you. You should wish me to make a lot of money. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish? Rourke raised an eyebrow. I don't mind releasing high-risk missions to you if it's a collaborative effort. But this is a special case. Shinbei pressed his hand. Let me guess. There's a third master in the team, right? When are you going to senile up and let me show off? Rourke deflated. Shinbei shrugged. Hopefully that will come. Rourke took a drag on his cigarette and whispered, This mission is all about digging in. I was planning 3 teams that would have casually separated you and Master San, but the Blue Goblin intervened. Shenbei cocked his head initially. Shenbei thought that Yu Wu Chang had intervened. Didn't realize it was her. Women. They're just trouble. Rourke spoke up. Shenbei didn't say much and didn't ask deep questions. It must have been a long conversation between Rourke and Blue Goblin to make this decision. Shenbei only cared about one thing. How much can I earn? You should be concerned about getting back alive. That's the difference between you and me. No, Roque corrected. It's the difference between being an ordinary person and a psychic. If I wasn't tainted with the divine punishment miasma, with your performance, you would be a grandson in front of me. But now I'm almost as good as an ordinary person and know what it's like to be on high. Shenbei said. Isn't it a little unfair that you felt it and I haven't? Damn. Rourke's fingers snuffed out his cigarette. If there's fairness, what makes me Kay's godfather and you're not? Then I can make Kay call me grandpa. Grass. The corners of Rourke's mouth twitched. You can't talk like that without a case of vodka to fix it. Yes. Shenbei smiled and said. I don't care about the others. Tell me how much money I can get. 3 advanced crystal source cores. Shenbei nodded. This mission pays really well. Your own cluster fighter frisbee that's a real bottomless pit. Experience values for all other equipment can be generated out of thin air. The only thing that needs to be dropped is the cluster fire frisbee. You can't upgrade without funding. A large amount of crystal source cores was what Shenbei needed most urgently. Also, the mere stealth following of a cluster fire frisbee consumes energy, without a certain amount of financial resources. You genuinely can't afford to keep it. Shenbei shouted at little Kay in the inner room. Come out and send your godfather away. I didn't say go yet. Rourke glared. Shenbei waved his hand. There's nothing to talk about. I can at least offer some advice. Your advice is never from a shifter's point of view. It's useless to me. Save it for someone else. Rourke cut in. Weirdo. After Rourke left, Shenbei stared lazily at the fireplace. The wood fire in the fireplace had gone out. By the time Shenbei finished gawking and wanted to add it, it was already too late. He stood up and went back to his room, removed the sniper rifle. The eyes stared for a moment. Sniper rifle LV5, 201/200, modified Barrett M95. Range 1,400 meters. Bullets 5 rounds. Killing power is particularly large. Sports shooting. Accuracy plus 30. Blind sniper accuracy increased by 30. Silencer effect increased by 30. Recoil reduced by 30. Mud and sand clogging the barrel. Can be used normally. This sniper rifle that has been with him for so long, you don't let yourself down every time. It is one of the basics of settling down on your own. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV6, 1/300, modified Barrett M95. Range 1,500 meters. 6 rounds of ammunition. Killing power has been greatly improved. New pendant, flamethrower, jet distance 10 meters, each use. Consume 1 intermediate energy core, in addition to increasing the range. This upgrade also added a new pendant that Shenbei hadn't expected. In Shenbei's usual thinking, this sniper rifle and how to upgrade, is to enhance the power. Will not play any tricks. Results. Nice guy of the flamethrowers are upgraded out. Shenbei scanned the sniper rifle again. 2 more anomalies. There is an extra button on the side of the trigger that should be the flamethrower switching mode. Meanwhile, below the muzzle of the gun, a column the size of a middle finger hangs. There is an opening at the top of the cylinder for a flame jet. There's a card slot on the bottom with a gentle press. The gap can be opened and the crystal source core can be stuffed inside. As for what the principle was, Shenbei didn't need to figure it out. As if the task of a gaming player is to win the game, not to study the code behind it. Shenbei smashed his mouth. What can this thing do? Shenbei was tentatively unable to think of a world occasion where he could have a chance to utilize his flamethrower. How about some grilled chicken wings? Shenbei stared at the small eyes of the flamethrower and pondered. No, fuel is too expensive. It's better than nothing. Drop the sniper rifle. Shenbei pulled out his revolver. Revolver LV4, 50 out of 50, 5 rounds. Rifling intact. Increased kills, plus 1 bullet capacity. 30 less recoil. Continuous fire damage increment. This revolver was Shenbei's sharp weapon for close quarter single shots. The length of the barrel alone is intimidating enough. It's almost like a small hand cannon, the symbol of death, especially since the damage increases incrementally with consecutive shots. It's simply a favorite. Shenbei directly upgraded before you set out on a quest. Get all your gear in order to maximize your strength. Revolver LV5, 0 to 80, bullets 6 rounds. Damage increased dramatically. Added, when the previous round is empty, the power of the next round will stack. However, the recoil will also stack. Hiss. Explosion. This upgrade is nothing short of explosive. Once the shot is empty, the power of the next shot stacks. There are now 6 rounds in the rotary magazine. If you shoot 5 rounds empty, the 6th round will be 6 times as powerful. Scary as hell. What kind of power the 6th bullet could hit? Shenbei didn't even dare to think about it. But recoil has also increased. This made it a little difficult for Shenbei. The 6th bullet could potentially have the effect of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 of your own, but Shenbei predicted that his face was a few points better. It's okay to have a bargain. Shenbei was content. Especially in a world where shifters run rampant. What more bike? Shenbei then glanced at the shotgun that was propped to the side. This one's better. So far, not a single shot has been fired. Shenbei could only say that the enemy didn't give a chance. There's no rush. You can slowly upgrade later, after working on the upgrade. Shenbei threw himself on the bed. Tomorrow is simple. Point 1 is to engrave the bullets and the other is to buy a camera and fill out the accessories for the cluster fire frisbee. The day after tomorrow you can leave for the digging mission. Since the RV, Shenbei's dreams became much more peaceful. No more gory imagery or falling from a height or anything like that. In the past, he always dreamed of strange things, huge data streams, space-time squeezes, time out of control, and a starry sky that looks like the mouth of a giant beast, and not a few more points of light that flashed by. Like a meteor trailing a wispy tail, Shenbei's dreams tossed back and forth between these scenarios. Shenbei tried to see the flashing point of light, but it was never blurred to see the real body. The sudden highs and lows of the dream made Shenbei suspect that he was tired of being drilled by something when he woke up, and now, on the contrary, he began to dream of the wheat fields of his hometown, the scenes of his childhood. Of course, there are always familiar shadows, flickering at the corners of every dream, grafted onto any image, strange or familiar. He no longer felt restless, but it was always like he had lost something important, and his heart was torn raw. Every time Shenbei woke up early in the morning, this emotion became more and more intense. Shenbei didn't know what was lost. Check your guns, battle armor, bullets, and spares at every turn, and none are missing. Shenbei self-diagnosed that this could be the aftermath of crossing over. He get dressed. Shenbei walked out of the room and ran to the upper floor of the shelter. The early morning light was quietly tearing through the shroud of night. Beyond the wilderness, the wind and sand filled the sky and the frost raged. It's getting cold even between Shenbei's breaths. His mouth was like a small steam engine that spewed out white gas. Those white gases were like smoke and mist, changing rapidly with the direction of the wind, or gathering into a ball, or rising and dissipating in wisps. Shenbei wrapped himself up, passing by the blaze bar. The weak sunlight shone in, and in the dimly lit corner of the interior, a few people had gotten drunk last night and were now snoring like crazy. Empty bottles scattered around them. There's a new sign outside the door of the bar with writing all over it, warnings to the effect that the asylum is going into a northern winter. The bar is open but has a minimum spend. Don't think about rubbing the heat or anything like that. A very humane warning. Shenbei shrugged and laughed silently. Keep moving forward. Shenbei rode over an RV. A middle-aged woman was simmering a thin soup on a rusty scrap metal canning box used as a makeshift crockpot stove. Then a handful of earthy amaranth, endive and young leafy vines were grabbed and thrown in to form the base of the soup with a natural hint of slight bitterness and fresh botanical notes. Of course, there were some grain crumbs, stale beans and other dark stuff. The grains were raked from rat holes. There is still quite a bit of wild grain left in the wilderness, which humans sometimes can't find. So they greet the rats' entire families and sweep them up to generally get it. Is this good? Shenbei stood at the edge of the pot and asked. The middle-aged woman didn't pay attention to Shenbei and hurried back into the house with the pot. Shenbei said, I don't rob your things. As for it, it's better in the old days. Shenbei sighed. In that era, if you met a Northeasterner and asked if it was good, it was equivalent to open robbery. The Northeasterners would then offer up food. Enter the upper level of the shelter. At a glance, the fondue-shaped power plant looks outward to a succession of factories that can make guns, textiles, canned goods, liquor, and more. It is the stability at the top that makes the factory's existence worthwhile. If the Titan's back didn't have such a vast area, it would merely provide fresh water. All that's left are RVs, and that's pretty much extinct at this point in time for the human race. Shenbei wandered over to the institute. Chenanji is not on the first floor. Inquiring, Shenbei went to the second floor. In fact, if Shenbei wanted to buy a camera, he didn't need to go through Chen Anji at all. He could just buy it at the front desk, but Shenbei still had some things that he wanted to sidestep and get some information in Chen Anji. That's the thing about limb modification. I'm sure Chen Anji knows more about it than Rokade. That's why Shenbei didn't rashly ask Rokade yesterday. Blazing white smoke intertwined and rose. The entire second floor flared brightly under the violent blue flames of light, and hot sparks occasionally flew across the teal-colored polyester visor. Chen Anji with two bright red gloves holding a welding rod in one hand and a welding torch in the other, moving on the metal with a regular swing at an even speed, finally leaving a gradient color fish scale pattern from gold to red. It looked magnificent. Shenbei didn't disturb Chen Anji's work. Instead, he wandered up to the second floor. He found a pair of arm armor on a table. The arm armor weighed roughly 15 kilograms, and was overall greenish-black in color, not very precisely constructed but made of sufficient materials. The most distinctive feature being the dark red bearings mounted on the joints where the fingers and palms joined, and the elbows wrapped in an unknown oily leather. What the hell? Shenbei spoke out to himself, and Chen Anji stopped his own welding action, looked back, turned around and continued welding, and said on equipment that can mine crushed stone. After we tested it, able-bodied adult males can use it with a load, and it can greatly improve mining efficiency. Shenbei let out an subtle sound. Hands cupped one of them and played with it for a moment. He slipped the pair of armbands on. inserted his 5 fingers into the cold touch metal knuckles, and took a deep breath, only to see a crunching click, moving his fingers. He tried to pick up the glass of water with his right hand, only to crush the glass just as hard as he could. The force is not bad. Shinbei disassembled it and threw it on the table. This thing Shinbei has almost no use for. His battle armor could easily reach that strength as well. It wasn't like Shinbei needed to mine. He couldn't use it at all. Still, he gazed cohesively for a moment, letting the plugin pop up with a message. The plugin is very user-friendly for this. You don't stare at it for more than a few seconds. No pop-up message at all, otherwise a glance at a jump message would have nullified Shinbei's vision. Bouncing messages off even a rock was unbearable. Mining armor LV10/20, a piece of equipment used for convenient mining, which can also be used to kill people because it provides energy beyond ordinary human chi. How many a piece? Shinbei finished reading the message and asked Shenanji directly, but Shenanji concentrated on welding and didn't pay any attention to him. Shinbei's decisive asking price was completely out of instinct. Info tip that can be used to kill people. Good. Shinbei is short of guys to kill. It's conceivable that after continuing to upgrade, it's bound to become one of the alternative weapons as well. Who cares how little this stuff is? Especially for ordinary people. Shinbei. Any alternative option that can improve strength is worth Shinbei's effort. Of course, that kind of device that could only be activated by an alien. Shinbei heartily spurned it enough to wait for a while, only then did Shenanji straighten up. Done. Shinbei, help me take off my mask. Shinbei helped the other party to take off the mask, revealing the face of Shenanji. Exhaled heavily, carefully peeling off a layer of bright red gloves as thin as cicadas from his hands. The pair of gloves were then placed in the long-prepared sterilized water tank, and without bothering to take off his thermal suit, he picked up the turbine engine on the table and examined his handiwork. This turbine engine is only slightly larger than a human heart. Polished to gleam in the sunlight. Above the engine are 4 side-by-side brown metal tubes embedded into the complex metal structure inside, and 2 gear-like fans welded front to back on the lower part, whose structure is exquisitely well thought out and full of special industrial aesthetics. Shinbei's gaze didn't move for a moment, staring at the turbine engine. Soon, the message popped up: Blazing Heart Cyclone Engine, accessory type, full level, small but powerful. It is like a beating heart that gives life to machinery. The Blazing Heart Cyclone turbine engine is recommended to be used as the core power system for high-efficiency, compact devices that require strong thrust support. Its exquisite craftsmanship and high-efficiency design not only meets the stringent requirements for performance, but also delivers kinetic energy over a long period of time. Good stuff. Shinbei stared at True with a glance. A perfect replacement for the power module on your own battle armor. You know, as good as the battle armor is, the power module has always been the hard part. When you move and overload, and run and fight for a long time, the kinetic energy can never keep up, and heat damage occurs from time to time. In the past, the intensity of combat was not high and it was barely usable. If you do encounter extreme combat, the power module will absolutely burn up and lie down. Shinbei licked his lips and was just about to speak. Shenanji put down the turbine engine and took 2 quick steps to pick up the sterile forceps, then picked up the red gloves and the sterilizer and put them into the special medical bag to exhaust and seal. Then put the medical bag into the thermostatic cabinet with a combination lock. Shinbei? What kind of operation is this? What's the point of a broken glove? Nice guy. As if it breaks at the touch and melts at the squeeze. Shinbei couldn't help but show a few flippant looks. Shenanji looked at Shinbei's expression. His spirit lifted, and he began to brag. Short-sighted. These gloves are essentially consumables, most afraid of stray bacteria, and will fade and rot in the air in as soon as 48 hours. Shinbei incredulously sucked in a breath of cool air. Consuming consumables? After Shenanji made the turbine engine, he had nothing else to do and began to show off his authority in this field. It was like a teacher, rattling off a few introductions. Shinbei probably heard it. Many of the parts are due to the mixing of some of this world's weirdest materials. For example, the ashes of ferocious beasts, blood, and so on. Causes the material to undergo exotic properties. Moreover, the working environment is extremely harsh, which is the most extensive with ultra-high temperatures, such as the working environment contacted by Shenanji's hands just now. The surrounding environment even has a high temperature of hundreds of degrees. Hell knows what radiation and gases will be produced. This has led to a number of safeguards, such as gloves made from insulating materials, protective masks, and other ways to insulate and minimize damage to materials in harsh environments for workers. But the vast majority of safeguard supplies are not 100% shielded from the strange negative reactions emanating from the material. This makes it difficult for the welder to flexibly adjust his or her own technique, and the perception of the state of the workpiece and solder becomes very vague, resulting in a significant reduction in the precision of the welded product. Shenanji's gloves were one of the top safeguard supplies, and could achieve almost complete shielding from strange negative effects emanating from the material due to high temperatures, with minimal precision of damage. For people like Shenanji, who need to have a practical researcher, the glove does count as a lifeline. Say it, money giver. Shenanji leaned on the seat, sipping his tea, and leisurely continued. This time, when you come to the institute, how many crystal source cores do you want to lose? Shanbei, by just one camera? Chenanji sprayed out a mouthful of tea after listening to Shinbei's procurement needs as Shinbei smashed it. Somewhat distressed, the heartache is the tea was considered to be a regular home supply in the olden days, but in this escape world, it can be extremely valuable. After all, there was limited space on the Titan's back, and there really wasn't much land available to grow tea. Shelter 36 did not grow tea trees, which would have been an item exported externally by one of the shelters as a resource. It's not cheap. It takes one advanced crystal source core to buy one or two. Sort of like medieval Western Europe's pursuit of tea, which was worth as much as gold. At this time, Chenanji was a bit disappointed, although Shinbei was not considered a big spender. Every time Shinbei arrived, there were always some strange requests. It's also a way to add a little fun to a boring job, but now it just needs a camera. It's no fun. I'll just send you one. Chenanji pointed to the camera in the corner of the shed roof. Which one do you see? Just dismantle it. Shinbei was a bit confused. Directly dismantle it? You don't use it? Preventing a gentleman is not preventing a villain. Chenanji smiled. Electricity is already expensive. In fact, the cameras on it are all lookalikes, not electrified. Furthermore, there are people at the institute all the time. It's not used, and no one dares to come in and steal anything. Chenanji paused here and spoke again in a low voice. Let me say something you don't like to hear. The upper-class residents have to be more qualified than the lower-class residents. Shinbei laughed. Yes, there may be, but not many. At first glance, Chenanji had never received a social beating and had always lived a comfortable life within the institute, totally unaware of the insidious and cruel, cold-blooded nature of humans in the wilderness. Shinbei was not polite, and directly went up and dismantled one down. What do you need the camera for? Chenanji curiously snapped. Shinbei said half-jokingly, I'm going to record the good moments and play them for the singles. Chenanji stared wide-eyed, surprised at Shinbei's brain circuit. It's a good way to make money. You really took it seriously. Shinbei was powerless to spit. Shinbei mounted the camera and shifted the topic to the mining gauntlet. How does this equipment look like a prosthetic limb? Chenanji didn't beat around the bush and answered directly. It was built according to the concept of a prosthetic limb. Then why don't you just connect to flesh and blood and wear it instead? Chenanji looked at Shinbei with a strange gaze. You mean remodeling in the manner of the almighty cult? Here we go. It's officially on topic. Shinbei pretended to shake his head. What's omnipotence cult? A bunch of lunatics drumming up prosthetic implants. Even heart replacements. It's no longer blood that flows through the body. It's lubricant. And the nutrients for the brain are nutrients. Chenanji paused and continued. Without a sense of smell, you can't experience the sensation of pooping. Isn't that a sad thing? Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. Can I say that this is a kind of mechanical ascension? Mechanical ascension is an ancient word. Chenanji stroked his chin and continued. Your understanding is emotional. The real situation is that prosthetic implantation is a kind of implantation, not a complete replacement of the physical body. Think about it. If the brain could be replaced by a computer, the words prosthetic implant wouldn't stand up in the sense of words. It would be called a robot. So, other organs can be replaced. But how long does the human brain last? It's just the same as our lifespan. Chenanji talks in a roundabout way. Clearly it goes right to the heart of the matter, but it favored a roundabout way. As if it was afraid that Shinbei would not be able to understand it. Shinbei did understand that the almighty cult could transform the human body while retaining the human brain. Then how come I haven't seen this kind of reformer before? Shinbei asked knowingly. Chenanji shrugged. Their shelter's need for material things is extremely low, and all of their members are reformed people, which they call gifts. Moreover, they seldom come out to walk around, and are only interested in a specific thing. Of course, there are also shelters that hire them to contribute to missions. Yo Wunderkind thinks they're a bunch of crazies and doesn't deal with them. Humans only have contact with humans and that's fine. And they're not people. They're a pile of broken brass. You're not surprised you haven't seen one naturally. Shinbei let out an oh so subtle sound. The two then proceeded to talk about the Church of Almighty God. Some information was summarized in Shinbei's mind. Overall, the Almighty's idea of reforming people starts from a good place. It's about giving ordinary people power, but the risks accompanying limb modification are too great. The probability of death is over 70%. Either a crazy or desperate person is willing to take the risk of being rehabilitated. Moreover, the remodeling process has to be reserved for brain-computer module interfaces. I don't know what it does, but it's scary to think about. Shinbei learned this news, suddenly associated with the unified chip. Shinbei had a few more questions and asked them one after another. For example, what Almighty is interested in and where they get their technology from. It's actually the same question. It is important to realize that the technology of the omnipotent cult is clearly several eras ahead of the other shelters. This kind of cliffhanging leap is very much out of step with the current era of technology, and Chenanji was jealous of this. After mentioning the words, the power of deep space, He was reluctant to talk much about it. Now Shinbei can confirm beyond doubt that the so-called power of deep space and extermination-class starships definitely refers to the same goal. Inferences can be made that this world was originally an extermination-class starship. It was later blown up for unknown reasons, leading to its disappearance, and the technology on the Perdition-class starship was partially received by the omnipotent cult. Other technologies may have been divided among other asylums, and there have been advances in technology. IT has evolved into the state it is in today, but then again, the emergence of psychic powers led to supernatural forces overpowering technology and becoming the dominant force. According to the normal development, technology and metaphysics are bound to be opposites. Therefore, a world that is like a post-apocalyptic escapade takes on a twisted posture. The technology is there, and so are the powers, but no matter which power it was, it still couldn't change the fact that it couldn't kill the evil seed. It's time to flee the country. Everything that happened 100 years ago is also gradually being forgotten by mankind. Only a few still carry on some information, and that information is gradually drifting away from the truth. There is a big sense of blackmail and being infinitely processed. For example, Chen Anji also made a mention of a song he said he heard. They climbed upward by means of a long staircase, which lasted more than 90 sunrises, and which led to the sky, with 60,900,000 steps. When they reached the moon, it was a full moon. And when they looked upward, they saw only the vast expanse of the earth, lost in silver splendor. The meaning is obscure, according to Chen Anji's explanation. If you look upward and can still see the earth, there must be heaven in that deep space. That would be pure bullshit. There was no heaven. Shinbei was not sure, but hell was at his feet. After a conversation, Shinbei had a new perception of almightyism. The conversation then shifted to mining armors. Let's talk about something serious. Shinbei pointed to the armor. How much is this? We set the market price at 10 intermediate crystal source cores. That's not family friendly. Shinbei was surprised at how expensive the device was. Of course, it wasn't expensive for Shinbei, but that's a rather unaffordable price for a miner. Being a miner for a day would only earn you about 20 crystal source cores, though this item can drastically increase the efficiency of the work. But what's the point of miners not being able to afford it? I also know it's expensive, but any price depends on the time of year. Chen Anji's words had woken up Shinbei. Shinbei came to a sudden realization. That is to say, this mining armor has not been mass-produced yet, and once it is mass-produced, the price will come down. That's right. Chen Anji looked at Shinbei with an appreciative look. Alone this one sample, accounting for the cost, is naturally expensive. The price can only come down once the quantity is more. That's why I said, you asked the price at the wrong time. What, you're converting to mining? Chen Anji made a cup of tea and handed it to Shinbei. I'm just interested in the rare stuff. Shinbei tasted it, and the craftsmanship of frying tea was a bit inferior, but the flavor is still okay. Chen Anji's gaze was filled with a meaningful look. The mouth is not the heart. Shouldn't it be the turbine engine that interests you? Who's eating to have a couple bites together? Chen Anji let out a laugh. If I wasn't so busy, I wouldn't mind if you spent a day with chatting. Turbo engine, offer it. I'm interested too. Shinbei spoke bluntly. 3 advanced crystal source cores. Shinbei wiped his nose. Suspect that the world is targeting itself. Roque had said yesterday that he would be able to obtain 3 high-level crystal source cores for completing his mission. The quotes on this side of the turnaround are just about right. You're all in cahoots, aren't you? Shinbei dropped 10 intermediate crystal source cores, grabbed his armor, and turned around. I'll take it. What about the turbine engine? Shinbei waved his hand without looking back. No money for now. I'm not waiting for you then. Take the time to make money. And if anyone else wants it, I'll go straight out. Shinbei paused in his steps and turned back with some surprise. Someone else wants it? No one can use it, right? You ask the omnipotent church if they want it. Chen Anji gave a blank look. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twitched. Make sure you keep this toy for me. Chen Anji bared his teeth and smiled. Good point. Shinbei leaves the upper level, and didn't go home. Instead, buy summon high explosive gunpowder and scrap iron. Then jump out of the shelter and run 30 kilometers in one breath until the skyline was beyond and a backdrop was found where the 36 shelter could no longer be seen. Shinbei wirelessly connected the cluster fire frisbee and let it fall to the ground. After looking at it, the corner of Shinbei's mouth moved above the frisbee. There is an impact crater, but it is not large. Shinbei remembered the strange bird from yesterday. No wonder the figure stuttered. Fittingly, it had hit a frisbee. Looks like attention needs to be paid to flying beasts. However, there was no problem with the cluster fire frisbee. After the self-test, Shinbei lowered his hanging heart. Activate the crystal source reorganization equipment. Throw in the crystal source cores, true spirit elements, and scrap iron, and start producing shell casings. Meanwhile, Shinbei mounted the camera on the cluster fire frisbee. Among the upgrades some time ago, the cluster fire frisbee had the additional feature of providing a wide-angle view. Sort of patched this feature up today. Gazing at it for a moment, Shinbei glanced at the message. Cluster Fire Frisbee LV3, 320/500, a ground-to-ground combat vehicle with strong firepower, a cruising range of 20 kilometers. The wireless connection distance increased by 3 kilometers. The addition of an extinction-level Starship Intelligent chip, basic version, with a designated target command, can be fitted with a monitoring system, real-time feedback of the data, and simple editing commands. New storage compartment, can put some items in it. New stealth system, can make the cluster fire frisbee invisible, but after the fire system is turned on, it will definitely show its shape. The text display doesn't change much. The last time I bombed a wave on the way to the subway tunnels, I gained a lot of experience points. In addition, the monitoring system originally had missing alerts, but is now fully functional. Shinbei pulled down the cluster fire frisbee data again. Cluster fire frisbee, kinetic energy remaining 10, ammunition capacity 12, 24 remaining in magazine. Terminal wireless connection 1 meter. Editing instructions, none. Throw in an intermediate crystal source core to fill it with kinetic energy. Shinbei looked at the experience value of the cluster fire frisbee again. 100 points to go. That's 20 shells. Shinbei stroked his chin, eager to shoot a few cannons to gain experience to upgrade, but truly a waste of money, and still, it's a pointless bombardment. Think left and think right. Estimated output of cartridge cases. Shinbei still decided to prioritize the upgrade. The cluster fire frisbee now has 36 shells, all wasted just in time to upgrade, and within the crystal source reconfiguration equipment, 10 rounds of shells can be produced while retaining sufficient ammunition. That should be enough. Wait an hour. Shinbei put away the bullet casings, removed the toolbox inside the cluster fire frisbee and began filling the shell powder. Shinbei's focused eyes were like falcons. The first thing he carefully removed from his backpack was the tightly sealed block of high explosives. A hard, dark-colored substance. The ceramic knife cuts with surgical precision, making sure that the explosives are just the right amount. Not a penny more, not a penny less than. Shinbei opened another tightly encapsulated small jar, which contained homemade crystal source core powder. This light blue powder that shimmers with a mysterious shimmering light, like stars spilling down to the mortal world, possesses immeasurable energy potential. Shinbei held his breath and gently tweaked the slender glass rod, discreetly sprinkling the right amount of powder evenly into the interior of the cannonball, moving gently as if treating a fragile living body cell. Then the explosive column, explosive tube, and fuse are assembled and inserted into the cartridge case. If it's the old days, it still needs to be filled with fuming agent, but in the escape world, this thing had been eliminated for reasons unknown, and Shinbei preferred not to think deeply about such meaningless things. Lastly, the tailpipe, the basic pill pipe, and the tailpiece, when combined, a cluster fire frisbee demand shell is complete. Shinbei's hands didn't stop working for half an hour in a row. Assemble the 10 shells and set them aside. Then Shinbei connects wirelessly and outputs the command. The cluster fire frisbee began to lift off, adjusting the angle. At Shinbei's command, he began to pour the shells. A blazing eye-catching fire like a comet hit the ground. From the muzzle of the gun shot out, trailing a long tail flame. The moment the shell hit the ground, the earth issued a painful wail. A dazzling sea of fire accompanied by smoke rolled up. Dirt, debris, flames and steel fragments intertwined with the splash. Experience value plus 5, experience value plus 5, experience value plus 5. Take advantage of this time. Shinbei glanced at the crystal source reorganization equipment. Crystal source reorganization equipment LV5, 1030/1000. Yeah, after a few uses, this device is all ready to be upgraded. Shinbei moved with a thought. Direct upgrade. Jinyuan reorganization equipment LV6, 30/3000, a crystal source reorganization equipment. Production capacity is qualified. Efficiency is qualified. Qualification rate is improved. Energy consumption is good. Added, 3D printer can be connected for interactive work. 3D printer is missing. Shinbei looked at the words that popped out of the corner of his eye. There were a few surprises. In addition to increased productivity, can you connect a 3D printer? What effect will this have? Shinbei couldn't think of it for the moment, but he made a note of it and turned around to get a 3D printer to try it out. Then Shinbei took out his armor amidst an explosion, rubbing his hands together. Shinbei looked excited. Let me see what's going on after the upgrade. Unpacking. Shinbei does some research. This pair of armors was quite complex in composition. At least a dozen or even dozens of parts with different functions were precisely combined, but it can be roughly divided into several parts. The main frame, which serves as the foundation to support the entire armor, is cast from high-strength alloy handguards to protect palms and fingers from direct impact and abrasion. Made of hardened unknown metal of greenish-black color, knuckle-bearing assembly with dark red bearings, swivel hinges, internal bushings and more elbow joint reinforcements. This part contains complex mechanical structures such as reinforcing brackets, flexible connecting rods, and so on, but Shinbei doesn't have to remove this one part in its entirety. Just take it down as a whole. If it was really dismantled to pieces, Shinbei could not put it back together. Then there are the elbow pads, sections wrapped in a kind of oily leather that provide cushioning and comfort, connecting fasteners, bolts, nuts, rivets, etc. to ensure overall structural stability. There are a few other parts that are less important. Shinbei carefully adjusted the angle of each dark red bearing to ensure that it could smoothly detach from the main frame without damage. Then came the greenish-black handguards. each piece of which was connected by an elaborate nesting structure that he gradually peeled away with the help of a special small wrench that disengaged those hardened alloy latches one by one. It took a while. Shinbei finished disassembling the armor. Recall the steps you just took and start assembling. This thing could be different from firearms. And Shinbei could assemble it with his eyes closed. The armor was a novelty that Shinbei had never seen before. This gave Shinbei the nervousness of assembling an exhibition stand for the first time. Of course, there are video demonstrations of assembling displays to learn from, and this armband can only be used by your own memory. It's good to see Shinbei's brain working faithfully. Experience value +1. Experience value +1. Soon. A pile of parts for the armor assembly is completed. Took a look at the message. Mining armor LV1, 20/20ths, upgrade. Mining armor LV2, 0/50, an upgraded piece of equipment for easy mining. Mining efficiency increased by 10. New, hook lock, missing grappling hook and chain. Can launch 30 meters hook lock? Hook the target. To move, huh? Say yes to killing. How come it's a hook lock? This made Shinbei a bit puzzled. Could it be that the murderous weapon has to continue to be upgraded before it can appear? However, Shinbei didn't have much to lose. At least. The addition of the hook locks is nice. There's a kind of Spider-Man immediacy to it. Just assemble the grappling hook and chain. The only problem now is that, how does this thing get experience points? It's not really going to be mining, is it? There is not much resistance to mining Shinbei. The main thing is that there is now no mining on the route that the Titans are traveling. Shinbei smashed his mouth. This thing wants to be upgraded again. Monkey's hinds away. Guess we'll have to wait a while. There's no rush. A good meal is never too late. A moment's work. All shells on the cluster fire frisbee are emptied. Shinbei bared his teeth in flesh pain. Recall cluster fire frisbee. Don't even look at it. Just upgrade. Visible to the naked eye, the cluster fire frisbee expands to a size of 10 meters in diameter. It's that much more oppressive. Also, the shape was altered to look more and more like the cubs of a newborn airship. Cluster fire frisbee LV4, 0/1000, a ground-to-ground strike-capable craft with very ferocious firepower. With a cruising range of 30 kilometers, and a wireless connection distance increased by 5 kilometers. Added, voice transmission system, can transmit voices in a stealthy state. New, ultra-dimensional light pillar, can be designated to pick up specific items. New, storage warehouse, 1 cubic meter, kind of interesting. Shinbei read the message. The cruising range, the distance of the wireless connection have been increased. The voice transmission system is also good. You can stealthily shout across the room and it can scare the hell out of people. A hyperdimensional column of light reminded Shinbei of an alien flying saucer projecting down a column of light and then sucking things up in anti-gravity. However, this hyperdimensional light pillar can also designate items that can reduce the footprint of the warehouse. That means, someone is sweeping my floors for me. Shinbei was a little excited. Kill and kill yourself in front. The cluster fire frisbee can automatically pick up crystalline cores in the back. Wonderful. Pressing down his excitement, Shinbei filled the cluster fire frisbee ammunition bin with 10 shells. 10 barrels are automatically filled. Make it invisible and continue to follow. Shinbei began to return to the shelter. Tomorrow, it's time to leave for the mission, and Shinbei had finished upgrading all his equipment. Another life and death struggle. A new day. Sheltered garage. A group of people exhaled and rubbed their hands and stomped their feet. Damn. A mission at this hour. Do you want to retire? It should at least be roasting in the fireplace. Do you believe that Yu Wu Chang will roast you? Will you stand by and do nothing? I can sprinkle spices. The last sentence drew laughter from the crowd, and the originally tense atmosphere was relaxed. Everyone knew that this mission was not a difficult one. Not hunting ferocious beasts for meat or escorting supplies for trade. Rather, it's about protecting the target to get back to Shelter 36 alive. The mission says it all. Target alive. Whether the others die or not is up to you, but the target must live. At this very moment. Yo Irregular and Rourke appear in the garage. All of them looked aghast, collected their lazy postures and stood straight. Yu Wu Chang looked around the room, sweeping over the faces of the crowd one by one. There were 3 fifth-ranked aberrants, the prisoner boy, Hit Water, and the third master. Fourth order is more, includes Marugo, Chaco, Full Moon, and others. The only ordinary person was Shinbei, who was wearing battle armor. Yu Wu Chang was satisfied with Luoka's arrangement. His eyes narrowed and his gaze was like a sharp blade as he spoke to the crowd. I'm sure you already know what the mission is, and I don't want to say a word about the nonsense. Target, Shelter number 1. Oxblood. There must be no slip-ups. This is about the overall strength of Shelter 36. Depart. Luoka on one side gave Shinbei a cryptic look. Shinbei nodded gently. The team opens the dial. Various vehicles roared their engines through the garage, crossed the deck, rushed into the ground at high speed, made a sharp turn, and came to a stop on one side. The others jumped off the shelter, prepare to enter the troop carrier. When Shinbei drilled into the car, he saw 3 fifth-order Ultrans sitting in the driver's side. One of the third masters hooked the corners of his mouth and glanced back at Shinbei with an unkind gaze. Shinbei had no inner fluctuation. Got on the car by himself, found a seat against the inside, curled up, hugged the sniper rifle, and closed his eyes to rest. Just then Mariyoshi jumped in the car. Hey, Master San. It's good to be alive. Master San laughed. Yeah, You can live without dying. Shinbei slowly opened his eyes to Maru Yoshida. It was a 30ish triangularite man. A lean man with dark skin and scars all over his body. Maruo met Shinbei's gaze and bared his big yellow teeth. I've carried out missions with many ordinary people, but most of them died. Shinbei had just the right amount of heartfelt expression on his face. It seems like you're really a bad luck star. Maruo surveyed Shinbei with an excited, cruel, and tyrannical demeanor. Then you should stay away from me. With that, he sat down next to Shinbei. Shinbei, on the contrary, did not care, as he put his arm around Maruo's shoulder and said in a low voice, my favorite thing to do is to repeatedly jump horizontally across the line of death. Maruo laughed out loud, his laughter reckless and wild. Goo, I like you so much. You mean I'm more likable than the third master, don't you? Then it's just you making a fool of yourself. Come on. Shinbei let go of Maruo's shoulders. Full of concern, it seems that it is still the third master's charm. Shinbei cursed in his heart and failed to pull in. It seems that Maru 5 is the third master's person. At this moment, another man called Cha Xiaodao, who hadn't even boarded the car yet. His voice came in first, but anyone with a little bit of brains knows the third master's reputation. Shinbei looked up at the rear of the car first. Two bright machetes came sticking in, then Chuck Dagger himself drilled in. He was dressed in a shiny black leather overcoat, high boots, a white neckerchief, an old-time western cowboy look, and in his breast pocket was a clipped cigar instead of cigarettes. Carrying two machetes in one hand, Shinbei looked amazed. It had to be said that Cha Xiaodao's pair of double knives, whether it was the shape or the materials used to make them, were unseen and unheard of by Shinbei. The body of one of the knives took on a deep and demonic blood-red color, like solidified blood or a cursed flame pulsing. On the blood-red blade, dark black lines were irregularly distributed, twisting and spreading. The other knife was cast like white bone. The blade was like bone, emitting a horrifying coldness, as if it was from the 9 ghosts of purgatory, and countless white bones seemed to be visible in the blade, accumulating among them like a mountain of corpses. The styling alone is enough to scare the crap out of anyone when carried in the hand. That's knife breath. Even Shinbei, who had always worshipped that fists were the hard way, felt that they were a good pair of swords, definitely pulling the strings, chopping wires along the way. Sparks with lightning, kind of cool. Maruo smiled and said, allow me to brag. The red knife in Brother Dagger's hand is called the magic knife, Sea of Blood, and the white one is called the ghost knife, Corpse Mountain, and it is his favorite weapon. The white one is called Ghost Sword, Corpse Mountain. It's his favorite weapon. Maruo also knocked on the battle armor on Shinbei's body and teased, I wonder if this layer of iron skin of yours is forbidden to be cut. Shinbei snorted, don't turn your blade on me? My main focus in this outfit is coolness. It's not practical. Just in time, another man enters the trunk, and he sneers without expression. Useless? Does that also mean you're useless? Maruo pretended to be angry. Mangetsu, why are you so unfriendly and speak so meanly? What about breaking Shinbei's fragile heart? Shinbei turned his head to look at the full moon. He was wearing a leather combat suit, half buttoned open from the top down on his chest, revealing chest hair covered, kinky, well-developed pecs. The hawk-like nose coupled with the deep gray eyes gave him another charm full of power and heroism. Shinbei's fingers twirled the revolver, licked his lips, and revealed a devilish smile. If you and I compete in marksmanship, you full moon are trash. If I can die in your hands in a contest of psychic abilities, I am the waste. If not, you can easily drown in your condescension. Are you fucking teaching me to be a man? Full Moon stared at Shinbei with a pair of majestic lion-like eyes burning. Do you want us to play a few hands? Shinbei instantly raised his revolver against the Full Moon's forehead, but the corner of his mouth pulled out a bloody, cruel smile. Why don't you ask the third master who I've ever killed with this? Full Moon didn't expect an ordinary person to actually dare to raise a pistol against a fourth-order psychic. At that instant, he seemed to listen to the wailing of the dead souls under the muzzle of the gun. The sixth sense of strong outbreaks. Inexplicable heart violently rippled. The body surface hairs stand up steeply. Anon. Maru 5 jumped out to pull the fight. Shinbei is awesome. Shinbei is number 1. Is that okay? Full Moon's face seemed as cold and sullen as a glacier as she grunted and sat down again, and Shinbei had just had irritation and killing intent in his heart that was simply beyond words. If Full Moon dared to push the envelope one more time, the shot would definitely go through his forehead. As for the team to start the internal bar before coming out. What you Wu Chang thinks. Shinbei does not care. If you don't want to die, come on, I'll take you to the end. Shinbei's eyes were extremely unhappy. Then he grinned and raised his voice. Xiao Wu, I like this attitude of you telling the truth and not being false. Pay attention. I'm older than you. Calling me fifth brother doesn't hurt. Maru 5's horse low drink also brought with it anger. Shinbei heckled. No more hitching a ride with them. Shinbei sort of saw it. This C team, 3 fourth-order psychics, plus the closed-eyed third master. A fifth order. It's all a fucking gang. I'm afraid they've been talking to each other for a long time and are planning to get themselves killed. When do we do it? This is what Shinbei is currently thinking about. And he must strike first, the timing has to be under control in order to surprise and attack then. More than 20 people came up one after another inside the car bucket. All of them were third-order aberrants. The men were temporarily traveling in the same troop carrier. Soon, the vehicle began to slowly depart. It was a very long trip this time. To reach the vicinity of Shelter 1. You need to travel about 500 kilometers, judging by the terrain of the wilderness, where there were roads everywhere and no roads at all, plus bypassing the ferocious beasts or dealing with some trouble. A conservative estimate would be to walk up for 3 days. Shinbei looked at the car full of people in front of him. His brows slightly tightened. It was clear that they could have formed a team, but instead they were led by 3 fifth-ranked adepts. Rourke is spreading out the probability of the team being spotted, right? The specific tasks of the 3 teams were not clear to Shinbei, but they were definitely different. There are anchors, coverages, and disruptions, typical true or false tactics. There should be a point at which the 3 teams will separate. Shinbei briefly pondered. This node is the beginning of the mutation. Gazing at the back of the third master's head in the cab, Shinbei laughed silently. Shrink back and rest with your eyes closed. Before the 3 teams were separated, Shinbei was absolutely safe. So many people. The amount of his third master will not be able to do it in advance. It is not good to explain to you Wu Chang. Only after the separation will he be able to control the team and not leave a handle on it. Almost there. Do the task before first. There's going to be a wave of inside bars soon. Above the wilderness, the troop carrier was like a tenacious beetle, trudging through the rugged and devastated terrain. The bodywork of this rust and sand-covered steel behemoth is patchy to eye in this land where time seems to have stood still. The tires of the troop-carrying vehicles grind heavily over the rubble and debris, making a dull, regular crunch sound. It was as if the whole vehicle was going to fall apart the next moment. In the escape world, humans can't really talk about much maintenance of their vehicles. As long as the engine is working, all other parts are ignored. Even if you have a flat tire, keep driving and don't care to replace it. This is their subconscious normal situation. The 2 dim headlights at the front of the car fought to penetrate the darkness, illuminating the blurred road ahead, the dust fluttering in the beams of light leaping as if they were ghosts. Inside, exhausted people cling to the rusty, cold seats, their faces blurred by soot and sweat. As the vehicle rattles, it was as if my brain was going to be thrown out and I was groggy. 2 days of connecting driving, almost too crowded to move. Stretching your legs is a luxury. The car was filled with the distinctive odor of a mixture of motor oil and sweat, interspersed with the slightest hint of rust, which caused the crowd to rattle with a constant coughing fit. Shinbei looked up and up at the car. The firmament was like an ancient canvas eroded by time, and between the stars hung a weathered moon. It was no longer as bright as a silver disk, but a dull and deep coppery gray. The edges of the moon were blurred and uneven, like scars from countless battles and sandstorms. Shinbei was in a trance and seemed to understand what Shenanji had heard that ballad described. When you look up and still see land, you're not referring to the moon, are you? Shinbei tightened the sniper rifle in his arms and continued to stare blankly. I don't know how much time has passed. Morning arrives. Shinbei could feel the vehicle begin to turn east, and the pace is gradually increasing. Shinbei doesn't know where the vehicle is currently traveling. Many places in the wilderness have no place names. After all, no place name has any real meaning except Titan. It's like the old days when the hometown couldn't keep the hearts of those who went out to work. It's not just the self that's forgotten, it's the name. Gradual, the sky is bright. At the same time, Shinbei also felt the temperature is gradually rising. The bare earth was chapped into a million furrows by the scorching sun. On the distant horizon, the outline of the once bustling city is faintly visible. Now a pile of broken concrete and metal skeletons. Hordes of iron thorns can also be seen running through the oasis. It was a body length of nearly 40 meters. Its skin resembling ancient bronze armor carved over the years, covered with rough and hard rusty brown scales and sharp horny spines. Behind the iron spine beast there were even more brutal, like a walking black fortress, clad in a layer of scale armor as deep as the night. The shadow iron jaw beast was chasing and tearing. The vehicles were very skillful in avoiding the path of the ferocious beasts. It's not that you can't afford to mess with it, it's that it's not cost effective. After about 5 hours of traveling, the troop carrier stopped in a small valley. The crowd jumped in, stretching their muscles in fatigue. They have opened their mouths to speak out. Damn, it's exhausting. It's so crowded. I've never been this tired on a bus before. What is this place and where is Shelter 1? Somehow, what's going on here? How come it's still parked here? Get out of the way. I'm going to release the water. Get out of here and bare your soul. At this time the prisoner child stood in front of the crowd. He had a high nose and a broad mouth, a lion-like mess of hair, and his strong body casually stood there giving off a looming mountain-like oppressiveness, and his pair of eyes were like glass, with silver light flowing from time to time in the deepest part of his eyes, adding an inhuman sense of divinity to his whole person. Quiet. Just 2 simple words. The momentum covered the whole field. All of them shut up. From now on, Team A will have a 10-minute break, Team B will have 20 minutes, and Team C will have half an hour, said the prisoner boy. Waving his hand. A human walked into the dense forest and lifted a camouflage cloth. There are 3 SUVs inside. Shinbei glanced at it. and it looked like it was prepared to park here early. This would indicate a fairly close proximity to Shelter 1. In 10 minutes, Team A departs early, heading for 9 o'clock, traveling about 30 kilometers. Seeing anyone, provoking, but not prioritizing conflict. The main fight is one to attract attention. Prisoner Boy's tone was not fast and furious as he continued the arrangement. Team B will leave in 20 minutes, travel 25 kilometers in the direction of 10 o'clock, and sneak down, with the main task of cutting off the enemy pursuing Team C. C team in half an hour, march 35 kilometers to 12 o'clock, then spread out, walk 3 kilometers, find the researcher, Ben Nyo, who is out on a quantitative mission, and bring him back. After the prisoner boy finished, he waved his hand. That's it. Rest. Wow. The crowd began to spread out, drain the water and eat the food, and people who lie on the ground huffing and puffing with impunity. The gesture varies. At this time, Shinbei had some epiphanies. Initially, Shinbei thought that there was an insider who would bring Bull to come out and hand over. I didn't realize it was taken quietly while he was doing a quantitative task. Quantitative tasks are the norm in almost every shelter. Shelter 36 also had it. And even Shenanji had to step out of the shelter and take a decent walk outside. According to Rourke's explanation, the rationing task was originally intended to be equal and fair for all, with full participation. A legacy of people working together to complete the construction of the shelter. But as time went on, the aliens and RDs became more and more recognizable. A ration quest for a normal person not to do that would be a death wish. Are the aliens and researchers just muddle through it? Great for picking up a few pieces of wood and having an outing in the immediate future. And in Rourke's plotting, that's exactly the loophole that was seized upon. There's no need to lurk into Shelter 1 and forcefully bring it back. You can receive mission objectives in the wilderness. Of course, most defections in general are related to rationing tasks, but there is only 1,000 days to be a thief. And there is no such thing as 1,000 days of defense. Banning everyone from doing quantitative tasks for the sake of a small probability event would certainly be a huge loss for the shelter. So, even though the various chiefs are aware of this drawback, they still keep the tradition. After all, rationing tasks are all residents working for nothing, without having to pay for the crystal source core. The pros outweigh the cons. Shinbei turned around in place, taking in the topography of the valley. This valley is surrounded by crumbling, rusted stone walls. A vibrant green forest grows tenaciously rooted along the banks of a large river. The large river could be over 30 meters wide, rippling with water scales. Also there are many watercourse creeks running wrongly through the valley. The crowd at this time was on the east bank of the great river. The sunlight pierced through the heavy clouds and poured down through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light and shadows in this green forest. Shinbei knew that the change of ends would be in half an hour. When all the other teams left, the third master would certainly not let himself out of this valley, and Shinbei knew the general terrain by heart and decided to disappear first. Waiting for an opportunity to move, Shinbei walked through the crowd and headed towards the dense forest, but it always felt like someone was watching. The rest of his eyes then saw the third master leaning against the wagon, having a chat with the prisoner boy. Hitsway, Shinbei pretended to unbuckle the waistband of his pants, which made the third master's eyes stray away. Shinbei went deep into the dense forest and looked back to see that no one had followed him. Then he took a few quick steps and finally trotted, following the crumbling rock face of the mountain as if he were a racing hare, and ran and whooshed and stomped up to the top of the mountain. About 10 minutes later, Shinbei was in a mid-mountain position and climbed up a large tree, and the battle armor visibility panel began to zoom in on the field of view. Shinbei saw that not far away in the valley, the members of the A-team had already set off in the off-road vehicle, slipped down the tree and catapulted into a speed run along the crest ridge. Shinbei's battle armor had changed to a green color, but for insurance purposes, Shinbei still instinctively grabbed a handful of grass and covered it into his mouth and chewed it violently as he ran. A bitter like electrifying taste filled the mouth. He then applies the slimy paste to the sniper rifle. Sniper rifles don't change colors, and in order to hide himself better, Shinbei felt like doing no more than that. Soon, Shinbei came to the entrance of the stream and the forest tributary, and he plopped down underneath a boulder, hiding his figure with the help of the lush vegetation and vines. The valley. The members of the B team had left 10 minutes earlier. It was now the turn of the C team led by the third master to prepare for departure. The C team is 10 men in total. All of them were waiting for the third master's orders, but Master San was in no hurry at all. Of the eyes were still looking at the direction of the dense forest where Shinbei had disappeared. Another 5 minutes passed before seeing Shinbei return. The third master's heart was a little restless. Master San, that guy 1TB. Maru 5 crouched to the side, holding a stick in his mouth. And didn't he finish his sentence? Full Moon and Cha Xiaodao let out a playful laugh. The other members were perplexed, and it was only afterward that they realized that it seemed like the team was missing a guy named Shinbei. Someone whispered, "It couldn't have been taken by the ferocious beasts in the valley, could it?" The third master grunted. "This place has been surveyed by scouts. There are no ferocious beasts at all. Otherwise how would we dare to come in? In my opinion, Shinbei has 80% defected." The others looked at each other in disbelief. No one made a sound even though they were half convinced by the third master's statement. Full Moon licked his lips, his gaze inciting for defections on the battlefield. According to the rules of the asylum, We need to hunt them down and impose discipline. Xiao Xiaodao rubbed his twin swords, his face expressionless. Then what are you waiting for? Give the order. The third master waited for these words, waved his hand. All have, pick up and drop off tasks can be delayed, but the punishment of Shinbei cannot be delayed for a minute. Search. If you see it, hit it. If you catch it, kill it. The other members of Team C were briefly silent for a second before a face full of anger surfaced on their faces, and they immediately began to carry out their orders. Many of these third-order aliens were carrying guns, for those who lack the means to strike. Shooting is also an option while it lasts, though the bullets are of little use, but a blind cat can kill a dead rat. More particularly importantly, it can be carried out to disrupt the enemy's rhythm. Everyone spread out, unsuspectingly. He began to quickly chase along the direction of Shinbei's disappearance. Shinbei's current position did not reach the top of the mountain. Instead, it is at a slightly higher position halfway up the mountain. He gently peeled back the grass and peered down the hill. On their own line of travel, the third master and the others led the group in a fan-shaped search toward the mountains. The few aliens in front of them were like nobody's business. Not realizing that they were about to become cannon fodder for the Pathfinder, Shinbei set up his sniper rifle, and with the help of the battle armor's magnified field of view, the crosshairs were set into the head of the looming third master. But Shinbei didn't shoot. It was unwise to shoot the third master with the first shot. It was not safe, and it was apt to be prejudicial to the line of retreat. Ordinary snipers. It's easy to make this serious mistake. Shinbei composed himself as he first had to clear out the alien on his left. I am this way. In motion. The alien on the left would not shoot and strafe against himself. The third-order alien was peering high and low with his telescope in his hand. He had an old G-22 sniper rifle slung over his shoulder, with an effective range of 800 meters against living targets. Obviously, he's not a serious sniper, but merely using the sniper rifle as a tool far less specialized than Shinbei, and Shinbei must wait for the enemy to enter a certain range, so that the shot is more certain. Even if the other party turns to escape, the bullets are still chased to get to the light. Was good at this point and the crosshairs remained relatively stationary. Shinbei breathed steadily. The enemy's fan search is getting closer. There is also a trend towards clutter. Some of the enemies were already less than 500 meters away from Shinbei, and some are kilometers behind. As it happens, the enemy on the left is in the most forward position of the search. Opportunities arise. The crosshairs on Shinbei's sniper rifle snapped into his skull. Silent bullets fly quietly out of the gun. The fire flickered. That enemy seems to be quite sensitive and perceptive as well, that he didn't hear anything, but his eyes locked onto a fire. There is no thought of doubtful behavior, nor to consider why there was the light of gunfire and no sound not far ahead. He instantly dove to the side. Shinbei didn't give him any chance. Seizing this opening, the second sniper bullet caught up. As the bullet flew out, the air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then shattered like glass. The bullet turned into an invisible arrow, penetrating the enemy's spine with unerring precision. The enemy jolted under the impact of the bullet, and an unnameable pain instantly spread from his back to his entire body. Before the enemy's scream could fully escape his mouth, it was already gagged back into his throat by the violent impact and turned into a muffled, half-swallowed grunt. His original flying stance changed to a fall to his knees. His face twisted and contorted from the excruciating pain. His body struggled as hard as it could to try and stay upright, but all he could do was lean forward helplessly, his hands grasping haphazardly at the injury on his back. But all he could reach was hot, wet, sticky blood and shredded fibers of clothing finally staring into his eyes. He fell to the ground in death, without the slightest hesitation. Shinbei's gun was once again turned around and aimed at another alien. This one hit very close to home. A bullet that went straight through this alien's skull, but this enemy made a lot of noise when he fell, cause others to be alert and watch. Moment, the enemy ranks exploded with shouts. Something's happened. Someone's been killed. This way. This way. Shot and killed? How come I didn't hear a shot? Damn. Here's another dead one. Shinbei shot a silent bullet. What the hell? Are his bullets that powerful? The third master looked at the two dead men. His cheeks puffed out and his deep two-pointed gaze showed unexpected emotions, but he never thought that Shinbei was obviously using a sniper rifle. How could he kill people silently? Then, with a stern look on his face, he categorically bellowed, "Don't be dumbfounded. Surround me. Hurry up." The team immediately stopped watching and started climbing at breakneck speed, and Shinbei had long ago abandoned his position and catapulted wildly to the left. As they traveled, the branches of the trees shook and became the most eye-catching wiggle. Tap tap tap. A few of the aliens had rifles and were firing indiscriminately at the swaying trees. This does not delay Shinbei's running speed. If it is replaced by those two left side of the undead alien shoot, Shinbei must have been shot at least a couple times. Although the protection of the battle armor is not afraid of bullets, but there was the fear of hitting into the seam joints of the battle armor and causing unintended consequences. At this very moment, Shinbei turned a corner, and on his right-hand side was a section of mountainous cliffs that presented an almost 90-degree angle. If they were placed in the hands of others fleeing, they would inevitably run against the left side of the road, but Shinbei was very cunning and directly activated the battle armor climbing mode. Hands and feet hitched up and climbed up like a gecko. After roughly 100 meters of crawling, Shinbei stopped and stuck close to the rock wall. Not moving at all. Just like a bat that contracted its wings, the protective color of the battle armor camouflaged Shinbei as a patch of moss, or a cluster of small trees. Soon, the third master with his men also rushed to the bend and appeared near the mountain wall, with little hesitation. They pursued straight to the left. Shinbei slightly turned his head sideways and watched their silhouettes chase them deeper and deeper. Along with the sound of constant cursing and swearing, Shinbei hooked the corners of his mouth, that seemed just now was like a sniper hidden at the top of a tall tower, watching an ant-like enemy running in panic below. But Shinbei also knows that at this time, as long as stomping down a small stone, or touching a branch extra shaking, it will be discovered by the third master and others. Shinbei quickly climbed down the mountain wall, rushing ahead of the group still chasing the void. He flung 2 shots. The distance of 800 meters was hit by Shinbei's upgraded sniper rifle, and the bullet was again a modified and upgraded level 4 bullet. The slugs had quite a bit of breaking power, and the first shifter to fall back and get hit had a shot in the ass, and would have a hard time surviving. He wouldn't be dead for a while, though, and the broken hip bone would cause him to wail miserably. The second bullet simultaneously hit the neck of an alien, directly blowing his head off. In a short instant, 2 more of Master San's team died. It wasn't until the wailing of the guy who had been shot in the ass that he got the attention of the people in front of him. They turned back violently and looked shockingly at the 2 people who were shot and on the verge of death. Their gazes shook and their faces reddened, as if they had been severely slapped twice by Shinbei. Shit! How did he get behind us? Ghost! Sniper! Grass up! Is this a normal person? Shit! Shooting specialized aliens, right? Hell! He's playing us. At this time, the third master looked at Shinbei, who stood below the mountain wall in the distance, and raised his middle finger and disappeared into the green forest again, his eyes spitting fire. He now finally understood what Blue Demoness had said. Why Wu Chang had adjusted Shinbei's rank. This combat literacy and boldness of heart is definitely not something that regular people would dare to do. Surprisingly, he didn't run. Quite instead, he risked climbing up the mountain wall and managed to use the blind spot of the crowd's vision to dodge through. The third master huffed and puffed, more certain that the bullets in Shinbei's firearms were definitely a big problem. Shooting a shifter is like fiddling with an ordinary person. It's unimaginable. The residual shock in his eyes had not yet subsided, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind as he fiercely clenched his teeth and said, "Those who defect will be executed even though they are far away. As long as Shinbei gets close, we have 100 ways to get him killed. Just an ordinary person. Still scared out of your wits?" After saying that, the third master's feet exploded. The ground stepped out of the crack lines, gravel popped up, and violently scurried out. It didn't matter to the 3 Maruos. They knew it wasn't their moment to make their appearance yet, and they followed closely behind, and the 4 remaining third-ranked alienists were a bit flustered. Obviously, Shinbei wants to prioritize the small fish out, but Nai could only follow the third master's orders and follow them with a stiff upper lip. Shinbei cut down a cluster of short shrubs, bolted the fishing line, and then lifted it up to the canopy with a long wooden pole, and then led the fishing line back to his sniping position. That low canopy, like a sniper in a camouflaged straw raincoat, tugged on a fishing line, and it looked like someone was twisting from side to side between those branches. Master San dashed over with Maruwu and the others. Then there were 2 third-order aliens. Shinbei hurriedly pulled the fishing line, creating the illusion of someone crawling in the grass. As expected, the 2 alienists who were lagging behind were instantly attracted. There was little hesitation. The alien raised his hand and coalesced a fireball to slam it over. The other moved swiftly, darting and swooping up. His right fist pulled full and erupted into a mass of electric light, and with the stance of an eagle pouncing on a rabbit, he blasted his fist into the burning flames of the grass. Touch, boom. Little pussies. Die. However, it was only when the blasted shifter's fist blade blasted the ground into a deep crater that he realized the touch was off of their seams. To be no obstruction of flesh and blood, only stiff dirt and sand. It was then that he snapped out of it. It was a trap. Fooled. Retreat. He turned back to greet the shifter behind him. However, when he looked at his teammate, he realized that a bloody hole had exploded in his forehead, and he fell straight backward to the ground. He lost his concentration for a second. Psst. He felt a chill in the back of his head and a raw foreign object in his mouth, while spat out a mouthful of blood as a shell casing fell out of his mouth. His vision faded to a black and white blur of blood as he staggered and fell to the ground, out of breath. It doesn't mean anything. Shinbei drew back his sniper rifle and continued to shift his position, constantly weaving through the battlefield. He genuinely felt a bit like he was abusing little kids in general. Perhaps it was the development of the aliens that made them so complacent that they couldn't see even the simplest of disguises. It's not like the old days when guns were about as powerful and whoever got hit died. One can only keep drilling down to develop battlefield hacks. This time, Shinbei ran along the ridge towards the back, reached the peak, climbed a tall tree, and hid in the lush canopy. Look around to see where the others are. The whole valley at this point seemed to have the mute button pressed to nothing. 4 of the 3 masters remain. Come on, let's see who makes it to the final round. Shinbei began to wirelessly connect to the cluster fire frisbee, turning on the camera to provide a god's view. At this very moment, the visual panel within Shinbei's battle armor presented a god's perspective of the cluster fire frisbee. Shinbei took a closer look. The entire valley was presented in its entirety, but the clarity of the camera is a bit low, after all. The cameras from the institute are also foolproof contraptions, although there were some problems with clarity. It didn't stop Shinbei from observing. The valley remained motionless. Shinbei narrowed the god's view map and placed it in the lower left corner of the visualization panel, then turn on the thermal imaging module and scan over the valley below. There's no gain. The third master and the others are probably using their powers to cool down as well. Then, Shinbei turned the life magnetic field detection on and put it in working condition. As long as a living thing approaches within 3 meters, it is detected. It's a bit of a short distance, but it's a life-saving warning. Shinbei slid down the tree and ran for some distance to reach the intended location, beside the dense dwarf trees, generally less than 3 meters in height. Each dwarf tree's crown, like an inverted green lotus leaf, the crown branches almost low hanging into the wet mud on the ground, and some even sprouted fleshy fibrous roots. He swung and chopped into some side branches before he could stick to the underside of the trunk and make the battle armor on his body blend in with the thick foliage. The long sniper rifle, stabbed by Shinbei through the cluttered branches, through the crosshairs. The entire southern end of the valley was silent, but Shinbei was in no hurry, still leaning against the tree, the canopy of which held him upside down like a glass, and a black muzzle of a gun, motionless, aimed at the south side of the valley. I don't know how much time has passed. Shinbei's patience was rewarded. He saw branches swaying in the grass on the south side of the valley. Shinbei didn't hesitate, and a light of fire shot out. In the middle of the field of vision, the swaying grass shook suddenly, but Shinbei froze. It was as if he saw a clayman being blasted to pieces, dropping dirt and rocks all over the place. Not human? Shinbei was violently startled, eyes tilted a few moments to the left. A horrifying scene appeared. In Shinbei's field of vision, the full moon appeared with a sardonic smile on its face. A chaotic and violent energy vortex lingered around him. However, he saw his left hand framing his right hand, his right hand's 5 fingers open. The energy in his palm was like boiling water tossing and turning, gradually polymerizing into a blazing ball of light with a diameter of 1 meter, shining with a dazzling and eye-catching blue-white light ability, entropic blast barrage. He swung his arm violently, as if pulling the trigger of a giant cannon. In an instant, the concentrated ball of energy whistled out like a meteor, tearing through the air and leaving behind a searing and twisted rift in space and time. The air compressed dramatically under the impact of the energy ball, erupting into a succession of sharp sonic booms. As if thousands of cannons were firing in unison, the airwaves stirred up along the way, swept the trees and debris high into the air and blasted Shinbei straight away. Shinbei suddenly had a feeling of unprecedented terror filling his heart. The full moon, an alien energy blast, was very fast, and it was estimated that the power of the explosion was not low. Even if the battle armor could resist, it would have to damage some of the modules. Parts don't replenish in places like this. Even if Shinbei started running to avoid it now, it was already too late. However, Shinbei's reaction was also extremely fast, and his left hand snapped out. The mining armband shot out a rope with a whoosh, nailing it directly to a large tree about 30 meters away. As the full moon blasted and exploded, an overwhelming force erupted violently from the mining armored winch. His feet instantly left the ground, and his body, which had lost its support, drew a harsh parabola in the air, just like a stone that had been powerfully ejected by a slingshot, traveling through the explosion's light and shockwave, and flew out in a sharp backwards motion rumble. At the moment of the explosion, the blazing column of light tore through the air, blossoming into 1,000 blinding cracks. The trees, gravel and even the air were all reduced to pieces by this violent energy impact. Time seemed to slow down for a few seconds during this earth-shattering explosion. Shinbei was disturbed and blown by the shockwave, uncontrollably flipping in the air, like a tornado blowing paper. In an instant, Shinbei's foot thrusters sprayed kinetic energy, causing Shinbei to straighten his stance, then twisting at the waist in the air, he reversed his stance to face the direction of the full moon. The right hand raised the sniper rifle. There is no need to aim, either. You don't even look. You just pull the trigger. And in this moment, the full moon in the distance saw it all. He looked a little surprised and his eyes were very amazed, surprised by Shinbei's means of escape. He actually utilized the curved hook of the iron cable to drag his body out, though the explosion had already occurred, and Shinbei had definitely been affected. However, not being the center of the explosion, the power of one's own supernatural entropy explosion barrage naturally had to be weak in at the same time. That wasn't what surprised him more. Shinbei has time to waste bullets and shoot in this short moment? Kata Full Moon's face revealed an undisguised sneer, and even held his arms over his chest, assuming the demeanor of looking at a fool, and just stood still and stood motionless. Full Moon's eyes were heavy with contempt. Shooting without aiming. You shoot a hammer, said Full Moon, raising his middle finger. Shinbei's bullet did miss, and still, it was so far off that the straight line of the trajectory wasn't even in the same dimension as the full moon at all. Of the bullet followed the full moon 5 meters to the left and burrowed into the dense forest, but the next moment, the space in front of the full moon all seemed to darken. The original arrogance and good behavior disappeared. A feeling of unprecedented terror filled the heart. He suddenly felt some pain in the back of his head. Initially, he thought some bug had bitten him, but the pain was getting stronger. As if some metal object was tumbling through his brain, his face suddenly became horrified. As if there were terrible monsters lurking in the middle of the endless darkness behind him, dragging him down. And his whole body howled and struggled helplessly. Ah! Full Moon shook his right hand and rubbed the back of his head. Sticky and warm. Get it in front of you. It's blood. How can? For a short instant, Full Moon thought of many guesses. Maybe Shinbei had an accomplice sneaking up behind him, but it's also possible that this Maruo guy used his earth ability to condense his earth gun and stabbed himself through the back of his head. There's also the possibility that Chuck Dagger has given himself a CUTI in the end. He couldn't figure out why he was hurt. The brain was strung up by the metal object in a matter of moments before it crumbled and shot out of his forehead. PSSST. Full Moon, a 4th-rank alien, launched just one attack before falling to the ground, broken and dead. At this very moment, Shinbei also fell to the ground, crashing into several wrist-thick trees one after another, which stopped his stance. Ahem. Shinbei smoothed out his breath, feeling as if his internal organs were misplaced, and his brain was drowsy, shaking his head. He came to his senses this time. So fierce. Shinbei's heart palpitated. If upgrading out of the hooklock at the mining armor, this blast from the full moon, even if he himself was protected by his battle armor, if he couldn't, he would have to be crippled. It's not wasted money. It really saves lives when it matters. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put away the hooklock, holding the sniper rifle as he continued to shift his position. As for the full moon, Shinbei did not even look at it, and it was bound to die, though shooting yourself in the air wasn't even blind sniping, and was one level below casual marksmanship, but one fires a Class V bullet. It doesn't matter if the shot misses, the divine sense connects and the corner is made. The other side, Maruo ran to the side of Full Moon's corpse. His brows tightened, and he let out a grassy sound, turning his head to look in the direction Shinbei had disappeared, his teeth cackling in anger. Just over 10 minutes ago, Master San had commanded the 4 to turn into 2x2 groups and cover each other to chase after Shinbei. Mariyoshi and Mangetsu in one group. He utilized his earth-based ability to fabricate a dummy and ran around the side to test Shinbei's shooting and enter to feel out Shinbei's position. The facts are successful. Shinbei really fell for it. Moreover, Full Moon had also discovered Shinbei's figure, directly launching his alien energy to bombard over it just when Maruo thought that Shinbei would surely die. It was Full Moon who died instead. This made Maruo's silent and resolute face. Hairs of sweat stood up, and eyes filled with a fierce murderous intent thumped and exploded. He felt the shame of being teased. Although I had heard before that Shinbei's combat skills were extremely high, but in the end, it is the status of an ordinary person that makes Maru 5 great to look down on. And now, at last, he would face this cunning opponent head-on. Not only was Shinbei cunning, but the guns in his hands were definitely incredibly modified. IT can pull an alien's defense down to normal human levels. Shit. Pill 5 is a big irritation. The dirt under his feet lifted him up slightly as he stepped down, and the dirt tumbled like an anti-gravity magnetic levitation. It carried him at great speed through the middle of the dense forest, heading straight to the direction where Shinbei had disappeared. Moreover, during the pursuit, he kept sucking the soil on the ground, wrapping himself up and forming a thick mud cocoon. Wow. Shinbei came to the bank of the big river without any hesitation. He directly jumped down, and the foot propellers made Shinbei as if he were a speedboat, quickly swimming across the river. At the same time, Shinbei dropped a few alarm clock bombs to hide under the surface of the water. After disembarkation. A lookout, there was a boulder on the hillside. A good ambush site, but Shinbei's figure paused for a moment and looked back at the river. Think briefly for a second. Shinbei jumped underwater again and sank on his back. In Shinbei's calculations, the enemy that was chasing after him was definitely an Earth-type psychic. There is no doubt that an underwater, close-range raid is the best option. It's a bit risky though. The first alarm clock goes off in 2 minutes. Shinbei estimated the time for the enemy to catch up from the death of Full Moon to here. Shinbei ran for 1 minute and 40 seconds. Shinbei thought that there must be an accomplice near the full moon, especially the clay dummy. Either it's Master San's handiwork, or it's Maru 5's maneuver. Cha Xiaodao's weapon was a double blade, and the direction of his supernatural ability would definitely not be towards the Earth system. If it's the third master, that's wonderful. Shinbei took a deep breath and began to wait quietly. Time passes. The countdown to the alarm clock bomb was recorded on Shinbei's visual panel. 20 seconds until the first alarm goes off. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom. Maruo followed Shinbei's trail to the surface bank. He stepped on clods of dirt and flew close to the ground. Hesitating for a moment, he seemed to be watching for movement underwater, but the river was so muddy that it was impossible to see. It also made him let down his guard a few times. He couldn't see underwater himself, and if Shinbei was lurking underwater, he couldn't see above water either. What's more, one could fly through the water close to the surface without causing a splash. Not much of a problem. Mariyoshi started to pass through the river at that moment. It hadn't even flown out 2 meters. Boom. A bomb of unknown origin suddenly detonated beneath the murky waters. Mariyoshi was startled. There was no time to react. In an instant, The originally dead silent lake was as if it had been set ablaze by hellish flames accompanied by a low and shocking muffled sound. The lake was as if it was viciously torn apart by an invisible giant hand, forming a splendid and terrifying water column. The water droplets, mud and sand carried at the top of the water column intertwine with the waste deposited at the bottom of the lake to form a chaotic three-dimensional picture that shoots straight up into the sky, then pours down like a waterfall under the pull of gravity, forming a watery curtain of rain. And at the center of the explosion was where Maruyoshi was. The mud cocoon wrapped around his entire body was also shaken out by the shockwave of the explosion with streaks of cracks, and even some of the mud fell off the mud blocks under the water column, scrubbing. The contents of Maru 5 and the mud cocoon were not affected in the slightest. Still, he was startled and his gaze twisted a bit. Underwater bombs? Damn, that's quite a fancy job. There shouldn't be any up ahead, should there? Maruyoshi had a moment of concern that it was time to turn back. At this point he was only 2 meters from the shore, and was perfectly capable of going back and just pressing his mud cocoon to consolidate the firmness, but he had only had the idea, but had not put it into actual action. It's not that Maruo looks down on Shinbei. How many underwater bombs can he have? What can I do if I let him blow up? And blow yourself up? That's a real underestimate. Moreover, Shinbei was expected to run far away from the dense forest on the other side of the river long ago. I don't dare. Energy surged through Maruo's body as he continued to fly close to the water. It's not that he doesn't want to fly higher. It's just that his supernatural ability, treading on the soil and flying fast, can only fly so high. After advancing 3 meters, another movement came from under the water. It was as if a monster was turning underwater. It exploded. This time, the mud cocoon on Maruo's body once again shed a few points. Go on. Who's afraid? Maruyoshi didn't care and kept going. As long as the flesh is not injured, there are as many mud cocoons as you wanted. Subsequently, the water exploded one after another. A column of water exploded one after another in Maruyoshi's path. If an ordinary person would have been smashed to the bone long ago. Or an alien without a shield would have to end up with broken arms and legs or die on the spot in a succession of explosions. But for Maruo, not a single hair had fallen off itself, except for the mud cocoon that had fallen off substantially. When you learn the powers well, you are designated to be able to mix with the old. There were a few moments of amusement in Maruo's mind. There are many different abilities, and how to consume the crystal source core to pick them is a technical job. Neither defense nor attack alone is optimal. Balance is king. Soon Marugo reached the opposite side of the river dragging a mud cocoon that was already tattered and barely defending itself. Now he was only 1 meter away from the river. Once he crossed over, he could once again grab the dirt and wrap himself in a thick layer of defense. He even had an urge to leap forward and charge Shinbei's sniper rifle bullets under the protection of the mud cocoon. Maruo was extremely confident that Shinbei's bullets would not be able to penetrate his defense layer. Maruyoshi's blood rushed hotly at the thought. This feeling is like standing on top of a 500-meter-high skyscraper, looking out at the ground, and the brain has an uncontrollable urge to jump. Last meter, Maruo drove the stone under his feet and flew straight through it. Just then, wow! Maruo's eyes bugged out. And a bomb? But it doesn't sound like the rhythm of a bomb. What the hell? He looked down momentarily, pupils snapped, but see the breaking of the water from the muzzle of a gun as dark as ink and as cold and hard as iron. Each millimeter of climb was accompanied by an overwhelming and oppressive aura of tension. When the gun was fully revealed, Maruyoshi was able to see that it was an oversized revolver with extremely incongruous proportions that seemed to have been modified countless times. This revolver is the biggest revolver Maruyoshi has ever seen in his life. It's simply magic hyped up in general. Immediately afterward, in the short moment of Maruyoshi's staggering dismay, a vague outline began to loom under the murky water. A creepy form that resembled a battle-armored specter returning from hell. Shinbei, this face gradually appeared from the water, as if the first flash of lightning in the haze. Let Maru 5 shocked and caught off guard. The face was half hidden in the current. However, even if it was only partially exposed, it was enough to project an endless aura of intimidation and murder. Shinbei's sudden appearance directly disrupted Maru 5's rhythm, and also broke the original calm. The surrounding air instantly condensed, as if even the light was shocked by this sudden murderous aura, becoming dim and low. Surprised? Shinbei revealed a mouthful of eerie white teeth. What are you going to do now? Maruyoshi's entire body was dumbfounded. He was never expecting that. He had previously been bombarded with shattered mud cocoons, and it was not easy to reach the other side of the river. But at this time, instead of entering the dense forest, Shinbei was hidden in the water in an ambush. How? What else to do? At this moment Maruyoshi felt the air around him freeze. There was no doubt that now that both sides were less than a meter away, that revolver looked several times wilder than the sniper rifle in his hand. A bullet is fired and one is afraid to. Dude, there's no need. Maruo was inwardly anxious, and his eyes became perplexed as he tried to distract Shinbei's mind and lean towards the shore. In mud cocoon, an alien. There are two forms. One type of direct grip on the soil can instantly form a mud cocoon. The other is to grab earth and rocks through the air, and can also wrap up in a mud cocoon. This form is not slow, but definitely not as fast as a bullet. The corners of Shinbei's mouth flared up with a scowl, killing intent in his eyes as if it were substance. and the pistol turned slightly with a warning. If I were you, I would do nothing and wait quietly for death. Maruwu's face changed drastically, his forehead veins bursting. What do you want? Why don't we talk about it? Tell me what the third master's powers are. I hope our conversation doesn't involve anyone. Boom! Shinbei didn't give Gemaru 5 any chance to talk nonsense. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. The moment the bullet is fired out of the chamber. Maruyoshi's whole world went quiet. He just broke his head and thought that Shinbei was so decisive in killing and abusing, and he only wanted to bargain and increase some chips, but Shinbei fucking bullets are so worthless. At the end of the day, Maruyoshi watched as the bullet burrowed from the bottom up and down the underside of his ribcage, then it crumbled away from the back. Maruo let out a cry of sorrow, his heart falling into an abyss, the eyes shed blood and tears, the vertical pupils were closed, and he collapsed on the shore of the water. His body took on an unusually twisted posture, the face was twisted with pain and the skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, as if the moon had shone down on the ice, could still breathe, but it was as rapid and irregular as a bellows. This time, Shinbei stood up from the river water. His battle armor began to heat up, and water vapor bubbled out in clusters, and by the time he walked back to the bank, he already had no water stains on his entire body, and was dry and refreshed. Click. Shinbei stuck his revolver back into his waistband, removing his sniper rifle with his backhand. He crossed to Maruyoshi's side and said innocuously, "You know how to play mahjong, don't you?" Maruwa's eyes showed infinite resentment and indignation, his tone unformed. "You won't get away with this. What you say doesn't count." Shinbei continued forward. "I'll make sure to put together a mahjong table for you in full moon." Ha! Maruwa was out of breath more than in. The corners of his mouth were frothing with blood. His life force was rapidly draining away, and he finally stifled a sentence. "Master San will send you down, and I'll be waiting for you to fight the landlord." Shinbei raised his hand and disappeared into the dense forest, and Maru 5 body gradually cold. Pupils began to lax. Let the river wash away. Like a feather floating in the water. It did not take long before it sank into the river and rotted down with the sediment. Tap. When the third master arrived at the river with Cha Xiaodao dripping wet, the water had been calmed. Master San leaned down and touched the cold blood on the stone. His gaze grew even colder. Maruo is also dead. Cha Xiaodao had a gloomy face. We must face Shinbei squarely. The entire team of 11. Only Full Moon did damage to Shinbei. The others didn't even touch a single hair. They all died. In fact, Cha Xiaodao's words also revealed his dissatisfaction with the third master. Asa leader. His command is completely sparse. It's so humiliating. Letting Shinbei repeatedly jump across the room and kill one after another was simply disgraceful. Cha Xiaodao's words seemed to stab into his heart like a sharp knife, causing the third master's blood to rush to his head and his eyes to instantly turn blood red. What's the use of talking so much nonsense? The third master also had an overwhelming emotion of shock and anger in his tone, and roared in a low voice, "Chase! I want to see what new tricks Shinbei can play." At this moment, Shinbei sat down next to a clump of shrubs. He looked at the time on the battle armor's visual panel. From killing the first person to ambushing Maruwu, it took a total of 10 minutes. Next there was Master San and Cha Xiaodao. Shinbei didn't know how to deal with it, especially not knowing about a fifth-order alien like the third master, who Shinbei had never fought before. If Master San's defense was of the 5th rank, according to Shinbei's estimation, it would take many shots to injure him. Therefore, the priority solution could only be Cha Xiaodao. This guy's supernatural defense was definitely not too high. You brace yourself for the third order, and after upgrading his own guns, his third order defense was about the same as a normal person's. That's the advantage of upgrading technology. If you can't do it yourself, technology will do it. The self can't reach the strong physique of an alien, so pull it down to normal human standards, the problem would be well solved more. It's just a matter of seeing what happens. But Shinbei firmly believed in one article. The one who could get out of the valley alive would inevitably be himself. Although Shinbei was unattached, he didn't want to die. Shinbei silently sensed the situation around him. Although he sensed nothing, not even a small animal, but he always felt that something was silently watching him. Whenever he was being watched, Shinbei would feel very uncomfortable. And in his last life on the mercenary battlefield, this feeling was true almost every time, as well as the ability that had saved Shinbei countless times in the past. But now, Shinbei couldn't find the peeper. Even though it must be very close, Shinbei maintains a ready combat stance. He zooms in on the god's view from the cluster fire frisbee in the lower left corner. He had to find out what was wrong. After looking closely, above the screen, Master San and Cha Xiaodao were still missing. However, Shinbei's heart trembled slightly and seemed to understand somewhat. He followed the direction of the view provided by God's perspective and looked up to a short distance away. He slowly crouched down, a ready-to-fire position, and then looked carefully at everything around him, down to the tiniest leaf. A strong gust of wind blew the bushes around them to one side before they stood up in unison, but there was one shrub that fell and stood up a little slower than its companion. It would have been no surprise. There can't be two trees that are exactly the same. However, in Shinbei's eyes, The branches of this 1-meter-tall shrub were a little softer than its counterparts, and it should have fallen faster. Shinbei took out 2 Barrett bullets, removed the warheads, poured gunpowder on the shrubs in front of him, and then ignited them with a fire engine. There was a whirring sound, and the flickering flames spread quickly over the entire shrub. The gunpowder burned out in the blink of an eye, but the tree was obviously very flammable. And not only did the fire on the branches grow brighter and brighter, but the bark continued to burst and finally spewed even more fiery blue flames from within. At that moment an agonized horn and curse-like screams that did not belong in human audio were heard. This ultra-high frequency vibration, which is simply inaudible to the human ear, is emitted by the blazing shrub in front of us. If it wasn't for Shinbei's battle armor amplification system, it wouldn't be heard at all with the human ear. But see, the thing twisted and turned its branches at a speed completely uncharacteristic of a plant, even pulling all its thin, long roots out of the earth. And see the roots that broke as it struggled to imagine its agony. The shrub, like a fire-breathing spider, began to crawl away quickly, actually trying to escape. Wonderful world of escapism, the plant is alive. Shinbei curiously looked at the surrounding patch of dense shrubs, and Shinbei knew that there were at least a dozen of such bizarre shrubs hidden there. As for the tree that quickly climbed away, Shinbei wasn't worried. At the rate it was burning, it would be burned to ashes after climbing a few dozen meters at most. Despite the preparation in his heart, the durability and mobility of this shrub still shocked Shinbei. If there was no defense, this shrub could completely strangle an ordinary person or a low-ranked psychic with its own branches. Just now, while pouring gunpowder on the branches of the bush, perhaps it was already preparing for an attack. Thinking about this, Shinbei couldn't help but be a little glad for his luck. It looked like this shrub didn't know what gunpowder was or what exactly he was going to do. Otherwise, it would never allow Shinbei to do so. With a whirring sound, Shinbei pulled out his dagger and dislodged it, accurately passing through the branches of the blazing shrub and pinning it firmly to the ground. Immediately the shrub hissed mournfully, its fire-bathed branches scratching futilely at the ground, doing nothing but leaving a trail of charcoal. It turned to frantic cursing, followed by a long string of complex and meaningless yells. This time, responses came in droves from further distances, and in Shinbei's perception, the high-frequency sound sources had increased to more than 40. The noise made Shinbei's brain hurt. It appears that the shrub is passing on its encounters and experiences to its companions. But where is the brain of this shrub? And how did it get to be so intelligent? It's kind of fun, but Shinbei's goal wasn't to study the flora and fauna of the wilderness. That was the business of the institute. Shinbei got up at that moment, intending to leave this place. After all, by causing a flame himself, he was an obvious presence that could easily be discovered by the third master and shouted out. Of course, this was also deliberate on Shinbei's part. Drawing them out was also a necessary part of the equation. Otherwise an endless stalemate without a confrontation wouldn't make any sense for either side. Shinbei carried the gun on his back as he continued to move. Roughly 3 minutes after leaving his original position, a hiss came from the battle armor megaphone. It wasn't the inaudible high-frequency sound of a shrub, but the sound humans make when they are under attack. The voice was familiar, coming from Xiao. Shinbei froze. There are only 3 living people in the whole valley, not so much the ferocious beasts. Did Master San and Xiao implode? Shinbei dismissed his thoughts in a short instant. Unlikely. There was only one possibility for that Cha's knife to be suddenly attacked. That's where the weird plant just launched its attack. Ten Suk. Shinbei was ecstatic. And at that moment, as light and swift as a civet cat, he threaded his way and dived towards the place where the miserable scream had been emitted. Shinbei crossed over the place where the shrubs had been burned earlier and quickly traveled another roughly 300 meters or so. Then he stopped quietly. He detected at least a dozen bushes clustered in a pile ahead of him, and a massive high-frequency sound filling the PA system, and the shouts of Master San and Xiao. For some reason, Shinbei suddenly remembered the horde of walkers that had gathered to feed. Shinbei simply turned off the amplification. It's just too noisy and disturbing. He slowly peeled back the grass and looked ahead. Just a few dozen meters away, there was a particularly dense pile of trees. Through those frantically waving branches and leaves, one could see Xiao lying on the ground, his limbs dead and tangled by the branches. The field combat uniform on his body had long since been torn to shreds, and he lay there almost naked, with a look of extreme fear and pain still frozen on his face. A shrub completely uprooted from the earth crawled over him, occasionally stabbing its sharp roots into her body, constantly sucking the flesh and blood tissue from her body before pulling it out and looking for the next flavorful landing spot. One tree even simply grew over his chest, burying almost its entire root system into her body, and it sucked so hard that not only did the bark undulate, but even a deep dark red color came through each leaf. There seemed to be countless worms swimming and wriggling under Xiao's skin, and it could be seen that it was the bush's roots piercing back and forth so that they could absorb more flesh and blood, and some of the bushes on the periphery were stripping his pants and trying to tear at the sturdy military boots so they could find new places to stab and eat. Shinbei noticed that the bushes would strip off everything metal, including his 2 machetes, and throw them far away. landing in front of his eyes and startling him, and Master San was nearby trying to yank these messy roots out of the way to save Cha from being cut out. Shinbei bared his teeth. Never did he expect that a fire he had inadvertently started would attract the third master in Cha Xiaodao, but this bizarre shrubbery dragged Cha Xiaodao into the abyss of doom. It could only be blamed on their low combat literacy, so intent on hunting themselves down that they hadn't even noticed the shrub's abnormality. Leading to the dilemma it was conceivable why there were no ferocious beasts in this valley, and it was probably due to this plant, although right now, Cha Xiaodao was merely in a passive state and was still far from death, but if Master San doesn't save him, it's a countdown to death. Damn it, help me get it off. Cha Xiaodao hissed with a scowl on his face, and Master San kept jumping on one side, trying to get closer to Cha Xiaodao. However, there were simply too many tree roots around them, constantly lashing the repeated horizontal jumps of Master San in the air. The third master's eyes are on fire and anxious, but he can't get half as close, and it didn't help that he relied on brute force to tear away the roots that were wrapped around his waist, as more roots came surging in like a tidal wave. Grass! You hold on! Master San growled the next moment. Get the fuck out of here! Clank! In the next instant, Master San's face grimaced as he let out a wild whistle, and two clear sounds of gold and iron clanked together as two curved disc blades instantly shot out from his sleeves. Yet these two blades did not attack the roots of the tree after they flew out. Instead, driven by the energy, as if it were a dexterous bird of prey, it circled back and forth around Master San's circumference at an astonishing speed that was difficult to catch with the naked eye, forming a terrifying storm of blades. Ability, Flying Spinning Blade Dance. At the same time when the blades were weaving around Master San's body and the storm was forming, the ground was suddenly flying with sand and stones. Large swathes of earth and stone were cut and churned up, and in an instant dust was flying in a 20 to 30 meter radius, covering the sky. Swish! Those annoying tree roots were sliced into wood shavings that flew into the air after coming into contact with the storm of blades. At this moment, the third master had a gloomy face and walked towards Cha Xiaodao step by step according to Master San's coping strategy. Rescuing Cha Xiaodao was nothing more than a matter of minutes, but no surprises. Surprises are coming nigh on the grass not far behind the third master. A dark muzzle poked out. The muzzle of the gun sprayed fire. Whoosh! After that bullet burst out, it instantly crashed into sparks on top of the storm of blades that the third master was protecting. Snap! The third master froze. This sound. It's not right. Shinbei naturally wouldn't let the third master go to the rescue, with the help of an external force. The strange shrubs were not willing to suck Cha Xiaodao to death alive. How is it that the third master can give a helping hand with impunity? Therefore, Shinbei directly shot to interfere. Although the bullet was shredded by Master San's supernatural ability Flying Spinning Blade Dance along with the roots of the tree, it did not cause any real damage, but managed to attract up the attention of the third master. As long as the third master is stalled, it is another victory for Shinbei. At this very moment, the third master slowly turned his head and looked behind him after sensing that something was wrong. Shinbei's battle armor camouflage color is simply as natural, but his muzzle is exposed, but still captured by the third master's eyes. Shinbei! The third master's nostrils puffed out a stream of sizzling air. He's really going crazy. Having pursued them from the river bank, smoke and fire were soon noticed rising from the dense forest. He didn't even think about it and directly rushed in with Cha Xiaodao. But when you're unlucky, you can't even drink a mouthful of cold water. Who would have thought that halfway through the encountered this bizarre shrub? Instantly dragged Cha Xiaodao into the mud. While he was trying to rescue himself, Shinbei jumped out. The third master was furious, and made a gesture to pounce on Shinbei. Save me! Save me first! Chuck Dagger screamed in heartbreaking agony as the shrubs tossed him around. This time, Shinbei placed the alarm clock bomb at his feet without a sound. Then he slowly stood up and raised his middle finger at Master San with a look of contempt. Choose. Are you after me? Or are you rescuing Dagger? The third master was on his feet, in and out, hesitating for a second, his teeth cackling. This time Shinbei was so close, and Cha's knife was so close. It wasn't far from the gates of hell. The third master is not hesitating. His footsteps, the storm of blades in his body is even more tyrannical, and he goes directly to Shinbei. The third master's choice is Shinbei. It's true that Cha Xiaodao can be saved, but Shinbei is even more irritating. If Cha Xiaodao dies, he dies. Master San, I'll avenge your death. And at this time Shinbei did not have any hesitation, grabbed Cha Xiaodao's lost double knives and inserted them into the back button. Immediately dodged. Foot propellers sprayed powerful kinetic energy. His stance was like a burst cannonball, and he scurried out with a whoosh. The corner of the eye of Cha Xiaodao looked at the third master movement. Suddenly the face of incomparable pain, determination, hatred appeared. His face twisted into a ball, as if he were enduring a horrible punishment. Trembling and struggling madly, the eye sockets crumbled, and the whole person's despair and hatred felt like it was completely burning up. How could he not expect that the third master would make such a shameless choice? Resentful and agonizing, a heart-rending roar went straight to the clouds. Third master, I draft? The third master turned a deaf ear to this. and he only had Shinbei in his eyes. Shinbei disintegrated his team one by one after another. Can't let it go and won't let it go. This if Shinbei is allowed to run away. The deaths of the other people, and the aggression he suffered at the Blue Demoness. Who is going to make up for it? What's there to complain about if you're dead? Kill, kill, kill. The third master wants to see blood. Rumble. Just as the third master arrived at the grass where Shinbei had previously hidden, that alarm clock bomb went off with a bang. The sudden loud noise was like a thunderous explosion, and the deafening roar reverberated wildly within the dense forest. The earth trembled as if it had been stomped hard by an angry giant. In an instant, powerful shockwaves swept out. The third master's eyes were filled with shock, and an incredulity like a kite with broken strings. His body was parabolically catapulted far away as the airwaves pushed him, and he fell heavily to the ground. The scimitar on his body was also twisted and deformed by the blast, rendering it completely unusable. Grass. Master San lunged down covered in dirt, his spirit a little stunned by the shock. He shook his head, a hint of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Not a big problem. Master San regains his footing, continue to pursue Shinbei's figure. The third master's speed is even faster, almost turning into a stump in the dense forest, and getting closer and closer to Shinbei in front. Sooner or later you're going to die, so you might as well save your strength for your last words. The third master's resentful voice echoed through the dense forest, and Shinbei leaped up, crossed the gully, and after a few rolls, he immediately got up and continued to run. He glanced at the visual panel's God's view map. Shinbei had some toothache. The third master is worthy of being a fifth-order alien, and this speed is so fast that people's scalps are numb. Shinbei drew his hand and pulled out his revolver, and without looking back, tilt the bullet straight back. Thump, 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 thump. Thump of the revolver began to spew a steady stream of fire, and the 5 successive shots converged into one loud bang. Bullets were fired haphazardly, most of them misfiring and flying off to who knows where, but one of the bullets hit Master San and exploded at his shoulder, while the casing popped right out, leaving a bloody hole in his skin and vaguely visible or white bones that had been burned black. Although it caused the third master to be injured, it wasn't a fatal injury, and for a psychic, this injury wouldn't have any effect. It only caused the momentum of the impact of him running at full speed to weaken by a few points. But the third master was also surprised. He himself is a fifth-order defense. How could he be injured by Shinbei's pistol? Damn! Is this guy being boosted by the Institute? This bullet doesn't make sense. You know, as a psychic, a fourth-order defense would be able to risk gunfire to go on top, and although it was also dangerous, you could put up a fight. Fifth-order defense almost ignores the threat of bullets as long as they don't hit the same part of the body over and over again. Injuries are there, but they definitely don't pose a fatal threat. Sixth-order defenses, on the other hand, could be completely ignored, and could not penetrate the flesh at all. But now, Shinbei had taught him a lesson. Old-time bullets hold a deadly threat and can still kill people when they enter the escape world. The third master's eyes were hideous, and his face, as well as the muscles all over his body, trembled madly, as if they were about to drip blood. Hateful thoughts surged in his heart. If he doesn't tear Shinbei apart today, he vows not to be a human being. And at this time, Shinbei was also secretly surprised. Through God's perspective, even without turning around, he could see clearly that the bullet that hit Master San should have been the second one. That means that after the first 2 rounds fall short, the second round should be 2 times more powerful. It was amazing that it took a bullet of twice the power to make a blood hole instead of the whole arm bursting into pieces. This guy really is a fifth-order defense. Shinbei muttered a growl, bowed his body low, and ran through the forest. At the extreme power of the speed he could reach the battle armor. He ran in a very peculiar posture, not like a human, but instead somewhat similar to a fictional man-wolf. In many places, Shinbei was using his hands and feet, or leaping directly from one tree to another, crossing the obstacles and then continuing to in the process. Shinbei also took the time to finish filling the revolver bullets. Master San was in hot pursuit. He was not as fast as Shinbei's battle armor in entering extreme speed, but he was not weaker than Shinbei in terms of top speed, and was even a little stronger, and he was obviously very strong. The flight lasted for several minutes at a steady pace, with no hint of a lack of afterburner at all. He also leaps up when he encounters an obstacle, then heaves himself on the trunk of a tree and uses the force to charge ahead. Unlike Shinbei, every time he stepped heavily, he would step on the bark of the tree and shatter the debris, leaving a deep footprint on the tree trunk to come. Seeing the distance between the two sides getting closer and closer, the third master laughed as he chased after them, his laughter getting louder and crazier. The blood began to spread in his eyes, and his nostrils became more and more ragged, having begun to drift into a euphoria that bordered on paranoia. Battle armor ultimately has a power limit and cannot be squeezed to its potential. The human body, on the other hand, has unlimited potential. The third master fell into a state of euphoria similar to that of inhaling a psychedelic, and all he wanted to do now was to catch Shinbei and split him up and cut him fine. At this time, Shinbei could hear the breathing behind him getting thicker and closer. The distance between the two sides continued to close, gradually shortening from 50 meters to 30 meters to 10 meters, last 3 meters. The moment panel life magnetic field detection started alarming like crazy. No. This won't work. No chance, not a single chance to properly pull away. After running like that, the third master absolutely pounced on him and tackled himself to the ground in a physical fight. Shinbei was not afraid of close combat. In his previous life as a special forces soldier and mercenary, his fighting skills that were also practical combat experience piled up with human lives. Moreover, his own battle armor's defensive capabilities were no look-alike, but hell, the third master still held the powers in his hands. It's easy to be passive-aggressive, but Shinbei simply couldn't pull away and had no choice. Next moment, Shinbei's foot suddenly hooked onto a tree root, and his entire body suddenly planted forward. And after the battle armor unloaded its inertia, his hands fiercely slapped towards the ground. Then with a flip, he drew the twin knives he'd picked up with both hands and popped up again in a bizarre manner. The right hand blade slashed directly at the third master's head from top to bottom. Instead, his left hand was gripping the hilt of the knife backwards, slashing at Master San's abdomen. The sudden change caused the third master, who was right behind him, to suddenly freeze. He was never expecting that Shinbei would still be able to draw back and counterattack after such a bizarre rebound of his stance. The third master is not afraid of Shinbei's close combat, but it is just that those two knives are incredibly sharp, and the blade of broken hair and blowing snow is not a joke. Ordinary people instead wielded these twin swords without any threat. But is Shinbei still an ordinary person? The kinetic energy output from the battle armor on his body, which could be seen from the speed, definitely possessed abundant power, and was feared to be no less than a fourth-order power alien. It's just that there are no powers, but Master San was careful and cautious, making a sharp break and trampling the ground with his right foot, shoveling out a thick crust of earth, stopping his inertia just as the thick smoke and dust exploded into the air. Then, Master San leaned forward slightly and threw his left foot behind him, kick it out again violently. One moment, the third master's thigh like a steel whip ran at Shinbei's wrist and kicked, surprisingly kicking out a sharp cracking sound. The movement was swift and fierce. A large swath of sand and rock also rose violently in the form of a curtain. Stop! 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 Shinbei's right wrist was shaken by a huge force, and the machete in his hand was directly thrown out, flying far up and sticking in the mud. Swish, but the machete on top of Shinbei's left hand was not affected in the slightest, and the blade cut out a sharp, cold light, slicing straight at the third master's abdomen. At this moment, the third master's right foot was just about to be lifted, also wanting to kick the running machete away, but his movements were obviously deformed, and for some reason he slowed down by half a second. Shinbei seized this opportunity, and the power provided by the battle armor made the blade ferocious and horrifyingly loud. Prickly Lara. The blade cut out clusters of sparks on the third master's abdomen, finally bringing out a series of beads of blood that splattered out. Nothing unexpected, both from Shinbei's point of view and from the third master's point of view. Even though the third master was a fifth-order defense, however, these two double swords of Xiaoxiaodao were truly two powerful battle weapons. The sharpness is absolutely frightening, plus the power provided by Shinbei's battle armor that barely belonged to a fourth-ranked alien. This knife went down, directly cutting wounds in the third master's abdomen, bringing out a series of blood beads bursting into flight. The wound is small, but the insult is extreme. At the moment, the third master didn't even bother to think about the wound in his abdomen. At most, it was just a break in the flesh. Then, Master San directly reached out and grabbed, pinching the blade body of Shinbei's hand with one hand. He almost laughed harshly. Shinbei, Wu Chang's evaluation of you genuinely isn't biased in any way. Why didn't you release the technology of the battle armor on your body and keep it all to yourself? At this time, the third master not only wanted Shinbei's life, but also wanted the technology on Shinbei. In less than half an hour, an ordinary person almost destroyed this team by relying on technological means obtained from who knows where. It's not much worse than omnipotence, and almightyism's technological technology is in a closed state and not outwardly available at all. Shinbei alone was able to pull off such an appalling power of this brain. Is just brilliant. And now, the distance between the third master and Shinbei was only by the body of a sword. Doomed Shinbei can't pull his distance and can't play to his strengths. As long as he destroyed the sword in his hand, even though Shinbei could exert a power equal to that of the fourth rank, without his supernatural ability, he was vulnerable. The third master thought to himself that the current situation was entirely in his own hands. Shinbei's death has begun. At this moment, Shinbei tried to twitch the hilt of his sword. He also knew that it was no less threatening to Master San than a sniper rifle, but yanking it back is not an option. Shinbei had to shake his left hand. The revolver fell into his hand, raised the pistol, and said, "Publish the technology? Ha! I don't have that much love." Tisk. The third master faced Shinbei's rough muzzle without any fear at all, and in his eyes, a grim, menacing light flickered. A qualified wilderness loner should indeed deprive himself of his emotions. But I want your life in exchange for your technology. How's that for a price? Shinbei's eyes were like two black holes, cold and bottomless. If you want to create value, Don't step on me. You could have killed me. Everything is yours. Fair enough. The third master's words fell. Shenbei directly pulled the trigger. However, I don't like dying in anyone's hands. At this moment, time seemed to stand still in the moment when the hammer slowly pressed down, and the static particles in the air seemed to be pulled by the force of this buildup. With a cold, hard, and short click, the trigger finally touched the tipping point, triggering the chain reaction of the mechanical chain. At this moment, the modified Class 4 cartridge case sleeping in the 6th chamber steeply awakened. Accompanied by the clanging symphony of metal collision, the firing pin accomplished its own mission, violently hitting the thin layer of primer at the bottom of the bullet. In an instant, the primer burst into fiery sparks, quickly igniting the Samsonite crystal source core powder and high explosive gunpowder inside the bullet. The high-pressure gas generated by the combustion was like a trapped animal getting out of its cage, instantly expanding to its limit, pushing and squeezing the warhead to break out. In the cavernous muzzle, flame and smoke intertwined into an angry dragon of fire. Brief but dazzling, bang. The bullet came out of the chamber and flew straight to the third master's forehead at the center of his brow, and the corners of the third master's mouth gently hooked up in the illumination of the firelight. In this short instant, his eyes flashed with a strange light in that close call, and the space around his head seemed to have undergone a subtle distortion. Just as the bullet was about to touch skin, the air rippled. The bullet seems to have fallen into a black hole or traveled through a space tunnel ability, folding space. However, the bullet suddenly appeared at the back of Master San's head and flew straight to the back, blasting a bole-thick tree directly to pieces. Shenbei was slightly stunned at this scene. The originally ancient eyes then fluctuated violently. This supernormal ability gave Shenbei an illusion, as if Master San's head was a projection of the void. Master San's icy, morose aura whistled and swept over him. Go on, shoot out your tranq bullets. I can still wait for you to keep reloading. Thump, 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 thump. Without saying a word, Shenbei kept pulling the trigger. All 4 bullets poured out almost instantly, but to no avail. The bullets continued to pass through Master San's head and blast the trees behind him without doing any damage to him. Shenbei frowned tightly and murmured, "The alien really has a lot of flowery work. This is the unbridgeable gulf between us." The third master's eyes suddenly erupted with an extremely intense luster as he continued, "Now, just die for me." The third master lashed out, crushing the blade as he did so, removing what he thought was his last threat. Shenbei, on the other hand, turned his gun around and stopped pointing at Master San's head, his expression calm as if it was a pool of dead water, and suddenly said softly, "With your supernatural ability, can you save your torso?" As soon as these words came out, the third master's gaze gathered, and with a flick of his sleeve, a whip composed of twisted green wood appeared in his hand. It suddenly jerked toward Shenbei. Ability, cracking whip. However, he saw that the long whip was steeply glowing with green light, lashing out in the air, and instantly 7 or 8 violent auras of true chi burst out, blocking Shenbei from head to toe in the sharp whistling sound that tore through the air. "With my defense, what about taking your bullets hard? For Master San, it's not like he hasn't been shot." The results, not to be feared, merely a flesh wound, not at all constituting a fatal injury, and in Shenbei's gun now, there was only 1 bullet left, but his own whip can whip Shenbei to death. To know, his own hands of the greenwood long whip is to the wilderness of several kinds of strange plant fibers tanned into a high-level war weapon. Unusual under his whip as a car are to be broken into 2 sections, together with his own supernatural power enhancement. It was very powerful, and Shenbei merely had a layer of iron-like lightweight battle armor as protection. This whip went down, and it must not be difficult to whip Shenbei's flesh into 2. In the next instant, Shenbei's response, however, once again exceeded the third master's expectations. In the air, 7 or 8 whip-shaped chions condensed into substance, containing extremely explosive power to burst the air, and drew to his head. However, Shenbei did not dodge at all, and just set up his battle armor arm to strike horizontally. Dang it! Several violent whip shadows unimpededly lashed at Shenbei's body, emitting a loud sound of flood bells clanging. The third master did not anticipate that Shenbei, a cunning opponent like Shenbei, did not flash and did not avoid, really sending death. And at that moment, Shenbei's muzzle slammed down the moment he suffered the third master's jerk, blasting at the third master's abdomen. The muzzle shoots flames, bullets burst out, boom. The next moment, a look of incomparable fear suddenly appeared on the face of the third master, who was originally in control. He looked down at his abdomen. A bloody, horrifyingly large hole appeared openly. How is this possible? He looked at the wound on his shoulder and then on his stomach. Not at all. A world of difference. Boundless coldness spread in his heart. The third master took a step back, his body and expression completely stiff, staring dead at Shenbei, who had already been whipped by himself and thrown away like a rag doll. The third master's mind was muddled at this moment. Obviously, you've been shot yourself and know how powerful a bullet can be. Why did Shenbei's last shot blow his stomach to pieces off? Isn't the power of this bullet a bit metaphysical? It's not scientific at all. Grass. Instantly, a great pain began to invade the nerves, every cell wailed like a mouthful of boiling hot iron. Master Sen fell to his knees with a plop, his hands covering his stomach as he stuffed the already tattered innards back in. However, he saw his body suddenly emitting green light, mobilizing the energy of his entire body, and the shocking wounds began to slowly heal. In less than 3 hours, my wounds will recover with little problem. Master Sen forced himself to take short breaths through the pain that tore through his heart. This kind of wound would be absolutely fatal to an ordinary person. But Master Sen was only seriously injured, and with his strong physique, he couldn't die for the time being, and psychic powers can also speed up the healing of wounds. It's only a delay. As for the task of escorting Benny Nyo, it could only be postponed for the time being, and there was no time to think about it. Master Sen lay on his back and made himself comfortable. He was now in a completely relaxed stance. After all, Shinbei had been jerked away by himself, and it was obvious that he would not survive. He has a clear perception of his abilities. Just then, there was a rustling in his ears. The third master looked puzzled. It's Chopper? He broke free from the weird shrubbery? Bad. Now he was almost out of the fight himself, for this guy will absolutely fall on his sword without thinking about old times. After all, at first, he had clearly rescued Cha Xiaodao, but chose to chase after Shinbei. Nor can such grievances be eliminated with a word or two. It's about paying the price in blood. The third master immediately rolled in place, maintaining a semi-crouching stance, with the long green wood whip held horizontally in his hand. He looked up slowly, just about to explain something. The eyes instantly froze, as if they had seen a ghost. In the reflection of his eyeballs, the shadow that stamped out the rustling sound turned out to be Shinbei, who was covered in a metallic luster. The moment the third master's scalp exploded violently after he saw the visitor, the brain was as if it had been struck hard by a siege hammer, instantly going blank, eyes wide, his rugged face twisted and shaking, one word as if squeezed from between his teeth. You. The entire third master was dumbfounded. Shinbei was surprisingly still alive under the full force of his own whip strike. Damn it! He's supposed to break 2 sections. I'm sorry to disappoint you that I'm still alive. Shinbei walked away while dumping the sizzling casings from his revolver. He tossed a new bullet left-handed. Toggle the spinning wheel with your right hand. With a flick of his arm, all the bullets in midair fell into the spinning wheel, click, turning the wheel back into place. The reason why Shinbei was still alive was entirely because the battle armor was too high and heaven-defying, despite being jerked out like a gyroscope dozens of meters away, crashing into countless trees. However, Third Master's 5th-ranked full-strength strike wasn't enough in front of the battle armor. Although the battle armor was twisted and deformed, the protective effect did not allow Shinbei to suffer a single injury. The only thing that was a little hard was the sky spinning when you fell and rolled on the ground. In fact, Shinbei had also thought about using a cluster fire frisbee to bombard the third master, but he bit off more than he could chew, and even if the bombing came down, he himself would have to be affected. Also, there were only 10 bombs on the fire frisbee, and there was no telling what would be encountered on the way back. Gotta say by T.A.T. this time, Shinbei's arm slowly raised, and the dark muzzle was incomparably hideous, like a giant mouth of the abyss that had come to life. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and fired indiscriminately at the third master's torso. Thump, 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 thump. A blazing cloud of fire erupted from the muzzle of the gun, accompanied by deafening bursts. The 6 deadly bullets were like hellish dogs breaking free from their restraints, pouncing on Master Sen in a wild and orderly manner. The 6 warheads seemed to leave a searing, blurry trail in the air, smashing 6 deep vacuum tunnels hard, as if blazing iron was pouring through ice. Before the third master had time to react, all of the level 4 bullets blasted into his heart area. In an instant, the third master flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, his limbs flailing helplessly in the air as a mass of blood bloomed in the air. Ah! The screams resounded through the valley, echoing for a long time. Pfft. Master Sen falls heavily to the ground. Bleeding holes were blasted into his chest. The heart still beating inside is faintly visible. Shinbei wasn't too happy with the effect. The revolver also has a special that continually blasting an area causes the bullet to do incremental damage. Obviously, incremental damage is far less enjoyable than letting airsoft stack multipliers. Shinbei replaced the bullets again and reloaded 6 bullets. The muzzle of the gun was pressed against the heart in that bloody hole. Then, Shinbei slammed his foot on the third master's stomach and crushed it vigorously. It's like stepping on top of a ball of soft mud. Blood popped in all directions, like a blown-up water bag. Ah-ha! Grass! Grass! The third master felt that Shinbei's metal soles were like a rusty, blunt knife forcibly cutting through newly healed scars. The intense pain surged like a tidal wave, instantly sweeping through his entire body, every nerve ending screaming and transmitting the bone-piercing sensation. At this moment, every inch of his muscles were spasming, his heartbeat was as frantic as a drumbeat, and it was as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart so tightly that it hurt to the point of almost suffocating. The entire world began to spin in his eyes, and the only thing that was clear was the gusts of burning sensation coming from his wounds, as if the flames were burning inside him, trampling his body and mind to pieces. Kill me. Fucking kill me. The third master's veins flared, and without fail, his eyes cracked as he let out an earth-shattering roar of grief and indignation. The third master knows that if Shinbei does not die, he will definitely not be able to live. And he does not want to beg for mercy. It doesn't work at all at just looking for a painful death, and Shinbei's eyes were filled with a meaningful and cruel color. I really can't satisfy your extravagant demands, Hatue. The third master's tongue curled with saliva and blood and spat at Shinbei, trying to provoke him, and Shinbei, wearing a mask, watched the sticky flammable blood slowly flow down, and laughed. Third master, you are really narrow-minded. We are all out to make a living, and in such a captive situation, wanting to die painfully, where is such a good thing? I can only blame you for being so full of life, said. Shinbei lifted his foot and shook off the meat scum and blood on it, backhandedly. He grabbed Master San's ankle and dragged it in the direction of Xiaoxiaodao. I once talked to Marugo about going down to play mahjong with you guys. Shinbei revealed a cool smile and continued. I'm as good as my word. The third master immediately roared with rage. Grass your mother. I grass draft it. I grass your whole family. You hear me? I grass your whole family. Shinbei stopped and aimed his pistol at the third master's lower body, shooting directly. The bullet exploded inside his pants. An egg yolk-like cloud of blood splattered out. The third master wailed again, nearly fainting from the pain, and his furious expression climbed a knot higher once more. Curses were on his lips. Shinbei's voice was light. If I were you, the last words of life must be to slowly recall this life of yours and summarize it. When you die, you will really be forgotten. My summary is, Shinbei, you fucking, shall not die a good death. Very well, whether or not this last word will take effect is not to say. At least it's the last of your sanity. Soon Shinbei dragged Master San back to the vicinity of the strange bushes. Shinbei had wanted to use the plugin to identify this plant, but the plugin doesn't respond. Doesn't seem to work on animate objects. Shinbei had to give up. At this point, Xiaoxiaodao's body was even more miserable. It had been completely sucked into a dry corpse, as if it had been weathered for 1,000 years. Shinbei stepped in place, and with a forceful arm, he pulled and dragged the third master's ankle, and directly threw it out. Enjoy. Shinbei watched the third master fall into the bushes, clapped his hands, took out the nutritional cream and water, sat down on the spot and started eating. That bush sensed the scent of flesh, and countless roots rose up and plunged into Master San's body, and began to frantically suck on it. The third master struggled feebly, like a fly on a spider's web, futilely and miserably, and Shinbei admired it while eating with a watery face. A moment's work. The third master gradually no sound, the whole body blood and flesh as if extracted, skin and bones, miserable, died horizontally in the shrubs. Shinbei stood up, turned the battle armor to low power operation, and prepared to return the same way, driving to the vicinity of shelter. #1. The task should still be done. Cluster fire frisbees, high explosive pyrotechnics, crystalline core powder, food, drink, and so on, all require money, although Shinbei could also go in and out of the wilderness to hunt ferocious beasts to dig up the crystal source core, but the returns are not too high. Far less lucrative than an alien killing a ferocious beast. After all, every bullet in Shinbei costs money, and an alien's energy can restore itself. All things considered, it's still the most cost-effective way to do quests. Just about to leave. A snap was heard behind him. Shinbei looked back over in confusion. The strange shrub had flung out a metal object at some point. It's a small, dark piece of box, palm size. The surface is covered with a wear-resistant and heat-resistant ceramic coating, giving it a deep metallic look. What is it? Shinbei bent down and picked it up, turning it over and over to look at it carefully for a while. The object is compact and robust, with complex wiring ducts and cooling fins embedded around it. A ring of LED status indicators surrounds the edge. Can't read it, completely unreadable, but Shinbei had his own way of figuring it out. Eyes fixed on the box without moving. A few seconds later, information popped out of the corner of my eye. Frowny face. Extinction class Starship Defense Module. The defense module is the control core for the coordinated operation of the Starship's shield generator, kinetic energy deflection array, energy absorbing armor, and other multiple defense systems, forming an impenetrable protective barrier for the starship. It can be placed on the cluster frisbee to work in conjunction with the smart chip. Shinbei, surprisingly, it is the defense module on the starship, can provide a defense barrier. Shinbei's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart shook. When he was hunting for true spirit elementals in the town, he had picked up a smart chip. Only the lack of war database, defense module and SP model has reduced this chip to a basic version. Now, Shinbei simply came back to want to watch the third master experience his own death and pain. Unexpected. Picked up the defense module. The war database in Shinbei's opinion should be a collection of sets of wars or a massive amount of war data and so on. The SP model is something that is completely impossible to understand literally. He looked up at the bushes in the distance. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? The bushes only feed on flesh and blood, and have an aversion to all metal objects. which they will throw and fly out. Am I bursting with luck? Or is it fate? Shinbei took a deep breath. Too metaphysical to understand, however. Shinbei was happy at the last time a strange bird hit a stealthy fire frisbee, not much of a problem. The next time a fiercer flying beast hit again, it would likely dry out the frisbee. That's a big loss. Now with the defense module, you can worry a little less. Shinbei directly infinitely connected to the cluster fire frisbee, and when he landed, he very roughly threw it into the interior of the frisbee. How to install it? How to butt the wiring? Let the frisbee do that on its own. Looked at the message. Cluster fire frisbee. Equipment upgrade in progress. Estimated 10 minutes. Shinbei looked at the time. A half an hour had passed since the battle began. There's absolutely no time to lose. Sit and wait. 10 minutes passed. Cluster fire frisbee information update. Cluster fire frisbee LV4 0/1000, a ground-to-ground strike capable flying machine with very ferocious firepower, with a cruising range of 30 kilometers. And a wireless connection distance increased by 5 kilometers. Added, voice transmission system, can be used to transmit voices in a stealthy state. Added, ultra-dimensional light pillar, can be designated to pick up specific items. Added, storage warehouse, 1 cubic meter. Added, defense module, which has been connected to the smart chip, can provide a defense shield for the cluster fire frisbee. Every 3 times of protection requires the consumption of an advanced crystalline core. After Shinbei read the message, the left side of his brain was elated and the right side of his brain hurt. Cluster fire frisbee increased defense is a good thing. You can avoid being attacked or knocked down in the air by flying beasts. Or even, in the case of a cluster fire frisbee present, to defend against an attack from an alien. However, the amount of energy needed to be consumed really made Shinbei's liver tremble. Protecting 3 times, surprisingly, required an advanced crystal source core. This consumption is also too expensive. Full of the immediacy of poor pussy retreating, Shinbei sighed. A bit unable to play. Too costly. Shinbei rubbed his temples. What else could he do? It's a good idea to bite the bullet. Subsequently, Shinbei took out the cluster fire frisbee panel. Cluster fire frisbee, 90 of kinetic energy remaining, ammunition capacity 10, ammunition chamber remaining 0, terminal wireless connection 1 meter, defense energy storage, none, editing instructions, none. Shinbei began to edit the order inputs. Find humans use the ultra-dimensional light pillar to collect the crystalline source core. When finished, return to the valley gathering place. The command was given, and the cluster fire frisbee processed some information, then it slowly lifted off and began to carry out its orders. Shinbei wouldn't have to care much after all. You can automatically pick up items without having to run around and wait for them to be readily available. Shinbei then returned the same way. By the way, he picked up the long knife that had been kicked away by the third master. I have to say that this knife, called the magic knife Blood Sea, was genuinely good. The other white long knife called Ghost Blade Corpse Mountain had been crushed by Master San and was worthless. Shinbei swung it a few times, and it felt great in his hands, making it a great weapon for close melee combat. Shinbei was naturally nonchalant and took it through the grass, the river, the ravine. Careful all the way. 1 had to be careful. Although the enemies within the valley were killed and there were no ferocious beasts, the strange plant could kill. Ghost snow if the distribution is dense. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Spending more than 10 minutes. Shinbei returned to the original drop-off point. An SUV was parked peacefully at the entrance to the valley. Shinbei sat in the driver's seat, lit a cigarette, and gently inhaled it. The lungs soothed away. Disgustingly wonderful. Shinbei smashed his mouth. A cigarette is still to be smoked. The cluster fire frisbee returned and landed in front of it. Shinbei jumped out of the car, rubbed his hands together, and opened the reserve warehouse with an excited face. Reach out and touch. Pull out quite a few crystal source cores. After counting, the number of big and small added together was surprisingly as high as 1 advanced crystal source core. No small fortune for Shinbei. If Shinbei gave up the mission, this would be completely able to return to the shelter, mixed with a high-level gold source core, save it, and maybe get out of the northern cold winter region. However, Shinbei sniffled and placed money worth the number of 1 advanced crystal source core in the cluster fire frisbee power module. Pull the panel. Cluster fire frisbee, 90 of kinetic energy remaining, ammunition capacity 10, ammunition chamber remaining 0, terminal wireless connection 1 meter, defense energy storage 0/3, editing instructions, none. That's good. Charge complete. There can be less to worry about. Edit the command again. Lift off 300 meters. Cloak and follow. Shinbei stopped out his cigarette and jumped into the SUV, stuffed into the engine's crystal source core. Straight up. 3rd gear ejection start. Drive out of the valley and turn left. Target shelter 1. Bull's eyes. In the wilderness, the sun was as pale and feeble as a tired old man, its rays obscured by the roiling dust, leaving only dappled light. Shinbei drove the SUV, leaving a dusty dirt dragon behind him. The original shape of the buggy was unrecognizable. Only the steel skeleton and heavy tires remained. There was the roar of the engine in his ears, and the whistling of the wind and sand. But these sounds fell on deaf ears. Shinbei kept adjusting his direction to avoid yawing at too great an angle and missing shelter number 1. Traces of ruts were still visible on the path ahead. 1 of them had turned drastically and was circling along the dense forest in the distance. That's where the A's left their mark according to the mission layout. They have to appear at the 2 o'clock direction of the location of Ben Bull's laboratories, attract the attention of shelter number 1, and then leave straight from the other direction before returning to the shelter. The traveling didn't take long. The B team rutted along the potholed hill. The car prints disappeared behind a small hill. Team B will need to ambush here again to pick up Team A. In the event of an enemy pursuit, they will have to step forward and cut off the enemy's path of advance. Shinbei glanced sideways at the hill, wirelessly connecting to the cluster fire frisbee and editing the command to fly over the small hill to see what was behind it. Shinbei was also afraid that this group of goods was unreliable, and it was good to prioritize the situation. Not for a moment. An image came from the visual panel within Shinbei's battle armor. With this glance, Shinbei's pupils shrank and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. With one foot on the gas, the SUV's speedometer climbed sharply and it scurried out at top speed. Displayed within the screen, there is indeed someone behind the hill, but not just 10, but more than 20 people in the melee. The whole scene seems to be a dynamic oil painting, colorful and full of tension. Some had blazing flames surrounding their bodies, as if they were an undying god of war. Some maneuvered invisible forces that threw their enemies into the air instantly. Others controlled the power of thunder and lightning, and every strike was accompanied by a thunderous might. In the core area of the battle, invisible energy fluctuations rose and fell, and colorful auras collided with each other as the Abelites swung, bursting out with brilliant and eye-catching light. Melee. A real mix-up. Blood erupted and heads flew about. It's mind-numbing to watch. Obviously, plans don't change as fast as they should. The B team led by Prisoner Boy was attacked by unknown members for unknown reasons, most likely from Shelter 1, or some other shelter, but it didn't matter to Shinbei. This return route was already ruined. Shinbei intended to replan his route back to Asylum 36 after receiving Benmyo. After about half an hour of traveling, Shinbei gradually brought the SUV closer to a dense forest. He turned the car around, not turning off the engine, and faced in a southerly direction, pulled out a spare small alarm clock and pinched a little bit of gunpowder. Almost as much as a firecracker would use. Alarm clock bomb. The amount of gunpowder is severely insufficient and will produce almost no damage. Shinbei wants this kind of effect. The explosion effect is too big, and it is still not satisfied. Next, find a random heavy rock on the ground and jam it above the throttle, between the throttle and the stone. The alarm clock bomb is placed. Debug it for a while to keep a delicate balance between the three. As soon as the alarm clock bomb explodes slightly, it destroys the stone balance force into the pressure to the gas pedal, keeping the buggy moving at maximum speed. Meanwhile, Shinbei removed 2 steel bars from the car. With a forceful fold, 2 C-shaped clip offsets appeared in Shinbei's hand. The C-frame was then inserted between the steering wheel and the steering shaft, holding it firmly in place by means of a snap. The steering wheel is then locked. In this way, the vehicle will keep running in a straight line without running off the road. Set the time for the alarm to go off. 30 minutes. For this time Shinbei's heart is also bottomless. One could only pray that they would find Benny Cow in half an hour. Whatever, what one should have done has been done. No one can be huge, just as no one can control the trajectory and destiny of all people. One never knows which comes first, the accident or the coincidence. Leave the rest to providence. Then, Shinbei held the sniper rifle in his arms, catapulted and trotted into the dense forest. This dense forest had an overall dark red color. Each leaf seemed to be dyed red with blood, glittering with an eerie and fascinating luster. The dense canopy of trees layered on top of each other, as if weaving a huge scarlet curtain, blocking out the sunlight in the sky and immersing the entire forest in an oppressive and mysterious dark red halo. The cortical surface of the trees is chapped and rough, covered with dark red moss and rusty mineral deposits accumulated over the years. Shinbei changed the color of his battle armor to blend in with his surroundings. Upon stepping inside, one could smell a unique scent permeating the forest, a mixture of the dampness of the earth, rotting fallen leaves, and a strange fragrance emanating from unidentified red vegetation. If it was Shinbei who entered this dense forest alone, he would definitely turn off the battle armor's external circulating air system. But one's mission objective was in here for a quantitative mission, and this strange air was, naturally, harmless. Sasha. Shinbei stepped on the leaves with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. A little bit of touching towards the interior according to the secret message of the reception. Then Naoteki Dori would wrap a layer of white cloth around his left wrist. As long as Shinbei sees it, he can just take it away. Dive all the way. It didn't take long. Shinbei hears the sound of words coming from the front of the, "Hey man, I hear you're planning a second awakening? Of course, it's a benefit from the shelter. We have to rush to sign up. Gee, I hear the mortality rate is high. Watch out for your daughter-in-law's widowhood. Wrestling a bicycle into a motorcycle. Not being able to become a psychic. Being an ordinary person only has the life of a cow or a horse. You're really brave. I wouldn't dare. Better dead than alive. Oomph. When I become an alien, you'll only be envious. Moreover, signing up now doesn't cost you any money. Stabilizing mass production in the future. You'll have to queue up even if you spend money. That group at the institute is just throwing out bait and using you as a guinea pig. Better a mouse than a coward. You fucking, forget it. I'll just go pick red fruits. I'm not going to bullshit you. Shinbei listened sideways. It was pretty certain that the crowd in front of them were the people coming out of shelter number 1 to do the rationing task then. It was very close to Ben Nyo Papa, only that he did not know where his bearing was for the time being, and he needed to feel it out slowly. Shinbei changed the way of advancing and began to lie down on the ground and creep forward a little bit, avoiding the alarm. It should be known that in order to do quantitative missions, the mission locations were scouted by the alien in advance, and the danger was almost non-existent, but just in case, the shelter will also send an alien to escort them. After all, any population is an asset to the shelter, and losing one hurts the heart for a second. Therefore, Shinbei must advance quietly. At this point the cluster fire frisbee began to slowly descend, provides a wide-angle clearer view. There are 3 people operating 10 meters ahead. Shinbei deflected slightly, trying to keep each step as minimal as possible in terms of movement and sound. His palms and knees left shallow marks in the sandy soil, like a winding path. Thanks to the camouflage color provided by the battle armor, it allowed Shinbei to almost blend in with the foliage on the ground. However, from Shinbei's point of view, even if it was placed on Earth, under this kind of environment, Shinbei had the certainty that he wouldn't alert anyone. Thus quietly passing through, the caution buried in the bones of his genes had become Shinbei's basic skill, only there was a battle armor output that determined the precise strength, making Shinbei even more silent. Shinbei was like a snake slithering through the gravel, swimming past the 3 operators at a distance of 3 meters close to them. Once again, he glanced at the God's View image map. 20 meters ahead, a dozen or so scattered individuals appeared. Shinbei slowly raised his head and swept his gaze over one by one. There were no personnel with a white cloth band wrapped around their left hand. It made a half circle and went through the ground close to the ground. Once again, he crawled out 100 meters away. There are no people in the vicinity for several dozen meters. Shinbei edited the command to launch into the cluster fire frisbee, allowing it to provide a bit of a wider perspective. Looking for the personnel scattered throughout the dense forest. As horizons expand, the clarity is worrisome, but it's still good enough for finding people. Soon several places where people converge appear on top of the map. Shinbei picked a better route and intended to continue. However, just then, the battle armor's life magnetic field detection module began to alarm frantically. On the map, a red dot moved quickly, pressing against the green arrow in almost the blink of an eye. The green arrow represents the direction and position that Shinbei is facing at this time, and that little red dot, that represents the enemy. Shinbei snapped. The life magnetic field detects a range of 3 meters, and he had just taken a look around the neighborhood and there was no one within a few dozen meters. That is to say, there is an alien stealthy instantly close to oneself, and it's not even passing through. If it is passing by, the little red dot will continue to move, and now resting on the top of his head, nothing suggests that someone has their sights set on them. Shinbei rolled over violently and looked face up. Sure enough, a dark shadow swooped down from the tree, a purple dagger in his hand stabbing straight at him. Shinbei's hand speed is extremely fast. His right hand is on his waist, and his revolver is on top. A ding, ding, ding. The tip of the man's dagger was just above the muzzle. Only then did Shinbei see that the one who attacked him was a slender woman, the 3rd order of the shifter. She wore a black triangular mask that showed only her eyes. A scene that defies physics emerges. The woman's big head was facing downwards, leaning on the dagger in her hand against Shinbei's gun, her body staying straight and motionless, and it's amazing that her long hair and mask didn't slip under the weight of gravity. It seemed that maintaining the mystery and compulsion, she must have used some of her energy to resist gravity. Yo, that's pretty quick to draw your gun. The woman's thin voice came from the triangular mask. Shinbei's eyes were still filled with a piece of ice, and he said quietly, "I shoot faster. You wouldn't dare shoot." The woman spoke with uncanny certainty. "The sound of gunfire will draw more people to you." Shinbei was silent for a moment, pretending not to speak, just staring at the wide-angle map to see if anyone is coming from the neighborhood. "I've been watching you for half a day." The woman spoke again. "From the time you drummed up the broken buggy, to the time you came in and wandered off, and wondered what you were looking for. Why don't we talk it over? How about you tell me what you came for and I let go and leave?" Shinbei naturally wouldn't say anything, otherwise, Ben will die. There is one and only one downfall for traitors: don't get caught. And getting caught is a death sentence. This time, Shinbei was still observing the wide-angle map and saw that the group closest to him had already left and headed deeper into the dense forest. Shinbei didn't hesitate for a second to finger directly on the trigger. Silent bullets crashed out. The firelight flickered on the woman's face, revealing the unmistakable look of dismay. That moment, the woman was breaking her head to think that this enemy, who had infiltrated and had no idea what he was up to, would dare to shoot. This revolver, no matter how much it's been modified, will explode with a loud noise. Does this guy want to die? However, she didn't hear the shot until the bullet blasted her jaw in the last seconds of her death. Her thoughts tumbled. Why? There were no gunshots. PSSST. The woman's upright stance could no longer be stabilized and she fell to the ground. stirring up a tumble of leaves, and Shinbei quickly drew back his pistol and concealed it on his body. The group of people leaving in the field of view provided by the cluster fire frisbee turned their collective heads to watch when they heard the sound of someone falling. What's the commotion? Someone fell, didn't they? Want to check it out? Come on, we've gotten this far out. It's a waste of time to go back. We'd better go stomp on the fruit. Well, a fall won't hurt. The group muttered for a moment before turning their heads and leaving. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. The timing was just right. And if the group did come forward, they were bound to be unable to hide themselves. Once the figure was exposed, it was bound to be a huge trouble. People can be killed, however. Making too much noise would alert the aliens, which would be quite unfavorable to the search for Benny Bullseye's. Shinbei couldn't stay in his supine position for about 30 seconds. He rolled over, quickly ruffling the leaves. He dug a shallow hole, dropped the woman's body into it, and covered it well with leaves. Out of your depth. Shinbei took one last look to make sure that no one would be able to find the body at the time, and then moved on, creeping all the way. Search no less than scattered hundreds of people. There was never any difficulty in finding the Bullseyes. Shinbei started life. This Benny Bullseyes wouldn't be hiding something from him, would they? What a time to show up all on your own accord. How can you complete the mission if you can't even find it? Annoyance. Just when Shinbei wanted to turn around and run towards the group of people in the northwest direction to grope over, suddenly a rustling sound came from within the dense forest ahead of him. A figure walked out. The man's face was a bit poorly colored, and he was showing his teeth as if he wasn't feeling too well. Shinbei hid behind a tree and quietly probed to take a look. That's a great look. Surprisingly, he saw a white bandage wrapped around the man's left wrist. The mission objective appeared. Shinbei was excited. Looking for such a long time, he could finally finish the first half of the mission. However, Shinbei didn't rush to expose it, but waited for a few more seconds after the man passed by. After making sure there was no one else behind him, Shinbei dodged and followed in a few steps. The sound of trampling leaves quickly alerted the man, who was just about to turn around. Shinbei violently opened his arms and quickly went around the man's back shoulder. His right hand went down and pinched the man's throat, and his left hand stretched and covered the man's mouth and nose, then dragged him into the dense forest on one side. Shinbei didn't have time to climb with him and reconfirm his identity. Whether it was the sound of conversation or standing straight in place, it would infinitely increase the risk of exposure. Just subdue it first and then identify yourself. The man kept struggling, trying to get out of Shinbei's fatal chokehold, but in vain. After dragging it into the grass, Shinbei looked out at the neighborhood. Security. Shinbei had thought that if he showed his identity, the man would stop struggling and obey, but unthinkingly, the struggle became more violent. Shinbei cocked his head, looking greatly confused. This situation, it doesn't seem right. Something's not right. According to reason, when Shinbei revealed his identity, the man he had kidnapped should have shaken hands with him, not to mention shouting out a comrade, but also to stop struggling and follow the next command. The truth, however, is that it's okay not to report that you are an identity. As soon as he reported his identity, the man struggled even more like a landed fish. A New Year's pig. Is this mission target suffering from a major illness? Shinbei thought it just then. Not far from the two, a man snapped out from within the bushes. Shinbei instantly looked up. A million giggles. It was a young man with a dry, thin, wiry physique, a messy head of graying, broken hair, and an ordinary appearance with a somewhat mousy look. A mediocre man, but what surprised Shinbei was that this man also had a white cloth band wrapped around his left wrist. Shinbei's two eyes went straight up. He had a mission target on his hands, and now another one jumped out at him. Shinbei asked in a deep, low voice, "What's your name?" The man across the table answered truthfully, "Bull." Before the man could finish, Shinbei only heard one word after, without any hesitation. Very decisively, he held the hostage's head with both hands and broke it with force. Click. Direct. Hostage head screwed most of the way around. The hostage instantly rolled his eyes and died of extinction. Adina. Very good. Shinbei dropped the corpse and pressed his hand. "It's you I'm looking for." Introducing Shelter 36. Shinbei, as if he didn't hear it, Bull stared at the corpse, his mouth filled with incredulity and a few points of dissatisfaction. "Why did you kill him? He is innocent." Shinbei squatted down and untied the white cloth band around the corpse's left wrist. A bloody scratch from a branch or other sharp object. Well, together he was to dress the wound. Shinbei stood up and said expressionlessly, "If I don't kill him, and this person goes back to ventilate, can we still run out? It's up to you guys whether you can run out or not. What's his fault?" Bull's Ben argued with some exasperation. "Whoa." Shinbei directly took out his pistol and pressed it against the head of Ben Oxdale. His eyes were indifferent and merciless, and there was an intimidating coldness emanating from his body as he coldly said, "My mission is to escort you back to shelter number 36, not to pay the bill for your laughable goodness and inability to bear the burden of your heart. Remember this, anything that affects my life, including yourself, I will mercilessly discard and obliterate. From now on, please remember that even though you are the guest of Yu Wu Chang, but in my eyes, you are no different from a ferocious beast of the wilderness. Get a hold of yourself. I hate people yakking. After saying that, Shinbei began to check his equipment for the last time. Bull seemed to be frightened by Shinbei's words. His body trembled and stood still. Silent. A few short seconds later, Shinbei glanced at the time and pulled Bull to push forward in the southeast direction. The two were not walking fast because they had to avoid the others in the dense forest. Then Bull couldn't help but ask, "Why are you alone? Where are the others?" Shinbei whispered back, "It's not that I don't respect you, but on the way here, some unpredictable circumstances occurred, leaving only me to take you back." When these words came out, the cow maneuvering Ben's footsteps lurched, and he looked miserable and forlorn, eyes filled with an unexplainable sadness. "I can't imagine walking to Shelter 36 alive after what you've done. Go back." "I'm backtracking. I'm not going." Shinbei could understand how Benny Oxlands felt according to reason. For this kind of prying action, the more people the better. For sure. In fact, that's how Rourke arranged it. In the team, all of them are psychics. It's so much more powerful than the original Asylum 20 defection that pulled out a bunch of regular people, and now only Shinbei was left with a mission to cross the vast wilderness. Even if they weren't pursued by Shelter 1, there were still endless ferocious beasts across the road. If you don't, you're going to die on the spot. But there's no point in saying anything now, and it's not something that Ben Bullseyes can go back on just because he wants to, Shinbei said blandly. "I don't want to point a gun at your head. If you don't feel self-conscious, either I'll execute you on the spot or you come with me." "I can't come for nothing anyway." A hint of fear flashed in Ben's eyes. Although he was a researcher at the Life Research Institute, he was essentially nothing more than a brain that was a bit smarter than the others. In the flesh, it's still ordinary, let alone a ghost like Shinbei who had killed people along the way. Even an ordinary person with a broken pistol could shoot through his skull. Ben Nyo gave a heavy sigh and silently followed behind Shinbei. Shinbei spoke again while observing the god's view vision. "I see that you are not too young, and there are some truths that I don't want to talk about. But you have to know that you have to pay the price for your behavior. Since you choose to defect, don't hesitate. One way to the darkness. You'll see the light. Trust me. I'm a wilderness soloist. I'll bring you back to the 36 shelter." Shinbei was also hitting a stick and giving a sweet date. He had to do it, and he had to show some mercy to Ben Oxblood and enter the second half of the mission. To put it bluntly, it's an escape. This requires that the bulls adopt a hyperactive state, without a hint of hesitation, and keep squeezing their potentials. Otherwise, if you are in danger, hesitate to backtrack. That's the real danger. Shinbei can take care of himself, but he may not always be able to protect Oxblood in the ever-changing wilderness. So most of it is still up to him to run for his life. The two touched the edge of the southeast corner of the dense forest. Shinbei pressed down on Benny Cow's body to crouch within the grass. Shinbei raised his head, using his battle armor to magnify his vision and look around. At 9 o'clock, roughly 5 kilometers away, there were two teams picking off each other in pursuit. If I'm not mistaken, it would be the A team led by Hitwater that would draw the attention of Shelter number 1 from the front. Usually, this situation does not cause much conflict between the two sides. After all, we all hang out in the wilderness, and when the personnel between several shelters meet, there's no big grudge, and none of them will play for keeps. The most you can do is curse, try to fire a few shots, and flare your arms. As for the B team direction, that route is definitely off limits. It's not clear who attracted the hatred that made them start fighting. The situation is now in Shinbei's favor. Both teams A and B managed to draw attention to themselves. The likelihood of your own side being noticed is very small. Looked at the time. 5 minutes until the alarm goes off. Shinbei took a deep breath, pointed beyond the dense forest and said, "See that gully 2,000 meters ahead?" Cow Patty nodded. Shinbei patted his shoulder. "I don't know what Yu Wu Chang promised you, but it must be worth running for. Now, take your first step. Crawl forward. Don't run. Stick to the ground and crawl inside the gully. I'll give you a pad." The bull's mate immediately showed a look of dismay on his face. In his opinion, a distance of 2 kilometers, not to mention creeping forward, even running is tiring. This is definitely one that is a huge test of physical strength for yourself. "Aren't you going to join me?" Bullhead asked in surprise. Shinbei shook his head. "Some tactical issues. I don't want to explain too much. Listen to me right. I'll teach you the correct plank position. Starting with the right hand reaching forward first, palm on the ground, left hand following, then the right leg bent, knee on the ground, then following up with the left leg, alternate moving your arms and legs forward, taking care to maintain continuity and coordination of your body." Saying that, Shinbei took out oil paint and applied it to his face and hands. Ben Bull's costume was an earthy yellow color, which was close to the earth beyond the dense forest. Shinbei grabbed a few more handfuls of soil and sprinkled it on the Oxblood's body to cover some of the harsh colors and continued, "If you get tired halfway through, you can take a break. Watch your breathing rhythm. Keep your mindfulness. You're safe with me." After a moment's hesitation, Ben Oxploitation gritted his teeth, laid down on the ground, and began to squirm forward. Shinbei asked, "Your satchel is in the way." Then Bullsides turned around and said, "You don't understand the value of it, okay? You continue." Shinbei shrugged then. Shinbei began to travel towards the southwest, stopped about a kilometer in. This distance is in the middle of the distance between the buggy and the straight line that Benny the Bull is crawling in. It can create a sense of disorientation to the enemy, but also ensure that they can keep an eye on Benny knows every move at all times. Of course, the ideal situation would be for no one to notice anything unusual on this side. If discovered, Shinbei needed to hook the enemy towards the SUV. Time passes slowly. Shinbei squatted on the tree, like a statue not moving. There was no need to even turn around to get a handle on what was going on over at Oxblood's side. The cluster fire frisbee was moving silently and invisibly over Benny Cow's eyes. At this moment, Bull's eyes were lying on the ground and was panting violently. Shinbei couldn't help but sigh. A researcher who comes up with high physical exertion for the return trip. However, this is just an appetizer. Shinbei's gaze once again swept a glance at the red dense forest. Suddenly his battle armor amplification system heard shouts. If nothing else, damn it, third sister was killed. Her body was buried under the leaves. Enemy attack. Gather round. Points. Let's see who else is missing. Lee Air. Here. Fat Sam. Here. Bull 6. Bull's penis. Bull 6? Where is he? Where is he? Men. Search. Damn it. Come on. Come on. He's an institute officer. Speed. Guns all loaded. Spread out in a line. Push forward. March fast. When Shinbei heard the voice, he slowly opened his eyes as if he had been awakened as a ghost. The sniper rifle muzzle slowly raised. It was as if the steel had been given a soul of ferocious flames, radiating death. Shinbei's muzzle quickly turned around and rushed in the direction of Neo Popo's direction and fired a direct shot. Silent bullets silently streaked through the air. Next, that one bullet was like a meteor cutting through the sky, accurately hitting in front of the prostrate Nubizi, stirring up a cloud of smoke and debris. A deep crater instantly appeared on the ground, and the dust around it tumbled and rose in the air, creating an expanding ripple. The bullet didn't hurt Ben Nyo, but exploded a grayish-brown flower in front of him, warning him in a strong and intuitive way, and Bull's eyes were startled, and for a moment he suspected that Shinbei was toying with himself. As he shrunk his head back to watch northward toward Shinbei, however, he saw Shinbei straightening his right arm forward and placing his palm down flat. Although Ben Nyo was not a professional combatant, he also read the signal and lay down on his stomach and didn't move. This time, Shinbei looked at the shadows within the dense forest, unload the magazine and quickly press in 5 regular bullets, setting up the sniper rifle. The crosshairs scanned back and forth. Finally, 200 meters beyond the field of view, an enemy clutching an MP-38 submachine gun jumped out and was searching in the direction of Shinbei. This old-time submachine gun is so old the wood guard and grip are still engineered plastic, reducing the weight of the gun, which shoots slower but is accurate at close range and saves on ammo. Only ordinary people are willing to take this kind of weapon for defense. Shinbei breathed calmly. His lips spoke softly. May there be no escape from hell. Every time Shinbei pulled the sniper trigger, his mouth would chatter a little, not requesting anything, just calling out for a feeling that could talk to the bullets in the chamber, soothing them to find each other's bodies. Bang! A soft, crunching sound that didn't echo through the dense forest for long. The enemy with the submachine gun in his arms had blood splattered on his forehead, and the gushing blood was laced with white, thick brains like soybean milk that slid down the bridge of his nose. It was an ordinary bullet that couldn't be more common, designed to draw the enemy towards you, prevent their scattered group from finding out where Benny Cow is. After a gunshot, Shinbei directly slid down the trees and ran towards the southwest while holding the sniper rifle. 3 minutes to go. Shinbei silently timed it. He had to keep the minutes and seconds nice and everything under control of the program. This very moment, after a loud gunshot, the enemies who came out to search in shelter number 1 immediately heard the sound, and the originally dispersed team, in the direction of the gunshot, ran southwest, and in the southeast direction, 2 armed men had already reached the edge of the dense forest, which was the starting point where Ben Nyo had started to creep forward in the first place. The people are in the southwest. Let's go over there. Look, 500 meters away. Is that a person? People my ass. People can't move? Let's go. If you go late, you'll be scolded. Look at all of them. They really do seem to be people. Fuck you. The gunshots are in the southwest. There's a shitload of people here. Bang! There was another long echoing shot, accompanied by screams. Hear that? The engagement is to the southwest. Okay, walk. The 2 men catapulted themselves into a quick run toward the southwest. Shinbei's second shot hit an enemy with an AK-47. In fact, this originated from the aftermath left behind when Shinbei was a mercenary in his previous life. When you see an AK-47, make it a priority target for eradication. This weapon was once classified as a banned weapon on Earth because its bullets explode when they hit a person's body. Unlike normal rifles, those blasted warheads scattered in all directions, lodged deep into the flesh, causing blood to gush from the ebony breach. Don't try to remove the shattered slugs from the wound yourself or have a doctor do it. It's about as difficult as picking up glutinous rice poured into rice. And those who are amputated and crippled as a result are made lucky to survive. Which shows the lethality of this gun. And now that Shinbei had battle armor defense, AK-47 bullets could not penetrate, but the reaction buried in the bones really let Shinbei cannot control. After the 2 gunshots, Shinbei could sense that the enemies were all closing in on him, although there was no God's perspective. The constantly swaying grass and shouts made Shinbei's heart relax. Just don't stare southeast. At the same time, Shinbei could also sense that the ones chasing after him were ordinary people. Odds are the aliens are all tied up with the A and B teams. That's good news. Just as Shinbei was pulling the enemy toward the southwest, suddenly, a red-green vine wrapped around the barrel of the sniper rifle on his hand was suddenly pierced by a flying bullet, and the cold gun slug struck the boulder on the right side of Shinbei. Bursting out of the countless pieces of broken stone, Shinbei made a sharp roll and hid behind the big mountain. It is impossible for a rifle to shoot so accurately and violently. It must have been a Barrett M82A1 large-caliber sniper rifle round from high up. This kind of gun, if it is not an alien, it needs 2 snipers to work together to shoot the gun. One person holding the gun and aiming, the other person on the side with precision instruments to test the wind direction and proofread the aiming error of the gun holder. In fact, the sniper rifle in Shinbei's hand, strictly speaking, had to require 2 people to operate it, but Shinbei preferred to travel solo, and as long as the basics were in place, the observation post could be completely abandoned. Shinbei was not afraid of such bullets, but he was afraid that the snipers in the distance would see the bullseyes, and that would be a bad thing. Luckily, he had told Ben to stop moving. Otherwise he would have been noticed by the snipers above if he moved again. For this kind of gun, within the effective shooting distance, as long as the bulls were injured, Shinbei's mission would almost be equivalent to failure. Within the wilderness, there is still a long way to go. Where to go to find medicine for the bulls? Shinbei didn't hesitate at that moment. The sniper on the high ground had to be killed. At that moment, Shinbei scurried out of the boulder in one step. With a bang, a bullet burst behind Shinbei once again, Shinbei holding the weapon running at a fast pace, crossing the high raised roots of the coiled trees. Battle armor and plants friction swish sound. To the feet on the ground covered with dead leaves, the palms of the feet and spring forward. Do not dare to delay a minute while running. Shinbei's body crouched low, like a cheetah chasing the fleeing elk in front of it, which was not only conducive to concealing himself, but also effective in increasing his speed. Shake off the enemy behind you. Shinbei's figure disappeared into the dense forest. It didn't take long. Shinbei appeared halfway up the hill where he could look at each other, lay down behind a thick cluster of foliage, and poke the black shiny metal barrel of the sniper rifle out carefully. The battle armor's vision zoomed in, constantly searching the opposite side of the hill for suspicious targets. Soon Shinbei found 2 people on top of a boulder. 2 heads could be clearly seen showing above the boulder. One had a big beard and his cheeks kept shrugging, probably chewing gum. The other had a cigarette in his mouth and a smug smile as if he were saying something to the candy chewing guy, just like a veteran posture. I think these 2 people must have killed a lot of people under the cooperation, whether it's this escaped world, the olden days, or Earth. High achievers often die in their own superior skills. If the shooting was surprisingly accurate and top-notch, the feeling of accomplishment from such a high place would have made the 2 guys get carried away. What arrogance! Shinbei's sniper rifle was already aimed at Sugar Chewer, the guy chewing his gum with vigor, his temples bulging and shrugging in the crosshairs of the aiming star. The cigar-smoking fellow was kept at bay by him, and every now and then he used his precision binoculars to look at movement within the dense forest in the distance. And when he found nothing, he relaxed and chatted again. Shinbei fired decisively. Bang! A golden bronze-colored cartridge case, glinting brightly, jumped out of the chamber and tumbled down the rock wall with a bump. In the sniper's scope, the bullet passes through the middle of the smoker's throat and neck, where it is all cartilage wrapped in nerves and blood vessels that do not affect the bullet's force of compulsion or direction of strike. After the slug had escaped the cartilage of the larynx, it poked back into the gunman's temple, lodging inside his brain. The guy who was shot through the knot in his throat might have had a chance of survival if he had been treated immediately. The fellow who had been struck in the medulla oblongata died instantly, and fell on his head on the stone, tilted to one side, the blood in the wound very viscous, and gurgling out at the top in scarlet bubbles. Only the guy with the busted knot in his throat was left struggling, his cheeks scrunched and puffed in a desperate attempt to breathe. Only the oxygen could no longer enter his lungs properly. Red blood, like a puddle of sun-melted asphalt, soaked across the back of the smoker's head against the stone, not from his own neck, but from the plasma of the partner next to him, who had already died before him. Wrap up. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle and slid down the hillside, letting off a shot towards the inner dense forest to attract the enemy to chase after him. Running again for a minute, Shinbei could already see his vehicle stored outside through the dense forest. The vehicle's driver's side glass had been covered with a black cloth, making it impossible to see the interior. That dead woman, what a third sister, was also really stupid to find the vehicle and not destroy it. Just trying to latch on to their purpose. Before you rush into anything, You have to cut off the enemy's back. Shinbei calculated the time. Start slowing down. 30 seconds. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. Shinbei scurried out of the dense forest in one step, rolled over and climbed onto the roof of the car, pulling out his shotgun after the enemy had all rushed out of the dense forest with open arms. Shinbei bared his teeth and the shotgun fired directly. In an instant, the power built up within the gun's chamber instantly erupted, and with a deafening roar, a blazing ball of fire erupted from the muzzle. As if it were a firebird that had broken free from its bonds, the shotgun's rifled flame was like a blossoming hellflower, passionate and brutal. Accompanied by the pungent odor of gunpowder and a flurry of metal shavings, the 8 lead bullets accelerated instantly in the chamber, creating a dense web of fire. A boom. Each lead bullet carried a sharp whistle that tore through the air, accompanied by a deafening pop, like thunderbolts exploding in the narrow space. In an instant, the first wave of more than 10 enemies that rushed out hadn't understood what was going on. All of them were overturned on the spot by the powerful impact of the lead bullets, while gravel splattered and debris flew everywhere. Blood and broken organs flew into the air, rendering a scarlet color. Shotgun experience plus 12. Shinbei was a bit surprised that the shotgun was not upgraded according to the number of shots fired, but the number of people hit. My eyes. Shit. My chest is cracked. My hand. Why is his shotgun shot so powerful? Somebody in the back. Just then, there was a small explosion from inside the cab. Moment, the buggy blew dead on the gas under the pressure of the heavy rocks, scampered straight out. Wow. All of Shelter 1's slow runners rushed to the southwest corner. Everyone was shocked at the sight of a field full of people moving around and even several dead. What's going on? Where are the people? Where's Ben? Could you care less about my fucking injuries? Defection. Definitely defection. The guy who shot the gun was standing on the roof of the car while the SUV drove away. It was definitely Ben Oxblood who was driving the car. Directions? South. Hurry up and call the shifters to go after them. That guy's too good of a shot for us ordinary people to get. Shit. Go back to shaking people. At this time, Shinbei stood on the roof of the car. A smile tickled the corners of his mouth as he watched a few impotent and furious enemies give chase. They were neither psychics nor did they have advanced battle armor like their own on them. It would be weird to catch up with the SUV gradual, after not being able to see the enemy figure behind him. Shinbei jumped out of the car, rolled to unload, and glanced at the SUV that continued to speed forward. Shinbei estimated the fuel. The buggy could probably still run for 50 kilometers. By the time Shelter 1 caught up, the only vehicles visible were stalled. By that time, Ben had already run away long ago with his ox legs. Shinbei instantly activated his foot thrusters and his feet exploded, heading straight to the southeast. It didn't take long for Shinbei to turn back to the north and run in a straight line according to Shinbei's preconceived notions. After reaching the gully, he could pick up Bull and Ben, and then run for a substantial circle at the 11 o'clock bearing in the southeast direction to return to Shelter number 36. This is Shinbei's planned route. Have a safe journey running at full speed. Shinbei maintained 60 mph speed to turn back. A few minutes later, Shinbei jumped into the gully and looked up in the direction of the red dense forest. Ben Bull's eyes were still lying motionless on the ground 800 meters from the gully. Shinbei breathed a sigh of relief. His own plan was still successful, and no one noticed Oxblood. Shinbei grabbed a stone and threw it over with force, and it was impartial, just hitting the top of the head of the bull's eyes. This distance could be considered very far, and if Shinbei simply relied on his own strength to throw, he absolutely could not cross this distance, but with the power of the battle armor, it was incomparable. And that bull, as if he had been electrocuted, was shocked. It was a good thing he didn't hiss out, but lifted his head to look around, seeing Shinbei appearing in the gully in front of him. Bull Adolphine's face was painted with question marks, but the puzzled expression disappeared instantly and was replaced by one of delight. One could think with one's toes that there had just been a lot of gunfire to the southwest, and the fact that Shinbei could appear in front of him meant that he had already shaken off his pursuers. He was just about to get up and start flying, but from a distance, he saw Shinbei press his hand. The corners of Ben's mouth twitched, and he continued to maintain his prostrate stance. He's a little pissed. Forget about not getting up and running. It's all about coming over and pulling yourself together. It's all going to be exhausting, and naturally, Shinbei would not show up to pull Oxblood once an abnormal situation occurs. His current position is the best distance to protect the bull sauce. Or give up the distance between the bullheadedness and the turning and fleeing. Shinbei can't be headstrong. There are too many powerful enemies in this escaped world, without a sense of reverence for the alien. Sooner or later, the gutter will turn over and you'll never be able to turn around. Therefore, Shinbei always maintained a pulling tactic in combat. If you can sneak attack, you definitely won't fight head-on. Being able to walk and definitely not letting the enemy get close, complement your strengths and weaknesses. Take a step-by-step approach, and have enough patience to build an advantage, consuming quite a lot of time. Ben Ox's palms were bloody from touching and he was exhausted before he rolled into the gully. Take a 3-minute break, and then we'll head out right away. Shinbei took out sterilized water and bandages from his backpack and cleaned down the palm of his hand and bandaged it up for Ben Neo. Sweat beads rolled down Ben's face as he panted heavily. No, there's no car? There is, but it has been made our scapegoat. Shinbei's simple sentence left Oxblood speechless. 3 minutes later, Shinbei carried Oxblood's shoulders and began to start circling along the 11 o'clock direction. According to Rourke's deployment, the A-team would return by taking a northeasterly direction. The direction of Shinbei is now off to the northeast beyond, that is, around the circle outside the A's. This was also to prevent encounters with Shelter 1 teams and get out of the way of unnecessary trouble. With any luck, Shinbei would likely run into the A's after making a big circle, which is much cooler. You can take the bus back. It makes sense that you won't meet them, so you'll hike back 500 kilometers. That's a long way, but in his last life, Shinbei had traveled across Africa on foot as a mercenary. The distance is completely irrelevant, but the test is also there. Whether a bullseye can keep up, the other is the ferocious beasts along the way. Half an hour of trotting along, Shinbei led the Ox Mountains to leave the gully and officially enter the vast wilderness. The sky was a chaotic gray haze, and the sunlight spilling down through the heavy clouds looked dull and feeble, like old gold coins that had lost their luster by the years and could only cast a few weak rays of light on the broken horizon. Shinbei looked around. As far as the eye could see, the barren land stretched on in the far distance. The remains of former buildings are scattered over the earth like the skeletons of giant beasts, and all that remains of the once prosperous city are broken walls and weathered concrete pillars. Farther away, huge sand dunes rose and fell like sleeping giants, covered with a thin layer of yellow sand, which was sometimes swept up by the wind and circled and rolled in the air, forming a burst of disorienting sand mist. The outlines of those ancient mountains were vaguely visible, but they had been eroded by time, and the rocky breaks occasionally revealed mottled ore. Like a scar, Shinbei stopped, infinitely connecting the fire frisbee, letting it stay in place, and after leaving a kilometer by himself, press according to the even speed began to follow behind. Shinbei didn't need a fire frisbee to scout the waypoint. One can eyeball ahead to observe what may come up at any time, but he didn't have eyes behind him, so he left it to the cluster fire frisbee to monitor the rear. Right at this moment, Shinbei heard a soporific sound coming from behind. Glancing back, I saw Ben Oxblood tear open a plastic skin, pour out a piece of candy, and drop it in his mouth, then drop the plastic skins on the ground. You want a piece? Cow Patty asked. Shinbei shook his head. If you have more candies, it's okay to eat some of them now. If there is only one left, I advise you to spit it out. This candy can save your life when you are all out of physical energy. With his mouth slightly wide open, Ben Bullmark hurriedly spat out the candy, put it into a plastic skin and tucked it away. And, Shinbei walked earlier and continued, don't throw any garbage. I'm not talking about environmental protection, and garbage is to give direction to the enemy. Cow Patty nodded with an oh-so-sweet sound. About an hour later, rain is falling from the sky. This kind of rain is no problem for Shinbei, but Bull's eyes are a little harder to bear. The raindrops were slightly radioactive, dripping down on the body with a strange sensation of being covered in thousands of mosquito bites. The bulls were uncomfortable. It's fine for a short period of time, but it's hard to say for a long period of time. The cold raindrops, like the tears of a woman who has lost her temperature, keep dropping on the bull, making him keep scratching. Shinbei did not forcefully march and pointed to the right side. There is a boulder there to shelter from the rain. Let's go over. The sky is high and the black clouds are roiling. The wind is getting stronger and stronger, and the moisture contained in it is like countless needle and thread, like slender whips, beating on the bull's skin and itching, making it indescribably difficult for people to say that he runs aggressively. It didn't take long to reach the bottom of the boulder, which was wide and straight all around, slightly tilted downward. There is no natural barrier from the rain. This can't be sheltered from the rain either. Cow Patty asked with a head full of questions. Shinbei dragged the bulls and flowers to the boulder, to the upper side of the boulder's tilted angle, removed the engineer's shovel, with the powerful kinetic energy of the battle armor. It didn't take more than a few minutes to dig an earthen pit under the boulder. Jump in. The two men went inside, and although the place was small, with only their legs curled up, there was enough shelter from the wind and rain. And Shinbei's choice of location for this dugout is also very delicate. It's on the upper side of the boulder's angle of inclination, not the lower side. This is because Shinbei is afraid that digging a pit on the lower side will change the angle of the boulder's bearing, plus the rain washes it away. Making the boulder lose its balance would not be fun. Both would have to be crushed to death on the spot. At this point, Ben Goop took a sigh of relief and began to undress. Wringing out the water stains, Shinbei inserted the crystal source core into the sniper rifle slot, toggles the firing mode to Spitfire mode, controls the amount of flame output from the flamethrower. A flame pulsed slowly. Flamethrower? Ben held up the test clothes to bake, and his eyes did stare at the sniper rifle. This modification is quite interesting. Such a small component can still spit fire. It seems that the 36 shelters technology is not bad. Shinbei leaned on the wall of the mound and asked curiously, you also know about machinery? No, I'm not a professional mechanical researcher, but touch wood, it's still easy to cross specialties once you've built up your knowledge. Shinbei gave an oh-so-subtle cry and was tempted to say, you know a hammer. In the next moment, Shinbei said along with the topic, tell me about what you're researching. What's the second awakening potion? Talking about this, Benny Bull's eyes were excited. That's a big part of the value of him being able to be tapped. Bull's eyes were gushing, and a whole lot of technical terms came out of his mouth, as if Shinbei was Yu Wu Chang's examination of himself. That's right. It's a potion that can cause the first awakening to fail and a second awakening to take place. This is the most top-secret location of Asylum Number 1, and it is a high-tech product crafted by our research institute after countless days and nights of research and experimentation. This potion is capable of stimulating the inner potential of the human body, realizing an unprecedented second awakening, and granting the user power beyond the boundaries of conventional life. The core construction of the agent is based on an ultramicroscopic substance called a quantum genetic polymer. This thing, according to us, only exists in the blood of ferocious beasts at the desolate god level, but purifying it out requires a lot of equipment and means, such as, all sorts of terms came out of Oxford's mouth, making Shinbei drowsy from listening to them. After purification, this stuff is capable of deeply remodeling the genetic chain within an organism. Each drop of regenerant contains dense nanocapsules encapsulating encoded biointelligence sequences that can be released the moment they come into contact with the body's cell membranes and docked precisely to the target DNA molecules, inducing the activation and mutation of specific gene clusters, simulates the first awakening, induces the second awakening, and opens the alien tree. This is the special effect of the potion. Isn't it awesome? Shinbei couldn't understand the big jargon, but probably got it. The simple summary is that this potion simulates the environment of the first awakening and tricks the cells into a second awakening. The reasoning is that simple. As for the process of making this potion, it must be quite complicated, otherwise, Chen Anji didn't have a clue even after several days of research, forcing Yu Wu Chang to start a hidden line and contact the bulls to dig over. How about it? Are you interested? Ben Yo carefully rubbed his hands. When I succeed in making the medicine, I can give you priority to use it, so that you can become a psychic as well. Shinbei opened his mouth and yawned. The mortality rate is too high. I'm happy with my situation now. I don't need it. That's a shame. I told Li Dash before Ben Yo finished. Shinbei reached out to interrupt and said with a smile, if I were you, I wouldn't have shaken out all of my cards. When the giant thing meticulously finished talking about the entire process, you would no longer have any use for it. If I were your counterpart, this would totally crack your head open. Remember, don't be so naive as to say whatever people ask you. You're just making a fool of yourself. The old cat teaches the tiger pouncing technique and leaves a trick on how to climb a tree. Bull's mate snapped his eyes wide open, covered his mouth, and nodded his head heavily. Thanks for the reminder. Shinbei smiled gently and closed his eyes. Catch some rest. There is still a long way to go. 2 hours later, the rain stopped. The two men burrowed out of the mound. Shinbei simply dealt with the sand and gravel to bury it, treading on the gravel. He continued on with Oxblood in tow. Fortunately, the current environment is gravel. If it was a yellow dirt road, Shinbei really didn't dare to take Noching Due to rush after the rain stopped. That would be a series of footprints to step on, and a real pain in the ass, even though there were no pursuers behind them. But Shinbei, who was almost guilty of obsessive-compulsive disorder, did not allow himself to leave a breakpoint. 3 hours after walking peacefully, the two left the Gobi Strip. Shadowed peaks appeared ahead. Shinbei looked around. The mountains in the area, rising up from the middle of the woods and meadows, and were mostly active volcanoes, as if they were pipes poking into the clouds, or like the nostrils of a fire unicorn as it slumbered, emitting rolling hot dust and burrowing into magma-colored fiery clouds. The sky, soon to be dark. Ben Yo tries to ask, do we still have to drive in the dark? Shinbei nodded firmly. When others are resting, every extra step we take is one more safety. Bull's penis glanced back at the way we came. All puzzled, it seems like no one is chasing us. There's no need to be in such a hurry, right? You've said it seems like it, don't you think? Shinbei looked straight into the eyes of Benny Oxlands. In Shinbei's opinion, the road back would definitely not be smooth. The more calm it was in the early stages, the more Shinbei felt a hint of fear. Shinbei couldn't wait for someone to jump up and keep himself in fighting shape until he caught up with the Titan. There is pressure to be motivated. The process of going from slack to tense isn't something that can be elevated by yelling at the top of your lungs. But the sky will soon be dark. It is impossible to see the road. Not to mention, among this grass and trees, there must be ferocious beasts. The bull seems to resist vision was not a big problem for Shinbei. His battle armor was aided by infrared thermal imaging systems, so there was no need to worry. The only hard part now is finding the road. It was also possible to see the highway, which had been buried by the wind and sand. As the two men traveled into the strip. It's going to be completely out of sight where that highway turns. It's better to have a road than to be chopping branches and going over hills, but the light was too dim at the moment to see the sparseness of the forest or the extension of the highway. Day and night are the same to me. Shinbei looked around and selected a direction. Let's search for traces of the lower highway along the periphery of the mountain forest. And don't get close to the dense forest until we find the highway. Regardless of whether Benny Bull's difficulty agreed with him or not, he did not have the right to choose, not to mention the right to make suggestions. Where Shinbei went, He could only follow. If he was allowed to travel through the wilderness alone. He was afraid that he wouldn't last more than 2 days before he would die a violent death in the wilderness. The two ran along the outskirts of the mountains for about 5 kilometers. At this point the wind pouring into the dense forest from the wilderness increased considerably, as if the claws of the real sea were swooping out to push the two men inside the deep, dense forest. After another 3 kilometers of running, the characteristic trees of the wilderness appeared before us. Steel bone tree, its trunk is iron gray in color, and its crown is not luxuriant, but it is unusually tough. With hardened steel-like leaves and sharp edges, crossing over this exotic group of trees, Shinbei finally saw a small broken strip that appeared at the edge of the steel bone woods, roughly 25 meters wide, stretching longitudinally into the forest for more than 2,000 meters. The broken belt was covered with thick grass and plants, so lush that if an adult fell in it, the standing person, as tall as he or she was, could not see it by sight. Shinbei couldn't see the color of these long grasses and could only imagine that they were either yellow or green in color. Highway found. Shinbei was a little cheered up. As long as he followed the highway of the old times, he believed that it wouldn't take too much time to cross this mountainous area. At this moment, Ben Gup was looking at the crumbling highway that kept stretching into the darkness. Shake it all off. No one can guarantee that in the middle of this narrow strip of land, there will be a few ferocious beasts are lying down for night hunting. If you are lucky, one is not there. If you are unlucky, you will have to meet a group of them. This made Nyo Pooping Ben a little creeped out and angry, so he turned his face to look at Shinbei, who couldn't see his facial features, and said, "You Wulian's arrangement and command is really bad. Did I run so far just to feed the ferocious beasts?" Shinbei naturally heard that Ben Nyo was pointing at himself. Sure enough, the cowpuncher said in his next sentence, "To cross over this terrain without even a pistol is like being a naked lamb." Shinbei has 3 guns on him. A Barrett sniper rifle, a revolver, and a sprayer. For people in this world, operating a firearm is the most basic operation. Almost everyone is trained to shoot, to the extent that if you pick up a gun, you know how to turn the safety on, and if you rack it, you know how to blitz it. While some people go with the flow of the gun, others stroke the gun. Overall, no stranger to guns, obviously. Ben Yao's words were to ask for a gun, but Shinbei pretended not to understand. Looking at the emotions of some excited and wise Nyobiao artistry Ben, Shinbei said as if he was very angry, "Yes, I will go kick you Wu Chang's ass." Bull stared in the darkness, his eyeballs glittering. He felt that Shinbei clearly understood what he was saying, but he was just pretending to be confused, and naturally, Shinbei could not give him a firearm. There was no way he was going to give his back to a mission target. It could even be said that Shinbei couldn't trust anyone who was behind him. However, Shinbei didn't do anything drastic and threw him a dagger. "It's enough for you." Then Bullsides clenched his dagger tightly, and only a long, helpless sigh came out of the darkness. Shinbei turned to look at the highway left over from the old times, and the wind blowing here rustled the grass and trees in this area, giving people a feeling of killing. Shinbei walked in along the highway at that moment, following behind. Nyopapa Ben seemed to be unwilling and opened his mouth to say, "I say, can we discuss it? You have 3 guns on you, and it's impossible to shoot them all at the same time. Give me one, I can still help." "Alright Bull 6, if you keep chattering, the ferocious beasts are really going to jump out and bite you in the ass." After Shinbei's reminder, Ben Oxen almost exploded in place. "Cow 6? Nice guy, what kind of nickname is that? So angry." "Nyo Lu. I feel that there are many small ferocious beasts in this grass," Shinbei temporarily taught him. "If they lunge and bite from the front, you have to wrap your left arm around your throat and poke the ferocious beast's stomach viciously with the dagger in your right hand. Try not to get hurt, or else the smell of your blood attracts the attention of many ferocious beasts. In case something sudden happens, what you have to do is not to hide in front of me, or to the right or left, but to be back to back with me." The bullpup grunted and nodded along. About 10 minutes later, Shinbei jerked to a halt, half crouching while pressing down the bull's pointy stance as well. At that moment, there was a sound in the air. "Rains, rains, rains." Scared, Ben Nyo quickly leaned back to back with Shinbei, raised his sharp dagger in a defensive posture, and said with a trembling voice, "Do you hear that? There is a ferocious beast in front." He lowered his voice in cautious caution. "It's not a big problem. It should be the sound made by ferocious beasts hunting and gnawing on their prey." Within Shinbei's field of vision, infrared plus thermal imaging assisted. A constant shifting could be seen in the grass in the distance, large swaths of grass after being overwhelmed. He saw 4 blazing soul-hunting beasts tearing and gnawing at the flesh of a dead unknown ferocious beast. Their fur took on a distinctive mottled coloration of a mixture of rusty copper green and lava dark red, as if it were the remains of metal that had been burned by a blazing fire. The eyes were like blazing embers in a lava lake, radiating a regal red light. This time, their 3-petaled lips were smeared with sticky plasma, and from time to time, they stuck out their tongues and leisurely licked the flotsam from their whiskers, and in a circle around the periphery were 7 or 8 strikingly spotted bony gravel predators, peeing and whirling around with their tails tucked between their legs, huddled too close to approach. Bone and gravel predators are long and agile, Their bodies covered in a hard shell that seems to be condensed from weathered bone and gravel, the head was narrow and flattened. And the eyes were like phosphorescent flames with a cold blue light, the mouth is lined with rows of unusually hard and intricate teeth, faced with 4 strong blazing soul hunters. The group of bone gravel predators just had to wait for the scraps. If there was only one blazing molten soul hunter beast gnawing on the fat meat, it was expected that the group of bone gravel predators would go up and loot it indiscriminately. It seemed that by the time the 4 blazing molten soul hunting beasts had eaten their fill, that unknown ferocious beast would have a skeleton left at best. 7 or 8 bone gravel predators. Their size didn't look too much smaller than the blazing soul-hunting beasts. If they really worked together, the 4 blazing soul-hunting beasts might not be able to withstand them, but even among the species of the fugitive world there existed mutual restraints. And there was naturally a fixed number that balanced all the beasts. Just then, the 4 blazing molten soul-hunting beasts that were chewing on the fresh meat had discovered the appearance of Shinbei and Ox Talisman Ben, but they were unimpressed and continued to nibble on their meat. But can those 5 bone gravel predators? They were starving, grimacing, their mouths full of teeth. They collectively turned their heads to look at Shinbei. Saliva dripping and flowing wildly. It was clear that these bone gravel predators knew it was hopeless to wait any longer for the blazing soul hunters to eat them. Upon discovering the appearance of Shinbei and the Ox Mountains, their eyes lit up brightly and they growled lowly at each other. Shinbei could perceive that it was them colluding in a siege. Faced with a sudden prancing murderous bone gravel predator, Ben Bull's face was panicked and he muttered, "What to do? What to do? They're on to us." Shinbei set up his sniper rifle in place. His face as usual. "The time to test your speed has come. Run towards the hillside. Jump and run, like hurdles, or else your speed won't go up, and the bone gravel predator will bite your hamstrings off. What about you?" The bullhead had the luxury of caring about his own undeserved concerns, clearing the way. Of course, after hearing Shinbei's words, Ben Mil's entire eyeballs exploded, but at this point there was no more room for him to think. The bone gravel predator had howled and charged. He took a step at that moment and fled down the hillside. Running posture, that obstinate feeling, as if the fat old woman in the countryside was learning ballet for the first time. Although you couldn't see his face, you could imagine the whites of the eyes that rolled over it. What a look of horror it would be. At this point, these bony gravel predators that found a new target were driven by hunger to impact Shinbei head-on, and Shinbei stayed put. The sniper rifle shoots flames. A bullet pierced the darkness and sped out. At this very moment, Shinbei knelt on one knee and set up his sniper rifle, steady as a mountain. His back straight. There was no timidity or panic in the face of the 5 bone gravel predators that swooped in, though a cold blue light flickered in their eyes, like phosphorescent flames traveling through the darkness. And the intricate rows of teeth in their mouths looked especially hideous in the moonlight. Next moment, Shinbei slowly adjusted the crosshairs on his sniper rifle, and the auxiliary vision provided by the battle armor allowed Shinbei to accurately and unmistakably see the posture of the bone gravel predator running in the darkness. His breathing became steady and strong, as if he were one with this desolate earth. The moment Shinbei pulled the trigger, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a fiery spark erupted from within the sniper's chamber. Then a bullet embedded with a chilling light whistled out at an almost supernatural speed. The sound of the bullet breaking the wind was still in his ears, and a bright silver trajectory cut through the night sky, heading straight for the target. The instant the bullet hit, the bone gravel predator directly in front of it seemed to be violently struck by an invisible hammer, and the bone shell that was originally as hard as stone even broke apart like thin paper. Erupting into a cloud of dazzling sparks, the bullet penetrated its head, bringing out a trajectory of blue light intertwined with dust. The ferocious beasts looked so fragile in front of this fatal blow. The bone and gravel predator let out a mournful scream, its body trembling violently under the impact of the bullet, its huge body instantly losing its balance and falling heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of gravel to fly, and the air was filled with the odor of burnt metal and flesh. The bony gravel predator struggled for less than a breath before dying of extinction. The remaining 4 bone gravel predators were clearly shocked by the scene and stopped in their tracks, that cold blue light flickering in shock and panic. And Shinbei did not let up as he quickly adjusted his stance. Shinbei knew that these hungry ferocious beasts would soon suppress their fear by their predatory instincts and continue to run and pounce on themselves. If they were freshly fed, I'm afraid they would have fled with their tails between their legs. But as in the case of human beings in distress, to fight is to die, and not to fight is to die. It is natural to choose the option that is favorable to the. Sure enough, the 4 bony gravel predators froze for just an instant before they came back to reunite once again. Shinbei doesn't retreat. Once again, the trigger of the sniper rifle was pulled decisively. With a heart-stopping metallic clang, a bullet full of power burst from the chamber. That bullet went into the chest of the head-bashing ferocious beast like a miniature bomb exploding inside the target's body. It instantly ripped the hard-as-rock bone shell to shreds, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks and shockwaves. After another miserable wail, the bony gravel predator fell to the side of the road, fetid blood gushing out and staining the land. Short moments, the other 2 bone gravel predators surrounded Shinbei one after the other at extreme speed, simultaneously pouncing. Shinbei was glad in his heart that he was lucky to let Oxblood leave early. Otherwise, in this situation, Oxblood would have become a hunting target of the bone grabble predator when he stood behind himself. Sniper rifles at this point have overly long barrels and are very impractical in melee combat. Shinbei reacted extremely quickly, dropping his sniper rifle. He grabbed his revolver with his left hand and reached behind his back with his right hand. Drawing his long knife. A sharp turn in place, the muzzle of the gun sprayed fire as a single bullet blasted the bone and gravel predator in front of him. Again, with the kinetic energy of the rotation, the right hand swung up, the blade moved with his body. A horizontal chop chopped out. Simple and direct. But it was a combination of speed and skill. In an instant, the head of the Shinbei bone gravel predator tumbled backward and smashed on the ground, and the blood at the broken neck was like a spring, splashing on top of the branches of the big tree on the side, pattering as if it had been beaten by the rain and blown by the wind. Shinbei's hand movements did not stop and picked up the sniper rifle again, and when Shinbei turned his gun around, looking for when he wanted to settle the last one. Suddenly, the bony gravel predator was gone. Shinbei turned his head violently and looked in the direction where Oxblood was running. The pupils shrunk slightly. The last bone gravel predator even took advantage of the chaos to change direction and pounced straight towards the bulls. At this moment, Bull ran in panic on the hillside, only to feel a vicious wind coming from behind him. He looked back out of the corner of his eye. It was a shock. How is it that the bone gravel predator that was originally staring at Shinbei, this will be chasing after himself? My meat smells better? Then Bull's eyes wanted to howl for Shinbei to save his life, but the voice gets stuck at the vocal cords of the larynx and never comes out. It could be that he had forgotten how to shout in his panic, or his mind had gone blank. Even the command of Ben's brain to run had been disconnected, and his legs were running completely on instinct. Just then, he heard Shinbei's low voice from behind him. Get down! Ben Oxen's body was jolted. Get down? Isn't that a death wish? Wasn't it running at full speed? But bullheadedness is thinking and action is action. It was as if the instincts no longer belonged to him and he was following Shinbei's orders. The body leaned forward and fell straight to the ground. The moment he fell to the ground, he could feel the earth tremble slightly. It was a vibration created by the bone gravel predator running. The bulls rolled over on his back and tilted his head. Then he saw the bone gravel predator with flashing blue eyes leap up in the darkness, forming a large shadow of suffocating fear and pressing down. The distance was so close that Benigno could count how many teeth there were in its mouth, whether they were well distributed and what the biting force was. Professional instinct now. Short moments. As the bone grit predator's bloody mouth ran down the Oxblood's throat, it bit down. Warm and fishy blood was suddenly splattered on Ben's face. Immediately afterward, his chest sank. It's like a truck weighing down. The bull's head was suddenly dizzy, and his breathing was pressurized to the limit, crunching under excessive shock and labored breathing. The whites of his eyes rolled. Fainted. Shinbei clutched the sniper rifle and ran a few steps in front of Nyopopo's body. The corners of Shinbei's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. It was almost a minute before and after, and the guy had only traveled this much distance. That's a lot of fitness, and the reason why Shinbei let the ox materials get down was because the bone gravel predator followed the change in direction as the guy ran. Shinbei had a chance to hit a moving target with one shot though. The risk is still there, though. Once the shot misses, the one who gets hit will have to be Benny Cow. Even the alien can't carry the upgraded sniper rifle and bullets, not to mention Ben Oxbreed. Under one shot, the upper half of his body has to be blown to pieces. Therefore, Shinbei's action of letting Ben Oxblood get down was bound to cause the bone gravel predator to leap up and pounce. This parabolic stance will, for a moment after reaching the top, bring the bone gravel predator to a standstill, and this timing was Shinbei's chance to solve the ferocious beast with a single bullet hit. And so it is. Sensei's old age or the escape world or the last earth, the basic tactics remain generic and effective. The only thing that worries Shinbei is whether or not Benny Oxblood will be crushed to death by the bone gravel predator. Reaching down, he yanked the 300-pound body of the bony gravel predator away. A slap towards Benigno's face. Not awake, Shinbei tried to sniff Benny's nose. It was as if this guy had sucked in a mouthful of Shinbei's life value and snapped out of it. Why is heaven black? Ben Oxford asked in a confused voice. It's hell. As soon as Shinbei pulled up the ox materials, Ben, the body is not bad. It wasn't crushed to death. Almost. Bulls. Ben gasped, touched his face, and asked again. Why is my face a little swollen? Shinbei let out a forehead. Bone gravel predators like to eat live ones, so they slapped you. Then bullheaded felt that Shinbei was treating himself like a fool. You're a biological researcher yourself. Never heard of a bony gravel predator having this habit. Gone. Shinbei led the ox husbandry to circle around and get out of the way of the place where the blazing molten soul hunting beast was feeding, trying to invite as little trouble as possible. There are no roads in the mountains. The two walked deeper and deeper, not at all as fast as traveling on the crummy highway below. There was also a strong wind blowing from the top of the mountain, just like the pocket at the front of the blower, which would stick to Ben's back and swell up, making him feel very uncomfortable. The vegetation, which looked like artemisia, was blown up and down and swayed. About an hour later, the two rejoined the highway and were able to increase their speed of travel, after walking in the dark for 4 hours, bypassing some ferocious beasts' encampments. He didn't encounter any danger. Shinbei didn't have much trouble walking because of his battle armor, but Ben Bull's stamina obviously couldn't keep up from the time he had crept from the red dense forest. He had expended enormous physical strength, and although he had rested for a while at the boulder halfway through, the appearance of the bone and gravel predator had been considered to be a breakthrough in his ego's limits when it hadn't caused him to collapse. At this moment, Ben Nyo's feet were heavy, swaying 3 times a step, as weak as an autumn cicada in the cold winter, ready to fall to the ground at any time. Shinbei looked at the time. There were about 4 or 5 more hours of dawn. Ben must be given a break, otherwise, after dawn, the guy absolutely collapses into sleep, the kind of sound sleep where you're willing to wake up even if there's danger. It's like a thief who enters a cottage to steal something, lies down on a cozy couch, knows he's not supposed to sleep, but falls asleep anyway and gets caught. Shinbei looked around and there was a big tree not far away. Bull 6. Hold on a little longer. We'll climb up a tree and rest. Cowpuncher yawned and grunted, nodding his head. Soon the two came to the tree. Shinbei glanced at the tree, which appeared to be more than 10 meters tall with a thick and smooth trunk. Can you climb up there? Can't you rest down there? Ben Oxford asked rhetorically. Shinbei shook his head. The ground is too dangerous. When you sleep, all your senses will be closed. In order for you to have a good sleeping state, once a ferocious beast approaches, there is no way to realize it and you will die in your sleep. Upon hearing this, Benigno took a look at the trunk of the tree and felt like a small snail standing under a large onion with its leaves shaved off. I can't climb. Before Benigno finished his words, he saw Shinbei crouch down. He understood the next steps in a split second. Although his stance was clumsy, Benigno carefully stepped on both of Shinbei's shoulders and immediately climbed upwards after stabilizing the tree trunk with his arms. After some efforts, Shinbei rode on a few bundles of broad leaves and hugged the same tree trunk face to face with Nyochengdu, the wind of the night, as if deliberately blowing away the hot air on Benigno's body. Refused to stop for a moment to scrape around. Bullcliff's lips were shivering badly. The night air is a little cold, and I just hate that I don't have enough fat. After he finished speaking, Benigno carefully wrapped his arms around the tree even harder, fearing that a gust of wind would suddenly blow and throw his body down. Accumulating fat in this world is not an easy thing either, Shinbei responded as he clamped his legs onto the branches of the tree and raised his long knife to slash the leaves on both sides. Then, Shinbei took out a rope and fixed oxblood on the branches of the tree, and covered the chopped cover on his body to keep warm. Although it did not have much effect, but at least it could make oxbloods get cheated mentally. You don't need a rope? Ben asked curiously. Get used to it. It is really not that, Shinbei brags. The little dragon lady sleeps on the rope's masterpiece. He will also know, not to mention on this kind of thick tree trunk. Catch some sleep. We have a long way to go at dawn. After saying that, Shinbei relied on the tree trunk, holding the revolver in his right hand and placing it flat on his lap, resting with his eyes closed. The wind hardly stopped this night. It was not until the fiery red sun rose from the sea level in the east that there was a turn for a break. Shinbei shook the drowsy oxblood to wake him up and make him awake to get ready to go down the tree. Shinbei used his long knife and cut a crutch for oxblood, which would save him some energy. The ox husbandry. Ben let go of the big tree that he had hugged overnight, opened his mouth lazily, and stretched a long lazy waist, blinked his slightly bloodshot eyes a few times, and said slowly, shouldn't we eat something? Eat on the road as you go. Shinbei didn't want to waste time, and slid down the tree trunk with oxblood and continued along the highway. The sun is getting higher. The shadows of the two men grew shorter and shorter. Shinbei held the sniper rifle, observing the movements around him at all times. Tight nerves have been impossible to loosen. After a simple energy bomb and a sip of fresh water, the two continued to mope along. Nothing happened along the way. About 3 hours later, a large river appeared in front of the two men. There were bridges over the original highway, but they could not withstand the years and have collapsed, wanting to cross the big river. Besides swimming across, Shinbei had another option. That would be for the cluster fire frisbee following behind to come over and for the two of them to hang onto it and fly over. But Shinbei rejected the idea outright. Revealing one's cards is not a wise choice. Otherwise, why would Shinbei need to go on foot when he could have hung under the cluster frisbee and flown directly back to the shelter long ago? Can swim, right? Shinbei asked. Cow Patty nodded. It will be, but the river is a bit wide. Think of the positions you can get when you reach 36 Asylum. It's all worth it. Shinbei's words made Oxblood's eyes spit fire, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to go into the water. The river isn't too windy right now, Shinbei instructed. You have to learn to borrow the waves that are pushed up by each other, and use the slowest movements to exert the fastest speed. Paddle and swim toward the target, and don't deviate from the opposite shore. The two just went into the water. Shinbei began to draw the cake. I came to this area. There are many fruit trees growing across the river. When you go up, you can eat sweet and refreshing fruits while resting. Ben Oxen licked his lips. Then what are you waiting for? Swim. Shinbei has naturally never been here, and looking at plums is a necessary lie. The water in front of Ben Bull's eyes, level with his neck, still couldn't see the edge, and the heavy river kept swaying, making his chest stuffy before I could swim out for long. I was exhausted. Shinbei propped up a handful of ox pearls behind him and said, "Try not to look ahead. Otherwise it will increase your body's fatigue. Sometimes it pays to look up and see nothing and just brute force it, lest despair in the distance would discourage you." Shinbei was almost relying on his battle armor, constantly lifting up Bull Adolphus, which kept him from sinking over time under Shinbei's escort. The two of them were like little monkeys squatting in the water, stepping on the rocky sands of the shallow water to keep leaning over. The water level dropped step by step as it moved, and Shinbei pushed the oxblood's body down, hunching lower until the frog plopped down under the thick algae that had piled up along the shoreline. Shinbei tilted his head toward the river bank to observe for a while, seeing nothing moving around, only then dripping full of river water. Pulling the cattle artisanal Ben jumped up to the bank. Crouching and hiding behind a pile of reefs in a hurry, Shinbei told Bull Adolphine to take off his clothes in a hurry and check his body. No sign of bites from underwater mini-monsters or anything like that. After everything had been straightened out, Ben, the bull, was the first one who could not resist his hunger, and he puckered his big wet buttocks and fought his way up the steep rocky hill, trying to quickly pick the fruits of a certain tree to replenish his deficient stomach. "Fooled you," Shinbei spoke up. Benyo splendidly fell on his butt and looked at Shinbei with glaring eyes, all ready to cry. "This big pie drawing. Give you 99 points. 1 more point for fear that you are proud of. Ah, so angry." At this time, Shinbei picked out a palm-sized greenish-gray crab from the cracks in the stone at his feet, tied it to the sharp long knife, and held it up to the bulls like a public display. "The crabs couldn't taste better. I like to soak them alive in a jar of vinegar. Take them out after 3 hours, roll them in hot oil on an iron strainer, chew them crispy and crisp, and slam half a glass of beer into them, which will make your stomach dance with joy." After listening to Shinbei's description, the ox shoes and shoes under the tongue have long been full of saliva. The knot in the throat cannot help but shrug a few times. His eyes stared back in front of the eyes of this and the tip of the knife on the pain of the struggle of the big green crab, focusing only on the high protein-filled crab meat inside the pincer. The more he looked at it, the more he pressed on, looking around at his body, trying to find a rock to crack it and pick up some fresh meat for his hunger. Shinbei threw the crab back into the river with one hand. "If you don't want to run belly up and shit, don't eat anything raw while you're in a hurry. Crabs are actually edible, but it has to be cooked to make it work." Shinbei wasn't interested in racking pots and pans for a living. Even if the sniper rifle had a flamethrower, it would be a waste of a crystal source cord. It's all money. Bull's mount had a few moments of sulking, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Continue to follow Shinbei as he climbs up the river bank. An hour later. In front of us was a hilly terrain, the alignment of the mountainous terrain, a great sense of impact, as if a huge green-skinned stone man is swimming with arms outstretched. On both sides of the convex bulge of the hills, full of unknown plants, although not very lush and dense, but also lush and green, a vibrant weather. The two began to trot along the hills. There shouldn't be much danger in this area, and you can't see any ferocious beasts out and about. Just speed through. Over the last hill, large expanses of forest appeared before his eyes. Signs from the olden days can also be seen placed at the entrance to the valley forest. A boulder chiseled with the text "So-and-so Primitive Forest Park." Shinbei rubbed his temples. Forest again. This terrain is a natural obstacle to walking, nowhere near as flat. But as Shinbei looked around, the huge forest lined up endlessly. If you want to go around, you'll have to go through the monkey bars. Shinbei sniffled and beckoned. "Let's go." No way out. Along the ragged undulating road through the forest, the two men plunged headlong into the virgin forest. Dense, moist plants, crowned like shrinking sheep, crowded the mountain walls on either side of the road. This made Shinbei then have a sense of fear of falling into the emerald green ocean. And as if he was a small flea that had fallen on the back of a sheep's spine, the sky overhead was still shrouded in milky gray vapor, as if it were a myriad of clouds drifting over the top. Meanwhile, in the darker parts of the forest where the sun doesn't shine, the mushroom umbrella caps scattered everywhere are emitting various colors of glittering light, illuminating the lower part of the forest into a colorful world. Many fresh plants were struggling to grow, swaying their purple, red and green branches in the wind. At this moment, a flower emitting light blue glittering light slowly floated past in front of Nyochengdu. It looked so thin that it could flutter around with the lightest wind. Beautiful as a dream. Shinbei stretched out his hand and tried to touch this floating flower, and just as his hand touched it, the near-transparent petals shrank back as if they were frightened. "Don't touch." Ben's warning was a second too late. However, he saw that Shinbei's fingertips unexpectedly became charred black at a speed visible to the naked eye, and wisps of smoke also emerged. However, Shinbei was protected by his battle armor and was not seriously hurt, only burned a little. "This thing generates so much heat that roasting you won't be a problem." Ben Oxen disguised himself in a professor-like manner, like he was bringing a student out to cognize the world. "If they are collected, they can be made into bombs, but the shelf life is too low to be cost-effective." Shinbei shrugged. Vast, endless forests, thousands of floating flowers that spread death, eerie forest worlds full of life. The scenery is really nice, but for the fleeing pair, there was no care in the world to watch. Just looking forward to a peaceful passage through the virgin forest. About an hour into the walk, the surrounding landscape is almost unchanged, except for the occasional dilapidated house left over from the old days. If it wasn't for these different houses, Shinbei even had the illusion that he hadn't hit a ghostly wall just then. Bang, buzz, buzz, buzz. A dull, big, fierce sniper shooting sound suddenly rang out from the area where Shinbei's left front was located, lingering in the white vapor high in the sky and echoing endlessly around the originally silent woods. Hula startled out of large groups of birds, paved the way, fleeing in all directions. Shinbei didn't have any hesitation at the moment, and with a fierce lunge, he dragged and rolled Ben Nyo into the grass by the side of the road. Just this one moment. A blue energy bullet grazed Shinbei's original position and sped past, smashing a large tree with a loud bang. Shinbei pressed Benny Bull's eyes and crawled forward for more than 10 meters before stopping in the grass instead of retreating. This is Shinbei's cunning reverse thinking. According to normal circumstances, it would be a normal person's choice that Shinbei should retreat backward after encountering an ambush, but Shinbei knew that the opposite side was a shooting specialized alien, not to mention retreating 10 meters. Even hundreds of meters were insignificant for the shooting range. At the same time, the other side's vision must have looked to the rear to observe and look for an opportunity to shoot again, and Shinbei going in the opposite direction would enter the blind spot of the opponent's field of vision. It was a brief respite for Shinbei, and at this moment, Ben Oxblood's face was pale and incomparably terrified for any gunshots. He felt it was Shelter 1 coming after him, though the shots were in front of them, not behind, but the bullets did shoot both of them. Bull's voice asked in a panicked tone, "Who could be firing the gun? Do I have clairvoyance?" Shinbei responded. However, although Shinbei did not have clairvoyance, his vision within a few kilometers could still be informed. He quickly and infinitely connects the fire frisbee, allowing it to travel quickly from the rear. Fly ahead stealthily to scout out who's actually firing the gun. If friends are not to be talked about, definitely enemies, otherwise it wouldn't have been a shot in the dark. I just don't know which side of the enemy. It didn't take long. The vitality frisbee flew over Shinbei's head. Bang, buzz, buzz, buzz. Another dull sniper hunting sound came. Shinbei's vision just caught a blue light flashing at 700 meters, but what one didn't see, the other shot once and then disappeared too quickly. Boom! 50 meters behind Shinbei, energy bullets exploded. Shinbei huffed and puffed, tentatively attacking. A rookie. This is Shinbei's evaluation of him. If in his own place, he absolutely maintains patience and waits, and it is not a haphazard shooting half a dozen times. God's view is finally over the other side, because the forest was so dense. There were other rare plants that obscured the view. The fire frisbee spun around before it managed to capture the figure in the dense forest. Shinbei took this look. Teeth hurt straight away. The clothing worn by the enemy in front of them turned out to be the 20th Asylum, and the man clutching the alien-specific sniper rifle was running quickly, as if to meet up with his teammates in the distance. Shinbei did not have any hesitation at that moment. Holding the sniper rifle, his eyes flashed, and he began to quickly pursue. This would be a big problem if we let him get away. Shinbei was never expected. It's surprising to meet someone from Shelter 20 on the road. There was no doubt that he was a life and death enemy of Shelter 20. Guess what? His shape and especially his battle armor is already on the bounty list. After all, it did wreak havoc on the two teams from Shelter 20 in the first place, but a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. It's all predestined originally. Shinbei's first thought was to retreat, but this primeval forest is just too big. Circling again too far away also adds other risks. Shinbei naturally had to pursue and could not let the enemy run back to ventilate. It didn't matter that he was trapped in the encirclement, but not Benny Oxblood. Think about it briefly. Shinbei turned his head and said to the ox husbandry, "I'll go to the front to scout. Maybe I can get a car. You wait for me here. Don't move around. Why don't you let me follow you?" Ben Oxford was very afraid that there was no one around him. It could be said that if he was left alone in the wilderness, 9 times out of 10 he would have to starve to death or be eaten by ferocious beasts. 2 is too big a target. Shinbei pulled the bolt on his gun, naturally not telling him that the enemy came from itself, continuing, "And I can run faster than you." After saying that, Shinbei started running along the hillside on the left side of the highway, intending to get the alien who had just discharged his gun killed first. Shinbei sped through the cover of the ancient trees in the sky, tread lightly on the forest carpet of fallen leaves and humus, making a slight sound. The drives at the joints of the battle armor emitted a faint hum. It made Shinbei nimbly jump and move between the jagged tree roots and piled up rocks. Shinbei's speed in running through complex terrain was obviously faster than that of an alien. Shinbei's consciousness buried inside his genes, coupled with the micromanagement provided by the battle armor's joint module, it allowed Shinbei to keep running like a sprinting cheetah. Just when Shinbei thought that it wouldn't take more than a few minutes to catch up with the enemy, bang! A clear shot rang out. It came from the right side of Shinbei. At the same time, a blue light flashed out of the corner of Shinbei's eye. There's another shooting specialized alien? But that bullet seemed to be deflected so much that it didn't hit the fast-moving Shinbei at all. This means that the other team is simply not good enough to hit moving targets. Or Shinbei jumped back and forth and interspersed too fast, based on the approximate location of the gunshots. Shinbei changed to crawling mode, hunkered down in the dense vegetation, and crawled around and felt his way to the northwest. This roadblocker must be eradicated. Actually, shooting specialized aliens are really scary beings. This kind of alien is very useful on the battlefield. It can be a crushing force on the battlefield. Their guns are a lethal threat to shifters. Interference. Shooting all control the tempo of the battlefield. Breaking back also works very well to give chase personnel something to worry about, not to mention chasing and killing. Shooting at the enemy's back. This is a matter best left to the shooting specialization alien. More importantly, snipers were almost always far away from the frontal battlefield, and their safety was much better than that of other shifters who danced with guns and fought close to the ground. That's why even ordinary people today like to hold sniper rifles in their arms and flaunt them. It could also be argued that firearms have not been eliminated, and there are more or less shooting specialized exotics remaining sheltered. After Shinbei carefully climbed for 2 minutes, the location had been able to snipe to the area where the other side's gun sounded. Thermal imaging scanning all over the front. Nothing. Shinbei slowly crouched up, leaned against a tall, straight tree trunk, and raised the Bartlett sniper rifle in his hand. Eye in the sniper's hole. The crosshairs swept over the tumbling emerald green waves of vegetation, finding nothing suspicious, but when the crosshair was halfway back in the sweep, he suddenly saw a cluster of branches inexplicably shake. Shinbei sharply pressed down on the T alignment, trying to make out the physical form of the enemy in the camouflage. However, what was seen was a human-like calf's stomach. Shinbei didn't take the risk of shooting, only feeling that this calf's stomach was a bit suspicious. The battle armor zoomed in for a look. It was indeed the belly of a human calf, but it was coated with some kind of oil that seemed to have a preserving effect, but it still can't hide the dry look of the surface skin that has lost moisture. Scapegoat? Shinbei frowned. If not guessed wrongly, this calf's stomach should be a part of some unlucky person's body, which was cut down by the enemy and pulled with a fishing line, used as a camouflage, with the intention of seducing himself to shoot. Once he shot, he would reveal his position, and an enemy hidden somewhere would immediately send energy bullets into his head. Shinbei quickly looked around the lower calf stomach. To achieve a pulling effect, the line must have something to lend a hand. Up and down is almost impossible. It's so stupid. So, the enemy's position could be at 4 or 10 o'clock. Shinbei gently drew back the barrel of the sniper rifle that was wrapped with green vines and first peered in the direction of 4 o'clock, and did not see anything unusual. When the T-beam peered further into the 10 o'clock direction, he saw a guy with a bright green bandana wrapped around his head, his mouth slanting and biting on a stalk of grass. His big meaty pimply face smeared with black and green camouflage grease pressed dead center on top of the scope hole of an oversized xenomorph sniper rifle. The sniper rifle in this man's hands was very famous in the escape world. Name: Soul Ruler. The entire body was forged from a dark titanium alloy, and the surface of the gun was covered with a shimmering film of active metal that shifted into deep colors in response to the energy fluctuations of the alien. The main body of the gun is like a huge sci-fi wing folded, with smooth intense lines. Inlaid on both sides of the gun are devices capable of converting energy bullets. Its length and caliber are far greater than the conventional sniper rifles of the olden days. The corners of Shinbei's mouth twisted grimly, and the battle armor zoomed. The field of view slowly enlarged the focal scale, and a large green head, like a ladybug, focused on the mid-top intersection point of the cross-shaped collinear. Although Shinbei could only use guns from the old days, but the power is one step beyond that of the Soul Judge. Not to mention, shooting specialized exalts usually use the crystal and core to enhance their shooting exalts, not their defense. Whoosh! In front of the black muzzle of the gun, a few pieces of verdant leaves hanging down by the bullet cut out of the chamber for a moment to bring out the airflow through, cannot help but gently shake the round green head that snapped off the top half of the bullet that flew out silently, tearing a silver-white trajectory. The terminal of the Type 10 collimator focus splattered bits of flesh and plasma hung all over the watery green branches and leaves that glistened around the target, and quickly slid off the wobbly plants in drips as the degree of staining and friction continued to diminish. This long-lost picture of flesh and blood, and the feeling after shattering the human brain, gradually began to boil like morphine from Shinbei's blood around his body. After hitting the target, Shinbei sharply crept and drew back, retreating into the thick vegetation behind him. This lush green wool-like vegetation, people lurking underneath the movement, cannot be impatient, greedy, fast. Shinbei was like a small hedgehog hidden underneath the plants, using the slowest and most stable movements, using a minute to retreat to a safe position without parting from touching the branches and leaves. After seeing that there weren't any cold shots, Shinbei once again started running at full speed. There was a 3-minute delay, so I don't know if I can still catch up. Layers of white mist shrouded the forest, and the vapor above seemed to begin to fall, constantly condensing and obscuring lower and lower. A huge fluorescent plant shaped like a lantern fell backwards from Shinbei's field of vision. Their stems are thick as iron and covered with a thick layer of oxidized rust. This plant should not be touched. The lantern-like form would snap upside down onto the human's head and absorb it as blood and water nutrients. With the help of the darkness shrouded by the overcast clouds, Shinbei was like a reined-in hummer, galloping and undulating between the layers of green waves. A few minutes later, Shinbei raised his head to look at the forest in front of him, and the rookie shooting specialized alien was already hidden, like a piece of black bread floating in the milk. but he had already swum across a river, also took the time to blindsnipe Shinbei once. Not only did Shinbei not dodge, he ran even faster. After the enemy disappeared back into the forest, Shinbei finally reached the river. 2 words, jumped into the shaking and drumming river, legs come together to form a dolphin's tail. Using the waist bar to drive the torso and the arms to flutter and part the water to swim to the opposite shore in a fast butterfly stroke. Soon Shinbei held the miserable white water, constantly pouring on the back of the landing. A rookie is a rookie. Doesn't even know to take a chance on a block. The sky was already dark at this time, but a floating flower began to appear, fluttering in the wind among the ancient trees, illuminating the forest even more brightly. These gorgeous killers stopped the forest with color. But behind the beauty are deadly traps. Shinbei carefully through the forest. A large valley as if a tile basin appeared in front of the eyes, lush and full of plants, drifting and wandering water mist, like a week after falling down. Looks like it will never float up again. Shinbei crouched under a cluster of short tree crowns and looked around from side to side. That shooting specialized enemy is gone. Shinbei took a deep breath. He knew that he had lost his target. Even the cluster fire frisbee hovering overhead couldn't catch the enemy in this dense forest. Just then a cloud of fireworks suddenly exploded high in the sky 3 kilometers away from Shinbei. Shinbei gazed at it. That should be the assembly information number of the 20th shelter. It seemed that the enemy was scattered in the forest doing gathering missions, which would have known that they had appeared in the forest. Shinbei now had 2 options. One was to take the initiative, the other is a retreat, closer to Benny Cow, but Shinbei knew that he couldn't do that. The closer he got to the bull sauce, the higher his own risk was. Therefore, Shinbei chose to take the initiative. The 2 sides' old enmity was quite deep, and the Red Cloud Lie of the 20th shelter felt very much for himself, and was bound to offer a heavy bounty. People die for money and birds die for food. Shinbei can only be on the menu if he's not on the table. What's more, it's common sense that out of the forest, there are inevitably plains. Not taking care of the enemy will be very troublesome if they have a car chasing them across the plains. Also, one would lose favorable terrain. Thinking with his toes, Shinbei knew that it should be most favorable to himself. At that moment, Shinbei ran down the steep valley slope. While they hadn't gathered, Shinbei had to seize the time to break them down one by one. Running only made me feel that both knees were mortared in an extraordinarily awkward way. Suddenly, it felt like a foot was stepping on the ground, as if it were plummeting off a cliff. Fortunately, the other foot has not yet lifted, in order to fall down in a moment of planting. Fierce force forward, a leap, as if the agile apes and monkeys, prompting the body to scramble up. Hands clattered, a grasp on the branches of the tree swaying, so that the original will be falling down, the body hanging in midair. Shinbei hurriedly lowered his head and looked toward the foggy feet, just wanting to let go and jump back to the valley wall slant, but his heart nest buzzed and jerked backward, shocked out of a cold sweat. Under the feet of the sky, it was not at all the kind of big tree that Shinbei imagined to be 2 or 3 meters away from the ground rock. It was simply an abyss of 10,000 feet. This terrain is a trap. Shinbei utilized the strength of his battle armor, so he hurriedly stomped and yanked, climbing inside the large canopy. If the branch broke in his hand at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Climbing up to the thick trunk of the tree, the shock calmed down a bit. Shinbei reached out and flung his hand, and the iron rope of his armor flew out and was thrown towards the outside of the tree canopy. After the iron hook whooshed and hung on a large crown 15 meters away from the adjacent, Shinbei tugged hard for a few moments and felt that the pull was very stable and sturdy. It's just handy to have a job on your hands. Shinbei kicks and swings through the ropes with both hands tugging. The water mist that filled the air, rushing to the Shinbei battle armor brainwet, sliding down the water droplets. Past here, Shinbei silently landed on the ground and catapulted forward for a moment more. In view, however, a ropeway loomed ahead. It was a swinging bridge and ladder-like ropeway, probably a leftover from the old days of the landscape. The entire ropeway consists of steel cables and wooden planks elevated from tree to tree. Some of the boards on it are rotting, some are well preserved. This cableway, at least 50 meters from the bottom of the valley, was in the shape of an S-wave and extended to the south, and where exactly it led to, Shinbei was not able to see it for a while, because, at this point, the water mist caused visibility to be only about 20 meters at the farthest. Shinbei got on the ropeway. Not a moment, will suddenly feel some antagonistic shaking, although still cannot see clearly in front, but Shinbei can realize, as if there is something alive, also attached to the ropeway, was trotting in his direction. At this time, Shinbei had just stepped onto the rope bridge not more than a few steps when he felt a shaking behind the water mist. Shinbei decisively backed up, returned to the bridge, and climbed up a large tree to eye in the thick blur of water mist in front. A humanoid outline gradually emerged, and Shinbei's murderous eyes stared unblinkingly at the guy approaching. Sure enough, he was wearing the costume of Shelter 20. And a woman at that. Alien. However, the grade was not high. It was comparable to the 3rd grade. It just didn't know that kind of attribute to reach the 3rd grade. However, Shinbei had even killed the 3rd master of the 5th order defense, and a woman of the 3rd order was not much of a problem. In Shinbei's eyes, there was never a difference between genders. There is only the enemy and yourself. Not hitting women is non-existent. It only punches harder. Of course. At this time, Shinbei did not pull out his gun and shoot, but continued to hide in the tree. He intended to take a prisoner and torture the composition and number of the other party. Shinbei was like a leopard lurking in the canopy, patiently staring at the unlucky bastard with a deadly stare as he approached a little bit closer. By the time that woman's head, there were still 2 meters from Shinbei's position, swept past, Shinbei quickly calculated the advance of the attack, and his body crouched on the tree trunk leaned forward, like a seabird swooping down from a high altitude, hollowing down. Her left hand grabbed a handful of the ponytail on the back of this woman's head, yanking it downward while both forcing her to crane her neck and controlling the center of gravity of her fall herself. Just when Shinbei wanted to pull out a long knife and put it on her neck, Shinbei's left hand was suddenly unloaded. However, the hair on the woman's head was seen to be torn down hard by Shinbei. After the woman lost Shinbei's control, she drew herself up and rolled forward, reversing her body to maintain a semi-crouching stance, her eyes staring eerily at Shinbei. Shinbei looked at the wig in his hand and the corner of his mouth twitched. What a thing to call it. It's not as cost-effective as someone else's wig. What had been a 10-prong situation was teased by this wig. Shinbei? The corner of that woman's mouth was flushed with a hideousness, and the killing intent in her eyes was like substance. No wonder the assembly signal was sounded. It's a coincidence that I met you here by mistake. Really iconic battle armor. Our chief is very interested in your battle armor. Why don't we have a good chat? Shinbei's face was obscure. The last one called Black Tooth said the same thing. Ha! The woman waved her hand. That's not the same thing at all. How do you choose now? Is it to struggle a little? If you don't mind me hitting a woman. Shinbei slowly raised his head and continued. It would be better if you could provide the next information. Next moment, Shinbei also didn't have the time to wheedle with this woman. A growl. Shinbei was like a ferocious tiger out of the gate. Violent lightning, carrying a strong wind, hunting and whistling, with an incomparably hideous, vicious and swift posture, pouncing towards the woman 1 meter away. At this distance, handguns are useful, but too limited. Once the opponent grabs the wrist, the pistol is a flaming stick, might as well stick it to the man for cost effectiveness, and at this time, Shinbei's limb reaction, physical ability, strength, and speed all grew explosively under the enchantment of the battle armor, drastically exceeding the boundaries of ordinary people. Even the aliens had to look up to this technological power. The battle armor was more of a myriad of gears stacked on top of each other. With a flick of a switch, the power of the terminal output is amplified hundreds or thousands of times. After the battle of the 3 masters, Shinbei even had a whole new perception of his fighting strength. Even though he didn't have supernormal abilities, Shinbei's fighting experience was piled up from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Swish! In less than the blink of an eye, in the violent whistling of the strong wind, Shinbei had already pounced over a meter distance to the woman's face. At the same time, 5 fingers spread out and grabbed down towards her shoulder. This time, as long as the grip was solid, with Shinbei's current strength and the sharpness of his fingers, even if it was a third-order defense, it could immediately cause the woman's shoulder blade to pierce through and completely lose resistance. Yet in this electric moment in the face of Shinbei's ferocious grasp, the woman who originally had an incredulous face violently erupted from her mouth with an extremely mournful and ear-piercing shrill whistle. This sharp whistle seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable spiritual power, and Shinbei, who heard the sound, only felt this instant as if a steel needle had directly pierced into his brain, and the pain was excruciating. Shinbei stifled a grunt, only to feel a sharp pain in the head. Drowsy. Originally 10 sure pouncing tackle suddenly lost accuracy. Unexpectedly did not hold the woman, but let the woman dodge the past. Only left 5 deep blood gouges. The moment Shinbei barely stopped himself and turned around, 2 streams of heat flowed out between his nostrils. Stop, that's blood. The woman looked at the bloody wound on her shoulder and was first stunned, and in her fierce pupils, a scarlet red color loomed. Hideous and appalling. A trace of shock lingered on her gorgeous face, and her voice seemed to be hoarse and abnormal from the bizarre outburst just now. Very good. No wonder Black Tooth died in your hands. The power is really good. Ordinary people. Shinbei's nostrils were still spewing blood. The woman's sonic attack just now was indeed somewhat appalling. Shinbei licked the blood that flowed to the corner of his mouth. Sweet, and a bit bitter, like a bit of fine sand. Shinbei had a hint of weirdness. How was his own blood this flavor and texture? Without thinking much, Shinbei opened his arms and showed a sneer on his face. If this is the only thing you can do, kneel down before it's too late and don't force me to strip off your clothes. Successfully overcoming the crisis, staring dead at Shinbei. At this moment, the woman's eyes were full of undisguised malice and cruelty. Very well, my little darling, you've given me an unmitigated surprise. You thought, cute your mom. Boo. Forced to endure the pain in the brain, Shinbei interrupted the woman's nonsense with a sardonic laugh, like a very hungry tiger pouncing on the hunt, ferociously pouncing on again. Lowly thing, who do you think you're facing? Phew. Facing Shinbei's ferocious and fierce pounce like a hungry tiger. The woman's face turned blue and she stepped fiercely, her long and snowy jade leg sweeping out like a steel whip. However, she saw red-colored flames erupt from her toes. Ability, flame-heavy kick. Surprisingly, the kick made a sharp cracking sound, and the movement was extremely swift and fierce. This kick straight to Shinbei's head, not the slightest sense of charm, but filled with a kind of death and the harsh ferocious, obviously fighting style of fighting skills. Moreover, she was now wearing high heels with a sharp front section, and with the power of her supernatural ability to add flame bursts, there was no doubt that this kick, if it were to materialize, would directly explode a person's head. Even though Shinbei was protected by a battle armor mask, it could still be kicked in her eyes. She didn't unleash that weird sonic attack just now. In actuality, it hadn't been that long since she had acquired this ability, and that ability she had only just begun to master, and unleashing it just once in haste had already damaged her vocal cords. Another one would risk a ruptured trachea, so it can't be launched a second time in a short period of time. But even so, she was fearless in the face of Shinbei's pounce. Swish! Shinbei's reaction was equally amazing, immediately noticing that the woman's kick was not small in power. Although the battle armor could definitely protect himself completely unharmed, but Shinbei wasn't a loser either. He bent his head down and shortened his body, avoiding the trajectory of the woman's heels kicking at his head, probing forward, carrying a breathtakingly ferocious aura, and slamming into the woman's entire body regardless. Stupid! The woman's eyes were contemptuous. She swept out a violent flame kick blasted in the air, but even changed in the middle of the move, snow-white glossy long legs reflecting the gleam of light, as if cracking the mountains and cracking the ground of the knife and axe general toward Shinbei head chopped down. Bang! Sweeps and straight chops. Facing the woman's swift change of stance, Shinbei only managed to deflect his head, and then half of his shoulder made a toothsome sound of battle armor rubbing. Next, the flames on the woman's feet were like dozens of bombs exploding at once. A colorful and destructive might was formed, and both the dense water vapor and the wet-covered surface of the ground began to distort and shatter under the scorching heat of the flames, and a circle of ripples visible to the naked eye raced in all directions. In an instant, Shinbei was overwhelmed by the raging shockwave of the woman's explosion, and the destructive fire. However, even so, Shinbei still stood steadily in place, and in the midst of the flames, he stretched out his arm and grabbed it. In this instant, the woman's contemptuous, quick eyes also simultaneously met Shinbei's cold and fierce eyes. Within Shinbei's eyes, an emotion emanated clearly and incomparably. Gotcha! 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 Ah! Almost at the same instant, dull crashes, bone cracks, and mournful, resentful screams rang out simultaneously. The woman's entire body planted itself directly on the ground. Her expression twisted as she screamed in agony. At an unknown time, on the slender jade leg that she had initiated the powerful kicks, a brightly shining long knife was deeply inserted between the cracks of her knee, and blood soared. And that was exactly what Shinbei ate. The woman's kick hard at the same time, ferociously and incomparably stabbed the long knife up and wasted one of her legs. Ah! Ah! Shit! The extreme pain nearly drowned the woman's consciousness. Although she had psychic abilities, she didn't have a will of steel and experience in life and death combat. And at the moment when one of her legs was wasted, the woman instantly revealed the general vulnerability and panic of an ordinary woman. Swish! With an arrow step, without any nonsense, Shinbei once again pounced on the woman who was screaming and struggling to get up on the ground. Vaguely aware of the impending danger, the woman instinctively tried to dodge or even resist, yet the extreme pain, coupled with a scalpel stuck in the crevice of her kneecap, prevented her from even standing. Wait! Leaning on the ground, the woman screamed in horror. We can. Click! Without giving her a chance to finish, Shinbei swift and incomparable instantly stepped hard on her other intact knee, shattering it directly. Ah! The woman's beautiful face was hideously twisted into a ball, as if a severe ghost once again issued a heart-rending scream, and any man who saw her miserable state today would be unable to bear it. I know that shifters have a stronger life force. Shinbei laughed fiercely and stared at the woman whose hands were frantically striking and clawing in the air trying to attack herself. You won't get a chance. Now, I just have one question. How many people are in your group? Who is the highest ranked person? And what are the main powers they all have? I'll only give you 3 seconds. 3. Listen to me. We do get to talk. 2. How about this? I'm injured but I'm fine down there. Don't you want to strip me? Why don't you do it once? How about letting me go? 1. Are you a fucking male? Ah, boom. Shinbei pulled out his pistol and shattered her forehead with a single bullet, stretching his back. Shinbei continued to walk towards the rope bridge. This is the elegy before the purgatory gate opens. The sound of death coming through the door panels from the inside, pleasing to the ear. Moving. Shinbei didn't have time to pull off a conversation with a woman. To say nothing is to die. Villains die from talking too much. The more this happens, the more decisive the kill must be. At the same time, Shinbei had also come to a conclusion through the sparring match just now. The aliens class is equilibrium alien powers or alien powers. It's two different things. A second-ranked alien with a lot of crystal source cores could light up second-ranked abilities that could be learned with impunity, and no money. It can only be like the woman just now, with only 2 powers added. So, the alien is not scary. It's the wealth that's scary. This made Shinbei's heart much more peaceful. What you need for yourself is also wealth. What the alien needs is also wealth. On the same starting line, it depends on who makes more money. Shinbei looked at the dead woman, rose his right leg, and with a kick, he kicked the woman down the ropeway. Just as Shinbei was just about to continue traveling down the ropeway, the body of the woman who fell, presumably slapping against the thick layer of rotting leaves, came with a muffled plop. Bang! 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 3 reddish lines of fire suddenly shot up from under the ropeway near Shinbei, hitting the leaves on the top of Shinbei falling in a random manner. Shinbei immediately understood that there must be some kind of sniper under these sky-viewing trees around him, who, startled by the body that suddenly fell, estimated the position of someone who might be up there, and got away with firing 3 shots with the intention of sneak attacking himself. There's someone else down there. I think it's an SVD sniper rifle by the sound of it. Those 3 lines of fire weren't blue. They were red. Either an alien sniper rifle acting as a long-range attack or a normal person down there. Shinbei's purpose was to purge out everyone. So naturally, he would not let go. He hung the armored curved hook on the rope bridge chain. The whole person was like an upside-down bat, hissing and rustling as it descended vertically from above. As soon as his head was stuck into the psychedelic layer of water mist, Shinbei felt as if he had not entered deep water. As if it was the moment before a paratrooper pulled open his parachute bag after jumping off the cabin, descending for a full 9 seconds. The white water vapor in front of me was like entering a sauna, openly thin as silk, although it was still somewhat dark and gloomy. Those scenes around them, in order to highlight the lighting-colored outlines, effectively mapped on Shinbei's pupils. Bang! 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 3 more shots rang out. Shinbei quickly locked the position of 2.5 points, and 3 dark fire-like straight lines successively scurried up to the sky above the piece of wood falling down. It was an ordinary man, with a cat's back arched like a chicken thief, who was craning his neck exaggeratedly and peering up into the white mist above, with a look as if he were so hungry at the moment that a steaming pie would fall from above. However, in these short seconds, Shinbei's legs hooked on the chain snapped and shrunk, fixing his body at a height of 20 meters, holding the Bartlett sniper rifle in his arms. After Shinbei did a sit-up and utilized his external abdominal obliques to twist it, in the sniper scope hole, the T-type collimator was calibrated on a blackened human head. That piece of damp and half-rotted wooden planks, and Shinbei fell down one after the other. When that ordinary man, after firing 3 shots over the planks, wanted to turn his face sideways and shoot into the canopy of the trees directly above Shinbei, he was shocked to find that this time, the objects that came down were extremely strange, and he had already realized that the black shadow that was vertically sliding down from that wire bridge was precisely the first greetings of the god of death after his descent. Boom! Just as that ordinary man wanted to turn his gun as fast as he could and shoot at Shinbei, who was hanging on the half-waist of the sky-watching tree, a bullet that picked up a strong wind whooshed out of the chamber and struck into his left eye socket. In the blackness of the forest, all that could be seen was a bowl-like object that lifted off the top of the guy's head and spun and flew out diagonally. Shinbei knew exactly what it was, and was familiar with the image. It was a person's head, cut in half by the impact of the bullet. The brain splattered while the skull flipped out. This extremely valuable and brutal tactic is an enhancement for everyone who witnesses it, but the premise is that one has to be alive after witnessing in order to keep improving oneself. If one dies, there is nothing left. After clearing out the ordinary people under the cableway, Shinbei hung the sniper rifle on his back, and with a slap of his armor, the winch automatically rolled up and dragged Shinbei up, returning to the ropeway on the upper level of the white water mist. Shinbei felt as if he had returned from another world. Then he trotted cautiously forward along the age-eroded, worn and battered ropeway. The cableway does connect to the valley walls on either side, and it seems that whoever built and erected it in the first place wanted to create a bridge over the forest that could be used as a shortcut. Cross the wire bridge. Shinbei ran straight for 3 minutes. Behind a rocky area, an enemy was seen leaning against a tree trunk about 500 meters ahead, smoking a cigarette in a leisurely manner. Shinbei was a bit confused. What was this guy doing staying here instead of sprinting toward the spot where the fireworks exploded? Shinbei mobilized the cluster fire frisbee and moved up to scout the field of view. He suspected the guy was waiting for someone. Sure enough, God's view shows a man with his foot exposed in a thick patch of grass behind the smoking man in a large row. Shinbei directly copied the sniper rifle after figuring out the situation. The muzzle of the gun poked out of the rubble right at this moment. I don't know whether the smoking man was self-conscious and responsive, or whether Shinbei accidentally touched off the stone. Shinbei, who was pasted behind the crosshairs, saw that the man raised his head violently. His pupils suddenly dilated for a moment, and the retinal nerves above the eyeballs, like a spider's web that had suddenly turned red, suddenly became congested and swollen. Boom! Shinbei didn't hesitate. An imperative bullet suddenly scuttled out of a gap in the jumble of rocks. The sting pierced through the watery spray that was still waving in the air as it curled back and headed straight for the target that the crosshairs had captured. Just a split second after the guy's brain commands to dodge had just traveled to his muscles and he hadn't been able to make a move. There was a sudden cloud of blood. The bullet preferentially shattered the cigarette, then dug into the target's nose. But with amazing destructive force, it destroyed the person's entire skull. After resolving this enemy, Shinbei knelt on one knee behind the boulder, and the long Bartlett sniper rifle, with the butt of the rifle on the ground upright, was supported vertically on his right hand. Shinbei didn't move, because there's another platoon of large-sized enemies in the bushes, but the grass was too dense to see through the man's form. The cluster fire frisbee is still visible though, but a two-dimensional view is not at all in the same dimension as a three-dimensional shot. Shinbei hadn't practiced this strange way of shooting therefore. Shinbei planned to wait. The opponent is bound to move, and as soon as he does, the grass shakes. And that's the signal to fire. If it doesn't move, Shinbei is about to encircle in a roundabout way. Either way, it will not be allowed to survive. The next moment, something unforeseen to Shinbei happened. The man who had shot the tuba jerked to his feet. Didn't even lift his pants. The little chrysalis-like thing swung left and right. The white ass was also exposed. Originally, Shinbei wanted to shoot, but just that one moment, Shinbei pulled down the sniper rifle as soon as he could, and his entire body lay on the ground. Then there was a soft tick in the air, the whistling sound of rising energy levels. Shinbei naturally knew that it was a sign that the Buttlight man had activated his weapon mastery powers and started to fill the machine gun with energy. The firepower configuration of this one is ferocious. Shinbei had seen one of the members of the A-team led by Hitwater, having encountered a wave of ferocious beasts on the way to shelter one. I was fortunate enough to see the power of this weapon, and it was simply mind-numbing. The big bare-assed alien in the distance is carrying a sickle model rapid-fire machine gun. 20mm caliber is not big, but with the magnetic force and energy field to assist in heat dissipation and correct the vibration of the gun body, the power is more than 40% higher than the ordinary type of rapid-fire machine gun, and it is also a powerful weapon to deal with all the mutant organisms and the arrogant aliens. The machine gun was not light in weight, and an ordinary person would have trouble lifting it, let alone mastering it with ease. Also, the massive recoil can shatter one's bones. Only a weapon mastery alien can master it. Next moment, with the moment the Buttlight man pulled the trigger, an invisible energy flow instantly activated the advanced systems inside the machine gun. The magnetic device and energy field technology were like nimble elves, dissipating the heat and vibration from every shot with lightning speed, allowing the machine gun to always remain in the best combat condition. In an instant, the pile of rocks where Shinbei was hiding was flooded by intensive artillery fire, and 20mm caliber shells rained out with a thunderous force. Shrapnel flew in all directions. The machine guns roared suddenly, and the hot metal jets cut through the vines and branches within the forest like the devil's long whip, and the trees fell in response. The stones crumbled and flew, snapping on Shinbei's battle armor. Shinbei held his head and could feel the earth trembling in vibration, and even the air seemed to be torn apart by this violent energy, forming a wave of air visible to the naked eye. Bastard! Die for me! The bare-butt big man shook his little nymphs and swept his machine gun in all directions toward the north of Shin. The process lasts just 30 seconds. The machine guns then went out. It's not that the butt-naked big man can in a machine gun. It's that the machine gun needs to be recharged. But just 30 seconds of battlefield suppression is more than enough to do a lot of things if he has teammates. Sadly, he did have teammates that are dead, only one-on-one with Shinbei. I have to say, the machine gun fire from the opposite side was really exceptionally fierce, although they call this weapon the Scythe. But there is another alias, and the name most called by the escaped world, the alien's ringboard. The word ringboard is used very cleverly. To teach, to instruct, to repent, to caution, shaped like a board in the hand of the teacher. It hits the palm of the hand before you realize you've done something wrong. It could be seen that the power of this weapon was a nightmare for how many alien powers. It even pressed Shinbei to lift his head, if not for the chaotic pile of rocks as a cover. Shinbei was afraid that the battle armor on his body would have been beaten to pieces in minutes. Even though Shinbei hid behind the pile of rocks, the metal torrent of the machine gun still cut into Shinbei's body armor. The left shoulder guard has rolled up where it was, like puckered dead skin. The mask also cracked as if there were flying mosquitoes in front of my eyes. Not much of a problem, though. There is damage to the battle armor, and almost all of the basic functions work. This very moment, the cluster of stubborn rocks in front of Shinbei that had been molded by the forces of nature for billions of years had now been resculpted by the relentless fury of the machine guns. It left a myriad of deep and ugly scars. The blazing artillery fire stirred up roaring flames on the cold stone, scorching the originally cold and hard stone to a reddish color, and the blazing heat caused the surface to flow as if it were molten lava, emitting a blazing and pungent charred smell. The pile of rocks was like a beehive that had been hit by a giant hammer, and the rocks were scattered and splattered in all directions. The huge shockwave instantly turned a portion of the stone into powder. forming a tumbling storm of dust that mixed with the water spray to form a texture like concrete that covered the sky. Shinbei's natural field of vision could no longer see what was in front of him. Blind snipers will definitely not be able to hit the enemy in one shot. Shinbei took advantage of the fact that the barebutt big man was recharging the machine gun, turn on the thermal imaging vision system directly, penetrating the layers of dust. The captured view is fed back to the battle armor visual panel. At this time, Shinbei's field of vision was no longer a world constructed by ordinary light, but transformed into a mysterious picture scroll woven by heat. Although the rolling dust rose in front of Shinbei, it could no longer be a barrier that obstructed the line of sight as it had been in the past through this thermal imaging filter. The dust is like a light silk curtain, revealing the enemy's silhouette as a flowing texture and layer under the temperature difference. The figure of the buttlight Hulk transformed into a clearly recognizable haloed silhouette. As if it were a lifelike heat-sensitive relief, Shinbei could see that the big man with the bear but hadn't lifted his pants up until now, and his position had moved a few steps to the left, and he was standing still to recharge the machine gun. Maybe in the eyes of the butt-naked hunk, the rolling dust was his best layer of protection. Shinbei decisively raised his sniper rifle, despite the dust laying among the muzzle. Shinbei didn't care at all, after all. In previous upgrades, the muzzle was even filled with mud and sand to keep the gun running reliably, not to mention just some dust. With the clearing of the trigger, around pierced the dust and slid a vacuum track through the air, and just like a chalk eraser erasing a pristine line in the dust, next moment, aha! Shinbei only heard a sucking that wanted to scream but suddenly lost weight and fell out of the air, squeezing out from the mouth of this opposite enemy. It's really the same as when a person suffers a sudden shock at the moment of their greatest fear and insecurity, and without waiting to let out a heart-rending cry, without releasing the horror that creeps across their nerve wires, life is taken from them. Shinbei's phantom bullets were indeed beyond the bare-bottomed man's foreknowledge. Naturally, it struck fear into his heart. Shinbei put away his sniper rifle and ran out of the messy pile of rocks, shaking the rubble slag on his body, continuing to run forward clutching the sniper rifle. At this time, Shinbei was circling around the center point where the fireworks exploded. If you can eliminate a few on the perimeter, this level of combat is both comfortable and cozy. The intensity is not yet high. More than anything else, it reduces the enemy's viable forces. It did not take long before Shinbei's eyes was a labyrinth of steel thorns, and their branches were like quenched swords, with their tips flashing with a cold, chilling light. Shinbei went straight around. No enemy will go this way. This plant is like wire rolling through a net. Not very damaging, but extremely annoying. It can cut clothes in tatters and even a bloody streak in the skin. 3 minutes later. He also encountered alien trees made of metal fragments fused with biological tissues. Their trunks were like rusted copper pipes spliced together, but their branches and leaves were bright green and fresh leaves, and above the crowns of the trees, there were countless mineral crystals embedded with shimmering light, and whenever the wind blew over them, they would resound with tinkling sounds. Shinbei found another enemy here and nothing unexpected. A shot to the head. Even the man fell to the ground without realizing where the bullet came from until he died. Shinbei counts the number. So far, one has killed 6 people, the average squad, equipped with about 10 people. This meant that Shinbei had already killed half the number of people. 5 minutes later, Shinbei stopped circling, because all this way, there was absolutely no one to be found. Maybe they've all rendezvoused. At this point the cluster fire frisbee god's view is in an almost unbearable state. It was really a cross-section of layers and layers of various plants, making it difficult to see what was going on under the canopy. Therefore, it could only rely on Shinbei to carefully scout the enemy's position. Now. Shinbei began to catapult himself towards the center point and pressed in. As the distance approached, Shinbei's stance pressed deeper and deeper. Eventually it became creeping, like a small mouse, silently traveling through the grass and trees. Shinbei's hands and feet were always careful not to easily attach his body's center of gravity to these plants, and mostly when he sensed a hard stone lump or groove, he was assured that he would grip firmly on it. Fear of encountering another inexplicable fall into the air that would cause a loud noise. I don't know how much time has passed. Shinbei stopped crawling. He faintly heard the sound of someone talking. What the hell? How come there are still people who haven't returned? Can't you see the big rallying signal? Are they all blind? Captain Ba Ziyang, could it be that Shinbei is halfway through the process? Scare yourself. What's so scary about a Shinbei? But just now I thought I heard a machine gun firing. Are you a fool? Isn't it the same to shoot at a ferocious beast? Ba Ziyang despised a glance, waved his hand and continued, waiting for 3 minutes. If they don't come back, this credit of catching Shinbei can only be coveted by them. Shinbei heard it incomparably clearly, estimating that the distance between the two sides was only about 100 meters even. Shinbei could see silhouettes swaying in the distance. As for the captain of that enemy team, Ba Ziyang, he was a middle-aged huge man with a robust and tall body, with not a single hair on his head and face. This man had gnarled muscles all over his body, exuding an astonishing aura like a ferocious beast, giving off a feeling as if a terrifying ferocious beast had walked in. Looked like a good fight. Meanwhile, at the point where the men assembled, there were several automobiles, but to Shinbei's surprise, The size of this team exceeded his own imagination. It's amazing that there are still 14 or 15 people left when 6 are already dead. A full team of 20. Shinbei sniffled. This would be almost impossible to break one by one. A way in, there was only one way left for Shinbei to resolve so many enemies at once, cluster fire flips. Shinbei began to retreat, moving away from this area to avoid suffering from the aftershocks, from a distance of 100 meters. Back up to 300 meters, exactly 3 minutes passed. Shinbei climbed up a big tree with his hands and feet and occupied the high point to look out. At this time, Ba Ziyang and the others were preparing to set off to the south, presumably to look for their own traces. Decisively edit the bombing order. Moment, the cluster fire frisbee that rested above Ba Ziyang and the others' heads revealed its true form. The muzzle was slightly deflected and pointed at the ground. Fire flashed and silent shells were discharged. The shell trailed a blazing trajectory of trailing flame, cutting through the layers of water. Ugh, what's that? Someone inadvertently looked up and saw an object with an iron blue coloring fall from the water spray. Ba Ziyang sniffed and looked upwards, and his pupils contracted violently. Creepy. For a moment, he was a little skeptical. There were no fighters flying through the sky, nor the sound of artillery shells being fired. So how the fuck did this thing show up? Cannonball. Enemy attack. Spread out. Ba Ziyang hurriedly waved his hand and hissed loudly for the crowd to take cover. Boom. The words just fell as the cannonball slammed heavily into the ground with devastating force, and the target area was engulfed in a horrifying shockwave. In that instant, the energy released in the instant of the explosion was like a furious ripple, turning into a dazzling, blazing white light, which then spread into a huge fireball, erupting into a blinding, intense flash of light and a rolling, scorching wave of air. Rolling waves of air even blew away the surrounding aerosol, revealing the tile blue sky. A boom boom boom. The cluster fire frisbee was still pouring out shells. Under the wash of shells, the target area became disfigured, with dust, debris and metal fragments intertwined and splattered in a storm of apocalyptic chaos. The piercing howls were unrelenting. My arm got blown off. Ah, my leg. Help me. What the hell is that in the sky? Shoot it down. Run, this shell is not right. It's too violent. Though the enemy had already spotted the airborne fire frisbee, it was too late. The fire is relentless to the depths. Even if some of the exalts had supported their defense shields, that was instantly torn apart by the tremendous impact of the artillery fire. The vehicles were twisted and deformed in the flames, as if they were paralyzed on the ground like pieces of iron melted by high temperature. The wreckage of the vehicles scattered in all directions, and the burning tires left a wisp of black smoke in the air. And Shinbei was carrying a sniper rifle, constantly scanning. Point one of the aliens was presumed to have a higher defense, or had used some kind of alien power to counteract quite a bit of the bombardment's power, but he was also smashed and broken arm under the intensive 10 shells bombardment one after another, with a dark wound and blood spurting wildly. Even the guy spat out an oversized fireball in the air and blasted it straight through after spotting the fire frisbee in the air. However, the cluster fire frisbee is activated by the passive defense module. A light yellowish light curtain stitched together by diamond corners was erected to resist the fireball attack. Shinbei was heartbroken. Defense also costs money. A direct shot into the brain of the guy who was still going to attack the fire frisbee exploded right into a demonic cloud of blood. The others, without exception, were all bruised and limbless, and fell to the ground. It could be argued that a cluster fire frisbee's shells were more than a few times more lethal than a bare-butt big man's machine gun. 10 in a row. There were no surprises, and if not all were dead, they were seriously injured and unable to form a fight. Shinbei jumped down from the tree, carrying a revolver, and the whole person seemed to have an aura of being above all things and overlooking all beings. Walk in. The scene was a mess. Pieces of steel, broken limbs and bones, shattered flesh and black blood, and scorched earth created an infernal scene. Boom. Shinbei puts a bullet into a man's head, even though the lower half of the man's body had blown up and disappeared, but eliminating any witnesses who might have seen the cluster fire frisbee. Shinbei had no qualms about wasting bullets. A thump. 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 Shinbei stepped on the bloody mud, and as long as he saw the head, all of them made up a shot to death on top of death on top of death. Never leave a survivor. But when Shinbei complimented the last person, Ba Ziyang, an abnormality that greatly alarmed Shinbei suddenly occurred. Shinbei solved the remaining enemies at once. Not even the vehicles were taken into account. As the enemy was concentrated and about to leave, cluster fire frisbee tilt shells. A shocking bombardment, to say the least, and Shinbei entered the battlefield at this point and began to make up shots. As he shot at the last man, Ba Ziyang, something unexpected happened to Shinbei. Ba Ziyang's tattered flesh body violently erupted with an invisible wave. An invisible force field expanded with him at the center, with a radius of 10 meters. And after Shinbei's revolver's bullet crashed into the force field, the metal casing rapidly decelerated and the tip began to glow red due to high heat. Shinbei frowned. This guy's physique was good. Under such successive bombardments, he hadn't even died and still had the energy to support his defensive stance. At the same time, Shinbei also realized that Ba Ziyang's protective force field was fundamentally different from when he initially blocked Gonmo's stance. No longer is the kinetic energy of the bullet hard consumed with energy. Instead, the bullet deflected somewhat as it decelerated and arced. And by the time it flew out of the range of the force field, it was tilted upward. As soon as they were out of range of the force field, the bullets regained their speed and shot off aimlessly at a 40-degree incline deeper into the forest. Shinbei tilted his head. This protective stance was about as effective as Gonmo's, but without having to expend more energy, also resist the kinetic energy of the bullet. It's a bit of a four-pronged approach. Just then, Ba Ziyang was like a resurrected zombie. His entire body's joints bulging like waves, rumbling in the lower layers of his skin. Then, Ba Ziyang slowly climbed up with his hands supporting his body. Emotions such as pain, malice, disbelief, and so on flowed by turns in his eyes. A furious bellow, mixed with the sound of a rolling tsunami-like explosion of chi and thunder, shook the heavens and the earth. Very good. Very good. You have done very well. I didn't go looking for you, but you came to kill me. Ba Ziyang shifted and shook his body, his whole body hunched over, his arms naturally drooping, like a werewolf about to transform under the night. With a shake of his palm, a bottle of mysterious potion that shimmered with ethereal light appeared in his palm. When Shinbei saw this scene, he immediately associated it with getting high decisive gunfire. If you can interrupt, you must interrupt. Thump, thump, thump of the muzzle sprayed gunpowder, and bullet after bullet was fired. However, Ba Ziyang's protective force field was not revoked. The bullets all flew off deflected. Ba Ziyang raised the potion, ignoring Shinbei's shots. Had to drink. He had just lost almost half his life in that incredible bombardment and was incapable of fighting. And although Shinbei was an ordinary person in the intelligence, his battle armor seemed to be very capable of fighting. If you don't drink this potion, you might die yourself. Although the cost of drinking the potion was also great, it was better than being killed by Shinbei. Ba Ziyang took a deep breath, closed his eyes and tilted his head, resolutely pouring the entire bottle of potion down his throat. This potion was developed by the Asylum 20 Research Institute and is based on the blood of the Black Emperor, the god of desolation. Instantly, the potion burned his throat as if it were a fiery flame, all the way down, and the fiery energy instantly exploded within his body, as if volcanic lava had broken through the earth's crust and flowed freely. In an instant, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from his body, and the air around him steeply froze. His clothes began to burst, and underneath his skin, the muscles that were originally bombarded with blackness were like Play-Doh that had been squeezed by a huge force, twisting and writhing crazily, and in an instant they became rough and jagged, as if they were coiled and intertwined with the roots of ancient trees, densely covering his entire body, presenting an eerie black color. His face also changed, his features twisted and distorted, and his eyes bulged out with a blood-red glow, like the pupils of a demon in the abyss. The mouth was split to the base of the ear, and a mouthful of snow-white sharp fangs extruded from the corners of the mouth, forming a bloody mouth that was strong enough to devour heaven and earth. At the same time, a dark, sharp bone spur quietly drilled out of his forehead. Immediately after that, his limbs also underwent lurid changes. His finger joints stretched exaggeratedly, his nails rapidly hardened and lengthened into sharp, scimitar-like claws, and new bone spurs seemed to break out of their cocoons under every inch of his skin, making his arms look like two death sides with a forest of barbs. Finally, the most bizarre scene appeared. The end of Ba Ziyang's spine suddenly extended a long black whiptail, as flexible and deadly as a viper. The surface was covered with rough scales, and the tip of the tail was even more like a poison. All of the entire transformation process was completed in just 1 second, and the original human had completely disappeared, replaced by a horrible monster with gnarled black muscles, a fierce face, and invisible ferocious flames surrounding his body. At this moment, a red light blazed in Ba Ziyang's eyeballs. Instead, an extremely cruel, bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face, and his tone was inhuman, like glass rubbing on steel. Shinbei, let's have some fun. Shinbei's gaze flickered and his heart shook. What the hell is this? Transformation potion? But Shinbei didn't think too much about it. No matter whether Ba Ziyang was a human or a monster at this time, it was all the same in Shinbei's eyes. It's either get him or get him. Next moment, Shinbei's knees slightly bent and violently bounced backward, while the revolver in his hand fired again. Thump, thump, thump of the revolver at this moment was actually hit by Shinbei with the feeling of an automatic assault rifle. A round of 6 bullets were fired in unison, blasting Ba Ziyang one after another. Moment. Ba Ziyang's flesh and blood body poofed up a bloody hole, blood splashed like a fountain. However, Ba Ziyang's figure only took 5 steps back to stop the bullet's kinetic impact. At the same time, Ba Ziyang visibly drifted off for a moment, a mental stutter caused by the mutual repulsion between the crystal source core inside the bullet and the energy inside him. What a surprising bullet power. Ba Ziyang quickly got rid of the shock effect attached to the bullet, ignoring the wound. Not even blinking an eyebrow. It seemed that even the pain nerves were cut off after drinking the potion. Ba Ziyang's extremely exaggerated mouth split open, his face wild and distorted, filled with a creepy hungry, Greedy demeanor. It seems that the Red Cloud Martyr is still conservative in judging the value of the pair, surprisingly being able to injure my physical body after transforming, as well as the mental shock effect. And at this time, Shinbei had just landed on the ground, and the bullets of the revolver had already been quickly replaced. Shinbei's face was incomparably calm, as if he was a dead man, or his enemy was a dead man. In the face of such a horrifying scene, Shinbei was all numb and calm to the extreme. Next moment, Bia Ziyang's whole body muscles bulged. Steeply surfacing strands of black gas quickly gathered on the scorched black gunshot wound, while his pair of yellow vertical pupils stared straight at Shinbei, his big mouth full of sharp teeth grinning. But it's useless. The shell casings, still steaming from the wound, thundered and fell to the ground. Looking at the inhuman-looking human monster Ba Ziyang, Shinbei's eyes were filled with astonishment. So, how do you plan to get me killed? Ba Ziyang opened his arms and laughed up to the sky. Of course the words were not yet finished. Bia Ziyang's devil-like body flashed violently, swept out toward Shinbei with the amazing speed of electric light flying, while letting out a wild laugh. There are thousands of ways to live, and only one way to die. Fear me, scum! Phew! The figure of Ba Ziyang and Shinbei's eyes grew larger and larger. Shinbei did not retreat at all. It was useless to retreat. This guy's speed was obviously a not faster than his own. Decisively raised his pistol, direct fire. The first 5 rounds were intentionally shot empty. The last bullet was fired as Ba Ziyang charged to his front. Shinbei very calmly and coolly aimed his gun at Ba Ziyang's left eyeball. At this very moment, Bia Ziyang's ferocious face was already almost pressed against Shinbei's mask. Both sides are so far away, both could see the reflection in the other's eyes. Die first! Ba Ziyang shook his hand and slapped it down. Time seemed to have slowed down by half a beat, and Shinbei could clearly see where Ba Ziyang's claws were heading in this instant. A ring-shaped impact visible to the naked eye, spreading rapidly from the top of the claws to the sides like a wave. The air where the claws passed by brought up a muffled sound like thunder, vibrating back and forth, showing the fierce and violent power it contained. And Shinbei did not dodge. The muzzle of the gun was directly pressed against Ba Ziyang's left eyeball, and a flat, temperature-less voice came out. I don't believe that your eyeballs are also as hard as iron. I also don't believe that your flesh underneath your battle armor is as hard as iron. Ba Ziyang responded with a fierce smile. Next breath, boom, bang, bang, bang. Shinbei's entire body looked like it had been hit by a speeding train, and then flew violently backwards in a series of firecracker-like bone-cracking sounds. His battle armor, skin, muscles, bones, these 4 layers of the body's own physical defense seemed to be torn apart like paper. A large amount of blood was squished and ejected from the mouth and nose. The huge impact made Shinbei unable to stop rolling and spinning, and the it crashed into a number of large trees in a row, cutting long furrows in the ground before falling under a large tree. Whoa! Shinbei let out a puff, and a mouthful of blood was sprayed on top of the mask. Also among the blood, there were pieces of internal organs. Shinbei felt like all his cells were screaming madly. The whole body seemed to be stripped of its muscles. The bones were as if they had been repeatedly crushed into bone slag by a heavy-duty road roller. This is a long overdue pain. Instead of causing Shinbei to be divinely wounded, he became more and more exuberant. Ouch! It's your own hotshot. It's your own friend. At this very moment, the visual panel, already scarlet, came with a plethora of warnings. Warning: 90 damage to the skeleton structure. Warning: the overall defense of the armor has been damaged by 80. Warning: full paralysis of life support. Warning: so the joint drive is fully paralyzed. Shinbei shut down the chaotic warning sounds directly. In the midst of a creaking, battle armor rubbing sound, the assisting tree slowly stood up. Shinbei carried his revolver and walked back step by step, and at this time, Ba Ziyang was even more miserable. His left eye burst into pieces, and along with it, his brain beyond the left eyeball area was lifted off the ground. It even reveals creamy, burnt cerebral cortical folds. Grass. Ba Ziyang reached out and touched the left side of his exposed brain. Damn! How come the power of the bullets has increased? Ba Ziyang was in a million pieces, according to his prediction. A single bullet would merely break his defense, but not fatally. It was in this situation that he dared to tease Shinbei and trade wounds with him face to face. Results: a little careless. Ba Ziyang was completely indifferent. Under his own blow, Shinbei would inevitably have been unable to climb up by now. Even certain death. After all, it was the Black Emperor's blood, and the main focus was a berserk resistance to punching. Then, a series of footsteps rustled. Ba Ziyang turned his head openly but see that messy passageway. Shinbei, wearing a nearly scrapped, flyside battle armor and still foaming blood from his mouth, is one step at a time. Tap tap tap. Shinbei walked out of the deep forest. As he walked, he dumped the shell casings in the middle of the rotor, then he pulled bullets from his satchel and inserted them one by one. And behind him was a blood-colored footprint paved with blood. Blood continued to drip from the seams of the battle armor, makes him look like a demon crawling out of a pool of blood. Shinbei's gaze was deep to the extreme, and through the blood-red mask, it seemed to contain a whole bottomless red abyss that seemed to want to suck every soul that was gazed upon into it for eternal slumber. In terms of aura, It unexpectedly suppressed the humanoid monster Ba Ziyang. Put. Ba Ziyang gazed surging with majestic anger. Viciously spat. Tyrannical dragon body pressure explosion air. Each step across nearly 10 meters. And trampled on the ground a large pit with a diameter of 1 meter. The whole person with a piece of wind ferocious and incomparable toward Shinbei pounced. How fucking dare you stand? Kneel for me. Ba Ziyang showed extreme ferocity when he struck out his terrifying physical strength. Coupled with the bulging veins between his arms' energies. It was truly like a hideous iron whip smashing down viciously. Although Ba Ziyang was surprised that Shinbei was still alive. It didn't matter. One attack shattered his battle armor, the second time could have killed him. And Shinbei still had an indifferent smile on his face as he raised his revolver. Thump. 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 Another 5 rounds went blank, bang. The last shot. A dull and powerful gunshot instantly tore the tranquility of the air. The revolver sprayed a blazing tongue of fire, accompanied by smoke. The bullet was like an avenging angel, and hit Ba Ziyang's right eye with unerring precision. Ba Ziyang's eye socket instantly burst, blood intertwined with the shattered eye tissue, and that eyeball turned into a puddle of scarlet slurry under the high-pressure impact. Then, under the impact of the bullet, the right side of Ba Ziyang's brain was also lifted off. At the same time, Ba Ziyang's attack arrived instantly. The steel whip at the end, hitting the air with a cracking sharp whistle, snapped and smacked Shinbei. Wow! The upper half of his battle armor was directly smacked to pieces, splitting into several pieces and throwing them out, and Shinbei's chest immediately collapsed down a large piece. Like a cave-in, his whole person was instantly struck off the ground and flew up, like a spinning gyroscope, once again ruthlessly thrown tens of meters away. Giggle. Ba Ziyang let out a kind of maniacal hissing sound despite the fact that his eyes were all blown out and his skull was almost completely intact, but that didn't affect his perception of the outside world in any way, and, of course, pain didn't work for him in the slightest. Ba Ziyang opened his arms and laughed madly. Interesting, interesting. He slowly twisted his head, a pair of eye sockets that had turned into black holes, and looked in the direction where Shinbei had fallen this time. In his perception, Shinbei stood up again. Only this time, Shinbei was even more seriously injured, and he couldn't even straighten his back. Fuck you. Ba Ziyang dragged his steel-like tail, plowing deep dirt tracks in the ground as he walked toward Shinbei. Why? Why are you still able to stand up? Do you scorn me? Pain. Shinbei's voice was unmixed with any feelings or waves, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. Pain keeps people awake. Click here. Shinbei began to change ammunition when it was time to insert the 6th bullet. Shinbei's satchel was surprisingly empty. Out of conventional ammo, Shinbei pulled the lining of the satchel open and took out another Class 5 revolver bullet and inserted it into the rotating wheel. Shinbei clenched his teeth and fiercely straightened his already deformed spine in a huge tearing that was unimaginable and unbearable to ordinary people. The joints were already misaligned, and with external forces forcing them to correct, all the nerves seemed to be scorched by fire. Beads of sweat mixed with blood rolled down. Shinbei raised his pistol and let off 5 shots into the air. I see. Ba Ziyang's sorrowful laughter was low. The first 5 shots were all fronts, and the real power of the last bullet was stacking up. This kind of technology is a real eye-opener. And to say that you're an ordinary person makes me wonder a little bit if there's a bug in this world. At this moment, Shinbei still maintained his smile. That blood-covered smile, despite its lightness, grew more and more ghostly. Finally, Shinbei turned his gun and pointed it directly at Ba Ziyang's exposed cerebral cortex. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Shinbei decisively shot a bullet, heading straight for Ba Ziyang's brain. Not if this bullet could hit. It would surely strangle Ba Ziyang's brain. Ba Ziyang spread out his hands, and his uncontrollable laughter grew louder and louder, even overpowering the deafening roar of the wind. What? Are you planning to shoot my brain? Unfortunately, you don't have a chance. Next moment. Ba Ziyang had a cool, lecherous smile on his face, still maintaining a forward charging stance, and violently opened his bloody mouth. Boom! In the next instant, in Ba Ziyang's mouth, which was sharp-toothed and open to the limit, a vicious, deadly, black wave of light that seemed to corrode everything spewed out, directly sweeping toward Shinbei. Ability, Deathlight Spit. This was the signature ability of the Black Emperor, a desolate god, with amazing extinction and annihilation properties for matter and energy, and the metamorphosed Ba Ziyang unexpectedly performed this plausible move. That is to say, any alien's attack, once it came into contact with the black light, had to dissipate and collapse as well. Not to mention Shinbei's bullets. Shinbei simply couldn't see what kind of power Ba Ziyang's move had, but instinctively it just didn't feel right. That strong self-consciousness told Shinbei that once the bullet drilled into the black wave of light, something unexpected might happen. Even though Shinbei was sure that in a short breath, the last bullet would hit Ba Ziyang's brain, but Ba Ziyang was too calm. It was puzzling to be reckless about the fatal point of one's exposure, simply by virtue of the black light. Therefore, Shinbei was very decisive. At the moment when the bullet and the black light were about to come into contact, direct awareness connected the bullet, causing its warhead to jerk upward, as if it were a combatant flying vertically on its back, grazing the black light trajectory straight into the air. Next breath, boom! The morose and deadly deathlight spit collided with Shinbei's body as if it was like a frying pan rolling in water, and a series of black rays exploded sharply. Black light sweeping process in a radius of more than 10 meters. All the trees immediately crumbled, and in less than even half a second, Shinbei stifled a grunt in the impact of the violent airwave, and his body flew out viciously backwards in the blood throwing. And at this time, Shinbei's arm, chest, and even the flesh and blood on his face had been hardened and corroded, and it seemed that half of his life had gone without dying. Ha ha, Ba Ziyan laughed wildly. How was it? Is it good? I'll ask you if you feel good. Whoosh! As soon as Ba Ziyang's words fell, a bullet fell from the sky and directly smashed his brain. Wow! The bullet's powerful kinetic energy rolled through his already broken head like the death roll of a crocodile. At this moment, Ba Ziyang's mouth was slightly opened. A face of horror and shock. How did a bullet fall from the sky? Even though Ba Ziyang's brain was strangled to pieces, his consciousness was not greatly impaired under the support of the medicine, only the body was lolling and swaying askew, like a drunken hyena, unsteady on its feet. Didn't his bullets get obliterated by the deathlight spit? Ba Ziyang fell to the ground with a plop. After a few struggles, he got back on his feet, took 3 steps forward and 1 step backward, and walked in the direction of Shinbei. Ba Ziyang's shame and fury almost escaped. Shinbei, you've got a lot of fucking tricks up your sleeve, but I'm still the one who lives in the end. Stumbling, Ba Ziyang came to the side of Shinbei, who fell to the ground. This time, Shinbei's breath was incomparably weak, and the second heavy attack had knocked out all the defenses on his body. A single deathlight spit almost killed Shinbei. If the deathlight spitting was launched under the condition that Shinbei's battle armor was intact, the absolutely sealed environment would certainly not allow Shinbei to be injured so seriously and enter a life-threatening state. Endangering his life, Shinbei gasped slightly, and blood flowed like small snakes crawling on his face. Although you're alive, you didn't win. Shinbei still smiled indifferently. I didn't win? Then who lost? Was it me? Red Cloud Lai wanted my battle armor and technology, and you didn't get the same, so it's still your loss. Oh, grass. Ba Ziyang's face hung with a morose caricatured smile. It doesn't matter. I'll pick up some fragments and go back. It'll be considered as accomplishing my mission. Now, you're going to die. Having said that, Ba Ziyang raised his big foot and violently stomped down on Shinbei's head. With this kick, Shinbei, who had lost his protection, was bound to have his head explode. Not to mention Shinbei, even if an alien was in such a situation, he would still be dead. Suddenly, a terrified and unreadable light shrouded down. Bang! Wild plasma and rotten meat sprayed Shinbei's face. The bull's Ben was a bit flustered. He still followed Shinbei's instructions and crouched in the grass without moving. It was his luck that there were not many ferocious beasts passing by or sniffing the scent and searching for them. He could hear violent explosions ringing out in the extreme distance. The bulls wondered what was going on, and don't want to know what's going on. He looked forward to Shinbei's return. Without Shinbei, he didn't dare to take a step out of the grass by himself. Ben Oxen estimated the time. Shinbei had been out for almost 2 hours. Every minute of waiting was extremely difficult. I don't know how much time has passed. Ben Bull heard rustling footsteps. Ben Bullsolar was instantly ecstatic, jumping out of the grass at once. Shinbei, you finally dashed. The words were not yet finished. An incomparable look of horror surfaced on Ben Bull's face, and his eyeballs were even wider. The person in front of him was not Shinbei, but a girl. The girl's nose was high and straight, her eye sockets were shallow, and her features were beautiful, making her look heroic. The whole person exudes a sharp energy. Bulls backed up a few steps, gulped, and looked at the girl in front of him. You? Who are you? The girl gazed at him for a long moment before smiling softly and saying, is it you who is the target of my brother's escort? Shelter 8. Shinbei slowly awoke from his deep coma, and the world in front of him gradually coalesced and took shape from chaos. He found himself in a huge transparent cylinder. The surface of the shell is flowing with a light golden shimmer, and the liquid metal-like shell reflects the intricate texture of the circuitry. The liquid in the chamber was clear and translucent, surrounding his scarred body as if it were amber crystals suspended in a river of time. The bulkheads are inlaid with countless micromechanical arms and life support tubes. Shinbei's brain was groggy, and he used all his strength to rip the pipe and push the shell away. Looking up and around, this is a medical room. Deep, dark purple light streamed down from recessed ductwork in the ceiling and spilled onto the polished chrome workbench. In the corner, a sophisticated and complex biomonitor emits an eerie blue fluorescence, and data streams like stars jumping across its display. The air smelled faintly of disinfectant, mixed with the subtle current of smells emanating from advanced medical equipment. Shinbei staggered a few steps, his feet slipped, and he fell to the ground. His eyes began to examine his body. The skin that had originally been corroded by Ba Ziyang's deathlight spit had been restored as before. Even the skin is whiter and tender as a milkshake. Just then, Shinbei heard the door of the room open, and before he turned his head, A voice came, Agu, my bay why did you come out? It's the bullseyes.at this time. He was holding a popsicle in his hand, and despite the coolness, he stuffed the whole thing into his mouth and assisted Shinbei to get up and took down from the wall a set of clothes bed. Shinbei looked at Oxblood somewhat wryly. The length of that popsicle. There's a lot of depth to the bullseye voice. Come on, sit down and rest for a while. Shinbei leaned back in the chair and breathed calmly for about 3 minutes, which gradually controlled the body rhythm. Shinbei shook his head. A few days, 10 days, we should go back. Nyo, splendidly silent for a moment, spoke with difficulty. I think the 8th shelter is not bad. Shinbei stared at Nyo splendidly and asked, do you know butcher's beef? Then Nyo gave a playful laugh. Do you really think I'm an uneducated nerd? You're trying to say that I'm skilled enough to gain status here, aren't you? No, Shinbei squinted his eyes and explained. Butchering a cow is not a matter of familiarity, but rather a matter of going with the flow. The bull's eyes froze for a moment. And I'm your potential. Get it? Bull smashed his mouth and was silent for a moment, naturally understanding Shinbei's meaning, but he turned and said, but you have a sister here. Shinbei's gaze lowered. When he and Ba Ziyang exchanged wounds for wounds, they fought to the death. Still, Shinbei had underestimated Ba Ziyang's vitality after his transformation. At that time, Shinbei was incredibly calm about death. It was as if this crossing was nothing more than a brief dream, just a passerby, and at the last moment, the very moment Ba Ziyang stomped on his own head, Shinnan descended from the sky, entrapped with a piercing light, and without knowing what supernormal ability he had used, he killed Ba Ziyang with a single move. The original owner's memory of Shinnan's looks was already incredibly vague, and just at the moment Shinnan reached out his hand and pulled Shinbei up, the madly surging memories pierced through Shinbei's mind. But there's something strange about the memories. They're the same parents. I don't know where they came from is also known. These memories are completely absent. What can be seen is from the original owner's digs. The original owner supported her young sister on a meager income. If it happened that the Titan-infested place had little resources, the original owner could only pick some fruits to fill his hunger. Even fresh water is sometimes not available. The skin of the mouth is bursting and the skin is dry. Even so, the original owner was still filled with unlimited motivation, and that motivation is his sister Shinnan, who likes to laugh beside him. The most cozy scene was when the two sat on the edge of the RV and watched the sun set like a broken disc of molten gold. The remnants of the sun hung over the edge of the rusted skyline, pouring down its last rays. The sky looked like an old, yellowed photograph. Modeled, they sat side by side, clad in tattered and colorful cloaks, their faces gilded with a warm golden rim in the setting sun. A short, sharpened knife was clutched in the young boy's hand as he cut the first strip of meat he had acquired in a month. The little girl, on the other hand, clutched a patch-covered doll and giggled as she ate her hard-earned food, her eyes glittering with curiosity and longing for the unknown. Together they gazed at the dying sun, letting the evening breeze brush their young cheeks and carry away the dust. In that moment, the soft light of the setting sun seemed to embrace them tenderly, drawing their shadows long. At that time, it was the original owner who pulled the tiny Shinnan, and now, it was Shinnan who reached out and pulled Shinbei. The two met again. The dialogue is also very concise. Brother, aha, one word for one person. The winds were lighter then, afraid to blow away a syllable so that the other person wouldn't hear it. Needless to say, after more than a decade of separation, meeting again unannounced, one word is enough. Then it was Shinbei who said one more word, lifted up the bowls and scissors, and fainted to death. At this time, Shinbei shook his head and spoke in a flat tone. I don't belong here, and you don't belong here either. We can join in. Nyoa Delphi broke his fingers and tempted Shinbei. You may not know what shelter number 8 is. Let me explain and introduce it to you. Escape World, home of the top fighting Spider Queen. And look at the medical equipment here. It's clearly an era ahead of other shelters. I'm afraid it's only matched by the sanctuary of the whole church. Moreover, from what I understand, your sister is not in a low position in Asylum 8. She seems to have a deep relationship with the Spider Queen. Shinbei gave a blank look. Can it be lower? In the beginning, his own sister was the Spider Queen herself who got off the bus and squatted in front of the tiny Shinnan and took her away hand in hand. Shinbei looked straight at the ox husbandry and asked a fatal question. What can you do in Asylum number 8? Yu Wu Chang can fall for your ability, but the Spider Queen may not necessarily see it. Don't you understand that it's better to be the head of the chicken than the tail of the phoenix? The bulls faced Shinbei's statement, gritted his teeth, his cheeks kept drumming. In fact, I still have live in my hand, an existence that is even more powerful than the second awakening pill. If I take it out, the Spider Queen will have to receive me in person as well. And this thing is Dashtang. Shinbei lunged forward and held onto Oxblood's mouth as he growled in a low voice. Did I tell you not to expose your skills at will? What kind of place is this? What if there are listening devices? The pupils of Ben's eyes shrunk, but he said indifferently, I'm just relying on my own skills to stay. What's wrong with that? Shinbei's eyes stared at this 250% who didn't understand the human world and the danger of the wilderness. Are you sure what you've got is what you've got? What you've got is what you've got. Shinbei sat down again. No matter where you are, your life is not your own. The bull's stamina was dumbfounded and dazed. There was a half silence. Then Bull's eyes sucked on a popsicle. Why don't you stay here? Don't you want to be with your sister? Shinbei took a deep breath. She doesn't need me to hold on to her. A simple sentence. Bull's stamina seemed to savor that complex and helpless emotion. It's like a cut and thrust. An emotion that can't be described or visualized in words. It's too complicated. The bull's head couldn't understand it. Shinbei stood up and walked outside. Prepared to get ready and go where we should go. Shinbei walked out of the medical room. In front of them was a long corridor. The top is LED and emits a soft light. This power supply alone is enough to see that Shelter 8's resources are many times better than Shelter 36. Meanwhile, various healthcare workers in large white coats walk around. Upon seeing Shinbei, he only nodded slightly and did not ask too many questions. Shinbei walked out. This is the second floor of the shelter. At a glance, the houses here are tall, big and beautiful, shape harmonization, but Shinbei always had a sense of monotonous vestiges, raw, cold, stiff style. It looks prettier though, but nowhere near as much smoke and mirrors as the assorted architectural styles of the 36 shelter. There were no drunks to be seen making noise either, and it was uncomfortably quiet. Meanwhile, the second level functions much like any other shelter. Large tracts of land are planted with various crops that are green and growing well. Shinbei faced the hot wind and continued to walk forward. There's no wandering around here. Of course, it doesn't mean no-go zones, or rather, it's the road. There are pedestrian crossings on the road. To walk following a specific arrow point. 2 in a row, 3 in a column. No crossings or shortcuts are allowed until you come to an arrow turn. The main focus is one of order and self-discipline. Shinbei followed behind the two. It didn't take long for a strange building to appear in view, shaped like a Ferris wheel, except instead of being round, it was in the form of a spider. It should be connected using modules with various rooms, offices, etc. inside. Shinbei didn't even need to think about it. It was bound to be the Spider Queen's permanent residence. Soon, Shinbei arrived at the material storehouse. As per the rules of each shelter, outsiders, who must be fully disarmed, are deposited in the supply depot and picked up when they leave. When Shinbei woke up, the battle armor, weapons, and backpack were all gone naturally. It's stored here. Shelter 8 divides the various departments very finely. If you put it in Shelter 36, you'd have to go to logistics. Shinbei walked in, informed himself, and claimed his belongings. Tattered pile. The battle armor was all but scrapped. Like the endgame, the last of the scrapped robots, bruised, pitted, and curled up on the fly side. It has the look of an old cow in its twilight years. A staff member on the side even kindly asked, "Do you need to clean up your trash?" Shinbei naturally what he meant by that, except for the guns. The battle armor is already a pile of broken brass. The best place for it to go is to be thrown into a furnace and remelted into a lump of iron to make a screw or something. Shinbei carried his guns and hugged the battle armor and said with a smile, "No need. I'll take it home." The staff looked at Shinbei's distant back and drifted off for a moment. Going home? Going home with broken bones? What's wrong with this guy? It's amazing that you can develop anthropomorphic feelings for scrap metal. A freak. At this moment, Shinbei was leaning on the fence at the edge of the second floor of the Titan. Lift your eyes and look down. In the back is the rolling RV, only the RVs here are much stronger overall than Shelter 36. The exterior of the home is brightly colored and uniformly painted white. The styling is also diversified. At least has a touch more freshness to it. Better than Shelter 36, right? A crisp voice came from behind Shinbei. Shinbei did not raise his head to look back, and nodded with a somewhat dull gaze ahead. "I was just approached by Bull 6. He said you don't want to stay here." Shinnan's small hands gently rested on the fence, her upper body leaning back, her hair sliding down, giving off the aroma of Ganon flowers. "If you're here to persuade me, then there's no need." Shinbei's voice was light. Shinnan smiled and shook her head. "No, you have the freedom. I just want to know why I don't stay here." Shinbei lit a cigarette and sucked it to the end in one breath. Then there was a long exhale, a full minute of smoke before it stopped. "If you can't make it here, there's still a home at Shelter 36, a home I'll have to keep for you." Shinnan almost burst into tears. Shinbei knew that when the Spider Queen had taken Shinnan away, she hadn't set a deadline. There comes a time when any item, is squeezed clean of value. Even Shinbei did the same. So, Shinbei held fast to what he should hold fast to. If Shinnan is eliminated at Shelter 8, at least she won't have nowhere to go. My only worry was put at ease after seeing you. Shinbei smiled softly. Shinnan bit her lip, her eyes a little red and swollen. "Got it. Brother, prepare a car for me." Shinbei flicked his cigarette. "No problem." Silence, long silences. Shinbei couldn't say anything, and Shinnan seemed to lose her anger. "Good piece." In the end, Shinbei threw a sentence and turned around to leave. Holding his belongings, Shinnan's long hair floated in the wind, the strands covering her eyes. The strands of hair seemed to tear Shinbei's back apart. Some go further and further, some of them get closer and closer as they get further away. "Damn, I heard Shinbei is here." A windy girl jumped onto the railing, grabbed Shinnan's shoulder and loudly questioned, "Where is he?" Shin-nan pointed at the vehicle chasing the setting sun. Gone. Piss me off. Bai Luo gripped the railing with a death grip. His anger unabated, and Shin-nan's mouth hooked into a smile as she raised her long hair. The road where the vehicles rolled by was not just any road, but the road one would take to get home sometime in the future. Just then a man in a lab coat ran over. Supervisor Shan. The results are out over there. Shin-nan nodded and rushed to the laboratory alone. For the average shelter, there is no such specialized department as a laboratory. It's usually mixed with the institute. Even the medical institute is being doubled up by the institute, and while shelter 8 is rich in resources and well-staffed, the Spider Queen's breakdown of her management simply puts the other shelter leaders to shame, the medical clinic in particular. With equipment far beyond the current era was from an extinction-class starship, when Shun Bei was almost electrocuted by Malbur. He was saved by the Blue Demoness using a potion worth 1 million crystal source cores. If it was placed in the Spider Queen's medical clinic, it could be done with up to 100,000 crystal source cores. That's the power of technology. Soon Shin-nan came to the laboratory alone. After a series of identity verification, she came to a separate room. The odor of mixed chemicals was overwhelming. The interior of the lab is furnished in a staggered manner. Rows of empty glass test tubes hung from the test tube racks. A massive mass spectrometer sits in the center area, off to one side. 3 staff members were peering at the blood under the microscope. Steward Shen is here. One of the men wearing glasses straightened up and said with an excited expression, Steward Shen, we may have discovered God's blood. Shin-nan cocked his head. God's blood? Look this way. The man with the glasses opens the microscope to cast the screen, but it was a light red color on it. This is because the cells of the blood have been seen under the magnification of the microscope magnification, but the cells in the picture are very strange. Normal human blood cells should be irregularly round, or oval, consisting of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets, but what Shin-nan saw were cells that looked like gears, or, that's not cells, but tight, invisible parts to the naked eye. Shin-nan bit her lip, dumbfounded, half unable to speak, and the researcher on the side shouted excitedly, Supervisor Shan, tell me where you got the blood? Did you come into contact with God? Yeah, this cell is really rare. No, unheard of, unheard of. I prefer to call it a mechanical ghost. Imagine machinery that allows self-growth. What is this if not a God cell? We've discovered a new continent. Supervisor Shen? Shin-nan shook off his head and looked back at the door, which was locked. She smiled and asked, yeah, a brand new discovery. You 3 can split the credit. No, no, no. The man with glasses rubbed his hands together excitedly. It's mainly because you provided the samples. Ah, we just did something insignificant. It's okay, you guys are the ones who found it. Shin-nan waved his hand. When I report it up, will I just write your 3 names? The 3 researchers nodded. Sure there's no one else? Don't end up jumping out at others accusing you of being greedy and end up embarrassing me. The man with the eyes said with extreme seriousness. The entire process of analyzing and observing, just the 3 of us, from the beginning to the end, there was no 4th person interfering. Even the person who called you over did not enter this house. Really? It must be true. How dare we joke about such a thing in front of the Spider Queen? Shin-nan nodded. That's good. Next moment, Shin-nan's eyelids fluttered slightly, and an invisible pressure ripple spread rapidly with her at the center. The air instantly froze, as if even time was under her control, only to see her slowly raise her hand. Her 5 fingers slightly open, as if she had cupped the weight of an entire world in her palm. In that breathtaking moment, Shin-nan clenched his 5 fingers. Boom! An invisible pressure came through the air. The 3 researchers instantly felt as if they were under hundreds of tons of weight. Their bones made creepy snapping sounds under the astonishing pressure, and their muscles and internal organs were squeezed and deformed under the heavy pressure, eventually turning into a blur of bloody mud. Ability, gravitational strangulation. Shin-nan could manipulate gravity and change the force field and pressure at will. This was an ability that only lit up after Zoon listened to the Spider Queen, consumed countless crystal source cores, and opened up a line of specialized abilities amongst the wide variety of abilities. It could be said that before obtaining this ability, the front-loaded abilities were all waste skills, and every huge amount of crystal source cores spent to light them up caused an immense amount of flesh pain. It was only a person of Spider Queen's financial strength that could spare such an investment. No other shelter leader would dare to be so headstrong to consume it. Then Shin-nan walked to the computer and his fingers flew on the keyboard. Pull up all the experimental data from just now. A profile box popped up. Frowny face. Do you want to delete this lab record? Shin-nan nodded yes. The computer deletes information on the fly. After doing so, Shin-nan destroyed all the physical objects left behind. Shin-nan frowned. Wanted to give you a blood transfusion to speed up your recovery, but the result was rejection, lab tests, and messing up this strange thing. Brother, what the hell were you before you met me? Shin-nan didn't have an answer after all. He had given her her name. Shin-nan sighed and walked out. Once I dreamed of walking the world with a sword. See the world in all its splendor. Young hearts are always a little wild, and now you're all over the world. The girl who broke your heart, now there's no trace of them. Love always makes you long and feel trouble. IVE hurt you all over the place. Dilla On the car player, a song from the olden days was tearing and hissing. The bullpen swings left and right to the rhythm of the song. It is also not the bull's eyes that Ben had to shake. It is really that Shinbei's driving skills are not very good. It's just too hard not to rock out to the music. I can see that you're having fun. Shinbei glanced sideways at the dancing oxblood. It doesn't matter as to whether you look ahead to drive or not. The whole world is a road. If you can still crash with someone else's in the wilderness, then one can only believe in love. Ben Bullseye's huffed. Tempted to tell the truth and tell Shinbei that he wasn't a good car driver, but he'd also learned the hard way since he'd left Asylum 1 and fled so far that scientific research couldn't even tell the truth sometimes. Right. Shinbei's two sides left the steering wheel. His feet hitched up, leaned back in his seat to give himself a comfortable position, and continued. You said you still have a masterpiece. Tell me about it. With an impish smile on his face, Ben Nyo slowly said, bored with driving. You want to find an excuse to lecture me again, right? I won't say anything. I don't want you to talk about it again. Shinbei directly pulled out his revolver and held it against his head. Now what? Ben Bull's stamina gulped. How should I react to this situation? If you don't have a far-reaching faith, say what you need to say when your life is at stake, and fight to stay alive. Oh, I don't have great faith. Bullcliff said he had learned. Shinbei put away his pistol and lit a cigarette. Speak. Next moment Ben Nyo's first words subdued Shinbei. I heard you got your ass kicked by a shifter? If it were up to me, I'd teach the alien to be a new man in minutes. Shinbei? Letting your last name be Bull is not letting you brag about it. Teach a shifter to be a human being in minutes? After Shinbei heard this sentence, a look of contempt could not help but appear on his face. Other than that, it's just a matter of getting Oxblood to box with ordinary people. The opponent could have beaten up Benny Bull's eyes and screamed at his father. Now you're telling me that a shifter is nothing in front of you? Blowing a little too much, but the journey was boring, Shinbei still said patiently. Then blow me a little bit. How did you get the shifter? Blowing? Bulls was a bit enraged, waving his arms openly. His mouth opened in an incredibly exaggerated manner. You're saying that I'm bragging? Ha! You never know the power of technology. Shinbei, which one of us doesn't know the power of technology? I'll tell you what. Ben Nyo carefully straightened his body. Extremely serious. His posture was like a college professor. Why am I unpopular in Asylum number 1? Do you know? Shinbei shook his head. Because I'm always thieving in private besides my regular job. Cowpatty was a little ashamed when he said this. Shinbei sniffled. To put it bluntly, it's just a matter of being greedy and always taking public property. This phenomenon occurs in any shelter and is unavoidable. Even Rourke used his position to embezzle. But the things I took were only for private research. Not selling for money. What was the study? A solution that destroys the tissue of an alien's flesh. I call it the N6 solution. Shinbei twisted his head to look at the ox husbandry. Unsure. My pistol can do it too. The bullpucky held his mouth in a look of do you want to hear what you're talking about? Shinbei shrugged. Your pistol sabotage and my solution sabotage are not the same thing. Ben Oxen snapped his fingers and said, a pistol destroys the flesh of an alien. That's physical kinetic energy. And this one of mine is chemical energy. It's something that can dissolve a shifter. Stick a little. At this moment, the bull proper paused. His eyes glowing. That's just like a gangrene attached to the bone. You can't even get rid of it. This solution will be entangled with the energy in the alien's body, and you can only watch his flesh and blood tissues being destroyed. Shinbei smashed his mouth, but it was not strange. Kind of like his own crystal source core powder in the body of the alien will produce a shock effect almost, Shinbei said again. What's the difference between this and sulfuric acid? Big difference. Bull looked at Shinbei, like an unenlightened student, let alone sulfuric acid. What if it's king water poured on a shifter? My solution, on the other hand, is a solution that invades the inside of the flesh tissue and destroys it from the cellular level. It's like, the bullpen thought of a metaphor, a hot knife cuts into butter and slowly melts. Oh, Shinbei straightened up and tentatively asked, ignoring the alien equivalent rank? Completely ignoring it is impossible. Ben Nyo carefully coughed, but the lower the rank, the faster it corrodes, and if the rank is high, it's slower. But there's definitely not a situation where there's no damage. It depends on the length of time. If it's short, you'll be dead within a few breaths. I don't have data on that if it's long. In short, I'll just say this. It doesn't matter what kind of alien ability they have. As long as their skin is contaminated with my solution, if they don't take care of it in time, they'll only end up dead. Shinbei was the more he listened, as if he had discovered a new continent that could increase his strength. It was important to realize that the power of one's gun was beyond the alien's foreknowledge. Once the opponent's rank was too high, the bullets would definitely be useless and might not even be able to break the defense. It was still possible to upgrade the guns and bullets, but ultimately it wasn't something that could threaten any alien. such as it was now. And it certainly couldn't threaten the Spider Queen, but not so with the solution of Benny Cow's liquor. Seems like a lot of bull, Shinbei hesitantly asked. Really? I can still joke with you? Bulls glared. This is the biggest research achievement in my life. So, tell me, what do you do with the dip solution to stay alive? Ben Oxen smiled sorrowfully. If it's your finger that touches it, and you don't chop off your finger, it will continue to erode all over your body. Shinbei stroked his chin. What about an alien with regenerative powers? Or toxin resistance? Then it's an endless drain on the alien's energy until after it's all gone. You know, become ordinary. Shinbei instantly thought of this answer. Shinbei stared at Oxblood for a full 3 minutes, even the vehicle ran off course and almost went over inside the ditch. Shinbei's heart was immensely shaken. Not if everything that Benny Cow said is true. Well, that's an absolute killer. No bones about it. If he encountered another alien like Bazi Yang, he would just stick a syringe in. You don't have to do anything yourself afterward, just circle around Bazi Yang and pull away, sit back and wait for him to be corrupted by the solution and die little by little. Nor do they put themselves in a dangerous situation. Shinbei calmed his excitement and asked, do you have a sample? Ben Nyo shook his head. How would I dare to store samples? Once it's exposed, I'll be the public enemy of all the altered ones. That's true. If this solution really existed, not to mention the enemy, even the leader of Asylum 1 would have to personally execute Benny Cowboy. Don't say anything about having something like this to conquer other shelters. The technology is replicable, and who could not leak it and end up with a bomb that destroys them? After all, the threat was just too great. Shinbei then asked, if you were to make it, would it still be difficult? Ben Oxen rubbed his chin. It depends on what kind of equipment the 36 shelter will prepare for me. The exact process is complicated and requires Shinbei reached out to interrupt. He didn't want to hear about the technical aspects, just the finished product. Suppose I wanted such a solution. How much money would I need with no money at all? Nyoa Delphi broke his fingers and rolled his eyelids to calculate for half a day. About 100 high-level crystal source cores are needed. This is still a conservative estimate. The upper limit that's out of bounds. Shinbei took out his pistol and threw it to Bulbul. Why don't you kill me? You think it's too expensive? I think it's too expensive. Bull's eyes rolled. Scientific research. That's all about being willing to invest. How much money you have can do a lot of things. Shinbei sighed, rubbed his temples, and asked one last question. If this solution is developed, can it be loaded into bullets? It would really be awesome if we could just hit and play the alien. You can pull around your enemies with impunity. That's the advantage to me. Benexploitation froze. His eyes rolled, scratching his ears for a long time. I haven't thought about this aspect, but I can talk about my thinking. This solution is a chemical. If it is loaded with bullets, the copper shells or iron shells won't be able to work. It will produce a chemical reaction that will change the internal molecular structure and produce other substances. The solution will be wasted by that time. I do all my experiments in glass tubes, so you can build bullets made of glass. And your oddball request will be met. Shinbei, glass bullets. Isn't that a rip-off? Shinbei sighed and waved his hand. Dust off all the information on this N6 solution. Screw it. Ben Nyo shrugged. I didn't intend to show it off. I'm scared too. You're not afraid I'll leak it? No fear. Why? Ben Nyo carefully sniffled, probably feeling a bit petulant, and lowered his head and said, you even almost gave up your life in order to take me back. Shinbei laughed. It's tempting to tell him it's none of his business. Shinbei drove in silence and sped through the wilderness. He was really coveting this technology of Bullseye's, but in its current state, there are two difficulties. Point one is funding, the other is a glass bullet. All are currently unsolvable. Money can be made, but glass casings can be hard to get. This type of cartridge can be used without seeking power, even if it is shot and does no damage whatsoever, as long as the solution is spilled after impact. But to Shinbei's knowledge, the glass was too brittle to withstand the impact of gunpowder. The road is almost blocked. The SUV made its way north, the tires crushed over the broken rocks and dry, cracked land, raising gusts of yellow sand like a long dragon of dust trailing behind. The remains of crumbling buildings piled up on the distant horizon like silent tombstones. The music is gone, and only the roar of the engine echoes across the open earth, intertwined with the murmur of the wind and the roll of the gravel. A day after the sprint, the temperature around them began to drop significantly. The green vegetation is beginning to recede. In its place, the grass is dead. Shinbei parked the SUV on a hillside and looked out at the distant earth. He's looking for signs of Titan creep in the RV. Get in the car and continue driving north. Another day later, even the barren grass was gone, and the air was dotted with frost. The stones on the ground are hanging with white frost. Temperatures are getting colder. This SUV doesn't have any air conditioning, not even doors. Damn it, my fat is turning into frozen cheese. Now if only I could have a big, warm bed and find a warm, soft, jade-like beauty to cuddle with for a while. That would be a comforting day. Then Nyo held his shoulders, his teeth chattered, and frost froze on his brows. Shinbei laughed. Hold on for a while. You can already see the rutted prints of the caravan. Soon you will have a warm cabin, Maybe Yu Wu Chang will even equip you with a few maids, yes? Then Bull's eyes lit up. I like having one that specializes in warming the comforter. That would be a waste. Shenbei exhaled a breath of haze. Rolling white mist rose. Your work will only get busier. After all, Asylum 36 doesn't have a biological research institute. Everything will have to start from scratch. You'll have to coordinate and plan. And set the progress of researching the second awakening potion. Thanks for the reminder. It's nothing to me. It's good to have it in your mind. Then Nyo carefully rummaged through his backpack and fished out a tube of potion. Giving it to Shinbei, this is for you. If you can't think straight one day, have a tube. Second awakening potion. Shinbei smiled and took it. Then I'll sell it. You're going to get your ass kicked for this wasteful behavior. No. Shinbei let go of the steering wheel and rubbed his hands together. Moving his stiff fingers. I'm going to save up money to help you develop the N6 solution, but shell casings are too hard. Cowpuncher shrugged. Then it's not necessary. It's not bad as a pressure card. Then Nyo took a deep breath. The icy air pierced right through his lungs as if it was freezing inside. Then when you have money, I'll give you what you need. Shinbei nodded his head, patted Nyo Dobiao's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm a good person to get along with. If you can't get along well, you find out the reason yourself. A bullpen? Is that a human word? The buggy traveled again for 3 hours. The surroundings were already snow-capped and frozen. The shadow of Shelter 36 finally appeared in Shinbei's vision. Home. Shinbei kicked the gas, the SUV hissed, rolled up the rolling snow, and headed straight for the road.